This crybaby teen right here is our main character, the hunchback demon king, Kangwoo. Don't judge him just because he looks so down and out, but actually, he's the king of hell, the one who swallowed tens of thousands of demons. And the reason he's crying is that it's been 10,000 years since he last had a proper meal. Just as he's enjoying this rare feast after 10,000 years, some punk with a messed up face suddenly breaks through the wall, and then this guy goes and kicks over his bowl of rice. That's when he's about to taste the fury built up over 10,000 years from the Demon King himself. But all this goes back to the day before. Hell's Demon King's palace. A shadow sits arrogantly on the throne in the middle of the palace. That's the Demon King, ruler of 10,000 demons. Today, countless evil demons have gathered here because the Demon King has an extremely important decision to make. Down below, the Great Demon Balak speaks first. Your Majesty, why do you want to return? You already have everything here in hell. But the Demon King stays silent at Balak's question. Then his whole body starts to blaze with blue flames. Balak breaks into a sweat because he knows the Demon King is pissed off right now. The Demon King possesses the power of gluttony. He's absorbed the strength and bodies of every demon he's met. And he's the one who caused the death of 7 hell princes. They were all evenly matched at first, but in the end, they fell to the Demon King. The king of 10,000 demons, the ultimate power comes from devouring the 10,000 demons of hell. Even the little demons in the Great Hall tremble in fear, because there's a good chance Balak is about to be swallowed whole. Then the Demon King starts to speak. I've been stuck in this cursed place for 10,000 years, the same damn scene every day, fighting and killing. There has to be something here for me to truly have it all. The Demon King says this while removing his helmet, revealing the face of a furious young man. This guy is Kangwoo, the Demon King. Balak is quick on his feet, knowing the Demon King is furious, so he hurriedly orders 2 little demons to bring up some food, hoping to calm him down. Very quickly, a group of little demons carries in a huge tray. Balak solemnly introduces it. Though this may not be enough for the king who swallowed 10,000 demons, please accept the humble offering of your lowly servants. This is the largest force left in the underworld. The head of folklore, please devour it. As he speaks, Balak opens the tray to reveal the head of a radioactive octopus. Who the hell would want to eat this? Of course I'm not eating that crap, the Demon King says as he throws the octopus right in Balak's face, making him quickly apologize. I don't want to eat some ugly, disgusting thing like this. I want to eat kimchi. As he says this, he's thinking about his traditional favorite dish. The demons below start whispering among themselves. They don't know what kimchi is. But if the Demon King wants it, it must be the ultimate food. Some demons even think it must be a plate of raw, bloody meat. Balak is now energized. What kind of head should we use to make it? Or what kind of organs? Just say the word, and I'll tear anything apart to satisfy you. Hearing these dumbass comments about fighting and killing, Kangwoo just covers his face. Kimchi isn't like that, and here in hell, its simple demons have no concept of food at all. They only know how to bite and swallow their enemies after victory. Seeing Kangwoo unhappy with his answer, Balak continues, you also said you want entertainment. From what I see, you really enjoy the thrill of killing the 7 hell princes, right? The little demons nearby start to get scared. That's the Demon King for you, the king of blood and slaughter. But hearing this only makes Kangwoo more pissed. No, that's not it. I want to read novels and manhwa. Out of options, Balak kneels down and says, Your Majesty, though I cannot satisfy you with my small strength, please kill me for my uselessness. As he says this, Balak cries, tears streaming down. Kangwoo has truly lost all faith in these guys, wishing he had even one person he cared about. In response, a female voice rings out. Oh, someone to care about, don't I count? This voice belongs to Lilith, queen of the Kilba species, the most beautiful in hell. Her beauty makes the demons swoon. She steps closer to Kangwoo and says, Your Majesty, aren't you satisfied with having my heart? As she speaks, her 10 eyes start to well up with tears. Her appearance is truly unique. I can only say demons have a different taste than humans. But even her crew has turned to stone. Just look at that expressionless, hopeless face. This is the face of someone who no longer cares about life. Lilith keeps on talking. I'm sure I'd agree to spend the night with you. Her words hit Kangwoo's limit as Demon King. I order you not to come any closer, or you will die. Oh, so you're that scared? Then how can you call yourself the king of the 9 hells? As she says this, she wraps one of her tentacles tightly around Kangwoo's arm. His expression looks like he stepped in crap and has no water to wash it off. The little demons don't understand a damn thing but keep screaming and howling with jealousy. And that's the Kilba species. Supposedly they suck the life force from men but aren't even pretty at all. To be honest, compared to Lilith, Balak actually looks way cuter. There's an old saying, you can't judge a book by its cover, but this face, it's kinda over the top. And that's exactly why Kangwoo is dead set on going back to Earth. His words shook his subordinates to the core. Even after 10,000 years, his determination was rock solid. Actually, it was even stronger. After 10,000 100,000 years falling into hell, and after devouring the last prince of the seven, the preparations were complete. Finally, it was time to claim the reward that belonged to him after 10,000 years in this hell. Balak, get that ready. He said this while staring at Balak. Prepare it, king of demons. Balak's voice was full of reluctance, but Kangwoo just coldly turned his head. You want me to repeat myself? His voice was dripping with deadly intent, making Balak sweat buckets. My lord, I apologize. I will prepare it immediately. Then Balak turned to the little demons below. All of you, quickly summon Aemon to prepare the equipment for the 7 great artifacts. A while later, at a ritual altar, a sorcerer was muttering, "What the hell?" Meanwhile, the 3 lords were standing below. Demon King, the preparations are complete, Balak said. Hearing this, Kangwoo began moving forward. Lilith, watching the one she loved leave her, had tears welling up in her eyes. Even Balak beside her was the same. Even demons cry when parting from their loved ones. Kangwoo also removed his armor. As he ascended, the sorcerer gave instructions. Demon King, if you channel a massive amount of magic power into the 7 great artifacts, then bend the boundaries of time and space, you can forcibly open a time-space rift. These words came from the dark wizard Aemon. Good, let's begin, Kangwoo said. Inside, he was filled with joy finally. He was going home. At that moment, magic power began to surge from his body. This magic came from the 100,000 magic cores he had collected. Release. With this thought, all of Kangwoo's magic power started to explode out in a terrifying way. Amon behind was stunned watching this. The power of 100,000 magic cores, this magic was insanely strong. Just looking at it was mesmerizing. Meanwhile, the statues around began to tremble, reacting to Kangwoo's magic. The eyes of all the stone statues lit up simultaneously. Then the center of the altar blazed brightly. Seeing this, Amon hurriedly said, My demon king, all 7 pieces of the artifact have reacted. The door will open soon. At the same time, the space in front of Kangwoo began to crack. But at this moment, Kangwoo felt a bit worried. If I go back and my family, my friends, even my lover aren't there, but at least that place won't be this damn hell. That's good enough. Thinking this, he prepared to land in a strange place. In front of him were some high-tech devices, but Kangwoo didn't pay much attention. He was really going back to Earth at last, but just then, trouble started. The round orb in front of him began sparking lightning and making sounds. Detecting the rift's core, the rift's thorn system defense mechanism was activated. As the sound echoed, nets appeared on all sides, covering the entire space. Kangwoo became flustered. What the hell is going on? What kind of situation is this? The warning sounds kept blaring. Warning, core energy exceeds limit, activating defense mechanism of all dimensions. The G system is overloaded. At the same time, countless lightning bolts started striking Kangwoo. Failure, failure. Unable to completely eliminate the rift's core, the ceiling limit has begun. Kangwoo gritted his teeth, enduring the lightning strikes. Although the lightning couldn't kill Kangwoo, it hurt like hell. He had reached his limit. Finally, Kangwoo's vision slowly blurred and went completely black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a forest. Sunlight, a forest full of green. Is this Earth? First, I need to check my body. I just want to see the Earth I once knew. Thinking that, you start descending into a pretty strange place. Right in front of you now are some high-tech devices, but Kangwoo doesn't really pay much attention. He truly will return to Earth in the end, but just as he's about to say that, problems immediately start happening. That round thing in front of you begins to spark lightning bolts and emits a sound. Nuclear core of the crack detected, the protective mechanism of the crack's spike system has been activated. As this sound echoes, nets start appearing from all directions, covering the entire space. Kangwoo becomes flustered. What the hell is going on? What kind of situation is this? Meanwhile, the alert sounds keep ringing. Warning, nuclear core energy exceeds limit, activating defense mechanism of all dimensions. The G system is overloaded, and at the same time, countless lightning bolts begin striking Kangwoo directly. Failure, failure. Unable to completely eliminate the nuclear core of the crack, the ceiling limit has been initiated. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is still gritting his teeth, enduring the lightning strikes hitting his body. Although these lightning bolts can't kill Oku, they hurt like hell. He's already reached his limit of endurance. Finally, Kangwoo's vision slowly blurs and then goes completely black. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself lying in a forest. Sunlight filters through, the forest bursting with green. Is this Earth? First, I have to check my body's condition. Thinking about this, he also started to sit up, but at that moment, suddenly a notification screen appeared right in front of him, initializing Level 1 status window, Early Stage Pseudo-Awakening. Attributes of Early Stage Pseudo-Awakening, Hunting Power Level. Most of the attributes' strength has been sealed. Attributes of Second Stage Pseudo-Awakening revealed upon reaching Level 10. Innate Profession, Stamina 8, Physique 7, Intelligence 8, Dexterity 9, Innate Stats 12, Cunning 7. This system window suddenly appearing made Kangwoo confused. Especially when he noticed the sealed attribute line, it made him even more puzzled. What is this? His power is sealed? At that moment, suddenly from behind him came loud screams, making Kangwoo quickly turn around. A group of goblins was charging straight at him like they were epileptic. There were 4 of them, each equipped with weapons, even armor. Is this really the kind of monster meant for newbies? On this side, Kangwoo was also a bit surprised because he didn't know any creatures like this existed on Earth. Although a little shocked, Kangwoo wasn't scared at all. If they want to die, then he'd just take them all out and be done with it. Thinking this, he focused his magic power into his right arm, but just halfway through, the power suddenly died. How could the magic power in the 100 to 1000 magic core be this weak? At the same time, the goblins were already rushing right in front of Kangwoo. Alright then, even if magic power can't be used, it's no big deal. For a demon king like him, there were a billion ways to deal with these small fries. Suddenly, his right arm sprouted a blade. Then, with just one move, he sliced 2 goblins in half. This was the power of the Iron Demon Sword Path. Then a purple goblin charged up, but it didn't live more than half a second before dying. While Kangwoo was slaughtering these monsters, countless level-up notifications appeared. Experience increased. You have successfully defeated an E-rank monster. The goblin has reached level 4. In less than a minute, all of them were done for. Looking at the scattered corpses, Kangwoo silently thought, what the hell are these things? And these experience points sound meaningless, but it's true that I've gotten stronger. I need to learn more about this place. Thinking this, he activated his hunting power. This was also the power of the Demon King Kangwoo. Right after activating it, monster heads started popping out from behind his back. Then they began rushing forward to gnaw on the nearby corpses. All information about these corpses would be transmitted to Kangwoo. I tried to verify the physiological traits of these things, but couldn't find any info about this world. Then another notification popped up. Magic power increased by 1 point. This notification shocked him. What? Damn magic power? That strength only found in hell exists here? So maybe this place isn't Earth. No way. The reason I've been holding on all these years in that hell was to find a chance to return to Earth. Thinking that, Kangwoo started scratching his head. Suddenly, a scream rang out, grabbing Kangwoo's attention. A scream? Not a monster's scream, but a human's. Thinking this, he used Valef's power, super speed. Instantly, Kangwoo vanished from where he stood and dashed toward the scream. For 10,000 years, all I've seen are monsters with dozens of tentacles or thousands of disgusting arms. So no matter what that person is like, scary or not, as long as they have 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth, as long as they're human, it's enough. Please, no tentacles. Please don't be tentacles, please. Thinking this, he recalled the image of Lilith. It seemed she really left some wounds in Kangwoo's heart. Finally, he saw where the scream came from, found it, please be human. Then his eyes started to widen like binoculars. 2 eyes, 1 nose, and a chest. Importantly, no tentacles. This image truly made Kangwoo so happy, he almost cried. Meanwhile, the goblin was preparing to attack the girl, making her so scared she squeezed her eyes shut. But after a second or two, nothing happened, making her confused and open her eyes. What she saw was the goblin being slaughtered by Kangwoo, and the monsters behind it were already dead long ago. Seeing the young man reaching out to help her, the girl blushed slightly and said thank you. The moment their hands touched, Kangwoo felt like his soul had just flown to heaven. This euphoric feeling left him speechless. The purple-haired girl, after standing up, said, thank you for saving me. My name is Seol Ah, right? At that moment, Kangwoo still said nothing, his whole body trembling, making Seol Ah curious. Are you okay? But his next action definitely surprised Seol Ah. After snapping out of it from her question, Kangwoo grabbed her hand tightly and pulled her toward him. Marry me. Kangwoo smiled, but this action also made his face look bewildered. Hearing this, Seol Ah paled and asked, what did you just say? Hearing her stammering voice, Kangwoo knew he was a bit too excited and started to calm down. Sorry, my name is Kangwoo. You said your name is Seol Ah, right? Are your wounds okay? Ah, yes. The wounds aren't serious, Seol Ah said. But just as she finished speaking, the wound on her knee flared up, causing Seol Ah to fall into Kangwoo's arms. At the same time, her phone fell out. This scene also caught Kangwoo's attention. That square thing, is that a phone? Yeah, I really am on Earth. Then he helped Seol Ah sit down under the tree. Don't push yourself too hard. Just rest for a bit. I'll treat your wounds. At the same time, he tore a piece of fabric from his cloak to bandage her. During this, he also realized that now they could actually communicate. I banned demonic languages in hell and forced them to use Korean so that when I returned, I wouldn't forget the language. Finally, I can speak Korean with humans, not just demons. After finishing the bandage, Mr. Gu advised that keeping still like this would help a lot. Thanks for taking care of me, Seol Ah said. Haha, don't mention it. And here's your phone, Kangwoo said as he handed the phone back to her. At the same time, he noticed the time displayed on the phone screen. 2023. 5 years have passed since I fell into hell. I'm sure I set the time correctly. Did monsters like these start appearing on Earth during those 5 years? I don't know much. I don't have enough information. To figure this out, he started asking her questions. Also, why are you here? Kangwoo asked. I ran into some trouble. I was hunting alone in a gate. I just awakened as a player yesterday and went hunting alone in an E-rank gate. I'm such an idiot. She said this with a sad, expressive face. If it weren't for Kangwoo saving me today, I probably would have been dead by now. But Kangwoo is still a bit clueless. Hunter, player, gate, there's so much info he still doesn't know. Then he asked, so, what's your level? Ah, I'm only level 6 since I just awakened yesterday. But what is a player like you doing here? Hearing this, he got flustered. I've been in some similar situations. At the same time, he thought to himself, her level is even higher than mine. Well, it's normal for her to think that. Seola, hearing his answer, said, I get it. Just then, their shoulders touched, making her face flush with embarrassment. So, shall we go? Seola quickly stood up and said, your wound looks serious. Will you be okay? Yes, I'm fine, thanks to you. She had just said this when her leg started acting up again. Mr. Gu hurried over to support Seola. Should I help you? No, I don't want to trouble you anymore, Seola stammered. I'll take you. We just need to head to the exit. Please help me get there. Okay, got it. So Kangwoo began to support her toward the exit. This was my first conversation with a human in 10,000 years. Except for my overreaction at the start, I didn't mess up. And it seems she doesn't suspect my identity either. All right, I'll just blend into Earth society like this. Soon after, they reached the exit. Seola said, we're at the exit now. Kangwoo glanced at the two of them and saw a blue gate. Seeing this gate surprised Kangwoo a bit. Is this a gate? Moving through spatial gaps means this isn't entirely Earth. I don't see any device creating these gaps. So how does such a huge gate sustain itself? A bunch of questions started flooding Kangwoo's mind. While he was still thinking, Seola said, Kangwoo, I think I'm feeling better. Let's get out of here. With that, they stepped into the gate and disappeared. When Kangwoo opened his eyes, he was overwhelmed by the scene before him. Outside the gate, countless hunters were chatting loudly from recruiting members to checking equipment. Kangwoo kept observing everyone. He had 2 eyes, 1 nose, and no tentacles. Just a regular human. I'm really back. Thinking this, tears started streaming down Kangwoo's face. He had waited for this moment for 10,000 years. Seola seemed to want to repay him, so she said, Kangwoo, if you're okay with it, would you like to eat at my place? For someone like Kangwoo, who had been a eunuch for 10,000 years, hearing this from a girl made him blush with excitement. Seola continued, I'm very grateful and sorry, so I want to at least repay you with a meal. Hearing this, Kangwoo felt like his soul was blossoming in spring. But since he was in front of a girl, he couldn't show how excited he was, so he calmed down and said, I think refusing wouldn't be right, so I guess that's okay. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Hey, you two over there, wait. Hello, we need to verify your player cards. The voice belonged to a soldier. Seola quickly started searching for her card. Meanwhile, seeing Kangwoo show no reaction, the 2 soldiers asked, Hey, show your player card. Yes, understood. Although Kangwoo said that, he didn't have any card. With no other choice, he used his power to fool the 2 soldiers. At this moment, Kangwoo's pupils suddenly changed. Then he said, Here it is. As he spoke, he raised his middle finger at the soldier. But even seeing this, the soldier froze with no reaction. That's because he was under the influence of Kangwoo's power, a skill that breaks the target's consciousness and manipulates their gaze at will. The power of Denalian's vision. So, thanks to a little bit of trickery, Kangwoo easily got through this stage. Then he happily turned back and said to Seola, Hey Seola, shall we go now? Yeah. Not long after, they arrived at an apartment complex. Seola's home was inside this complex. When they got there, Seola was a bit shy and said, Our apartment doesn't have an elevator, so we have to climb some stairs. Kangwoo was totally chill about it. Ah, no big deal, he said. Then the 2 of them started climbing the stairs to the room. The smell of the old apartment, the narrow stairs, the cool handrails, the dusty windows, everything felt so familiar. Especially because out of all the places on Earth, this was Seola's home. I'm sure from now on, a happy future will open up. Okay. Thinking that got him so hyped, he blushed. But while Kangwoo was still daydreaming about a bright future, a voice rang out inside the room. Oh, you're back already? Seola's mom, smiled and answered the person in the room. But okay, after hearing that from his mom, Kangwoo's mood basically crashed. All those dreamy visions shattered. Oh, my dear daughter, are you hurt anywhere? Did you go there with a big group like I told you? Of course, Seola answered awkwardly. Meanwhile, Kangwoo was thinking, her mom is here. Does she really just want a simple meal? At that moment, Seola turned to introduce Kangwoo to her mom. I forgot to introduce, this is Oku. Since he saved me from danger today, I invited him over for a meal. Kangwoo quickly said, Hello to your mom. After hearing the story, her mom grabbed his arm urgently. Oh my god. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you for saving my Seola. I really don't know how to repay you. Haha, it's nothing. Please come in. Though it's not the best, I'll try to make something as tasty as I can. Haha, thank you, Oh said. Well, not eating alone with her was a bit of a bummer, but thinking about his life back in hell, it was already precious. Kangwoo thought silently. Then the lady turned back and said, Seola, my dear, help your mom cook. Yes, mom, let me change clothes first, then I'll help. Oh, did I text you? Yes, Seola. Next time you go somewhere dangerous, at least contact me after you leave, okay? Heh, sorry, mom. Watching these two talk, Kangwoo remembered. Right, I have to find a way to gather info about Earth through the phone. Thinking that, he said, excuse me, Hans, sorry, but can I borrow your phone? I lost mine. Sure, of course you can. Feel free to use it and wait a bit, she said while handing over her phone. Just holding the phone in his hand, Kangwoo got excited. The feeling of placing my finger on this screen, coming back after 10,000 years, everything is amazing, but this isn't the time to focus on that. I have to gather info first. Since I was dragged into hell 5 years ago, I should try to find info from 2018. Let's see. Soon after, he found quite a lot of info. The disaster happened on February 22nd, 2018. It changed the whole world. Monsters suddenly appeared from hundreds of gates. Firepower was useless. Hundreds of thousands of Chinese soldiers were killed. A global emergency disaster response alliance was formed. South Korea was the 9th country to join, and the first player appeared in the US. Who is she? The number of players kept rising sharply worldwide. Could they be humanity's hope? Reading this info made Kangwoo think. February 22nd, 2018, the day I was dragged into hell. Could it be that I was pulled into one of those gates that suddenly appeared that day? Bam! These news are just speculation. I'll have to research more info later. Right then, a voice sounded again. The food is ready. And right after, a pot was placed in front of him. But the food in the pot surprised him. Is that stewed kimchi? The lady here also said, enjoy your meal, Kangwoo. I hope the food suits your taste. Then he took a spoonful of tofu and nervously put it in his mouth. After chewing and feeling that familiar taste, he took another spoonful and ate it with rice. These actions repeated continuously. Seola's mom saw Kangwoo eating like he hadn't eaten in ages and got a bit worried. A year ago, no, 10,000 years ago, after suddenly falling into hell, to survive I had to swallow demon power and transform into a creature unlike a demon. However, since I still have humanity, my taste and sense of flavor remain intact, and nothing in hell satisfies me. The demons I had to eat to survive tasted awful, like garbage. I think I would have gone crazy even after experiencing that feeling countless times in hell. The reason I stayed sane was my one wish to return to Earth. Kangwoo ate while tearing up. It's true, I really have returned to Earth. Seol I'm truly grateful. The food is delicious. Thank you so much. Seol smiled and said, I'm the one who should say thank you. I'm really sorry I can only repay you this way. And yet you like it so much? It's that good? She asked happily. Sorry, but can I have another bowl? Of course. I'll bring it right away, Seol said as she got up to get more rice. The lady here also smiled happily. Ho ho, it's great to see you like it that much. Over here, the color still feels intense. I'm really happy to be back. Meanwhile, Seol has brought out a whole pot of rice, and just as Kangwoo is happily eating, the wall behind him suddenly breaks from the outside. Then a voice rings out. What the hell? Damn it. The door is seriously tough. Seol and his mother quickly rush out to see. This voice belongs to a total jerk who just barged into the room shouting, Hey Seol, come out here right now. When this guy sees Seol, he steps up and looks at her with a super arrogant glare. Hey, who gave you permission to enter the gate on your own? But Seol reacts coldly to what seems like a concerned tone, her face darkening as she says, Go away. After saying this, her whole body trembles. The blonde guy's eyes widen, like he can't believe what he's hearing. What? But to Seol, this guy is a total scumbag. She stares straight at him and shouts, I said go away, Taehoon. Who the hell do you think you are? Barging into our house. Don't come near me. I'm warning you. I'm capable now. Hearing this, Taehoon is stunned for a moment, then bursts into a crazy laugh like he's rabid. Really? You think you're capable now? Oh man, that's adorable, he says with his mouth wide open. Like what Seol said is the funniest thing in the world. After laughing, his expression flips 180 degrees. Damn it, a low-level player like you dares to talk big? Who the hell do you think you are? As he says this, he punches the wall beside him hard, making Seol and her mother jump. Seeing the tension rise, Seol quickly shields her mother. Don't come near me, she says worriedly. Taehoon doesn't say anything, but his eyes widen and stare so intensely that it scares Seol's mother. Seeing her mother so scared, he just turns away with disdain and says, Shh, the old man's dead, and even his kid is poor. This bastard just spat out a line like a piece of trash, which makes Seol furious. You bastard, you're the reason we ended up like this. But he ignores her anger, immediately grabbing Seol's hand and heading toward the door. As he walks, he says, Come on, You have to come with me to the Andra Guild right now. Ciala uses all her strength to resist. Get off me. I'll never join that trash guild. Trash guild? That's pathetic. I'll show you what real people are like. This guy really reached the peak of being a bastard. After saying that, he even smiles to show off his cruelty. Ciala knows this guy is hopeless, so she grits her teeth and bites him hard. She puts all her power into this attack, causing his wrist to bleed badly. The punk feels the pain and slaps Ciala, knocking her backward. Seeing this, Ciala's mother worries, and Taehoon starts losing his mind. You little bitch, you think doing good deeds is enough to survive? This world's been way too kind to you. You better behave and become my servant. Or do you think you're already tough enough? He says with a terrifying face. Veins bulging on his face. His scary look and threatening tone make Ciala and her mother just cling to each other in fear. Taehoon continues to threaten. Alright, as a player, let's be honest with each other. Basically, he means they're about to fight, but a newly awakened player like Ciala can't possibly beat Taehoon. Her mother knows this well, so she quickly stands up and says, I'll try harder. Please don't do this to Ciala Taehoon, please, she says while holding the jerk's hand. But this bastard ignores her, immediately brushing her hand away, causing her to fall to the ground. Damn it. You're such a filthy creature, he says coldly and heartlessly. Seeing this, Ciala, rushing back to catch my mom. That's why I warned her, but she wouldn't listen. Damn annoying people. This guy's voice was full of irritation, even though he was the one who caused all this. Ciala heard that and angrily glared at him. And Taehoon, seeing Ciala act like that, said, What are you gonna do? What the hell are you waiting for, you bastard? You're such a pain. I've already awakened to level 2. You think you stand a chance? He said while pressing his face close to Ciala. The only thing you got is that ugly mug of yours. You idiot. You gotta join the Andra Guild, then the big boss will. At that moment, he suddenly heard chewing sounds right beside him. That annoying noise made him pause his work and turn toward the sound, and the one making that noise was none other than Kangwoo. While Ciala and his mom were suffering domestic violence, he was just chilling, eating. I don't know if the guy was just clueless or didn't care. Of course, this behavior made Taehoon pissed off. Then he grabbed Ciala's hand and dragged him over to Kangwoo, saying, Unbelievable. This ain't some fancy restaurant. Dude, don't you know how to read the situation? But Kangwoo didn't give a damn. At this point, all he could do was stuff his face. Taehoon said a few warning words, but Kangwoo kept eating like he was starving. This careless act really pushed Taehoon to his limit. He slightly turned around, scratched his head, then immediately spun back and kicked hard, sending the entire dining table flying everywhere. Taehoon's action made everyone feel differently. Kangwoo was stunned stiff. Ciala covered her mouth worriedly. Meanwhile, the bastard Taehoon was still grinding his teeth in anger. Kangwoo took about 2 seconds to snap out of his frozen state. Seeing the delicious kimchi pot he had waited 10,000 years to enjoy get flipped over made him scream in despair. Then he collapsed, kneeling down, staring at the spilled kimchi on the floor. Maybe even in hell, no demon could make him this hopeless. Except for Lilith, Taehoon saw Kangwoo screaming like his parents died just because of a kimchi pot, which was pretty weird. What the hell is wrong with this bastard? Where did you find this beggar? Even Ciala had to hold back tears. Just a moment ago, when her mother was abused, Kangwoo didn't react at all. Now, just a little spilled food, and he's acting like he's about to die. While crying, his face dripping with sorrow over the lost kimchi pot, Taehoon said, Stop whining about food and get up. As he said this, he kicked Kangwoo's body. But unfortunately, the niece didn't know who she had just pissed off, and the next moment, he faced the wrath of the Demon King. You dare kick over my kimchi stew? His voice and aura showed the power of a hellish monarch. So what's the blonde brat gonna do now to avoid selling salt? Facing Kangwoo's overwhelming presence, Taehoon gritted his teeth, endured, then used his power. Right after, both his hands were engulfed in blue flames. At that moment, he tried to calm himself down. No way, he must be seeing things wrong. Thinking this, he seemed a bit less scared and said, Haha, you must have lost your mind. Saying that, he raised his fist, ready to throw a punch at Kangwoo. But just then, a flash of light flew toward him, forcing him to block with his hand. Taehoon knew exactly who launched that attack, so he shouted, What the hell? That attack was from Ciala. Right after attacking, she hurriedly said, Kangwoo, run now. But before she could worry more, Kangwoo immediately formed blades on both arms and charged at Taehoon, ready to spill his blood. Ciala was a bit surprised, probably because she was too worried and forgot how strong Kangwoo really was. Meanwhile, Kangwoo closed in on Taehoon. The blonde guy still deluded himself into thinking he had the upper hand, because Kangwoo's movements weren't that fast. The next attack would definitely come from the left, but how could these noobs see Kangwoo's real move? The left-hand strike was just a feint. The real move was a full power kick. After taking a hit from Kangwoo, he started to gag and spit up water. Damn, that hurt. Taehoon tried to endure the pain and counterattack, but against such reckless attacks, Kangwoo just stepped back a bit to dodge his punch, then delivered a right foot kickback. Somehow, the kick hit his ribs but made Taehoon bleed from his nose. Maybe some internal injury. And after just these 2 hits, Taehoon realized Kangwoo was stronger than he thought, but this was his chance. He grabbed Kangwoo's right leg tightly to limit his movement. Taehoon's thinking was pretty smart, but unfortunately, his opponent was the Demon King. Even in this situation, Kangwoo had countless ways to attack. Though his right leg was held, he still had his left leg, which he used to kick the bastard's face. Taehoon barely regained his senses and swung his sword again after the last attack. Seeing this, Taehoon threw a fiery punch at Oku. Unfortunately, Oku easily dodged, then punched him in the ribs. After that punch, Hun had no strength left to stand. Another feint? Who the hell is this guy? Just as Hee-hoon thought this, his face was pressed to the floor by Kangwoo stepping on his head. Seeing this scene, I don't know why, but I'm loving it. The blonde bastard trembled all over, gathering all his strength to stand up. Who the hell are you? Taehoon said angrily. To answer that question, Kangwoo gave him a blade to the hand. It's not over yet. Stop whining. There are still plenty of punishments waiting for you. Because you dared to spill my kimchi pot, he spoke with deadly intent. Hearing this, Hae-eun glanced up at him. Kimchi? You're going crazy just over a kimchi pot? This guy wouldn't say anything otherwise. Saying that made Kangwoo furious. Just because of you? It's only a kimchi pot? As he spoke, he pulled the guy's face close to his own. Taehoon saw Kangwoo's murderous face and got scared shitless. His voice started to stammer. No, but Kangwoo didn't give him a chance to explain. He immediately slammed his face down onto the floor. Just because of this kimchi pot. As he spoke, Kangwoo kept smashing his head. His voice was full of rage, as if venting all the pain of 10,000 years. Only when Taehoon started gasping for breath did he stop. Kangwoo released his head, then leaned close to his ear and said, When I count to 1, you say kimchi. When I count to 2, you say treasure from heaven, and shout louder for me to hear. Got it? Saying this, he pressed the blade hard into his wrist, making him tremble in pain. Meanwhile, Kangwoo started counting 1. You get it now, he said, while stabbing the blade deep into the guy's wrist, making him tremble in pain. Meanwhile, Kangwoo started counting 1. Taehoon immediately spoke up. Kimchi is. But as soon as he heard him say it so softly, he stabbed the entire blade into his hand and said, Louder. Taehoon screamed like a dying pig when the whole blade pierced his hand. But he still had to endure the pain because Kangwoo had already started counting again. Kimchi is a treasure from heaven, Taehoon said with tears streaming down his face. But Kangwoo was still not satisfied. Not louder? Louder for me. Louder like someone just pissed you off. Louder like when you scream when a girl walks by. Shout louder until your lungs burst. Mr. Gu yelled at him, and at that moment, his face became terrifying, even showing his fangs. Meanwhile, Taehoon could only cry and say, Kimchi is a treasure from heaven. After hearing that, Mr. Gu clenched his teeth. You little brat, you're not satisfying me yet. Say it again. Raise your voice to octave 7 for me. With no other choice, under Kangwoo's intimidating presence, Taehoon took a deep breath and shouted with all his might. Kimchi is a treasure from heaven. His breath was so strong that a tooth flew right out. Only then was Kangwoo satisfied and let him go. Looking at Taehoon trembling like a dead dog lying on the floor, his face coldly said, Remember this, never underestimate Kimchi. Hearing that, Taehoon cried his eyes out. What the hell is this guy? Just escaped from a mental asylum or what? After a while, all the broken stuff in the house was cleaned up. The aunt was also helped by Han Seola to lie down on the sofa and carefully bandaged. As for that bastard Han Toon, he was stuck washing dishes, cursing silently as he worked. Damn it. Why did I have to run into a guy like him? Got beaten up and robbed of my stuff. That damn kimchi stew bastard. Thinking about it, tears started to stream down his face, not sure if it was from pain or humiliation. Looking at his swollen face reflected in the water, Taehoon began to think, Damn it, why? All because of that kimchi stew. Why? Why am I being treated like this? Thinking that, he glared angrily at Kangwoo, but Kangwoo just gently put the cup down on the table and said, What's wrong? Which scared him stiff, making him immediately turn away without daring to say a word. Then Kangwoo continued, Angry and upset just because you got your ass kicked over kimchi stew? With just one sentence, Kangwoo hit the sore spot, and because he still wanted to live, Taehoon quickly denied it. No, sir. After hearing this, Kangwoo didn't reply but just stared at him with a piercing cold gaze. That look made Taehoon break out in a sweat, then Kangwoo started speaking. Go to sleep, eat, and live comfortably. You'll never know how many blessings life has given you, so always be grateful. Cherish your life. Got it? Taehoon quickly answered, Yes, sir, I understand. But those were just empty words from him. Actually, inside he was thinking, Damn it, just wait. After I report you to the Andress gang, you're definitely done for. People say, a gentleman waits 10 years for revenge, but a petty man doesn't wait past midnight. With this kind of thinking, Taehoon definitely falls into the latter category. Meanwhile, Kangwoo was about to pass judgment on him. Hey, when you finish washing dishes, come here. I've been thinking about this, and it seems you're not worth living. You know that yourself. It's not enough to just behave well to live. The world isn't that kind. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but maybe dying would be better." As he spoke, Mr. Gu showed a terrifying smile, and at the same time, his eyes changed. Seeing this, Han Tun started shaking uncontrollably. That was because Kangwoo had activated the fear power of the Orobot demon. In Han Tun's mind, standing before him was a terrifying demon horse, which grabbed Taehun tightly with both hands and pressed the giant eye on its forehead against him. Seeing that huge eye staring right at him made Han Tun panic and feel extreme confusion. Outside, Kangwoo was very pleased with Taehun's reaction. This power would engrave an unforgettable fear deep in the target's soul and turn them into a puppet. Thinking of this, Kangwoo didn't forget to warn him, "Don't say anything about what happened. Now get lost." Hearing Kangwoo's words, Taehun staggered and trembled as he walked out of the room. He kept mumbling words like, "No, don't." He was so scared he even wet his pants. This was a fitting end for those who like domestic violence. Meanwhile, Seol Ah, watching Taehun trembling as he left her house from afar, thought, "This time too, Mr. Kangwoo saved me again." Back to Kangwoo. Although the recent events made him really pissed off, it was just a small stepping stone for his new life. What happened also made Kangwoo realize one thing: he was truly just a poor guy, and he really needed money. While still struggling to find information, he suddenly discovered something surprising. A news page on his phone was talking about a magic stone. Seeing this image sparked an idea in Kangwoo's mind. So he immediately asked, "Seola, Miss Seola, maybe you have a magic stone? Can I take a look?" Seola quickly replied, "Ah, yes sir, just a moment." While speaking, she started searching in her bag. Then she took out a rhombus-shaped crystal and handed it over. "Here you go. This is a grade E magic stone obtained from hunting goblins." Holding the stone in his hand, Kangwoo began to feel something. The article said, "The darker the color leans toward black, the higher the grade." But I couldn't feel any magic power at all. It definitely contains power, but it's not magic. Before, I could sense a little magic, so I thought the magic inside was from the magic stone, but the hidden power in this is a different kind of energy called magic. Thinking about this, he started stroking his chin and wondered, so where does magic power come from? But searching for answers to tricky questions like this has never been his strong suit, so he gave up right after. In short, observing and sensing this magic stone didn't help, so he immediately returned it to Seola. At the same time, he said, "It looks so beautiful. Thank you, Seola." But at least it helped Kangwoo form a plan. "Right now, I have to sell this to make some money. If I want to do that, I need something called a hunter's license." Thinking of this, he asked, "Miss, is there any awakened management office nearby lately?" "Not recently, but the closest office is near that station over there." Seola replied, "I'm planning to go there too. Do you want to come with me?" Hearing that, Kangwoo was even more surprised. "She's going there too?" "Yeah. Honestly, my family situation isn't great, so I took a risk entering the gate. I only realized how dangerous and reckless I was when goblins surrounded me. Luckily, Kangwoo showed up, so once again, thank you." Seola smiled brightly, and her constant thanking made Kangwoo a bit shy. "Haha, no problem. I just want to help someone like you." On this side, Seola also made up her mind. "I will seriously study all the basic lessons. My goal is to become a stage 2 awakened. You'll definitely do great." "Hee hee, thank you. So, shall we go now?" he suggested. "Yes, I'm ready to go. I'm almost done." After saying that, she started running into the room to change clothes. Watching this girl enter the room, he thought to himself, after staring at demons for 10,000 years, I finally found an angel, but I still have no intention of helping her. If I go with someone this weak, my hunting efficiency will drop. Though it sounds a bit heartless, that's the truth. I have to try to minimize losses. My current priority is to regain my power. Because this is Earth, where I returned after 10,000 years. I need to become stronger if I want to survive like I did before in Hell. And while Kangwoo was still thinking, Seola called from behind, "Hey Kangwoo, do you have an ID card yet?" Her words startled Kangwoo. Someone just reintegrating into society like him wouldn't have an ID card. With no other choice, he suggested, "How about we go to the headquarters first?" After a while, Kangwoo held the new ID card in his hand. Although the reissuance process was pretty fast, it made Kangwoo a little sad. The reason was exactly because it was too quick. At first, he thought they had listed him as missing, but they hadn't. That also proved that no one really knew Kangwoo was missing. Even after 5 years, no one, friends, relatives, family, no one noticed or reported to the authorities that he was missing. Meanwhile, during 10 years in Hell, he always longed to return to Earth. It felt like his faith had been betrayed. And while he was lost in thought, Seola spoke up. "Kangwoo, look out the window. We're almost there." Then the cityscape appeared outside the window. At a glance, it really was the standard for a modern city: green, clean, and beautiful. Even though she had seen it many times, Seola was still impressed every time she looked back. Awesome. I really like the view here. Hearing her say that, Kangwoo quietly put the ID card into his pocket and replied, yeah, it's awesome. Not long after, the train stopped, and an announcement sounded. We have arrived at the player management office station. Doors will open on the left. At this moment, both of them were standing in front of a huge building. Ciala started introducing. We're here. This is the headquarters of the Soon Player Management Office. Kangwoo, seeing this building was impressive. So big. Isn't it even bigger than Inon Airport? And while Kangwoo was still staring at this place, Ciala began speaking beside him. Kangwoo, I have something to tell you. This is my old phone. The management office has Wi-Fi, so use this to talk later, okay? As she spoke, she handed Kangwoo her old phone. When Kangwoo received the first phone since returning, he was visibly happy. He thought to himself, she really is an angel. Of course, he didn't forget to say, oh, thank you so much. On this side, Ciala continued. Kangwoo, I'm going in now to try registering for the beginner's lecture. All right, I'm heading out too. I'll call you later. I think I'll finish late, but let's have dinner together, okay? Ciala smiled and suggested. Yeah, of course. Be careful, Kangwoo. Then Kangwoo started walking inside the player management office. Right now, inside there were countless people also doing procedures. The size of this place was no joke. I guess it's because players have become important figures. Thinking that, he started moving forward. Right after he passed a machine, it announced, please scan your ID card to verify your identity. He had done this many times before, so he didn't hesitate. Right after Kangwoo scanned the card, the machine announced, identity verified for Kangwoo. Verification complete. Your waiting number is 18. Please take your waiting ticket. Please follow the path to the examination room along with your waiting ticket. As he said this, he spat out a card for Oku, then a guiding line appeared on the ground for him to follow. So, just by following this line, Oku could reach the examination room. At this time, there were quite a few people waiting there. Soon after, 2 people started stepping out of the examination room. Excuse me, what was your rank in stage 1? Mine was D. Oh, not bad. Do you think you can get AB or higher in stage 2? The older man laughed and said, haha, I can't compare myself to players like Big Kangan or Che Ionju. The younger guy agreed. Those guys are on a whole different level. We can't compare ourselves to the 5 guild leaders, the ones who got S rank during the first awakening stage. I heard if you get an S rank, you might be recruited into one of the big 5 guilds. Honestly, I don't want to stand out too much in stages 1 and 2. At least I want to be recognized later on. Their conversation made Oku think. The big 5 guilds and their leaders, huh? Those include Kim Ji-hyun from Mia, Che Yeonju from Rose, Big Kangon from Taehoon, Dong Hoonju from Srei Che Min, and Yok from Onori. Each guild was founded by a top 5 Korean player. I'll meet them once I recover my strength. The stronger you get, the more you stand out. There's a good chance I've already met them. I have to recover my strength faster than ever. If I get a player title, maybe I'll be much stronger than before. At that moment, a voice called out, Number 18, can you come in here? Hearing his number, Oku stood up. The staff pointed and guided him to his seat. After sitting at the examination table, another staff member began to guide him. Are you Oku? Just place your hand on this orb. When you add your power, it will change color depending on your attribute rank. The higher your rank, the deeper the color. For me, this is no big deal, but standing out too much isn't good, so I'm thinking how to not be too strong during the test. And the result was a total failure. The moment Oku touched the glass orb, it lit up like it was about to explode. That was the moment Oku knew he was screwed. Really screwed. Looks like I showed way too much power. But the female staff member's face remained calm after witnessing this. This is a daily occurrence here. While Oku was still lost in his own illusions, she started announcing, Mr. Oku, you are an E- awakening. You can remove your hand now. Her words made Oku freeze for a few seconds. Maybe he was wondering if he misheard. On this side, the female staff continued, explaining, I will guide you through the important points, D rank abilities and below. Meanwhile, Oku was as crushed as he could be. I know my power is sealed, but dropping to E- is basically hitting rock bottom. The girl didn't know his thoughts, so she kept explaining. First, you will receive an E-rank player card, allowing you to enter gates of the corresponding rank. For higher-ranked gates, you can enter only if accompanied by a guardian. Oku still hadn't recovered from his despair. The damage he'd suffered for 10,000 years seemed to suddenly come back. What do I need to do to level up? Oku said in a completely defeated tone. If you complete the basic course, you'll immediately reach D rank. Another way is to use the magic stones you just traded. You can level up many things with those. It's a good method, Oku thought to himself. Just as Oku was about to stand and leave, the staff spoke up. Please wait a moment. While I prepare your player card, do you want me to help you register for the basic course? It's okay. Mr. Gu replied. Saying that, he left without hesitation. The female staff thought he must be too shocked by his low rank, but in this state, he'd be easy prey inside the gates. If someone is at E- rank, It's better to give up being a player. Just as she thought this, the glass orb beside her started changing colors. This phenomenon caught her attention. Huh? Why the color change? What's going on? Is it broken? She looked closely at the orb, and just as she was about to touch it, it shattered into two. At the same time, the orb turned pitch black. This scene truly shocked her. No way, even Bitch Kang Hun, an S-rank player, only had a dark gray color, so there's no way black could exist. Thinking this, she said, "Reception, please help me replace this crystal orb." So Oku's overwhelming power was accidentally hidden. Back to Oku. He was now standing in front of a gate. There were countless expedition teams recruiting members here, with all kinds of requirements like mages, healers, and warriors, but they all shared one thing: they didn't accept thieves. Oku was a bit curious about this, but that was it. It didn't concern him anyway. Then he showed his player card to the soldier guarding the examination gate. The soldier observed for a moment and said, "I've verified you're below E rank, you may pass." Then Oku stepped through the gate, and when he came out, the scene was completely different. It looked like he was in a forest. Looks like I made it in. I was still kind of scared that this place might be hell. I don't like anything that involves teleportation. It feels weird too. Guess I should start hunting monsters first. Gu muttered to himself and came up with a plan. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Reflexively, Kangwoo tilted his head back and saw a guy as big as a bear standing right behind him, and this guy started talking. "Hey man, you here all alone? Yeah, you're hunting solo inside the gate? That's right. Have you gone through your second awakening yet?" "No, I haven't had my second awakening." The big guy looked super happy hearing Kangwoo say that. "Oh man, looks like you skipped the basic training. An E-rank hunter hunting with a team is way better than going solo. What do you think about that? If you haven't joined any team yet, you could try rolling with us." As he spoke, he pointed to two teammates standing behind him, but those two behind him started yelling angrily. "Hey Tesu, why'd you decide that on your own?" "Yeah, it's not like he's gonna help much anyway." The big guy turned around and shouted back at them. "Come on, you guys know what kind of situation he's in, right? We're gonna save his ass. If you're really that worried, I won't accept any more magic stones from you guys." "Add him to our team," the other two agreed. "Well, as long as he doesn't get in our way." Meanwhile, Kangwoo was thinking, the guy seems decent, but joining a team wasn't part of his original plan, so he declined. "Thanks for the invite, but I'm gonna hunt solo. No team needed." The big guy seemed like he hadn't caught Kangwoo's refusal, so he shook his hand and said, "Now that they're cool with it, let's introduce ourselves. I'm Kang Tesu. Your name's Kang Tesu? I'm Kangwoo. Thanks for that. But I'm not planning on joining any team. Just talk naturally. I might look like this, but I'm only 24. Hearing that, Kangwoo started getting suspicious. What? He's lying? 24 with that face? Seeing Kangwoo still doubtful, he pulled out his ID and said, "See? Born in 1999, I'm a scruffy guy. What the hell happened in the last 5 years?" Gu thought to himself, then said, "All right, then I'll talk more comfortably. Kang Tesu, I appreciate your offer, but I came in here with a specific plan in mind." The two teammates behind him went quiet. Maybe they were thinking, what kind of genius plan could an E-rank have to risk going in alone? Kang Tesu scratched his head. "If you're that determined, there's no helping it. But be careful. This area is home to goblins, and among them is a bigger, tougher goblin called Bob Goblin. It's a boss monster on a whole different level from the regular goblins, so you have to escape it at all costs." "All right, thanks for the advice. Take care then." Kang Tesu turned to say goodbye to Kangwoo and left with his teammates. Watching the big guy leave, Kangwoo thought he was really kind-hearted. If I were a newbie E-rank soldier, I might have joined them. But being alone here is better. Time to go. Thinking that, Gu used his speed, power, and dashed straight into the forest. On the way, Kangwoo spotted signs of goblins. Looks like they're pretty numerous. They must be nearby. Just then, Kangwoo saw the goblin village. Without hesitation, he charged straight into their village. The moment he stepped inside, Kangwoo slashed a goblin with his sword, sending it to the scoreboard. The goblins, witnessing their comrade's death, got pissed and started gathering to gang up on him. And that was exactly what Kangwoo wanted. It's best if these little pests group up so I can kill them all at once. The outcome was obvious, a total massacre on one side. Every strike, Kangwoo could kill several goblins at once, either slicing them in half or decapitating them. After a brutal slaughter, Kangwoo was a bit surprised by how many goblins there were. "Still this many? Then let me send you all off." After a tough fight, Kangwoo finally wiped out all the monsters. "Whew. Killed a lot, but dealing with this many monsters is exhausting," Gu said while looking at the pile of monster corpses behind him. Suddenly, a notification popped up, catching his attention. "You defeated an E-rank monster. Experience increased. You leveled up 4 times. Mana increased by 1. Kangwoo, level 8. First Awakening. First Awakening trait. Gluttonous rank. Trait power is currently sealed. Second Awakening trait. Unlocks at level 10. Profession, Fighter. Strength 9. Endurance 8. Intelligence 8. Dexterity 10. From observing the status board, it seems mana increases with level. But for now, I know there's no mana in magic stones. Then Kangwoo started using his gluttonous power to absorb the corpses. I can sense magic, but the mana source isn't in the magic stones. I feel it throughout their bodies. The strength varies depending on the time of death. That means if I absorb the essence of monsters that just died, I can gradually collect their magic power. Thinking about this, another notification popped up, showing my magic power increased by 2. Seeing this message, Kangwoo was satisfied. Awesome, I can sell magic stones this way, and even earn magic power. Now I just have to pick up magic stones before heading out. If I sell all these stones, how many chickens could I buy? Kangwoo happily thought while picking them up. Come to think of it, I only eat the meat and leave the bones just like when eating chicken. But chicken meat makes people much thirstier. Once I get out of here, I'll probably run straight to the chicken shop, maybe even invite Seola along. Speaking of which, he was also daydreaming about Han Seola feeding him chicken. That image made him drool, and that also boosted Kangwoo's spirit by 1000%. Ha ha. Seola, wait for me. I'll treat you to marinated chicken, crispy fried chicken, and even some pickled radish. But suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from behind, grabbing his attention. When he turned around, Kangwoo's eyes met the sight of a huge gopine charging at him like a tank. Is this the monster Kang Tae mentioned? It's a giant goblin. After seeing Kangwoo, the monster roared angrily, and its weapon-wielding arm was covered in a glowing light. Mr. Gu was shocked by the scene. Magic? This mangy dog can even use magic? Although the monster's use of magic surprised Kangwoo a bit, that wasn't the main issue. When it comes to destructive power, Kangwoo's magic is far superior to this guy's spells, but the difference in physical strength due to weight class is huge. Dodge its attacks as much as possible, and if you do get hit, even if you block it, you'll still get knocked back like a ball. For overhead strikes, you just have to grit your teeth and endure, then quickly redirect its attack. Taking advantage of this, Kangwoo struck it in the face with a sword. Unfortunately, it managed to turn and block with its shoulder armor. Damn it. I got knocked back by its spear because my stats are still low. I need to find a bigger weakness. Thinking this, he used his agility to continuously dodge its attacks, trying to find a weak spot. The monster's attack style was quite versatile. It not only used a sword but also kicked while attacking. Of course, Kangwoo easily dodged with his speed. Seeing this, the monster swung its sword again. Mr. Gu quickly ducked to avoid it. Then he kicked straight into its knee, making the monster kneel down. Just as he was about to follow up with more strikes, it threw a left punch, forcing him to quickly retreat. That strong arm helped it fight well as the top fighter. It's definitely different from the goblins I've killed before. However, officially, it's just a territory destroyer and killed its own minions, so it's simply entertainment prey for me. Thinking this, he threw the skull he had just picked up straight at the monster's feet. This made the monster furious, and that was exactly Kangwoo's goal. That should be enough. Exploding with rage, gathering all the great power and fury of the demon Crossel. Thinking this, Kangwoo charged forward and struck its chest. The power of this strike didn't come from his own anger, but from the monster's own rage. Taking this hit, the monster was pretty affected. It groaned in pain, then tried to endure and launched a horizontal slash. Kangwoo easily dodged this attack, but the trees behind him weren't so lucky. The pressure from this strike alone knocked down a bunch of trees. And somehow, the more the monster attacked, the stronger it got. This power is actually a boost that amplifies the user's strength many times over. Thanks to this boost, the monster swung its sword like a wrecking machine, sweeping everything around. But this boost also had a weakness. Its cost was a curse that turned the target's brain into decoration. The simple, chaotic attacks of a mindless monster create the easiest openings to exploit. Just thinking this, Kangwoo successfully pierced a hole in its leg. Being injured in the knee made the monster collapse immediately. At this point, it started gathering energy for a decisive move. Not sure whose blood that was, Kangwoo's or the green monster's. The green monster lay motionless, Kangwoo's spear piercing through its head. Blood splattered everywhere. Finally, he let out a relieved breath. Looking at his blood-stained hands, Kangwoo sighed softly. So powerless. If I had more strength, it would be so easy. So that means I have to start over again, huh? He shook his hand to flick off the blood, then looked at the virtual letter in front of him with some surprise. Kangwoo clicked it, and a few notifications appeared. You have cleared the monster territory alone. You will receive 150% experience points. You have successfully defeated a C-rank boss monster, H-Bin, he murmured to himself. That's a boss. There was more on the notification. You have leveled up 3 times. This line surprised Kangwoo a bit. Next, you have unlocked your second awakening after reaching level 2. Your special ability for the second awakening has been unlocked. He clenched his fist joyfully. This information made Kangwoo extremely excited. Alright, the second awakening. A note about this power also appeared afterward. The special ability of the second awakening, Insatiable Hunger. Effect. You will absorb more mana from defeated targets when using Gluttony. He thought quietly, alright, Even though it's not a strong skill, Min can absorb more mana now. Kangwoo kept working rapidly on the virtual screen, whispering excitedly, if I use the benefits of being a player, I can get stronger, right? Then let's see how strong my special ability really is. Looking at the huge corpse in front of him, he gently placed his hand on its head, silently activating Gluttony. A dark aura appeared, quickly engulfing the massive corpse. Kangwoo stared at the light swirling around his hand, softly marveling, the aura is darker now. Is this the effect of the special ability? Thinking that, he touched the corpse, leaving only a shadow behind. The system quickly followed up with a notification that insatiable hunger was activated. You will absorb more mana. Your mana stat increased by 3. Total mana is now 19. These numbers surprised Kangwoo a lot. The absorption amount definitely increased. Holding a small energy orb in his hand, he looked satisfied. Defeating strong monsters will definitely make me stronger. The huge corpse was now just a pure white skeleton. Kangwoo squinted his eyes, silently calculating. Ho-won how? Let's see how this mana increase affects things. He closed his eyes, beginning to feel the mana flow from earlier. Now it surrounded him again. But Kangwoo was a bit surprised by his power. He thought he'd be at least twice as strong as before. He clenched his fist tightly, suspicion rising, even more than he expected. 3 times more? It increased that fast. Kangwoo silently marveled, his power suddenly skyrocketing. This could be dangerous. The mana aura rose, enveloping him into a virtual scene. Maybe Kangwoo sat down fully, feeling the ground beneath his feet. This place was the mana gate of Ma Diat. It seemed he discovered something. Silently thinking, I know this. Kangwoo's brows furrowed tightly, feeling a bit restless. The ceiling layer on the mana gate of Ma Diat had weakened. He lowered his eyes, carrying confusion. But why shouldn't there be any other special changes besides awakening? Glancing at the virtual notification board beside him, then suddenly realizing something, Kangwoo cheered inwardly, making a guess. Don't tell me every time I unlock an awakening, you unlock the second awakening after reaching level 2. Unlocking the second awakening weakens the ceiling layer on the mana gate of Ma Diat even more. He smirked confidently, his gaze becoming more determined. If that's true, then if I keep leveling up, I might regain my original power. If so, there's even more reason to reach the higher level gate. Kangwoo stood straight, cheering himself on. All right. He picked up the gem under the monster's skeleton. Kangwoo grinned weirdly, playing with the gem in his hand and whispering. The next goal is the third awakening at level 20. A while later, at some busy eatery filled with chatter, among them was him and Exiola sitting and eating like they hadn't eaten in ages. Kangwoo just stuffed a piece of chicken into his mouth. His other hand didn't wait and grabbed the next piece. He devoured each bite deliciously. After swallowing, he grabbed a beer cup, then chugged half of it in one go before slamming the cup down on the table, shouting out loud with satisfaction. That's enough. The girl sitting opposite, watching him eat happily, smiled and asked, Is it that good? Kangwoo wiped his mouth with his hand and replied, Yeah, it's really good. Then Exiola wanted to tease him, throwing a killer question. Better than the kimchi stew I cook? The question successfully made Kangwoo speechless, hesitating over the answer. After a moment, he seriously replied, Even so, I like your kimchi stew better, just waiting for that. Exiola laughed and said, I'm just kidding. You're really funny. Kangwoo raised his beard to hide his embarrassment, smiling awkwardly and responding, Is that so? She knew she went a bit too far, quickly picking more food onto Kangwoo's plate. Here, Mock, you eat mine too. Kangwoo exclaimed happily. Are you sure? But before Exiola could answer, he quickly said, Thanks a lot. Suddenly, she fell silent for a moment. After a while, Exiola hesitated before speaking. Kangwoo, if you don't mind. Kangwoo was still chewing happily, looking up at her. Exiola paused briefly, then continued, Do you have any friends or family? The question made Kangwoo freeze. The atmosphere suddenly strangely quiet, even though the chatter around them was still lively as usual. He raised his beer and finished it, then slammed it down again, but this time it seemed a bit melancholic. I don't have friends. The plate Kangwoo hit fell to the floor, clattering rhythmically. He answered sadly, Family. Even home, too. Exiola looked at him, worriedly probing. So where do you sleep? Kangwoo bent down, hiding his current emotions as he answered Exiola in the calmest tone. I actually don't have anywhere to go. But his hands holding the plate trembled slightly, revealing his true feelings. Seeing that, she made a suggestion. I don't know if you'll be okay with this, but if you don't mind, would you want to stay at my place? Hearing this, Kangwoo's eyes widened, shocked, asking again, Huh? Are you sure? Exiola reached out to grab another plate from the box and said, Yeah, in this short time, you don't know how much you've helped me. Don't worry about it. She smiled, explaining. Kangwoo scratched his head, embarrassed, shyly responding, Then I'll accept your offer. Taking the plate from Exiola's hand, he happily said, Good luck to both of us. Exiola also gave a loud okay and teased, I'll have to rely on you to take care of me too. Kang Kangwoo looked at her fondly, thinking he seemed to have a lot to say. After sitting for a while, he suddenly remembered and shouted out loud. Oh, and one more thing. I have something I want to give you. Kang Kangwoo pushed out a thick envelope and said, this should be about 3 million dong. Xeo La's eyes widened in shock and quickly asked, huh? But why? Kang Kangwoo calmly replied, just consider it my lodging fee. She waved her hand, stammering, saying, if that's the case, I can't accept it, she whispered sadly. You've already helped me so much. If I take this money, before she could finish, he cut in with reassurance. You've been spending a lot lately too. I know you're having a hard time. Xeola hesitated but didn't refuse further. He pushed the money forward and pulled his hand away from the stack, saying, no need to feel pressured, because I also eat from you. If you don't like me calling it lodging fees, then I'll call it grocery money. Looking at the stack of cash lying bare on the table, Xeola had no choice but to accept it, helplessly exclaiming. She really hugged the money tightly, her eyes watering as she looked at Kang Kangwoo. Thank you so much, Kang Kangwoo. He forced a smile and said, no need. Then Xeola immediately made a proposal. Then tomorrow I'll use better meat to cook kimchi stew. It'll be even tastier than before. Hearing that, he practically drooled, excitedly joining in. Are you serious? Feeling nothing but happiness inside. I get to eat kimchi stew every day now. I knew it. Xeola really is an angel. I'll sell magic stones to make money and make her happy. Just thinking about it made Kang Kangwoo cry tears of joy. Then, as if remembering something, he paused his actions and asked, hey, is there a D-rank gate nearby? She thought for a moment and replied, if you're looking for a D-rank gate, there is one nearby. Though I haven't been there myself, I heard it's full of lizard people. Kang Kangwoo shoved a piece of chicken into his mouth, his eyes drifting into thought. Lizard people? I have to go there. I have to defeat stronger monsters and unlock the next awakening faster while earning more money. While thinking, he didn't forget to eat. His hand kept grabbing pieces of meat from the plate, his mind still wandering. But really, is lizard meat tasty? Thinking about this, Kang Kangwoo opened his mouth to ask, Xeola, is it possible? Xeola led Kang Kangwoo to a bedroom that hadn't been used for a long time. She introduced, this room used to belong to my brother, but now you can use it as you like. Kang Kangwoo stepped into the room with his personal belongings. He politely replied, thank you very much. Xeola sat down on the single bed in the room. He expressed sincere gratitude to her. Thanks to you, I can finally have a comfortable sleep. Xeola blushed slightly in response. It's nothing. Maybe seeing that it was late, she didn't stay to bother Kang Kangwoo resting anymore. She stepped out of the room, turning off the light for him as well. Well then, good night, Kang Kangwoo responded softly. Yeah, good night. The door closed, but not completely, leaving a small crack that let light from outside shine into the dark room. He looked at that light for a moment, then silently lay down on the single bed, thinking, this is the comfort I haven't felt in 10,000 years. Too quiet, too comfortable. It really was the right decision to come back here. Somewhere else, a lot of people were gathering, as if they were preparing for a very important mission. Here, the activity of recruiting teammates and recruiting people for their groups was bustling. The first person called out, I'm looking for a healer who has awakened to stage 2. The second shouted, I'm looking for people with special abilities higher than C rank. The third group recruited, we run a team ready to accept you quickly and safely during the awakening to stage 2. Kang Kangwoo thought silently that since he had reached D rank, there should be teammates here. While he was searching for teammates alone, he accidentally caught sight of someone kneeling down begging to join a team. Please let me join. I'll keep order and help everyone with bandaging or something. The other person flatly refused. These guys don't accept people who only know how to bandage. Kang Kangwoo was a bit surprised. That's him again. At this rate, they'll have to accept him. I feel bad. He walked up to the player's rank verification gate. The soldier on duty checked his card and confirmed. All right, we have confirmed you are a D-rank player. Kang Kangwoo still had some doubts about Teo's story earlier, but then he put it aside. Well, it's not my business anyway. Kang Kangwoo stepped through the D-rank gate. He looked around for a bit, then finally lay down on the grass. So this is the D-rank gate. Should I move stealthily? Meaning what? Kang Kangwoo immediately activated silent power mode. He questioned himself, the lizard person. He remembered what Xeola had said. They're sensitive to sound but have poor eyesight. If you don't approach silently, they'll immediately pounce on you. The lizard people are large lizards, walking on 2 legs like humans, and about the size of an adult human. Except for these 2 features, they look no different from normal lizards in appearance. Kang Kangwoo's eyes lit up. Good, I found them. Xeola had once briefed Kang Kangwoo about the lizard people. They also fear fire, so if there is a fire mage in your team, it will be more effective during the lizard people hunt. Remembering this, he immediately used the power of the demon Enza, Hellfire, to burn all the lizard people present at the scene. Because their eyes can't see the future clearly, they got caught in the fire. They struggled, jumping into the water, doing everything instinctively to put out the fire. Kangwoo just stood aside watching, silently reminding himself, you can't put out hellfire the usual way. If you don't use magic power or sorcery to suppress the fire, you'll never be able to put it out. And since it burns your life force, not just your physical body, you'll only leave behind a corpse for the enemy. Speaking of which, Taehoon's guild name is Enzaga, right? I think he just picked some random name. I mean, if nothing works, I can just destroy everything myself. After seeing the lizard people completely lose all their power, there's still another group of them behind me. Kangwoo turned to look at them, wondering if he should hunt more. Should I hunt another pack? Just as he was hesitating, someone's voice cut through his thoughts. A guy asked, judging by his gear, he must be new. Want to join our hunting guild? Kangwoo wasn't really interested in this topic, he just asked out of politeness. What guild? Ho-Run introduced. We're the Raw Guild. Kangwoo looked at the group and replied, I'm not interested. Then he turned and walked away, leaving that guy behind. Ho-Run looked at his attitude, angry and confused. What the hell? Such an arrogant brat. Looks like a newbie but not humble at all. The woman beside him quietly asked, what should we do, honey? If he just leaves like this, the guild leader will, he interrupted. Well, if that's how it is, just take half his life and dump his body somewhere. It's been a long time since we got some relief. Let's teach that bastard a lesson in life. His face darkened, showing a not-so-clean ambition. Leaving that group behind, Kangwoo continued hunting the lizard people, using his old moves to defeat them all. After taking down quite a few, he thought to himself, looks like I cleared out the whole neighborhood. Staying safe is good, but to level up fast, a little danger won't hurt. Kangwoo was looking for something shining with purple light, probably the combined power of all those lizard people earlier. He stared at it, stroking his chin thoughtfully, wondering what to do next. Lost in his own world, suddenly a voice startled him. Gripping the glowing object tightly, he reflexively turned toward the sound. He analyzed the voice and realized the guy seemed to read his mind. He said, don't you remember? I'm your senior. I was wondering if the newbie hunter was any good, so I came to check it out. Kangwoo observed him quietly and judged that the people before only looked at him, and he could tell for sure this guy was the kind of scum who bullied the weak. Kangwoo acted indifferent, thinking his worries were pointless. As you can see, I'm doing just fine here. Ho-Run looked at him, a bit contemptuous. Is that so? But your clothes are still clean, and there's not a single corpse around. Kangwoo replied with a casual tone. Because I wanted to take a break, Ho-Run snapped. But why do you treat your senior so disrespectfully? Because being nice only brings trouble. Kangwoo decided not to hold back. He answered, because I find you a bit annoying. That calm tone drove him crazy. Damn bastard, how pissed off is he? The more Kangwoo acted indifferent, the angrier he got. What? You want to fight? Taehoon, standing behind, couldn't hold back his rage and lunged forward. But before he could finish, a hand shot out to stop him. Ho-Run calmed him down but then said, don't worry, I've got a way to teach this cocky bastard a lesson. Kangwoo thought to himself, if this guy's already this disrespectful, he's probably the lowest of the low. Ho-Run sneered. You're a tough one, huh? But I'll make you regret it right now. Kangwoo showed no fear. Instead, he looked excited. This is gonna be fun. Ho-Run gripped his sword tightly. Let's see how long you can keep messing around. Then he slammed his sword and the iron forearm guard, making a huge noise. His teammates warned, hey, don't you know lizard people are super sensitive to noise? Kangwoo looked at him like he was a dumb show-off, not knowing what he was trying to do. Adorable. Not only did he slam once, but he went crazy and slammed again, even harder. The noise successfully attracted the lizard people, causing ripples on the water's surface. He was thrilled and prepared a defensive spell. After raising his shield, he looked at Kangwoo with contempt. What are you gonna do to stop me? With sound alone, I can distinguish hundreds of types. This might be a bit overkill to teach a cocky brat like you a lesson, right? So if you kneel and beg, I might reconsider before beating you to a pulp. Now you're so scared you can't even speak? Only then did Kangwoo calmly reply, I was wondering how strong you guys really are, but turns out it's just that? Ho-Run caught the hint of disdain in his voice and couldn't understand, asking, what the hell are you talking about? Kangwoo was showing those guys how to scare someone. If you want to scare someone, at least do it like this. He spread both hands wide, gathering power, then used supersonic force. Just one clap from him was dozens of times louder than Ho-Run's sword hitting his forearm guard. Of course, he couldn't use it again while standing there. This is just the beginning. He was terrified. What the hell? This crazy bastard stopped. Maybe he was about to fly up and then stomped hard on the ground. But because those people begged, he gently landed back on the ground and replied, what's there to panic about? What the hell is going on? This bastard's day just keeps getting darker. The lizards appeared from all directions. They had found the hound group's location. From inside, he sighed. He's really crazy. The woman's scared. I've never seen so many lizards show up like this. Another guy didn't even give her time to panic. Hey, Focus and fix the shield now. The Hound group started arguing among themselves. You're crazy? Trying to drag us all down with you? From underground, Kangwoo flew up to a branch and asked Hound, aren't you the one who said lizards are super sensitive to sound? I know that. I know it well. 8 lizards began attacking fiercely outside the shield. At that moment, Ho-Run shouted, 70% angry, 20% desperate, 10% confused. You bastard. Are you really crazy? Planning to kill us all just to vent your anger? Kangwoo calmly replied, what are you talking about? I have no intention of dying. From the branch, his eyes grew more dangerous and his words sharper. The only ones who have to die here are you guys. He stood on the branch, looking at their cramped group inside the shield, struggling against the lizards gradually surrounding them outside. This was the power of sound energy. Seeing the lizards not even touching Kangwoo, he panicked and guessed it was a sound control skill. Ho-Run yelled at his teammates, pull that barrier back up, quick! His teammate was attacked by a lizard, pierced through the stomach. Others looked at him with hateful eyes, scared, crouching down on the ground. Because before their eyes, teammates were falling one by one, unable to fight back. He tried to cover his mouth with both hands, holding back sobs. The ultimate helplessness he couldn't resist, couldn't do anything else. The only thing he could do was sit there, trying not to make a sound. The weapon in the unlucky teammate's hand fell beside Hound. He trembled. Help. Save me. Please. I was wrong. Please. In response to his desperate panic was Kangwoo's indifference. He gently uttered a few words. Lucky bamboo bee. Then, he clenched his fist and made an extremely loud noise near him. Hound was completely hopeless now, screaming in despair. The bastard couldn't escape fate. He was attacked by the lizards and died in pain, helplessly fighting demons, with even crueler demons and a killing intent stronger than ever. Kangwoo stood on the branch, observing everything. Kangwoo used hellfire, burning everything, and when things settled, he decided to collect the spoils. So, shall we get started? Kangwoo used the gluttony skill. The system notified his mana increased by 1, but he couldn't continue using gluttony on the object protected by the Guy A system. Seeing this notification, he was confused, thinking the Guy A system sounded familiar. Then he suddenly remembered. Standing amid this chaotic scene, he thought maybe what he was seeing, those players here, were protected by this thing, also called the Guy A system. I want to see if I can digest it. The special ability of players using gluttony. He looked at Hozun's corpse. Beside it was a magic stone. Kangwoo sighed softly. Well, it doesn't matter. The amount of mana I can use is still the most important thing. The system notified his mana reached 30. He looked at it and marveled at how much his mana had increased compared to before. It's not just about the amount of mana. After collecting everything, Kangwoo tried activating Hellfire to test. Then he realized the quality of his current mana was what really mattered. I just need to level up once more. Really looking forward to the third awakening. I've hunted too much today, so the third awakening can't be far off. He stepped forward, picked up the stone beside Hound's corpse, and headed back. I'll keep going a bit more. 3 days later, at Xeola's house, Kangwoo carried the whole pot and happily slurped up all the food Xeola cooked. He didn't hold back his praise. Today's still as delicious as always. Xeola? Xeola replied. Thanks, Kangwoo. Are you heading to the gate to hunt again today? Kangwoo thought for a moment and answered, yeah, I'll probably be back by dinner. Xeola lifted the electric kettle and sighed softly. Aren't you pushing yourself too hard? You haven't rested for a few days yet. Kangwoo smiled and replied, I'm fine. Remember something? He asked her. Xeola, when does your class end? She answered, I think I'll be done in a few days. Starting today, we're going to hunt dwarves to level up. I don't know if we'll do well, but I want to awaken the second time soon. She brewed tea while chatting, and Kangwoo encouraged her sincerely. I'm sure you'll get there soon, she replied. Thanks. She handed him another cup of tea before leaving. You must be tired from lack of sleep. Kangwoo sincerely thanked her, thinking, this is an angel. In the quiet moment, remembering something, Xeola spoke up. Oh, I almost forgot. I just remembered. Can you help me find out about the gate? She asked. Have you heard any news about the gate? He wondered. What news? She shared what she knew with him. There's a rumor that high-level players are around it. It might be false, but we should still be careful. Hearing this, Kangwoo thought, high-level players disguise their ranks and attack others. He wondered if the rumor started from that bastard or not. Then he denied it himself. No, he had checked the whole room before hunting. No witnesses at all. Looking at the corpses, it seemed they were killed by the lizard man. If the rumor was about him, he wouldn't have to worry much. But he couldn't be sure. Kangwoo muttered. He should prepare for all possibilities and level up as fast as possible. System notification. You have reached level 20. When you reach level 20, you will awaken for the third time. Third awakening activated. He felt his magic power increase a lot from before, thinking silently, but this time it's a whole different class. To test out the new power, he said, Let's see. He tried using the Hellfire technique and then judged it exactly as he expected. But there was still something bothering him inside. Every time he awakened, the seals of countless demon gates weakened, and demonic energy leaked through the weakened seals. On the ground appeared a magic stone held inside something like a monster's mouth, all covered in purple, making the blue stone stand out even more. Oh Kangwoo thought silently, a magic stone. Should I take a quick look? System notification for Oh Kangwoo. Awakening attribute pseudo stage 3. Craving for demon mana attribute grade A. You can convert the magic in the stone into demonic power to absorb. Picking up the magic stone from the ground, he silently evaluated. The stone's quality wasn't bad at all. It had demonic power value equivalent to a monster already. This means I can double my demonic power absorption speed. Oh Kangwoo felt a bit regretful, thinking he might lose some money if he sold the magic stone. Then he decided, well, I've earned quite a bit these days, so I don't really have a reason to go to the Magic Stone Trading Center for now. While fiddling with his phone, Oh Kangwoo suddenly had a pretty great idea. Since there's still time left, I want to explore this new ability a bit more. So I should hang out in the forest a little longer, right? No sooner said than done. He immediately took off his outer jacket and wrapped it around his waist, starting his journey to explore this place. Oh Kangwoo squatted on the ground, using the power of the sky to launch himself up high, observing everything more easily. Hovering in midair for a moment, he suddenly realized something. Now that he thought about it, he still hadn't met that lizard man boss yet, huh? I want to try absorbing a magic stone with a slightly higher quality. This forest really limits visibility. Oh Kangwoo sighed regretfully. I don't have enough demonic power to use the omniscient power now. While he was busy observing everything around, a voice came from somewhere. Hey, what are you doing? Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, he silently wondered. That voice was Tae-so. Just as he guessed, Teo was standing opposite Taeho and Chunyo. Teeth clenched tight, Oh Kangwoo flew closer to that area and observed all of Taeho, his voice full of contempt. You damn four-limbed freak! You're seriously disgusting tough. Chunyo chimed in. That fits perfectly with his stupid brain. But he was tougher than I thought, hiding behind a tree. Oh Kangwoo wondered, what's going on here? This was clearly something unusual. His eyes shifted to Teo, lying face down on the ground. Teo's voice roared. What the hell is going on? After watching for a while, he finally remembered that person. Wasn't that the guy who always wandered around looking for the team alone? Teo growled angrily at the two others. Why did you guys attack my team member? Chunyo. His tone was full of disgust. Damn, your yelling sounds pretty good, Taeho reminded him. What if you accidentally attract the attention of that violent lizard man? He seemed not to care at all. He kept questioning. Answer me straight. After observing for a while, Oh Kangwoo drew a conclusion. Just by looking, it was clear he had been betrayed. It seemed those bastards were the troublemakers mentioned in the rumors. Then he quietly sighed in relief. Just as I thought, that's not really me. Taeho raised his weapon to attack Teo. He shouted angrily, why the hell? Shut up and do what they say. He rushed to attack Teo, who used his shield to block, but the force was so strong he was pushed back. Teo did nothing else. He gritted his teeth, breathing heavily. Chunhyo commented, this guy's really tough, Teo asked. Is he really a pseudo-stage 2 awakener? How is he so strong? Teo's hand clenched the shield, slamming it hard on the ground, creating a golden aura around the area, his voice full of determination. I won't lose as easily as you want. Chunhyo then answered Teo's earlier question. He must have awakened with a pretty high attribute. Taeho approached Teo without turning back. But still, someone who hasn't even passed the third awakening has no chance against these guys. Teo's eyebrows furrowed tightly, just like a needle core weaving. Taeho licked his beloved weapon's handle. His eyes turned sinister. Let's end this here, Chunyo kindly reminded. Remember, we're not allowed to kill him, right? He replied. Of course, Oh Kangwoo wondered. They can't kill him. What does that mean? His eyes darkened as he silently observed the whole scene. Oh Kangwoo looked at Teo, quietly hesitating. I came here just out of curiosity. But should I help him? Taeho used a strong tone to remind Teo. Remember to keep your shield up. This will hurt a bit. Oh Kangwoo was startled when he saw his weapon. Wait, that's Oh Kangwoo. He immediately dashed out from the bushes standing between the two. Taeho coughed and turned his back to Teo to get a better look at the weapon. Then Antrak confidently declared it was demon power. How the hell do these guys even have that? Taeho looked at him confused. Who the hell are you? Just passing by? Chunyo sighed. This bastard's really unlucky. Seeing the person in front looked familiar, Teo was momentarily surprised. One of the two on the other side spoke up. Since you know who we are, don't even dream about walking out of here alive. Only then did Teo suspiciously call out, Oh Kangwoo. Taeho stared at Oh Kangwoo and asked Chunyo, there's no reason to take this guy alive, right? Chunyo replied matter-of-factly, yeah, obviously. Teo regained some composure. We've already hit our quota with those two. Taeho smiled slyly. Isn't that right? All right then. He slowly raised the weapon and stepped toward Kangwoo. So for the first time in a long while, Teo hurriedly warned, Kangwoo, run. Taeho kept going. I'm about due for a good beating. Gotta get my wish fulfilled. He swung the weapon hard at Kangwoo. But unlike his forceful attack, Kangwoo just flicked his hand lightly, sending him flying back to the shock of his teammates. Chunyo, sitting on the ground, asked Taeho incredulously, What the hell was that? What's wrong with you? He held one side of his face and turned back. Not me. Something's weird. Before Taeho could attack again, Kangwoo charged and punched relentlessly, landing every hit. Taeho was stunned. Seeing Ho getting beaten badly, Chunyo's team spirit kicked in. He grabbed a stick and charged at Kangwoo, yelling, You bastard. Kangwoo, emotionless, used the power of the destructive black hole, attacking both of them one in front, one on the side, handling them quickly with no wasted moves, moving so fast it was like an illusion. Chunyo got hit, screamed miserably, his hand worse off, his face swollen like a pig's head. Probably even his own mother wouldn't recognize her beloved son. Kangwoo stepped toward him, grabbed his hair to tilt his face up, voice void of any emotion. Answer me. Let me ask you this. Where did you get that demon power? Taeho, though beaten badly, didn't answer immediately, but snarled, You bastard! How do you know about that? Before he finished, Kangwoo slammed his face hard onto the ground. Grabbing Taeho's hair, Kangwoo growled again, I'm the one asking here. Answer nicely. I'll ask one more time. Where did you get that demon power? Despite his bruised, swollen face like a pig's head, he still kept his mouth shut. I can't tell, Kangwoo denied. No, you don't want to tell me. He had to use the terrifying power move to force him to talk. Sure enough, under the brutal torture, Taeho, trembling with fear, finally blurted out two words. The leader has. Before he finished, his teammate interrupted. Shut up, Seo. Are you even conscious? Because he was too annoying and ruining the big plan? Kangwoo punched him. Stay still. Cheon-ho got hit, flew backward, and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Kangwoo continued questioning. So you just said the leader. What's the name of that group? Taeho answered almost immediately. Njia, the Njia group. He knelt down trembling. Our leader held a ritual and gave me this power, Kangwoo asked curiously. A ritual? What ritual? Taeho stammered. Seeing this, Kangwoo stepped closer, squeezed both his cheeks. Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson. Tell me. He continued the interrogation. This time, trembling, he stuttered, Ritual, then died, writhing in pain. Seeing no valuable info coming out, Kangwoo clicked his tongue, looked at the corpse, and guessed, they must have installed a device that kills the subject if they talk about the ritual. Taeho carefully asked, Sorry, you're Kangwoo, right? You're Kangwoo, right? Taehoon had just woken up. Yeah. What's going on? Taeho was excited and happy to see a familiar face. I know you, Kangwoo. I met you before. He then turned to Taehoon. You awake now? Taehyun. Taehyun sat up, looked at him, and asked. Taeho introduced. The player named Kangwoo saved us. Then he remembered something. He immediately asked Kangwoo. But I thought you were at the E-rank gate? Kangwoo replied casually. I went there to do some stuff, that's all. Recalling the scene of their meeting that day, he asked as if confirming, So, you're not a new player? He answered, Yeah. Oh. Taeho solved his doubt, happily shook Kangwoo's hand. Anyway, thanks. Without you, we'd have died from those crazy idiots. His big hand gripped Kangwoo's and shook hard, looking a bit funny. Taehoon stood nearby, blushing shyly. Scratching his ear, I want to thank you too. But maybe because I'm shy. My voice was too soft to get attention. Taeho laughed loudly. But Kwao, I didn't expect to run into you like this. And you're a high-level player too. I'll definitely repay you. Kangwoo smiled politely in return. Alright, thanks. Thinking back to those Enza Gia guys, his tone was a bit contemptuous. But those Enza bastards, their reputation isn't great either. Still, I didn't expect them to have someone using demon power. I have to report this immediately and warn the Hwagang Legion about it. Hearing the strange name, Kangwoo asked, Hwagang Legion? Taeho explained. It's a group of players managed by the government. If we report that the Onjia group is using players with demon power, they'll investigate right away. Kangwoo stroked his chin, intrigued. Really? Tessa, don't report what happened here right now. Tessa was a bit surprised. Huh? You mean? Kangwoo made his decision clear. When the guild comes out, I'll handle them myself. Tessa agreed. If you're the one asking, then I get it. Even though I can't understand Tessa's logic, in the end, Kangwoo reluctantly accepted. All right, first, forget what happened here. Tessa immediately dropped to one knee, surprising him. Huh? Tessa said solemnly. I, Tessa, will follow your orders. I'll help your journey make the guild pay for what they did. Kangwoo was shocked. What? Tessa continued to personally punish their wrongdoing. What you're doing? Kangwoo's heart stirred. What is he saying? Tessa was full of spirit. That kind of heroism only happens in movies. Kangwoo immediately dismissed it in his mind. Not at all. Tessa, I like it a lot. I also like movies. That was Kangwoo's inner voice. Tessa's determined look. Tessa, have fallen for your heroism. I owe you. I want to join this journey with you and repay you along the way. He was confused for a moment. What? Looking at Tessa's excited face full of spirit, he silently compared. He's just like Dad, bragging. Taehoon suddenly bowed his head and shouted loudly, surprising Kangwoo a bit. I also want to thank you. I know right now I'm just freeloading, but I'll definitely find a way to repay you. Kangwoo saw him acting like that and could only smile wryly. Freeloading? Kangwoo recalled the earlier conversation. It meant those bandits should shut up and wrap themselves up. Those bandits are known for being bad at handling damage and defense. This term was made because they wouldn't let us join other teams. Oh, so that's what it means? A big hand quickly caught Hun. Tessa spoke up. This is our destiny. He laughed loudly and patted the guy next to him on the shoulder. If you want to repay him, why don't we form a team now? Kangwoo stood there helplessly watching the two of them, silently sighing. For whose benefit is this? Taehoon was so moved, tears welled up. He clenched his fists. I really appreciate it, but right now I can't do anything. I've been defeated and become the biggest burden for you. Tessa bit his lip a bit and looked to the side. Hearing him speak, Taehoon shouted, I'm determined. I want to get stronger so I can support you both. See you later. Tessa laughed loudly, patted him on the shoulder, praising, your chivalrous attitude is real. Your courage and willingness to train harder to repay others is truly admirable. Kangwoo faced them with a strange look, helplessly thinking, are these guys crazy? Taehoon bowed again. Well, I'm off now. The two beside him waved politely. Is that so? He stood there thinking, well, having someone owe you isn't bad. Then he looked over at Tessa, chatting with Taehoon. Tessa told Trong, I'm thinking, but what should we do with this bastard now? Kangwoo suddenly spoke up. Uncle Tessa heard him and quickly replied, yes. Kangwoo asked, what level are you now? Tessa answered, I'm level 12. I just had my second awakening not long ago. He continued probing. What was your initial skill level? Tessa was excited. My special ability at the first awakening was grade C, so I leveled up by hunting Kangwoo, he said with a curious look. He asked again, so what's the special ability grade at your second awakening? Tessa leaned on his hands, a bit proud. My special ability at the second awakening is grade A. He stood there silently admiring. You actually have more potential than I thought, bastard. Kangwoo probed again. Then why not join a guild? You can join any guild you like. Tessa closed his eyes, explaining, I was pretty torn about which guild to join, but now I don't need to join any guild anymore. Kangwoo was quite surprised by his answer. Tessa clenched his fists, voice full of determination. I, a real man, have decided to follow you. Kangwoo? Yeah. He laughed loudly. Kangwoo stood there watching him, thinking, good. He imagined Tessa's development. Players who get a high grade at their second awakening can have stronger abilities in their third and fourth awakenings. He smiled gently, thinking of Xe-O-La. Come to think of it, Xe-O-La also awakened the second time early, huh? Then he spoke up. All right, from now on I'll recruit you. This made Tessa excited, shouting loudly, thanks! Kangwoo pulled out his phone. Give me your contact info. If you need help, I'll come right away. He exchanged contact info while speaking. All right, actually I have something to ask too. Tessa's eyes suddenly flashed. Go ahead, Kangwoo. Kangwoo looked a bit troubled. Move aside. You're making me tired. After exchanging contact info, he handed the phone back to Tessa and instructed, in the next few days, my acquaintance will finish basic training. I want you to form a team with that person and level up together. They continued chatting. Tessa asked, can I know that person's class? Kangwoo replied, she's a healer, Tessa happily said. Then I'm glad to join with her. Damage dealers are pretty common, so I'll try to make a really strong team. Kangwoo was satisfied. Good, I'll contact you later, Tessa asked again. Now you're going to the old guild. He looked a bit somber, staring into the distance. At this moment, Cheonho was struggling, getting hit, slammed against a tree, groaning in pain. Awake now? A familiar voice rang out. Kangwoo pressed Cheonho's neck under the tree root, voice full of threat. I have some questions. Better not lie. If you understand, nod. He patted his shoulder after seeing him nod. Then Kangwoo continued questioning. What's your name? He quickly answered. I'm Kang Cheonhong. Satisfied? Very well, Cheonhong. Not long ago, you said you needed to capture players alive and bring them back, right? He hesitated, voice getting softer. I don't remember. Kangwoo immediately kicked Cheonho's head hard, making him scream in pain. He grabbed Cheonho's head. How about now? Remember? He answered fearfully. The reason for capturing them alive was to offer them as sacrifices. Kangwoo growled. Sacrifices. That word suddenly sent chills down Cheonho's spine. His eyes reddened as he looked at him. Kangwoo shoved him aside, thinking to himself, there are crazier guys than I thought, remembering that bastard Tae-hyun was like that. Then he gave a slight smile. Kangwoo clenched Cheon-ho's jaw tightly, his eyes red, his face showing a sinister expression. Cheon-ho, I got a job for you. A miserable figure dragging a suitcase through a narrow alley stopped as a voice called out, You are Kang Cheon-hong? He gripped the suitcase tightly and replied, That's me. The person opposite shone a light directly at Cheon-ho and asked, You and Tae-ho went hunting for sacrifices together, right? Seeing his bruised face, the other person kept asking in surprise, Then why did it take so long for you guys? Whoa, what's wrong with your face? Didn't you just go to a low-level gate to hunt sacrifices? Where's Tae-ho? Cheon-ho stammered. Tae-ho's dead. The other looked confused. What? He nervously handed the suitcase over. Just take this sacrifice and go use it. The other questioned further. Tae-ho died in a low-level dungeon? You think I believe that? Cheon-ho trembled, pushing the suitcase forward. It's true. That's just how it went down. The other still wouldn't let it go. How is that possible? What do you mean by that? Then he reached out to take the suitcase. Among them was a high-level player. Cheon-ho dared not look straight, stammering, That's how it is. Yeah, thanks to that bastard Ho. I already brought that bastard as a sacrifice. The white-haired guy sat down, carefully inspecting the corpse inside, still breathing, then tapped Kangwoo's face. Not bad condition. Then he shone the light on Cheon-ho's face. But something was a bit off with him. He covered his face, voice a bit uneasy. Since Tae-ho died, my feelings are kinda complicated. Cheon-ho quickly stepped back to let the other check. What's complicated about that? The fewer people, the better. The white-haired guy grabbed the suitcase and stood up. Since you submitted the sacrifice, we'll receive the divine blessing. And since Ho died, all the magic power goes to you. Damn. So this time you didn't use even a bit of that power? He said sarcastically to Cheon-ho. The other sighed. Did that bastard Kang Cheon-ho kill Tae-ho himself? Maybe he wanted to take all the good stuff. Cheon-ho got angry, turned his head. Screw you. You take the sacrifice. Do whatever you want. I'm out. The white-haired guy was confused, calling out, Hey, where are you going? He looked at Cheon-ho's struggling figure, quite puzzled. What's wrong with that bastard? Dunno. It's really because Tae-ho died that he's so upset. He didn't see it. At this point, Cheon-ho's face was pale, sweat pouring down, looking way more emotional than expected. Inside the scene, one of the people pulled the suitcase inside. Guild leader. A subordinate spoke up but was cut off. You're late? The guy replied respectfully, Yes. Then continued reporting. Those guys said a high-level player blocked the path, so Tae-ho died in battle. The guild leader spoke again about the sacrifice. The subordinate pushed the suitcase forward. Right here. The guild leader ordered from above. Bring it over quickly. We don't have much time left. The subordinate opened the suitcase respectfully, replying, Yes, sir. Everyone's voices echoed simultaneously as they saw the guild leader carry Kangwoo up to the altar. The immortal and undying Enya, the blessing of the great Enya, the power of the great Enya, the guild leader thought. Everything is going according to plan. Echoes rose all around. O great supreme one, please grant your servants your extraordinary power. The guild leader leaned on his cane, opening his coat while thinking. I've been transformed for almost a year now, and my followers have steadily increased. Any godly person would naturally crave great power, and I can satisfy their hunger for this dark magic. The guild leader smiled with satisfaction, removing his mask. Now, let's begin the ritual. Doc Hai ordered those below to prepare the magic stones. The subordinates responded in unison, their voices growing louder. And Ravidai Doku opened a box full of sparkling stones, his mind filled with desire, craving this power. He looked at Kang Kangwoo lying there, face full of satisfaction. The more they crave, the more my body, my heart, and this power will become increasingly corrupted. At this rate, I'll become a true demon. Dae Ok Hyun laughed with delight. Who's getting blessed today? A subordinate kneeling nearby suddenly spoke up. At first, it was Kang Cheon-ho, but he refused to participate in today's ritual. Deokyun was a bit confused. Really? Looks like no one will be blessed today. The man's words made the people below uneasy. What? Then what now? The guild leader's angry voice cut off their chatter. Silence. Dae-ok, hi, spoke in a deep tone. If you want to be blessed, bring the offering and magic stones up here. Those who don't work hard don't deserve the blessing. The subordinates shrank back, bowing respectfully in unison. Yes, sir. The guild leader continued. Also, without my guidance, you won't even get a chance to be blessed. If that's the case, these unclaimed offerings belong to me. Dae Hyun shouted excitedly, starting the ritual, making the atmosphere surge intensely. Yes, sir. This guy slammed his staff hard onto the ground, shattering a stone and creating a wave of power around him. A red circle appeared beneath the altar. Deer Snail Hyun looked at this power flow, feeling happy inside. With these magical stones, I'll be able to grant blessings a few more times. Alright, good. That means I'll get stronger by absorbing the magic leaking through this crack. A spectacular scene unfolded, power streams tearing through space, creating a long fissure. Snail's face was full of excitement, the overwhelming power of magic. He really wanted to absorb it immediately, but he thought, absorbing like this is too dangerous. If I absorb it directly without mediation, death is the only path. This guy touched Kangwoo's body, veins popping up on his skin. If I let these sacrifices absorb magic until they die, then absorb the blood of those corpses, I might absorb the purest magic. Like this, Snail Hyun can control the power inside to sacrifice the one lying there. The magic will swallow you whole, and you'll lose your life. That night, looking at Kangwoo, he sighed. He endured quite well. Is his awakening level A or something? Dear Snail Hyun smiled even more delighted. The longer they last, the more magic they absorb. Feels like 5 times the effort for 10 or 15 times the result. This bastard is truly an unimaginably strong sacrifice, and the amount of magic he's absorbing is insane. The magic I absorb will keep increasing every day. Dear Snail Hyun watched this scene, laughing loudly, screaming miserably. This guy counted in his head 17 times, 20 times, 30, 40, 50. Dear Snail Hyun felt something was off. Why does it keep increasing endlessly? Snail Hyun started to panic. Step back, customer, wait a minute. Stop, stop now. I said stop. Please, please stop. His actions made everyone standing below start to panic. Dear Snail Hyun shouted loudly, face panicked. Stop. The power gradually dissipated. This guy knelt down, face pale. Dear Snail Hyun trembled, scratching the ground repeatedly. Impossible. No way. Kangwoo finally sat up, full of awe. His stats instantly jumped by 20 points. Dear Snail Hyun couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? This guy exclaimed. How did you do that? Kangwoo chuckled softly. Hey, what kind of ritual is this? Can you do it again for me? He smiled brighter and pointed at his mouth. Just one more time. Dear Snail Hyun sat there trembling. You're totally useless. The screams grew louder and more piercing, making everyone even more anxious. This guy quickly gathered power and charged at him. That bastard Kangwoo lightly dodged to the side. The two started. One attacked, the other dodged, creating a chaotic scene. He looked at Dear Snail Hyun with a provocative expression. Not bad, huh? The guild leader got angry, using all his strength to rush and attack Kangwoo. A loud collision sound rang out. Dear Snail Hyun focused his power on one spot, repeating the action again. Then a large sphere attacked that spot. Everyone was shocked to see Kangwoo in a different form. Magic haze. Kangwoo shifted into the powerful iron wall form. He sneered. Having magic is definitely convenient. The guild leader shouted angrily, ordering his subordinates. What are you standing there for? Attack him now. Then, everyone below charged forward. Kangwoo wrapped power around himself, forming a blade, then struck hard at the opponent. Everyone who charged started falling after being hit by Kangwoo. He slashed swiftly at each person, one hit causing them unbearable pain, collapsing to the ground. A voice echoed, "Get out of here." That damn fool. Everyone around saw an opportunity when they saw Snail Hyun. Guild leader, if you're the guild leader. Snail Hyun started activating his power, his smile growing wider. Look here. Fire that can destroy the essence of life itself. The power of hellfire complete. Gathering a large fireball, Kangwoo stood there, stunned for a moment, then covered his mouth and turned away laughing, making Snail Hyun even angrier. Though I don't know how you use magic, you're far from defeating the power. Before he finished, Kangwoo had already gathered an even bigger fireball. Snail Hyun's eyes widened, staring at his sphere. That can't be. Dear Snail Hyun trembled, eyes rolling back, stammering. What is that? This is really absurd. He stepped back a few paces, eyes wild, showing panic. He looked at Kangwoo's terrifying smile, thinking, something like that exists. Truly absurd. Looks like I can't defeat him. Dear Snail Hyun shivered, slowly extinguishing the fireball in his hand. He knelt before the power. Kangwoo spoke. What are you doing all of a sudden? Dear Snail Hyun suddenly shouted, this is the true form of the great Enzajia. He was a bit surprised, only uttering, huh? This guy clasped his hands and bowed. The god has long awaited your incarnation. You are the king of our gods, the deity and embodiment of salvation, the true king who will rule this realm. Then he looked up excitedly. What are you all doing? Hurry up and pay respects. Kangwoo pretended he had been sacrificed the power of the heavens, wondering if he should play along. Dear Snail Hyun excitedly looked up at Kangwoo, laughing loudly. Finally, you realize I am the great Enzajia you mentioned. The king of fire, lord of hell, and ruler of all demons. Dear Snail Hyun bowed even harder. The king of all demon gods pays respects to the great king of fire. Kangwoo laughed heartily. Right. Tell your subordinates to scram. I want to talk to you alone. The two began their conversation. Kangwoo asked, what's your name? Dear Snail Hyun answered, I am Dear Snail Hyun, he continued. All right. Kang Dok, Hyun, Let me ask you a few things. This guy stammers a lot. Yeah, go ahead and ask, then act all tough. The Great Demon Kangwoo felt a bit annoyed. Hey, cut it out, you already know I'm not Enzajia. Kai-un looked up and asked, so who are you? He angrily grabbed the collar of this guy and shut him up. Kangwoo stared at the guy opposite him. I don't want to hear any questions. Got it? You only answer what I ask, understand? That made the guy tremble. Yes, yes, he growled, showing a threatening look. How the hell did you manage this? How did you learn to create cracks with magic from magic stones? Kai-un's hands and legs shook as he answered. I learned how to create cracks after hearing a sermon. Kangwoo was curious. A sermon? The guy was sweating like a waterfall. Exactly. One day, a man wearing a demon mask approached me and said I could achieve eternal life if I followed the demon cult. Kangwoo slapped Oh Kai-un right across the face. Damn it, how could you agree to a stranger's words without knowing what it was? The guy lay on the ground explaining, Sir, it's because he was too powerful, the guy told. In the blink of an eye, he overwhelmed my guild and told us to choose between following him or dying. We had no other choice. We had to accept the sermon and obey his orders. He continued probing. So where is that masked bastard now? Shook his head quickly. I really don't know anything. Since that day, I haven't seen him. We receive orders through cats. Kangwoo poked the guy with his weapon. But why did you risk your life following orders like that? Timidly bowed his head. Sir, it's because he was too powerful. He sighed, thinking to himself, obviously, from the start they were forced. But under the sweet temptation of demon power, he started those rituals early on. Who could that guy be? Demon cult? Seems like it's still not a recognized sect, but those bastards know how to drive people crazy. Can't be underestimated. Kangwoo raised his voice, ordering, the letters containing orders, give them to me. Oh Kangwoo quickly responded to him, yes. Yes. Then hand over the letter here. Kangwoo was a bit puzzled. What? Only one? The guy trembled, his face showing submission. That's right, he nodded. All right then. Kangwoo began opening the letter to check it out. Accept demon power and become a demon, recruiting as many players as possible. At this moment, his neck veins bulged. Kangwoo spoke to Daeok. Hi-un, are you the only one who got the sermon? The guy glanced secretly and replied, I'm not sure. I haven't met anyone else yet. He leaned on his hands and stood up. Is that so? Then thinking, this bastard can't be alone. Unless they're a bunch of idiots. Or they can't carry out this plan and trust only Kang Daeok Kai-un, especially since this is their plan to increase their forces. He grabbed Daeok Kai-un's collar tightly, his voice full of anger. Those bastards, they dare to turn this place into hell? I'll tell you 3 things. Listen carefully. First, investigate the demon cult. Second, never perform those rituals again. Daeok Kai-un, collar gripped tight, cried out in response. Yes, yes, sir, he continued. Third, keep everything that happened between us a secret. Remember this well. Kangwoo emphasized each word, scaring Daeok Kai-un, his voice growing louder. Yes, 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 I understand. Then he kicked the guy out. Now get lost. He started thinking, even if I stop these acts from happening again, the mess caused by the guild is already exhausting. This isn't the first or second time they've used guys like this as scapegoats. The government forces are paying more attention now. They'll catch me as soon as I start investigating the demon cult's actions. But it's worth investigating these guys. I've used the power of fear, so no info can leak out. As soon as they achieve their goal, I'll retreat. He sighed. Today was tougher than he thought, then sighed again. Time to rest now. At this moment, Kangwoo had returned home, feeling cheerful. Zao la. I'm home. A surprised voice rang out. Kangwoo was a bit surprised. What's up? Xio la worriedly came closer. This is the question I should be asking you. You entered the gate a long time ago but haven't contacted me at all. Not even answering your phone. Oh my god. Kangwoo took out his phone and scratched his head. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Something unexpected happened. I'm fine. Xia la breathed a sigh of relief. I was really worried you'd get into trouble. Kangwoo looked at her gently. Thanks for worrying about me. I'll definitely contact you next time. Xia la was a bit shy. I'll wait here, okay? Then she turned to the kitchen. Now that you're home, I have to make dinner. Kangwoo's face showed craving as he replied. Of course, kimchi soup. She was happy. All right, he smiled softly. Tsk, I knew you'd want to eat kimchi soup. I'm already simmering kimchi with meat. That made Kangwoo even more excited. He clasped his hands and laughed loudly. Every night you cook a really good meal for me. Thanks a lot. Xiola was not formal. No problem. During today's hunt, I awakened for the second time. It's time I repay you. Kangwoo was a bit shocked by this statement. Huh? You awakened for the second time? Xiola laughed nervously. Listen, Kangwoo, I'm proud of that level. I received a special ability called the Blessing of Light with this second awakening. He clapped along with her, quietly happy inside. If we team up with Taeso, we'll be unstoppable. A healer with a high-level special ability and a tank. If these two combine, we'll definitely be stronger than other teams by far. Kang Kangwoo sat down and asked, "Has any guild invited you yet?" Exiola turned away, smiling quietly. "Plenty." He kept asking, "So which guild are you planning to join?" She lowered her head shyly. "Honestly, I don't intend to join any guild. Instead, I want to help you." Kang Kangwoo, huh? Kang Kangwoo sat down, feeling amazed inside. She really was an angel, but he spoke up, saying she had indeed awakened with a high-level special ability called Xeola. Still, he didn't think she should join his guild. That comment made Xeola hesitate. Kang Kangwoo continued to explain more clearly that right now, she wouldn't be able to help him much. Xeola hung his head, a bit hurt. "I understand." Kang Kangwoo looked at her with a guilty expression. He shook his head, thinking maybe later, but not now. He had become much stronger than others at the same level. If he formed a team now, he wouldn't gain much experience or participate in big battles. To properly train himself, he needed to recruit people at the same level. Suddenly, Kang Kangwoo spoke up. "I know a tank with an A-level special ability. I think you should team up with that tank and level up while gaining combat experience. That's what's important for you." Xeola replied while cooking, his face slightly flushed. "All right, go ahead." When she gathered enough experience, they could form a team and try to enter higher-level gates. This surprised Xeola quite a bit. She smiled happily. "Okay, I'll team up with that tank you mentioned." Kang Kangwoo continued chatting. Since both had high-level abilities, they could level up quickly. Xeola smiled even more joyfully. "Yeah, I want to level up fast to join you." Kang Kangwoo comforted her. "It won't take long. Until then, I'll support you whenever you need." This warmed Xeola's heart. She replied, "Thanks, Kang Kangwoo." He sat there watching her, thinking, "Yeah, this is an investment." Then he pondered, "So when will Xeola and Tessa level up?" At that moment, Xeola brought out a pot. The kimchi stew was ready. Kang Kangwoo's eyes lit up. "Kimchi stew?" He excitedly looked at the bright red pot in front of him. "Thanks for the meal." Xeola carried another pot and used tongs to grab food from it. "Wait, Kang Kangwoo, today you're eating this too." Kang Kangwoo's eyes shone even brighter than before. It was instant noodles. To him, the pot of stew was like a divine light shining in the room. Kang Kangwoo's hands started trembling as he reached for the chopsticks. "Damn cult bastards, I don't know who you are, but I'll protect this world with my noodles and save it with my kimchi stew." No matter what happens, the next morning at the player support center, the girl at the counter explained, "C-level player cards will be sent out tomorrow." Kang Kangwoo asked, "Can't I get it today?" She only got the answer, "No." The girl explained, "From C-level, magic recognition has to be added to the card, so it can't be issued immediately." When the C-level card was issued, she kept explaining until Kang Kangwoo understood. After leaving the center, he was thoughtful. Xeola said it would take about a day, but it was still inconvenient. Kang Kangwoo sighed, realizing he hadn't rested since returning to Earth. "I'm really tired. I haven't done anything to those cult bastards yet. I should take this chance to rest. But what should I do while resting?" Before being dragged to hell, he didn't have much money, so he killed time reading comics on Chu Hot newspaper. He looked at his phone, then turned it off. "No more of that," he decided, looking up with determination. "I'll do things differently than 10 years ago. I struggled to come back to Earth. I have to enjoy it. Let's see." Then he glanced to the side. "Huh?" Kang Kangwoo entered an internet cafe and sat down, surprised. "This is a gaming cafe? The chair's so comfy." Then he looked at the screen. "Oh, what's this? Can you order food here? Is this heaven?" He tapped the image of a bowl of noodles on the screen. "Nice. They say instant noodles at internet cafes are the best." As for the game, Kang Kangwoo was excited. "I have to play the most popular game. Looks like there's an event too," he pondered. "Support tank. Form a 5-person team with different roles, almost like real life. So my role will be the quick killer and the one causing chaos in battle, maybe even breaking the game. I choose you." The game sound played, the game started. "Welcome to League of Legends." Kang Kangwoo's eyes lit up. "So that's how it works. I get gold every time I kill a monster? Always a newbie?" Inside the game, he was getting roasted badly. Kang Kangwoo thought he should teach them a lesson. Suddenly, a staff member's voice rang out. "Your egg instant noodles are ready." He glanced at the chat roasting him and replied to the staff, "Ah, yes. Just leave it here." The staff happily placed the bowl down. "Here you go." Kang Kangwoo slurped noodles while watching the screen. The aroma was amazing. He ate happily. So good. Then he grabbed a piece of radish, pickled radish too. Kang Kangwoo's eyes lit up, his face full of excitement. "So delicious. Pickled radish with instant noodles is the perfect combo. I'll eat this again next time." The strawberry soda quenched his thirst too. This really is heaven. Suddenly, a player's scream from the screen caught his attention. "Huh? What's going on? Did I die?" Kang Kangwoo was surprised. Behind him, a piercing scream rang out. "Damn it! This bastard just showed up when I was about to hit Bronze 4. Kang Kangwoo wiped the drool from his mouth and turned around. "Hey, who yells like that?" A red-haired girl stood behind, angry. "Who are you? What are you looking at?" I'm not in a good mood. Look away. She looked at his screen. Huh? What's this? What a coincidence. Not sure if it's lucky or unlucky. The girl approached Kang Kangwoo, her tone full of sarcasm. You're even eating egg instant noodles in the middle of a match, Kang Kangwoo replied. Seriously, she's just all about threats. When I was still being decent, she should have just scrammed. Damn bastard, Kang Kangwoo asked, a bit confused. What are you talking about? Who are you? The girl got even angrier. What? What do you mean by that? This damn game hacker. Then she stepped forward trying to grab him. She was a bit surprised when she missed. Kang Kangwoo blocked her hand and asked with some suspicion, Why are you attacking me all of a sudden? Stop bullying innocent people. Suddenly, the girl's hand shot out again, forcing him to dodge once more. Her arm missed again. She looked at Kang Kangwoo, thinking, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Then she gathered her strength and lunged forward again. He seriously dodged the opponent's strike. They kept exchanging moves, one attacking, the other dodging. The girl's anger seemed to reach its peak, throwing rapid punches. Kang Kangwoo watched carefully while dodging. The girl's eyes widened, then she clenched her fists tightly. A surge of power flowed into her hands. She asked cautiously, Who are you? Did the Miwai Guild send you here? The red-haired girl stood opposite, probing, her hands clenched in a defensive stance. Kang Kangwoo noticed this and thought, the Miwai Guild is one of the top 5 guilds. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not part of any guild. She tightened her grip. How dare you lie to me? Someone like you not belonging to any guild? Kang Kangwoo was a bit confused. Shouldn't I be in a guild? So, which guild are you from? The girl smirked confidently. My guild? Mine's one of the top 5, the most notorious guild around. Hong then thought, damn it, I should have kept that a secret. I got too worked up. Calm down. Kang Kangwoo ignored her and walked to the cashier. Please give me the receipt. The clerk smiled awkwardly. Sure. The girl, angry at being ignored, shouted, Where do you think you're going? I'm talking to you. Kang Kangwoo sighed, turned around with a slightly troubled look. Oh, you noticed already? The girl fumed. Your disappointed face pisses me off. She stepped closer. Don't mess around. Answer me properly. I've never heard of an A-rank player not in a guild. He quickly showed a card. The girl was surprised. A game ID card? She stepped back, disbelief written all over her face. Are you really a newbie? Kang Kangwoo nodded lightly, putting the card in his pocket. Yeah, so, behave yourself. I almost died back there. She thought silently. What? If he's really a newbie, I should have beaten him already. Is that really a game ID card? Kang Kangwoo walked away, his voice lazy. You done talking? I'm out. The staff bowed lightly. Respectfully, have a nice day, leaving the girl standing there. Huh? She tried to call after him, but no sound came out. She wondered if that bastard had already left the place. Her face grew thoughtful, pondering something. I've lost all my powers, so I'm too weak now, but I still have the combat reflexes from years of experience. However, I didn't expect to meet someone at my level so soon. Especially that last move, she vanished from my sight in an instant. Kang Kangwoo's eyes seemed to glimpse a power beyond his expectations. Who the hell is she? He exhaled, relieved to have gotten through that situation. Suddenly, he felt something below. In a room, a hand gently pulled the door open, a foot kicked off the wall, and a figure slipped through a narrow alley. Her eyes lit up as she pulled out her phone, thinking, all right, no one's around, and this much white noise should be enough. Her fingers tapped the phone, and the other side answered, yes. She thanked Du. This is the Red Rose tactical team. Connect me to HR. The other side replied respectfully, yes. A voice came through, yes, this is the HR team leader of Red Rose. She said, Balak, Oh Kangwoo. HR? Oh Kangwoo asked, what's going on? Guild leader Du spoke warmly. Her eyes flashed. Order received. Hi, Kangwoo. I need you to investigate something important. Hi, Kangwoo was curious. Do you mean a cultist? Du clenched his fist. Maybe yes, maybe no. Seems like he's hiding his identity. Very suspicious. I've checked the player card he has. His name is Kang Kangwoo, and it says he's a game ID player. Hi, Kangwoo responded. A game ID player? That means he won't have a communication device. That makes faking it much easier. A C-rank game ID card. But if he's a cultist of the game ID, he'd be roaming around killing players of the same rank. Du quickly objected. No, his skill level isn't that high. He's skilled enough to predict my moves. On the other side, Hi, Kangwoo said, even if you don't go all out, no cultist has had the skill to react to your moves until now. She thought about his words. Right. I've investigated the cult deeply, but no one can match my level. Definitely not. But that bastard, those reflexes, could he be? She pictured the fight with Kang Kangwoo. The other side continued. Based on his skill level, he could be a manager or a leader. Does that mean the cult is getting serious? Du slammed the wall angrily. We can't ignore that ability. Find more info on him quickly. Hai Kangwoo replied, yes, understood. Then she hung up. Du was thoughtful. Whether he's part of the cult or not is unclear, but one thing's certain, she held the torn shirt button in her hand. Kang Kangwoo looked at the shirt missing a button. Ah, my button got ripped off. Guess I still couldn't avoid it completely. Both in different places. Deep in thought. Does that mean you think the cult is starting to get serious? Yeonju punched the wall angrily. We can't overlook that possibility. Quickly find more info on him, Oh Kangwoo replied. Yes, understood. Then she hung up. Yeonju was thoughtful. It's still unclear if he's part of the cult, but one thing's for sure. She held the torn button on her shirt. Kangwoo looked at the shirt missing a button. Ah, my button got ripped off. Guess I didn't completely avoid it. Both of them, in different places, were thoughtful. That bastard is stronger than me. Both thought about the other, their inner power flaring. Yeonju clenched her fist. If he really is a Dankar-dae and can fight like that, just by talent, then I won't be able to stand by. Kangwoo looked at the game shop sign from earlier, muttering, I thought I'd finally get a break, but I'll probably have to go to the sea-level gate as soon as I get my player card tomorrow. Kangwoo thought, as long as he exists, there's no guarantee I'll keep my high-level player status. To prepare for the future, I have to get stronger. At the internet cafe, Yeonjo looked at Kangwoo's seat from earlier, clenching her hand, a flash crossing her mind when she saw the screen. Yeonjo got angrier. That damn bastard. I'll definitely find and kill you. She clenched the button until it shattered. At Kangwoo's place, he suddenly got goosebumps. What the heck? Suddenly feeling creepy. Kangwoo stood before the teleport gate, checking it out. The Mokdong Dankersi gate. He thought there's a spot inside. Whatever it is, I gotta hunt fast. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wait, the gatekeeper spoke. You can only enter if you're a Dan Kursi and in a 5-person team. Kangwoo was a bit surprised. Huh? Why? The staff hurried to explain. The leader Cho has appeared inside the dungeon. Solo players are banned whenever the boss appears. He replied, Ah, I get it, he thought silently. The boss shows up right when I just got the paper. Lucky. Nearby, people by the gate were chatting. Today's the boss spawn day. What do you want to do? Crazy? How can we beat the boss? Then let's split into groups today. Kangwoo looked at them, thinking the Dan CC gate is really different. Way better weapons and tighter control. This is the biggest problem. If I want to conquer the whole dungeon, I have to go alone. What should I do? One of them spoke excitedly. All right, let's take down the leader's head. We'll get 1 million gold. Kangwoo stood outside, seemingly paying attention to this. Oh wow, everyone next to that guy kept responding excitedly. Yeah. He looked at the group chatting behind him. What should we do? Honestly, I'm not confident. Kangwoo looked at them, thinking about their doubts. Just looking at them is scary. We're doomed. Recklessness in their words. Maybe we should just skip today's hunt? Fear in their words. Or just go wild and hope for the best. A wicked look appeared on Kangwoo's face. He thought a little madness would be great. He channeled power into his hand. I don't need to do what those Lin guys did last time. Usually, the guy in front of the group still talks about 1 million gold. That's a lot. And it's been quite a while since I became a Dan Kurde. Honestly, the boss is too strong for us. Kangwoo raised his hand, pushing a burst of power into that guy's shoulder. Just a little push. Just a little, he controlled his power. The power of frenzy, full of confidence. And that was enough to influence them. The blonde guy seemed controlled, suddenly saying, Hey, why are we just standing here like this? Everyone started to panic. What's wrong with you? He began telling a story. Even back in middle and high school, we got beaten by bullies, and we could only imagine tearing them apart in our heads. It was hell. But then, the gates opened, and I thought my dream came true. Finally, I have power. I'm done crawling like some bug. That's what I thought, but what the hell is this? Why the hell are we losing hope because of those monsters? He shouted louder, like he wasn't willing to accept it. The person next to him started freaking out, staring at him. What's wrong? What's going on? You're acting kinda weird today. Then it seemed like he lost control too. You're right. Why the hell are we always so scared? We just need to kill them all. The guy behind shouted along. Yeah, I'm never gonna forgive those bastards who killed my little brother. Damn it. I'm gonna kill every single one of them. I'll wipe them out and claim the reward for all the crap I've been through. That's right. They kept going. We can't keep wandering around these low-level dungeons anymore. Those words seemed to piss off the team captain, who also started yelling. Damn right. I'm too damn tired of living like this. Whether they're monsters or not, I'll make those who look down on me kneel before me. Everyone standing there started shouting with determination. I'm gonna kill all these monsters. I can't take it anymore. Damn it. So what? Let's wipe them out. Chop off the boss's head. The guard standing by the gate looked pretty confused. Huh? What's wrong with them? Why are they suddenly yelling like that? The blonde guy flashed his card and shouted, Hey, open the gate fast! Everyone rushed to the gate, ready to kill the boss. Open the gate now. The guard started to panic, watching them charge at the gate. What the hell is going on? I've never seen anything like this before. Then he reported to the gate control department that a huge group of players was gathering here, requesting the internal affairs team to assess the situation. The staff was busy reporting, not noticing a shadow rushing past behind, jumping inside. The joyful cheers outside kept ringing, with voices shouting, Destroy them! Chop off the boss's head! Hell yeah, I'm gonna claim all the rewards. Excited, he started moving inside the gate. As soon as his foot touched down, he began observing his surroundings. The desert was totally different from the swampy terrain before. It was so damn wide. He scanned ahead, realizing finding the boss would be pretty damn hard in this vast space. Do I need to use the power of the sky? Then he glanced at the status bar and said out loud, now I see. Looks like I can use this, huh? Let's see. The magic power stat is over 50. That should work. He checked his stats. 23 dexterity, 21 endurance, 20 magic attack, magic power stat converted to 53, intelligence 11. Alright. Should I use it? He started jumping onto a nearby cliff. After hopping over a few mountains, he landed somewhere and began using Ada Dao's power to observe. Chilling eyes started scanning everywhere across the desert. Information overload. Too much. Let's see. He focused and noticed a huge boss moving across the desert. Good. There it is. Kangwoo wiped the sweat off his face, but there were a ton of soldiers around the leader. He got excited watching the group from before. Oh wow, they're pouring in. Nice. Below, the group was causing chaos outside. Happy. Time for the fourth awakening. Let's go chop the leader's head off. The blonde guy shouted loudly. Kangwoo stood above thinking he could use those guys. He jumped off the cliff and moved to another spot. I'll use those players to deal with the soldiers, then I'll handle the leader. Kangwoo scanned around, but first, he had to lure them in. Alright, time to start the attack. He began casting a skill with his palm. A black energy surged from his hand, forming a long sword. Kangwoo spun the sword with both hands, then swung it down. His eyes flashed a bloody red line as the power struck straight at the boss. The status bar popped up. Dungeon boss leader has been defeated. Experience points will be awarded. You dealt the most damage to the boss. Your experience points will be tripled. You have leveled up 4 times. Kangwoo's jaw dropped, surprised. What? One hit and it's dead? He looked at the dead boss below, his face full of shock. That's the boss? Kangwoo nervously checked the stats window, thinking, how come the dungeon boss is so weak? No way. It's not weak. The info says it's a boss suitable for this dungeon. I'm just way stronger than I thought. I planned to hunt carefully. Kangwoo rolled up his sleeves, but with this much power, he created a scythe on his hand and stepped closer to the monsters, a smirk forming. Time to change plans. The monsters shouted loudly, charging at him. Kangwoo stood still for a moment, then cracked a slight smile. His eyes turned devilish. If that's how it is, I'll slice you all in half at once. He dashed through the monsters, leaving a slash across their bodies. He quickly retracted the blade in his hand. Black streaks appeared on the monsters' bodies. Their wounds healed fast, but it was like a fire ignited inside. Long blades started protruding from their bodies, making huge, bulging lumps appear. The deadly scene made Kangwoo pretty satisfied. Watching blood splatter from the monsters, he smiled brightly, feeling pleased inside. One attack shattered the power of the sword inside them. With the magic power I have now, it's no big deal. The status board popped up again. You successfully defeated a pack of dungeon monsters. You leveled up 2 times and received the Earth Sword skill. Skills are considered more effective abilities. Kangwoo was amazed seeing that skill on the status bar. Skills, huh? I heard players can get them when they have enough special power. Kangwoo's blood caught the monster's attention. He let a little blood drip from his fingertip. Well, let's test it out. The blood drop hit the ground and formed a barrier beneath. The monsters got a bit scared, stepping back a few paces, too afraid to advance. Suddenly, circles appeared under their feet, and a blade shot straight up, piercing their legs, forcing them to scatter in panic. But as they ran, blades appeared from nowhere, quickly chasing after them, each blade slicing through the monsters' bodies, cutting them into pieces. After that brutal display of slashing, Kangwoo moved to the corpses. Yeah, that really worked better. So now it's time to enjoy the fruits of my labor, huh? He started using his hunting power move on them. Kangwoo slowly glided past, watching the scene of purple monsters devouring the others. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Magic power increased by 2. He was a bit puzzled, disappointed. Only 2? Kangwoo thought to himself. Is it because my magic power stat already reached 50? My magic power only increased by 2 after using all the mana stones? So that's what they meant when they said the stats get harder to raise. My leveling speed is still pretty good. Only 4 more levels until my 4th awakening. Then let's hunt a bit before heading back. Meanwhile, the group from earlier was complaining, tired. Hey, where's the boss? I thought we'd go big this time, but I don't see it anywhere. Are you sure the government didn't mess up the count? Forget the boss. We don't even see the soldiers anymore. Yeah, all we've seen are some trolls running away weirdly, and no sign of the boss's body. There are traces, but no corpse. They started getting frustrated and decided to head back. Yeah, that's the best choice. Just a little further. Damn it, this isn't right. How could they mess up the count? Should I file a complaint or something? Kangwoo stood hidden by the rock edge, sighing softly. Seems like the wrath power still works. I should quietly join them and use them to get out of here. The people ahead kept complaining. Why so pissed off today? Is today some special day? Those bastards said there was a boss, so we should be ready. Everyone started leaving the gate angrily. They blamed the guards. How could you guys mess up the timing? If I knew this, I wouldn't have taken the day off. How are they going to compensate us, he thought, watching from behind. Good, just like this. Suddenly someone shouted loudly for silence. Kangwoo immediately paid attention to that voice. He looked straight ahead, and people started whispering after seeing those blocking the path. What's going on? The Jiang Flower Team? Why is the Jiang Flower Team here? Is it urgent? No matter how mad, don't risk your lives like this. Why so many? What's happening? I just want to get home fast. Such a waste of time. Look, a white-haired girl appeared, walking toward the gate. Everyone got a little uneasy. Isn't that Jiang Flower Team Captain? Beach Hoa on? Huh? Yeah, that's right. She stepped forward, slammed her sword sheath on the ground silently. We have something to say to you, players. Hoa On said grimly, glancing sideways. Recently, we received info about chaotic players at the D-rank gate. Chaotic players meaning those with power beyond normal levels, so we will randomly check players at or above the third awakening stage. We ask everyone to cooperate voluntarily. People started whispering again. Chaotic players, huh? I've heard rumors too. Kangwoo was hiding in the crowd. He sneered, thinking, looking for chaotic players? At that moment, staff began checking everyone. Wait a moment, please show your player cards. Kangwoo looked at her, feeling a bit nervous. They can't find me, right? Hoa On reassured everyone. Don't worry, the check won't be complicated. Some players are on our list, but today we'll only do a preliminary investigation and leave. Kangwoo stood there confused, thinking, did I cause trouble today? They aren't talking about me, right? He carefully observed around. If it really was him, it would be dangerous to resist now. There are too many eyes, so no chance to hide. Especially that woman named Hoa On. You can tell she's tough to deal with. His eyes flashed with killing intent. If possible, he wanted to quietly retreat. How to escape now? Suddenly, a voice called from the side. Please show your player card. Hoa On held out her hand. Did you lose your card? Kangwoo got a bit flustered, quickly replied, wait a sec, then handed over his card. He panicked inside. Was I worrying too much? Seeing her frown, he sighed in relief. Seemed like he wasn't detected. He frowned but thought he should be more careful from now on. Chaotic players have started acting up. Should I try to get more info from her? Kangwoo spoke, thanking her for the check. Hoa On examined the card carefully, sat silently, and sent others to do the rest. He thought she was a great girl, he muttered admiringly. She scrutinized the card, her eyes flashed with seriousness. Recently, there seemed to be many chaotic players. That's why we often do random checks like this. After finishing, Hoa On returned the card to Kangwoo. I've confirmed it. He smiled brightly, reaching out to take it. Ah, yes, thank you for the clearance. Kangwoo frowned, hearing her tone. Hunting monsters is enough to live on. It's scary how people can kill each other for money. He tried to pull back the card reluctantly. Probably, money is scary. His eyes showed satisfaction. Exactly. I think so too. But inside, Kangwoo felt conflicted. They already knew chaotic players weren't after money. The government is also targeting the cult. Hoa On turned to the side and said, well then, goodbye. Suddenly, he spoke up. Can you tell me which chaotic players everyone is targeting? If I see them, I'll report back to the organization. Hoa On smiled gently and nodded once. Thanks for the offer, but let us handle that. Protecting players is our duty. Kangwoo gave a polite smile. All right then, Hoa On, let me give you some advice. It seems like you've only just entered the ranked gates recently. I get the feeling you want to move into higher ranked gates, but it would be safer for you to level up gradually through the lower ranked gates. Kangwoo nodded in agreement. Ah, I see. Thank you. Hoa On smiled brightly. Nowadays, it's hard to find good people like you. Hope to see more players like you in the future. Kangwoo smirked, thinking that having more people like me would cause a lot of trouble. Then he awkwardly smiled and thanked her. He looked at her back thoughtfully. A secret investigation, huh? I already know the government is investigating those who worship demons, so I should head home. Kangwoo took out his phone and called the other side. Hey, Tessa, want to meet up? A few days later, he went to a cafe to meet Tessa. The other side was also very happy. Stepping forward. Nice to meet you. She held out her hand in front of Exiola. Are you the healer he keeps talking about? Exiola stood there a bit confused, stepping back a few steps. Ah, yes, she said, forcing a smile and shaking hands. Nice to meet you. I'm Hans Ola. He grinned excitedly. Looking good. Kangwoo quickly cut him off. Stop staring. He sat down, smiling softly, looking shy. Anyway, Tessa, like I said, I want to ask you to take Exiola hunting in the gate with rank D. Tessa happily agreed right away. Alright, I usually get asked that too. A healer with rank B traits? Is healing the only thing your sister-in-law can do? Exiola blushed, stammering. Sister-in-law? Kangwoo, sitting next to her, secretly glanced over, looking a bit shy. Tessa laughed louder, looking at both of them. No need to be shy, just tell us more about her traits. Xeola seemed a bit embarrassed, stiffening as she replied, "Ah, yes, let me explain. My trait is called Radiant Blessing. Besides healing, I can use charms to boost strength, blood flow, and dexterity." Tessa was pretty surprised by her abilities. "So you can heal and cast curses at the same time?" Xeola smiled shyly and replied, "Yeah, it's not strong, but I can also use combat skills." Tessa looked at her with some amazement. "That's awesome." Kangwoo was drinking water when suddenly asked, making him look at him confused. Tessa turned to him excitedly. It's rare to find someone who can heal, curse, and handle enemies like that. Even big guilds like Han would take you as a sister-in-law right away. Xeola's face was still red, her voice a bit shy. "Thanks, Brother Po." Kangwoo sat there, enduring it, also thinking it was impressive. Xeola smiled brightly, but said she wasn't ready to join any guild yet. Her gentle smile made Kangwoo stare, almost mesmerized. He thought, how could I ever say no to a sister-in-law like that? Tessa laughed along with her. Me too. He raised his glass and drank it all in one go, his voice a bit loud. "From now on, I want to leave a mark in player history with you and the brothers, Kangwoo." Kangwoo looked at him a bit helplessly. "That's not a toast." After finishing his drink, Tessa's face was full of satisfaction. "Americano hot is definitely the best, right, bro?" Kangwoo looked at him with disbelief, thinking, am I drinking soup or what? He started to ask cautiously. "So, have you thought of anyone else to form a full team?" Tessa didn't hesitate to answer, his voice full of confidence. "Of course, I found 2 people. They're really good. I heard they just had their second awakening. They're so talented, I always wonder why they haven't joined a guild yet. I'm sure you'll like them. I'm really good at reading people." Kangwoo pursed his lips, eyes full of scrutiny. "Good at reading people, huh?" Tessa felt a bit uneasy hearing that from him, hesitating before replying. "Sometimes I mess up, but overall it's good." He started talking non-stop. "I met them when we first started. When we went hunting to gather Lin, they were trustworthy. If it's okay, I'll introduce them to you tomorrow before the hunt." Kangwoo nodded in agreement. Then he turned to the girl beside him and asked, "What do you think?" Xeola was a bit startled but spoke up. "If Kangwoo's friend recommends them, then of course it's fine." She gave a gentle smile. "I have to level up fast, so I can go with you, Kangwoo." Kangwoo blushed a bit, his voice shy. "Take it slow. Your safety is the most important thing." Tessa looked at them with a mischievous grin. "So sweet. Really cute, bro." Kangwoo immediately changed his tone. "Stop staring." Tessa continued. "All right, see you tomorrow at Weston Chi." "Yeah. I'll send you the address later." Kangwoo was surprised by his words. "Huh? There's a gate near Danko already. Why go there?" Tessa quickly explained so he'd understand. "That gate has a lot of accidents, right? So this time I want to switch targets to Sancho at Weston Gate instead of the lizards." Kangwoo was pretty shocked. "Newbies fighting too?" Tessa replied, "Yeah, they're stronger, so they'll level up faster. And it's easier to hunt too, since we don't have to stay silent like in the swamp." Kangwoo was impressed by his words, thinking, that's smart. He's pretty clever. Having subordinates like this is awesome. Then Kangwoo got up from his seat. "All right, see you tomorrow." Tessa looked at his action with some curiosity and asked, "You're leaving now?" Kangwoo quickly replied, "Yeah. I have some stuff to take care of today." Tessa pouted. "Oh, what's that?" He looked at the muscles on his arm and smiled lightly. At that moment, inside the gate, Kangwoo was fighting monsters. He looked at the monsters, thinking his current level was 29, just one step away from the 4th awakening. He activated his power, eyes blazing as he looked ahead, voice full of excitement. "Then let's get started." The power of vision. Red rays began weaving everywhere, forming a giant net sweeping through the monsters, starting with those 8. He moved quickly, slashing across the monsters with his blade. A long streak of blood spread across their necks, creating a perfect cut, leaving them no time to react. After clearing the monsters there, he felt a bit annoyed. He shook the blood off his blade, wondering how many more he had to hunt. Suddenly, a smell hit his nose sharply, making him highly alert. The smell was blood, human blood. Usually, the smell of blood is normal in hunting grounds, but this strong scent meant a massacre. 5 or 6 players from Danko Guild were slaughtered in an instant, even without bodies. Kangwoo didn't hesitate and ran quickly toward the source of the fresh blood. This kind of thing was mostly caused by chaotic players. Found it. He stopped when he saw bodies lying all over the ground. Kangwoo quickly jumped down to check. All dead. The demon sect wouldn't kill players because they need live sacrifices. So who did this? Since the blood smell hadn't spread long, he pondered, the culprit was still nearby. Who caused this? A flash of panic appeared in his eyes as he looked to the right. Huh? Sharp fangs were gnawing on a human. Hellbeast. A hellhound suddenly appeared, surprising Kangwoo. Why was a hellhound here? Facing him was a monster several times bigger, roaring fiercely. Why was there a hellhound here? The monster charged quickly. It opened its huge mouth and lunged at him. Kangwoo quickly took a stance, unleashing his power, staring at it. Damn! He used his blade to slash hard at its body, making it veer aside. Kangwoo struggled, dodging while fighting the huge monster. Strong, definitely a hellhound. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide, a fireball forming inside. Kangwoo had to pay close attention. The fireball grew bigger and shot fiercely toward him. A loud explosion echoed, violently destroying everything in front of him. The monster growled once, then looked up. Kangwoo! Suddenly, he jumped out from the pile of shattered rocks from earlier. He started planning in his mind. If he couldn't use the sword like this, then what? Kangwoo began gathering some kind of power in his palm. The power of the dark spear. A long spear appeared in his hand. Quickly, he spun it a few times and took a stance. A blue flash lit up the sky. The spear shot straight down from his hand onto the monster below, making it emit a pitiful scream. Then he landed safely on the ground. Kangwoo breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could finish, he suddenly realized something blurry. I accidentally made it angrier. The monster started sitting up, then crazily charged at him. Kangwoo planted his feet firmly on the ground, then leapt high. He had to create an opening. Kangwoo swung his leg toward the monster, then kicked its mouth before landing on the ground. Right now, he gathered a black energy flow in his hand. The power of earth movement. Kangwoo pressed his hand to the ground, causing a powerful earthquake beneath the monster's feet. The ground began to crack open, creating a hollow under its feet. He jumped up, gathered the black power again, and charged straight at the confused monster below. A sword appeared in Kangwoo's hand, then stabbed straight down into the monster's head, making it emit a desperate scream. It struggled so fiercely that it was hard for him to keep his balance. The monster clenched its sharp fangs, its tail violently knocking over everything around. Taking advantage of that moment, Kangwoo jumped off its head. A huge hole appeared right in the desert. The monster still tried to resist, flinging him away. Kangwoo's face showed worry now. He looked at it with eyes that refused to back down. He looked at the monster in front of him, thinking to himself, it's pretty good. Honestly, attacking like this isn't enough. It's still as strong as before. Here it comes. The monster started taking a defensive stance again. Red energy flows suddenly appeared all over its body. They wrapped around its skin. The monster roared angrily, then quickly charged at Kangwoo. Seeing its move, Kangwoo sneered. It's still just a wild beast that doesn't know better. Then he summoned power in both fists. The holy power of V. Right now, he was using the power of a familiar demon. The monster seemed to realize something. It suddenly froze. Kangwoo unleashed his power and stepped closer, making the monster stand rooted in place, too scared to move. He closed his eyes, used all his strength, then punched the monster straight in the face. The punch sent it flying into the air. Then it crashed hard onto the ground. Only then did Kangwoo breathe a sigh of relief. That was tough. The monster got back up, making him want to curse inside. Damn it. If I could use two powers at once, that'd be perfect. Luckily, I've defeated these guys quite a few times in hell. My current level is more than enough to take it down. Now, the monster suddenly wobbled, then fell hard to the ground. This scene surprised Kangwoo as well. This is really annoying, he panted while thinking. Then the notification popped up again. You have successfully destroyed the CC-class Rift Fragment. Your EF points have increased. You have leveled up 5 times because you reached level 30. The fourth awakening will now occur. The trait of the fourth awakening, the ruler of Rift Magic. Effect. You can control magic flow much faster and smoother. You can completely erase magic traces on other creatures. The system displayed a new notification. You have defeated the class Rift Fragment. Kangwoo activated the system and looked at the desolate scene before him, with sharp arrows deeply embedded in the dry skeleton. He thought silently about the Rift Fragment, feeling a bit confused. He had never even heard of the Rift Core before. Does that mean hell is a rift? He pondered, glancing at the light coming from the arrowhead. Wait, how did they get here? Kangwoo felt extremely puzzled. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hell dogs can't use the 7th Prince of Hell's weapons, right? No, first of all, what exactly is this rift? Is it really just hell? In the end, Kangwoo scratched his head helplessly and started pressing some buttons on the system. Forget it. Thinking about something with no clues just wastes time. Let's check the remaining notifications. His eyes suddenly lit up, showing surprise. That's too much. Oh, what's this? On the screen, the system sent a message because you reached level 30. The fourth awakening will now occur. The trait of the fourth awakening, the ruler of Rift Magic. Effect. You can control magic flow much faster and smoother. You can completely erase magic traces on other creatures. Kangwoo thought to himself. The fourth awakening is also the Rift ruler, huh? He raised his hand and began casting magic. It's the 4th time, so no need to worry about annoying stuff like this anymore. Then let's just enjoy it. A dark shadow appeared. A demon with sharp teeth appeared. It opened its mouth wide, eyeing the prey in front of it. That was none other than the power of thirst. Kangwoo smiled, showing a scary grin. He skillfully controlled the demon to act according to his crazy ideas. If I can recover the data before Ma'at's magic palace, I might even be stronger than when I was in hell. Leveling up is definitely the best solution. Back in the city, after finishing the mission, Kangwoo happily stretched and left through the gate. Heading home now, he was really satisfied with today's results, smiling happily with squinted eyes. Thinking to himself, today's been real. Going home to eat kimchi soup would be just perfect. While walking, suddenly a loud voice called out, accidentally catching Kangwoo's attention. He turned his head and saw a red-haired woman wearing a baseball cap leaning against the wall. Undo pushed the cap slightly, revealing cold, bright blue eyes. It had been a while since they last met, and Kangwoo showed clear displeasure, standing with his arms crossed, completely uninterested in her. I don't think we're close enough to greet each other. We don't even know each other's names yet. Haven't you finished dealing with the stuff at the net cafe? Yeonju stepped closer calmly and said, My name is Yeonju. Suddenly, Kangwoo remembered a moment from the past when he accidentally overheard a conversation between two people, which was nothing compared to people like Kang, Hyunun, and Yeonju. Back then, he barely paid attention, but now it felt strangely familiar. Huh? He was sure he'd heard that name before. Kangwoo silently speculated, trying to dig through his memory. Isn't that the name of the leader of one of the 5 big guilds? Mianun thought so, and he muttered to himself. Red Rose. Yeonju adjusted her cap, confidently smirking. That's right, I'm the leader of the Red Rose Guild. Leader of the Red Rose. Undo. Suddenly, Kangwoo felt a bit cautious, thinking that's why she's so bold. He calmly asked, So what do you want from me, leader? Undo didn't hide anything, honestly replying, Dongda, I did some digging on you. Your name is Oh Kangwoo, born in 1995, currently 28 years old, raised in an orphanage under the CEO and never adopted. After leaving the orphanage, you lived alone. She glanced sideways, focusing all her authority on him. There's no trace of you for the whole year. But this year, you suddenly registered as a player. Am I right? Kangwoo eyed Yeonju warily. He didn't know why she was investigating him, but she was completely right. She bowed her head and fluently read the info on her phone screen. He registered as a player on March 16th, about 3 weeks ago. Kangwoo's face grew uglier by the second, but the angelic logic inside him was holding back his rage, trying not to explode as Yeonju kept nagging in his ear. The Player Support Center's test rated his first awakening as a Dan Kur Ep, but I guess that's wrong. If you really were a Dan Kur Ep, you wouldn't be able to hunt at the Dan Kur Sea Gate after just 3 weeks. Yeonju frowned. After 5 years, you suddenly appeared, and now you're hunting at the Dan Kur Gate. At first, I thought you bought this identity from somewhere because you're a criminal, but your face and fingerprints all match your old records. Hearing this, Kangwoo was puzzled. How did you get my fingerprints? Yeonju remained completely expressionless. You had to register your fingerprints when signing up, right? Kangwoo thought cautiously. They have records of the gates I entered and my fingerprints. The big guilds have more power than I thought, Yeonju continued. I've confirmed you're not using a fake identity. Then she folded her phone and stared at Kangwoo with a sinister look. You're a player with outstanding talent. You might even be stronger than me, or Bang Hyun. Kangwoo suddenly fell silent, feeling a bit conflicted. After a while, he politely said, Ah, thanks for the compliment. But what exactly do you want? Undo unconsciously tightened her grip on the phone in her palm, politely extending her hand with an offer. I want to sponsor you. As the leader of the Red Rose, I want to support talented players. Oh, Kangwoo. Kangwoo suddenly laughed. Didn't expect that, Yeonju. You're full of surprises. What did you think I was going to say? He teased her casually. I thought you wanted me to join the Red Rose. Yeonju arrogantly replied, How could I let a guy hiding under the Dan Kur Ep identity join my guild right away? She curled her lips, laughing disdainfully. Besides, if you wanted to join, you wouldn't have hidden your strength from the start. Innocently, Kangwoo wondered to himself, I didn't hide anything. He bluntly asked, So what kind of sponsorship are you offering? Yeonju decisively answered, Simply put, financial support. I'll help you level up faster. Kangwoo laughed mockingly. So what do you get out of it? Want me to help you in the game last time? Yeonju was furious to the point of boiling. She angrily scolded the bastard. Finally, trembling, she grabbed her head, took a deep breath, and calmed herself. It's okay. I'm the leader. I'm the leader. She gritted her teeth. I just want to make a deal with you. Seeing Yeonju enduring the storm, Kangwoo couldn't help but laugh out loud. I was just joking. It's my first time playing that game, so I didn't know what to do. She frowned in annoyance. Every time she thought about not leveling up to silver because of him, she rubbed her chin, pretending to ponder. Huh? So you're at bronze now? Seems pretty low. Yeonju was hit right in the soft spot. She flailed in embarrassment, denying it. Not at all. I'm fully capable of reaching silver, but every time I team up, I end up with people like you. Half joking, Half serious? Kangwoo asked. So what's the real reason you want to sponsor me so much? Yeonju sighed and adjusted her cap. Because you're going to get stronger. She took the lead, explaining. You're a newbie, just registered 2 weeks ago, but you're leveling up at an insane rate. You're hunting alone at the Danker D gate and even the Danker C gate. You're going to get way stronger than you are now. Kangwoo continued asking. Exactly what will you give me? Yeonju honestly answered him. First, we'll give you a temporary gate pass, allowing you to enter any gates from Danker A and below without any obstacles. Kangwoo was pleased, letting out an "oh, sounds good." Yeonju crossed her arms confidently, firmly proposing her offer. If you want to form a team, we'll match you with members at the level you request. If you want to sell magic stones through us, we'll reduce your taxes as much as possible. When Kangwoo heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Tax cuts and team support? Awesome. Sister Yeonju emphasized. We can also lend you equipment. For weapons of special grade or higher, a deposit is required, but lower grade ones can be borrowed for free. If necessary, we can also provide you with a house and a car. Kangwoo froze, thinking this kindness was suspiciously generous. Sister Yeonju's voice suddenly cut in. What are you thinking? She shrugged, inviting him. This is an investment for the future, so you might feel awkward. Still, it's a bit much. Sister Yeonju was very serious. We won't give everything to you for free. The guild will assign you many missions, so please comply when the time comes. Kangwoo propped his chin, lost in thought. That means this guild has a lot of missions, probably sponsoring me to help with some tasks. Finally, he asked directly, can you explain more about the missions? Sister Yeonju lowered her head, replied coldly, not yet. Kangwoo didn't know what to do, awkwardly scratching his neck, thinking it was probably a long story. He gently said, okay, I won't pry. In his mind, if the missions are too vague, maybe he could still refuse. He held out his hand to her. All right. Kangwoo bared his sharp fangs, grinning with excitement. I accept your offer. Sister Yeonju smiled back. Kangwoo kept his hand in midair, feeling proud. This wasn't just a chance to connect with a big guild. Sister Yeonju reached out to shake his hand, and he hoped even more that this was an opportunity for the guild to support him. Kangwoo and Sister Yeonju successfully clasped hands. They looked at each other with sincere eyes. Kangwoo was full of confidence, grinning fiercely, thinking he couldn't miss an opportunity like this. Kangwoo enthusiastically gripped Sister Yeonju's hand. All right, I accept your offer. She smiled with satisfaction. A perfect choice. After the deal, they let go of each other's hands. Kangwoo probed, so when are you going to tell me about the missions? Yeonju paused before answering. When the time comes. She looked at him and added, what can you do at your current level? He thought for a moment, then retorted, you shouldn't judge by appearances. Yeonju was startled. What? Kangwoo pointed at himself, confidently puffing out his chest. I'm much stronger than you think. Yeonju froze, silent, cursing inside her head. This arrogant bastard, she reluctantly agreed. All right, Yeonju turned away. It's not because you're weak that I can't tell you. Kangwoo was curious. Then what is it? She glanced at her phone, her eyes suddenly cold. We don't have enough evidence yet. I can't say anything until I'm completely sure. Kangwoo propped his chin, confused, deep in thought. Fine, I won't push her anymore. Sister Yeonju suddenly held out her phone to Kangwoo. Dial my number. He nodded. Okay, Kangwoo quickly dialed the number on the phone. Anyway, when can I get the equipment? Sister Yeonju calmly crossed her arms. Anytime you want. She took the phone back from him. Want it right now? He replied casually. Sounds good. He thought silently. To get more mana, I need equipment. Sister Yeonju turned and walked away. Follow me. We'll go to the guild headquarters. Kangwoo was curious. Where is it? She glanced coolly. Somewhere else. People were buzzing excitedly about a new arrival. A boy pointed excitedly. Dad, that's so cool. Let's buy it, Dad. A supercar was parked prominently in the lot, its dazzling aura attracting all eyes around. The man replied to his child, is that the Boss Che 918 Spider? Yeah, Dad will work really hard. The murmurs kept going. They have that model in Korea too. Whose is it? A hand opened the car door. Sister Yeonju plopped into the driver's seat without hesitation. Get in. Kangwoo stood frozen, staring. He carefully sat in the car, nervously asking, how much is this? Sister Yeonju started the engine. I just bought it, so I don't really remember. Kangwoo's face was full of intense desire, drooling. About 10 million? Sister Yeonju answered casually. Around that. He looked at her, thinking, this is the person who wears ragged clothes, a baseball cap, and plays games at the internet cafe? Is this why people like foreign cars? The car started moving. Kangwoo praised. It's expensive, so it runs smoothly, huh? Yeonju smirked, teasing. Want me to buy you one? Kangwoo doubted, asking again. Really? Sister Yeonju excitedly replied. I said we can provide you with a car. A sweet voice sounded beside her ear. Kangwoo placed his hand on his chest, looking at Sister Yeonju with sparkling eyes, acting all cute. From now on, I'll call you Sister Yeonju. She scowled with disgust, curling her lip. What did you say? That's so gross. Watch out, or I'll pop the airbag on you. Kangwoo joked, turning away. You focus on driving, that's a bit much. Feel free to steal cars like this from me. Yeonju flared up furious, grinding her teeth. If you refuse missions or fail, I'll confiscate everything immediately. Kangwoo pouted, mocking. Why be so petty about being nervous? Sister Yeonju shouted angrily. Shut up! Do you know how many people I have to support? Kangwoo buckled his seatbelt, smiling satisfied. All right, I'll be quiet. Please watch the road. The car stopped in front of a tall red building, Yeonju introduced. Here we are, the guild headquarters. Kangwoo got out, overwhelmed. Crazy. She casually instructed the attendant. The keys are in the car. Kangwoo was captivated by the building's stunning beauty, thinking it was as big as a player support center. Such a powerful big guild, Yeonju urged. What are you doing? Come in. Kangwoo was secretly pleased. It really was a smart move to connect with the big league. The door opened, and the two of them strode in confidently. Uncle Hai Kangwoo and Munreo were already standing there to greet them. They've arrived. Uncle Hai Kangwoo extended his hand warmly. Welcome. You must be the guild leader we heard about. He politely bowed and introduced himself proactively. Very pleased to meet him. I'm the head of Human Resources Management. Uncle Hai Kangwoo. Kangwoo awkwardly clasped his hands in greeting. I'm Mr. Kangwoo. Uncle Hai Kangwoo glanced at the person beside him and enthusiastically helped with the introduction. This is Commander Moons. Facing Munal's intimidating gaze, Kangwoo couldn't help but wonder silently, Commander, why is he looking at me like that? Suddenly, Uncle Hai Kangwoo spoke up. You've arrived. He smiled brightly and chatted. Then the deal must have gone smoothly. Thank you for accepting our offer. Kangwoo also accepted happily. No matter what schemes are involved, I can't refuse such a good offer. Uncle Hai Kangwoo laughed heartily. Our guild isn't that evil. He quickly got to the main point. Then I'll take you to the equipment warehouse. Yeonju disagreed. She firmly insisted. I'll take him. You're busy. Hi. Kangwoo bowed politely like a gentleman. Thank you. Munreo, who was hard to approach, grumbled. Then I'll come along. Yeonju raised her eyebrows, looked up at him. Why? Even Kangwoo found it very confusing. Muo replied coldly, frowning in annoyance. I want to see for myself what kind of person he is. Yeonju couldn't refuse, so she reluctantly agreed. All right, getting to know each other is fine. You two will be seeing a lot of each other. You should come along. The elevator took the three of them up to the 14th floor, finally stopping at the 15th. The system announced, the door is opening. The three stepped out. The elevator dinged again, the door closing. Yeonju led the way, pointed with her index finger at a room. This is our guild's warehouse. She placed her palm on the door lock, confirmed it, and carefully gave instructions. But I have to say up front, I can't lend you all the equipment. As the door opened, Kangwoo's eyes lit up brightly. Yeonju was calm. But you can take some items from the Ebi rank and below. She put her hands in her jacket pockets, looking at him casually. For the special rank items over there, you can borrow them if you put down a deposit. Take your time looking around. Kangwoo excitedly admired the models displayed in glass cases. No legendary or mythical rank equipment in the warehouse? Yeonju explained, if we had those, we'd be using them ourselves, not storing them here. He was still curious. That's true. So do you have any legendary rank equipment? Yeonju nodded. Of course I have legendary equipment, Kangwoo asked curiously. How much do I have to pay to borrow something like that? She bluntly gave a figure. 50 million, already a discounted price. Kangwoo's face fell. I see. He thought bitterly he absolutely couldn't afford that. He glanced at the model behind him. Then I'll check out the Epi rank equipment. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Both Yeonju and Kangwoo were drawn to it. Munreo seemed to transform into a different person. His face darkened, fiercely confronting Kangwoo, grinding his teeth threateningly, using honorifics immediately. Kangwoo didn't care at all, casually asked, What? Muo growled fiercely. I said use honorifics when talking to the guild leader. His face bulged with veins, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Kangwoo smirked mockingly, grinning challengingly. I don't like that. What if I don't want to? Muo tightened his grip on his sword. Kangwoo completely ignored him, not minding the sharp blade inches from his face, until Yeonju shouted loudly to stop it. Reo, she pulled her cap's brim down, spoke coldly. Hey Munreo, she lowered her voice to ask while he held the sword just 3 centimeters from Kangwoo. What are you doing? Yeonju glared fiercely, intimidating. Look here. Flames blazed all over her body. She snapped irritably. Are you mute or what? Munreo trembled and stammered. The thing is, this noob dared to. Yeonju was furious. Even if he curses me, that's my business. Don't stick your nose in other people's affairs. Mun lowered his sword, obediently replied, I understand, guild leader. Kangwoo quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Yeonju pointed straight at Kangwoo, scolded harshly. And you, Kangwoo, shouldn't have answered like that. Teasing Reo like that, watch out or you'll get crippled. He turned and stretched calmly, replying, ah, okay, whatever. He thought at least he's loyal. This guild probably isn't weak. Yeonju kept nagging. Are you even listening? Mun carefully put his sword back behind his back. Kangwoo continued in a sweet, flattering tone. So Yeonju, what else is there? Yeonju rambled on. Oh my god, what now? Kangwoo put on a sly, calculating face, grinning wildly. I don't need that fancy car from earlier. Just lend me a special piece of equipment. Trust me, I'll pay back with interest real quick. Yeonju calmly replied, not now, but after the internal training, I can lend you something. Suddenly, a fist landed right on Kangwoo's head, cutting off the conversation. Munreo growled fiercely, grinding his teeth, questioning, sis, did you just call her sis? He lost his temper, raised his fist, and drew his sword, roaring wildly. You what? How dare you? How dare you? Mu's expression turned furious as he lunged toward where Kangwoo stood, without hesitation. Then suddenly, he froze, his face pale. Yeonju caught the sword with one hand, glaring terrifyingly at Muno. Did you forget what I told you? Kangwoo smirked teasingly. Yeonju angrily snapped, should I consider this an act of insubordination? Munreo answered cautiously, filled with resentment inside. But this damn guild leader, Yeonju, didn't even let him finish before launching an attack. She shoved him down to the floor as punishment. She showed no emotion, like she was thinking, looks like I gotta teach you a lesson. Kangwoo stood by coolly, watching this intense scene unfold. Yeonju couldn't take it anymore. He barked orders. Munreo, get lost right now. She glanced down at Munreo Ka sitting dazed on the ground. If you cause trouble again, I'll call a disciplinary meeting. Think about your role as the battle commander, he hurriedly replied. I'm sorry. Yeonju held his head in frustration. Sorry for making you witness such a bad scene. I'll punish him strictly. Kangwoo leaned on her hips, relaxed. It's no big deal. Mu quietly retracted his weapon, ready to leave. Yeonju asked with concern. So, what special gear do you need? I'll say it in the meeting, Kangwoo answered honestly. I want some armor that's comfortable to wear, with good basic functions. She rubbed her chin, thinking, armor, huh? A deep voice boomed. You said you want armor? Mu turned around, standing tall facing Kangwoo, seriously offering, how about this? If you beat me, I'll give you this set. It's special grade and has a lot of great features. Yeonju clenched his fists, frustrated, shouting. Mu got into a ready-to-fight stance, growling angrily. I told you to get lost. Mun timidly stepped back like he was about to get beaten, but Kangwoo stopped Yeonju, saying, wait. She looked puzzled. Huh? You're actually interested? That fight, I still can't believe it. What? Her eyebrows furrowed, thinking this guy must be imagining Kangwoo's fighting style as strong like himself. He might even be stronger, but Mungo is currently level 67. He's surpassed the limit. With effort, he's on his 6th awakening and close to the 7th, which only top hunters reach. No matter how talented he is, he's not ready yet. Kangwoo grinned, baring his teeth. Munreo said, that's what I mean. I kinda like that. Yeonju quickly warned. Kangwoo, don't provoke him. He confidently replied, trust me, it's fine. Kangwoo's eyes glowed red, watching Munreo with amusement, smirking arrogantly. He wants to give it, so why shouldn't I take it? Mu was on high alert facing Kangwoo, thinking, I like your attitude. He silently vowed he'd never disrespect the guild leader again. The guild leader, Yeonju, seemed about to strangle Kangwoo, puzzled. Hey, what are you thinking? Mel slowly recalled old memories with Yeonju. Back then, she saved him in a battle where he was seriously wounded. She was his savior and mentor. I swear loyalty, and she's the woman I gave my heart to. Mu pressed hard on the scar from that battle, full of fighting spirit. But how dare he? This ordinary guy, Yeonju kept begging. Stop, you'll die. Kangwoo was completely relaxed. Special gear? Fine. Mu thought, I'll make you realize this fight is the biggest mistake of your life. The three of them moved to another room. Yeonju introduced, this is the battle room. Kangwoo blurted out, this is legit, Munreo boldly said. Let's see how long you can keep your cool, he stretched. Yeah, take a good look, Yeonju whispered anxiously. Hey Kangwoo, do you realize how crazy this is? Kangwoo kept stretching, laughing loudly. I told you it's fine. Yeonju nervously crossed his arms. You'll regret this. Munreo shouted provocatively. You start whenever you want. He held up 3 fingers, arrogantly. I'll give you the first 3 seconds. Attack however you want. Kangwoo cracked his wrist, arrogantly replied. What? What kind of weak move is that? Some lame martial arts movie. He twisted his ankle too, calmly watching. Stop pretending to be cool. Draw your sword, Kangwoo's brother casually said. Huh? Didn't hear what I said? Munreo arrogantly sneered. I don't plan to use my full strength against a newbie. He calmly bent down, readying a knee strike. Oh, really? Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo's shoes lit up brightly. He stepped back cautiously, then instantly used his speed power to dash past Yeonju like the wind. Oh Kangwoo kicked a critical blow straight into Mun's stomach. The speed was so fast, Mun didn't even feel the pain before Oh Kangwoo was already gone. I'm out of options. Oh Kangwoo spun and kicked Mun Reo to the ground, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Mun screamed in agony, mouth wide open, drool flying everywhere, chest aching wildly. Oh Kangwoo landed safely, watching Mun Reo lying sprawled on the floor with dirt and rocks around him. Mun howled madly, vomiting uncontrollably. Yeonju was clueless about what just happened, confused. Mun Reo's stomach rumbled, panting fearfully, thinking, what the hell was that? Too dangerous. He couldn't stop coughing violently. If it weren't for this armor, I'd be done for. Munreo struggled, pulling the sword from his back. No way. He slammed the sword's tip into the ground. He'd only been a hunter for 3 weeks. Oh Kangwoo smirked slyly, tilting his head. He gave me 3 seconds, didn't he? Mun slammed his blade into the ground, panting hard. What kind of trick is that? Oh Kangwoo teased with a mocking tone. Trick? I'm just stronger than you. Mun was furious. Ridiculous. How can a newbie who's only been playing for 3 weeks be this strong? Oh Kangwoo kept provoking, making him grip his sword tighter. Now I see your whole 3-second thing was nonsense. He smiled coldly, thinking the newbie act was just a front. Then Oh Kangwoo burst out laughing loudly, then sighed. I'm playing dirty when things don't go my way. That's pretty funny. Suddenly, the smile on his face vanished. His attitude turned cold. Enough already, you loser. Mureo was trembling with anger. You damn bastard. He glanced over at Yeonju's father, cursing silently. Damn it. The scene shifted to her face. Yeonju was still watching, his hand gripping the sword tightly. In his mind, Munyo thought he couldn't be defeated like this. He raised the sword with a shout, Heavenly Slayer Sword. The sword unleashed a massive energy wave that seemed to cover all space and time. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed, making Monreo curious. Oh Kangwoo covered his newly formed smile, mocking. Hey, that name sounds seriously lame, right? He continued with a murderous glare. Heavenly Slayer Sword. What the hell is that? You really think that sounds cool? Mureo gritted his teeth, his face full of veins. He was about to swing the sword while enunciating each word. Shut up. He spun the sword around his body, creating sharp, dangerous sparks, then charged at Kangwoo, slashing fiercely. In that moment, Kangwoo stayed calm, thinking, this is truly the battle commander of one of the 5 great guilds. The scene shifted to Mons with Kangwoo's comment. He's not weak, but I don't need to face him directly. Kangwoo shouted, let's get started, huh? He unleashed the power of darkness. Muo violently stomped, shattering the stone floor beneath, yelling, die, but he stepped right into Kangwoo's spell. Yeonju saw it and shouted in shock. Hey, Mureo, stop her! Kangwoo sneered silently. What an idiot. He smirked coldly. The guy was losing his mind already. Then he released 2 deadly dark energies. Kangwoo gradually sank into the power of darkness. At the same time, Yeonju rushed toward MS. He realized the sudden, usually. Where the hell is he? Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Kangwoo, radiating killing intent, stood behind him mockingly. You lost, loser. He spoke softly. The power of the tidal wave. Kangwoo used that hand to cast a spell. The power from it slammed against the wall. Pieces of the wall shattered along with his pain. Undu watched the scene, standing silently without a word. She turned back to glance at Kangwoo, his voice steady. Didn't I tell you? I'm way stronger than you think. The scene shifted to another part of the room. Undu's voice rang out, full of flavor. Sorry about today, she continued. While images of Muon being treated by rescue staff appeared, Muon would be kicked out of the guild immediately. I promise to discipline the members so this won't happen again. Undu walked behind Kangwoo, full of regret. I have no excuse. I'm sorry. Kangwoo was completely the opposite, relaxed. It's okay, no big deal. He held up the armor, proving his cheerfulness. I got this already. Equipment info popped up. Name, Gagoi Armor, Special Rank. Basic stats, Physical Defense plus 200, Magic Defense plus 80. Special skill allows using Petrification, doubling physical defense for 10 seconds, usable once every 24 hours. Kangwoo chuckled quietly. Definitely special gear, the special skill is pretty sick. Suddenly, his thoughts darkened. But that guy really went too far daring to bet gear like this. Image of Moonreo C appeared, along with his evaluation. He even disobeyed the guild leader's orders. I got this gear thanks to him. A tear dropped from Munyo's eye socket. Kangwoo thought, love really blinds people. He spoke, this time I'll let it slide, then turned to Undu to say, but if it happens again, I'll have to reconsider our cooperation. She carefully adjusted her hat. I promise you, from today all Red Rose Guild members will respect you. Kangwoo adjusted the armor while saying, then I trust you, guild leader. Also, I don't think this gear really suits me. Do you have a way to fix it? Undu looked a bit flustered. Put it on the stand. I'll deliver it to you after fixing. Kangwoo complied. Thanks, I'm busy now. He ran toward the door, turning back. Catch you later. Undu put her hands on her hips, quickly replying, yeah, remember to send me your measurements. The voice echoed back. Okay. Undu watched the door slowly close, then sat down at the table, relieved. Is he even human? She tilted her head slightly to the right, muttering, Muo isn't some weak special rank, so how could a newbie who awakened just 3 weeks ago beat him? Undu imagined strange images, bizarre figures standing around the earth. She thought, if this keeps up, a world engine will soon appear in Korea. The world engine is the top 8 strongest players, not just in one country but worldwide. Currently, Korea has no world engine. They say Korea's #1 player, Bang Hyun, has potential. An image of a white-haired man appeared with the assertion that even he can't become a world engine. Undu drifted in her thoughts, but if it's Kangwoo, suddenly from outside the door, a boy stepped in, asking, Guild leader, did Kangwoo leave already? Undu was a bit surprised. Yeah, just left, and the Ga-Goi armor belongs to him. He asked if the gear fixer was busy. Undu replied softly, they're free now. I heard about the situation with Reo, she informed. Yeah, we'll hold a disciplinary meeting and kick him out. Announce it so everyone gathers tomorrow. The blonde boy looked gloomy. Seeing that, Undu stood up and said, don't make that face. Go messed up. We have to make sure this never happens again. He obeyed. Yes, I understand. The boy hesitated a bit. I have to tell you a few things. Undu looked up, showing surprise. What is it? His announcement shocked Undu. The intelligence agency reported they successfully planted a spy in the demon cult. He continued, if all goes well, we'll soon have them cornered. Hearing this, Undu took her hand out of her pocket and said, go on. She was annoyed mixed with curiosity, urging him to be more detailed. Scene switched to Kangwoo. He reviewed his info while thinking, let's see. Okay, level 34, Awakening Stage 4. First Awakening trait, Hunting Power. Special Rank trait, Second Awakening, Unlimited Boundary. Special Rank trait, Third Awakening, Demon Mana Absorption. Special Rank trait, Fourth Awakening, Magic Ruler. Rank A trait, Fifth Awakening. Unlocks at level 49. Profession talents, Strength 33, Dexterity 21, Organization 20, Magic Power Attack. Magic Power Profession talents, 53, Intelligence 11, Wisdom 13. He rubbed his chin, analyzing. So other stats increase along with magic power. Magic power is the most important, but strength, dexterity, and organization still help. Image of Kangwoo's halfback appeared with sharp, glowing red details, alongside dangerous purple hues. He thought he could reduce magic power consumption by enhancing his body stats. Kangwoo drifted in thought. Intelligence and wisdom stats are useless to me, because I don't have magic power, so saying that doesn't really make me smarter. He stretched and continued. It's a shame I didn't put points into the stats I wanted. I heard stats usually increase after leveling up, based on skills used a lot. After the second awakening, Kangwoo's head slightly turned back, watching the chart where the snake icon was decreasing, but his magic power remained. To slowly increase other stats, it's random. He observed his slightly trembling arm. The tone in his thoughts deepened, not knowing why. Maybe because his magic power was too high? Kangwoo recalled the image when he defeated a monster. His magic power was noticeably higher than the other stats. Next was the image of him attacking Mello. He could do things other players couldn't. He pondered the downward graph. Also, the higher the stat, the harder it was to gain points. Basically, after level 30, he wouldn't be able to increase his magic stat anymore because it was already too high. Kangwoo suddenly looked up at the sky with pride. But it's okay. I already surpassed the target after defeating the Hellhound. Though it was a bit disappointing, if I keep going this way, the fifth awakening won't be a problem. He suddenly fell silent and went to meet Xeola and Tessa. Scene shifts to the east gate of Inchi. From afar, Tessa waved, loudly calling out to Kangwoo, over here, this way. He covered his face and approached with an embarrassed expression. So ashamed. Tessa asked, are you done with your task? Kangwoo replied softly, yeah, done. He lowered his hand from his face, eyes wide open when he heard Tessa speak. Lucky you. These are the players I want to introduce to you. Kangwoo was a bit bored, thinking, oh man. Tessa pointed and introduced one by one. This handsome guy is Kim Siho, and this girl is Choi Eunbi. Kim Siho's face was exaggerated in Kangwoo's eyes. When he said hello, Kangwoo thought silently, so handsome. Eunbi heard Tessa's introduction, her tone full of anger. Who are you calling a girl? Tessa still smiled brightly. If not a girl, then what? Only then did Kangwoo speak up. Hello, Eunbi still angrily shouted at Tessa. You look more like a 40-year-old grandpa. Tessa stiffened in pain hearing that. What? Me, 40? Eunbi ignored him, turning to smile brightly at Kangwoo. You're the brother Tessa keeps talking about, right? I've heard a lot about you. The girl continued. Feel free to chat with me anytime, Kang Kangwoo replied. Okay. Before he could finish, Eunbi shouted when she saw Xeola. That's Xeola, right? She's so pretty. Xeola awkwardly said. Thanks. Eunbi enthusiastically took photos together. I'll show my friends later. Xeola reluctantly agreed. All right then. Kang Kangwoo looked at the scene thinking, is she another version of Tessa? A voice rang out. Nice to meet you. Kim Siho stepped forward, extending his hand to Kang Kangwoo. I've heard a lot about you. My name is Sho. I'm at level 12. Not long ago, I awakened a Class A trait. I'm a warrior type. An image appeared of two girls taking photos together. Siho continued. Eunbi is a witch type with a Class B trait. Sorry, she's a bit hyperactive. Kang Kangwoo responded while thinking silently. His tone was very polite. No problem. He just said what I wanted to hear. He shook hands with Siho, thinking, isn't the awakened Class A trait just like the main character in the comic? Tessa perked up, curious. What do you think? Are they trustworthy? Kang Kangwoo's eyes gleamed slyly as he answered casually, talking to himself. Maybe looking at those three, they don't have the greed like those bastards. He replied, probably. Tessa smugly said, I told you, I have a good eye for people. Kang Kangwoo sighed suddenly and asked, who almost died because of betrayal? Tessa was embarrassed. That's old news. Suddenly we're all happy because fate brought me to meet you. It's destiny. Kang Kangwoo was calm and gentle, while Tessa was full of excitement. He turned to the other three and asked, what do you think of the team? Looks good? Kang Kangwoo thought and replied, not bad. He pieced together images of 4 people and commented, 1 tank, 1 passionate long range, 1 close range who also knows how to use charms and heal. This is an optimal 4-person team. He paired Siho and Tessa separately. Not only that, we have 2 people awakened with Class A traits, then paired Xeola and Eunbi. The others are Class B. If this team is meant to carry others rather than hunt, I'd believe it. Kang Kangwoo smiled, thinking, good. This works, he announced. Today I'll be joining everyone. Tessa doubted. You're coming too? Kang Kangwoo calmly said, yeah, I'll go to point out flaws and how to fix them. Tessa excitedly shouted, then we're counting on you. Thanks. Eunbi spoke up. Shut up. Kang Kangwoo scolded silently with a dark face. Too noisy. He got serious. Let's enter the gate right away. If it's not dangerous, I'll just observe from behind. Don't slack off, Tessa replied. Got it. Kang Kangwoo looked at the 4 and thought he didn't want to carry them now. That would only hold them back. I have to observe more, but they're worth investing in. Scene shifts to a forest where monstrous beasts were rampaging and roaring. They rushed forward, holding huge clubs raised, ready to attack. Tessa used a shield with immense power to push back the beasts. They were knocked down, rolling on the ground, looking at the battle. Tessa laughed triumphantly, teasing, what's up, little one? The beasts just lay trembling, groaning without resistance. Eunbi shouted, lightning! A huge electric charge descended from above. Terrifying. She spotted something behind. Tessa! The beasts surged forward, 5 of them behind Tessa moving toward them. Got it. Footsteps full of vitality raised dust from the ground. He shouted, over here! The beasts obeyed, heading toward the shield emitting a bright blue light. Tessa saw the plan succeed, smiled brightly. Go! Xeola pushed both hands forward, unleashing a light energy skill, then placed her hand on Tessa's bicep. That arm was empowered, growing larger. Tessa shouted joyfully, thanks, sis. Xeola also busied preparing for battle, shooting arrows made of shining golden energy at the beasts. The arrows hit eyes, causing painful screams. Tessa smiled widely seeing that, controlling the shield to knock the beasts away in multiple directions. Kim Siho appeared from somewhere in the middle of the beasts, gently slashing each one. After the attack, the beasts spilled red liquid and collapsed. Siho glanced to the side. Teo let out a breath of relief and stepped forward to compliment. Siho-on, you're seriously strong. Did you ever train in swordsmanship before? Siho-on shyly replied, yeah, just practiced because I liked it. Teo praised him. But your skill level is way beyond just practicing for fun. Siho-on just gave a sheepish smile. The 4 of them then turned their attention to Kang Kangwoo, sitting up in the tree. Teo asked, what do you think, Kang Kangwoo? Everyone's pretty strong, huh? Kang Kangwoo rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Not answering. Teo nudged him anxiously. What's up? Kang Kangwoo jumped down to the ground, his eyes sharpening as he mulled over something. Everyone was curious. He went on with a bunch of points, not just a few. Kang Kangwoo suddenly spoke up. At first, Teo nodded nervously. Yeah, bro. Kang Kangwoo carefully assessed him. He's got sharp senses and even knows how to distract the monsters. Teo blushed. Thanks, man. Kang Kangwoo added a warning. The problem is he uses brute force to solve everything. He's wasting way too much energy. A tank class shouldn't have flaws like that. From the start, he just charged at the mobs. Kang Kangwoo said seriously, what if the boss rushes out afterward? As a tank, you just need to take hits and distract them. Teo replied seriously. I got it. Kangwoo shifted focus to Xeola. What about Xeola? She jumped a little. Yeah, Kangwoo praised her with satisfaction. You did great supporting Teo and made the right call boosting Tanker's power. Then he pointed out a bad habit to fix. Deciding to use the light arrow to protect herself wasn't smart. Enemies always watch Hiller, so if Hiller attacks, the tank can't distract the monsters. Xeola hung her head in guilt. I'm sorry. Kangwoo saw tears welling up and quickly smiled to comfort her. It's okay, we just need to fix things slowly. He turned to Choi Eunbi. What about Eunb? The girl obediently raised her hand. Kangwoo evaluated. You seem eager to handle the fallen monsters and used a powerful spell with massive firepower. He asked with interest. You got startled earlier when 5 monsters appeared while you were attacking the 3 downed ones, right? Eunb replied shyly. Yeah, that's right. Kangwoo gently advised. You can easily take them down with a simple lightning magic spell, so save your energy for the main fight. Si Ho-an will be the main attacker, and you'll be the support. The girl nodded loudly. Got it. Kangwoo turned to Kim, Si Ho-an, who hesitated. Yeah. Kangwoo thought for a while, but finally patted Si Ho-an's shoulder casually and encouraged him. You didn't miss anything. You did your job well. Si Ho-an happily replied. Ah, thanks. Kangwoo pondered silently. This guy's really good. Even without 5 years of experience like me, he's a genius, huh? Teo excitedly praised Si Ho-an's skill. Choi E was full of admiration, saying, he's cooler than I thought. Kangwoo sneaked a glance at Kim Si Ho-an, thinking he really is a rough diamond. Wonder how strong he'll get. He suggested moving further inside. Teo raised his hand energetically. This time we'll do even better. Kangwoo gently reminded. Yeah, try to fix the points I just mentioned. This time, Teo firmly blocked every attack. Choi, Eunbi, and Si coordinated perfectly to counterattack the enemies. The monsters were hit by fierce power, flailing wildly and getting twisted out of shape. At the same time, supported from behind, Kim Si Ho-an proudly swung his sword, sweeping through them one by one. They were blasted thousands of meters away. Kangwoo silently sat in the tree, watching everyone's every move. He judged that everyone was doing very well. Teo tiredly placed his shield on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Kangwoo thought to himself, if things keep going like this, maybe they'll reach the gate within a month. Teo leaned on his shield, excitedly asked, what do you think, bro? Have we improved? Kangwoo smiled softly. Not bad, Teo teased. Give me one compliment. No one died. He lowered his voice sincerely. But thanks to you, I've improved a lot. Suddenly a voice rang out. Wait, what's that thing? Seems like it's not a cho. Kangwoo's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He widened his eyes. It was a bloodthirsty demon suddenly appearing. It crazily charged straight at them, baring sharp teeth, hungry to devour them all alive. Kangwoo got alert. Werewolf Teo quickly noticed the danger and hurriedly raised his shield to block. But the beast was vicious, flying at them, roaring threateningly. Kangwoo activated his weapon from the tree, ready to fight. Damn, another demon beast? He was startled by the scene. Kim Si Ho-an suddenly flipped in midair, swinging his sword straight at the beast. He urgently ordered Teo, bro, fall back. Kim Si Ho-an dodged the beast's attack without hesitation, seizing the chance to launch the next strike, gripping his glowing sword tightly. He poured all his power into a slash right into the beast's belly, spraying fresh blood everywhere. Kim Si Ho-an gritted his teeth and repeated the move. Unfortunately, before he could strike again, the beast noticed and brutally tossed him to the ground. It screeched and flew in for another attack. Si Ho-an panicked and cursed. Damn! Luckily, Kangwoo appeared and saved the day with his immense strength. He delivered a single blow that easily knocked down the dangerous giant beast. Kim Si Ho-an stared at him in shock as the system notification popped up. You defeated a level D crack fragment. You leveled up. Though Kangwoo's hand was injured and bleeding, he gently helped Kim Si Ho-an up and asked, Can you stand? Si Ho-an forced a sheepish smile. Yeah, thanks. The other 3 rushed over at once. Teo worriedly asked, Are you okay? Xeola anxiously said, Are you all right? Choi Eunbi trailed behind. Are you okay? Kangwoo expressed admiration. You're too strong. Kangwoo. You blew it away in one hit, Teo excitedly praised. You're strong too, Si Ho-an. You must have just awakened your second time, right? Your sword is glowing. Si Ho-an smiled with difficulty. Seriously. This is only my second time, Kangwoo silently pondered. The guy can even fight demon beasts. Even if he awakened at A rank on his second try, this strength is abnormal. This is beyond talent. Si Ho-an awkwardly suggested. Peso, can you put me down? Kangwoo suddenly skipped a beat, thinking he understood how that damn Munyo felt. He directly helped Kim Si Ho-an, so I could support him, but he was shy. Thanks. Tessa scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not that smooth. Kangwoo used his power, placing a hand on Kim Si-on's shoulder, activating his omniscient ability. You can hide your magic power when using the strength of a magic ruler. Quickly, Kangwoo received all of Kim Si-on's information. He thought to himself, I just wanted to check if he had any hidden power, but can I actually see his skills in the data window? He grinned. Not bad. Let's see. His face suddenly turned dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Kim Si-ho-on. Second Awakening. First Awakening ability. Descendant of the Saint Warrior. SSS-Rank. Because the Saint Warrior's power hasn't been fully absorbed, the ability hasn't activated yet. Second Awakening ability. Summon Sword Aura. Rank A. Third Awakening ability unlocks at level 20. Profession inherited by the Chosen One. The soul of the Saint Warrior hangs as a wild companion with you. You are the hero born to protect the world. Strength 15. Dexterity 16. Endurance 13. Magic 10. Inner power inherited stats. 25 intelligence. 8 wisdom. Kangwoo was amazed. SSS rank. Saint Warrior, huh? The hero born to protect the world. To gently advised, if you feel uncomfortable, just say it so I can support you. Si-ho-on mumbled. I'm fine. Kangwoo looked at him with astonishment. What's up with this guy? He unconsciously pondered. Is he really the main character? The system appeared before Kangwoo. Innate profession, the chosen one. The soul of the war god wild companion is residing inside you. You are the hero born with the mission to become the world's protector. He thought, war god protector of the world? Is that why his swordsmanship is so outstanding? A tall man surrounded by blazing flames appeared in Si-ho-on's eyes. He was delighted. This guy really is the main character. Kangwoo glanced at Si-ho-on with a confused look, thinking, in the future, he might become a threat to me, but I can't miss out on a gem like this. Si-ho-on softly said, right now, I'm really okay, thanks. Kangwoo was embarrassed. Ah, yeah. He silently continued his thoughts. I can build a good relationship with him by fully supporting him. Like Yeonju did with me, he calculated in his mind, but just like how I'm ready to ditch things I don't like. One day, he might turn the sword against me. I can't put all my trust in this relationship. Kangwoo rubbed his chin, recalling every action of Sion. For now, it seems Kim Si-ho-on isn't the one doing those things. He even sacrificed himself to save Teo from the wolf demon. He watched them laugh happily together, concluding, if thinking positively like Teo said, he has a very commendable chivalrous spirit. But you could also say he looks too easy to fool. Iyumbi stared at the magic staff and spoke, Hey Si-ho-on, do you want an electric claw? He was embarrassed. I think I can handle it. T was excited. I want to try too. Suddenly, Kangwoo cracked a weird smile, eyes wide open. God only knows what's going to happen. He covered his sinister grin with his hand. A voice cut through his thoughts. It was Kangwoo's voice. She kindly asked, What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Ah, Kangwoo looked confused and pointed at himself. Me? I'm fine. I'm not hurt anywhere. Looking at the wounded monster lying on the ground, he continued. The reason why this monster appeared at the low-level gate, Xeola added, I think so too. I've never seen or heard of this monster before. If Kangwoo wasn't here, a disaster would have definitely happened. Kangwoo chuckled. Si-ho-on did really well too. How is he now? Xeola quickly replied. He's getting much better. She looked at Sion holding his wound, happily chatting with others. If he avoids overexerting himself, he'll recover quickly. Kangwoo stepped forward, gently asked, Are you okay? Si-ho-on, he was friendly. Yeah, thanks to you, Xeola, I feel much better. Kangwoo smiled with satisfaction. That's a relief. Si-ho-on continued. If not for you, I'd be even more seriously injured. His eyes sparkled, surrounded by a radiant glow. Thanks again. I heard Tessa talk about you, but you really are strong. Tessa's eyes shone brightly, his face cheerful. Of course, in my whole life, I've never seen a player as strong as Big Bro here. Not only that, he also has a very chivalrous spirit. Si-ho-on was moved. He really found a good Big Bro. Teo was shy. You're exaggerating. You're great too. Si-ho-on loudly agreed. Exactly. I've never seen a player like you, Si-ho-on. Among Second Awakeners, he laughed. I'm puffed up now. Teo smiled and asked, but why don't you join any big guilds? I think you can easily join any guild you want. Si-ho-on's whole body trembled. A voice spoke up. Seems like the Mi-Y Guild is recruiting new members now. You not interested? Tessa stepped closer, softly. I heard Mi-Y's vice guild leader is working hard to recruit talents. Si-ho-on quickly said, I don't plan to join any guild, except not Mi-Y. Teo hesitated, confused. I understand. I was wondering, do you have a problem with the Mi-Y Guild now? Si-ho-on held a sword bag and replied, It's not worth mentioning. Teo bowed his head, thinking, Looks like there's a pretty complicated story behind that, huh? Sorry for bringing up unnecessary stuff. Si-ho-on forced a smile. It's okay, just a bit complicated. I'm the one who should apologize for being too sensitive. Kangwoo folded his arms and said, Then let's end today's hunt here. We'll come back tomorrow. You, Si-ho-on, need to rest too. Si-ho-on looked confused. It's fine. I can easily handle those monster-level beasts. Kangwoo stepped closer, placed a hand on his shoulder, advising, No need to overdo it. We'll meet again tomorrow and go hunting then. Si-ho-on replied, Yeah, Got it, Teo cheered, raised his fist, and shouted, Big bro, are you coming with us tomorrow too? Kangwoo coldly said, You guys go hunting on your own tomorrow. He had teary eyes and pouted, I can't keep taking care of everyone forever. If you remember what I taught today, you should all improve in no time. Teo was excited. I got it, big bro. He raised his arm firmly. This man would try his best to level up and stand shoulder to shoulder with big bro. Kangwoo's back disappeared into the distance. He waved his hand and smiled brightly, thinking he really wanted to have dinner with Teo like usual, but probably not tonight. Kangwoo called for a motorbike taxi on the busy street. She looked puzzled. Yeah, Kangwoo's eyes were thoughtful, watching the phone in his hand. I think you have to go home alone. Suddenly, I have something urgent. The motorbike taxi looked suspicious. Something urgent? The phone screen showed an incoming call. He hurriedly said, Yeah, I have an emergency call. I think I have to go now. The motorbike taxi's eyes widened. I understand. So what about dinner? Kangwoo put the phone in his pocket. You eat first. I might be late. The motorbike taxi turned the bike around, her face showing a faint, amused smile. All right, be careful. See you later. No matter how late you are, I'll warm up the food for you. Kangwoo blushed. Okay, I'll definitely come back safe. He thought she really was an angel. He waved and smiled brightly, watching the motorbike taxi's back fade away, eyes sharp, a mysterious smile on his lips. All right, time to get started. Scene change. Si-Ho-an looked at his phone, standing by the bus stop, sighing. The phone displayed bus schedules. He muttered, The Guild, the Mi-Wai Guild. What now? At the same time, a voice called out to Si-Ho-an. He looked up. Hey, Kangwoo, I'm standing right in front of you. I have something to tell you. Si-Ho-an replied, All right, what's up? Kangwoo was serious. This is pretty important, he continued. So let's go somewhere more private. The bus stop speaker announced, Bus number 700 is arriving. Si-Ho-an nodded. He followed Kangwoo into a narrow alley, looking around and asking, So, Kangwoo, what do you want to talk about? Before he could finish, Kangwoo suddenly punched Si-Ho-an in the stomach. He was shocked, eyes wide open, body bent over, instinctively coughing up saliva harshly. Kangwoo grabbed his collar and threw him hard onto the ground. Si-Ho-an was in pain, struggling to sit up, not understanding what was happening. Why are you doing this again? Before he could finish, Kangwoo brutally stomped on his stomach. Coldly, Kangwoo said, I just want to make sure. Si-Ho-an screamed, but Kangwoo pressed his knee on his stomach, leaving him helpless, only able to shout repeatedly. You, Kangwoo, Si-Ho-an said, bowing his head close. In the future, you, Si-Ho-an, will become very strong, way stronger than other players. That's why I want to build a really good relationship with someone like you. He smiled weirdly, or rather, his voice sounded creepy. I want to be your real teammate. Si-Ho-an frowned, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Why are you saying these things while doing crazy stuff? Unaware, Kangwoo's hand emitted purple sparks. He pressed that magic force hard into Si-Ho-an's chest. He screamed loudly, his whole body trembling violently, eyes rolling back, mouth wide open. Kangwoo still sat on top of him, veins glowing blood red on his hand. This was a guarantee for that. Kangwoo grabbed Si-Ho-an's chest, purple magic swirling around his hand, power surging. Si-Ho-an's heart raced wildly, red marks appeared on his neck. Si-Ho-an shouted, AGHHT, stop it. Kangwoo reassured him, don't worry. Si-Ho-an's heart began changing from red to purple, surrounded by glowing red sparks. Kangwoo's voice was steady. You'll forget everything that happened here. At this moment, his heart had completely transformed into a bizarre heart with bright red eyes and a mouth full of sharp, devilish teeth. He continued, Once you wake up, you'll keep living normally, hunting monsters like today, and getting stronger. Kangwoo smirked, leaning close to Si-Ho-an's twitching face. You can also form a team with Teo and Si and become stronger than anyone else. He pulled his hand back. Oh, you'll also be able to use part of my power, because now you've become my close spirit. This is really beneficial for your development. Si-Ho-an exhaled shakily, eyes dimming. A purple mark appeared on his chest. Kangwoo withdrew his hand, smiling mysteriously, eyes cunning. We'll become very close teammates. Si-Ho-an suddenly woke up, eyes wide open, sitting up, panting. He touched his chest. Everything seemed normal. He rubbed his face, sitting up. Why am I here? I was definitely waiting for the bus. Si-Ho-an looked at his phone. 8 p.m., he frowned, trying to recall that he had been waiting for the bus for about an hour. What happened after that? Suddenly, his head hurt like a hammer blow. Si-Ho-an rubbed his head. I don't remember anything. I must have passed out. He thought no matter how big the impact was, he never expected to pass out like that. Si-Ho-an gritted his teeth and bit his lip. I'm really weak. Si-Ho-an leaned against the wall, struggling to stand up. Right now I'm too weak, still far from where I need to be. I have to become stronger than who I am now. The images of the people he hated appeared. He clenched his fists, punched the wall, causing pieces to crumble and fall. Me why guild? Me why guild? Si Ho-on gritted his teeth in anger. Vice guild leader Kim Ye-ong Ho-on, so that his sword could reach those bastards' necks. Kim Si Ho-on staggered on the sidewalk, leaning against the wall to keep from falling. Kang Kangwoo whispered, "It worked." The system notification appeared. Soul enslavement completed. Kim Si Ho-on has been recognized as your subordinate. From above, the system voice echoed, "Do you want to issue any commands?" He smirked, flicked his hand lightly. "Later, I have insurance." The system confirmed the soul has been bound. He smiled slyly, the corner of his eyes curling up. Now, all that's left is for Kim Si Ho-on to get stronger. Si Ho-on looked at his phone, still confused about what was happening. Kang Kangwoo thought to himself, "I don't want to give him any orders yet." Si Ho-on awkwardly glanced toward the bus stop ahead as Kang Kangwoo's inner voice echoed, "I only made him my subordinate to have insurance. No need to overdo it." After a while, Si Ho-on quickly boarded the bus. Kang Kangwoo stood silently watching from above. After his abilities are enhanced, Si-on's strength will be on par with Backer. He smiled faintly, imagining having to fight a demon army. Si-on's existence is very important to me, since my magic is still partially sealed, and I still have to fight the mysterious demon legion. Kang Kangwoo stood out of sight, unsure when they would appear at the gate again. Now looking at Si Ho-on, he gave a creepy smile, his eyes glowing cold and blood red. "I'll help you as much as I can, so train hard and get stronger." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Kang Kangwoo glanced at the screen. "Huh, what now?" "Dae-kyun." He sat down and answered the call. The voice on the other end said, "I'm calling to give you some information." Kang Kangwoo replied, "Yeah, what is it? About the Demon Legion?" Kai hesitated. "I'm not sure. I did see traces of magic." The guy on the line sounded panicked, but it didn't seem intentional. Kang Kangwoo guessed right on the mark. It wasn't created by humans. Dae-kyun continued, "Yeah, it seems to be made by monsters, not humans." Kang Kangwoo's emotions tensed. Cold thoughts echoed in his mind. "It's a demon," the other side replied. "At Gate B, Boo-E is up. After hellhounds and werewolves, there's another one." He opened the system panel to check the gap fragment info. Hellhounds appeared at Gate C. Weaker werewolves appeared at Gate D. So this time at Gate B, he licked his lips and sneered. "A monster stronger than hellhounds might appear. It's helped me level up a ton already." Kang Kangwoo tapped on the personal info panel, thinking maybe I'll awaken for the 5th time sooner than I thought. The next morning, at Boo-E Station, the loudspeaker announced regularly, "The train will soon arrive at Boo-E Station. Exit on the right." People crowded out, pulling Kang Kangwoo into the flow. His face frowned, looking around dazed, feeling overwhelmed. "Oh man, I gotta buy a new car soon. After this, I definitely owe due for getting me a ride." While going down the stairs, he walked and checked his phone. Let's see. The monsters should appear at Gate B. People were buzzing. "What's going on? Why are you back?" The other shrugged. "They said something weird is inside, so they won't let me in." Kang Kangwoo looked at them. "Weird?" The other replied, "Yeah, mutated monsters or something." Up ahead, the gate is blocked by soldiers, confusing mages, knights, and other players on missions. Complaints rose. "Hey, the team can't go in there. Damn it, I traveled so far." "Do you know how far I had to come?" Someone argued with the soldiers. He complained, "Why won't anyone be allowed in? Everyone's stuck here." The soldier was firm. An unnamed monster mutated, so the gate is temporarily closed. The protester isn't even a boss. At that moment, the loudspeaker blared. A monster inside the gate mutated. We can't identify it yet, but 10 players have died." The speaker continued. "For player safety, we will restrict access to the gate until further notice." While the speaker kept broadcasting, I repeated the crowd's murmur. 10 people died inside Gate B? That's a lot of people. The casualties can't be that high. Even if it's Gate B. Kang Kangwoo stood at the back, observing, arms crossed thoughtfully. Calling it a mutated monster is just a label, but clearly, it's something else. Probably a demon tearing up the dungeon. At the gate, a swirling black pool caught his attention. They even banned players from entering. No one knows what it is this time. Reporters flooded in to film. Kang Kangwoo asked, "Can you explain more?" The event attracted live reporters, and the public was worried. A female reporter asked, "But closing the dungeon means you confirmed something, right?" The soldier replied, "As we said, we don't know the details yet." Kang Kangwoo's eyes lit up hearing the soldier's answer. "Exactly. We only know it resembles a lion." He immediately recognized it as Boo-E from outside sharing. "We've never faced it before, so we need time to analyze." The Boo-E monster replayed in Kang Kangwoo's memory. He immediately realized that Boo-E, someone from outside, was sharing it. We had never faced this before, so we still needed time to analyze it. The Boo-E monster reappeared in Kang H's memory. It doesn't hesitate to bathe an entire space in blood wherever it sets foot. Boo-E is one of the strongest predators in the second hell. It looks like a lion, has 5 legs, and a special devouring ability. After it's had enough to eat, it lies down to sleep, ignoring the number of monsters still surrounding it. No matter the size, as long as it eats 5 prey a day, it will be full and won't attack first anymore. Memories of the first hell flood back. Kangwoo's face turned pale, covering his mouth as a few boo-ee creatures descended into the first hell to hunt for food. It was truly a nightmare. Thinking about those times makes me want to puke, he calculated. Anyway, if there have been 10 victims, then boo-ee must have appeared 2 days ago. He was a wise man, Kang smirked, fingers tapping rapidly on his phone. This time it's easy. I just need to throw 5 monsters at it and kill it when it's full. Kangwoo picked up the phone and called Sister Undo. The line rang. Huh? What the hell, Kangwoo? He got straight to the point. I want to ask you for help with something. Undo was working out, panting heavily as she answered. What's up? He replied. I want to enter a beta ranking gate, but the government is restricting access. Undo probed. Don't tell me you're at Uideongbu. Kangwoo chuckled coldly. Yeah, you can do it, right? You're close with some high-ups? Just as he finished, the sound of clashing echoed. Undo confirmed again. You really have to get through that gate? Kangwoo didn't hesitate. Yeah, it's very important. Undo frowned, exhaled sharply, and dropped 2 dumbbells. Damn, this is gonna cost you a lot. Kangwoo was calm. Don't worry, I'll pay you in full, she warned. Yeah, of course. Just don't die at the hands of a mutated monster, okay? He laughed mockingly. If I were that easy to kill, would you sponsor me this much? The voice on the line sounded slick, telling the guard to pick up. Kangwoo stepped closer. The guard stopped him. You heard the rules. Players aren't allowed. Kangwoo held the phone up to the guard's face with a smile. It was Sister Undo's father from the Red Rose Society. The guard was stunned. What? Kangwoo pressed the screen closer. Sister Undo's father from the Red Rose Society. She has something to tell you. The action stirred the crowd into a buzz. Who's that? Sister Undo's dad? Does Red Rose have someone like that? They haven't recruited anyone recently. The guard answered. Yeah, I understand. He hung up, sighed deeply. Though reluctant, the guard gave in. Kangwoo was led inside as the investigator of the monster case. Everyone gasped. He asked, if you defeat it, you have to provide information. Do you agree? Kangwoo showed cooperation, took back the phone. Of course, I'll start investigating immediately and do my best to reassure the people. The event attracted reporters who cheered. Hey, take pictures. The crowd was lively with breaking news. Who's that? Is he from Red Rose? From behind, a blue-haired youth shouted. Kangwoo turned to look back. It was the Mi Guild with 6 members. The leader was Kang Zhou, confidently suggesting since Red Rose is allowed to investigate, we should be allowed in too. People whispered that Kang Zhou is from Mi Guild now, the newly famous guard who just became a player 3 weeks ago and already got into the beta ranking gate. Kangwoo eyed him, wondering, is this ponytail dude famous? Zhou continued, probing. Are you the Red Rose sponsor? Those words surprised Kangwoo. Spiked armor, those special gear alone give it away. He was startled by the sarcasm. But don't you have teammates? Red Rose can only sponsor that much? Kangwoo flashed a forced smile, sparkling like stars. Ha ha, I prefer hunting monsters alone. Zhou's teammates looked at him with contempt. Heard you were at the C ranking gate recently? You think this gate is just as easy? Zhou stepped closer, voice full of provocation. Guys like you usually die fast. He looked at Kangwoo like a lowlife. You probably want to take a shortcut by catching the mutated monster. But since when do Fourth Awakening new players dare to poke their noses into other people's business? Zhou's eyes were sharp as knives, his hand on Kangwoo's neck. Why so quiet? Cat got your tongue? Kangwoo silently stared ahead, eyes cold as ice. Zhou sneered. Or are you scared? He proudly pointed at his teammates. How about this? He suggested. You're the investigator, so why not enter the gate with my team? That way you won't drop dead right when you enter. But my team is full. He laughed loudly. Now you look like a thug, huh? Why not bandage that wound or something? Kangwoo smirked. Fine. Zhou was surprised. Kangwoo gently pushed his hand away. You care too much about me. I don't know how to react, and I'm still scared to go alone. His eyes narrowed. Now let's go in together, huh? Zhou's Mi Guild teammate scoffed. Weird. Does he have no shame? So disappointing. Kangwoo seemed indifferent, quietly counting 2 or 3 distorted, weird gazes. He glanced at Zhou with a wide grin. I need 5 monsters to fill Boo-E's hunger. Looks like I have 1 extra. Then let's go. In the crowd, curses rang out when they saw the open space gate ahead. That bastard Kangwoo sponsored by Red Rose is there, right? The one personally recruited by Sister Undo's dad. I heard he's at the beta ranking gate behind that building. Kang Zhou stood hiding on the side of the road, holding his phone, reporting the situation. Yeah, he's here. Vice President Kim Yeong shouted. The voice on the other end ordered, reminding the Mi Guild status. Why? You have to seize this chance to humiliate that guy in front of everyone. Even though they're currently dominant, Don't forget Mi Guild ranks higher on the leaderboard than Red Rose. Sheng Shou approached Kang Kangwoo, thinking everything should have always been like this. He showed irritation and said, "What? You want to enter together?" Kang Kangwoo just turned his head and smiled. Yeah, seeing the press crowding around, Sung So blamed himself, thinking he should have humiliated him in front of the reporters, but since he acted so calmly, he'd end up looking like the bad guy. He tried to reassure himself not to do anything stupid. Provoking him further would only make their group look worse. Better wait until they got inside the gate. The excited whispers from everyone made the atmosphere electric. Sung So walked ahead, then suddenly turned, leaning on his hand, saying, "All right, let's go in." The blonde guy behind was surprised for a moment, then quickly replied, "All right." Everyone was shocked, couldn't believe their eyes. Red Rose and Mi Y teaming up now? The press caught the hot scoop, continuously snapping photos of Kang Sung So and his team. The story was sizzling. Sung So glanced quietly at the person ahead, cursing inwardly. "That bastard!" the press shouted loudly. Okay, the headline would be two rival teams deciding to cooperate to defeat the mutant monster. Looking at Kang Kangwoo, Sung So was displeased, sneering inside, not understanding why Red Rose would sponsor a guy like that. The press kept pushing, urging them to keep going. Sung So held his spear, smirking. Whatever. I don't need to keep provoking that bastard anymore. But little did he know, Kang Kangwoo was wearing a sinister smile. Everyone around kept whispering, "End this already. It's just temporary. No next time." Scene shifted to a dark basement, people moving in small groups. Kang Kangwoo walked slowly behind, suggesting, "Now let's combine forces to take down the monster, right?" Suddenly someone stopped, spat sharply, cutting in. "Hey, don't you have any shame?" Kang Kangwoo looked at Sung So, smiling awkwardly. "What?" He sighed with contempt. "Are you really stupid, or just pretending?" A kid in a blue hoodie glanced sideways, joining in. "Just ignore him." He kept insulting, thinking Sung So was special just because Yeonju personally picked him, but he was probably just a loser. Watch out, Yeonju might be the same. The guy with a scar on his mouth walked by, taunting. Exactly, Yeonju's days are over. Has she done anything lately? What about Vice President Kim Y and Ong Ho-an from Mi Y? What about us now? The platinum-haired guy in armor sighed proudly. He's the real deal, born rich and handsome. And talented, too. The girl with the face tattoo smiled smugly. Definitely from a good family. The leader is also a powerhouse. Mi-ye's group now is built by a father and son. Sung So laughed loudly, mocking. And Red Rose? Just a bunch of trash like them. Meanwhile, Kang Kangwoo silently walked behind, thinking. Mi-ye's group now? He crossed his arms, pondering. Mi-ye's group now? The leader and also chairman of Mi Electronic, Kim Hyun, lost his son 5 years ago in a gate accident. With funding from Miser Electronic, he quickly rose through the ranks and founded the group. Mir Kang Kangwoo quietly followed behind, watching those laughing loudly. Big groups make a lot of money, but since they already had corporations before forming the groups, these guys must be swimming in cash. Since things are like this, Kang Kangwoo rubbed his chin, scheming. Should he let these two groups fight and then sit back and reap the benefits? Suddenly, he lowered his hand, smoothing his coat. Wait, I've gotten enough already. Yeonju is still useful. Kang Kangwoo stopped, crossed his arms, thinking carefully. The golden eggs full of benefits aren't ready yet. Only fools kill the goose that lays golden eggs. Sung So went ahead, laughing cheerfully, unaware that Kang Kangwoo was smiling wickedly, full of schemes inside. Besides, Red Rose still has some use, so if I have to kill someone... Suddenly, a loud voice came from Sung So's mouth. Where the hell did that mutant monster disappear to? Kang Kangwoo walked behind, chuckling mockingly. Who knows? Why don't I patrol around this area first? He turned back, looking annoyed, questioning. You think I don't know? We've been wandering all over but haven't seen anything. Really stupid. The tone was full of contempt and mockery. Red Rose was truly collapsing. Oh man, what about Yeonju? Ignoring Damtu's words, Kang Kangwoo reminded himself to stay calm. The guy in the blue cloak babbled. I think Red Rose will fall apart soon. The last guy chimed in. Of course we won't accept anyone from Red Rose. A soft, eerie voice echoed. Let's go find it, shall we? Kang Kangwoo touched the wall behind him. Moments later, countless red lines ran around the Toenchi Tower. Kang Kangwoo sensed life. Surprised, it was right behind that wall, still moving, mouth full of sharp teeth with drool dripping. He thought silently, so it's still hungry. Kang Kangwoo grinned devilishly, summoning a white energy orb. Lucky, let's get started. The enchanting power radiated from his hand, a faint scent of Sung So. Smell that? The guy in the blue cloak was curious. I smell it. Yeah, it's a real fragrance. The girl with the face tattoo sniffed. Suspicious. Why is there this smell in the maze? The guy leading heard noise behind, turned around and ordered silence. Kang Kangwoo's eyes gleamed with cunning. Exactly. The bastard will smell this from afar. Hearing the sounds, they warned each other. Something was coming. Not the usual footsteps of a monster. The leader shouted loudly, "Get ready to fight. It's probably the mutant monster." Sung So held his weapon. Duong Oi shouted, Kangwoo, dodge, stay in the corner. Don't go wild thinking you caught it with us." Kangwoo looked at him lightly and asked, "Oh, your death prediction was pretty accurate, huh?" Sung So got annoyed, glaring. "What did you say?" Kangwoo laughed loudly, reminding, "Sung So, do you remember what you said?" He laughed crazily. "Guys like you usually die young." Suddenly, a burst of power swept past Sung So's face, terrifying him. What the hell was that? He was too scared to speak. A ferocious monster had just slashed through his teammate with its claws, lifting him up, baring its fangs at the one lying on its claws. Kangwoo saw this and looked amused. "First, we lost one." The guy in front shouted loudly to reassure everyone. "Focus up." He ordered each member to use their strength to attack that fierce monster. "Get in position and attack. Hurry up." Next, another person was bitten and swallowed halfway by the buoy. Its shadow flickered in and out, dodging every attack. The agile monster lurked behind the wall, making all the attacks from the group useless. They panicked and blindly struck the wall, sending rocks flying everywhere. The guy in front rushed forward again, shouting to calm everyone, "Hold the formation!" Just as he finished, half a body flew over his head, silencing him. One by one, they lay on the monster's fangs, the buoy ravenously devouring its feast. Kangwoo thought silently, sitting on a big rock, "We've already lost two." The panic was terrifying, and he shouted loudly, preparing to strike. He spun his spear, creating a swirling vortex, then charged from behind. The guy in front pinned the monster down with a thunder strike, yelling loudly. Right then, the rest of the group surged forward under his command, attacking, but seconds later, they turned into lifeless bodies. Watching his teammates torn apart, the guy in front froze, thinking it couldn't be real. He stood rooted, watching the monster hang his teammate's corpse with its claws, stuffing it into its mouth full of sharp teeth. "I fought with all my strength, but it's still not scratched?" The witch girl, trembling with blood, collapsed to her knees. "Help me," her plea echoed faintly in Kangwoo's ears. He just smiled. 3, 4. The cries for help mixed with reassurances below made Kangwoo chuckle. "Help me! What are you doing? Calm down and hold the formation." An angry face appeared. The beak spat out curses. The guy in front bent down, creating a purple lightning strike. This would be his move, pulling the purple lightning toward the monster. He poured all his strength and emotion into the thunder strike. But seconds later, the monster rammed him hard, sending him flying to the side. He passed out, lying still. Later, he woke up, eyes full of fear, tears streaming down. Kangwoo smiled softly, the monster's eyes blazing, biting down on the lower half of the witch girl right in front of the guy in front. Kangwoo thought, 5 is over. The monster just ate someone, and beneath it lay Kang Sung-jo motionless. Luckily, he wasn't dead yet. Instead, he groaned pitifully. Seeing Kangwoo still alive, Sung-sho struggled to speak. "With you, it's probably full now, huh?" But the next second, Kangwoo appeared on top of the monster. Sung-zo saw this and was speechless with horror. "What?" he stammered. Meanwhile, Kangwoo calmly replied, "How? 5 times a day." He continued, "If it's fed 5 prey, buoy will reach a full state. When that happens, it won't move unless attacked first." Sung-jo still couldn't believe it. No way. Kangwoo ignored him now, smiling as he planned his next move. Simple. The power of darkness, the power of hell. I need to land a really strong hit to finish this. So he planned a killing blow to take down the monster in one strike. While thinking, Kangwoo began casting the skill. Sung-sho below was still struggling, panting heavily, while Kangwoo above started gathering power, ready to unleash the move. Before, he thought he needed to focus more to use multiple powers at once, but now that wasn't necessary anymore. Just as the thought ended, Kangwoo slammed down hard on the monster's head. Immediately, a huge explosion erupted where he stood. Before the explosion faded, Kangwoo was already preparing the next move. He flew up high, gathering a massive force in his hand. Trident. The next second, a blazing trident appeared in his hand. He gritted his teeth and smiled. Right then, a notification popped up. "You have acquired the trident skill." Kangwoo rushed forward, throwing the trident fiercely at the monster. The system notifications kept sounding, "You will gain increased accuracy when using the memorized skill." The trident quickly stabbed straight into the giant monster's head. It screamed in pain loudly, looking extremely miserable. But before it could react, it exploded from the trident's overwhelming force. After the explosion, Kangwoo gently landed on the ground. The system continued notifying, "You have successfully defeated the buoy monster, rank CB. You have increased 6 levels." The system sent more messages. "You have reached level 40. Your 5th awakening has been unlocked. Leveling up has pushed your stats to the limit. Your mana has increased by 7. Your mana has reached 60, and one condition of the Hoan Kook Devil has been met." Hearing this, Kangwoo suddenly reacted. "Ah, I'm curious. Hoan Kook Devil sounds like something from a martial arts novel, huh? Why isn't this explanation a bit friendlier?" A detailed report about the Hoen Kook Devil appeared. The Hoen Kook Devil must pass initial steps to become the Devil Lord. Condition 1. Reach mana 60. Condition 2. Unknown. Condition 3. Unknown. They say it's detailed, but it's still pretty vague. Kangwoo sighed. No useful info about this Hoen Kook Devil, but even so, he felt positive. He sensed it would grant him a mysterious power. Hoen Kook Devil, Devil Lord, Kangwoo recalled. This was the first time he'd heard about this power. Even though he had been in hell for 10,000 years, he stood with arms crossed, looking thoughtful. I think I was right about my earlier theory. If I keep leveling up like a player, I could become stronger than when I was a Devil King in the 9 Hells. Thinking this, Kangwoo grinned wickedly. I might even surpass that power, to an unimaginable limit. He thought he had kicked his greed, but it seemed he still hadn't shaken habits from his Devil King days. With that thought, Kangwoo quickly decided to absorb this buoy first. Glutton. As he swallowed the monster's power, he thought, as a mutant monster investigator, he should keep the corpse. But there's no way he'd let such a huge amount of mana go to waste right in front of him. While Kangwoo absorbed the power, a notification popped up. Your mana has increased by 4. The massive mana surge even affected one side of his face. But Kangwoo didn't seem to care much, just lost in thought. That dark monster would definitely give him more mana points. It went up by 4 after he had already reached 60. Suddenly, a weak voice echoed. So you're Sheng Shou, dying just now? Kangwoo turned to look at him and laughed. Another guy approached him and said, based on your reckless behavior, I thought you'd be the first to die, but you really are talented in your guild, huh? Sheng Shou was terrified. Don't come here. But Kangwoo didn't care, just continued. Why would you treat your teammates like that? He lay flat on the ground, whispering, are you planning to kill me? Kangwoo remained calm, grabbed his leg that was hanging upside down, and smiled lightly. Hey, what are you mumbling? I'd never kill my own teammate. Got it? You still have a role to play? So of course I can't let you die here. Zung. So was shocked. Without much explanation, Kangwoo smiled sarcastically. Now stop trembling. I need to ask you a few questions. The first question came out. Which bastard told you to piss me off outside that gate, huh? Kangwoo glared at him with bloodshot eyes, thinking to himself, even a pathetic guy wouldn't act so malicious from the start. Besides, how did they know who I am? Although I think no info was leaked, Kangwoo's assessment concluded that definitely someone is pulling the strings behind these bastards. Seeing Sheng Shou refuse to speak, he said, you're not gonna talk? As soon as he finished, Kangwoo slammed Sheng Shou hard against the wall, hitting it so forcefully it made a hole. After that, Kangwoo got close and asked coldly, I'll ask you again, who is it? Immediately, Sheng Shou opened his mouth. It's Kim Yeong Ho On, Kangwoo repeated. Kim Yeong Ho On. At the same time, he thought, is that the guy who talked last time? He recalled the image of Yeonju holding a glass of wine. Sheng Shou kept explaining, Mr. Yeong Ho An invited Yeonju out, but was flatly refused. That's when the grudge with the Red Rose Guild started. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kangwoo asked again. So he tried to piss me off for that lame reason? Seungso gasped, trying to continue. Moreover, he said they need to change the image of the guild, me, to shift all attention to their own guild. They want to implement ideals superior to the Red Rose Guild. Before he could finish, Kangwoo interrupted. I'm still wondering how this bastard made an enemy out of me. But he'll pay for it. Do you have a photo of him? Jungso politely replied, here it is. Here it is. Kangwoo took the phone and muttered, just like you said. He's pretty handsome, huh? The photo showed Kim Si-ho-an. Kangwoo thought, Kim Si-ho-an, they do look kind of alike, huh? Or maybe it's because they're both handsome and get what they want? He kept asking, so you're telling me I got caught up in a revenge plot and was used by that guy? Is that right? Seungso sobbed. I'm sorry. I was just following orders and couldn't disobey. Kangwoo sneered. But I see you happily followed orders, huh? He was confused, but Kangwoo cut him off. It's okay. It's okay. That's all in the past now. I promise. And if you keep playing your role well, I have no complaints. Sheng was overjoyed. I'll do whatever you say. Kangwoo gave a fake gentle smile. Don't worry. It's not hard at all. Actually, it might be good for you. Scene shifts outside the gate. Many reporters are waiting. When they see someone coming out, they whisper, huh, the gate's opening. Who's coming out? Those guys are Kang Sheng Shou and Kangwoo. They're alive. Reporters swarm, firing questions. What happened? Where's the rest of the team? Did they fail to get through? Did they defeat the monster in that dungeon? The reporters are noisy. What happened at the gate? Kangwoo looked panicked and shouted, help, please! Someone call an ambulance for Mr. Sung Shou! Mr. Sung Shou! Everyone's attention turned to Sung Shou, bombarding questions. Why is he so badly injured? What happened to him? Kangwoo quickly laid Sheng Shou down and explained he fought the monster inside. When he was attacked, Sheng Shou weakly whispered, save me. Reporters pushed forward. What about the other members? Kangwoo looked sorrowful. Yes, Mr. Zhengzhou and I are the only survivors. He used the saddest tone. The others didn't make it. The crowd expressed their condolences. This rookie survived the monster. Even the Red Rose and Me guilds have teamed up. Yet they couldn't do anything? How could this happen? We should inform the Huagong Corporation as soon as possible and have them send people. Kang Kangwoo replied, that's unnecessary. He gently touched Xiongshou's face and continued. Although there were many sacrifices, the monsters inside have been eliminated. The crowd was shocked. You defeated it? You, Kang Kangwoo? But he denied it. I'm not the one. The hero who saved me and destroyed the monsters inside is Xiongshou. He looked down at the unconscious Xiongshou on the ground when a reporter pushed forward, bringing my Kodo toward him. Can you give more details about that situation? Kang Kangwoo still looked distressed but agreed. Yeah, of course. He began to recount. The moment we stepped into a place like a dungeon, we felt the intense aura of the monster. It was like it was squeezing our chests. Someone asked, so that means, Kang Kangwoo continued. Yeah, that monster appeared right at the entrance. He went on. The pace got faster and faster. We all knew the situation as soon as we saw it. It was way too dangerous. A foe that shouldn't have shown up at a rank B gate. He described, we planned to run, but since Lord Sung So said that monster could harm civilians if it got out, we decided to fight. The crowd agreed as Kang Kangwoo continued. That monster was way too strong. Imagine this. It looked exactly like the government's description. A lion's head, insane strength, and an incredibly ruthless attack style. So Lord Xiongshou's team members were killed instantly. Everyone was shocked. Some even cried. Xiang Kangwoo told how the tension rose as Lord Deng Shou told me to run, then faced the monster alone. He continued, I could have run, but I was frozen with fear. It was a brutal, courageous battle. When that life-or-death fight ended, Lord Xiongshou defeated the monster. Reporters kept filming, and Kang Kangwoo looked grateful. Even after beating the monster, he kept mumbling the names of the fallen until he lost consciousness. Sung Zhou was still calm, helping everyone stay worried. Lord Zheng Zhou, are you awake? Kang Kangwoo covered his mouth and said, please, don't say anything until the ambulance arrives. Save your strength. A reporter moved closer to my co-row, but Lord Sung So acted a bit coldly toward him. Right, Kang Kangwoo? Got anything to say? Kang Kangwoo looked heartbroken and hesitant. That's because he was really worried about me. Knowing my level was weak when exploring this side's rank B gate, he just wanted me to stay alert. The reporter understood. I get what you're saying. Kang Kangwoo closed his eyes, squeezing out beautiful tears. I never knew he cared about me that much. He spoke sincerely. He's my benefactor and the true hero of this era. A series of articles were published. The covers all told the story between Kang Kangwoo and Seung Zhou. The hero who defeated the terrifying dungeon monster sparked an emotional battle. The reason he fought the monster to the end. Kang Sung Zhou, the rookie of the Me Guild, fell into a coma, receiving $30 million in support from the public. That hero never woke up due to brain hemorrhage. He'll live in a vegetative state. People will always remember him as a hero. The phone screen showed the hot article, the reporter's pick. The hero who destroyed the mutant monster. Yeonju looked at it and commented, no matter how you look at it, the wound doesn't seem caused by the monster. Thinking of this, her face showed a hint of panic, but it was caused by humans. That bastard Kang Kangwoo. What the hell is he hanging around for? She muttered to herself, like she was babysitting a ticking time bomb. Suddenly, she caught Balak Hyon Kangwoo praising. Your new recruit looks cute, Yeonju repeated. Your new recruit looks cute. Hyun Kangwoo wondered, where did you find him? Turns out she's the head of the Sana Guild. New recruit? What new recruit? She said with a bored tone. Why don't you just leave? How long do you plan to sit here, old lady? That made Hyun Kangwoo explode. Who are you calling old lady? You're the old lady here. Yeonju's attitude dropped. Also, that mutant monster was probably caused by the demon cult. Hyun Kangwoo stirred her drink and replied, it's only a matter of time before outsiders from the South Guild find out about us. Those bastards have been very active lately. The scene shifted to a person with a strange appearance. Along with Yeonju's opinion, if people find out there's a fake cult sacrificing humans, just when everyone thought peace had come after the formation of the 5 major guilds, she continued, the world might fall into chaos again. Hi, Kangwoo stopped, sipping her tea. Not sure what she said next, shocked Yeonju. What does the Red Rose Guild think about this situation? Yeonju spoke up. Suddenly, Kang Kangwoo walked in from outside. Visitors? He got a warm welcome from Hyun Kangwoo. Hello. She waved and said, so you're the new recruit personally picked by Yeonju. Kang Kangwoo calmly replied, yes, nice to meet you. Who are you? Hi, Kangwoo responded. I'm just a friend of Yeonju. She gently stood up. Since there's a guest, I guess I should go. Kang Kangwoo quickly stopped her. Ah, please, keep talking. I'll come back later. Hi, Kangwoo still wanted to leave. You're fine, I'm done here. Suddenly, her attitude changed dramatically. Hi, Kangwoo leaned close to Kang Kangwoo's face. I told you I'm a friend of Yeonju. Ma'am, isn't that a bit much? Kang Kangwoo panicked. Yeah. Huh? Oh. Hi, Kangwoo quickly moved toward the door, calling back, well, I'm off then. but she hesitated a bit, turning back to Yeonju. After Oh Kangwoo left, Kangwoo sat down and asked, "Who was that?" Yeonju replied while pushing a card toward him. "Just an acquaintance of mine. Here, take it." Kangwoo looked at the card with his picture and the temporary gate pass inscription slowly. "This is..." Yeonju quickly added, "The S-Rank gate pass you requested." Kangwoo happily took it. "Oh, faster than I thought. Is this the power of the red rose?" Yeonju pulled her hat down and said, "Don't flatter me. I'm just saying this as a precaution, but don't go hunting there." Kangwoo just looked at her without replying, then calmly said, "Honestly, I overheard some things you two said outside." Yeonju smiled faintly. "I already saw that coming." She reached for her teacup and continued, "Anyway, sooner or later I had to tell you that." Kangwoo held his tea, blowing on it as he spoke. "You mentioned the demon cult, right? That fake sect behind the appearance of those mutated monsters," Yeonju said. "Yeah, they're crazy enough to use living people as sacrifices in some ritual. Lately, they've been super active. Strange creatures have been showing up, and underneath them are cloaked figures being scanned by a group of people." Yeonju said, "No one knows how long they've been around or how big their scale is. Around that group of 4 are others wearing the same outfit, so our guild is cooperating with the government to hunt them down." Kangwoo was curious. "What about the other guilds?" Hearing that other guilds among the Big Five also know about them, Yeonju replied, "Yeah, but we're the only ones working with the government." Kangwoo felt a bit annoyed. "Why is she doing this alone? To boost the guild's reputation?" Yeonju calmly said, "We don't do anything for free." Her eyes were sharp and full of determination. "We're getting a big payout from the government to drive out the demon cult. But that's not the only reason," she continued. "Many guild members who investigated the cult were sacrificed." The spoon she was holding dropped without her noticing. Yeonju radiated an intense, murderous aura, emphasizing each word. "Now, I will never forgive them." Kangwoo was familiar with this scene, thinking to himself he didn't know how many guild members had been sacrificed, but the casualties seemed pretty significant. He continued, "So this is a trap. Just looking at it, I can feel her killing intent. She's really strong." Kangwoo's mouth curled into a dangerous smile, wanting to fight her right here. But he thought the most important thing now was to speak up. "So, what you're about to ask me isn't the whole story," Yeonju interrupted. "Exactly," she continued. "I want to ask you to help us subdue them when we track down the demon cult." She lowered her head. "I'm still not sure about anything, but they're way too strong for a fake sect." Yeonju added her opinion. "We're seriously short on strong players." She looked up, her cold gaze fixed on Kangwoo. "If you don't want to, I won't force you. I want you to decide right now." Kangwoo crossed his arms and listened. "Are you accepting this mission?" His face didn't change. He raised his badge. "Don't worry," he said, tucking it back into his chest pocket, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. "At least I have to be loyal to someone who's helped me this much." Yeonju was surprised, showing a mix of happiness and relief. "Yeah," she continued. "Thank you." Kangwoo flashed a creepy, sharp smile, thinking to himself, "Loyal? Why wouldn't I join? Every time I get involved in their schemes, I gain more magic power." Yeonju cut off his thoughts. "Then from now on, I hope you'll cooperate with us in hunting them down. You might be called in for emergencies." Kangwoo replied. "Okay." Yeonju reminded him again, "Don't go hunting in the E-level gates." Kangwoo was a bit impatient. "I know already." The scene shifted to a road where a blue car sped off, the location pinned nearby. Kangwoo drove, feeling smug. Having a car is really convenient. The system notification popped up, 5th Awakening trait, Beast Master rank S. Effect: you can summon beasts from another dimension. The more magic power used during summoning, the stronger the beast. Summoned beasts recognize the summoner as their master. You can only summon one beast once every 3 months. After reading, he thought since the limit is once every 3 months, he had to summon the strongest beast possible. Right now, Kangwoo imagined a huge space, containing a globe like Earth. Inside were beasts, stretching out from fierce black holes. He thought if his theory was right, the gates act as bridges between Earth and other dimensions. The higher the gate's level, the stronger the monsters passing through. Those hell beasts are called space cracks that work like that. If so, this summoning skill works the same way. The power of the beast I summon will match the gate's level. The system notified, "You have arrived at the designated location." Kangwoo stepped onto the ground, still deep in thought. "Then obviously, I have to use this new skill." He gradually approached the giant space gate, the entrance to the S-level gate guarded by the national player team at Hwagang Station. An officer said, "Player card Kang Ha has been verified to enter the S-level gate." Around him was noisy. "Team 1, return to your station immediately. Return now." Kangwoo thought, security is tight. Without the red rose, I wouldn't dare enter. Those people shouted, "Open the gate! Open the gate!" Kangwoo thought, "Then I'll just go in." He quickly stepped inside the gate. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered a beautiful space and admired it. Wow, this sea is really vast. If there were no E-level monsters, this place would be a nice resort. Kang Kangwoo moved around. Let's see. Ah, this spot is good. He picked a suitable place. Sit down and summon a beast? If it's a three-headed dog, that'd be awesome. Just its body alone surpasses the third-level hell demons. He continued thinking, no matter what monster it is, I can command it to make up for their stupidity. Kang Kangwoo closed his eyes, starting now. The system notified, activating 5th awakening trait. Beastmaster rank S. Kang Kangwoo's body radiated countless purple energies, his face showing pain as he performed the spell. The whole sky was affected by his energy. The system continued creating a crack to summon. A strange green crack appeared in the sky. Kang Kangwoo's face bulged with countless blue and purple veins, his eyes fierce. He flew up, his hands tearing through the sky. The system announced, "You have successfully created a summoning rift." It provided information that a larger rift was created due to the magic power from the 100,000 demon cores of the tired SSS-ranked Kang Kangwoo. Green? He thought the gates he had seen before were all green. The system continuously displayed that the connection to the outside world could not be blocked due to an error from the Jia system. A space gate connecting to the No Dao continent had been opened. Kang Kangwoo was shocked. Huh? Where the hell is the No Dao continent? He raised his arm to shield his eyes from the bright light beyond, hoping nothing went wrong, hoping he wouldn't return to hell. The system appeared, summoning a demon beast. Kang Kangwoo lowered his hand, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing that didn't happen. He looked up in surprise. Huh? It just announced that you have successfully summoned a demon beast. The system continued. The daughter of the demon dragon Kagus, the egg-laying dragon Ekitna of CS rank, had become your summoned monster. Kang Kangwoo faced the giant creature and shouted, "A dragon? A dragon?" He was a bit confused, but noticed the dragon's current state seemed abnormal. Strange voices echoed. Then from inside the rift, weird people jumped out. They spoke in strange languages that were hard for him to understand. What language is that? What crazy shit are these people up to? Kang Kangwoo looked at the blonde guy yelling something, thinking, since the gates opened, no one in Korea wears clothes like that. But those kids really looked like they crawled out from some fantasy world. He told himself, I gotta figure out what they're saying first. It seemed like he had a power that allowed him to communicate with people who didn't speak his language. Kang Kangwoo started using his communication power. Voices he could understand began ringing in his ears. The leader among them gasped for breath, ordering his team, "Everyone, fall back." The girl beside him carefully observed the situation and spoke up. "Calm down. Dino." They cautiously eyed the dragon in front of them. "Look at that dragon. It's literally about to die," another added. "Oh, so it can't hurt anyone anymore." Dai also breathed a sigh of relief at his teammates' words. "Yeah, that's a relief." Suddenly he spoke up, catching their attention. "Who the hell are you guys?" Dano turned and smiled at Kang Kangwoo. "Hey, you okay?" Then he introduced himself as Jovan A. Nan, the third prince of the A. Nan Empire. Kang Kangwoo gave a strange look and asked about the A. Nan Empire. He replied, "Yeah." Kang Kangwoo, looking at them, thought he'd never heard of Arano's territory or that empire, but now he had a clearer picture. These were elves, and those were dwarves. He looked at a short old man standing nearby, wondering, did they really come from another world? Kang Kangwoo stood there watching the dragon gasp for breath, its body covered in wounds, big and small. He thought, damn, I don't know what's going on, but I can't just let the demon I summoned die this easily. Then he used his power to press down on the dragon's head. The healing power, like threads, wove through each wound, stitching them up. Day-No screamed in panic. "Wait, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Suddenly the dragon's voice echoed. "So you're my master? Thanks for healing me." Kang Kangwoo was healing it, right? "No problem." Dino, standing outside, suddenly froze speechless. The dragon continued, "I apologize for appearing before you in this state." Kang Kangwoo looked at it thoughtfully. It was communicating directly with him through its mind. It definitely recognized him as its master, but seeing the injuries it suffered, he spoke to comfort the dragon. It's okay. Dino stood behind, pointing a sword at his neck, furious. "You bastard, you're the master of this demon dragon?" Kang Kangwoo's eyes darkened as he looked up and said, "Let me ask you a few questions first. Why are you guys trying to kill it?" Dino got even angrier. He asked seriously because he didn't know, right? It was a brutal demon dragon that caused a catastrophic drought and plague. Because of this demon dragon and its magic, countless citizens of the Empire lost their lives. The dragon lying there tried to explain, "That's not my doing. I already told you." Kang Kangwoo translated the dragon's words. "Yeah, she said she didn't do those things. Besides, if she had the power to cause a drought, she'd be close to a god. If that were true, no one could defeat her. She wouldn't be injured and gasping for breath like this." Joe still wouldn't listen and argued back. "Man, that definitely was done by this demon dragon. There's no other explanation for that situation." Kang Kangwoo helplessly thought, damn it, he just won't listen at all. Jai No started to get ready to fight, to save the suffering citizens of the empire. That demon dragon must die. Kang Kangwoo looked at him like a jerk and said, "Oh, really? I think I hate assholes like you. People who only care about their own justice and shut their ears, refusing to listen to those who oppose them." Dino unleashed a burst of power, hurling a huge fireball at Kangwoo and the dragon. Kang Kangwoo mocked, "Maybe you're right. Maybe that evil dragon started the drought and plague that devastated the Anan Empire. But so what? No matter what she did, now she's mine." He clenched his fist angrily. "I have no intention of abandoning the creature I summoned." Dano revealed his true nature, shouting, "I knew it. You really are a damn demon." He raised his sword, voice full of determination. For the poor souls suffering under the Anan Empire, for the kids crying their eyes out, everyone around looked at him with pride. "We're gonna help you. Nice job, Jen. You already took down a dragon. There's no reason you can't beat a pure demon." The girl standing behind watched his back, admiring him with awe. "So cool." The dwarf beside her chimed in, "I'll help you, but later you owe me a ton of dark beer, kid." Kang Kangwoo stood there, feeling helpless watching these fools cheer him on. Facing them was honestly ridiculous as hell. "What's up with that whole crew? Did they eat something weird today?" Eatna worried from behind. "Master, you gotta be careful." Dino charged in, shouting loudly, swinging a powerful slash straight at Kang Kangwoo with an explosion sound. Kang Kangwoo grimaced, bracing himself. That wasn't just an attack he could block. Luckily, he had armor, so better to finish these guys fast. He stomped hard on the ground, then slammed his other foot down. Power of XP Lion, a move that cracked the earth and blew it apart. He combined explosive strength moves, adaptive skills, and a heat wave surge. Flames like phoenix tails shot fast toward the group across from him. One of them raised a shield to block, thinking it was ironclad, but the massive fireballs blasted past behind him, making him turn around in surprise. A loud boom rang out, followed by painful screams as Day No's crew got blasted away. Day No shouted loudly, "Day Na!" Kang Kangwoo dashed out of the explosion toward Dai No, catching him off guard. Dai No clenched his teeth, his face burning with anger. The fight went on. Joe was pushed back so hard he couldn't fight back. He planted his feet firmly and braced himself, charging straight at Kang Kangwoo. Kang Kangwoo saw this move and thought of a sudden windstorm. Dai No advanced with Anon swordsmanship. The first move was a chaotic storm of slashing blades everywhere. Kang Kangwoo wrapped his body in iron wall strength and kicked Dai No far away. Kang Kangwoo looked at him confused. Why does he have to shout his move name while fighting? Though he found it kind of funny. On the other side, Dai No yelled loudly, then suddenly rushed forward, swinging his sword hard at Kangwoo. Kang Kangwoo jumped aside, but Dai No didn't back off, relentlessly slashing him. His swings were so strong you could see the sword trails all around. Kang Kangwoo was on the defensive, constantly retreating to dodge attacks. Dai No slammed down, causing a big explosion on the ground. Kang Kangwoo dodged and thought, this kid is seriously strong. If I hadn't awakened for the 5th time, I'd almost be in trouble. Dai No panted heavily, laughing loudly. "You see that? Damn demon Kang Kangwoo?" After being provoked, he's pumped up. "But the kid's way too honest," he shouted. Then he charged at Dai No, forcing him to guard with his sword. Suddenly, Kang Kangwoo changed direction and kicked Dai No's leg hard, making him pale and trembling, barely able to stand, stammering, "What the hell? Did you just say I slash?" Kang Kangwoo smirked. "You think when I say slash I can't kick you?" He mocked the fool. The girl on the other side panicked, yelling, "Dai Na! Dai No is breathing hard. Luen, teammates, everyone run. We can't win. He's too strong." Kang Kangwoo laughed at Dai No. "Heh, the best strategy is to run. The fight ended the moment your leg got hurt." Jaina was unwilling. "Sir, we can't do that. How could we leave you behind and run?" Jaino acted like he was fine, advising, "I'm okay, so at least save yourselves first. Everyone from the Anan Empire will have to rely on you from now on." Kang Kangwoo couldn't hold back, kicked him, mocking, "The Anan Empire will have to rely on you all from now on. Just run away. Let me sacrifice myself heroically." Dino struggled on the ground, mumbling, "Damn it." Kang Kangwoo stands there. His tone was threatening. "Let's finish this." For Kang Kangwoo, fighting was always like this. He hunted and killed to survive. No empathy, mercy, or anger. In hell, emotions were a luxury. He swung his arm to slash at Dai No, but was blocked by Dai Na. "Wait!" Kang Kangwoo looked at her confused. Jaina begged repeatedly, "Please, I beg you, kill me instead of Dai No. If anything happens to him, the Empire will definitely collapse." Dai No was moved. "Dai Na." Tears streamed down. Dai Na's eyes sparkled, pleading for the hope of countless Anan Empire citizens and the one I love most. Joe looked at her with complicated eyes, calling Na repeatedly. Despite the resistance, she turned to Van and begged Kang Kangwoo. "I'm sorry for expressing my feelings to you like this, Prince Dai No, but I think if I don't say it now, I'll never have another chance." Jaina was determined. "I'll give you this life. I'll do anything you ask." The person beside her kept calling Na. She ignored it and continued begging, "Please, Please spare Dino's life. He sat on the ground shouting. Mr. Kangwoo teased this touching scene. Aha, no way. Dina's eyes widened, unbelieving. What? He continued. You've been babbling. If this guy dies, something will collapse and hope will be lost? Kangwoo looked at them with contempt. So, what does that have to do with me? I don't care about that. You guys started this damn fight first. If things are bad for me now, are you gonna leave me a way out? Seeing their expressions, he sneered even more. No way. If you raised your weapons to kill me, be ready to die any time on the battlefield. Throw away all that cheesy drama crap from TV shows. Those brats. Kangwoo's face was full of disgust. Jaw stammered. Wait for that. The detonator lay there, voice full of malice. Disgusting thing. Kangwoo spoke up. Disgusting, huh? Don't you think it's way more disgusting for a whole group to rush and attack a lone guy? Kangwoo clenched his fists. Fake moves are the basic foundation in fighting, he shouted. Let's finish this quick. I'll kill you all with the least pain in one strike. The notification board popped up. Other entities besides monsters that were summoned have been detected. All outside entities have been eliminated by the GA system. That group suddenly started fading, like they were about to disappear. The detonator exclaimed, What the hell? Kangwoo got pissed, charging forward with a fist. Damn it, I won't let you get away. This valuable-looking gear is my reward. They're from another world, so even if I kill them, nothing will happen. I can't just let this chance slip away. The system announced. GA system successfully removed the outside entity. Kangwoo's bare hands missed the entity, muttering irritably, Damn it, I'm pissed. The world has gone quiet again. How can it be this meaningless? Kangwoo was startled, turning back toward the dragon, breathing a sigh of relief. Luckily, the summoned dragon was still behind him. He jumped down from the cliff, deep in thought. But the GA system is meant to block outside intrusion. When I first landed on Earth, I saw some messages mentioning the GA system. The system announced, Multi-dimensional protection mechanism, GA system has been activated. Completely removing the cause of the rift is considered impossible, Kangwoo thought. It seems the system can't operate on its own. Could the recent appearance of hell monsters be related to this? I noticed they started showing up about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Wait, if it's during that time, isn't that my fault? Kangwoo broke into a sweat, recalling his earlier actions. Thinking about it won't help. Damn, I just wanted to escape hell and eat some stewed kimchi. What should I do now? Is there any way to fix this mistake? Ina suddenly spoke from behind. Master, those people are gone now. Kangwoo was startled, stammering. Huh? Ina quickly expressed gratitude. Thank you, sir. Kangwoo scratched his head, sighing. It's nothing. I think so too. Just thinking won't get us any answers. So resting won't help at all. He comforted Ina. Just lie here a bit longer. Let me heal your wounds first. Ina gratefully said. Thank you, sir. Master Kangwoo happily approached the dragon, using his power to heal. I'm your master after all, so of course I have to heal you. He thought he should first organize the new information. Kangwoo spoke. But you're so big. Can you control your body size? Ina quickly replied. Yes, I can do that. Please wait a moment. He reached out to touch the dragon's nose. Yeah, thank you. I still have one thing to ask. What is the No-Dao continent? Ina answered. The No-Dao continent, in my opinion, is a place in another world. The largest country in the Anan Empire. The people know how to use swords and magic. It's a world full of spirits, monsters, and dragons. Kangwoo thought, so all the monsters that aren't demons must come from the No-Dao continent? That makes sense. Ina looked up with innocent eyes and asked, Master, where are we going? Kangwoo answered, We're going home to our residence. He thought silently. Because it's not really my home. Ina asked again, What is the residence? Ah, we're going back to the master's den? Kangwoo smiled awkwardly. Well, you can call it a den if you want. I guess that doesn't sound too bad. Ina quickly expressed gratitude. Master, thank you. It was shy to be invited to the master's den. It's been a long time since anyone shared a den with me. Kangwoo drove while chatting. So you must have been lonely for a long time, huh? Ina replied. Yes. Then told his past story. I used to live with my father, but one day he left me and disappeared. Kangwoo wondered if he really disappeared. Ina continued. Yes. After that, I spent most of my time alone in the den, reading books by myself. Kangwoo spoke with sympathy. That must have been lonely, Ina said. Yes, I was very lonely, but then someone suddenly came in while I was there. Kangwoo quickly asked, Was it the detonator? Ina sadly said, I really didn't do anything. I didn't cause droughts or plagues. I kept saying I wasn't responsible, but no one believed me. Kangwoo looked at him with a face full of pity. The trembling, her eyes. Ina sniffled, looking at him. Master, do you believe me? Kangwoo empathized. I'm very familiar with that look, because I've been there too. From what I can remember, I grew up in an orphanage. The desire to meet parents was something very luxurious. I just wanted to be loved, cared for, and for someone to recognize my existence. I told them to throw away all that cheesy drama crap shown on TV, but I'm no different, Kangwoo said. Even if everyone in the world blames you. He reached out to comfort the little dragon's head. At least I will still believe you. Kangwoo wiped away the tears still clinging to Ina's eyelids. He looked up at her for a moment, then eyes back on the road, a bright smile on his face. Ina complained all the way. Kangwoo, your name, I will remember it. Meanwhile, at Sia's house, she was holding the little dragon, face full of joy. So cute. She hugged it so tight that Ina had to say, Kangwoo, save me. Sia held the baby dragon in her arms. What's her name? How can she be this adorable? Kangwoo quickly avoided its pleading eyes, chewing noisily. I didn't expect her to accept so fast. After all, she's some kind of monster. How could I not accept such an insanely cute, summoned little monster like this? She hugged the dragon tighter, her voice full of affection. The little girl is too adorable. Cute is the truth. Kangwoo ate while watching her thoughtfully. Does her power decrease with her body size? Caught again. Ina quickly escaped and ran over to him for help. Kangwoo, this human is way too scary. Kangwoo looked over to start a conversation. How's the team doing lately? Is the leveling still going well? CA smiled gently and replied, yeah, it's good. Our levels are rising super fast, so I think we'll finish the third awakening phase and enter the C-rank gate soon. All thanks to you, Kangwoo. He suddenly paused and looked up, confused. Come on, Ka, keep going. You helped me get great team members, and your advice has helped a lot. Kangwoo, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even dream of a life like this from the start. She smiled gently and said, so thank you very much. Kangwoo felt deeply moved inside. So this is what it feels like to be liked by someone. He smiled softly. I'm the one who should be thanking you. He thought happily. This feeling isn't bad at all. Sai suggested, Kangwoo, can I put Ina to sleep? He stammered. Yeah. She acted natural and thought to herself, I'm so jealous. The next morning, sunlight shone straight into Kangwoo's eyes. He blinked tiredly. Why do I feel more exhausted today? Si just finished cooking breakfast and said, you're up? Kangwoo, still sleepy, scratched his head. Good morning. Si looked a bit worried. You got up later than usual. Kangwoo replied, I feel terribly tired after that trance. Ka quickly asked, are you okay? Kangwoo stretched wearily. It's nothing. I'll be fine, don't worry. Ichina sat beside him eating breakfast, turned to ask, Master, did you sleep well? Kangwoo stammered. It was okay. His eyes widened, looking annoyed, but then said, Sio, this dish is delicious. CA smiled happily, set down a pot. Oh wow, you must like cereal, huh? Want some more? Ichina looked at her with hopeful eyes and answered, yes? Kangwoo looked surprised at the little girl beside him. Hey, what's with this look? CA was surprised too. Isn't she supposed to be able to transform? Kangwoo asked further. Ina, can you transform? The little girl explained. I'm not sure. The first time I felt different was while sleeping, and when I woke up, I looked like this. Kangwoo gradually accepted the truth, thinking to himself, she felt something strange while sleeping. It must be related to why I felt extremely tired this morning. Hopefully, she can turn back into dragon form. Hopefully, her power isn't sealed like mine. If she can't transform back, that's going to be a big problem. Kangwoo suddenly spoke up. Itna, can you change back to your original form? The little girl started to transform, her two wings spreading wide, making Kangwoo jump in shock. Oh no, he shouted. Ichina stopped. The glass door of the house shattered after the transformation. After stopping, Kangwoo was stunned. You mean whether you're human or dragon, you can still change? Itna sniffled, turned away, not daring to look straight. Yes, I'm sorry. Sai smiled softly to comfort her. It's okay, you didn't know. But next time, don't transform inside the house. Ichina bowed her head and sniffled. Yes, Kangwoo sighed. Yeah, you should get used to human life. I think since you accepted me as your master, I've influenced you. Now I see you speak human language pretty fluently. Ichina gave Si a pitiful look. I brought you here to fix the place, okay? Sia smiled awkwardly. No need. Kangwoo looked at the little girl pouting, thinking if she stays like this, he can take her to many places. That's good too, she suddenly suggested. I already called someone to fix it. Let's go buy clothes. Kangwoo looked up. Clothes? Kay happily said, yeah, for Ichitna. My childhood clothes are old and don't fit well. Kangwoo naturally asked, where do you want to go? CEO AP has a big mall nearby. I plan to go there. Her eyes lit up. Do you want to come? Ichina sat beside her, eyes shining too. Oh, we're going out? Let's go. Kangwoo agreed to go together. Kangwoo felt awkward under their gaze. That might be a bit difficult. Sia said sadly. Are you going hunting today too? You should take a day off. Itna also asked, Kangwoo, aren't you going? He scratched his head and forced a smile. I'm not going hunting. Kangwoo looked up. Today I have to go somewhere, CA asked. At a building. So you opened a space gate to a continent called Aaron O and summoned a dragon as your subordinate. Huh? Kangwoo was playing on his phone and replied quickly. Yeah, Kay continued. And those bastards came from that Aaron O place. Lost because of the Gaia system? Why are you agreeing? Undu said sternly. And your subordinate turned human, so you want us to level it up a bit? Kang Kangwoo stared at his phone and exclaimed, "Oh, you're surprisingly quick-witted." Undu annoyed. "What do you mean?" He asked if she knew anything about the Gaia system. Undu took a sip of tea and replied, "Sir, this is the first time I've heard of it. I can't believe you summoned a dragon as a subordinate. What exactly is your identity?" Kang Kangwoo looked at the photo on his phone, sneered, texting while answering, "Isn't it a bit late to ask now?" Undu was helpless. "Huh, I really don't know who I've been helping all this time." Kang Kangwoo's eyes lit up. "So you can do it, right?" Undu sighed and agreed. "All right, just send me the pictures." Hearing that, Kang Kangwoo smiled happily. "Thanks. I want to ask one more thing." Undu annoyed again, so demanding. Kang Kangwoo made his request. "I need a card to enter the CS gate." Suddenly, a voice outside said, "Yeah, go ahead." Kang Kangwoo quickly looked over, thinking about that voice. Hoa-on stepped in from outside, commanding, "Yeonju, I have something to discuss with you." Kang Kangwoo looked at the girl, wondering why the Hwagang commander was here. Hoa-on stepped in. "Oh, do you have a guest?" "Sorry for interrupting." Yeonju quickly stood up. "No worries, we've already finished talking." Hoa-on sighed in relief. "Lucky." "Oh, is this the new person you're sponsoring?" Kang Kangwoo sat silently, thinking he hadn't done anything wrong. Yeonju, with a tired look, introduced, "Yeah, he's not part of our group, but we've been cooperating recently." Hoa-on extended her hand, expressionless. "Nice to meet you. I'm Hoa-on, commander of the 3rd Squad of the Hwagang Legion." Kang Kangwoo awkwardly introduced himself. "I'm Kang Kangwoo. You think you've got a red rose backing you? That's trouble." Hua-on softened her tone. "Kang Kangwoo, right? Oh, you're the guy I met at the sea gate last time." Yeonju was surprised. "Huh? You two have met before?" Kang Kangwoo thought she was giving him a compliment. "Commander." Hoa-on turned to rebut. "What are you saying? He's extremely polite and decent." Yeonju looked at Kang Kangwoo with disdain. "Polite? Decent?" Kang Kangwoo burst out laughing. "That's praise? How can I accept that?" Yeonju covered her face, sighing helplessly. "So annoying." Kang Kangwoo spoke up. "Anyway, can I get a pass to enter the S-gate?" Hoa-on and Yeonju were surprised. "What?" Yeonju grabbed her head and plopped down in her chair. "Why do you want to hunt at the S-gate this time?" Kang Kangwoo explained. "Going alone is a bit dangerous, but if I bring subordinates, it's easier." Yeonju's eyes lit up. "You know what appears at the S-gate, right?" Kang Kangwoo made a knowing face. "Of course. Giant Western V, Giant OG Mountain, and Yeonju warned that even if you hunt there, don't get close to the lake. Got it?" Kang Kangwoo nodded. "I know. Don't worry." Hoa-on looked flustered. "Wait. The S-gate. What are you two talking about?" Yeonju thought again and spoke up. "A few weeks ago, he was hunting at the sea gate." Hoa-on looked at Kangwoo's posture, thinking he must have hidden his identity at the sea gate. Even national-level experts want to avoid the S-gate. She said she didn't know clearly, but it seemed like she had a big player in her hands. Yeonju was gloomy. "I don't know if I have him in my hands or he has me." Kang Kangwoo spoke. "Then I'm off. Everything I asked for can be done, right?" Yeonju looked up. "Yeah, starting tomorrow you can hunt at the S-gate. Be careful, even for you. It's a very dangerous place." Kang Kangwoo smiled lightly. "All right, I'll remember." Then he left. Yeonju, eyes full of caution, asked Hoa-on, "So why are you here? Did you find clues about the demon cult?" Hoa-on closed her eyes and replied, "No." Yeonju pulled her hood. "Then what?" Hoa-on continued. "But I'm looking forward to this." Yeonju's eyes brightened with anticipation. Hoa-on answered, "That's right, keep going. Have you heard that we have a member infiltrated into the demon cult?" Yeonju quickly said, "Yeah, I'm surprised you pulled that off." Hoa-on continued. "That agent reported that I might be given a video clip showing complications at the contact point." Yeonju asked, "Why? Can it be sent?" Hoa-on looked embarrassed. The situation was tense. "We haven't had much contact these past few days." Yeonju stared after hearing the situation. "All right, where is that contact point?" Hoa-on answered, "Tomorrow at Sun Gagoso." Yeonju muttered, "Sun Gagoso." She remembered something. "Wait, if so, then Kangwoo wants to hunt at the Sang Gate?" Itna excitedly jumped up. "How does he look? Does Kang Kangwoo suit me?" he praised while putting on his shirt. "Yeah, looks great. Did you buy it at the convenience store with CA yesterday?" Itna spun around smiling brightly. "Thanks, COA." Kang Kangwoo liked it a lot. Sia looked at the girl and smiled shyly. Itna was naturally cute, so anything suits her. Kang Kangwoo put on his shoes. "Then let's go hunting." Si stood inside, reminding him. "Kang Kangwoo, be careful." She looked at the two with a red face, thinking about hunting with Kang Kangwoo. He chatted, reminding Ichi-na, "You must not transform, remember?" The girl obediently nodded. Chio was quietly sad. "I wish I could too. But is my rank high enough?" A voice cut through her thoughts, startling her. "Oh, yes," Kang Kangwoo asked. You're hunting today too, right? Sia was embarrassed. Yeah, I'm getting ready. He cheerfully offered. One day I'll go with you. I want to try hunting with you. Eat-na was excited. Can Eat-na come too? Kang-Kang-woo teased. I don't know. Eat-na whined. Don't Kang-Kang-woo. You're so stingy. Sia watched them chat, smiling happily. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Kang-Kang-woo thought. Koei must have enough combat experience now. I need her to develop even more, he spoke. Then see you later. Eat-na used a cute voice. Bye-bye, COA. Meanwhile, at the S-gate, Kang-Kang-woo reminded Eat-na, you must remember 3 things. First, don't go near that lake. It's full of dangerous monsters. Got it? Eat-na obediently said yes. He continued. Second, after I buy time, you can't rush in directly but must support me. The girl was excited. Yes, master, he continued. And finally, no matter what happens, don't transform back to your original form. I don't want to draw more attention. Understand? Eat-na shouted. Yes, Kang-Kang-woo. After the instructions, he put his hands on the ground. All right, Kang-Kang-woo began using the Omni-Sen power skill. Red probing beams spread everywhere. Let's see. They're only around here. Spotted someone. Giant OG. All right, don't be reckless from the start. Take it slow. He used the seduction technique. Eat-na said. Wow, what's that sweet smell? Kang-Kang-woo said. Eta, get ready to go. The girl's face was excited. Yes. Kang-Kang-woo raised his hand. A surge of power erupted. Demon 3 slash. 10,000-mile power. A gust of wind was released. He dashed forward, focusing power into his fist, striking toward the monster. A loud clash echoed as 2 fists collided, sending powerful waves rippling out. Kang-Kang-woo looked at the monster, thinking to himself, I guess it's about the size of a Dan Ko-e, huh? Even though I used the 10,000-mile power, it barely phased it. But at this size, I can definitely handle it. The monster punched down hard, cracking the ground. Kang-Kang-woo dodged, using his power, the dark spear strength. A long spear thrust straight into the monster's throat, making it scream in pain. It clenched its mouth tight and grabbed him. Eat now shouted, Shadow Fist Wind. Blades sliced repeatedly, causing the monster agony. Kang-Kang-woo's grip loosened gradually. Excited, Kang-Kang-woo kept using his power, his mouth full of admiration and praise. Ichi-na, the monster growled after he hit it right on the head. It screamed in pain as lightning bolts struck it. A notification popped up. You have defeated the giant OG Dan Ko-s. Your EF is increasing. You have leveled up. After the fierce battle, Kang-Kang-woo wiped sweat from his brow, exhaled deeply, and stepped on the monster's corpse. He thought about how they said they only hunt with guilds or players above level 65. EF increase matches difficulty, because I leveled up by defeating one. Ichina ran over from afar, her face excited. Kang-Kang-woo, Kang-Kang-woo, am I good? She asked for praise. Yeah, you did great. The Ohi can only move moderately. Thanks to you, Eatnak smirked. I was surprised too. I thought it was because I was summoned by the master that I got stronger. Kang-Kang-woo was embarrassed. Really? He looked at the girl, thinking she's this strong, even if not in her original form. Maybe when she returns to her original form, we'll have a bounty hunting spree. Ichina sniffed. It smells really good. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed. Kang-Kang-woo looked up, face full of surprise. I wave on. He quickly hugged Ichina tightly, muttering, I guess they were attracted by the recent battle. He told her to hold on tight. Ina closed her eyes tightly. Kang-Kang-woo assessed the situation. There are too many of them. We need to retreat for now. He used full power, super speed, a skill for planar teleportation, which is easy to be intercepted. Kang-Kang-woo hugged Ichina and leapt away from there. Wings of the sky, he formed a pair of wings and flew up. The monsters flew fast, trying to bite the wings. Kang-Kang-woo flew faster, glanced back. They're too fast. He dodged the monsters' bites while flying, thinking escaping wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, it felt like something was being torn apart. Echidna trembled, clutching him tightly. My dress. Kang-Kang-woo, Kang-Kang-woo. The girl kept calling his name. A power burst from Echidna, startling Kang-Kang-woo. Shouting in anger, she used her dragon legs to strike fiercely at the Avon swarm, making them scream in pain. Echidna brutally tore them apart, leaving Kang-Kang-woo amazed. The Avon monsters froze in fear, looking at each other. Echidna bit them to pieces with her mouth. A notification sounded. Your companion just defeated a Dan C monster. Your companion just defeated a Dan Ko-s monster. Kang-Kang-woo watched the scene, his expression a bit helpless. He sneered, thinking this is like barely surviving because of his detonator and his guild, huh? The notification kept popping up. Your companion just defeated a Dan Ko-s monster. Kang-Kang-woo looked helpless. She's way stronger than I thought. Could it be that the girl? The notification sounded again. Your companion just defeated a Dan Ko-s monster. Kang-Kang-woo looked at the dragon, screaming wildly. Stronger than me? After a while, Ina slowly woke up in Kang-Kang-woo's arms. He gently asked, Are you awake? The girl was embarrassed being carried by him, stammering, Kangwoo, where is this? He replied, we're still inside the gate. Are you okay? Itna hugged his neck, looking dizzy. Yeah, but I'm completely drained. Kangwoo was caring. I understand. Ina seems to have overexerted herself and fainted right after transforming back. The girl looked down at her uniform. Sad. What about it? My clothes? Kangwoo comforted her. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll just buy you more. There are lots of clothes that suit you. Ichina wiped her tears and looked up. But these are the clothes you gave me. Kangwoo suddenly put on a threatening face. Damn it, Ichina. From now on, you're not allowed to transform without permission. I don't like people going crazy because they can't control their anger. Itna looked away. Oh, sorry, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't leave me. Kangwoo sympathized, rubbing her head. What did you say? Leave you? This is our first time fighting together. Don't do that again, okay? Ichina sobbed, clinging to him, crying out. Kangwoo shyly blamed himself for overdoing it, huh? But his actions were gentle. Good girl, now let's go buy some clothes. Ichina obediently agreed. Yes. Kangwoo thought back on what just happened, but he still had to be clear. Losing your temper in the middle of a fight is a serious matter. Though the result was very good, he was satisfied. His experience bar jumped from level 41 to 49. I really thought she'd be stronger when transforming back to original form, but didn't expect her to single-handedly defeat so many. Kangwoo checked his body, although his mana was completely used up, just as he thought. Echidna can transform into a human, and is even stronger than the original, because she accepted his mana after becoming a summoned divine beast. Echidna can unleash greater power now, thanks to using his mana. If her own mana increases, the amount of mana she can use will probably increase too. Kangwoo felt uneasy, constantly rubbing her head. Girl, it seems like the burden on her body will also increase. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. Kangwoo thought the sound was from a giant OG, two of them fighting without Ichina. I was planning to finish here. Kangwoo moved to a tree, set Ichina down, showing a fierce, battle-ready look. But should I warm up a bit first? Before I could act, two other guys had already taken down the giant OG before Kangwoo even got there. One had dark skin and a fierce face. The other gave off a chilling, cold-blooded vibe. Kangwoo looked at them, his face frozen, like seriously frozen. The guy in the floral shirt sighed and said, Hey there, that was dangerous. Are these two your prey? Kangwoo went on high alert, ready to defend. These two? Even though I don't know who they are. The guy next to him answered the floral shirt dude. Prey of his? Don't you see how exhausted he looks? We literally just helped him. Kangwoo silently analyzed their identities. The president of the O Gang, a scammer named Shea Min Hai Ok, and the gang leader Han Unun, ranked #1 in Korea. Bech Kang Hai Unun. What are the odds? I actually ran into two gang leaders at the same time, and I was trying to keep a low profile. Bach Kang Hyun looked around excitedly. So it seems like there's no one else around here, huh? The guy next to him clearly said he was new here after the rank restrictions were lifted. Bech Kang Hyun stepped forward and put his arm around Kangwoo. Well then, this is fate that you met. Let me take you out to the gate. Kangwoo jumped back, feeling awkward. Huh? He kept refusing. No, I'm fine. We can protect ourselves. You guys must be busy. Just go ahead. But Bech Kang Hyun wasn't having any of it. Are you sure you'll be okay? Min H. Ok turned his back to search for items in the OG's corpse, muttering annoyed. This guy's really a pain. Kangwoo's eyes stuck to the weird thing inside that monster's body. Bech Kang, hi, unkept advising. This is an S-rank gate, and you're carrying a kid too. Listen to me, I'm not a bad guy. Kangwoo just gave a forced smile. You've helped me once already. I don't want to bother you again. Min Hyok bent down and picked up the stone stuck in the OG's blood vessel. Kangwoo scratched his head and laughed dryly. You really don't have to worry. After some back and forth, Bech Kang Hyun gave up. If you say so, then fine. I'm happy. Thanks for understanding. After the incident, Min Hyok grew even more suspicious about the identity of this new guy named Kangwoo. Scene change. Kangwoo kept calling out, China. Wake the girl up. Hold her gently. We're going out now. Get up. I told you we're going to buy clothes. Let's go. We're running late. The girl mumbled sleepily. All right then. Kangwoo pulled out his phone and checked Google Maps. A lot happened today. Echidna and let's see. The shortest way to the mall is this route? Looks kinda weird, but Kangwoo had no choice, so he followed the directions. Probably because it's near the S-rank gate, there aren't many people. Suddenly, Chiat-na snapped awake and called Kangwoo. She pointed into the alley. I smell blood from in there. Human blood. The event happened a few days ago about a strange young man's reconnaissance mission. He infiltrated the demon cult. From what I saw inside, they're crazier and more ruthless than I thought. I recorded shocking footage and avoided enemy spies. Because of a jamming device blocking info leaks, I couldn't send the video out. After sending a message to headquarters requesting a meeting, the spies around me tightened their watch. It's like they're always waiting for me to act and catch me red-handed. Back to the present. The young man, covered in blood, used all his strength to escape, clutching his painful stomach. Has he already pushed his limits? No, he can't die here. I have to get this data out no matter what. Must deliver it to Captain Hoa-un at all costs. The rib pain worsened, making him collapse in the street. The young man gasped, struggling to stand. Damn it, my body won't listen anymore. But I can't just stop now. Just one more step, he anxiously thought. Even if it's just one step, I have to get close to the gate where the flower team is at the same time. Kangwoo arrived just as Echidna pointed at the bloody young man. She shouted, Kangwoo, over here! He looked up groggily, saw the two of them, and the young man grabbed Kangwoo's hand tightly, making him freeze in confusion. Huh? The young man urgently said, Please take this. Kangwoo was curious. Is this a data card? After giving it to me, the young man passed out, unclear if alive or dead. Kangwoo panicked and sat down, shaking him. Hey, what's this, dude? Ichi-na peeked from behind, worried about his complexion. Kangwoo still didn't know what info the young man wanted to pass on. What's this? Kangwoo held his hand out in front of him. A man's pale, motionless body, covered in blood. What the hell happened? And what's this memory card? Kangwoo pondered, gently touching the man's head. Let's see. He used his full sensory power. Some vague info appeared. He thought deeply. Sixth awakening, huh? This guy's pretty experienced. Only players level 60 and above who have gone through the sixth awakening are allowed into the S-rank gate, so he definitely didn't come out from there. Done. Kangwoo stood up carefully and inserted the memory card into his phone. The only evidence I have is this memory card. Let's check it out. A file appeared on the screen containing a video, a clip. That's all? Kangwoo's eyes suddenly changed. He froze and hugged his phone tight. He was trembling uncontrollably. This is the weird part that confuses me so much. Kangwoo's face flushed red. He awkwardly thought, Damn, I'm losing my cool. She controlled her reaction, silently cursing. What the hell? Why did he give me this with such determination? He didn't seem like that kind of guy. Kangwoo analyzed carefully. Or did I miss something? But seconds later, his face flushed red again. He excitedly stared at the screen, feeling the rush. First time watching pig movie in 10,000 years. Eitna asked curiously, Kangwoo, what are you watching? Kangwoo jumped, quickly hiding it. This is him calmly explaining. We're just looking at some important evidence. Inside, he tried to reassure himself. Stay calm. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted as a strange and mysterious group charged toward Kangwoo's position. They landed one by one, standing boldly face to face. Kangwoo, alert and cautious, stepped back suspiciously. Who the hell are these bastards? A guy wearing a red demon mask spoke up. You bastard, so you've watched the clip on the memory card. Kangwoo was still stunned and dazed. What? He thought it was half belief, half doubt. Zhang knew somehow? The other side bluntly threatened. Because you watched that clip, we can't let you live. Kangwoo was truly confused. Huh? What are you talking about? Since when is watching a pig video such a serious crime? They pressed. You still dare to pretend you don't know anything after watching it? What a shameless bastard. Or maybe you don't know the value of that clip? Kangwoo broke out in sweat, nerves stretched tight. What the hell are these freaks babbling about? He carefully put his phone into his pocket. I don't know what the hell this situation is, but I'm sure they're trying to steal this clip. Kangwoo pumped himself up, ready to fight, eyes wide open. How dare you try to steal the first pig video I've watched in 10,000 years? I'm determined, no matter what, I'll protect this clip. Kangwoo coldly refused. Sorry, but I can't give you this. They laughed coldly, pulling out weapons to attack. Finally, you show your true colors, so there's nothing left to say. With that, the red demons launched their attack straight at Kangwoo. Kill him! He fought back fiercely, leaping into battle. Kangwoo used his bare hands to shatter the red demon's weapons in a flash. He also used the OJT offer Spite move to kick repeatedly, taking down each one as easily as flipping a hand. The leader watched in panic and ordered, Everyone, unleash your power. His comrades hesitated. Sir, if we do that, leader lost his cool. He shouted, At this rate, we're all dead. I don't know where this damn bastard crawled out from. However, facing the legendary Kangwoo, they dared not act recklessly. Kangwoo landed a superior punch on the leader, shattering his mask. Suddenly, Kangwoo paused for a moment, eyes wide with surprise. Hey, Ichi-na, someone outside anxiously called. Kangwoo, what's that? Kangwoo stopped attacking, cautious. That aura, the red demons transformed into a completely different, more ferocious form, bearing sharp teeth, threatening. Kangwoo sensed the demonic power. Just as he thought, these guys are members of the Demon Society, transforming themselves into demons. He gritted his teeth, deep in thought, sighed. If this keeps up, my efforts will be meaningless. Nah. Kangwoo, they're really dangerous. The girl offered to help me, and I'll help too. But before she finished, Kangwoo cut her off, reassuring. Don't worry. When it comes to dealing with these bastards, I'm the best. Kang Kangwoo clenched his fist, showing off his terrifying power. He was unharmed as the muscular red demon monsters charged at him, trying to claw and tear. He jumped up, raising his hand and a sharp blade in attack stance. One demon growled fiercely, mouth wide with hunger. Kang Kangwoo unleashed his infinite punch, landing a fatal blow to its stomach, confidently thinking, "These are just simple guys." The demon screamed in pain, then lay motionless on the ground. Kang Kangwoo calculated, but they still had demon regeneration abilities. He was like a magical whirlwind sweeping through, sparing no one. At least I'll beat them all with this strength. Every demon that fell into Kang Kangwoo's hands met a miserable end. He didn't even break a sweat taking their lives. Kang Kangwoo flicked his hand, decisively slashing the face of a red demon, catching it off guard. Another tried to attack, but Kang Kangwoo quickly noticed, dodged, and stabbed him with a surprise move. Kang Kangwoo's destructive power exceeded imagination, easily breaking most of the red demon's attacks. The leader saw his comrades fall one by one, restless and sweating buckets. The red demons growled, originally intending to intimidate Kang Kangwoo more, but his terrifying aura scared them into cowardly retreat, not daring to turn back. Kang Kangwoo smirked, grinning wickedly, raised his finger, and a purple drop oozed from his fingernail. Trying to run now? Too late. The fleeing red demon suddenly exploded, writhing in pain. The leader couldn't bear it, tears streaming, screaming miserably, but it was too late. After finishing up, Kang Kangwoo casually withdrew his power, coolly put his hands in his pockets, walking past the scattered corpses on the ground. He held his phone, puzzled. What the hell is this? No matter how you look at it, it's just a pig video. Why would the Demon Society target it? Kang Kangwoo's face flushed red, half embarrassed, half amused. Is this thing valuable? A sudden voice rang out. Is it from here? Hoa-on quickly replied to Yeonju, who was frozen on the greenhouse roof looking down. Yes, the signal came from here. Kang Kangwoo panicked, hurriedly covered his phone screen. Yeonju's eyes widened as if stunned, unconsciously calling out, "Oh, Kang Kangwoo." Yeonju jumped onto the wall, landed on the ground, adjusting his cap roughly, demanding, "What the hell is this? What are you doing here?" Kang Kangwoo sneakily put his phone in his pocket, shy. "You saw it?" Yeonju looked confused. Kang Kangwoo smiled awkwardly. "Nothing much." Hoa-on stood above, looking down, confused about Kang Kangwoo. Kang Kangwoo suddenly spoke, making Hoa-on's eyebrows furrow. "But what are you doing here?" Yeonju stretched out his hand. "Chantan, why is everyone suddenly gathering here?" Yeonju tried to act calm. "Work stuff." Hoa-on also jumped down, quickly asking, "Kang Kangwoo, did you happen to pass by a memory card with a clip on it?" Kang Kangwoo said, "Ah," raising the memory card. "You mean this?" Yeonju panted with relief. "That's right, it's this one." She seriously gave me the order and handed it over. The footage on that memory card was incredibly important to us. Kang Kangwoo felt awkward, gripping the memory card tightly. "What is this?" Yeonju lost patience. Luong Ninggi. "Exactly, I need to use it right now. Right now." Kang Kangwoo blushed deeply, stunned, wondering what it was needed for at this moment. Kang Kangwoo, embarrassed, stammered, "Right now? Really?" Yeonju sighed wearily. "How many times do I have to tell you? Give it here." Kang Kangwoo cleared his throat and finally handed the memory card to her. "Here." Yeonju was suspicious. "What is this?" Kang Kangwoo couldn't stop his mind from wandering. Surely Yeonju wasn't seriously asking for porn, right? There had to be a lot of interesting stuff on it. Yeonju carefully plugged the memory card into the USB because things had gotten this far. She didn't hesitate to make a blunt suggestion that made Kang Kangwoo's face turn pale. "You watch it with me. This is something you're gonna have to know sooner or later." Kang Kangwoo glanced nervously away, anxious, thinking that no matter what the secret was, it still was. Yeonju suddenly asked Hoa-on, "What's the status of that agent?" Hoa-on looked at the man's body on the floor and cautiously replied, "He's dead." She carefully covered his face, whispering. Kang Kangwoo slowly stood up and seriously asked, "Can you tell me what happened here?" Kang Kangwoo pretended to scratch his head, acting clueless. "I don't know. I'm not sure what happened either." Hoa-on kept observing. So as soon as he got the memory card, those guys immediately attacked him. Kang Kangwoo honestly said, "Yeah, besides that, I don't know anything else to explain." Hoa-on hesitated. "I guess your presence was just a coincidence." Hoa-on was calm, but Yeonju's cheeks had already flushed red. She quickly pulled her baseball cap down to cover her face, angrily holding up the phone with the sensitive video, shouting, "What the hell is this?" Yeonju's hands trembled with excitement, angrily yelling at Kang Kangwoo. You damn bastard, you messed it up, didn't you?" Kang Kangwoo covered his mouth, turning away, while his other hand gently shielded his eyes, softly explaining, "I'm innocent. This is the original." Hoa-on propped her chin, evaluating, "This is fake. Yeonju doesn't believe it." "Fake?" Hoa-on nodded. "We have to take it back to headquarters and decode it before we can see the real content." Yeonju was embarrassed and frustrated. But why would they use porn to disguise it? Hoa-on shrugged nonchalantly. "Makes perfect sense. Even headquarters recommends using adult films as a cover on the outside." Hearing that, Kang Kangwoo thought silently, that actually made sense. So the original video must be related to the demon cult. They were supposed to exchange the video here, but everything ended up exposed. Yeonju breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Anything else they recommended? Hoa On patiently replied, the whole Animal Kingdom film, but using that cover is the best. Yeonju exploded with anger, immediately pointing and scolding Kang Kangwoo. Hey, you watched it, right? Then why didn't you warn me? He chuckled naively. Well, you said you needed it urgently, so you cut me off. Needed it for what? You damn bastard! Ina suddenly jumped out to block Yeonju. The girl, though scared, shut her eyes and nose, but still tried to protect Kang Kangwoo. Don't be rude to Kang Kangwoo like that. Yeonju looked at the girl curiously. Who is this kid? Kang Kangwoo gently patted her head. The girl introduced herself comfortably. I'm the trusted one I told you about. Yeonju was skeptical. This kid is the trusted one? She imagined Kang Kangwoo's fierce image, riding a half-skull, half-living beast, and couldn't help but mock. Looks just like a regular kid, huh? Isn't this the type you like better? You got it wrong twice before. Kang Kangwoo sighed helplessly. What kind of person do you think I am? Hoa On interrupted. I just finished talking with headquarters. She urgently showed her phone. Since that agent is dead, we have to check the video content as soon as possible. Let's head straight to the headquarters at Sun Station immediately. We can decode the video there. The scene shifted to the Hwagang Legion headquarters. A commanding voice rang out. All units, led by Hoa On, march proudly. The captain scans the subordinates. Are all the delivery and scene staff okay tonight? Report. Yes, sir. 30 personnel absent. No casualties. Hoa On calmly said. Understood, she declared, making everyone's faces more serious. Now, I have some announcements. Agent Kang Johan Sa died in the line of duty. To ensure our comrade's death is not in vain, we must all put in our full effort to complete this mission. She lowered her voice. Captain Balak Jayok, I will contact the families of the fallen soldiers. Make sure they receive full compensation. The families of those who served the country must not suffer losses. After hearing this, all the subordinates responded in unison. Kang Kangwoo silently watched her, thinking she was truly born to be a soldier. Hoa On turned to discuss with Run Xe-ok. We've obtained the encrypted chip with the fake video, so start decoding immediately and be ready to report in the investigation room. Jun Zeok obeyed. Understood, sir. Hoa On asked, Can I speak with General Trang Honde right now? Run Zeok politely replied, General Trang H is currently on an overseas trip to Japan, investigating a level gate, so we can't contact him now. Hoa On pondered. I understand. She thought about Trang H, her superior and the most powerful person in the Hwagang team, with power so great that no one in the country dares to oppose him, except Beach Kang Hyun. Hoa On sighed in frustration. If the general were here, maybe we could have saved him. She spoke up. Understood. Then we'll head straight to the investigation room. Let's decode that video quickly. Tonight, no roll call. The subordinates dispersed, shouting in unison. At that moment, the projector was on, showing a mysterious movie. In the video, a dark, eerie scene appeared, with a shadowy figure silently standing at the highest point, majestic among the lit candles. Another person entered, respectfully bowing. Leader, Cardinal Leader, you stand at the forefront before the Red Demon, coldly signaling with your gaze. I report clearly. The preparations for the summoning are almost complete. The Red Demon masked leader turned around, glaring downward. How much longer? The subordinate knelt on the stairs, not daring to look up. 4 weeks, sir, but if we speed things up, it can be done in 3 weeks. The leader absorbed the info, asked again. 3 weeks? Faster than I thought. This time, have you secured sponsorship yet? Yes, sir, quickly. Yes, sir, because we are a major guild. Most of the offerings they give us are level 8 or above. The subordinate suddenly raised his eyes, grinning wickedly, revealing half of his sinister face. Soon, our wish will come true. If this goes smoothly, the guild might reward us even more. The leader sharply interrupted, scolding directly. Not yet. And you're already dreaming of success? This is just the beginning, yet you're already drowning in a sense of achievement. The subordinate admitted his mistake, hurriedly apologizing. I was foolish. The leader slowly stepped forward, loudly reminding, remember, from now until we reach our goal, we still have a long road ahead. With that mindset, you won't get anything done. The subordinate flustered. I will correct it immediately. The leader stood firmly in his spot, pointing the cane forward, enunciating each word clearly. Until all the summoning preparations are complete, you'd better keep your mouth shut, because nothing is worse than being deluded by your own fantasies. The subordinate resolutely replied, Yes, sir. Suddenly, he raised his eyes toward the calmly spinning cane and the leader. The leader tilted his head, staring dangerously. Looks like there's a rat here, thanks to the meeting host. After the video explanation ended there, Kang Kangwoo pondered, arms crossed. That mask belongs to the bastard recruiting people into the Red Demon Guild. The cardinal leader's scale probably involves more than one person. They also mentioned the summoning ritual and another major guild. His eyes darkened as he considered three possibilities. Kangwoo guessed the first conspiracy theory. If the masked figure with the star symbol is called the cardinal leader, then there must be someone else holding even greater power than him, he imagined further. Second, they are preparing to summon something from Earth. Finally, third, a major guild is backing them up. Kangwoo seriously said, "Right now, I guess we have no choice but to investigate the major guilds." Hoa-on asked why, and he answered instantly, "Because the spy was caught, they will do everything to hide their summoning plan." Kangwoo reminded, "We no longer have intelligence sources, so it will definitely be extremely hard to extract more info about the main guild." He was frank. The only intervention left is to find out which guild is supporting them. Of course, except the Red Rose Guild, which is cooperating with the government to track the Demon Guild's whereabouts. Hoa-on looked at Kangwoo with admiration, praising him endlessly. "Whoa, Kangwoo? Are you an expert in this field? What a coincidence. Your reasoning is so fast." Yeonju coldly poured cold water on that. "Not normal. He's actually sharp-witted, clearly smart," she sighed, lying face down on the table, complaining. "But how do we find that guild now? Even the government struggles to investigate the gangs." Hoa-on closed her laptop, trying to help. Messing with major guilds is really a tough problem. If we use force to push investigation orders, it will cause unnecessary conflicts. Suddenly, Kangwoo had an idea. Yeonju was curious. What way? He arrogantly smirked. "Just trap them. Those damn demon guilds are targeting high-level offerings, right?" Yeonju was still bored and gloomy. "Exactly. That's why we've lost so many rookies." Kangwoo felt awkward seeing her like that. "Oops, did I touch a forbidden topic?" She quickly waved her hand to deny. "No, no problem. Go on." Kangwoo smiled, confident the main bait of this plan is those rookies. "Let me say it again. Their target is level 7 players with high-level superpowers." Hoa-on raised her eyebrows, resting her chin on her hand. Recently, many incidents have been fabricated at low-level gates, and the number of missing people is alarmingly rising. Kangwoo said softly. "That's why we can spread rumors." He used a grim face, fiercely staring at the two. "At a low-level gate, there is an extremely talented player. From what I heard, that person must at least be a level 7 player like that." In Kangwoo's mind, he pictured a fish caught on a hook. He excitedly said, "Or I heard the Red Rose Guild is targeting them. That must be serious. They lie like that because they're afraid of losing a good catch to others, so they have to act immediately." Hoa-on nodded. "But Tran-Tru is clever, and they've been trapped by spies once already. Are you sure they'll act rashly? That reckless? That damn cardinal leader seems very cautious." Kangwoo lowered his face, keeping a scary attitude. "They definitely will act." Yeonju was surprised. "How do you know?" Kangwoo coldly smiled. "Because they are the Demon Guild, wolves who can't control their hunger for power." He clenched his fists, trembling with excitement, thinking, the closer they get to the demon threshold, the more they hunt for power. Once they've injected demon power into themselves, how can they resist this temptation? Kangwoo smiled happily at Hoa-on. "Also, even if they're cautious, they can't erase all traces." Hoa-on looked puzzled. Even though there's a patrol team, there's no sign that those self-made incidents will decrease at all." Undu totally agrees. "All right then, let's just try it. Who should we use as bait?" "A low-level player with high-level superpowers who's already famous or a member of a big guild." She raised an eyebrow at Kangwoo. "It's selfish, but I don't intend to use someone from my own guild, unless they have to fight directly." Kangwoo casually reassured her. Yeah, I get it. You gotta save your fighting strength." He grinned fiercely, his dark aura strangely intense. "As for the bait, I know the perfect person for this role." Cut to KIMCHI, casually draping his jacket over his shoulder, stumbling home. Inside that house, a woman lay motionless on a mat, seemingly lifeless. KIMCHI sat slumped beside her, holding her hand. For a moment, his eyes flashed with a coldness he couldn't hide. No one knew what dangerous thoughts were running through his mind. In the warm little room, golden sunlight streaming in, KIMCHI sat dazed before the silver-haired woman, his eyes vacant. He lifted her hand, the whole space sinking into deep sorrow. Meanwhile, Kangwoo used binoculars to watch KIMCHI from the rooftop across the street. He groaned, "Oh man, Siho-on, that idiot." Kangwoo's eyes welled up with tears, thinking about how the guy cared for his sick mom every night. He should be the main character. He bowed his head to check info on his phone screen. Anyway, the reaction's better than I thought. Kangwoo scrolled through his phone. Most of the news was about KIMCHI. It's been a week since the bait plan, and rumors spread faster than I expected. He was satisfied not like a rocket, but it's still steadily rising. On the street, a few people passed by, chatting loudly. "Hey, have you heard about KIMCHI? Who's that?" "He's a famous rookie." "Really? but I bet he can't compete with Big God Hun. Why am I even talking to you? Kangwoo pondered. Only someone on my side could spread info this fast. Cut to a hand swiftly typing on a keyboard, with a voice saying, "Yes, I can stir up a little commotion just like this." Kangwoo silently prayed. If anyone in his group knew about Kim Si-ho-on, please pretend you don't know anything. He thought, it must be the name I saw earlier. That person is the head of the Red Rose personnel management team. Balak Hai Un Kangwoo, Kangwoo thought. Hoa-on is straightforward, so there's no way she'd do that. And Eun-du probably just gave the orders. Suddenly, Kim Si-ho-on opened the door and stepped out. Kangwoo quickly got into news hunting mode. Oh, he's moving, he schemed. Then I should get started too. At the Mokdong CC gate, Kim Si-ho-on walked up friendly to greet everyone. I'm here. Kang Tae-oh smiled cheerfully to welcome him. Oh, you're here. His brother Ho-on Choi Eun-bi waved excitedly. Brother Si-ho-on Sie gently tilted his head and smiled. Hello. Amid the noisy crowd, Kim Si-ho-on anxiously asked, "Co, is something bothering you? Are you okay?" Kang Tae-oh pushed forward to speak. Frustrated, he told his brother Kangwoo, who's usually busy but hasn't come home for a week, staying somewhere else nearby. Someone cautiously started talking to the guy wearing a strange helmet. Do you want to form a team? The helmeted guy said no. I already have other plans, Kim Si-ho-on wondered. No one's been able to contact him? Oh, sadly, heads bowed. It's not that we can't reach him. We text and call every day, but he seems to have disappeared. Kim Si-ho-on awkwardly scratched his head. It's not like something happened inside the gate. Even when pressed, he keeps avoiding it. Kang Tae-oh nodded once. Eun gently comforted Si. Don't be sad anymore, sis. Maybe he has his reasons for not coming home. He should come back sooner, right? Ka sighed. Maybe, she suddenly asked. Maybe he's tired of your cooking? Eun jumped. Hey, what? Si's eyes darkened with disappointment and negativity. Is that why he doesn't want to come home? Or is it because he likes some girl already? Eun immediately patted his shoulder. Calm down. There's no way he has another girl when he already has a beautiful one like you, Eun-bi sweetly dreamed. Kangwoo is still young. Living under the same roof with a beauty like you must be exciting. Kim Si-ho-on coldly hit Eun-bi's head to cut him off. Stop it, he seriously shared. Don't listen to Eun-bi. I'm sure Kangwoo has his own reasons. First off, unlike us, he's a high-level player. Eun-bi took off her helmet and asked innocently, Kang, do you have a headache? He carefully considered and replied, Yeah, I feel better now. He smiled slightly in agreement. Yeah, you're right, Kim Si-ho-on calmly encouraged. I understand he's feeling uncomfortable. Ka felt re-energized and politely suggested. So shall we go? Everyone said in unison, Let's go. Kang Tae-oh excitedly raised his hand to the sky. Let's go hunting. Behind them, the strange iron-masked person who had been watching non-stop murmured, At the CC gate already? He lifted his mask. It was none other than Kangwoo. He was pleased, thinking, It's hard to believe everyone's reached level 20 and completed the third awakening. I think that's not enough, but still, it's impressive progress. Next to him, a man spoke up, I smell dried chili. Kangwoo laughed, took off his helmet, and sighed helplessly. It's been a week. He thought about the previous conversation with Kay. Don't you think we're progressing insanely fast? It's all thanks to Kangwoo. He felt even more downhearted and troubled. Maybe it's because of work, but seeing her suffer really hit him. Kangwoo shifted his thoughts. Meanwhile, Ichi-na lay on the bed, burying her face in a pillow, tears welling up as she whined. Kangwoo, where is he? Her mother beside her tried to soothe her gently. Come on, eat some fruit, Kangwoo silently pondered. Not just sigh. I'm the only one they can rely on, so I bet they're suffering even more. He ran his hand through his hair, tugging at it in frustration. I couldn't eat or sleep properly. He gritted his teeth. I want this to be over too. Over at Kim Si-ho-on's side, everyone started fighting the monster. Kangwoo held his shield firmly, blocking a blow from a vicious beast. The monster slammed the shield hard, making him grunt. Kangwoo winced, holding his ground safely. Man, this beast's strong but dumb, huh? He seized the moment and suddenly lifted his shield to counterattack. How about this? Caught off guard, the monster staggered, barely standing. Kangtae, level up shout from Ho-on. Right now, Kim Si-ho-on Yang Sword performs the Drunken Dragon Sword technique. Support quickly followed from behind, boosting the second instant. Kim Si-ho-on Fi charged, delivering a critical strike, the Flying Dragon first form, easily taking the monster's life. It roared in pain, its lower body slowly dissolving into dust and smoke, spitting a mouthful of blood, grimacing in fury, wanting revenge. Seeing Kim Si-ho-on standing there, it lunged to attack, but he used the lightning spear technique. In a flash, the monster's whole body was struck by a lightning bolt, thrown everywhere, turning into a charred black corpse, releasing suffocating smoke. Kim Si-ho-on saw it lying still, relaxed his sword, and breathed a sigh of relief. Kang Tae was overjoyed. Hooray, we finally took it down. Choi Eun stood at a distance, raising his staff to warn, Teo, don't say that. Kang Tae laughed. Haha, it's probably knocked out, and we got experience points too. Eun stepped forward, seriously advising. Even if it's just one hunt, we can't let our guard down. She was serious. As expected, the monster is pretty strong, Kang Tae cautiously nodded. We had no problem with 5 lizard men, but I think even just 3 of these are dangerous enough. Thinking that Kangwoo hunted alone in a place like this made Kim Si-hoan scratch his head and chuckle. Less than a month left. It's impressive we leveled up enough to hunt a boss monster, Kang Tae kept praising. It's all thanks to you, Si-hoan. Even before we formed the team, I felt it, but to think you're this talented made Kim Si-hoan shy. So embarrassing. Eun excitedly raised her voice to flatter. Exactly. You're like the main character in a manhwa story. CA smiled. That's right, Kim Si-hoan affectionately said. Eun's magic is pretty awesome too. We should gather the mana stones and start moving. Kang Tae returned to the original plan. Oh, I can't believe I forgot about that. Let's finish quickly and go. Kim Si-hoan examined the monster's body. I heard the condensed blood in the heart of Cho-nu can be sold as a high-priced pharmaceutical ingredient. Eun was suddenly thrilled. We have Esle? We can sell it then. Kim Si-hoan couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, Kangwoo continued monitoring. After witnessing everything, he quietly felt moved, wiping his nose. They've gotten stronger than before. Just as I predicted, it's all thanks to my teaching. It was a smooth operation, no wasted moves at all, Kangwoo thought. Now each of them understands their role and moves accordingly. Kang Tae is the tank in crowd control, dealing main damage and creating openings for Kim Si-ho. C can also create openings, so she's still useful when healing isn't needed. Choi Eunbi deals secondary damage combined with protection, which makes me comfortable and satisfied. Now I think I don't need to help them anymore. Kang Tae happily nudged Kim Si-hoan's shoulder. Si-hoan, looks like you've been pretty famous lately. Kim Si-hoan looked confused. Oh, really? Eun excitedly smiled with eyes squinting. Now we're rich. Kangwoo silently stood on a high cliff, looking down at them, thoughtful. Besides this, it's time for them to act. I remember the mysterious red-masked demon. It's been a week. Are you just going to stand still? He was slightly uneasy. Maybe they're just being cautious, but they wouldn't do nothing with fresh newbies right in front of them, right? Kangwoo glanced at the Kim Si-hoan group, thinking, I've spent years in hell, so I know clearly there's no better food than this. Finally, he sat down, placed binoculars on the ground, sighed tensely. If the rumor has spread for a week, there's no way they haven't heard it. I'll have to watch carefully. Kangwoo activated his observation power, piling up thoughts. No matter how much I think, those guys can't ignore this. If it's been a week, that's definitely enough time for them to check. They will definitely come. They could come any time, he thought, but suddenly spotted 2 players, high intermediate level, strong enough to kill a boss monster in 1 hit, and they didn't even take any mana stones. They're running toward Kim Si-hoan. Kangwoo stopped, clasped his hands. His face suddenly turned scary as he bared his teeth in a dangerous grin. Finally, they took the bait. The monster, after suffering a critical hit, painfully collapsed with a slash wound across its belly, blood dripping. Kim Si-hoan rested his sword, breathed out, praising and encouraging his teammates. Phew, everyone did great. Kang Tae looked at Kim Si-hoan with admiration. Man, bro, no matter how many times I see it, I still can't believe it. You even took it down without Eunbi's help. Kim Si-hoan shyly scratched his head and chuckled. Haha, I just got lucky this time. I did it because everyone supported me well. Choi Eun raised her hand to speak. Si-hoan, if you keep this up, I'll be out of a job, huh? Just hit gently, okay? Kim Si-hoan blushed, embarrassed, not knowing what to do. He just laughed it off. Suddenly, Kim Si-hoan's eyes sharpened. He hurriedly warned, CO, there's a bull behind you. Everyone, immediately mobilize. Get into battle formation. The fierce monster raised its chainsaw, aiming to attack them. Kim Si-hoan ordered, Eunbi, distract it so COA can move to the back. Choi Eun obediently replied, yes, bro. But before they could act, the monster was split in half by a single slash. A sudden voice rang out. I was wondering who that was. Kim Si-hoan frowned. The other guy spoke casually. What a coincidence. That person was none other than Kim Ye-on-ong-hoan. Kim Si-hoan was stunned. Kim Ye-on-ong-hoan arrogantly mocked. Kim Si-hoan, didn't expect to run into you here, Kang Tae quietly asked. Is he someone you know? Isn't he the vice president of the Mi-Y Guild? Choi Eun cautiously glanced at Kim Si-hoan. Brother Si-hoan? He was lost in thought. Kim Ye-on-ong-hoan, vice president of the Mi-Y Guild, one of the top 5 guilds in the country, and son of Kim Jun, head of the Mi Electronics conglomerate. He was born with the brightest silver spoon in South Korea, a talented but rather ordinary player, unlike his father, one of Korea's top shady businessmen. However, using his father's power and fortune, he surpassed others. Kim Si-hoan tried to stay calm and asked, what are you doing here? Kim Ye-on-ong-hoan sneered. Mocking me? Why do you think? Because I wanted to go hunting. Kang Teo and Choi Eun-bi both felt awkward, only exchanging looks. Kim Si-ho-an lost patience and retorted, "Oh yeah? Then why don't you take your own path and get lost?" Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an laughed loudly, sarcastic. "Aren't you being a little disrespectful to your big brother?" Kim Si-ho-an snapped angrily. "Who the hell are you to call yourself my brother?" Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an calmly smirked with contempt. "Well, you can't exactly call me a normal brother since you've got that dirty blood running through you." Hearing the insult, Kim Si-ho-an furiously prepared to draw his sword and attack. "What did you say, you bastard punk?" Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an stomped over the monster's corpse, boldly challenging. "Ha, you want to try hitting me? Go ahead, try it." Kim Si-ho-an gritted his teeth in rage. Tsh! Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an pointed his sword at Kim Si-ho-an. "Oh right, there's been a rumor about you lately." Kim Si-ho-an was taken aback, half believing. "Rumor?" Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an leisurely continued. "I heard you have some crazy special ability, probably at least rank S." Seeing Kim Si-ho-an's reaction, Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an grew even more smug. "No wonder you showed up now. I didn't think you'd awaken as such a high-rank player." Si-ho-an, Kim Si-ho-an clenched his sword tightly. "What do you mean?" Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an extended his hand with a sinister grin, sticking out his tongue. "I just happen to need a sacrifice like you." Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an kept rambling, then glanced at the other sacrifices, which looked pretty decent too. Flowers really are a gold mine. Kim Si-ho-an stayed on high alert. A sacrifice? Kang-so was equally upset. Damn, is he a chaotic player? Choi Eun-bi anxiously called out. Sister-in-law, come behind me. Kang-so saw Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an about to make a move on and immediately stood in front, showing a protective stance. Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an schemed and said, "Of course, that girl won't be used as a sacrifice." He licked his lips, his face darkening with a deadly perverted aura, "because I have plenty of other uses for her." Kim Si-ho-an could no longer endure and charged straight up with his sword to attack the bastard, but Kim Yeon-ong-ho-an just waved his hand and flung him away. Kang Teo anxiously watched Kim Si-ho-an. Choi Eun-bi's brother jumped in shock. "Brother Si-ho-an." Kim Si-ho-an gritted his teeth, breathing heavily and exhausted, thinking, what was that just now? Even if we're at different levels, how could he counterattack at such close range? The bodyguard, Chae-ong-ho, Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an's giant protector, tried to rush in to counterattack for his master, but Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an stopped him. "Stand still. I'm handling this bastard," he arrogantly laughed. You were pretty confident charging at me, huh?" Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an unleashed a flurry of moves, giving Kim Si-ho-an no chance to defend. "Are you already tailing off?" The relentless strikes forced Kim Si-ho-an to only defend. Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an threatened viciously. "Try attacking me again." Suddenly, a moment later, Kim Si-ho-an seized the chance to shift the battle's momentum, swinging his sword down at Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an's position. But he had prepared another method, easily blocking him. In an instant, Kim Si-ho-an took a heavy hit from Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an, gritting his teeth in pain. Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an wasn't done yet. He kicked him hard, sending him flying into a rocky wall. Kang-so panicked and shouted, "Si-ho-an!" Choi Eun-bi screamed loudly, "Brother Si-ho-an!" Kim Si-ho-an collapsed against the dirt wall, his face covered in dust, painfully enduring a wound in his stomach, thinking he understood now. He forced himself to get up, eyes determined, staring at Kim Yeon-ong-ho-an. That sword technique wasn't performed by Kim Yeon-ong-ho-an himself. He casually walked toward him, cursing, "Idiot." Kim Yeon-ong-ho-an brushed dust off his clothes, disdainful. "How dare you attack me with that dirty blood in you?" He didn't know that Kim Si-ho-an was gradually realizing that all the swords Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an wielded were moving him. It was a special system formed by all the technology and resources of the Mi Electronics conglomerate. The system relied on sensors, detecting the opponent's movements and moving the user's body to automatically defend. Kim Ye-on-ong-ho-an flushed with anger, gripping his sword tightly. "You arrogant bastard, punk. If you're a bug, then act like one." Once again, he lunged, relentlessly attacking Kim Si-ho-an, who was crawling wounded on the ground. But this time, Kim Yeon-ong-ho-an's strike was completely blocked by Kang Teo. He was unharmed, and even pressed harder to suppress Kang Teo more. Huh? This muscle pig, Kang Teo tensed his whole body, resisting the powerful force, gritting his teeth to fight back. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with that brother Si-ho-an. Even though my feet are slowly wearing down on the ground, Kangzo still boldly declares, "As long as I, Kangzo, am alive, you don't stand a chance against my brother Si-ho-an." Kangzo used a seismic force to push Kim Ye-ong-ho-an backward, away from Kim Si-ho-an. He was tired but still forced his eyes shut, pushing him away with his hand. Kang Teo looked up, confused. What's this? I don't feel any reaction at all." Kim Ye-ong-ho-an, protected by a solid defense layer, rested his sword on his shoulder and looked at Kang Teo. Hey, what are you doing? Turns out Kim Ye Ong Ho On had activated absolute armor defense. He smirked arrogantly. Dummy, how dare you face me with that trash gear? Kim Ye Ong Ho On continued using the Demon Force slash technique. Before Kang Teo could even grasp the situation, he lightly flicked the shield, dragging Kang Teo flying far away. Kim Ye Ong Ho On glanced at the impressive explosion behind him, smiling with satisfaction. Even if you don't interfere, I'll settle things with you after I take care of my little brother. At that moment, he glanced over and saw Kim Si Ho On showing some movement that puzzled him. Kim Si Ho On seemed to shed his old skin, donning a fresh new look. He skillfully swung his sword a few times in front of So-A, who was very passionate, supporting Kim Si Ho On to perform the hidden dragon sword technique. Kim Si Ho On, like a ghostly speed demon, dashed forward, unleashing the fifth move. He swung his sword, summoning a fierce dragon, creating an extremely spectacular move. The wind dragon emerges. Kim Si Ho On aimed straight at the spot where Kim Ye Ong Ho On stood. Kim Ye Ong Ho On gritted his teeth, raised his sword to block. Damn it. But this time, Kim Si Ho On delivered a stunning and impressive attack, calling the dragon to rise like a threat. The fifth move, the wind dragon emerges. Kim Si Ho On was full of determination and thirst for revenge. He roared loudly. Sure enough, Kim Ye Ong Ho On blocked the sword strike, but the power this time was twice as strong, even more terrifying than before. What the hell? Kim Si Ho On gathered all his strength, flung Kim Ye Ong Ho On far away, creating a spectacular explosion. He was exhausted, breathing heavily, holding his sword. This move consumed a lot of energy. A familiar voice rang out, startling Kim Si Ho On. Humph, that's it? Kim Ye Ong Ho On had activated armor defense, so he was unharmed and casually mocked. Since when did you become like this? Activating armor defense, Kim Ye Ong Ho On sneered, kicking Kang Tae-zo roughly on the ground, a low-born scumbag. Kim Si Ho On was shocked, shouting at Kim Ye Ong Ho On's arrogant challenge. There's no way you'll lose easily. Kim Si Ho On gritted his teeth, furious at that bastard, recalling his studies, sports, and skills as a player. Kim Ye Ong Ho On activated his sword, pointing it at Kim Si Ho On, casually asking, so what? Kim Ye Ong Ho On clenched his fist, initiating the perfected destruction technique. If only money and power could control people, he growled. Your weak abilities. Kim Si Ho On's face twisted. Surprisingly, Kim Ye Ong Ho On also used the fifth basic hidden dragon sword technique, the wind dragon emerges, to counterattack. He laughed arrogantly. Let's see how long you can hold up. Kim Ye Ong Ho On swung his sword fiercely, his face turning into a cruel demon. Die by your own hand. The speed was terrifyingly fast, forcing Kim Si Ho On to barely block in time. He trembled violently, his mind struggling to withstand the heavy blow. Kim Ye Ong Ho On showed no mercy, flicking his hand to push Kim Si Ho On far away, sinking him into the muddy ground, dust and smoke blurring the air. Kim Si Ho On's teammates saw this and panicked, shouting, Si Ho On, brother Si Ho On. Meanwhile, Kim Ye Ong Ho On felt quite accomplished, laughing maniacally with delight. So this is your limit. So-A stepped in front of Kim Si Ho On, who was now motionless, lifeless. She quickly cast a healing spell. We have to treat him fast. Kim Ye Ong Ho On shouted loudly. This is the difference between you and me. Choi E-un had no choice but to lead, channeling magical power from his staff to attack Kim Ye Ong Ho On, Thunder Normal. However, his armor was too solid. Nothing could break it. Kim Ye Ong Ho On crazily insulted Kim Si Ho On. No matter how hard you try, you'll never surpass me. So A anxiously shook Kim Si On. See, we can't keep up the healing for long. I've only done first aid, she urged urgently. I'm going to support Unbi. You have to wake up quickly. Kim Si Ho On was dazed and blurry, thinking to himself, I'm still breathing, but my body has no strength left. He saw Kim Ye Ong Ho On still standing intact in front of him, feeling bitter. Could it be that this is as far as it goes? I was determined to take revenge on those who abandoned Mom and me. Kim Si looked at So and Choi Unbi. The two were fighting with everything they had for him, unable even to seek revenge. He saw Kang Teo painfully collapsed on the ground, unable to protect those he loved. Kim Si Ho On bit his lip in helpless pain. It was all because he was weak, lacking power. Then suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, wondering, do I really need power? While the Kim Si Ho On group fought, Oh Kangwoo witnessed everything. Elegantly watching through a small tube, he silently guessed that this guy was the one he mentioned, some holy water or something. Oh Kangwoo sat up, satisfied, grinning. The group related to the demon cult is the Mi Y group. Finally, there's a release at the chili field. He took off his hat, thinking deeply. Kim Si Ho On is the tycoon's son-in-law. Something about him feels familiar. I thought it was just a look-alike, but turns out it's him. Kangwoo began stretching comfortably, feeling pleased. I have all the contacts needed for the plan. Time to act slowly. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. That's right, I need power. Kangwoo didn't understand what just happened, looking bewildered. Huh? Kim Si-hoan suddenly jumped up, radiating intense lightning bolts, the power to defeat his enemies. Si-ah turned around in shock. Si-hoan and Choi E-un were also left speechless. Brother Si-hoan. Kim Si-hoan gritted his teeth, swinging his sword once again. The wind dragon technique appeared again. He needed strength to protect the one he loved. The system automatically sent a new notification. Kim Si-hoan. The demon servant had received the power of the heavenly emperor god. Kangwoo twitched his lips, unable to believe this was truly an awakening in such a dangerous situation. Really awakened? The system kept sending 2 or 3 more notifications. Since the bowl wasn't complete, he only received part of the highest level power learned from the hidden dragon sword technique, having learned the initial stage of the complete bone seizure. Kangwoo smiled wryly. That's right, the system sent 2 more notifications. The demon servant Kim Si-hoan had learned new moves, mastering the Cloud Dragon sword technique and Cloud Dragon steps. Kangwoo silently cheered, thinking, just consider yourself the main character. Kim Si-hoan seemed like a different person, crazily charging forward, attacking Kim Ye-ong-hoan, roaring fiercely. Kim Si-hoan's face completely twisted, his eyes showing only the whites. He struck continuously, slashing and killing. Kim Ye-ong-hoan was desperate, sending both of them flying straight up into the sky. Only now did he realize things weren't going as expected. What the hell is this? Kim Si-hoan successfully slashed Kim Ye-ong-hoan's shoulder, making him scream out loud. Facing Kim Si-hoan's madness, Kim Ye-ong-hoan panicked, thinking, can't stop him at all? Kim Ye-ong-hoan tried to counterattack. Don't laugh. But all efforts failed when Kim Si-hoan activated the next technique, the 5th initial form of the hidden dragon sword technique. He directly unleashed a new move. Wind Dragon emerges. Cloud Dragon sword technique. 3rd initial form. Kim Si-hoan, like a sacred dragon, charged in a direct attack. Cloud Dragon chaotic dance. Kim Ye-ong-hoan couldn't block it, utterly confused. How could he? He saw Kim Si-hoan's speed was insanely fast, splitting into multiple directions to attack. Kim Ye-ong-hoan was stunned, realizing both the strength and speed of Kim Si-hoan were stronger than his own. Kim Si-hoan pressed his sword blade close to Kim Ye-ong-hoan's face, who lost his cool, unable to move or counterattack. Kim Ye-ong-hoan was bitter, thinking how could he be pushed back by him. Meanwhile, Kim Si-hoan approached, slashing the other shoulder of Kim Ye-ong-hoan with a serious wound. He was terrified, quickly retreating to dodge the strike. First, he had to keep his distance. Kim Ye-ong-hoan was out of options, forced to use armor protection, activating his armor defense, but everything felt like karma crashing down. It was too late. Luckily for Kim Ye-ong-hoan, Cheon-ho used his iron axe to block the attack, keeping him completely safe. Cheon-ho fiercely swung his axe, attacking Kim Si-hoan, forcing him to dodge and leap out of the area. Kim Ye-ong-hoan's face turned pale with fear, questioning Cheon-ho. What took you so long to show up? Cheon-ho politely replied, Vice President, sorry, the system currently shows a red warning message. You have been seriously injured from the attack. If you don't quickly circulate your energy, internal injuries will worsen. Kim Si-hoan gasped, clutching his wound in his stomach, thinking, just the wind force from swinging the sword was already that strong, so he narrowed his eyes, fully alert. I don't really know Kim Ye-ong-hoan like this man. Cheon-ho. Cheon-ho brought his axe closer to Kim Si-hoan, threatening him. Honestly, you can't fight the vice president. He cleared his throat to intimidate. If you obediently come with us, you'll only lose one arm. At this moment, Kim Si-hoan could only gasp weakly, no strength left to resist. Kim Si-hoan looked up with bitter eyes, holding his knife to the ground to keep himself from collapsing, the other hand clutching his chest in pain. The guy standing in front of him was Mi-eung-ho, firmly gripping his blade, speaking in a lecturing tone. Accept it. You can't defeat the vice president. Obediently come with us, and I'll only take one arm. Despite the pain tearing through his body and the mocking words, Kim Si-hoan shouted firmly, don't talk nonsense. As soon as he finished, the blade lunged forward at top speed. Mi-eung-ho swung his axe, pressing hard on Kim Si-hoan's chest, forcing him flat to the ground. He coldly took the attack. The sudden strike caught Kim Si-hoan off guard, leaving him only able to scream in pain and despair. He frowned, gritting his teeth to endure, but couldn't stop cursing. Damn it, a part of him wanted to give up. This body couldn't take it anymore. Kim Si-hoan forced his eyes wide open, looking at the arm Mi-ho stomped on. He raised his axe high, acting all righteous and lecturing. The weak's right is to endure pain. The sudden pain made the veins on his face bulge, his mouth slightly twisted down. Kim Si-hoan felt uneasy, silently cursing, damn it, to the point of denial. Suddenly, a voice called out in his subconscious, Si-hoan, sorry, his mind drifted far away, to a place called the past. From below, he looked up at a brightly lit room where the voice, Mom, Mom, echoed repeatedly. The happy room image turned into a narrow alley. A woman held her son tightly, whispering, "Mom's sorry for letting you be born into this world," along with the boy's painful confession. "You don't need to apologize, Mom, because I can endure it. I really want to thank you for giving birth to me." Kim Si-ho-on snapped out of the memory, tears streaming down, his mood shattered. "In the end, I still failed. How ridiculous." He trembled, saying, "I deny everyone. I'm sorry. Because of me, everyone got involved." His heart was tangled despite the teammates' screams echoing outside. Choi E-un sobbed, blaming herself. "I couldn't protect everyone." Kim Si-ho-on felt no better, guilty for not being able to protect until the end. Watching the blade descend, he silently shouted, "I truly apologize to everyone." Despite the tears flowing, Kim Si-ho-on closed his eyes, accepting his fate, but a breath and a familiar voice awakened him. "Good job." Kim Si-ho-on opened his eyes wide, turning his head to look at the familiar figure blocking the axe in front of him. His voice trembled slightly. "Kang Kangwoo, Kang Kangwoo, raise your hand." Despite Miho using all his strength to press down, he asked calmly, "Is the right of the weak to endure pain?" He tilted the blade, creating a crack in the cold, massive axe. "That's right, I thought so too." Then he swung his leg in an arc, kicking Mi-young-ho flying backward. To the surprise of Kim Si-ho-on and the guy hiding in the corner, Kang Kang-woo squinted, half his face darkened, and said in a low voice, "I'll show you what that right really means." On the other side, Miho struggled to stand up. Kim Si-ho-on lay still, holding back frustration, hesitantly asking, "Why Kang Kang-woo? Why are you here?" He scratched his head, embarrassed. "Well," Kang Kang-woo seemed a bit at a loss for words. His restless eyes, he hesitated. "I was sitting here watching all this to catch you like those cult guys. I can't say that." Finally, he covered up. "I'll explain later." Then Kang Kang-woo turned and called the group behind him. Un BC ACO came over. "Please treat him, ladies." They quickly agreed with a nod. When the three carried Kim Si-ho on, Mi-young-ho had already stood up, growling angrily. "You're from the Hwagang team?" Kang Kang-woo smirked sarcastically. "If I were from the Hwagang team, why would I be here alone?" Mi-young-ho looked grim. Then Kang Kang-woo cut him off carelessly. "No need to get acquainted. Stop the fuss. And just charge." This angered Miho, activating an orange energy aura around his hands, gripping the axe handle. He clenched his teeth, hissing each word. "Your name is arrogant, right?" He lunged at Kang Kang-woo, then suddenly stopped, furrowing his brows, his body trembling. A voice from hell echoed, "You said it yourself. The right of the weak is to endure pain." Kang Kang-woo's red eyes widened, his mouth opened. His hand gripping Mi-young-ho's wrist twisted until it was deformed. Mi-young-ho trembled with fear, unable to move, only letting out small groans. Kang Kang-woo pressed closer without hesitation, calmly affirming, "I will do my best to guarantee that right for you." The image of Kang Kang-woo behind dark glasses looked like a maniac, making Mi-young-ho shiver coldly, sweating profusely, uneasy. Who the hell is this guy? Seeing his comrades losing ground from afar, Kim Ye-ung-ho-on shouted a warning. "Che-on-ho, use your demonic energy." Seeing Mi-young-ho motionless, he got furious. "What are you doing? Want to die? This is an order. Use your demonic energy now. For the Mi-wai Guild, sacrifice a life." The hand holding Mi-young-ho's wrist trembled briefly, then relaxed, placing a hand on his chest, standing straight, serious as if facing Kim Ye-ung-ho-on, respectfully obeying the order. Immediately, from the hand on his chest, a terrifying power burst out. Mi-young-ho's whole body transformed quickly under the satisfied gaze and excited shouts of Kim Ye-ung-ho-on. Mi-young-ho turned into a giant monster, roaring loudly, baring sharp teeth, standing before Kang Kang-woo, showing off his strength. This made Kim Ye-ung-ho-on hide behind a rock crevice, his excitement peaking. He laughed heartily, praising without restraint. "Awesome, Mi-young-ho, with this, we'll win." Kim Ye-ung-ho-on's eyes widened, his deformed face hid behind cover, continuously cheering. "Kill him, finish off that arrogant bastard. Damn bastard. Let's see how good you really are. The final winner will be me. Always like that." In the frenzy, Mi-young-ho obeyed and started attacking, but Kang Kang-woo remained strangely calm. After a moment, he acted, a purple light surrounding him. Kang Kang-woo smirked confidently, mocking, "What? You're the most evil demon I've ever met." Then he raised his fist, summoning a powerful steel punch technique, followed by a heavenly force attack directly on the monster. Mi-young-ho couldn't react in time, only staring wide-eyed, screaming in pain, blood continuously spouting from his mouth. Kim Ye-ung-ho-on crouched to the side, witnessing this, his whole body turning gray, trembling in panic. "What? No way." Looking at the huge, motionless body and the fierce monster, Kim Ye-ung-ho-on wondered. He is a master of demonic energy, so how could he be easily defeated by Mi-young-ho using demonic energy? Opposite, Kang Kang-woo let out a weird laugh, his terrifying face making Kim Ye-ung-ho-on even more scared. He turned his back and ran, needing to contact his dad quickly. Kim Ye-ong-hoon didn't dare stop. Though breathing heavily from exhaustion, he pulled out a communication orb used for contact inside the gate when there's no signal. But miraculously, Kang Kangwoo appeared right behind him, wearing a terrifying face, asking, "Where are you going?" Kim Ye-ong-ho-on flinched, took a light hit, face down on the ground, curling up. Kim Ye-ong-ho-on groaned softly, in pain, eyes darting fearfully behind him. Kang Kangwoo stepped forward, speaking in a low voice, "Who are you?" Without letting him answer, Kang Kangwoo delivered another kick, pressing Kim Ye-ong-hoon's head into the ground. Sarcastic. "Do you have to scare people before they talk? Did the cult teach you that?" Looking at the trembling hand, clutching the orb, Kang Kangwoo mocked the thing he was holding, trying to contact Kim Che-hai. Kim Ye-ong-hoon stammered, trying to explain, but Kang Kangwoo cut him off with an expectant tone. "It's okay, just contact." Through the orb, another orb lit up on the other side. The man sitting back in a chair startled, lightly touching the orb, asking, "What's going on?" Kang Kangwoo's sharp voice rang out. "Hello, are you the guardian of Kim Ye-ong-ho-on?" Kim Che-hai was confused, quickly asking, "Who are you?" Kang Kangwoo mocked, "Nothing else but that I'm holding your son hostage." Hearing this, Kim Ye-ong-on quickly cursed, "Dad, this bastard." And a moment later he was hit, screaming hopelessly. Hearing the screams, Kim Che-hai clenched his fists, suppressing anger, his face darkening. The sounds of blows hitting flesh and mocking words followed. "Your son is still rebellious, huh? Why doesn't he listen? Did your family not teach him properly?" After a while, Kim Che-hai stopped, Kang Kangwoo holding the orb in one hand, the other hand blocking the chain from the binding power. Kim Ye-ong-ho-on grabbed him tightly, stomped him flat, and said into the other end of the line, "Looks like you're worried about your son, huh?" He sneered. "Your son's condition isn't looking too good right now." Kim Che-hyun listened carefully and quickly shouted, "What do you want?" Kang Kangwoo didn't hesitate and laid down the condition. If he wanted to save his son, he had to enter Gate C at Mokdong. Of course, alone. In the long silence, Kang Kangwoo laughed wildly, licking his lips mockingly. He said, "You think I'll go alone just because you say so? I know people like you. Don't even think about this or that, just prepare yourself well." He pressed the communicator right against Miho's mouth so Kim Che-hyun could clearly hear the groans. Success made the old man furious. "You're wide awake, huh?" Kang Kangwoo shouted louder, provoking him. "Your worry is making me excited, so you'll come alone?" She kept her voice calm, hiding her unease. Her 5 fingers crushed the table. Kim Che-hyun threatened, "What would happen if a government army did this? You're doing this to me?" Kim Che-hyun said. Kang Kangwoo bluntly replied, "I'm not government military." The old man was shocked. "Just you alone?" Kang Kangwoo squinted. "Calm. I'm still single." This time, Kim Che-hyun's veins bulged in rage. "You bastard. Do you even know who I am to dare do this to me?" Kang Kangwoo laughed loudly in return. "Do I have to know?" This only made Kim Che-hyun angrier. But before he could explode, Kang Kangwoo continued, "Is it necessary to know? I don't think so." He mocked, "Do you know me?" If not, then he grabbed Kim Ye-ong-hoon's head backwards, pressed it right against the communicator so Kim Che-hyun could hear his son's painful groans clearly. The old man roared, "Enough!" Kang Kangwoo lowered his head, whispered threats into the communicator. 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes. If he doesn't show up, what happens next is up to your imagination." Kim Che-hyun refused to back down. "I don't know who you are or what you want. If this is some kind of extortion, don't regret it." His voice was steel hard, but his blue-veined hand crushed the table, betraying his anger. Luckily, only his voice transmitted, so Kim Che-hyun didn't weaken physically. His stormy attitude didn't affect Kang Kangwoo at all. The old man shouted threats, "I will find you. When I do, I'll tear you to pieces." Kang Kangwoo didn't care or fear, just threw back a good luck. Then he kicked hard, smashing the communicator, stood up calmly, and spoke to Kim Ye-ong-hoon, who was chained like a puppy. "Good, Kim Che-hyun, that's done." His eyes narrowed as he watched him struggle and cry out, "Help me, please. If you need money, I can beg my dad for as much as you want." Kim Ye-ong-hoon looked pitiful, lying still, too weak to move, just barely begging. He kept babbling and begging. Kang Kangwoo flipped him over with a cold tone. "Money's fine, but that's not what I want." Straining to open his swollen eyes, Kim Ye-ong-hoon forced himself. "So what do you want?" Kang Kangwoo smiled shyly. "Peace of mind and world peace." Hearing this, Kim Ye-ong-hoon froze, screamed in despair. "Stop talking nonsense! Whatever you want, I can find it." Kang Kangwoo rubbed his chin, eyes misty. "You say that but don't believe me? It took all my courage to say it." Kim Ye-ong-hoon growled angrily. "What do you want?" But before he finished, he got slapped right in the face and had to give in. All right, I'll shut up." Kang Kangwoo was excited. "I gotta get ready to meet your dad." Kim Ye-ong-hoon was startled. "Meet my dad?" He grinned ear to ear. ecstatic. Fine, no idea what he was thinking, but as long as he could meet his dad. Suddenly, Kangwoo's aura shifted. A long phantom hair grew out, and he smiled wickedly. Luckily, Kim Chae-hyun loves his son. Kim Ye-ong-ho-on's eyes widened at the terrifying sight. Kangwoo now looked like a three-eyed horse, grinning mockingly. How easy it was to use the one he loved. The night sky sparkled beautifully. A group of people linked arms and left through the illusionary gate. Only Kim Ye-ong-ho-on was dragged on the ground, lifeless. Kang Tae grabbed Kangwoo's shoulder as they walked, voice full of gratitude. Thank you. Now I can go. Kangwoo glanced over, assessed briefly, then agreed. All right, fine. The group stopped, and he shouted, Everyone, go back like I said. Kang Tae happily hugged Kim Si-ho-on. Hey Kangwoo, I'll take him. Si-ah looked at Kang Tae worriedly and softly reminded, he hasn't fully recovered yet. Don't push him too hard. He quickly reassured, I can handle this. While they chatted, two figures appeared. Yeonju stood with hands on hips, voice annoyed. I tried to contact you. Where did you disappear to? I've brought Hoa-on and the army here. Kangwoo forced a smile. Bien Ming is useless. I had things to prepare, that's why. Kang Tae gaped at the two people in front of him, amazed. That's not the president of Hoa Hong, Yeonju, and the captain of Hwagong's team, Beach Hwa-on? Sia also doubted. Kangwoo, are you close with those two? He looked serious, like there was some bad blood. Seeing his tense attitude, Yeonju snorted irritably. That's what I should be saying. Then she glanced sideways, curious. Who's this? Isn't this Sion? Sia was embarrassed, softly introduced. I'm Hansi Yeonju. She looked up, then down, face scowling, muttered, then crossed her arms, clearly showing her attitude. Si just didn't get what was going on, staring blankly, speechless. Later, Yeonju asked irritably what her relationship with Kangwoo was. She snapped back. What's your relationship with Kangwoo? Why do you talk like you're close with him? We're not that close yet. Kangwoo calmly raised his hand to mediate. Let's save the introductions for later. That's not important now. First, take these three home, he said softly, assigning tasks. Peso still hasn't recovered, so don't overdo it. He's serious. I get it. Sia sighed and obediently nodded. Yeah, Hoa-on asked in a low voice. Where's the prey? Kang Tae held his head shyly. Really sorry. The other two held Kim Ye-ong-ho-on tightly, worriedly shouting. I told you. The injured shouldn't overexert themselves. Yeonju looked down, puzzled. The person you're dragging on the ground. Kangwoo suddenly reminded Kim Ye-ong-ho-on. That's right, he's still alive. Yeonju glanced over indifferently, nodding but not recognizing him at first. Now it's clear this is Kim Ye-ong-ho-on. This Kim Ye-ong-ho-on could be taken hostage. The group behind was shocked. That's Kim Ye-ong-ho-on? Crazy. Hoa-on rubbed his chin and said, Definitely, Kim Chae-hyun won't let Kangwoo off easy. Indifferently, I never let him off either. Yeonju closed his eyes and exhaled worriedly. So, it's going to be a full-on war? The Miwai sect is now involved with the cult, so trouble is bound to happen. Didn't expect that day to be today. Hoa-on was just as confused. Kang-hin apologized, but we couldn't gather that much power. If a full-scale war breaks out, it could get difficult. She frowned. And so on. Asking when it started is childish, but aren't our actions a bit rushed? Kangwoo said calmly, surprisingly. Don't worry, no fight is easier than facing a crazy enemy acting alone. Hearing that, Kim Ye-ong-ho-on trembled all over, uneasy. Hoa-on was shocked. Could it be that you mean Kim Chae-hyun is acting alone? Kangwoo rested his foot on Kim Ye-ong-ho-on's head, tapping and teasing coolly. A father's love for his child is boundless. Yeonju worriedly said, As far as I know, Kim Ye-ong-ho-on might not know, but Kim Chae-hyun is different. Even if his son is taken hostage, would he lose his mind like that? Kangwoo pondered, eyes brightening. This is interesting. Just wait and see. As Kangwoo finished, a convoy of cars roared in. Impressive. The group behind was shocked. When the cars stopped, a foot stepped out, accompanied by an angry roar. So it really was you guys, Yeonju. Bitch Hoa-on. Kim Chae-hy's hand trembled as he cursed harshly. So stupid. What do you mean no power? You took my son hostage? He unleashed purple flames, showing extreme anger. But a voice calling, Dad, caught Kim Chae-hyun's attention. He frowned, scanning the crowd. The front group parted, revealing Kangwoo waving mockingly, dragging Kim Ye-ong-ho-on limping on the ground. He groaned excitedly. You're really pathetic. The scene made Kim Chae-hyun furious, gritting his teeth, growling each word. You're dead meat. Then he calmed down and stepped forward to challenge. Good thing you didn't run away. Kangwoo flicked his hand, casually tossing Kim Ye-ong-ho-on forward, coldly. Thanks for what? Seeing his son's body like a kite with a broken string, Kim Chae-hyun was stunned, shouting, What? He stared blankly. Two sharp-eyed bodyguards rushed over anxiously. Young master, are you okay? The two behind saw this and were furious. What are you planning? Why hand over the hostage like that? After checking, the bodyguards reported only injuries. Nothing else, no attachments. Hearing this, Kim Chae Hyun felt a bit relieved and turned to confront. Kangwoo, what's your goal? Kangwoo sneered. Just thought you were too worried. Say hi. His attitude made the old man furious, roaring, Hey Kangwoo, you're still calm? Why not say hi? Weren't you looking for your son? Kim Chae Hyun held his son tightly, his eyes blazing fiercely, but hearing faint groans, he ignored Kangwoo's mocking attitude and anxiously called, Ye Ong Ho On, Ye Ong Ho On, wake up. Seeing him stir, Kim Chae Hyun whispered, Ye Ong Ho On, are you okay? Deep in his eyes was the pitiful state of his son. Kim Chae Hyun nervously stammered something. After a long sigh, Kim Ye Ong Ho On opened his mouth, but what he said shocked him. Who are you? Who are you? Not believing what he just heard, Kim Chae Hyun's face darkened. Softly, What? You still recognize who? He seemed to fall into despair, his hand trembling, gripping his shoulder. It's me. I'm your father. The grip made Kim Ye Ong Ho On panic. He screamed in pain like facing a nightmare and pushed away. Who are you? The bodyguards rushed in quickly, restraining and calming. Young master, please stay calm. But he kept staring at the old man's face, screaming in fear. Who are you? Where is this? The situation made Kim Chae Hyun's pupils shrink, his whole body stunned and confused. What's going on? Kim Ye Ong Ho On, with a bruised face, cried, Save me. Kangwoo behind smiled with satisfaction, mouth wide open. Kim Chae Hy. You quickly realized the problem, eyes glaring at Kangwoo, growling each word with anger. You bastard! What have you done? His aura was terrifying, pushing back the surrounding bodyguards. Yeonju stepped forward, blocking the formation, shouting, Everyone back off! Don't get involved with my prey. Kim Chae Hyun exploded like losing control, stomping the floor violently, sending dust and rocks flying, using a loud sonic frequency. What did you do to my son? The bodyguard held Kim Ye Ong Ho On tightly, stepping back, shouting to calm, Chairman, please calm down. But Kim Chae Hyun only had rage, hearing nothing, just yelling, What did you do? Amid the chaotic scene, Kangwoo stood calmly with one hand in his pocket, watching. Yeonju rushed forward, his arm wrapped in protective layers exploding with power. Kangwoo, standing nearby, was less affected, his hair blowing in the wind. The aura Kim Chae Hyun radiated was fierce, a ninth-level awakening trait, his strong energy surging forward with momentum. Yeonju didn't back down. Summoning weapons, legendary bloodthirsty chains. The two roared, gathering energy, the distance closing fast, their powers clashing fiercely, everything around blurring. Kim Chae Hyun and Yeonjo raised both hands behind, preparing to smash each other to pieces. The two of them roared fiercely, closing the distance between them, their powers clashing violently, everything around them becoming blurry. Kim Chae Hyun and Yeonju raised both hands behind their backs, ready to smash their opponent to pieces. Kim Chae Hyun's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Move aside. The old man's punch slammed forward, causing a slight tremor and smoke to rise. The slender figure of Yeonju appeared, her eyes flashing with determination, her hands swinging high as chains wrapped tightly around Kim Chae Hyun's large body, following her every move. The old man struggled in irritation. That damn bastard. After being restrained for a while, Kim Chae Hyun finally broke free. Drops of sweat from fear and exhaustion fell on Yeonju's beautiful face. The old man shouted angrily, You stupid bastard. He swung his fist at Yeonju. This punch was called desperation. Luckily, she dodged the deadly blow, but Kim Chae Hyun kept backing off, not letting him land another hit. Suddenly, Beach Hwa-on appeared from nowhere, raising both hands behind her while shouting, Wind blast! Gusts of wind swept Kim Chae Hyun back. The force was so strong that the old man's upper shirt tore to shreds. You damn bastards, all of you. The calm face of Oh Kangwoo slowly emerged from the smoke. Seeing that dark, deadly expression, Kim Chae Hyun's spirit flared up, raising his hand to the sky and yelling, I said, move aside. With that, he slammed the ground hard, sending shards of stone flying. He seemed mad, shouting loudly, Get out of my way, all of you, move aside. Despite fear, Yeonjo firmly raised her fist, shouting at the chains. Even though the chains slashed across his body, Kim Chae Hyun still managed to throw the chains upward, sending Yeonju flying high. Her eyes were full of caution, thinking, What the hell? I can't believe he pierced right through like that. However, Kim Chae Hyun's whole body was wrapped in chains. The reason was that Yeonju had acted from behind. Even though he pulled the chains, she stubbornly held her body steady. No matter how strong Kim Chae Hyun was, he was just a schemer like her. He wouldn't just ignore the damage she had dealt all this time. He growled irritably, calling it cheap tricks. Yeonju kept thinking, if we could just land one critical hit, Beach Hoa on, exhausted, couldn't hold on anymore, gripping her sword to resist. Kim Chae-hyun struggled violently. Suddenly, Yeonju's body was thrown backward. Since the chains broke, Kim Chae-hyun screamed like a beast, holding a sharp shard of glass, panting as he looked toward Oh Kangwoo, cursing, "You bastard!" Oh Kangwoo's smile stretched almost to his ears, his eyes flashing with the Demon King's stripes. That expression made Kim Chae-hyun furious. He shouted, "You're bastard!" He yelled while running toward Oh Kangwoo. "You damn bastard!" He raised his fist. Bastard! Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bitch Hoa-on was stabbing him in the back with her sword. She was panting from exhaustion. The guards and Kim Ye-ong shouted loudly, "Sir, what the hell is this? Let me go!" "Young master, please calm down." Kim Ye-ong's shouting still echoed. "Let me go, damn it." Bitch Hoa-on pulled out her sword, making Kim Chae-hyun stagger, but he still held his stance, trying to move forward. The two exhausted girls watched Kim Chae-hyun cough weakly but push on. "You bastard." His fist lightly touched Oh Kangwoo's chest before collapsing to the ground. Oh Kangwoo laughed, grabbing Kim Chae-hyun's hair. "Seriously, what happened? Did you think you could kill me?" He smirked mysteriously. "Do you know who I am?" "At the Hwagang Corporation headquarters," Yeonju asked. "Then why don't you explain it yourself?" Oh Kangwoo looked at her confused. She continued toward Kim Ye-ong. "What did you do to him?" Oh Kangwoo relaxed. "That? I just tweaked his memory a bit." Yeonju glanced at him warily. "His memory? You have that power?" He arrogantly boasted. "I have many talents, you know. Didn't you notice? I'm very useful." She still looked doubtful. "Come on, this isn't about talents. Who are you really?" Mr. Kangwoo suddenly called out his full name, Yeonju. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, caring. "You don't need to know everything, and you don't have to understand it all. You just need to prove you'll support me wholeheartedly. And of course, in return, I'll help you root out those damn demons, the ones who took everything precious from you. Isn't that enough? So let's keep working together." His tone was full of pride and a bit scary. Yeonju thought with a sigh, "I probably shouldn't have raised this little tiger. I guess it's too late to regret now." She smiled. "All right, let's continue our cooperation." In the prison room, Kim Chae-hyun was bound tightly by power-sealing chains. Captain Beach Hoa-on's voice rang out. "We have a few questions. Since when did you start dealing with the demon cult? What exactly is the summoning? And who is the one wearing the dark red mask?" Kim Chae-hyun smiled but said nothing. Bitch Hoa-on angrily slammed her hand on the table, raising her voice. "Kim Chae-hyun, answer me. You're no longer the CEO of MiY Electronics or the leader of the Mi Guild. Now you're just a criminal. You've cooperated with the crazy cult." After a pause, Kim Chae-hyun said, "You think I'll tell you everything? No matter how powerful Hwagang Corporation is, you're still just dogs for the real boss. All of you are loyal bastards doing whatever they say. Bi Hua-on, do you know how many council members have dealt with me? I'm the boss. I could crush you with one hand. So why would some bastard dare bare his teeth at his boss?" Suddenly, purple bloodied chains stabbed into him. Yeonju spoke up. "Then let me ask you, Bitch Hoa." Startled and turned to Yeonju. She ignored it. "Continue." Kim Chae-hyun. The old man was pinned against the wall, groaning in pain. Yeonju impatiently kicked his chest, causing him to cough up blood. "Answer me now, you bastard." Bitch Hoa-on hurriedly stopped him. "Stop it. Yeonju, we can't let Kim Chae-hyun die." Suddenly, Kim Chae-hyun let out a hoarse laugh. "In the end, you guys will lose anyway. You don't even understand how powerful they are or what they're plotting. You can't even imagine." At his careless tone, Yeonju gritted his teeth. Suddenly, after a moment of silence, Oh Kangwoo spoke up. "You two have done very well. Step back now. Let us talk for a bit." Kim Chae-hyun frowned at him. "You coming in here won't change anything. Do you think I'll spill everything to you?" Oh Kangwoo was confident. "Right, you will have to tell me everything." Kim Chae-hyun couldn't stand this attitude, but he cut in. "I'll bring him back." Kim Chae-hyun froze. "What?" Oh Kangwoo's face darkened, just like the Demon King, your son. Kim Yeong Ho-on said, "I'll bring him back just as he was. Then speak up. Tell me everything you know about the Demon Society." The old man curled up, bowed his head, and suddenly laughed out loud without understanding why. The two girls stared blankly at the two men, laughing like madmen. Kim Chae-hyun glared. "Damn you, you will go to hell no matter what." Oh Kangwoo chuckled quietly in his mind. "Actually, I came back from hell." Kim Chae-hyun began to tell the story. "I met that man about 8 months ago." Beach Hoa-on asked, "Are you talking about the one wearing that blood-red mask?" The old man calmly replied, "Yes." Yeonju asked, "And you don't know who that person is?" The old man nodded. "Right." Oh Kangwoo thought silently, so even Kim Chae-hyun knows nothing about the one wearing that mask. He asked him to continue. Kim Chae-hyun told the story. "He made me an offer. If I provide the sacrificial item for their ritual, he would turn me into a demon. Yeonju frowned. Wait, and you agreed to that? How could you agree the first time you met him? Kim Chae-hyun calmly mocked. You only say that because you don't know anything about demons. What do you mean? The old man explained. Demons are immortal. As long as their necks remain intact and their heads don't explode, they can live forever without aging. Bish Hoa-on frowned. Eternal life? And you believe in that? The old man replied, yes. Yeonjo asked why. Kim Chae-hyun, the old man said, because they've existed for thousands of years. The two girls exclaimed in unison. What? Oh Kangwoo's expression stiffened slightly as the old man continued. They have existed for thousands of years. Even longer. They are still expanding their power, hiding everywhere in the world. Of course, they only started operating again in recent years. Oh Kangwoo fell into deep thought. So the Demon Society has been around for thousands of years. I originally thought it was a group formed on the day of the disaster, but it seems they've taken deeper root. It'll be harder than I thought to uproot them completely. Yeonju asked further, so you kidnap others as sacrifices for eternal life? The old man admitted, yes, that's right. Bitch Hoa. On angrily cursed, that old man is crazy. What does he want eternal life for? What crazy thing does he want to do? The old man laughed happily despite being scolded. You really know nothing. The physical body of a demon retains the mind and amplifies desires. Yeonju was confused. So what? Kim Chae-hyun went on and on. You will never get tired of life. You can keep your youth and live forever. Isn't that amazing? Yeonju didn't care. Cut the nonsense. Even if it's possible, would I trade everything for something uncertain? Beach Hoa-on thought, if Kim Chae-hyun is that sure, then I can guess how the Demon Society is expanding its forces. Oh Kangwoo silently disagreed. Nonsense. Living with burning passion, desires that can't be extinguished. It's not good at all. It's more painful than anything else in the world. That bastard knows nothing about demons. Kim Chae-hyun continued. So I provided everything they asked for, and some members of the society accepted the demon energy in their ritual. Bish Hoa-on was curious. Is demon energy like mana? The old man explained. It's the power of hell, similar to mana but also different. Yeonju suddenly asked, do you have demon energy? The old man calmly replied, no, I haven't received it yet. Her face frowned. Why? Didn't you join the Demon Society to get it? The old man explained. According to the one wearing the blood-red mask, they need to prepare more to turn me into a demon. If you choose to accept demon energy, you might not be able to control your desires and could become a mindless monster. Bitch Hoa-on asked, then why do some people in your society accept it? Kim Chae-hyun sneered. It can give them power immediately. Isn't that useful for disposable pawns? Yeonju angrily cursed. That damn stuff. Beach Hua-on calmly asked, so what about the summoning? What exactly are they trying to summon? The old man replied, a demon. Hearing that, both girls looked confused, and Oh Kangwoo flinched slightly. A demon? Yes, they are planning to summon a demon. Bitch Hoa-on worried. A demon? How and where do they plan to summon it? The old man continued, I don't know, but according to them, the barrier separating dimensions, the thing stopping them, is gradually weakening. Yeonju didn't understand. The barrier separating dimensions? What are you talking about now? Kim Chae-hyun calmly said. About a month ago, I heard they could summon a demon because the barrier separating dimensions is weakening. Yeonju was startled a month ago. At that moment, sweat was pouring down Oh Kangwoo's face. I heard they could summon a demon because the barrier between dimensions is weakening. Yeonju was startled a month ago, and now sweat was pouring down Kangwoo's face. He worriedly wondered, is all of this my fault? A thought suddenly popped into Kangwoo's head. At that moment, an announcement sounded. A nuclear crack had been detected, and his thoughts continued. The reason the Demon Guild started acting like this, the system announced, the multi-dimensional protection mechanism, the Gaia system spikes are now activating. A mysterious figure stood before a pink energy orb, silently thinking, it's because of me, since I broke the Gaia system. Kangwoo broke out in a sweat, silently wondering, how did I end up back on Earth? Father Undu squinted, looking at him confused. A thought appeared. It doesn't automatically recover? Her voice rang out, asking Kim Chae, Hi Yunun, is that multi-dimensional wall still in a weakened state like that? Old Cow responded. They said it's getting weaker day by day. Kangwoo was annoyed by the answer, silently cursing, damn it. In his mind, he got pissed, thinking, at this rate, won't all the demons and monsters team up and rush to Earth? Including those from Ino too? My mom's about to lose her mind. Outside, he held back and replied, got it. He helplessly thought to himself, worrying about this now won't solve anything. Better to focus on the Demon Guild first, then figure out the rest. Kangwoo looked at Kim Chae-hyun and asked, where is the Demon Guild's national headquarters? Can we find that bastard wearing a mask there? Kim Chae-hyun hesitated and answered, the location I know has no solid leads at all. They could be somewhere completely isolated by now. Kangwoo sat across from him, pressing, somewhere else? KIMCHI, hi, unobediently said. Yes, they probably have finished preparing for the summoning ritual by now. Father Undu glared at him angrily and said, wait, didn't you say they still need more sacrifices? Isn't that why you wanted to capture Kim Si-ho-an for the summoning ritual? KIMCHI, hi, closed his eyes. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Father Undu slammed his hand on the table, shouting, Kim Chae-hyun, what the hell do you mean by what you've been saying all this time? Your guild is the one that offered the sacrifices, so why don't you know whether there are enough sacrifices or not? He looked at her with a smile. We are judged based on our abilities. Kangwoo listened quietly. Damn it. Father Undu asked, what does that mean? Kangwoo scratched his nose, looking annoyed. Not only that, the next words made Father Undu and Bikwa-un extremely confused. It's not just the Mi-Y guild that might be connected to the Demon Guild now. The room was dimly lit by light coming from outside. A powerful figure sat in the candlelit room and spoke. Kim Chae-hyun has been captured. I thought he might be somewhat useful. The Scarlet Cardinal looked at Kim Chae-hyun's image through the scrying orb and mocked him, but he was defeated way too easily. A figure in black below nodded and said, but since we have already obtained enough sacrifices from other guilds, I don't believe the plan will be delayed at all. Yes, Scarlet Cardinal, he squinted, silently annoyed, but I still can't understand why Kim Chae-hyun is directly involved in this. He was pissed seeing his pawn get caught by a scoundrel. Is it because of that bastard? The black-clad man saw the figure appear and exclaimed, if I remember correctly, so his name is Mr. Kangwoo? The Scarlet Cult leader glanced at his subordinates, whispering to himself as he schemed. We need to double-check everything. He spoke aloud. How's the backup from the guild looking? One subordinate replied, yes, sir, the support has arrived. He sat back, legs crossed on the table, relaxed, and asked, what about the items we received? The subordinate reported in detail. It's a demon stone block containing compressed demonic energy. It has enough power to amplify your strength, Sir Scarlet Cult Leader, and from there, we can complete the plan. After hearing this, the Scarlet Cult Leader propped his hands on the table and asked, good, what about instructions from the guild? The subordinate obediently said, there are no specific instructions, sir. He pondered for a moment, then asked again, none at all? He leaned on his hands, thinking, I guess they want us to handle the rest ourselves. The Scarlet Cult Leader grunted, we gotta move fast. He narrowed his eyes, coldly ordering, the plan will proceed exactly as scheduled, starting with Iokuio. The subordinates below echoed in unison. Yes, sir. Kangwoo, dressed casually, leaned on the doorframe, apologizing. Sorry for making you worry. Back in the brightly lit room earlier, Father Undu sighed wearily. We're back in Mokdong again, and now we have to investigate other guilds all over again. Bichhoa-un followed behind, encouraging, cheer up, Undu. It's not like we haven't found any clues. Comforting him, Father Undu turned and called Kangwoo warmly. Kangwoo, the authorities will give you a bonus for sure. Father Undu stood aside, complaining, I'm exhausted. Kangwoo was startled, pointing at himself. What? Bichhoa-un frowned, smiling as she recalled his countless expressions. Because we found the link to the Mi-Y Guild, and on top of that, we subdued Kim Chae-hyun so easily. It's all thanks to you. Kangwoo scratched his nose proudly. I just hope it's not some useless stuff like medals or badges. Father Undu closed his eyes, affirming, I'm not the old-fashioned type like that. I'll contact you privately to discuss your reward, she continued. You can expect something big. Kangwoo's eyes lit up like car headlights. If Undu Tong says it's that good, then I'm definitely looking forward to it. Under the bright lights of the high-rise building, a voice called out, Kangwoo. Hani shyly spoke. Welcome home. Kangwoo? Itna whined, running after him. Where have you been all this time? Closing the door, Kangwoo looked at her and replied, sorry, I had some stuff to handle. Itna pouted, accusing, Kangwoo, I didn't do anything wrong. Remembering the pale eyes and eerie gaze of his, she thought silently, tears streaming down. You're not planning to leave me, right? I'll behave better if I did something wrong, so don't leave me alone, okay? Mr. Kangwoo looked at Ichiatna's tears and gently comforted her. It's not that. It's not your fault. He hugged the girl. There's no way I'd ever leave you, so don't worry. Kangwoo rubbed Ichiatna's head, secretly feeling guilty, even though this was beyond his control. Itna weakly spoke. Kangwoo, he kept thinking. The girl was just a kid who had just overcome loneliness, yet I couldn't even take care of her for a whole week. Hani stepped forward, gently asking, Kangwoo, have you finished handling everything? Kangwoo replied, yeah, sorry I couldn't give you a better explanation. She blushed. It's okay, it's fine. I know better than anyone that you really care about us. Kangwoo, I'm sure you'll tell me everything later. Hearing this, he felt a bit touched. CA asked, it's late. Have you eaten yet? I'm sure you haven't, so I made some kimchi stir-fry for you. Kangwoo's eyes sparkled. Kimchi stir-fry? He exclaimed. Kimchi stir-fry? I'll definitely eat some. Looking at the hot kimchi soup on the table, It was hard to resist. He softly said, "Huh, that's exactly what I was thinking." He felt happy inside. I knew it. Seoa really is an angel. At the hospital one morning, Kim Seo-on grabbed the IV arm and said, "Have you guys heard the rumors about me and secretly been watching me because you think I belong to the Demon Guild?" Mr. Kangwoo replied, "Right. As soon as I heard the rumors, I knew it was you." Seo-on Kim Seo-on lowered his head worriedly. Where did those false rumors even come from? He sat beside him to reassure. The player circle isn't that big, and since there are talented people in our team, gossip is unavoidable, he replied. I get it. I understand. Kangwoo looked at him, thinking, that rumor is partly true, so the gossip isn't entirely false. Even if I didn't spread it, it would have gotten around anyway. Hanoa was silent. But can't you report to us? Mr. Kangwoo was startled, looking at her. She frowned. I know you have a lot of secrets. Kangwoo, I'm sure this isn't the first time someone kept secrets from us. And I know it's to protect us. She clenched her hands tightly. But the more you do that, the more distant our relationship feels. I feel like I won't be able to reach out and touch you anymore. Kangwoo scratched his head, a bit regretful. I'm sorry for making you worry. She looked at him, surprised and confused. It's okay. I'm not someone you need to apologize to. I'm sure you have your reasons. I just spoke out of turn. He quickly replied, you have every right to say that. I explain it's also because I'm the one who made a family member worry like that. Han suddenly blushed and stammered. Family. Her hands were hot and trembling. Mr. Kangwoo still tried to show his remorse. I can't guarantee that stuff like this won't happen again in the future, but I'll do my best so you don't have to worry anymore. She turned her face away, so he looked at her. What? She was serious. Then please talk more casually with me. Oh, Kangwoo couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Huh? Hano Xiao's face turned bright red, but she still tried to express herself. Why not? I thought you said you'd try harder as a family member. You've already talked less formally with Yeonju, so please don't be so formal with me anymore. Oh, Kangwoo was embarrassed. Is that what you've been thinking all this time? Everyone sitting around looked like they were enjoying a delicious bowl of dog food. Kang Tae-oh and Choi Eun-bi, without realizing it, had put on 3D movie glasses. Exclaimed, wow, I think I've had enough romance for the whole year. The girl next to him added, this deserves an Oscar. Hey girl. Their trembling hands touched. Seola replied, yes. Oh, Kangwoo blushed and looked down. Then why don't you talk more casually with me? She shyly said. I feel more comfortable talking like this. Eat Na suddenly stood between them, shouting, Kangwoo. The girl jumped in, sat between them, and handed him an orange. Peel it for me. Oh, Kangwoo was startled. Huh. Hey, look again. He pointed at the orange. It's already peeled. The girl frowned. Then take off the white part. Kim Si-ho-on spoke. Thinking back, Kangwoo. He felt uneasy, softly. I'm sorry for ruining this happy atmosphere, but I have something to ask. Oh, Kangwoo replied. Ah, it's fine. Just ask. He clenched his hands. What happened to Kim Ye-ong-ho-on and Kim Chae-hyun? He smiled gently while peeling the orange. Oh, them? They'll be locked up in a cabinet for life. He explained more about what happened at the Guild Me and the collapse of a tech regime. No need to worry. They won't be released because what they did is unforgivable. No matter how much bribe they gave, their electronic headquarters, Mi-Y, has been thrown into chaos because of this. He shifted to Kim Si-ho-on's story, which startled him. Although this was just an accident, I've also heard about your situation. Kim Chae-hyun played dirty to make sure you'd be drowning in debt, but his next words moved him. You'll be properly compensated for that. And since your mother seems ill, she'll be transferred to a more advanced facility with our help. Kim Si-ho-on's tears fell onto the blanket, where his hand was receiving a blood transfusion. Thank you. The emotion made his words break. Everyone nearby was touched too. Thank you so much. Kim Si-ho-on covered his tear-streaked face. His emotion made Oh Kangwoo a bit embarrassed. Kangwoo, you really are. Kim Si-ho-on looked at him. My savior. He sincerely expressed his feelings. That was the luckiest moment of my life when I met you. Kangwoo, just like two. I'll treat you as a sworn brother and treat you like my real older brother. Oh, Kangwoo was sweating bullets. Don't say stuff like that. You make me feel guilty. Kim Si-ho-on sat on the hospital bed holding his hand tightly. Suddenly, I'll treat you as a sworn brother and treat you like my real older brother. Oh, Kangwoo sat helplessly, speechless, closed his eyes, and crossed his arms. Well, if you say so, I guess I'll talk more comfortably with you. He cried 2 streams of tears. Thank you. Big brother, Kim Si-ho-on grunted, making the 3 stare. Finally, he was serious. I can seriously tell you this. Kang Tae-oh was sweating nervously at his words. Kim Si-ho-on clenched his hands on the hospital bed, deep in thought. There are some things I've hidden from everyone. He spoke like rumors. I'm a player who got a special ability on my first awakening. That special ability is called the Descendant of the War God, and it's an SSS rank. Although I can't fully use its power yet because I'm still at a low level, It says I'll soon be able to wield the war god's power for Eunbi Cho Mat Troy, a special SSS rank ability. No one has ever gotten such an ability on their first awakening. Kang Teo panicked. I knew it. I knew you couldn't be an ordinary person. Si Ho On. Everyone still wondered and asked, how did you awaken as the descendant of the war god? Only Oh Kangwoo sighed, watching him about to explain. I'm not sure, but the message I got when awakening as a player seemed different from others. The next words shocked him, making him not believe his ears. Due to a system error of Gay A, I was chosen to become a protector. That's what it said. Kang Tae wondered. Gay A system. What's that? KIMCHI Ho On frowned and replied, I'm not sure. Oh, Kangwoo was stunned. Even a schemer like Yeonju didn't know about the Gay A system. Yet KIMCHI Ho On just mentioned it. He thought, moreover, he was chosen to become a protector to support the system. He immediately asked, Sion, when did you awaken as a player? He turned to look at him. That was May 22nd. Yeonju was shocked. Huh? Isn't that the day you and I first met? Kangwoo, he replied. That's right. Oh, Kangwoo thought. The day I returned, KIMCHI Ho On awakened as a player. Then I'm sure he awakened because I caused a system error for Gay A. If a protector appeared to fix this situation, Oh Kangwoo looked at him and smiled. Then KIMCHI Ho On is the key to restoring the Gay A system? Choi Eunbi excitedly shouted. So you're some kind of world hero or something? Brother Si Ho On and Kang Teo standing nearby also shouted in amazement. That's really amazing. KIMCHI Ho On sat on the bed watching the two of them respond. Everyone here makes me feel awkward. Oh Kangwoo rested his hand and stared intently at him. I used to think he was the main character, but now he's even more important than I thought. Laughter echoed from the other side. So now we're members of the heroes team, right? Oh, Kangwoo smiled mysteriously. That's good. I've already made him my subordinate. Kang Tae turned to look at KIMCHI Ho On and asked, all right, why don't you rest until you're fully recovered? Seeing Oh Kangwoo stand up, he said, you're leaving? Oh, Kangwoo replied coldly. Yeah. Just as he stood and started to walk away, a hand grabbed and held tightly onto his shirt. I'm leaving right now. KIMCHI Ho On held onto his shirt and asked, are you really going? Oh, Kangwoo frowned. Huh? Chitna whimpered. Sir, are you really leaving? He turned and answered. Yeah, I don't want to bother you since you need to rest. Oh Kangwoo thought silently. What the hell? He broke out in sweat, looking at KIMCHI Ho On's expression. Why are you looking at me like that? You're shy. I'm fine, so just stay here a little longer. Oh Kangwoo's face changed color. He turned to look at Ina and Hansoa. Could it be? Echidna looked up. Can I come with you, sir? Hansoa clutched her skirt tightly. Oh Kangwoo thought to himself. He said he'll be busy for a while. He felt awkward. They say subordinates and trusted followers are naturally drawn to their master. He glanced at KIMCHI Ho On's face. But even you? His mind screamed. I need to get out of here fast. Oh, Kangwoo jumped out of the sick room and called back, I'll leave the group's affairs to you. Contact me if you need anything. A voice inside shouted, wait, sir. Under an office building, a horde of fierce monsters charged forward. Aitna unleashed her power, her two hands shouting loudly, a shadowy force blocking. A purple energy blast struck the monsters head-on. A figure moved swiftly, wielding a sickle to slash each powerful monster of the Iron Mansion, one pale hand tightly gripping something, a young man swinging a large sickle. The power of bone armor was dazzling. The system announcement sounded, you have acquired the Vine skill at the novice rank. He continued slashing through the large monsters, blood splattering with debris flying. Oh Kangwoo and the girl landed safely. He retracted the sickle. The system announcement sounded, you have gained experience. Your level has increased. Oh, Kangwoo realized leveling up was never easy. The system announcement continued. You have reached level 50. The sixth awakening has been unlocked. A new special ability has been unlocked. Oh, Kangwoo returned to a happy state, excitedly opening the system panel with hungry eyes, filled with enthusiasm. Finally, I'm level 50. Let's see what the new special ability is. Sixth awakening special ability, Supreme Demon. When you reach Supreme Demon, the special ability will be fully unlocked. Seeing question marks appear on the system panel, Oh Kangwoo's expression turned sad. More question marks again. I don't even know the conditions for Supreme Demon, so how can I unlock it? A gloomy aura surrounded him. Seeing Oh Kangwoo sad, Chi-na ran over to ask, Kangwoo, are you okay? Are you tired? He was bitter inside, really wanting to make others bitter too. But on the outside, he still looked happy. Haha, I'm fine. Oh, Kangwoo felt something glowing in his hand. Huh? He held a small glowing egg and said, hello there. The egg made a chirping sound. Kangwoo, are you busy now? It turned out Hans was talking to him through the egg. Oh, Kangwoo replied, I'm fine. How's the moving preparation going? Looking around, everything seemed packed into boxes. Hans answered, we're almost done, so you just need to come home. Kangwoo asked. All right. What about your mom? She replied. Mom said there are still a few things to clean, so I should go first. Okay, then my mom will take a taxi later. Meanwhile, in Hanzo's mom's room, she looked over some photos, smiling. All right, I'll be there soon. Oh, Kangwoo promised Han. Yeah. At the apartment, Han looked at the spacious room, her face a bit shocked, and asked, Kangwoo, are you sure we can live here? As for Ichi-na, she felt this place was beautiful, her eyes bright. This nest is huge. Oh Kangwoo smiled gently and said to Hansoa, of course, after all, we're still family. And I don't want to live alone in such a big place. Knowing this isn't really my home, Hansoa felt a bit uneasy. But this is the place he bought. How could my mom and I live off you? He explained, the reason I have this house isn't because I bought it with my own money. The Red Rose Society bought it for me. Hearing this, Hansoa's face showed surprise. Red Rose? You mean Yeonju? While they talked, Ina happily ran around everywhere. Yeah, that's right. Hearing his confirmation, Hansoa's expression remained normal outside, but inside, she was really sad because she thought, oh, Kangwoo bought this house because of Yeonju. She thought to herself, does she really have the ability to easily buy a luxury apartment in the city center for Kangwoo? Hansoa was silent, looking out at the view from the apartment, but inside she couldn't help but think. So frustrating, but I can't deny this level of class difference. Also, her house is right next door. Hansoa realized she was still far behind Yeonju. Tears started to fall. Itna called out sharply, Kangwoo, what are we doing tomorrow? Okay, he replied. Tomorrow, Dad doesn't have any plans yet. Hearing the conversation between Kangwoo and Ina, Hansoa's eyes suddenly brightened. She just thought of an idea. Echidna with a cute face said, really? If you're free tomorrow, then Sir can. Oh, Kangwoo seemed to guess her intention, gently rubbing her head. Kiddo, last time you wanted to hang out together, right? So why don't we go tomorrow? Hearing Kangwoo agree, Ina happily jumped around non-stop. Yeah, I really like it. I really like it. Hani heard Kangwoo agree to hang out with Ina, her face briefly showing anger. Where should we go? Anywhere is fine, as long as I get to go with you. Kangwoo, the two of you happily chatted about tomorrow's trip. Han thought, how could that be? Both Yeonju and Ina want to snatch Kangwoo away from her. She was determined, I want to go too. At a shopping mall. Hey Kangwoo, look, it seems like we've decided to go shopping together. Ha ha, Han laughed. You're right. The three of them had a lot of fun together. Ina tried on a lion costume, looking super cute. Let's take a picture together. Han happily took beautiful photos of Ina. Seeing that scene, Kangwoo couldn't help but laugh. Last time they went shopping together, I'm glad they're this close. He was really happy to see Ina and Hanoa laughing and having fun together. Do you want to try this one too? Ina tried on outfit after outfit, and Hanoa praised every single one. Kangwoo thought he had worried too much because Anna was shy around strangers, but seeing her get close to Hanoa made him feel relieved. Because if she only depended on me, I'd worry since she doesn't want to interact with many strangers, just clinging to me all day. But if she has someone beside me, she'll probably adapt quickly. Ina hugged Hansia tightly. It seemed like the two had become very close, but looking at the scene, Kangwoo's face was no longer as happy as before. He smirked. So how many more clothes are these two planning to buy today? I've become an involuntary clothes hanger for them, my body full of shopping bags. Contrary to his expression, the two happily continued strolling. Kangwoo, with bags hanging all over his neck, looked up in surprise. He exclaimed, here, I'm all humble, and you're so excited. Can I eat everything? Can I eat everything I want here? Han Seong walked behind, embarrassed, saying, yes. Seeing his excited face, she wondered, has Kangwoo never been to a food court before? She said, this isn't really a special place, but he can still eat a wide variety of foods. Looking at the deliciously prepared dishes, Kangwoo drooled non-stop. So this is the food court I've heard about. Damn, I can't believe a place like this exists. He clenched his fists, silently blaming himself. Right, I totally forgot the reason I came back to Earth was to have fun, to enjoy and eat all the delicious food. He loudly ordered, I want to order every dish from number 1 to 168 on the menu and 10 bowls of kimchi soup from every stall. Hani nervously stopped him. Kangwoo, we have to go to the stalls to order. Please calm down. Kangwoo sat in front of a table full of dishes that made him crave. Here we go. Han shyly sat beside him. Enjoy your meal. Kangwoo picked up a spoon and stared at the soup pot in front of him. Can we start eating now? He scooped a spoonful of hot soup. He said, of course, I'll start with this dish. Kangwoo put the food in his mouth, chewing greedily. Its flavor definitely can't compare to C's kimchi soup. He picked up a piece of bread, but since it was a bit low quality, he dipped the bread into the soup. I think quantity makes up for it. Hani looked at him surprised. Kangwoo slowly enjoyed the bread with a spoonful of soup. This tastes better than I thought. He wondered if he should try eating a bunch of things at once. He called Ina, who interrupted to ask if that's how they should eat. Han covered the kid's eyes, gently reminding her. No, don't learn stuff like that. Kangwoo kept eating attentively. ignoring them, happily devouring the whole table of food. Awesome, right? A voice caught his attention. That's right. Kangwoo's eyes widened at the mysterious voice. You should mix everything together when eating soup. Kangwoo looked up at the muscular man in front of him. This guy criticized Min Hyok and leaned back to greet. Hey there, brother. He lifted his sunglasses and smiled. Long time no see. He placed a mysterious item down near Kangwoo. Min Hyok stammered. Oh, and Kangwoo, holding a spoon, scooped food and turned to look. So what's the president of Hanunong doing here? Min Hyok waved his hand. Don't talk so formally with me. He laughed. I came to tell you some good news. Brother, you should talk more casually with me. Han and Kangwoo looked suspiciously at the good news. Min Hyok lowered his sunglasses, smiling. From what I've heard, you're the rookie of the Red Rose Gang, right? Kangwoo held the spoon in his mouth, coldly replied. Well, I'm not fully in with them, but we're cooperating. Min Hyok put his hand on his shoulder. Then it's easy to say. He leaned in close, whispering, Brother, join my gang. Min Hyok continued. We'll pay $5 billion and also give you a house and a car. I'll give you everything, more than what you have now. Hani and Ina were shocked at the price he offered. Min Hyok popped open a Coca-Cola can, laughing. I'll also give you an executive position. Kangwoo held the Coca-Cola can, laughing. I had high hopes, but they're still too small. Min Hyok smirked. You're funny, brother. They're not enough to satisfy you, huh? He rambled on. So what condition would satisfy you then? Brother. Kangwoo put the Coca-Cola can down, sighed. Who knows? Right now, I don't intend to work under anyone, no matter the conditions. Min Hyok hummed for a while. How about this? He put down his sunglasses and said, If you join my gang, I can give you a legendary piece of equipment for free. The thing you mentioned is extremely rare. Legendary equipment, extremely rare items, some that you can't even buy with money, unlike regular player gear, which is crafted from normal monster parts and magic stones. Legendary gear is forged from materials gathered from boss monsters at 5th tier gates or higher. A special trait is that once equipped, it becomes part of the owner and can't be used by anyone else once the bond is formed. However, the gear will likely reject the owner if the bonding conditions aren't met, even if they worked hard to get it. Mr. Kangwoo crossed his arms as if deep in thought. Above all, legendary gear is known to maximize every stat, which is a seriously sweet deal. Min Hyok quickly caught on. Looks like you're interested already, huh? Mr. Kangwoo nodded. I don't deny that. He opened one eye to look at him. But if it can't boost my mana, then it's pointless. Min Hyok wasn't too surprised, just chuckled. I figured as much. Before leaving, he politely handed over a business card. Here's my contact info. If you change your mind, just call me. Also, Min Hyok boldly grabbed another bowl of food and mixed it into the pot. If you're gonna mix it all together, you gotta add this too. That's the real flavor. Ina pointed at him, agreeing it should all be mixed. Hani kept advising, Kong, you really shouldn't do that. Min Hyok waved off casually. Catch you next time. Mr. Kangwoo silently scooped a spoonful of the food and ate. While Hanozyoa and Ina chatted, Hano-si asked if she could try it. The girl firmly refused. No way, Ina. After a full meal, Mr. Kangwoo returned to the Red Rose Guild. Yeonju asked, You really passed up that great offer? Why? He rested his head on his hand and replied, Right now, I don't want to work under anyone. Yeonju sighed. Man, you're really a weird dude, Mr. Kangwoo smirked. Even if I don't join the Han-un Guild, and he lays out his plan. I can still get it fairly and equally from the contributions I make protecting other players, right? Yeonju muttered. I wanted to say something, but I figured I better keep my mouth shut. They moved toward the elevator but stayed focused on their conversation. Mr. Kangwoo asked, Anyway, did you notice anything shady about Min Hyok? Yeonju recalled for a moment, saying he had met him a few times since both were guild leaders of major guilds. Mr. Kangwoo pressed, What kind of person is he? She smiled and gave her opinion. As you probably sensed, he's really hard to read. Mr. Kangwoo remained curious. That's obvious. No rumors about him at all? She pressed the elevator button and whispered, Rumors? Let me think. She hesitated before the elevator button. Min Hyok was once criticized for a brutal battle scene. That was probably during the World Arena evaluation. There was a lot of talk about our country having its first World Arena, but he lost to another player and got eliminated. Really tragic. Mr. Kangwoo asked, Who was the other player? Yeonju recounted. That guy was the owner of a legendary weapon called the Eye of Susanoo, a Japanese guy named Fujimoto. Because he lost to a Japanese player, the public opinion didn't side with him. Mr. Kangwoo doubted. Is that all just rumors? The girl ahead admitted, That's all I know. He scoffed, a bit worried. I hope I don't get backlash just because I refused him. Yeonju reassured, He's not that kind of guy. If anything goes wrong, that idiot just laughs it off. Mr. Kangwoo thought it over and fully agreed. She was right. Another person was waiting for them. Everyone had arrived. Yeonju Beach Hoa On, dressed in formal royal attire, spoke up. We've been waiting for you. Please come in. She led both inside where a huge test tube was placed. While investigating the guild, we accidentally found an item that hasn't formed a bond yet. I recognized it as soon as I saw it, Yeonju teased. You must have gone through a lot, huh? Bitch Hoa-on hugged her arm and forced a smile. Don't bring that up again. Even the higher-ups aren't compatible with it. While she was still talking, Mr. Kangwoo's gaze was drawn to the item, which floated fluttering in midair. The equipment info showed the item's name. Black Pearl Coat, legendary rank before bonding. Basic functions, physical defense plus 660, magic defense plus 480, base stats plus 5. Special function, you can use Storm's Fury to double your stats for 1 minute. Once used, you can use it again after 2 hours. No way. This coat is made from the coagulated blood of Storm's heart. Yeonju marveled. Not all effects are good. Bitch Hoa-on agreed. Seems like it. She nervously glanced at him. Its stat boost effect is excellent if you look at the base stat plus 5 and special effects. However, almost no player has base stats at all. While speaking, her eyes widened in shock. Mr. Kangwoo's face now wore a sly grin. Mr. Kangwoo, you're the guy who's totally into this. Truly an amazing piece of gear. Standing in the system room, Yeonju pulled his hood down and said, Are you the only player with base stats? I mean, considering your growth speed, it's probably not that surprising. A young man stepped forward. If you don't have base stats, that's another story, because this is the pinnacle of all legendary gear. Mr. Huaimei, I love it. He saluted Bitch Hua-on. Thanks for this awesome item, Bitch Hoa-on. I'll keep giving my all to eradicate the demon cult. She smiled at him. I'm also glad this gear found a worthy owner. From now on, make sure to look out for us. A hand reached out toward the floating jacket. So, just put it on now? Yeonju crossed his arms, looking bored. Yeah, just wear it like armor. He put on the outfit, carefully adjusting the belt. The system announced, You have just acquired a legendary item. The ritual marking the Black Pearl treasure began, and a few streaks of black blood appeared on his body. The system continued. The Black Pearl treasure has confirmed Kangwoo as its owner. Watching his hand crack with veins and the continuous notification sounds, it was scanning the owner's stats to optimize the Black Pearl treasure's effects. The innate demon power stat was confirmed, and he clenched his fist in surprise. Demon power increased by 5. Flames flared up behind him along with the notification sound. The hidden ownership ritual was complete. Yeonju crossed his arms and asked, How does it feel to have a legendary item? He trembled. I can do it. Kangwoo patted his chest and laughed loudly. Can I get 10 more? Yeonju was helpless. What are you thinking? Uncle Bitch Hoa-on laughed loudly. You can only equip 5 items regardless of rank. She saw him excited about the new jacket and said, If you take more, their effects will be nullified. At times like this, you look just like a rookie. Kangwoo examined it for a moment and asked, Is that so? He thought to himself. So 5 items or less is still okay. Seeing his excited expression, Yeonju just silently stood there. Seeing his joyful face, she asked, You must really like it. He closed his eyes happily. Of course, Tio Luan was different. Yeonju pointed challengingly. So, do you want to test how strong it is? She clenched her fist and called out, Oh Kangwoo, let's fight. A quick hand grabbed her hat. Are you underestimating me a bit too much? In the room, Bitch Hoa-on said, Hoa-on, can we tweak the training room a bit? She replied, No problem. It was built for that purpose. When they constructed it, they anticipated all these situations, so unless there's some special interference, it won't be a big deal. Yeonju glanced sideways. Kangwoo, she thought to herself. Kangwoo. I wonder how much stronger he is now. Remembering his destructive power, she thought the issue wasn't just about his growth. If it were, how could he have defeated Monreo back then? Anyway, the stats between the two were still vastly different. Yeonju clenched her fist, glanced subtly. Kangwoo has something very special. Beyond rank and stats. I have to take this chance to find out what that is. Kangwoo also glanced at Yeonju. Whatever then. He stretched and warmed up. I just want to test the power of this new outfit I got, and she's an ideal opponent. Bitch Hoa-on planted her sword on the floor, pointed, and shouted. Now, you two get into fighting stance. And on her count, the match begins. As soon as she finished, Kangwoo immediately charged at Yeonju, throwing a straight punch at her. Yeonju wasn't weak. She glanced back and leaned backward to dodge the blow. Kangwoo pressed down with both hands, and Yeonju's punch quickly shot toward him. She unleashed a direct strike at his body. Kangwoo blocked it with his hands, silently assessing the damage wasn't more than necessary. Maybe she wanted to start with close combat. A faint, wicked smile appeared on his lips. This is getting a bit annoying. A loud explosion sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Kangwoo flicked Yeonju's hand away. His fist brushed past her face. Then a hand suddenly grabbed the brim of her hat. Are you underestimating me a bit too much? He raised his fist, teasing that wearing the hat would only block her vision. In response, she threw a punch aimed to knock him out immediately. Seeing this, Kangwoo smiled slyly, thinking, Yeonju is really serious now. He taunted aloud, Do you want to kill each other or what? She looked at him provocatively, her hands ready to strike while teasing. Because you're not an ordinary player. In this situation, Kangwoo remained calm, smoothly dodging each chain aimed at him by Yeonjo, then unleashed a devastating skill from her position. She stood her ground, using all her strength to launch a powerful move. Immediately, Kangwoo was blasted dozens of meters away, dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Not willing to lose, he clenched his fists, activated his special ability, the Fury of the Fish Storm. Demon power increased by 5. Seeing this, Yeonju couldn't help but worry, covering her face with her hand. In that moment, Kangwoo dashed through her body, and Beach Hoa-on immediately screamed to stop him. Yeonju halted, but before she finished speaking, the red chains of Yeonjo shot toward Oh Kangwoo at lightning speed. Instantly, he used his clone ability and then unleashed the sky wings, soaring toward Yeonjo. She tried to resist with the red chains but failed. Oh Kangwoo slipped through easily, his eyes gleaming with killing intent, affirming the stance of someone who has faced demons for thousands of years, showing no respect or fear to anyone. He continued to channel his skill, his power exploding, increasing damage to Yeonju. When this massive force hit her, it exploded, making her writhe as she blocked it with her hand. Her red chains began to shatter after the attack. Kangwoo rolled and switched to another attack stance, clapping his hands together, unleashing the next skill, Superpower Formation. A piercing roar echoed through the space, forcing Beach Hwa-on and Yeonju to cover their ears in painful discomfort. At this moment, dark marks filled with magic appeared on his face, seizing the opportunity. He thought to himself, "This is it." Before Yeonju's astonished eyes, he shouted with the heavenly power skill, throwing a punch straight at her face. Seeing the fist coming, she quickly thought, "No time to dodge now." Instantly, she switched to a defensive stance, planted her feet firmly against the attack, but with just one punch, everything she tried shattered into smoke. With a loud shout of, "Destroy the sky," Yeonju's protective barrier was reduced to just a belt. Bitch Hoa-on looked at the scene, watching in amazement. After that move, a bit of energy still radiated from Oh Kangwoo's hand, while Yeonju sat down on the floor, panting as he looked at him and laughed. "Oh Kangwoo, you damn monster." The room suddenly turned into a battlefield. Yeonju sat on the ground, exclaiming, "You monster." At the same time, the system announced that the rage time for this fury attack had ended, and you will be able to use this skill again after 2 hours. Oh Kangwoo retracted his hand, silently admiring how awesome this was. He quietly looked at Yeonju sitting on the floor, whispering to himself, "Now I understand why everyone is obsessed with owning legendary grade items. I can't believe I defeated Yeonju in just a moment like this." Yeonju propped himself up with his hands on the floor, laughing loudly. Unbelievable. She looked at him, panting with admiration. "You really are a monster." Oh Kangwoo reached out and said, "It's all thanks to the legendary grade gear." Yeonju grabbed his hand and replied, "Hey, I have legendary grade gear too." Looking at his devilish face, she stammered, "Are you really human?" He helped her up, joking, "Of course. Besides, aren't you glad I'm not your enemy?" Yeonju stood up, smiling wryly. "Even though Do is like that, I still can't fully trust you yet." Beach Hoa-on stood on the side, trembling as she shouted, "Do you two even know how expensive this training room is? Millions of dollars of taxpayers' money went into building this." Oh Kangwoo scratched his head, muttering some unclear words. Yeonju glanced around. Seeing the room wrecked only made her more annoyed. "Can't believe you two trashed it like this." Both looked sheepish and stammered. They said in unison, I'm sorry." Hearing that, Bitch Hoa-on got even angrier. "Don't you two know how to control yourselves? Cut it out." She buried her face in her hands, feeling gloomy. "Using the training room will be banned for now." Yeonju turned to scold. "Why did you use an area skill like that?" Oh Kangwoo dodged and replied, "Because I thought you were strong, so it's partly your fault too." A voice came through the phone. Yes, I understand." Bitch Hoa-on smiled wryly. "Fixing it will take a while. How much will it cost?" Oh Kangwoo leaned on his hand, wondering how he's going to pay the repair fee for the training room now. Yeonju grumbled, "Why did we have to spar here? Even if it's troublesome, we should have gone to some dungeon gate or something." Oh Kangwoo pondered thoughtfully. "If I have to pay for repairs, I could sell magic stones from the giant OG monster. But that would take time, right?" he said, standing beside her. "Now that I think about it, you said defeating high-level monsters drops legendary grade equipment materials or other rare items, right?" Yeonju glanced over. "Yeah, that's right," Oh Kangwoo said, making the two women turn to look. "So, do you want to go catch one now?" Bitch Ha glared at him and said, "Whoa, are you talking about the boss of that dungeon gate?" Oh Kangwoo leaned on his hand, smug, "Exactly." Cha Reo Diu crossed his arms, frowning. "Hey, you know what kind of monster that is, right? Equiro, a boss living in the lake at the dungeon gate. No player has ever caught that monster. The biggest problem is Equiro's river location. Because it lives in water, melee attacks almost can't reach it. It also has extremely high magic resistance and usually stays underwater. so even ranged attacks are very difficult. That's why people say defeating this monster is impossible. Oh Kangwoo let go and laughed. I know hunting it is pretty tough. Yeonju interrupted irritably. It's not just tough, we also can't be sure defeating it will drop legendary grade items. Oh Kangwoo glanced at her, saying, if we're lucky, it might drop legendary grade items. Besides, this isn't just about money, right? Yeonju was startled and asked, then why? He smiled at her. My 6th awakening stage, hunting it might be the key to solving my level cap issue. When players level up, everyone faces 2 huge obstacles. Absolute effort at level 59 and absolute talent at level 89. The most common way for a player to overcome these limits is to defeat strong bosses, surpassing their own limits. Yeonju frowned, pursed her lips. Yeah, I was stuck at absolute talent for a while too. Instead of grinding giant AGs day after day, maybe trying this will be more effective. Looking at the 3 of them, a voice spoke up. Yeonju glanced over, evaluating. Wait, so a level 89 player lost to a level 58? What the hell? She ruffled her hair and said, all right, I'll help you. Oh, Kangwoo gave a thumbs up, eyes shining like stars. That's good. Yeonju sighed and asked, so what's your plan? She put her hands in her jacket pockets and glanced, reminding again, hey, even if it's you, just the 2 of us hunting it will be impossible. Oh, Kangwoo rubbed his chin, secretly looking at Bish Hoa On. He said, well, I do have a plan. Go ahead. We'll need a super skilled melee player for this plan. Bitch Hoa On closed her eyes and replied, if that's the case, I'll join too. She was startled, calling Hoa On. Bitch Hoa On looked seriously at the training room and said, I'm the one who trusted you two to use this training room, so this is partly my fault. Yeonju's eyes glistened as he looked at her. Hoa On, Bish Hoa On continued. Just as expected, she teased, not like some trash who wrecks the place and then blames others. Oh Kangwoo fumed and asked, who are you talking about? Bish Ha snapped back at him. But she kept not asking and didn't get what kind of plan needed. A close combat class to hunt the skinny one. Oh Kangwoo crossed his arms confidently. Well, she'll find out soon enough. Cha Reo Dio glanced and asked, so our team has 3 people, huh? Oh Kangwoo winked. The 4th guy will come along too. Bitch Ha thought it over. Oh, that kid, he pondered deeply. And if possible, I'd also like our team to have another close combat class member. Oh Kangwoo silently evaluated. Si Ho On's level was still too low for this mission. Bitch Ho On called out his name. He startled and replied, yes. Bitch Ho On suggested if he needed someone experienced in close combat, she knew someone. At the S-Rank gate on the Green Prairie, a monster screamed miserably before a small figure and a young man's shadow. The system announced, you have successfully defeated a giant SOG rank regular monster. You have leveled up to level 59. Your leveling progress is currently restricted. All experience gained from now on will be stored. Once the restriction is lifted, all earned experience will increase simultaneously. Oh Kangwoo thought. So I really have to break through this leveling cap, huh? I heard some talented players aren't limited by this leveling cap, so I was hoping. Yeonju raised his voice. Oh Kangwoo, are you tired already? We haven't even hunted the boss monster yet. Oh Kangwoo spoke softly. Oh, everyone's here already? It's just that I haven't hit that leveling cap yet. Then he stepped forward. I haven't used much energy, so no need to worry. Yeonju exclaimed in surprise. Oh, really? Bitch Hoa On quickly introduced. This is the skilled close combat player I mentioned earlier. The blonde-haired man greeted. Hey, I'm the captain of Hwagang Team 2, Hyunwoo. Oh Kangwoo admired silently, the captain of Hwagang Team. He also introduced himself. I'm Oh Kangwoo. Nice to meet you. As soon as he finished, he thought this guy must be at least as strong as Bitch Hoa On. He continued. Yeah, nice to meet you. His fighting style seemed to be dual swords. If he's strong enough, things probably won't be so bad. Goo, hi. And Mo looked down and asked, Oh Kangwoo is the rookie who planned today's hunt, right? Can't believe you've already hunted a giant OG. He wondered further. But why is there a kid in such a dangerous place? Oh Kangwoo answered. Oh, that kid is my summoned monster. Hyunwoo was surprised. What? A kid is a summoned monster? Beach Hwa On crossed her arms and said, I'll tell you more about Oh Kangwoo later. Oh Kangwoo rubbed his nose and exclaimed, right now, all you need to know is he's as strong as Yeonju. Hyunwoo seemed unable to believe his eyes. As strong as Yeonju? He was stunned, thinking how could someone who just became a player 2 months ago compare to Yeonju? She's one of the highest level players in Korea, Bitch Hoa On cheerfully asked Oh Kangwoo. Anything else? Oh Kangwoo smiled. Ah, that's all. He praised. Captain of Hwagang Team 2, without you, recruiting such a talented person would be extremely hard. She laughed loudly and quickly replied, I'm glad you're happy about that. Oh Kangwoo. Hyunwoo stepped closer to Oh Kangwoo's level. Oh Kangwoo, I have a few questions for you. Oh Kangwoo replied confused. Yes, he whispered into his ear. Can you tell me what your relationship is with Captain Bitch Hoa On? Oh Kangwoo answered without thinking. We don't have any special relationship. Suddenly, Bitch Hoa On spoke up, startling Gu Hyun Mo. Captain Gu Hyun Mo, I understand you have many questions about Oh Kangwoo, but we don't have much time. Oh Kangwoo helplessly thought, so he likes her? Gu Hyun replied, yes, I understand. Cha Reo Du turned to him. All right, let's put this funny lover stuff aside and get ready to take position. The skinny one will appear soon. Oh Kangwoo smiled. We don't have to move anywhere. We're already exactly where we need to be. Sha Ryo Dio was surprised. What? Aren't we in the territory of the stone giant? Oh Kangwoo explained. They're not aggressive monsters. There's no way you could use them to draw the skinny one's attention. Andong Rak, they're the core of my entire plan. All right, I'll keep it short. On the sand are iron chains. Hyun-woo crossed his arms and stepped forward. I've prepared the chains here. Oh Kangwoo lifted one leg, strands of thread spread around his foot. Okay, got it. So should we start now? Kangwoo's eyes suddenly burned red. The first skinny one hunt in the world. A wave surged right beneath his feet. The power of the waves. Oh Kangwoo stood still on the ground, the water rippling slightly. He stared seriously ahead. It's coming. A monster burst out of the water, a dark shadow swimming fast underwater. Oh Kangwoo stood on the shore watching and signaled, it's coming. The dark shadow gradually emerged from the water. Beach Hua On gripped the chain tightly with Hyun-woo, both highly alert. Ichi-na also closed her eyes carefully to sense. After the shout, the girl pushed off. Everyone got ready to move. In front of him, a huge water mound suddenly appeared. The monster leapt up right before him, bursting out of the water, carefully scanning around. The monster flapped its wings and flew out of the water, rushing toward the group. Oh Kangwoo's wings suddenly spun wildly, shooting out a series of strikes under its belly that made him turn around and shout a warning. That's a poison dart attack style. Ichina stood behind and immediately unleashed her power. Here it comes. The girl created a blue shield to block the attack. Seeing the girl's strength wasn't enough, Kangwoo shouted loudly, cheering her on to push just a little harder. Then he called out two names, Ko, Hai Umo, and An Hoa Un. Both answered in unison. Got it. He grabbed both of them and shouted out, Wings of the sky. He frowned and yelled, Let's go, hold on tight. Then Kangwoo shot up into the sky with the two of them at full speed, the wind distorting their faces. Very quickly, the chains wrapped tightly around one member's hand. After finishing all preparations, Bi Hua-un and Gu Hai Umo free fell down toward the monster. Gu Hai Umo went first, screaming loudly. Then Bi Hua-un and Kangwoo followed, clinging tightly to the monster's body. Bi Hua-un raised her hand and said, An Kangwoo, you stay behind and connect with the person in front. Here's the extra chain I brought. Gu Hai-u slashed a line across the monster's body covered in coal. It was so slippery it was ridiculous. Kangwoo held the anchor in his hand and shouted, Hai-un Mo, you go right, and Hoa-un, go left. We need to finish this before it dives underwater again. Saying that, he slammed the anchor into the monster's body. The monster dove into the water, letting out some low groans. It skated quickly across the surface, making it hard for the three to do their job. Gu Hai Umo struggled to plant each anchor into the monster's body. Then all three simultaneously hammered their anchors in. The monster writhed in pain in a pool of water. Bi Hua-un held her sword and shouted, What the hell is this? Kangwoo silently assessed the situation. It's thinking about running away, he yelled. Everyone hold on tight. The monster emitted sparks around itself to escape underwater. After thrashing for a while, it shot up into the air. Gu Hai, Umo, and the others clung tightly to the monster. Oh Kangwoo grabbed the chains on it and shouted, This bastard's trying to get back to the deep water. Wings of the sky. I'll try to block it. He yelled so the two could hear clearly. So remember to tie the remaining chain here. Bi Hua-un gripped her sword tightly. The monster roared and shot sparks around as it lunged into the sky. Destructive power. Heavenly force shattered the sky. Kangwoo thrust his powerful fist toward the monster. A massive force erupted, making the sea roar and creating a whirlpool. Gu Hai, Umo, and Bichhua-un were both affected by the pressure of that strike. Kangwoo frowned and said, Damn, my attack was weak because I used it underwater. I need it to be seriously wounded. Maybe then it'll work. Suddenly, he saw something on the monster's body. His wings of the sky appeared. Kangwoo shot up at the speed of light. The monster trembled, frozen. Kangwoo flew straight inside the monster's body. He glanced, frowning. Gu Hai, Umo wondered. Why the electric shock? Bi Hua-un replied. That's not Ekwo's attack. Flames around the monster glowed with orange sparks. Aitna screamed in pain below. Bi Hua-un's master turned back and asked if all the chains were in place. Gu Hai Umo checked and said yes. If that's the case, let's get out of here. Gu Hai Umo hesitated, but what about Kangwoo? Bi Hua-un shouted. He's stronger than us. We need to leave before we get in his way. She yelled. Jump. As the two jumped off, the monster's whole body in the sky was hit by the attack, lighting up the whole area. Bi Hua-un looked back, thinking, did he really go inside its mouth? She worried, thinking of Kangwoo. Inside the monster, Kangwoo was protected by a sturdy green bubble. He smiled and said, I guess this is Aitna's doing? She must have known her master was in danger. He marveled silently, not believing she could maintain the magic shield for so long. Kangwoo clenched his fist, looking at the monster's body still pierced with anchors. Suddenly, a part of the flesh caved in. Kangwoo punched the exposed flesh barehanded, breaking it away. In his mind, he felt empowered. The monster writhed in pain. Water splashed everywhere below. Kangwoo breathed heavily, pulling off the chains around him. He shouted, Undo, everything's ready, pull the monster. After the last strike, it was completely still, lying motionless. Suddenly, a red weapon was whipped out, hitting some dormant rocks. Yeonju shouted, What the hell are you doing, you loser? Her face was full of excitement. She yelled quickly and dodged to the side. Come on, you bastards. A soft, eerie laugh echoed. Rocks and earth collided, shaking the ground. Yeonju whipped her whip wildly at the stone monster. Come on, hurry up! A loud noise rang out over the sea. Oh Kangwoo frowned, focusing all his strength to hold on to the monster. I've used both heavenly power and steel power, yet it's still this tough. No matter what, I can't let the chain slip. He glanced toward the mainland. Soon the monster was tightly chained, thrashing wildly on the sea surface. On land, the stone monster was knocked down by the monster's powerful thrashing. Oh Kangwoo gripped the chain tightly against the monster's body. It hadn't weakened at all. The monster was tightly chained, thrashing violently under its belly. Two glowing spots fired a barrage of shots toward the mainland, but were blocked by Itna's shield. Meanwhile, behind the girl, the stone monster was slowly getting up. Kangwoo looked at the shots fired at the land, worried. Did I underestimate it? It's stronger than I thought. At this rate, the stone giant will break first. Watching Itna struggle, he thought he needed to find a way to weaken it. Kangwoo gritted his teeth and shouted loudly toward Yeonju, Undo, use your chains. She stood on the stone monster's head and yelled back, Are you crazy? You'll get hurt. Oh Kangwoo didn't hesitate to shout, Hurry up! Yeonju gritted his teeth. He cast a spell. The ruby in her hand glowed, activating her special ability, Blood Chain. A few tentacles appeared on the ground, sucking energy, while the red chain wrapped around Oh Kangwoo, causing him pain. Special ability, Ruthless Guard Chain. Oh Kangwoo groaned in pain, but thought that predicting and holding on to legendary equipment was really tough, as a bunch of iron chains shot straight down onto the sea monster. But he figured it wouldn't be a problem if they could weaken the beast. The iron chains stabbed into it, making it writhe and roar loudly. The monster struggled for a while, then finally lay still, successfully subdued. The chains tightly bound the stone monster on land, while also restraining the sea monster. Yeonju taunted, Come on, put some more strength into this rock. She thought to herself that the stone giant's unique trait was its thick skin, and looking at the chains, they couldn't do much to it. It was almost invulnerable thanks to this trait, so she never bothered hunting at the S-Rank gate. Seeing the underwater monster still not down, she grew worried, but she didn't think it would be useful in this situation. Suddenly, the underwater monster opened its eyes and surged powerfully. A loud noise erupted as the dragged monster on shore lay motionless. Oh Kangwoo sat on top of it, watching closely as it started moving. Itna rushed over worriedly. Kangwoo, are you okay? Oh Kangwoo was startled and shouted loudly, China, it's really dangerous. Suddenly, the monster thrashed, attacking the girl. Luckily, Bitch Hoa An rushed in and with one sword strike cut off the monster's attacking arm. It screamed in agony. Gu Hai Mo flew over, grabbing the girl and moving her away, saying, I thought I was a goner. Damn fish. Oh Kangwoo jumped down and looked at the monster, saying, Let's finish it. Aitna looked at him, eyes sparkling, relieved. Kangwoo, you're still safe. Gu Hayumu looked at the girl in his arms and said, The kid's the one in danger. Oh Kangwoo ordered, All right, China, use your magic to deal with the stone giant now. They're tired, so they won't be able to resist. The girl obediently replied, Yes. Yeonju kept wrapping the red chain tightly around the stone monster. Move, move. Oh Kangwoo shouted loudly when he saw her still there. Yeonju, stop messing around with it. Come here. She was sweating profusely from exertion. Her face flushed. I'm just distracting it like you told me. Oh Kangwoo pointed at the monster and shouted, You two have to finish it while it's still on the water's surface. All right, I'll go first. It's different from when it's underwater. We need to be quick. Beach Hoa An and Gu Hai Mo charged forward, swords ready. A streak of light flared from the monster's body as it howled in pain. The ground trembled from the immense pressure. The two took their stance, and in an instant, many bright streaks appeared on the monster's body. Yeonju jumped up, chains appearing from her wrists. Blood chain. She punched hard. The monster's blood sprayed wildly as it screamed, putting all its strength into thrashing. Oh Kangwoo backed away. Hyunwoo judged, Its roar is really annoying. Oh Kangwoo's face turned cold, his gaze sharp. Even on land, the battle wasn't any easier. Truly, it's a different kind of beast. 100,000 demon cores. Around him, the air was shrouded in black, with occasional red streaks flashing. His eyes narrowed coldly as mysterious wooden gates appeared, surrounded by flickering flames. Now he turned his back on this skill, thinking this much was enough. The lights surrounded Oh Kangwoo, the power of hellfire, the power of the black trident of blood. His eyes changed, blackness engulfed the fiery red pupils. I just need a bit more power. A notification popped up. Rage of the Fish activated. Mana increased to 5. He smiled excitedly, gripping something tightly. Power of fission. Oh Kangwoo grinned wickedly, raising his hand to spin something. He stomped down, the ground sinking slightly under the pressure. Oh Kangwoo was completely transformed, holding a sharp weapon that looked dangerous. Having acquired an S-rank skill, Yeonju sensed danger, eyes darting around. Suddenly, a loud call made Hyunwoo and Bitch Hoa On glance over at everyone. Get back! A massive power surged from Oh Kangwoo's hand, his attack striking the monster directly. The purple lightning spear from Kangwoo flew, forming a dazzling vortex of light that seemed to blow away the crowd. The spear struck the enemy, causing it to scream in pain. Yeonju shielded her face against the wind while watching his attack. Is this really something a 6th stage awakened can do? The monster was engulfed in flames and exploded on the spot. Alongside the system's voice, you have successfully used 3 powers simultaneously. You have met the 2nd condition to reach the extreme demon state. Oh Kangwoo opened the notification, panting as he looked at his trembling hand. So this is the 2nd condition of the extreme demon? He clenched his fist, thinking, when I ruled hell, this was nothing, but now it's this hard. Oh Kangwoo's eyes suddenly turned terrifying. I still have a long way to go. Also, he gritted his teeth. I need even more power. Suddenly, a voice called out. Oh Kangwoo. The voice grew louder. What was that attack just now? I heard you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. Bish Hoa On approached with her sword and asked, did he really pull that off? Yeonju also lifted her shirt and asked, if you could use that move, why didn't you do it from the start? Oh Kangwoo turned his head and replied, this was my first time trying it. He raised his injured hand and said, besides, see how shaky my hand is? This isn't an easy move to use. Yeonju teased. Oh, so if we fought right now, I'd definitely win, huh? He taunted her. Has her fighting spirit really soaked into her blood or what? A voice rang out from behind. Kangwoo, I've already taken down a few stone giants. 8 now snuggled into his chest and asked, so, are we done hunting now? Kangwoo looked at the little girl and replied, yeah, you did great. Suddenly, his face changed color. Wait a minute. Now that he thinks about it, something behind Kangwoo appeared. He still hadn't seen the confirmation message that we'd finished off the Equo yet. He exclaimed, everyone get ready to fight. It's not over yet. Bihao froze, eyes wide. What the hell? Guhai. Uno pulled out a knife from his back, stammering. His dad looked up, confused. What? The battle's still not over? 8 Na tugged his shirt, calling Kang Yu. He hugged the little girl and explained, yeah, he told everyone to keep going. The confirmation message that we'd successfully hunted the Equo still hadn't shown up. Hearing that, the 2 of them opened the notifications to check. Yeonju said, now that you mention it, I just noticed. Kangwoo scanned around carefully. No way. The first time I created a barrier in hell, I easily slaughtered demons from the 7th hell layer. He looked at the beast lying on the ground, wondering, how could a monster from the gate, that's not even part of the demon clan, be here? Suddenly, a roar echoed. Everyone in the team stared, surprised. What the hell is that? Kangwoo observed the beast healing itself, thinking deeply. Demon energy, every piece of its flesh slowly coming back together. The monster roared loudly, its tail whipping up dust everywhere. Guhai and Mo gripped his knife tightly and shouted, what the hell? I thought we'd have to fight round 2, but it just ran away. Suddenly, Yeonju lunged forward, unleashing the blood chain technique that wrapped around the monster, immobilizing it. Seeing it was secure, she said, I've got it. Before she finished, the beast dragged her away. Everyone behind shouted, undo, Yeonju! The chains flung the remaining links toward the others to hold her back. Everyone pulled with all their might, but facing a monster like that, it was seriously tough. Kangwoo gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, I already used all 3 powers, and the rage effect has ended, so I don't have much demon energy left. Are we gonna lose like this? He spoke up. We should defend against what kind of attack? Let me handle it. Sir Kangwoo. Suddenly, another monster charged forward. Everyone was surprised. Yeonju paused and asked, is that another monster? Kangwoo replied, that's Ina. Ina in beast form suddenly opened her mouth wide, releasing a huge burst of power. We thought she'd use her strength, but instead, Ina threw a powerful punch that stunned the monster. Suddenly, a thick bone wave knocked both of them far away. A voice from behind shouted, stay still. She kept beating down the monster. In less than 10 seconds, she'd taken it down. The people nearby just stood there dumbfounded. The monster was mercilessly thrown to the ground by Ina. Everyone watching broke into a cold sweat. Behind the bone wave, Ina's silhouette standing on the monster looked so badass. Not for long, though. She turned back to her sweet side with him. Sir Kangwoo, did I do good? Kangwoo Yu answered, very good. The system voice rang out. You have successfully defeated the Equa-class monster. You contributed the most. Also, you received an extra reward for the finishing blow. Your experience is increasing rapidly. Due to level limits, all experience you gain will be stored. Kangwoo watched the little girl run toward him, thinking she must really be dead now, even though his level cap still hadn't unlocked. Yeonju frowned slightly. That kid, I think I know why she became Kangwoo's close companion. She looked at the monster lying on the ground and asked, but what were those tentacles that appeared at the end? Is that a unique trait of the Equo species? I'm not sure. In every monster hunt, I always share and gather info fairly, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. Kangwoo Yu kicked the monster and continued, I don't think it's a trait. He stepped on the monster. I've seen something similar before. Cha Rio Dio asked, something similar? But why are you standing on it? Kangwoo recalled previous fights. When we thought it was dead, that bastard started smashing everything around. And that's typical demon behavior. Understanding the meaning, Yeonju replied, so you mean this is caused by demon energy? If we check, we'll find out. Kangwoo thought, let's see. It's probably somewhere around here. Disgusting. He ran his hand along the monster's body. Tentacles began growing from that spot. Kangwoo reached inside the monster, certain there had to be something. His hand touched something, and the people nearby gathered, looking, found it. Inside was something. What was it? What Kangwoo Yu held was a red gem. Isn't that a magic jewel? Cha Rio Dieu crossed his arms, looking at the red stone in Kangwoo Yu's hand, asking, is that a magic jewel? Guhai Uno observed carefully. What kind of stone is that? Doesn't look like mana stone. Bikha focused on examining what Kangwoo Yu held. Is this the reason the Equo acted weird? Kangwoo Yu just said, who knows? I'm not sure either. He thought to himself, I'm sure this is the cause. This jewel contains a very high concentration of demon energy. The stone in his hand emitted a magical aura, making him even more certain. It seems like this is a different version of demon energy, in the form of a magic jewel, but unlike naturally formed magic jewels. Its surface looked like a high-end artifact. A figure suddenly appeared in his thoughts. He was sure someone had deliberately created this thing. Hesitating for a moment, he exclaimed, now I get it. Yeonju startled and turned around. Get what? Kangwoo replied, although I'm not completely sure. He continued, but most likely, this is the work of the Demon Guild. Yeonju was shocked and shouted, the Demon Guild? He shared his feelings when touching the gem. Look at this gem. It looks more like an artificial item than a magic stone. Its position is within my reach, not deep inside the monster's body. Oh Yu stated his theory. When the monster appeared, it meant someone had placed this inside the waist, and thanks to the demon power contained in this gem, it lost control. The organization that could create this is most likely the Demon Guild Beach Hai Jiang Trong. Agreed. That opinion is very possible. In this case, I think they are the most likely masterminds. Kangwoo proudly scratched his nose. That's just my hypothesis. Ichit now exclaimed, props to you, Kangwoo. You're so smart. Bitch Hoa On suggested to Commander Gu Hai Uomo, can I ask you to start investigating the Demon Guild from Bohang? The other side quickly responded, yes, of course. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stared intently at the stone in his hand, secretly thinking, fascinating indeed. He licked his lips slyly. Didn't expect those damn Demon Guild bastards could craft such a pure demon power stone. He greedily thought, if an item like this had already fallen into his hands. Yeonju pulled something from his sleeve with a panicked expression. Hey, let me take a picture of that gem. I'll send our guild to investigate it immediately. Kangwoo hid his hands behind his back, secretly emitting a few bolts of lightning, the power of thunder. Greed suddenly surged. He couldn't let it slip away. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. The ground shook, making everyone scream in fear except Kangwoo. Yeonju, standing beside, shouted loudly, what's going on? Could it be this thing isn't dead yet? Beach Hua On carefully observed the surroundings. Sir, I think it's just the joints and muscles stiffening up after death. Yeonju looked down and said, probably. The status window also said it's dead. Gu Hai and Mo sighed deeply. I'm scared shitless. She turned and called Kangwoo, give me the gem. Yeonju shouted. Hey, where did the gem go? Kangwoo turned pale, trembling all over. I don't know, he stammered. It suddenly vanished, like smoke. What the hell just happened? Bitch Hoa On started reasoning. Do you think the demon power disappears once touched by human hands? Inside, Kangwoo was secretly thrilled. I'll check how much I can absorb. The system popped up a notification. You have absorbed demon crystals using the power of gluttony. Your demon power stat has increased by 3 points. Kangwoo covered his ecstatic face with his hand. 3 points? It didn't increase at all. Even though in the past 3 days, he had killed over 100 ogres. Aitna turned her head and asked, Kangwoo, are we leaving now? Hearing the girl speak, he wondered silently. Did she just say demon crystals? Seeing her get no answer, she turned and called again. Kangwoo, your emotions are rising. I hope you hide that creepy giggle on your face. There's still more. Switching to another scene, the sunset cast light through the glass windows of the Hwagang Army headquarters. Aetna lazily lay down, taking a good nap amid the chatter around her. Here, this is the leftover money after repairs. Sitting in the office, Bitch Ha presented a green slip on the table. Even after selling some corpses and magic stones, only about 400 million remained. This was also the first time catching a crazy waste, so they paid quite generously. Cha Reo Dio Tran Tru looked and said, "So you plan to give each of us 500 million? Thanks." Bitch Hoa, unrecounted while saluting teammates. Regarding the gem, we will investigate if there are similar cases at other gates. The 2nd Legion from Bohang will handle that, she warned them cautiously. So, what if the gem disappears again when we find it? We will need to capture that monster alive or make sure no one touches the stone. Yeonju listened carefully to every word. Oh Kangwoo nodded along, feeling they had to work harder because of him. Suddenly, Beach Ha announced, "And there's some good news." The two startled and asked in unison. Good news? Beach Ha excitedly revealed a detail. We realized that a part of El Cuero's body can be used as material to craft legendary equipment. They said they could forge a sword from refining the tailbone. The two exclaimed loudly. Oh, they put on tense faces waiting for the important part. She continued, "It will be an item that boosts strength or dexterity." Mr. Kangwoo sighed after hearing this, the main demon power stat, while Yeonju just breathed out. She asked, "Wouldn't it be better if you used it?" Bitch Hoa smiled lightly and replied, not turning around, "The awakening conditions are quite complicated." She briefly described it seemed only players with internal energy could use it. Yeonju was surprised and curious. That internal energy thing is like in martial arts, right? Bitch Hoa continued. Exactly. It's a rare stat among warrior players, mostly found in China, and in reality, none have been found in Korea. Yeonju frowned, annoyed. So that means it's worthless. Better to sell it to China, Kangwoo interrupted. Then I'll take it. Hearing that, she turned and asked, "You?" Kangwoo closed his eyes and replied, "Yeah, if it's someone who uses internal energy." He pondered, looking ahead. "There's a player I know. Beneath a cave," voices echoed. "Is there really a passage like this inside the beta-level gate? Even if it's a labyrinth dungeon, I thought the entire path had already been explored." Someone in the team eagerly said, "We're following the direction you led. Si Ho-an, do you sense anything?" Kim Si Ho-an hesitated before saying, "I just felt a sudden unease about something." No sooner had he finished speaking than Kim Si Ho-an's sharp senses warned him fiercely, making him jump. He grabbed his sword proactively. Everyone prepared to fight. The person behind was stunned in surprise. Strange sounds echoed through the dark passage ahead. A huge monster suddenly charged out. A minotaur? Wasn't it just a beta-level monster? Yet behind it, there was an even stronger beast that pinned the minotaur to the ground. Kim Si Ho-an's team was shocked in that instant. Everyone stared blankly as the raging minotaur roared, radiating a terrifying killing intent. The team's tank quickly stepped forward at the commander's call. The monster Peso threw the first punch, pushing them back. Kim Si Ho-an hurriedly shouted, "If you attack like that, it's dangerous." Kang Tiso is still on guard up front. "Thanks. What kind of demonic power is that?" Its fierce gaze made them wary. It was totally different from ordinary minotaurs. "We need to get support magic first, then approach carefully." Their commander continued issuing orders. "Po, after KIBABY gives you the signal, try to create an opening." He replied loudly, "All right." The guy called out another name, Un-B. "Try to distract it so Teo can get the corn." The girl immediately cast magic. "Yes, got it." A lightning orb shot straight into the Minotaur's body, causing its whole body to twitch, but it roared so loudly it shook them. Kim Si Ho-an began moving to the side. Here, the beast was attracted by the action, its eyes glancing at him. Kang Taeso and Hansoa teamed up to attack it from behind. He charged in with his shield. A loud crash echoed as the monster's flesh collided with the shield's surface. The angry Minotaur turned to attack the tank. Hani used her staff to shoot a bright beam, boosting the tank's strength as support. "Thanks, Mdao." The monster's sharp hand raised high with a roar. It didn't notice Kim Si-ho, on approaching from behind, gripping his sword's hilt tightly, eyes cold. Van Long Yen Diet. A critical sword strike pierced the monster's body, its head falling to the ground. The battle ended in perfect harmony. Kang Teo, breathing heavily, said, "I knew you could do it. You've never let me down," Hanoa worriedly asked. "Peso, are you okay?" Meanwhile, Choi Un-bi kept praising the commander. "Man, you just looked like the main character in a manhwa, huh? You really are the world's protector." Kim Si-ho wiped sweat and humbly replied, "It's nothing, thanks to everyone's help." He glanced nervously at the fallen head. "Anyway, what's up with this Minotaur? I think it's way more aggressive than its kin." The guy didn't mention anything about this. The little mage agreed. "Yeah, its veins are bulging all over. Gave me goosebumps. I hate it." Kim Sai-ho suddenly widened his eyes, noticing something else, a light seeping through the monster's skin. From inside the Hwagong team's headquarters, a voice called out, "Welcome, Kangwoo." In a dark upper room, Oh Kangwoo stood before a sword, fully equipped. At the same time, the system announced the legendary EQO equipment info before awakening. Awakening conditions: innate internal energy stat, basic function, light attribute, plus 700 attack, plus 2 strength, plus 2 agility. Special function allows the user to walk on water. Unbelievable, a sword forged from Equo's tailbone, possessing extreme combat power, capable of integrating the light attribute in a single strike. Seeing Oh Kangwoo holding the sword, Bichoa-on asked, "So, you like it?" Oh Kangwoo drew the sword out to inspect it, then replied, "Love it, for sure. If I had the chance now, I'd try it out right away." He swung the sword and asked her, "But is it really that fast to create legendary gear? It's only been about 2 weeks since I defeated that Eo Kwe." Bitch Ha responded, "The hardest part was gathering materials, and we already did that. The rest is simple. Plus, these materials are still fresh. 2 weeks is a long time." Yeonju was surprised. "Are you overdoing it? It takes time to forge this." Bitch Hoa-on winked. "Who cares? There are only 2 of you protecting the people. The results already beat the Hwagong team." She smiled faintly. "If we hesitate now and don't want to help anymore, that'd be a shame." Yeonju scratched his head, shyly rubbing it. "You flatter me." Oh Kangwoo sheathed the sword, forcing a smile at the two. "I just want to absorb all the demon power." Suddenly, Yeonju spoke up. "Oh, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Kangwoo." Oh Kangwoo startled and turned around, replying, "Yes, go ahead." The girl crossed her arms and asked, "Don't you think it's time to stop using formal speech with me?" Oh Kangwoo was shocked by the sudden suggestion. Beach Hoa-on crossed her arms and stepped forward. "You're really relaxed talking with Yeonju, so I only use formal speech with you. That's weird." Yeonju frowned and looked at him, reminding him, "Why didn't you use formal speech with me from the start?" Bitch Hoa-on added, "Now we're teammates, equals fighting on the same side." Oh Kangwoo scratched his head, stammering, "Oh, right." He smiled awkwardly. "Okay, from now on, I'll try to speak more casually. As for Yeonju, well, she was the one who spoke clearly to me first, so why is Yeonju mocking like that?" Bitch Hoa-on whispered with a smile. "Yeah." Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "So, what about the research on the gemstone from last time?" Bitch Hoa-on shook her head and replied, "The whole team has been working their asses off, but there's still no solid report." Yeonju sighed deeply. "Our gang's the same," Bitch Ha continued. "We doubled our hunting efforts but still couldn't find anything useful." Oh Kangwoo Tran True rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Really? That's weird. Could it be that the demon cult only plants demon crystals in each Eokiro? Seriously? Could my guess be wrong?" Meanwhile, on the side of the Scarlet cult leader, he wore an unhappy expression. "What's wrong?" He stood up angrily and asked, "Eo Kwe has been defeated? What the hell is going on?" The subordinate below stammered, "We're still trying to investigate, but when we checked the corrosion level of the demon crystal, all that was left were traces of a bloody battle." He stood trembling and asked, "What about the demon crystal itself?" "My subordinates are trying to recover it, sir, but there's no evidence yet." A loud bang echoed as the Scarlet cult leader slammed his hand down, breaking the table in half out of anger. "What about the other demons?" The subordinate panicked and answered, "Most are still fine, sir." The subordinate carefully reported, "I don't believe they've figured out my plan." The Scarlet cult leader said, "I understand." Meanwhile, the subordinate cursed silently. "Damn it. That monster hasn't been defeated once this past year, and it just had to pick this exact moment." He wondered silently, "What the hell is this dog-napping situation?" Another asked the subordinate, "So how's the plan progressing?" The subordinate hesitated and replied, "Because of that incident, it's been significantly delayed, sir." The Scarlet cult leader glared. "What if I try a different approach?" The subordinates knelt below, quickly stopped him. "Sir, if you stubbornly proceed with that, the risks will be way too high." He sat calmly above and said, "I never said we had to do it right now, just want to check a few things." One of them stammered, "If we use that method, the project could be accelerated immediately, but it's still way too risky." The one sitting beside added, "Exactly. There's a woman mentioned in their words. If we really use that method, the global Rungkur won't just sit still." The Scarlet cult leader exclaimed, "The global Rungkur? What about them?" The subordinate stuttered, "What, sir?" His face burned with murderous intent as he spoke. "You hesitate just because you're afraid of the global Rungkur?" The murderous aura from him filled the whole room. "You think I'm scared and will hide in a safe zone?" The subordinates trembled, only able to curse silently. His clenched hand remained tight. After a moment, he relaxed. "Are there any demon crystal fragments left?" The group shouted quickly, "Yes, sir." The Scarlet cult leader ordered to crush the remaining monsters as soon as possible. "If the plan is delayed again," his words threatened, Your heads won't stay on your necks. The subordinate lowered his head in understanding and continued on the topic. Who defeated Oh Kangwoo? Someone answered. Cha-do from the Red Rose Society. The other buried his face in his hands and sighed. Yeonju, she's meddling in our affairs again, just like she did with KIMCHI Hyun back in the day. His eyes burned red with determination. If you dare to do it, you gotta be ready to face the consequences. Prepare for darkness. Two people voiced their opinions. Are you planning to eliminate Yeonju? But she's strong. Just using darkness alone won't take her down. But their superior denied it. No, the target isn't Yeonju. They looked confused. The Scarlet Cult leader continued. There's a new soldier she favors a lot. His cruel smile echoed. His name is Oh Kangwoo. We'll take him hostage. The person he targeted was currently leisurely driving. That bastard at Uideongbu, the gate of the Don Ko bomb expedition, just returned, making things lively. Today's haul is great, thanks to you, big bro. Si-ho-an smiled brightly. Kim Si-ho-an replied, that's thanks to everyone's effort. Choi Eun-bi was excited about the profit. Kang Tae-oh was speaking when he suddenly stopped at an arm. When are we heading out next? He exclaimed in surprise. Kang Kangwoo. Oh Kangwoo had been waiting for them with a welcome. Long time no see. How long has it been? Their group hurried forward. Brother Kang Kangwoo, Kim Si-ho-an, his eyes full of warmth. Brother Kang Kangwoo, Choi E. Eun-bi also politely greeted. Hello, Brother Kang Kangwoo, he said. How's everyone's hunting going? Now they've all become Donko players. Kim Si-ho-an wondered, why did you suddenly come here? No heads up? Oh Kangwoo immediately pulled the sword from his back. Because I have a surprise gift for everyone. He smirked. Was it for everyone or just Seong? He laughed freely. That's awesome. But this time, OU mentioned someone else. Here, take this. Si-hun Kim. Si-hun was surprised. Me? Choi B beside him was also shocked. Sis, Oh Kangwoo is seriously introducing a weapon. Yes, this is a sword, the legendary Eo Kweo. Only those with innate internal energy stats can wield it. They stiffened from shock. Legendary? Kang Tae-oh pushed back a sigh. Jealous as hell. The guy took it with confusion. Hey, Kim Si-ho-an sadly confessed his feelings. I'm still not skilled enough to help big bro, so I can't accept such a precious gift from you. But his words were cut off. Whether you can or can't is up to me. Got it? Oh Kangwoo said. Kim Si-ho-an looked up at him. In the future, you'll surpass thousands of other players. Soon, you'll be able to fight even the Gyeongke. Oh Kangwoo made a promise. It's time. Prove yourself to me too. Kim Si-ho's tears welled up with emotion. His brother gripped the sword tightly with joy. Thank you so much, man. Just like a scene from a martial arts movie. The little mage in the team was happy too. Awesome. Still, Kim Si-ho had some doubts. Sorry about this. You treat me too well, Kangwoo said. Si-ho lowered his head sadly. But I did feel pretty uncomfortable when I first met you. Kangwoo quickly blurted out what was on his mind. Because I'm the world's protector, and you're the bastard who destroyed the Gaia system, right? Kim Si-ho quickly regained his excitement, but those feelings vanished. Sounds weird, but it felt like our souls were connected. Saying this, Kangwoo got even more awkward. Because I basically turned you into my subordinate, so calling it a connection isn't wrong. Kim Si-ho stretched out both hands and called out at the same time. Bro, your eyes sparkle like stars. From now on, Kim Si will only listen to you and meet all your expectations. Choi Eun stood behind like a ticking time bomb, making her nervous. Sis? Kangwoo was sweating buckets too. Kim Si-ho silently prayed a few words inside. Don't look at me like that. This idiot really is something else. Can you let go of my hand now? Kim Si-ho kept holding on while searching for something. Oh, I've got a few things for you. He pulled out a red stone. The monster we defeated earlier was weird, so I checked its aura and found some stuff like this. That innocent face had no clue how dangerous that red stone was. Maybe this can't be called a trophy. But maybe you'll know something about it, right? Kangwoo's hand instantly clenched. He looked at him like he was a god in his life. Si-ho, give me your hand. Let's stick together, okay? Kangwoo held the gem happily, cheering. Where'd you get this? Kim Si-ho crossed his arms, resting his chin, looking at the gem in his hand, saying, well, the details are, we were hunting through a gate like usual, but that time I had a really weird feeling. Hearing this, Kangwoo asked, a weird feeling? Kim Si-ho True continued, making him look surprised. Suddenly, I felt cold all over. Hey, do you remember when I told you I had a strange resistance feeling the first time I met you? That feeling was kinda like that, just like when I first met you. Kim Si-ho recounted the battle with the fierce bull demon. Yeah, when I followed that weird feeling, I found a giant minotaur with pitch black skin, looking stronger and more ferocious than all the other minotaurs. Kangwoo True asked if it disappeared when you defeated it. Kim Si-ho politely replied, yes. He thought to himself, it must be caused by demon energy. But does that mean this kid can sense demon energy? Kangwoo held the stone and asked again. Si-ho, when you saw me at the hospital, did you feel that weird feeling? Kim Si-ho True said, that time, I didn't feel anything. Kangwoo examined the ruby in his hand for a while. Is that so? He thought quietly. so he can't sense demon energy. Then what does that bull demon have in common with me? If it was swallowed by demon energy, it would become a demon beast. Suddenly, he had an idea. Looking at KIMCHI, he thought, broken flag, this kid reacts to me, a guy who specializes in breaking broken flag cores, and the monsters become shattered after being hit by broken flag. Originally a creation of demon energy, the creature after Kangwoo, a diagram popped into his head describing the relationship between him and the monsters appearing recently. Mutant monsters, creatures from hell, demon beasts. The reason is that this kid is the world's protector, so he will protect the system from being broken. He walked up to him, placed a hand on his shoulder, calling Si-ho, who politely replied, yes. Kangwoo smiled wickedly. This kid can find it. He laughed and asked, why don't we team up? The demon crystal that the demon guild hid away. The Kangteo gang was sound asleep on the ship. The ship system announced. Next stop is KIMCHI sitting by the window, staring outside. From the window outside, Han Siana walked with Kangwoo and asked, so from tomorrow you'll enter the gate with Seo-on? He softly replied, yeah, sorry, but from tomorrow you'll have to hunt with me. Tessa and Un too. Don't push yourselves too hard. Kangwoo went ahead and said, because your level has risen quite a bit, just the three of you will be fine. Han suddenly stopped, saying nothing more. Kangwoo kept talking without noticing, but still reminded her to be careful. Han stood silently, deep in thought, then suddenly called his name, making him turn sharply to look at Kangwoo. Tomorrow, when you enter the gate, Hansa will stand below looking up at you, asking if I and the rest of the team can come along. Hearing her made him listen thoughtfully. With Kangwoo nearby, we'll level up much easier. And what if we can help you too? Kangwoo turned his head quickly. Trun Tru said, starting tomorrow, we'll go to the Gaia Gates. The monsters there will be stronger than the minotaurs you faced today, he asked. Are you confident you won't be useless facing monsters like that? Han Trun Tru said, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. He cut her off. I'm also planning to investigate the Demon Guild. Hearing that made her even sadder, because anytime we could become their target, going in a group just makes protecting each other harder. Suddenly, a hand shot out in front of her. Kangwoo glared and said, like right now, a demon cult gang suddenly appeared in the parking lot. Kangwoo stepped forward and greeted, you must be from the Demon Guild, right? Those arrogant demon cultists stepped forward. We're not ordered to answer you, just obey us, and you'll get a painless death. He gave a dry laugh. Kangwoo glared, coldly asking, why don't you shut up and get off my ride right now? The demon cultists raised their sickles and charged, shouting, you're so damn arrogant, just like the boss said. Thinking having a big shot backing you means you can do whatever you want? You're just a drop of sewage in the vast ocean. They charged at him aggressively, saying, we'll teach you a proper lesson. He cursed their nonsense. Right after, Kangwoo slipped away to another spot, leaving the demon cultists stunned and thrown off. Setting foot on the ground, he advised Hanseoa, run away from here, as far as you can. Hanoa shyly replied, yes. Kangwoo reassured her, I'll take care of those idiots. Then he turned back. Ina lay in his arms, eyes spinning, suggesting she wanted to help too. The blessing light system announced, you just received the blessing light, strength +3, accuracy +3, innate demon power attribute +2. Kangwoo looked at his hand and thought silently, she even got my innate attribute. That's pretty awesome. Han stammered, warning him not to get hurt. Setting her down, Kangwoo glanced back and said with a smile, yeah, I won't get hurt. Sigh, don't worry. The demon cultist charged at him, yelling, challenge accepted. You think escaping is that easy? We'll chop you up to feed the pigs. Kangwoo lunged forward, grabbing their sickles. He looked at them and laughed, asking, who said I'm planning to run away? Each sickle sliced past his face. Kangwoo rolled his eyes, tracking the sickle's movement from one of them. He shrank back to dodge the attack. Suddenly his eyes caught something, as they all threw sickles at him at once. Kangwoo nimbly dodged each sickle. So many chains, yet they never tangled. They kept throwing them non-stop, and watching their moves made him suspicious. These guys aren't amateurs, they shouted loudly. It's over. Kangwoo chuckled, then unleashed power in his hands. But it was still nothing compared to Yeonju. Clasping both hands, he created a shockwave. His clap sent all their sickles flying to one side. Seeing their sickles knocked away, the demon cultists looked at each other dumbfounded. How could this be? They said the cult leader's info was off. The leader underestimated this guy. They exchanged looks and said, we need to report to the cult leader immediately. Kangwoo turned to ice. They asked, you think you can just leave? Kangwoo ignited a black flame and dashed past them. 1,000-year ice. You think I'll let you run free? They groaned as the ice froze them. Hanseoa heard voices and peeked out, thinking, this time don't turn into a monster again. Kangwoo stood behind them and asked, so, what now? Want to have a little chat? He approached and ripped the mask off one of them. First, let's breathe some warm air. The guy trembled, sweating like he'd been drenched. The demon cultist's eyes showed fear at his command and spoke. Suddenly, 2 giant eyes enveloped the nearby space. Kangwoo asked, Is that terrifying energy from the red robe cult leader who sent you to die? The demon cultist was too scared to speak. A shaky smile appeared. Kangwoo frowned, looking at him with a smile, wondering if he was resisting. Suddenly, the cultist groaned, startling him. The demon turned his head to look at him, sticking out a marked tongue, the red robe cult's signature. His tongue ignited. Then an explosion happened, making Hansi hide behind a nearby wall. She frowned in panic, scanning the area. The smoke cleared to reveal a barrier. She shouted loudly, Kangwoo! Hansiana stood far away, screaming in panic, Kangwoo, are you okay? Kangwoo brushed away the smoke, thinking maybe this guy planned to keep hiding forever, wondering silently without showing his face. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Then I'll have to lure the bug out of its hole. Inside the shrine, someone stammered, saying they had failed. A subordinate knelt and reported, our forces confirmed all our sent people are dead. The red robe cult leader sat with crossed arms, asking, was it Yeonju? The demon's subordinate reported, though not certain, killing that many of our people likely only Yeonju could do it. He touched his mask, wondering, is Yeonju really this strong? I didn't think he'd lose this badly. After hesitating, he said, we lost an elite squad. The red robe cult leader asked the subordinate, so how many torn flag fragments did you collect? The subordinate answered honestly, about 30%, sir. The cult leader stroked his mask. Tran Tru said, 30%, not too bad, he ordered. All right, disband. The subordinate acknowledged the order. Seeing his men retreat, he reassured himself. Yeah, no need to rush. Setting the mask down, he sighed. Those bastards didn't find the demon crystals that fast. Che Min-hai chuckled. The time god is on my side. He looked at the shrine and laughed with satisfaction, everything still running smoothly as planned. At the parking lot, a voice called out, Kangwoo, but he ignored it. The call cut through the dusty wind. So you plan to hide there and not show yourself? Kangwoo bit his lip in anger. Then I'll make you crawl out here. Hansi shouted anxiously. Kangwoo, are you okay? After the explosion, Kangwoo pulled out his phone and calmed her. CA, wait a moment. Seeing the call answered, he cheerfully said, that's right, Si Ho-on. But inside, he felt guilty, yet he needed to be sure. Kangwoo casually chatted on the phone, acting cheerful in front of Hansoa. Do you remember the demon crystal collection I mentioned earlier? We gotta step up our game a bit, he said. Yeah. 6 p.m. at the gate. Han felt ignored, gripping the staff tightly in his hand. Only then did he hang up. See you later, he turned and asked. Did you see that? Hansiana stammered to explain. We don't know what the demon cult will do next time. I have no choice but to keep my distance from you when we're outside. Han looked at him fondly and praised. He's really thoughtful. Just like earlier, he actually cared about how I felt. Every word of praise flew on the wind to his ears. I want to be someone like him, someone who can repay everything he's done for me. Of course, to do that, I gotta get stronger first. Han gripped the staff tightly and smiled brightly. Just wait. Next time we meet, you'll be surprised by my new strength. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed. Xiao, you really are an angel. He shyly turned away. I get it now. Let's head home. Seeing him drift off, she kindly reminded him, Kangwoo, the car's over here. A strange gate opened. Over the next 10 days, the 3 gems in hand sparkled brightly. Everything was going smoothly. Kim Si-ho-on looked at Kangwoo's excited mood and asked, hey man, you done for today? He clapped him on the shoulder and laughed. Yeah, good job. Kim Si-ho-on clenched his fist, eyes watering like a puppy looking at him, feeling like he'd helped Kangwoo. He was confused, thinking, this kid's eyes. Since he listened, he decided to let it slide. He beckoned toward his car and invited, want a ride? You're probably heading home now, right? Kim Si-ho-on politely declined. No thanks. I'm heading to the hospital to visit my mom. Hearing that, he replied, all right, hop in my car. The seat next to me is piled with stuff. Kangwoo hummed while driving. Seeing Kangwoo return, Ichi-na whined and ran over. Kangwoo raised a bag and said to the little girl, I bought this ice cream. The girl curiously asked, what's that? Lying back on a comfy chair, he thought to himself, I've collected quite a few demon crystals already, but it's still too quiet. If the demon cult were acting, I'd have gotten a call from Hoa-un or Yeonju by now. Since the last incident, nothing's happened. Kangwoo clasped his hands, deep in thought. Are they doing something secret somewhere else? Lost in thought, his phone rang. Things got complicated when the call was from Bichhua-un. Kangwoo picked up but kept thinking, I knew it. Bichhua-un on the other end said thickly, hey, Kangwoo, it's me. We found some suspicious activity at an S-rank gate at the Kangwoo port. He asked, is it the demon cult? Bichhua-un frowned and replied, yeah. According to intel, they're preparing for a summoning of Yeonju. Following orders, I'm sneaking into their group to gather info. Undu and the Red Rose have already set out, and there's a helicopter tailing them. I'll be flying there too. Military helicopter, soon enough. Bi Hua-eun continued. I'll send you the address, so meet me at the helicopter. Ina was eating ice cream. He hesitated a bit. Thanks to the demon crystals, I have tons of demon power, so I'll take the easier route. Kangwoo replied, no need, I'll go myself. Bi Hua-eun was startled, asking, what? This is an emergency. Kangwoo rubbed the little girl's head and said, I have my own helicopter. His eyes darkened suddenly. Why borrow from others? Reaching a wide clearing, Kangwoo looked up at the sky, thinking this should be enough. Ina happily ran over, thinking, it's just Kangwoo and me. He called her name. The girl eagerly responded, yes. He grabbed her hand tightly and suggested, let's fly. A blinding light flashed with a loud shout of agreement. Yes, Kangwoo. Ichina turns into a dragon and called his name. Kangwoo. Flying now, she looked back and asked, hey, when we're done, can I have some more of that ice cream? He blinked and asked, huh? Ice cream? I'll buy you a whole box. Don't worry. Itna cheered. I'll do my best, Kangwoo said. All right then, seeing her so excited. Calm down, stay calm. Sitting on her back, he thought, now before anyone spots us, he placed both hands on her back and cast the reflection power. Itna curiously asked, Kangwoo, what did you just do? Kangwoo quickly replied, it's a skill that makes us invisible. Nothing to worry about. She didn't care much and just said, okay. Itna flew with the wind, soaring past villages. Riding her made him thoughtful. Not being able to grasp the scale of the demon cult is really worrying. Kangwoo frowned, wondering, how far have they spread? Among the people I know, which groups have they infiltrated? Sitting on her back, he saw they'd arrived and said this spot's good for landing. Itna agreed. Yes, she landed smoothly, and Kangwoo stood quietly observing. Hoa-eun said she'd contact the unit responsible for this area. I landed a bit far from the gate. Kangwoo ordered, Ichina, transform back into human form. Spinning around, the girl asked, yes. Where are we going? A loud explosion sounded. Kangwoo immediately turned alert. Is someone there? Seeing people made him wonder. I didn't see anyone, so I landed here. Is he using invisibility skills to hide himself? The strange man spoke. Wait, don't attack. Min-hyuk looked up and asked, is that a real dragon? Seeing something glowing in his bag, is he using invisibility skills to hide himself? The strange man spoke up. Wait, don't attack. Min-hyuk looked up and asked, is this really a dragon? Seeing something glowing in his pocket, Kangwoo guessed silently. Demon crystal, huh? Kangwoo watched cautiously, making Min-hyuk nervous. Seeing a familiar figure, he thought to himself, that's the player who came with Bang Hun. Recognizing his identity, the leader of Min-hyuk spoke up to explain, I spotted a strange shadow and followed it. He slowly stood up and said, but you're the one my father. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted. Enough. Kangwoo narrowed his sharp eyes and asked, since when did I give you permission to talk? Min-hyuk pointed at himself, trying to explain, I'm just trying to clarify the situation. I know I look suspicious right now, but a blade was pointed at me along with a warning. Kangwoo laughed cruelly. I told you to shut up. Min-hyuk lowered his hands. Seeing that, Kangwoo smirked confidently, sure that some people hold demon crystals but aren't part of the cult. Watching his attitude shift, he thought, but it's weird for a leader to be here. Should I listen to him? Min-hyuk asked irritably. So, you won't listen to me, huh? He pulled out 2 daggers and stepped toward him. I guess I have to use force to make you submit. The air between them thickened with the smell of gunpowder as a strike was launched. Then came a super-fast power punch leap. Kangwoo charged forward, stabbing his sickle straight at Min-hyuk's face. The power of the sword made him grit his teeth to block the blow. Min-hyuk jumped back, seeing the force made him pale with fear. Too strong. Who is this guy? Kangwoo sheathed his sword, silently assessing. He's not that strong. If he were tied to the cult, he'd have to be stronger than this. Kangwoo stood still, wondering, if his gang has no dealings with the cult, does that mean what he says is true? He thought about testing him. Then he announced, Eun-du and the Hwagang team are almost here. Seeing he made no move, he asked again, if what you say is true, I'll listen. Why did you come to Bohang? Min-hyuk gritted his teeth at him. You're doubting me? You're the suspicious one. You've gotten stronger so fast lately. Who wouldn't be suspicious? The dagger dropped to the ground. He focused all his strength on the blade and lunged at him. Another strike followed. An ultrasonic shockwave rushed forward, his fierce expression full of attacks. Kangwoo just stood there, smiling quietly. He slipped past him and spoke. Hey, I'm just curious. That's why I'm asking. Kangwoo grabbed his head, asking, a thief who also starts trouble? You damn thief leader. Kangwoo stood aside, tapping on his phone, scrolling through chat messages, muttering, so Eun-du and Hoa-eun haven't arrived yet. I still have some time. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Kangwoo tapped his phone to pour coffee. He handed the cup to him and said, I already paid. He's been robbed of everything, from money to the demon crystal. Kangwoo held the coffee cup and said, I'm not a patient guy, so if you don't want to be misunderstood, you better start confessing. Holding the coffee cup, he stepped forward. He asked why he came to Bohang. Che Min Hai Ok stammered in reply. Me? The Onu-D leader bowed his head, remorseful, having tracked the cult's trail himself. He recounted past events, saying he'd heard that thieves should shut up and handle their wounds themselves, right? He bitterly repeated, thieves should shut up and handle their wounds themselves. He pointed to someone who couldn't help his teammates at all. Thieves are usually treated like that, he recalled from before. But we quickly caught rumors and sought justice. That's how we learned about the cult. Che Min Hee Ok recalled each teammate's face, standing in the corner. He silently gave orders. Min Hee Ok and his team turned their backs to carry out their mission. We were determined. We decided to follow the cult's trail without relying on red roses or the government. We want to prove that thieves aren't useless. Kangwoo held his coffee cup, standing in a corner to listen. So after noticing your strange behavior, I followed you. You probably don't believe me, he spoke, startling him. That makes sense, Che Min Hee Ok exclaimed in disbelief. You believe me? Kangwoo finished his coffee, thinking silently. What he said sounds reasonable. That's why I trust him. Yet he's making a big fuss. He tossed the coffee cup into the trash and turned to leave. The Hongjin Dong legend isn't similar. I don't know if this is enough to prove your worth. But good luck. Everything's fine. Let's go. Ina sipped her coffee, following his steps. Yes. Che Min Hai Ok stared blankly, calling out, Wait. Kangwoo turned his head. What now? He stepped toward him to talk. Your strength matches the leaders of the 5 biggest gangs in Korea. You're even stronger. Kangwoo ignored his question. Why do you help the government hunt the cult? There must be a reason. He replied. Isn't it obvious? My reason is the same as yours. Che Min Hai Ok asked in surprise. The same as me? Kangwoo flashed a cool smile. Does a person need a reason to protect KIMCHI? No. World peace? Then he turned and walked away. Suddenly, he felt shy inside. Kangwoo looked at him like a villain, but you really shouldn't judge by appearances. Turning away, Kangwoo showed disgust. Plus, those cult members are perfect for absorbing demon power. Why would he stop and ask? Money's tight. He put his hands in his jacket pockets, thinking, anyway, it seems that gang of thieves has no ties with the cult. He's too weak to be a disciple. Suddenly, his gaze hardened. If Min Hai Ok was hunting for information about the demon cult, then the most suspicious person among the remaining sect leaders was On, piecing together every detail from the past. The name that Kem Min Hai Ok and the leader of Sana were watching closely, the name Bi Kang Hai Unun of Han Unun caught his attention. The man held up the demon mask. The demon priest cast a spell on the astrological orb. Inside the cave, a voice called out, The wandering priest, Du Te Sarhi. A mysterious voice echoed, Is everything ready after the whole afternoon? The subordinate standing before the magic circle spoke up, Of course, your eminence, the cardinal. On the other side of the orb, the cardinal silently observed the summoning. This is the first step in our grand plan. I will not accept any failure. His eyes were cold and sharp. Success must come at any cost. Even if you have to use more sacrifices, the subordinate replied respectfully. Yes, your eminence, the cardinal. A mysterious laugh echoed. Priest Du Tesehik stepped toward the astrological orb and began chanting. Please bring honor to the demon cult, he loudly asked. Have you extracted the blood from the sacrifices yet? The subordinate answered, Yes, sir. The priest frowned silently, saying nothing. He circled the magic formation, inspecting it. This ritual is especially important. We cannot fail. He traced a line on the ground, then raised his hand and clicked his tongue. Just as I thought, this is still not enough. He called out, Hey, you over there, come here. The subordinate responded, Yes. The other approached slowly. Priest, what is it? Suddenly, he stabbed the subordinate. The others were shocked, standing up pale-faced, demanding, Priest, what are you doing? He went mad, holding a knife and shouting, There still isn't enough blood. If you want this, blame yourselves for not gathering enough sacrifices, screams echoed, with bodies dragging around the magic circle. He stood in the circle, shouting, Please bring glory to the demon cult. The priest laughed savagely. This should be enough now. He pressed both hands down on the circle, mumbling the chant. Suddenly, a voice called out, Choi Gala, thank you. Du Hoa, thank you. Kangwoo. He raised his hand to speak. We can enter the S-level gate, right? The two turned to answer. He arrived just in time. He asked about the situation inside. Bi Chua Un turned to reply, It doesn't look good. In some area, she continued, it seems the demons are hiding in a cave. But the problem is there are too many caves inside, so catching them is almost impossible. A pit emitted several ominous gases. I also heard the whole area feels uncomfortable. Footsteps approached. Turns out everyone is already here. Gu Humo cheerfully came forward to greet. Hoa Un, how have you been lately? Oh Kangwoo said, Hoa Un Du, long time no see. Bi Hua Un asked, How's the investigation going? He came forward to report, Not good, but we just heard an explosion from inside the gate. A hand grabbed his shirt, whispering, Kangwoo, Ina said worriedly. That gate. Her words caught Kangwoo's attention. The air reeked of blood, a radiant power flared, and a savage laugh echoed. Success, success. A crack spread before the priest. He laughed joyfully and shouted, "I've waited for you so long. Please show us your incredible power." Prayers rang out, and the demon appeared. "O existence walking the eternal path," the demon looked down and spoke. "Who dares to call me O, the demon of the seventh hell?" The demon priest bowed respectfully. "O, great O. Lowly humanity requests an audience with the existence walking the eternal path." The demon asked, "Did you summon me?" He eagerly looked up and replied, "Yes, master." The demon narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why?" He knelt and said, "I hope you can make lowly humanity bleed." A figure hid behind the demon, secretly listening to the priest's conversation. "Please guide your disciples on the eternal path. If we can break free from the cycle of life and death, we can dedicate all our loyalty to you." The young man hiding behind held a radio, breathing heavily. The demon laughed loudly. "I like your greed." The radio crackled beside Gu. "Hi, Captain, I think you need to hurry up." The radio crackled again. "Looks like I found the cave, but the situation is strange." Gu Hai Un Mo grabbed the radio and shouted back, "Ji Hai Un Mo, what's going on? Answer me," Kangwoo said urgently. Instead of shouting, "I think we should move faster." Looking at the opening gate, he continued, "They don't even bother hiding the smell of blood anymore." Everyone present looked up. All the guard teams panicked, looking up at the cave inside the S-level gate. A demon flew out from the rocky cave under the blood moon, astonishing everyone. "What is that?" The demon turned, slammed down on the ground before everyone's eyes. The demon exhaled hot breath, saying, "Using you as sacrifices isn't bad at all." The guard team reassured each other, "Don't be afraid, we have to hold out until reinforcements arrive." After saying that, the group attacked the monster with all their strength. It released a thick, murderous aura and taunted them. The frenzy of battle was truly thrilling. It lightly swiped, knocking the people down like dominoes. Gu Hai Mo was stunned by the scene. The priest trembled with excited laughter. "This is only the first summoning, and we've already got a being with incredible power. The space-time barrier is weakening more and more, so next time we can summon an even stronger demon. This country, the whole world will soon be under the control of the demon cult. A dull sickle, a bloody smear. Still not enough." The monster stuck out its tongue and laughed loudly, calling them useless bugs. The shield and staff guards all turned pale, when suddenly a voice called out, "Guard, wait!" Hyunwoo grabbed his weapon and charged forward at everyone's call. The captain, the demon, swung the sickle and shouted, "Pathetic!" The clash of metal rang sharply in the ears. The force pushed Hyunwoo back several steps. He was knocked away. That guy was too strong, damn it. Behind, someone raised a staff and spoke, "You want to act cool, but one hit and you're flying off. Behind you, there's a girl using magic to pull him back. Truly our captain." The team behind spoke up, "We've been waiting for you." Hyunwoo turned his head and smiled at everyone. Hyunwoo announced, "Is that really a demon? Don't be scared, show him our power." Hearing the others obey so obediently made Mr. Kangwoo freeze on the spot. "Yes, Yeonju, grab your weapon, get ready to fight. If we had come here with my guild, this would have been easy." Bitch Hao Jang also drew her sword to duel with her. "We can't do much. We should be glad we got in before the demon escaped the gate." OU was dazzled by Gu Hai Un's heroic aura. "We'll stop him right here, between the Kui waste and the demon. Who's stronger, I wonder?" The priest timidly followed behind the demon. "Oh, existence walking the eternal path. Show those humans your power." The demon replied, "I'm planning to do just that." It turned to look at Hyunwoo, who was equally strong. The demon looked at Hyunwoo's group and shouted, "You're not even worthy to face me anymore." "No one stronger?" It winked and asked, "None of you qualify?" Its eyes turned toward Kangwoo, who glanced away, trying to avoid its gaze. The demon froze to process. "Damn, a 7th-level demon." Mr. Kangwoo turned his face away, sweat pouring like a waterfall. "Damn it, how did we summon a real demon?" Kangwoo clenched his teeth, sweat dripping, scratching his head, thinking, "Among the 9 levels of hell, the deepest is the 9th level. There lies the dwelling of the existence who became lord of that hell. The Demon King's castle, the master of the Demon King's castle. You defeated the 7 great wonders. The rulers of all demons are the great predators, eternal lords, demon kings." Kangwoo scratched his head, still avoiding its gaze. The demon suddenly realized he was terrified, eyes wide, mouth open. The demon OD stared wide-eyed and shouted, "What? Why? Why is he here?" It stammered in panic. "You, Kangwoo," hiding your face, glared irritably. "There are so many demons. Why is the one who appeared someone who knows me?" Priest Du poked the trembling demon, who spoke, "Excuse me, I just heard someone call my name." OJS immediately turned to look at the great Ak-S, slammed his axe on the ground and shouted, "Hey, human, send me back now." The priest panicked. "What?" A gust of wind sounded. The monster grabbed the priest and shook him wildly. "I don't want to fight that monster. I'll return to hell. Cancel the summoning and send me back now." The priest was shaken to his core. "What's going on?" he said. "You can't go back. But don't worry." ODHS looked down at the people below with contempt. "Those are just weak mortals. The demon trembled and asked, "Weak mortals?" Looking at Kangwoo below, it asked again. "Weak?" The demon screamed. "You idiot! You don't know anything. You have no idea who you're facing." Instead of fighting, everyone watched it argue with that priest. "What's going on?" "That demon is arguing with that cultist. Should we take this chance to attack?" Footsteps approached and a voice spoke. Mr. Kangwoo raised a hand to stop them. Bish Hoa On said, "Leave it to me." Kangwoo said, "Looks like that demon mistook me for someone else." Bish Hoa On blinked. "Mistook?" he replied slowly. "Yeah. It mistook someone." A flash of light struck before him. Mr. Kangwoo stepped forward and asked, "Are you Och X?" He glared at him and silently ordered, "I command you to only communicate with me through thoughts, so no one else can hear." The demon turned pale, trembling with fear. It collapsed, saying, "Yes, I am Oh Dixer, demon of the seventh hell, Demon King. Why are you in a place like this?" He looked up and smiled. Most of his power was sealed, but if this guy is that scared, it's easy to handle. He glared, "You've messed up my plan." The demon panicked, speechless, obediently sitting cross-legged. "What? Your plan?" Mr. Kangwoo gritted his teeth. "Don't question me, it's annoying," he thought to himself. "I don't have any plan, I'm just talking nonsense." Oh, sir was scared stiff. I'm sorry." He put his hands in his pockets and silently threatened, "You appearing out of nowhere has complicated things, but I'll give you a chance to fix your mistakes." Oh Dix closed his eyes and cried, "I will obey all your orders, Demon King." Kangwoo hesitated. "Right? If you obey me, I'll take you as a trusted follower." The demon's eyes flared at the word trusted follower. Trusted follower. The demon created a pile of riches, becoming the Demon King's trusted follower. The one who defeated the 7 great wonders, that's the highest honor. If I become one of his trusted followers, I can gain part of the Demon King's power. The demon dropped its axe, knelt down. "Please, just order me." He crossed his arms and gave a commanding order. "Fine. Defeat those guys without using your weapon." Kangwoo pointed at Yeonju and challenged, "I want to see if you're strong enough." Oak touched the stone, swung his axe excitedly, and charged as ordered. He silently criticized him. "You should learn to use your own brain to think." Yeonju looked at the monster's behavior worriedly and said, "Why is that demon acting so weird all of a sudden? What did Kangwoo do?" Bihua Un drew her sword hesitantly and said, "I'm not sure either, but you're frowning and drawing your sword. This is the perfect chance for us." She swung the Namfong bone strike, then watched carefully. She stepped forward, sword ready to oppose the monster. Ok X raised his claw, but she quickly lunged with her sword. Bihua Un shouted fiercely and slashed down hard, the sword cutting straight through, making one of his hands spurt blood. The demon roared in fury. "You crazy fool!" He slammed his axe hard into the ground. "You filthy bug!" Yeonju drew his weapon. "Who are you calling a bug?" Chains wrapped tightly around him, forming the blood chain technique. Yeonju wildly attacked the demon. Odiach sensed her move. The demon tensed, growled, gritting his teeth, thinking, "Damn, you're pretty strong now. Even with weapons, I'm not sure I can beat her. But this is the challenge the Great Demon King gave me." He unleashed the full power of Yeonju's blood chains. Bihua Un seized the moment and rushed forward alongside Gu Haiu Mo, who charged with a dagger. The demon screamed in pain from the combo, knocked down and cursed angrily inside. "Is it because I'm so used to fighting with the scythe that without a weapon I can't fight for the soul? Did the Demon King see through my weakness?" He glanced at Kangwoo behind him and silently called out, "Demon King." The demon's reassuring himself. That's right, there's no way he'd just watch a mere human beat a demon. He'll channel power into the scythe and hand it back to me. I'll use that power to wipe out those people. Suddenly, a slash hit his chest. Oh Sir spat blood, wondering why. Then came a splitting strike. He silently apologized. The attack came from Oh Kangwoo. "Don't hate me, okay?" He sneered contemptuously at him. "Anyone who falls for a scam deserves it." The system announced, "You have successfully defeated Ox, the demon from the 7th hell layer. You rank first on the contribution board. You receive an extra reward for the finishing blow. Your level has reached the highest limit allowed. Additional experience will be accumulated." The Scarlet Cardinal looked at the astrological orb and called Kangwoo's name. The system announced, based on the level cap, additional experience will be accumulated. Kangwoo sighed, thinking, hunting a demon from the 7th hell layer made me expect too much, but it still wasn't enough to reach level 60. Yeonju ran over, panicked, asking, Kangwoo, what happened? The demon?" He turned his back and cast a spell behind him. "Yeah, it's dead." Finally, things went well, huh? Kangwoo thought. But leaving the corpse behind is a waste. A purple aura flowed from his hand, the hunting power. It enveloped the demon's corpse. He thought, before they realize it, Yeonju ran over, saw the purple aura, and panicked. Meanwhile, the system announced, "Your demon power stat has increased by 3. Kangwoo licked his lips. "Only 3 points? That's stingy. Well, the higher the stat value, the harder it is to gain points. This should be okay, he glared. Then the sound of dripping blood echoed. After the sixth awakening, the seal of the 100,000 demon core weakened. The stats didn't increase much, but the demon power it emitted changed completely in quality and quantity. Everyone approached him and asked, "That's weird. Does the demon's body disappear after death?" Gu, hi, Umo, the bookish priest, stepped forward and asked, "Hey Hoa, is this the red mask guy we're looking for?" The priest growled beside him. Bikwa shook her head. "No, he's just a subordinate." Gu Hai Umo sighed. "So that guy still won't show his face?" He slapped the priest's cheek. "I prefer to just kill guys like that immediately." Gu Hai Umo shook him provocatively. "Trash, just wait. Our place isn't as strict as CE, so we have plenty of ways to make you confess." The priest angrily spat blood. "Bastard?" Suddenly a cold voice asked. "Bastard?" Gu Hai Umo glared threateningly with every word. "Watch your mouth. Just thinking about what you did to my subordinates makes me want to crush you." Bi Hua-un brushed her bangs back and said, "Captain Gu, hi Umo, I understand how you feel, but I have to tell him this to make sure he confesses." Gu Hai Umo was startled and replied, "All right, Hoa-un, are we ready to move him out of here?" He lifted the priest to report. "Of course we have both vehicles and a helicopter." The priest cursed silently. Damn it, he was so angry his hair stood on end, never expecting to be caught by such ordinary people. "If that stupid demon hadn't acted so strangely, sir, if I had that demon's power." Suddenly the priest's mouth puffed up. Kangwoo crossed his arms and watched, seeming to realize something, then loudly warned everyone, "Step back quickly, looks like we can't interrogate him." Gu, hi, Umo was shocked, unable to react, and immediately let him down. Kangwoo explained, "He's been exposed to too much demon power. His body is gradually turning into a monster." Yeonju grabbed his weapon and charged ahead. "Before Oh Kangwoo, I'll handle him." Oh Kangwoo explained that he had been exposed to too much demonic energy, and his body was gradually transforming into a monster. Yeonju grabbed his weapon and charged in front of Oh Kangwoo, saying, "I'll handle him." She gripped the weapon tightly in her hand, then released it and shouted loudly, "Blood Chain Prison." Her weapon wrapped tightly around him. Yeonju let out a loud roar, using force to throw him somewhere else. From above, Yeonju's chain pulled with great strength, causing the ground to scatter wildly, and the priest's body vanished into dust and smoke. Yeonju clenched the blood chain in his hand and cursed in a low voice. "Damn it." She pulled her hat down and asked, "When will we finally catch their leader?" She lowered her hat, blaming herself. "I should have controlled myself and kept that guy alive to interrogate him, but I lost my temper and then..." A gentle voice whispered in her ear. "Who cares?" Oh Kangwoo said softly. "You're doing great already. No need to worry. There'll be plenty more chances to catch them," she shyly said. "Really shameless of me." Oh Kangwoo opened the system, thinking he should check his own status window first. Suddenly, he pressed a button on the system. His eyes widened in shock. The system notification sounded, "Extreme Demon Power, the first step to becoming a demon god. The final condition has been revealed. Condition 3. Creating a demon crystal larger than a certain size is incomplete." Subordinates reported to the Scarlet Cardinal. "The summoning ritual was successful. Congratulations, Your Eminence." The subordinates continued reporting. "Thanks to that, our demon cult has gained additional support." The Scarlet Cardinal nodded, sitting in his chair, listening carefully to every word from his subordinates. "Now we can proceed with the plan." He shook his head, thinking, "I don't feel happy at all." His eyes glanced sideways, surprised that the summoned demon was defeated so easily. Suddenly, he asked, "How do they plan to help us?" A subordinate bowed respectfully and reported, "Of course, with demon crystals." The subordinate raised his hand and said, "The amount of crystals we received is not only enough to carry out the plan, but can also make you stronger." The Scarlet Cardinal sat with his hand on his chin. "Tumnui, since we successfully summoned, they are more generous, but the method of support is basically the same as before. How could that demon be defeated so easily?" Behind the mask, a pair of narrowed eyes appeared. "Is it because of that bastard's final blow?" A voice called out to him. "Kung H!" The Scarlet Cardinal clenched his fists on the chair arms. The strongest in Bohang was supposed to be the Red Rose, Yeonju. But as soon as that demon saw Oh Kangwoo, it started acting weird. "To me, that guy just looks like a kid who knows nothing about the real world." Below, a subordinate stammered a report. "Ah, Your Eminence, I have one more piece of news to report." He ordered him to be brief. Following orders, the subordinate's report only made the Scarlet Cardinal angrier. "It seems the famous factions in the world, specifically Fujimotumer, will start moving with help from the Japanese government." He slowly stood up, shocking the Scarlet Cardinal's subordinates. A loud bang echoed, instantly wiping out that subordinate. Behind the mask, Che Minhai was furious, yelling loudly, "How dare you say such things so casually?" He shouted madly through the temple. "Do you think the demon crystals were stolen? The demon we summoned was crushed like bugs, and we have to face Fujimoto? Are all things that don't concern you?" The remaining subordinates stammered. We would never dare. He radiated killing intent threateningly. We will cancel all current plans and change our approach. A subordinate hurriedly knelt and stuttered. Your Eminence. The other approach you mentioned is step by step. With subordinate reports, it will make the whole world our enemy. He reached out, lifted the subordinate by the collar, glaring and threatening. Do you think I don't know that? The subordinates trembled, not daring to answer. Don't make me repeat myself. Go prepare what we need. Use that thing at the station. A few days later, at Yu's subway station, a young man was suddenly drawn to something. His eyes widened in shock as he stammered, "What is that?" A crack appeared in front of everyone. A stargate? Oh Kangwoo lay back, propping his head up and looked at the ceiling, then curled his lips. Thumb knew, so peaceful. He used his foot to block the crane Ichina, thinking, too peaceful. Sitting in the car with Kim Seon, he felt drained and thought to himself, the demon cult has gone quiet. After the accident in Bo Hang, I should have been able to collect the demon stone after defeating that demon, but going with this guy is kinda annoying. The radio from Yeonju called out, and he said, "That's Yeonju." Suddenly, Kim Si-ho's eyes glowed with surprise, and he exclaimed, "Brother Kangwoo?" Oh Kangwoo was startled and asked why. The system's red alert sounded, making Kim Si-ho scared. The system window appeared, and his car suddenly sped up. What is it talking about? Ah, that thing, Yeonju angrily shouted on the phone. Oh Kangwoo, why didn't you answer the call? She panicked and reported. A gate appeared in the middle of the station, and a horde of monsters poured out, destroying the city. People were chased, buildings burned down. A familiar footstep sounded as a mother hurriedly led her scared child to run away. Suddenly, the little foot tripped on a stone, and the shy daughter fell. The mother panicked, turned around, and called out, "Yae-un." The monsters charged fiercely. The mother was terrified out of her mind. She held her daughter tightly as the girl screamed loudly, "Mom, I'm so scared." Kim Si-ho jumped down. He looked serious. He grabbed his sword and fought the monsters, shouting for the mother and child to hide behind the pillar. He bit his lip, sweating profusely in front of the ugly monsters. The gate at the station opened. Why can't it be done? Everyone had turned into monsters because of the demonic aura spreading from the crack. Kim Si-ho swung his sword, cutting down each monster one by one. People who saw the rescue rushed out to watch, laughing and talking. That's a player, we're saved. That's Kim Si-ho. He stood blocking the monsters, panting from exhaustion. These monsters were just normal people earlier. Suddenly, his face changed color. Oh Kangwoo called out from behind. Kim Si-ho, listen up. Everyone will die if they inhale the demonic aura, and those who die will turn into monsters. He recalled every instruction from before. Once a human turns into a monster, they can never become human again. Got it? So just treat them like zombies or the undead. If you want to save the living, you can't hesitate. Kim Si-ho gripped his sword tightly, gritting his teeth and replied, "Yes, sir." He kicked off, swinging his sword at the monsters, but suddenly he hesitated for a moment. The system kept announcing, starting the special mission for the Protector. Kill monsters and destroy the fragments of the crack. 1 out of 2,789. Reward. Experience points increase when completing with other group members, and experience points will also be distributed among the group. The Protector must prevent a large-scale disaster from happening. Kim Si-ho fiercely swung his sword, attacking the 2,789 monsters. He glanced around, meaning nearly 3,000 people had turned into monsters, each sword strike cutting straight down on a monster. There's no time for my grandpa to think. The monsters hesitated when they saw most of their kind cut down. Kim Si-ho's face was cold as he struck each blow. Luckily, they weren't very strong. Probably the strongest is just level 1. Kim Si-ho pressed his lips, frowning. So, under the bustling street filled with people and monsters, he lightly performed the Cloud Dragon Step technique, and with just one sword stroke, he effortlessly wiped out the remaining monsters. After finishing the move, his face showed no change. Behind him lay each defeated monster. Kim Si-ho's eyes flashed with killing intent, silently pushing himself to kill the monsters faster. The cheers from the crowd only pushed him harder. Faster still, the system kept popping up notifications. You have entered the state of no self. You have gained the special attribute of sword fusion. The condition for complete transformation has been met. Kim Si-ho opened the system, panting from exhaustion. Suddenly, a spatial crack expanded. With too many monsters, they kept increasing endlessly. He silently thought, I can't handle this alone. Behind him, someone called his name, Si-ho. He wearily turned to see people coming to help. He happily shouted, Ebi and even Koa too. Kim Si-on turned fully to look clearly. Everyone came so fast. They looked at the girl gratefully. It was Aitna who helped us. Yeonju came forward shouting at him. She shouted loudly at Kim Si-ho Oh Kangwoo! His head bowed, stammering in response. As soon as An Chang-hoi finished, the scene shifted to another crack. Che Min Hyok was startled, turning to look at him. hands in pockets, asking, "Isn't that Oh Kangwoo? You came right after hearing the news?" Looking at the corpses below, he continued, "As you can see, the number of dead is too high." Oh Kangwoo glared without saying a word. Chaemin Hyok spoke softly. "Anyway, it's good to see you here. He said we should kill the monsters first, then deal with the bodies." Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo pulled out a sickle, swinging it repeatedly at him. Chaemin Hai, Oak raised his hand to block, asking softly, "Since when did you recognize me?" Oh Kangwoo shouted, "I have other things to do." Turning to Kim Si-ho-on, he said, "Si-ho-on, you should also do what you need to do." Kim Si-ho-on turned and replied, "I understand, sir." After saying that, he ran off quickly. Oh Kangwoo silently stood watching, then gently jumped onto a nearby utility pole, focusing on observing the bastard from the demon cult behind this, who must still be nearby. He closed his eyes, silently thinking, too many people died. He would never waste so much demonic power. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "I have to find them." Power of insight. Oh Kangwoo closed his eyes to scan deeper. Not here either. He's not here. Suddenly, he realized something, recognized someone familiar, silently thinking, "That's Chaemin Hyok from On." Seeing his murderous face, he thought, "We didn't reveal anything to him." Yet he came so fast. Oh Kangwoo crossed his arms, sighed deeply. His information network is impressive. He frowned, stammering in thought. Anyway, judging by his agile moves, Lian Dan is sure he seems to know where he needs to go. Does he have any info about who caused this, or should I follow him? He guessed. If the tracking device I put on him is pointing right. Looking at the image of Chaemin Hyok hurriedly running while looking at his phone, then hiding behind a car, he guessed that he was near that strange gate. He saw the terrified face of him. A scream echoed along with a familiar back being satisfied by screams. The man who shouted earlier then collapsed flat on the ground. The angry image of Chaemin Hyok appeared, using demonic power to kill. Just as predicted, suddenly Bitch Kang Hyun appeared. Chaemin Hyok's figure radiated a bunch of dark energy. "I've been waiting for you. You've been tailing me while pretending to be a friend." Chaemin Hyok turned his head to ask, "But it seems you suspected me from the start, right?" Chaemin Hyok was startled and confused. He was quickly grabbed by the collar and lifted up. Chaemin Hyok trembled and asked, "How?" Bitch Kang Chang Hai unsmirked. "How would I know? The path of evil will bring power far beyond what you can imagine." He glared at him. "So stupid. You really like pretending to be a hero, huh? You should know your place and be more cautious." His whole body trembled. "Aren't you also into pretending?" Chaemin Hyok smirked, laughing provocatively. "You're still mad about losing to Fujimod, huh?" Hearing that made him even angrier. "You can't become a world-class schemer, so you're acting out like this." Quickly, a few drops of blood splattered. Along the entire path, Chaemin Hyok's body collapsed to the ground with a clicking sound. Besh Kang Hyun's veins bulged with anger. He thought he should have let the demonic energy into him to make him suffer longer. A shadow landed behind. Oh Kangwoo's eyes flashing with deadly intent. Without saying a word, he charged into battle with Bech Kang Hyun. Caught off guard, he asked, "Since when did you realize?" Oh Kangwoo stepped back a few paces holding his axe, and asked, "How long have I known your true face?" He raised a friendly finger and replied, "I don't have time to waste talking to a filthy creature like you. Bring it on." Bech Kang Hyun laughed angrily, revealing his strength. "Fine, I'll finish you off quickly." Oh Kangwoo also unleashed his power, Steel Authority. Their eyes blazed with murderous intent, and they immediately charged at each other. Besh Kang Hyun's power was repelled. He gritted his teeth in anger. Oh Kangwoo swung his axe hard into his arm. Besh Kang Hyun was defeated, gritting his teeth in fury. This guy was stronger than he thought. Oh Kangwoo kept attacking, wielding the power of his sword. Besh Kang Hyun raised his hand to block. From afar, people heard a loud noise, eyes wide with surprise. Bech Kang Hyun gritted his teeth, lifted a vehicle, and roared loudly, then charged the big truck straight at Oh Kangwoo. He just stood watching. His face suddenly changed, and he lightly dodged the truck. Bech Kang Hyun saw the chance and jumped up to attack. Oh Kangwoo gritted his teeth, silently cursing the brutal bastard. An explosion rang out with a shout of heavenly power. Bech Kang Hyun charged with destructive vacuum power in hand, yelling loudly, "Break the heavens!" A thunderous explosion lit up the sky. Bech Kang Hyun was blasted several meters away, panting heavily. Finally, he understood. He looked at Oh Kangwoo's footsteps through the smoke, the one who had been blocking them all this time. He laughed and said, "It's not Yeonju." Bech Kang Hyun glared, "It's you." Looking into Oh Kangwoo's fierce eyes, he asked, "Oh Kangwoo, who exactly are you?" The city was heavily destroyed, buildings burned down. Footsteps gradually approached. Oh Kangwoo glared and asked, "What do you mean?" Bech Kang Hyun squatted on the ground and replied, "The one who has been blocking our plan isn't Yeonju, it's you." "Do you get it now?" He laughed. "Yeonju is strong, one of the strongest in Korea, but that's all." Besh Kang Hyun gritted his teeth and laughed. I found it strange that she alone could intervene in so many things. I'll ask you again. Seeing the murderous shadow approaching, he asked, Oh Kangwoo, who are you? Oh Kangwoo smirked, his face full of deadly intent. Didn't I already answer you? He slammed his axe into the ground and shouted, I don't want to waste time talking to you. Chaemin Hyok raised his fist, veins bulging, and said, Fine. I figured you wouldn't spill the beans easily. I'm coming at you fast. I'll shut you up. In a corner of the city, suddenly there was a loud crash and explosion. The two charged, slashing furiously. The nearby vehicle was also knocked aside. Oh Kangwoo raised his axe and chopped repeatedly. Bech Kang Hyun was slashed on one shoulder, yelling loudly. His eyes briefly caught a glimpse of a long-haired figure in the shadows. There was a scream. Bech Kang Hyun raised his hand and chuckled. Again? Ah, no, this is good too. You'll be the perfect test subject. Oh Kangwoo just glanced without speaking, raising his veined hand. A challenge. Come at me. Bech Kang Hyun raised his hand and shouted, There are already enough shards from the crack. The ruby shattered into small pieces. He raised his hand, laughing loudly with satisfaction. Oh Kangwoo glanced over. The shape of the crack had changed, black smoke pouring out, a crowd of drooling demons. Bech Kang Hyun laughed loudly, fully satisfied. Oh Kangwoo was startled and horrified. All the demonic energy was converging on Bech Kang Hyun. This bastard, could he be possessed by darkness? Laughing loudly, Come on, come to me. Wings and a demon tail gradually appeared. Oh Kangwoo held his axe, pale-faced, staring at the figure before him. Demon horns slowly sprouted, and Bech Kang Hyun's face transformed into a demon's. He cursed silently, damn it. Judging by the form before him, he was summoning a demon into his body. The wings swooped swiftly toward him. Is this just the soul of a demon? Or is it a rock behind Oh Kangwoo that broke, making him cautious? The demon growled threateningly at him. He clicked his fingernails and said, So, this is how it feels. I'm very satisfied. The demon stood up and laughed loudly. All right then, the demon shouted threateningly. Let's fight again. Oh Kangwoo gritted his teeth. This is anger. How could such a crazy plan possibly succeed? The demon swung its hand straight at the spot where he was. It raised its fist and shouted loudly. Its sharp nails stabbed right into him. Oh Kangwoo tilted his body, watching closely. It punched the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Oh Kangwoo dodged using the heavenly power fist flying through the air. He said, I'll finish you off within 1 minute. He unleashed a direct blast straight at the demon. His fury struck the powerful demon right on the spot, and it immediately snarled in anger. Mr. Kangwoo angrily asked, No effect? A loud bang echoed from a corner of the city. Kangwoo retracted his scythe, preparing to strike again. He aimed a direct blow at the demon. The demon bared its teeth with a sly grin. It laughed heartily with delight. Mr. Kangwoo raised the scythe, but suddenly the blade vanished from his hand. He panicked, thinking, What? My demonic power is fading, he exclaimed. What's going on? The demon grabbed him, threw him aside, and laughed loudly. You fell right into my trap. I knew this would happen. You're too reckless, it growled. Maybe you don't know, but this is the power of the devil. His hand was suddenly grabbed by it. Watch my sealing power. Kangwoo was shocked when he heard the name of the sealing technique. He stammered. So that means it grabbed him up into the air. Exactly. Your player power has been sealed. Kangwoo looked at the demon's hand tightly gripping his arm, anger boiling inside. He couldn't feel any demonic power left in his body. The demon stomped its foot on the ground, lifting him up with a loud laugh. You can't escape my claws. The demon stomped again, using the momentum to throw him violently. Kangwoo sat trembling by the roadside, in pain. This is bad. It taunted with satisfaction. It's useless. How's that? Looking good now? It advanced toward him, laughing mockingly. I know well the arrogant fools like you. It looked at him with contempt. All of you are idiots who think this world belongs to you. Seeing the shadow lurking behind him made it want to spit even more. All of you are just a bunch of rebellious, evil, and arrogant jerks. The demon's eyes flashed as it grabbed his head with its huge hands, lifting him up. It's time for you to pay. He weakly wrapped his hands around its arm, shouting, Die. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. Aitna rushed over, throwing a small punch while calling Kangwoo's name. He was startled, glancing at the girl, who raised her small hands, signaling the demon to stay away from Kangwoo. Suddenly, her demonic power vanished, leaving Ina shocked. Kangwoo exchanged a look with her. My demonic power has been sealed, so maybe you can't use your power. Your strength comes from my demonic power. The demon turned to look and laughed. Oh, you're the kid I saw the other day. It bared its fangs, saying, Looks like you're close with Kangwoo. He broke free from its grip but had to endure more taunts. Wonder how his face looked. It grabbed Ichi-na and lifted her up. If I crush you right in front of him, the girl screamed. Let me go! Kangwoo cautiously grabbed a dagger. Ichi-na turned, urged him to hurry. He picked up the dagger and approached, sneering. Looking at you now, I'm even ashamed to use this. The demon grinned. Your power is sealed, so what can you do? Kangwoo decisively raised his hand, shouting in panic, "No way!" The demon was shocked, turning pale as it watched his arm drop limply with blood dripping to the ground. You want to know who I am, huh? He smiled dangerously, scaring the demon stiff. Fine, I'll tell you. Watching him cut off his own arm, the demon thought, this bastard actually severed his own arm to break the seal. Mr. Kangwoo's face hardened as he unleashed a burst of power. He could feel demonic power flowing through his body again, but he had used too much energy and didn't have enough demonic power left. His rage had ended, and he lost an arm, so he was still at a disadvantage. The demon threw Ichi-na to the ground, looking down on him. You pathetic leech, what do you think you can do now? He frowned, not wanting to use it, but had no other choice. Mr. Kangwoo smirked. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I knew the day would come when I had to use it. A slimy mass surrounded him. Under the blood moon and the waves of the Black Sea, the hunting power that suited him best appeared. Several doors materialized behind him. He glanced at them quietly. Kangwoo grabbed a random door, standing thoughtfully. The door slowly opened. The 10,000 demon core revealed the first door, black fluid dripping down, his body enveloped by a dark aura. The demon stared, curious about the black aura covering Oh Kangwoo's entire body. What the hell is that? It snapped its fingers proudly. I don't know what happened, but my claws have recovered. It charged at him fiercely. This is the end of the line. A red hole appeared, knocking part of it away. It laughed triumphantly. I thought you had some scheme. Have you turned into a sorcerer or what? Eitna lay on the ground, calling Kangwoo's name. Suddenly, the demon was shocked to see his body restored to its original state. It looked at the slimy mass in its hand, which suddenly surrounded it, frightening it. What is this? Mouths? It was terrified. You are countless mouths. Eitna covered her face in fear. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed with the sound of cracking earth and stones. Bachkang Hyun struggled in a puddle, crying out, "Oh, demon, please help me." A pitch-black flame hovered in the air, making a sound. What is this? Shaman Hyok struggled in the water. Get me out of here. I can't lose like this. Behind the door, mocking laughter was heard. The one who cornered the summoner into this situation. Interesting. I'll personally see who this bastard is. Let me enter your consciousness. Bechkang Hyun closed his eyes, resigned, thinking if something goes wrong, he might lose his body forever. But there was no other way, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. All right then. The image of a demon appeared with a terrifying gaze, grinning wickedly. Good. Then let me see your situation. At the same time, one of his eyes flashed with a strange light. Along with a panicked expression, a shadow squatted in front of him. Mr. Kangwoo's face stared wide-eyed, making him frown in alarm. The other eye rolled up, looking and then speaking. Why? Why did you fight that monster? You were supposed to fight the 7 Great Wonders. Or Ban or Satang would have been fine. Bachkang Hyun stammered in panic. The monster? You mean the power of Kangwoo can be compared to the 7 Great Wonders? The monster's eyes tortured him painfully. That stupid bastard's head. Kangwoo just focused on watching Bachkang Hyun being tormented by the monster's eye. One of the 7 Great Wonders? The 7 Great Wonders no longer exist. His cold face just stood watching, hearing the monster and Bachkang Hyun say, they were all defeated by that Demon King. He was stunned, wondering to himself, is Mr. Kangwoo the Demon King? Looking at Kangwoo's cold, murderous gaze made him question, no way. He's the strongest demon, ruler of the 9th hell. Someone like him couldn't possibly be on Earth. Seeing the strong black-purple aura radiating from behind him made Bachkang Hyun panic. Impossible. Kangwoo's face broke into a wild smile that scared him stiff. Kangwoo's cold face was speechless, his body slowly sinking into the water. What did I just do? His consciousness gradually sank with the water. He couldn't remember anything, not even who he was. A strange object brushed past his face, making him open his eyes to look. Behind him, a mysterious arm was gripping Bachkang Hyun tightly. He was choking on water, unable to close his mouth. Kangwoo used his hand to swim up, thinking, I need to get out of here. Kangwoo gritted his teeth, silently thinking, but what's that door flashing on the water surface for? The mysterious arm grabbed his leg from below. Kangwoo turned his head to look angrily. He tried to swim to the surface, but he couldn't even remember who he was anymore. Darkness almost swallowed his body. So why should I struggle? Kangwoo glared. If I give up, wouldn't it be easier? His name was called in his subconscious, his body grabbed tightly by many hands rushing in. The call woke Kangwoo up, his teeth clenched fiercely. Damn it! Kangwoo surged upward, reaching out to grab the door with strong willpower. Me, myself. Everyone watched him cry out loud, calling his name. Kangwoo, are you okay? Kangwoo drowsily sat up, tiredly murmuring, I'm fine. In times like this, you gotta risk your life to look cool. Ichi-na stood up, shouting, stop joking around. The girl trembled as she scolded. I'm your summoned beast, so I know you almost disappeared. Aitna cried while scolding. You promised you wouldn't leave me alone anymore. Kangwoo stroked her hair to comfort her. All right, I'm sorry. He looked around, sighed, thinking that trying to open a door in this situation might be too much, opening it to draw power from the Ma Dia's demon palace. Back in hell, I didn't use it much, just one small mistake, and I'd be swallowed whole. Mr. Kangwoo hugged Ina and Sioa, thinking, but usually opening the first door in hell wouldn't be a problem. Looks like in the future I can't use it carelessly. He smiled contentedly. Now I can't die yet. In my arms are the things I need to protect. The system notification sounded. You have defeated the demon of the 8th hell layer, Amzuzia. There is a level cap, so bonus experience will be accumulated. Your demon power stat has increased by 5 points. You have gained the power of sealing. Mr. Kangwoo lifted his head. Open the system to check, chuckling dryly. 5 demon power points. He slowly stood up, showing his demon power stat had reached 103. Finally, I've passed 100. I heard reaching 100 is the lowest standard for world-class status, and the sealing power is pretty useful. A hand gently touched him. C held a staff, frowning, casting a healing light spell. Mr. Kangwoo looked at his hand, smiling in praise. Look, it really works well. C softly replied, I've reached the 5th awakening. He asked in shock. That fast? She reached out to him and said, Kim Sayo got a special mission. After completing it, all of us leveled up. Kangwoo chuckled dryly, looking at Kim Si-ho-eun and asked, Special mission? You messing with main character stuff again? He looked at him and replied, Once things here are settled, I'll explain to you. C worriedly asked him, But Kangwoo, you're still having trouble moving, right? Kangwoo rubbed his head and muttered, A little. She gently stepped forward. C boldly lifted him up with full strength, shocking even himself. I'll carry you home, he shyly thought, but this is a bit. Kangwoo stammered. Thank you. But her full curves hit his eyes straight on. Kangwoo gaped, unable to close his mouth. CA looked at him and asked, Can you walk? Kangwoo happily, with a flushed face, laughed loudly with a sly grin. I don't think I can walk much. My body can't move, so probably no way. A man's voice rang out. Don't worry. Teo immediately lifted him into his arms, laughing loudly. You've got me here. I'll take responsibility to bring you home. Suddenly, Kangwoo's face turned pale. Oh man, that strong sweat smell? Kangwoo shivered and warned, Hey Taeso, we're going different ways, but he happily carried Kangwoo away. You can't refuse. The incident at IU Station shocked the world. The demon sect. This was the first event that revealed their existence to the entire world, while they had been hiding in the shadows all this time. So the incident at Isu Station became a turning point where the demon sect no longer hid their identity. Blue skies, clear clouds, and birds chirping filled the city full of buildings. Mr. Kangwoo lay in bed, grimacing and yawning. 3 days after the incident at Isu Station, sitting up on the small bed, he rotated his hands to start moving. He had slept for 4 days straight, which helped his body recover. Itna turned her head happily and cheered. Oh Kangwoo saw him dragging himself outside with messy hair. COA shouted, Kangwoo, you're awake, man. Kangwoo, are you okay? He looked at her and replied, That amount of sleep was enough to recover. Hey, what is Yeonju doing here? She looked at him cheerfully and said, Yeonju comes to visit every day. She's really worried about you. Oh, Kangwoo propped himself up and smiled. I see. So you really asked Yeonju? She stammered in reply. I just came to rest in the apartment I bought. Sai looked at him worriedly, stammering, Kangwoo, are you really okay? Maybe you should rest a little longer. He looked at her and replied, I'm fine. Having someone care about me is really good. He picked up a glass of water and drank. Yeonju blushed and said awkwardly, While you were sleeping, the Han-Un Association was officially disbanded. Oh Kangwoo asked, What about the demon sect people? Yeonju grunted in reply, We caught them, but before we could question them, they turned into monsters. Since then, the demon sect hasn't made any moves. He pointed at the map and said, Looks like we've almost cleaned out the demon sect in the country. We've also received some reports from abroad, but they haven't appeared publicly, just like in Korea. Yeonju continued, We're still cleaning up the mess they caused in Han. All right. Oh Kangwoo picked up his phone and scrolled through her messages. Let me check the news. Oh Kangwoo sat down, reading every comment online carefully. The crazy cult with a global scale. Who is the demon sect and what is their goal? Reporter Bak E-Uni. The heroic longsword Kim Seo-on. Reporter Kim Chun-soo. The Chinese guild Wan Jianmen visits Korea, wanting to recruit Kim Seo-on. Reporter Leah wrote, Survivors continue to give testimonies. A new star is born. Reporter Choi Ba-dak. Yeonju looked at him, stammering. Anyway, now that the incident at U Station is over, you don't intend to just leave the demon sex matters alone, right? He laughed loudly. Of course not. I won't stop until all of them are defeated. Yeonju smiled similarly. That's how it should be. She teased him, smugly asking, Everyone online is talking about Kim Si-ho-on? Don't get jealous and bully the new recruit, got it? Oh, Kangwoo lazily replied, I would never do that. She widened her eyes and said, oh, also, a representative from one of the world's famous guilds has come to Korea. He looked surprised and asked, famous guild? Yeonju continued. Yes, someone from Wanjianmen, a Chinese guild. He thoughtfully considered the news articles reporting they came to recruit Kim Si-hoon. Not sure if that's true. Oh, Kangwoo rubbed his chin, thinking, the demon sex power is gradually fading. I can't predict what they'll do next. Anyway, I've never thought about summoning a demon into a human body. I can only focus on becoming stronger myself, right? Oh, Kangwoo leaned back, frowning in discomfort. The level cap for my extreme demon power body still hasn't been lifted. If my level can't increase, I can only train skills. I don't know how to do it most effectively. Suddenly he realized something. Looking at the phone on the table, an idea popped into his head. Kim Si-hoon, should I try to profit a bit from our war god descendant? At the Red Rose Guild headquarters, Kim Si-hoon lowered his mask, shouting joyfully, Oh Kangwoo, you're awake. Are you okay? Oh Kangwoo propped himself up and smiled. I'm fine. What about you? The news keeps mentioning you. Kim Si-hoon stammered. Ah, please, don't mention it anymore. He was annoyed, taking off the mask from his face. Every time I go outside, people gather around. I can barely go hunting. He thought to himself, that makes sense. Kim Si-hoon said, I also feel this isn't right. He was startled and asked, not right? He said sadly, yes. I'm not the one who solved that incident. It was you. I'm not the one they should praise as a hero. He immediately made a disgusted face and said, don't say such terrible things, just be the hero. Kim Si-hoon was startled and asked, if people don't recognize your achievements, does that matter? Oh Kangwoo expressed, if getting attention from everyone brings no benefit, it just causes trouble. You don't like that either, right? That makes hunting harder. He replied sadly, that's true, but Oh Kangwoo shook his head, refusing, come on, I don't want to become famous anyway. Kim Si-hoon curiously asked, but why did you call me here? He crossed his arms and smiled at him. Kangwoo spoke boldly, I want you to teach me martial arts. Scene changes to the training room. Kim Si-hoon reached out and said, we'll start right away. Kangwoo lowered his hat and replied, all right. Kim Si-hoon turned around and asked, first off, Kangwoo, what's your main weapon? He rested his hand on his hip, thinking for a moment, I honestly don't know either. I just use whatever fits the situation. If you want to learn martial arts, it's best to pick a main weapon. Kangwoo revealed the weapon in his hand. Is this one okay? I use it the most. Kim Si-hoon just watched quietly without saying a word. He grabbed a sword and walked over, suggesting, let's start with the sword, since most of your martial arts focus on sword techniques. Kangwoo picked up the sword and stared at it thoughtfully. Sword, huh? Well, I'm learning from the Van Long sword style, so sword seems like the best choice. Kim Si-hoon held the sword up and demonstrated for him. First, I'll teach you the basic techniques of the Twi Long sword style. I'm sure you can learn it in just one day. I'll show you first. You just copy me. His eyes sharpened instantly. Kim Si-hoon dashed forward at lightning speed, making Kangwoo's eyes widen. Spinning the sword, Kim Si-hoon revealed the 8th form of the Tui Long sword technique. The strike caused the ground and rocks around them to shatter into pieces. He slowly stepped out from the white smoke. Kim Si-hoon called out, that was the 8th move. Kangwoo asked curiously, what about the first move? He answered innocently, I thought to get you interested. I should at least show you a powerful move like that. You probably saw all my motions. Kim Si-hoon smiled brightly and asked, easy, right? Kangwoo was sweating and wondering, easy my ass. Kim Si-hoon stood beside him, patiently pointing out each move. Just repeat what you see me do. Kangwoo looked at him, annoyed, and asked, you just want me to copy you, huh? He clenched his fist and raised his hand to cheer. Yes, sir. You definitely can do it. He thought helplessly. This kid noticed Kangwoo was using too much force, so he shouted, you're using way too much strength. Standing aside, he gave advice. If you attack like that, swinging the sword overhead will take too much recovery time. Kangwoo swung the sword wildly, while Kim Si-hoon stood aside, coaching. You need to use more power. Don't move your arm like that. Do it like this. Kangwoo was out of breath and speechless. Kim Si-hoon got pissed and snapped at him. You think this stuff is easy to learn, huh? Kim Si-hoon turned pale and asked, how do you know that? Kangwoo was so angry he was fuming but couldn't vent it. That's why people say, don't learn from geniuses. It's like telling someone to casually kill a low-health soldier in League of Legends. He threw the sword down angrily and said, I quit. I'm done learning martial arts. Kim Si-hoon rushed over, grabbed his arm tightly, and panicked. Hey, why? I want to help you, he explained awkwardly. Just like I thought, I can't help you because I'm still not strong enough. Kangwoo put his hands in his pockets and said, man, the problem is totally the opposite. Let's forget about this for now. there'll be another chance. He blew a small gust of wind with both hands and suggested, how about you learn mental techniques? If it's that, I think I can teach you better. Kangwoo carefully observed with his demonic eyes, channeling inner energy through his dantian and meridians. Ah, I might actually be able to do this. He obediently sat cross-legged on the floor. Let's give it a shot, he thought to himself. At this point, I should try everything I can. A few red sparks of lightning appeared around his body. The system popped up a notification. Demon Power Ruler Mode activated. Your demon power control has increased. You have learned a mental technique, Heavenly Dragon Mental Technique. A red stone appeared along with the system message. You have successfully created a demon crystal. The system announced again, making his eyes widen. You have gained a hint about the final condition of the ultimate demon power form. Hearing Kim Si-ho-on's call startled him, and he turned sharply, looking at him and quietly calling his name. Si-ho-on suddenly felt clingy in his heart. My little brother, I'm counting on you. The system sounded another notification. Ultimate demon power form. First step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1, reach 60 demon power. Condition 2, perfectly combine 3 or more powers. Condition 3, create a demon crystal larger than a certain size. Not yet completed. Kangwoo looked at the stone in his hand and laughed non-stop. Never expected the final condition was to create a demon crystal inside himself. He looked at the stone and wondered, but is it like the demon crystals used by the demon sect? He closed his eyes and thought, let's see. Although they're the same type, the power inside is different. If the crystals used by the demon sect are like a small Americano, then this is like a cup of mocha of the same size. Kangwoo propped his hand and slowly stood up. Should I give it a try? Kim Si-ho-on saw this and worriedly asked, Kangwoo, why are you standing up already? Aren't you going to keep learning the mental technique? He was stunned, watching Kangwoo walk away. Then suddenly, he raised his fist and unleashed a blow that blew away all the sandbags in the room. Then he spun around and smashed the training gear. Kim Si-ho-on anxiously watched from the side. He was using mental techniques to observe each destroyed sandbag. Kangwoo stood still, noting that one strike consumed about 1/3 of a demon crystal. Kim Si-ho-on ran over cheering, Awesome! Kangwoo! I didn't expect you could do it after just watching once. Kangwoo bragged with a laugh. I wasn't fully awake earlier to imitate. Plus, I stood still so you could see. He asked him, so, is the mental technique useful? Yeah. Kangwoo brushed his hands and replied, they're really useful. He thought to himself with satisfaction, although it's a pity the demon crystal is still too small, the more I train, the bigger it will get. Oh, and it seems like I don't even need to sit down every time I train. Kim Si-ho-on saw a red glow flash from his body and rushed over worriedly. Suddenly, Kim Si-ho-on shouted, no way! If you don't sit down while using it, Kangwoo froze, confused by his expression, which made Kim Si-ho-on freeze too. Are you okay? Kangwoo crossed his arms and answered, yeah. Seeing Kim Si-ho-on sweating bullets, he thought to himself, if I don't sit cross-legged while using the mind technique, I heard it can cause anaphylaxis. Kangwoo chuckled. It's not that hard. Compared to controlling the Demon Palace Demon Seal, this Demon Crystal Mind technique is a new ability to develop. For now, I want to focus on increasing the size of the Demon Crystal. Kangwoo reached out and asked, is the mind technique you just showed me the best one? He was startled and replied, yes. When using the power of the War God, you can learn other mind techniques, but right now, this is the best one. He walked over, patted him on the shoulder and said, Kim Si-ho-on, let's call it a day for martial arts training. Kangwoo smiled confidently and then suggested, next time, let's head to the SD level gate. The bustling voices in the waiting hall mixed with announcements. Members of the Chinese guild, Van Kiem Mon, have just arrived in our country. Stepping out to the car, Kim Si-ho-on politely bowed and said, Kangwoo, I can just take the train home. Ignoring his words, he waved and insisted, what are you talking about? Get in the car. The car wheels rolled on the road. While driving and looking at the road, he said, hey Kim Si-ho-on, soon I'll buy you a car. Remember to use it. Kim Si-ho-on was startled and stammered, no way, Kangwoo. You already paid my mom's hospital bills, and I'm grateful. But a car too? He closed his eyes to calm him down and said, I just find it troublesome. I'll buy you a better car so when I call you can get here quickly. Kim Si-ho-on shyly called out Kangwoo's name. Seeing his expression, he was speechless and thought, if it weren't for me, who knows what would happen to this guy. While cruising down the road, he suddenly got startled. At times like this, a car means nothing compared to the martial arts he teaches me. 2 burly, intimidating men stood guard at the gate. Kangwoo angrily stepped out of the car, slowly approached, and asked, who are you? The scar-faced man introduced himself as the captain of the 3rd team of Van Kiem Mon. Hearing his challenge made Kim Si-ho-on surprised. The Sword Emperor wants to meet the Korean Vun Longsword. Follow me quickly. Kim Si-ho-on stepped forward and asked, Sword Emperor? You mean Sword Emperor Treo Nugin? The man angrily gritted his teeth and said, don't casually call him by his name. Seeing his angry attitude made him hesitate. Hearing him speak, Kangwoo looked annoyed. Just stay quiet and follow me, the man said softly. The plane is ready. Kim Si-ho-on was scared, looked back at him, and quietly called, Kang Kangwoo. He gently placed his hand on his shoulder, stepped in front of the man, and cursed, You jerk. You haven't even learned Korean properly? The man angrily asked. What? He put his hands in his pockets and questioned, Why do you talk to someone you've never met so casually? Nam Gong-jin got furious, veins bulging, and asked, Who are you? Kangwoo switched to battle mode and replied, I'm Kim Si-ho-on's older brother, you little punk. The man doubted and asked about Kim Si-ho-on's brother. Kim Jo-kien. I heard he's in prison. Kangwoo sighed and said, In this world, brotherhood means more than blood. Kim Si-ho-on's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. Nam Gong-jin ignored him. I'm not interested in you. The one the Sword Emperor wants is the Van Long sword. Stepping aside, he mocked, making his face flush with anger. I'm not interested in knowing who the Sword Emperor is either. He radiated power to threaten him. Watch your words. His threat made Kim Si-ho-on furious. Van Long sword. If you don't want to see this little shrimp get hurt, shut up and follow me. He clenched his fist and shouted directly at him. Don't talk rudely to him like that. The man challenged. Oh, you want to fight? Among Din held the sword tail. Although the Sword Emperor told him to escort him as politely as possible, it's better to teach these rookies a lesson. One hand blocked his sword draw. Kangwoo calmly stepped forward, warning, Don't draw your sword. The man was scared and thought, Since when did Oh Kangwoo warn again? You. If you draw it, you won't live to go home. Nam Gong-jin was intimidated by his aura, not expecting to be overwhelmed. He cursed loudly. The pissed-off jerk drew his sword. Ridiculous. How dare you? He pointed the sword forward and shouted, You're just a player from a small country. A clash rang out. Kangwoo lunged forward and squeezed his wrist. Because you're scared? You just brag about your country's size, huh? The man trembled, looking at him and said, How could you? A punk like you against Nam Gong-rin of Van Kim-mon. Kangwoo heard that, muttered the name Van Kim-mon. He grabbed Nam Gong-rin's hand and pulled him to Kim Si-ho-on, asking, Hey Kim Si-ho-on, is there a kimchi soup place nearby? He stammered, Kimchi soup? His eyes suddenly lit up while still holding the man's hand. Yeah, let's have a meal together and then happily send them off. In a small restaurant, a voice called out, Ma'am, give me 10 servings of kimchi soup. Okay, please wait a moment. Sitting at the same table, he patted my back excitedly and said, Hey kid, it's time to eat, so let's dig in together. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you guys off the hook. Feel the greatness of Korea through your taste buds. Nam Gong-jin gritted his teeth and thought to himself, the captain of the 3rd squad of the 10,000 Swords sect. Namung Jin here not only got beaten by a Korean player, but also dragged around like a subordinate. The hostess excitedly brought out a hot pot and said, Oh my, looks like you guys have a huge appetite. You've been waiting quite a while, huh? Placing the tempting pot down, she continued, Kimchi soup is here. Nam Gong-jin looked on curiously and asked, his face instantly burning with murderous intent, What the hell is this mess? Nam Gong-jin leaned his battered body back to report. The guy claiming to be Van Long Sword's older brother said this. If you want to meet him, you have to go to Korea yourself. Treo Min, sitting with his chin in his hand glaring, he said, I told you to escort him politely, but you fought with Van Longsword's teammates. Nam Gong-jin asked, and then you came back here after losing in front of everyone? Nam Gong-jin was scared, bowing his head. I'm scared. I'm sorry. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Damn it. I never thought things would turn out like this. Remembering the choking scene made him even more regretful. Who would have guessed he'd go crazy over food? A woman's silhouette peeked from behind a chair, listening to the conversation. Treo Muin laughed loudly, filling the big room. Treo Muin clapped his hands and said, Interesting. But one hit sent Nam Gong-jin flying a good distance. He got slammed on his back and screamed in pain. Treo Muin stood up and angrily declared, You're expelled. You're kicked out of the 10,000 Swords sect. We don't need a low-class, unworthy fighter like you. A woman's soft voice spoke up. Dad, are you going to Korea? He gently turned and replied to his beloved daughter. Yeah, since they invited me, I have no choice but to go. 1 week later, when the shameful bastard from the 10,000 Swords sect arrived here, a loud gulping sound came from someone. Oh Kangwoo drank his cup with delight. Min put all his effort into his mental technique to increase the size of the demon crystal while eating, sleeping, and even going to the bathroom. Thanks to that, he managed to grow the demon crystal to the size of a fist. Of course, training like this works. Even when going to the bathroom, he used his mental technique while standing in the windy meadow, making him think to himself that he still hadn't met the final condition of the extreme demon power. Whatever, maybe one day he'd get there. Suddenly, a call made him glance back. Kangwoo, the announcement echoed. Rest time is over. Oh Kangwoo raised his hand and gently asked, All right, let's get started again. Ready? 8Na rushed over and whined. Kangwoo Koa said excitedly, Yes, we've rested enough. Choi Eun whined. I want to relax a bit more. Lee Chit-na rushed over and hugged him tightly, calling out repeatedly, Kang Kangwoo, Kang Kangwoo. The little girl looked up with sparkling eyes and said, You can't overdo it. If you need my help, you have to tell me. Oh Kangwoo smiled at her and cheered everyone on. All right then, now that we've found the target, we'll start immediately. Everyone responded enthusiastically. Oh Kangwoo stood and looked around for a moment. Let's see. One is breaking off from the pack. Suddenly, he spotted an ugly monster turning its back to him. He pointed and shouted, Hey, little girl, charge. Yes, leave it to me. Oh Kangwoo frowned, thinking if he attracted too many monsters, it'd be troublesome. Oh Kangwoo ordered an attack with the dark power punch. The girl obeyed, starting her move at its feet. Her small body was wrapped in a purple light. The monster screamed miserably as it got hit, blood dripping down the green field. Nearby beasts caught the scent and turned to investigate. A red light shot straight at it. Oh Kangwoo stood below and gave the order to advance. Everyone obeyed and charged. Eat-na laughed and asked him, Sir Kangwoo, did I do well? CA also charged forward, surrounded by golden light. Eun-bb, sister, I'm ready. Choi Eun-bai muttered a string of commands in an ancient language. After finishing, she raised her staff and shouted loudly, Thunder Lightning Golden Shout. Oh-on looked at the monsters surrounded by blue lightning. He raised his sword to eyebrow level, his eyes flashing, activating the 5-strike dragon sword technique, defeating the giant monster. Si-ah bowed and said, That giant really was strong. Choi Eun-bi cheered happily. But we beat it. That's an S-rank monster. Si bowed shyly, praising the girl, saying it was thanks to her weakening it. Teo stood behind them laughing loudly. But anyway, we did it. Oh Kangwoo stood silently with a slight smile. The important thing isn't leveling up, but gaining experience and real combat skills. He looked at Kim Si-ho-on's shining face. He didn't know about the others, but Kim Si-ho-on looked fine. He should join a special training class. Oh Kangwoo laughed and suggested, Let's regroup and attack another one. Come on. She excitedly turned to cheer. Got it, boss. Healing magic, he replied enthusiastically. Oh, thanks. Suddenly, a monster's roar made him alert. Seeing the crazed monsters charging, he said, Damn, they must have smelled blood and came here. He assessed 3 at once. Oh Kangwoo frowned, raised his hand, and cast the move. What a pain. I gotta step in. Dark power punch. A beam of light slashed across the monsters, surprising him. Each monster was cut by the golden light in a straight line, and a mysterious figure rose from a monster's corpse and said, It took me quite a while to find you. The next sentence made him a little uncomfortable. Are you Van Long Keem's older brother? You say that to yourself. Treo Min laughed loudly as he approached. Nice to meet you. I'm Treo Muin from Van Kiem Monday. I want to apologize to you for what happened last time. Everyone was shocked when he spoke. Ah, you don't understand Chinese. Treo Min turned his face and signaled for the interpreter. Tell him. The interpreter, pale with fear, said, Lord Treo Muin wants to apologize to you for what happened last time. Kangwoo crossed his arms and said, You can just speak Chinese. Treo Min said in surprise. Oh, you know Chinese? He replied, Besides, I think anyone can apologize with words. The man laughed loudly. That's true. Treo Muin clasped his hands and said, I apologize for what happened before. My subordinate was disrespectful. He closed his eyes and continued, This is not the time to show off. He sincerely bowed before Kangwoo and his friends. So Zoe and the interpreter were wide-eyed, surprised. Everyone in his team was also confused by the man. Kangwoo listened carefully to every word. I have expelled the disrespectful one from the guild. This is my fault for not managing my subordinate strictly. Treo Min bowed deeply and said sincerely, I promise you this won't happen again. Kangwoo rubbed his chin and laughed, asking, You promise me? Treo Min still bowed, taking responsibility. Mostly it's my fault for not properly training my subordinate. I promise you, this kind of thing will never happen again. Kangwoo licked his lips dangerously. You promise me? Treo Muin looked up with authority and said, Yes, I promise. Kangwoo smiled slyly, sighed, and said, All right, I tell myself I won't make a big deal out of this. Kangwoo put his hands in his jacket pockets, silently thinking, The one who loses here will be me. If I mistreat someone with potential to become an ally, I lose. So I'll listen to him. He spoke up. So what brings you here? Treo Min stated his purpose straightforwardly. I came to witness the Ven longsword technique. I saw the video of you fighting at Ga Isu. He glanced at Kim Seon and asked, What does he have for you to see? The man laughed and replied, There is something I must check. Kim Si-ho-on heard him and said, Dummy, I want to know how Ven Longsword learned the war god's martial arts. A small hand tugged on Kung Kangwoo's shirt, calling his name. Kung Kangwoo? Aitna pulled him and asked, What is the war god? Kangwoo was surprised. You know Chinese? The girl shook her head and said, No, but I understand by using magic. He said, Oh, thinking to himself, The girl can speak Korean naturally, right after being summoned. He asked, "Can you use that magic on other people?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Of course I can," Kangwoo suggested. "Then use it on Kim Si-ho-on and the others." She cast the spell over everyone. "All right." Kim Si-ho-on looked at his hands curiously. Treo Min was surprised hearing this. "Oh, so he can also speak Chinese?" Kim Si-ho-on stammered. "Hey, this is I-Chi-Na, proudly supporting me, all thanks to my magic." The girl proudly boasted she could communicate with others thanks to this spell. Even if you don't know the language, it's not that hard. Treo Min patted the interpreter's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Oh man, looks like the interpreter I brought is out of a job now." The man said seriously, "Anyway, this just makes everything more convenient. I'll repeat my question about the Van Long sword. Where did you learn the war god's martial arts?" Kim Si-ho-on was startled. "How do you know that?" Kangwoo rubbed I-Chi-Na's head and asked curiously. "I want to know how he knows the martial art you're using is from the war god." The man placed his hand on his chest and said, "How could I not know? My family Treo Muin is proud to say so. Descendants of the war god." Kangwoo pondered. Descendants? If true, the war god must have existed on Earth a long time ago. Kim Si-ho-on asked, "So you knew the martial arts even before awakening as a player?" The man nodded and smiled. "Yes, although before awakening, I couldn't reach the level I have now." Kangwoo's mind raced with countless thoughts. "So that means your martial arts skill increased a lot after awakening? Since awakening exists, demons must have existed before players did." Kangwoo smirked and asked, "Anyway, what do you plan to do after learning the origin of his martial arts?" His question made the man freeze. Was he planning to eliminate him to keep the martial arts only in the family? Treo Muin pursed his lips to hold back laughter, then burst out laughing. He proudly said, "You talk like you've read too many martial arts novels." Kangwoo silently thought, "I don't want to hear that from someone who looks like he just stepped out of a martial arts novel." Treo Muin stepped forward. "I want to clarify. The secret martial arts manual of my family has been buried for centuries." He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Still, the Van Long sword technique I saw in the video is really graceful. If you help me restore the sword technique," he asked seriously, "I will teach you martial arts? What do you think?" Kangwoo turned to Kim Si-ho-on and asked, "Kim Si-ho-on, what do you think?" He looked at him, surprised. Kim Si-ho-on thought deeply. "I want to become stronger so things like that won't happen again. Even if it does, I want to be able to save more lives." Kangwoo looked at him fondly, pushing him forward with encouraging words. "Go talk to him again." Kangwoo warmly said, "You really want to get stronger, and you said you want to live up to my expectations too." Kim Si-ho-on suddenly teared up and called Kangwoo's name. Hearing his scent made him shiver with cold air. "I'll try my best. I'm okay." In the car, father and son Treo Muin each stared out a different window without saying a word. The man spoke. Luckily, everything went smoothly. "Remember that valuable handshake, okay? Hope to cooperate with you." Kangwoo pointed and said, "You remember the condition, right? The restoration and teaching of martial arts will take place in Korea." Despite the condition, the man asked, "Looks like we'll have to stay in Korea for a while." So-eun closed his eyes and said, "I'm fine. I also want to visit this place someday." Despite the circumstances, he asked, "Anyway, it seems like we'll have to stay in Korea for a while. What do you think?" So-eun closed his eyes and said, "I'm fine. I also want to visit this place someday." She gently touched her lips and said, "And I'm also interested in a man." Hearing that, Treo Min was startled, his face turning pale as he asked, "What? A man?" He was surprised by his daughter's excited expression. The girl always said she wasn't interested in anyone weaker than herself. So who could it be? Van Long Kim? In his heart, he silently prayed, hoping his daughter and Van Long Kim would become a couple. He sighed deeply and said, "Van Long Kim seems like a good person. Maybe he carries the soul of a war god. But to perfectly master the Van Long sword technique and awaken the essence of martial arts by himself, he must have been blessed by the heavenly realm's sacred body." Treo Muin sweetly said, "So on, what do you think? If you agree, Dad will arrange for you two to live together." She replied, "Van Long Kiem does spark some interest in me," but So-on blushed and said, "I'm more interested in Oh Kangwoo." Hearing that, he was shocked. "Oh Kangwoo?" She obediently answered, "Yes." Remembering his cold image, anyone could apologize with words. Her heart raced wildly, craving an apology from Kiem Hoang. It had been a long time since she'd met someone so strong. Treo Min was a bit disappointed. Not Van Long Kiem. The plan was a bit off track. He frowned in frustration. Oh Kangwoo must be very strong, but in 10 years Van Long Kiem will catch up to him. So On would switch to liking him, but by then, it would be too late. Way too late. Treo Min's headache only grew worse. He felt really bad for that young guy. But Van Long Kiem suits So-on better. He wanted to see his daughter married before he kicked the bucket. He turned to ask his daughter's opinion. So-on, Dad thinks Van Long Kiem. She straightforwardly replied, "I don't like anyone weaker than you." Treo Muin forced a smile. "Got it." The sound of a car echoed with a challenge. "Let's see how strong he really is." The next day, at the Red Rose Guild building, Oh Kangwoo crossed his arms and asked irritably. What? He asked. You want to fight me? Treo Muin extended his hand to accept. Yeah. Standing in the training room, he asked, a duel? Why so sudden? Treo Min smiled and replied, I want to test your strength. Of course, I'm not asking you to fight me for free, he continued. Later, I promised to help you once in the name of Van Keem's sect. Kim Si Hoan looked at him worriedly and signaled. Oh Kangwoo crossed his arms, thinking, this is a good opportunity. Anyway, I want to see how strong the demon crystal really is. If the opponent is a world-class master, I can go all out. He smiled and said, this offer isn't bad. Oh Kangwoo extended his hand to accept the challenge, full of confidence. Then let's begin. I hope you can impress me. A strike flashed, clashing with the floor. His hand summoned a weapon, the power of the steel fist. Oh Kangwoo charged forward, striking directly at Treo Min. The friction of the two weapons created a sharp clash. Treo Min frowned and used force to knock him back. Oh Kangwoo tightly gripped the sickle in his hand, accepting being thrown several meters away. Treo Min immediately counterattacked. Oh Kangwoo instinctively raised the sickle to block, but Treo Muin's sword slashed past his face. The sword in his hand was quickly withdrawn and then slashed across his neck. Oh Kangwoo suddenly smiled mysteriously as an object suddenly stabbed straight at his eye. Treo Min dodged instinctively. A loud explosion rang out. Treo Min stepped aside to avoid the dust and flying debris. Kangwoo held his weapon and smirked. That was dangerous just now. Inside, he was secretly excited. The demon crystal really is amazing. He caressed his new weapon, smiling provocatively. The most outstanding things were speed, the power of hellfire, and the power of darkness. Then, activating speed with his power increased, he gripped his weapon tightly. Second was adaptability. His foot twisted to the side. Even though he wasn't using any physical enhancement power, when he struck straight at Treo Min with a strike, his strength was equivalent to when using his power. Treo Min immediately pointed his sword upward. Just as he raised it, a giant, majestic dragon appeared. His eyes showed seriousness. Treo Muin stood straight and launched a sword strike, Blue Dragon, first style, toward Oh Kangwoo's weapon. His weapon immediately showed cracks. The weapon shattered into small pieces flying past him. He snapped his fingers. Third, the fragments suddenly glowed, shocking Treo Muin. He pointed and created a huge explosion. He laughed cruelly. It was destructive power. When demon energy condenses, it also becomes a kind of weapon. Kim Si Hoan was startled and called out to Kim Hoang Soan anxiously, shouting, Dad! Suddenly a scream stopped. Treo Min's body was enveloped in a blue aura. His laughter echoed. Looks like I underestimated you. Oh Kangwoo immediately stopped smiling. His aura sent chills down his spine. This was the crazed look that made Oh Kangwoo realize the true strength of a world-class master. Treo Mi pointed his sword, his voice full of sarcasm. Now I'll fight seriously. Oh Kangwoo unleashed his true power. I want to feel that strength. He should have done this from the start. The power of the sword, the power of hellfire, the power of destruction. He squeezed the burning flame. Kangwoo held the big blade, revealing his fierce nature. A voice praised him. The bold young man, Treo Muin, asked, Who are you? Oh Kangwoo smiled and replied, Haven't you already investigated me? Everything you found must be true, so just make your move. If you want that, respect is less than obedience. All right, then I'll suddenly leave you speechless. So, On's father's phone rang. Dad Yeonju, sorry, but I have to take this call. Treo Min replied, No problem, go ahead and answer. Oh Kangwoo answered the phone. Yo, what's up? A voice asked from the other side. What's going on? Yeonju snapped loudly over the phone. Hey, I told you to wait at the guild gate already, so why aren't you here yet? She stood in the parking lot, angrily scolding. Captain Jiang Hai Unze just got back from Japan and called us, so I told you to wait for me at the Hwagang team's base on the other side. He replied helplessly, I'm not your driver. Besides, you have a car too. You give me orders, and if you don't like it, just give the car back to me. I'm helpless. I'll head there right now. Oh Kangwoo glanced at Treo Min. Got it? He smiled and said, We'll handle everything here. You go ahead. Hearing that, he got excited. Oh, thanks, man. Counting on you. He looked disappointed. Damn, too bad we can't finish this fight now. So, On, his voice dreamy, said, Kangwoo is really strong. Kim Si Hoan, eyes sparkling, said, Right? He was speechless, stepping aside. Should I be happy seeing those two so close? Although I'm not even sure if this counts as close. Treo Muin rubbed his chin, thinking carefully, I was going to threaten him a bit, but looks like I have to drop that plan until I find out his real identity. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel a very cold energy. A memory flooded back, reminding me of a dangerous ocean. I feel like it could swallow everything whole. Is there anything that could scare someone like that? At the Hwagang team headquarters, a voice echoed, Sak-su Bert sitting in the meeting room. Yeonju asked, You mean that demon that drains men's life force? Jiang Hyunza replied, Yeah, I heard the cult in Japan is trying to summon a Sak-su Bert. Someone asked, making Jiang Hyunze rub his head. What's that demon's name? He said thoughtfully. Her name is Queen Lilith. Just hearing the name makes me sweat buckets. Lilith, oh Demon King. A few minutes earlier, at the Hwagang headquarters, golden sunlight shimmered on glass reflecting the deep blue sky. Gyang Haiyun crossed his arms and introduced, "Nice to meet you all. I'm the captain of the Hwagang team, Gyang Haiyun." Oh Kangwoo stepped forward, extending his hand firmly. "I'm Oh Kangwoo," and Yeonju smiled brightly. "Long time no see." He nodded slightly. "Yeah, it's been a while, huh? Please sit." He sat down while listening. He said, "Looks like there was a big uproar in Korea." Oh Kangwoo didn't forget to glance at this guy. At that moment, Jiang Haiyun clasped his hands, face serious. "I'm sorry I couldn't help." Oh Kangwoo didn't reply, just watched closely, silently guessing his strength matches B Kang Haiyunun. He looks like the type who wouldn't bleed even if stabbed. Hearing that, Yeonju nodded too, pointing at him. "We couldn't prevent all civilian casualties, but thanks to him, everything was resolved smoothly." Jiang Haiyun spoke gently. "I also heard from Bitch Hoa On. Thank you." A moment later, Yeonju, hearing this, turned curious. "So, what's going on?" he said coldly. "I have something to discuss with everyone." She narrowed her eyes, unable to hide suspicion. "Why did you need to call us here to say that?" Before she finished, Jiang Haiyun emphasized, making her flinch. "This involves the cult." His face suddenly tensed like a stretched string, hands clasped tightly, mentioning the mysterious group. Just like in Korea, the cult forces in Japan are preparing to summon a demon. Hearing that, she immediately thought of magic circles, fanatics chanting to summon demons, like when they summoned Ox. Gyang Haiyunze nodded, confirming, "That's right, but this time it's on a much larger scale." Yeonju rubbed his chin, pondering, "Yeah, I heard the cult in Japan is way bigger than in Korea." At that moment, Beach Hwa On, overhearing their conversation, wondered, "Did the Japanese government ask for our help?" Gyang Haiyun looked over, confirming the media still doesn't know, but the situation is pretty serious. Just then, Yeonju suddenly reminded to an important but confusing name. "But in Japan, there's the world-class master Fujimoto Jomer. Does he really need our help?" Gyang Hyunze calmly explained. "In Japan, besides Jomer, not many players have proven their skills yet. Another reason is that Korea has already dealt with the demon cult." Yeonju sighed, rubbing his tired hands, looking exhausted. "The incident at Gayu just happened not long ago, yet they're planning to summon another demon." She sighed, wondering which demon they intended to summon this time. While they were talking, no one noticed Kangwoo. He sat silently nearby, a twisted smile creeping onto his lips. "A demon? Perfect." Kangwoo grinned with interest, as images of the two monsters from before flashed through his mind. His demon power hadn't increased these past few days, but if he could swallow a few demons like last time, it would rise a bit. He could tempt them to summon a demon and then feast on it. Yeonju's eyes flickered with curiosity as he asked Jiang Haiyun, "Do you know what demon they're trying to summon?" He slowly hesitated, as if trying to piece together scattered fragments. "That demon is..." Jung Hee-eun's voice cut through Kangwoo's excited thoughts, making him flinch slightly. "The Queen of Super Scars was its name." Yeonju frowned, sounding bored. "Super Scar? Is that the demon that drains men's life force?" He nodded firmly. "The demon the cult in Japan is trying to summon is a Super Scar." Kangwoo's mind spun, cold sweat pouring down as the conversation echoed. Every word dug deep into his consciousness. What's the demon's name? Its name. At that moment, Jiang Haiyun's deep voice said, "Li Li." Just then, a chair crashed to the floor, followed by a piercing scream that shattered the tense atmosphere. "Damn, the demon's still here." Yeonju turned, frowning and angrily shouted, "You scared me. What's going on? Is something wrong?" Kangwoo suddenly jumped up, slamming his hand hard on the table, lips moving as if mumbling something at all costs. Yeonju tilted his head in confusion, eyes glancing at Kangwoo's hand, unconsciously clenched, white-knuckled. What did he just say? At that moment, Kangwoo looked up, eyes bloodshot, shining with cold, murderous intent. "I will stop this summoning ritual no matter what." Memories of his days in hell were as clear as if they happened just yesterday. Lilith, during my time in hell, was one of my closest subordinates. Along with Ba, they were the two powerful arms of the Demon King. If Ba Blacker represented strength at the level of a great wonder, every time he stood before me, he'd rub his hands excitedly. "My Lord Demon King, where shall we destroy today?" Unlike Ba's wild recklessness, Lilith led the Demon King's army with her supreme intelligence, and she was clingy. My Demon King. She was my official wife. Lilith's tentacles wriggled in front of Kangwoo, then whispered, "Tonight I will come find you in bed." Every time I saw her, Kangwoo felt like he had trypophobia, screaming and running away. After being defeated by a great wonder and losing all power, it was thanks to Lilith's help that I overcame that crisis, so I swore to marry her. But since then, I've been like prey hunted down. After marrying, Almost every night, Lilith would sneak into my bedroom, her tentacles stretched out searching. My Demon King, where are you? I had to risk dodging her tentacles to escape. Kangwoo, determined, said he couldn't go back to that life. His eyes sparkled with resolve. For Earth's sake, we must stop this demon summoning at all costs. Yeonju frowned, looking at his ridiculous expression. What's wrong with him? Witnessing this, Jiang Hyeun nodded approvingly. Just like what I heard from Bi Hua-eun, your righteous spirit is strong. But you're still doubtful. Did you eat something bad? Kangwoo ignored him, turning to Jiang Hyeunze, curious. First, can you tell us what's going on in Japan? Hearing this request, he laughed and warned, you must not reveal this outside. The atmosphere suddenly tightened. Jiang Hyeunze bowed his head, speaking each word heavily. Currently, Kujosaki Yoji has been kidnapped by the demon cult. As soon as the words dropped, Bi Hua-eun jumped up like a spring, stunned. Kujosaki Yoji? Yeonju couldn't hide his surprise. Is that true? The conversation continued tensely. Why did the cult kidnap her? We still don't know the reason. However, unlike everyone's worry, Kangwoo leaned in, whispering to Yeonju. Who is Kujosaki Yoji? She was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it. You don't know her? Yeonju sighed softly, eyes staring into the distance, as if recalling old memories. The day the incident happened last year, she slowly told about a strange red circle appearing midair, spinning as if swallowing the surrounding light. A level gate appeared in Sappo. At that moment, from inside, a giant hand with sharp claws reached out. They rushed out, turning the streets into a sea of blood. At that time, powerful monsters pouring from the gate killed countless Japanese citizens, and the whole country was nearly paralyzed. In that desperate moment, when everything seemed to sink into hell, she appeared heavenly maiden Kuosaki Yazi, pulling the country back from the brink of destruction. It was her, the granddaughter of the Japanese emperor, who gave huge support to Japanese players and saved Japan from collapse by pushing the monsters back all the way to Hokkaido. At that time, Hokkaido was still a restricted area, but thanks to that incident, she became the pillar of Japan. Yeonju turned to emphasize, not only that, her power is incredible. Kangwoo was curious. What is her ability? A skill not everyone has, the godly form. It is the ability to grant others the power of gods from Japanese legends. The pure white eyes of Jo were also created by her power. Hearing her detailed explanation, Kangwoo rubbed his chin, somewhat thoughtful, his mind gradually piecing everything together. The demon cult kidnapped someone with the power of a god's descent. It must be related somehow. Suddenly he was startled. A thought flashed. The legend? A series of names appeared in Kangwoo's mind. Now thinking back, the names of the 7 great wonders, Lucifer, Satan, Baan, Lasin, Bigo, Mammon, Modius, seemed quite familiar because they come from the story of the 7 deadly sins. Kangwoo pondered deeply. If those names were passed down as mythology due to influence from another world, then maybe Kuzosaki YJ's power is not a godly form. A bold hypothesis arose in his mind, but the ability to summon the power of beings from another dimension. He squinted, the pieces gradually fitting together. If that's the case, then I understand why the demon cult wants to summon Lilith. The reason they target her is because Lilith's power is illusion and control. The demon cult's goal is that power. Ending his train of thought, Kangwoo turned to Jiang Hyeunze. How many people can we mobilize? He clasped his hands together, looking calm. The Japanese government wants to hide the fact that the celestial maiden was kidnapped. We have to act secretly, so the maximum is 7 people. Hearing the number 7, he smiled slightly, raising his hand to count his fingers. So 4 people here, plus Captain Hyunwoo makes 5, leaving 2 spots left. He looked up and asked, how will we move? Having already planned in his head, Jiang Hyeunze immediately reported that the plane was waiting at the airport, but it seemed unreasonable. So Kangwoo casually spoke up, making Jiang Hyeunze flinch slightly. The airport is too far, I'll ask Echidna. His words made the man frown. Doubts flooded his mind. Echidna. At that moment, a shadow tore through the wind, soaring into the sky, piercing through layers of clouds. Echidna's speed was like a jet, carrying on its back a huge purple orb, wrapped tightly in a large membrane, like a protective cocoon. The wind whistled past ears as it circled the sky. Yeonju curiously tapped lightly on the membrane, smiling with interest, asking, since when did you prepare this? Kangwoo crossed his arms over his chest, calmly replied, I've ridden on it before. He spoke nonchalantly, so I thought it would be great if more people could ride together. At that moment, Bitch Hoa On anxiously called Captain Hyunwoo. Jiang Hyun also looked over, trembling, covering his mouth, sighing. There's no other way, just try to endure it a bit. Echidna glanced at the one struggling on her back, threatening, if you dare to puke on me, I'll throw you to the ground. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching his attention. Kangwoo. She placed a hand on his chest, eyes showing a hint of hesitation. Can I come along? Wouldn't it be better to send Kim Sion or Teo instead? Mentioning those 2 names, he shook his head firmly. No, this time your help will be very useful. She nodded. Memories of her skills suddenly flashed in his mind. Because she has the blessing of light, my demon power has already increased by hundreds, and with her blessing, the effect will be huge. After circling like a fancy fish for a while, Echidna called out excitedly. When the destination was near, Kangwoo, we've arrived. But when looking down at the scene below, his eyes widened in shock. Sabo! From above, Kangwoo observed the once bustling streets. Now only piles of wreckage remained. The devastation was real, but moving just a few meters, he stopped. A monster appeared, then another, hiding in the shadows with thick, spiked horned shells. So this is it. Observing from Echidna's back, Kangwoo realized the obvious truth. The city had lost control over the monsters. The scene before him made Kangwoo stand silently, his gaze contemplative as he looked down, the teleport gate spinning violently, demon power spreading throughout the station. The summoning ritual had already begun. Not daring to delay, Kangwoo withdrew a cold glare, turning to the group behind him, still struggling from the bumpy journey, calling Captain Jiang Hai Unze. Are they planning to perform a demon summoning ritual in Sapo? Over here, still facing Guanmo, voice worried, do you want to be blessed? And Jiang Haiyan, hearing his name called, frowned slightly, then nodded, confirming the Japanese government thought so too. Hearing this, his sharp eyes scanned the chaotic scene below. We don't have much time. Then he looked down at the crowd gathering below, considering the current situation, so just join the Japanese team first, at the Sabobzo base of Japan. At that time, a man from below looked up, a sly smile curling on his lips. Looks like our guests have arrived. Prime Minister Gia Ma was surprised, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the surroundings. Where? Just as the question ended, a pair of legs radiating dense demonic energy slowly landed on the ground. At the same time, Kangwoo's group also landed one after another at the Sabobzo base. As soon as the guards saw them, they immediately raised their guns. Who are you guys? But someone stepped forward, waving a hand to stop them. At the same time, he broke into a warm smile. Captain Jiang Haiyun quickly stepped forward, raising both hands to shake repeatedly. I didn't think you'd get here this fast. Thank you. Jiang Haiyun calmly squeezed his hand gently, replying, No problem, Prime Minister Jia Ma. Our two countries are neighbors, so helping each other is just natural. Hearing these words made him laugh with delight. I'm always surprised when I hear you speak Japanese so fluently. Seeing the two of them chatting happily, Kangwoo didn't understand a word, so he held the little girl tightly in his arms. Jia len ichi na, use your language magic. The little girl nodded softly, magical energy spreading, creating invisible ripples in the air. Yes, that also successfully caught their attention. Jamada pushed his glasses up slightly, his sharp eyes glancing back with curiosity. The people behind him were Gyanghai Unze, speaking calmly but unable to hide his pride. They are players who agreed to help us with the mission to purge the demon cult and rescue the hostages. I can assure you they are very strong. Amid the magic-filled atmosphere, Yeonju suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in surprise. How do I suddenly understand Japanese? The little girl smiled proudly, patting her chest lightly. It's all thanks to my magic. Meanwhile, Sioa glanced around unconsciously. Where did those two go? Ignoring their showboating, Jamda was silent for a moment, then slowly said, If you say so, I'll trust you. Moments later, someone stepped forward, speaking in a calm voice. Prime Minister, may I greet them? Jamada Da suddenly realized he forgot to introduce an important person, hesitated briefly, then quickly nodded. Sorry, you come over here. With a bright smile, he stepped forward, extending his hand to greet. It's an honor to meet everyone. I'm Fujimoto Jomer, a world-class master chef. Fujimoto Jomer. He smiled warmly, facing Gyang Hyunze. First of all, I want to thank you for agreeing to help us this time. Hearing that, Kangwoo also paid close attention to the newcomer, Fujimoto Jomer, one of the world's top chefs, right? At the same time, Jayumo's dreamy eyes flashed a sharp gaze, scanning everyone as if evaluating them. Didn't expect him to be so proactive in helping another country. Over here, Oh Kangwoo was also observing more carefully and suddenly noticed something unusual. Looks like those are Sue's eyes. Soon, Jumo slowly walked toward the group, his expression much more relaxed. I feel very relieved seeing everyone. Kangwoo hugged Yi Chit Na, calmly replying, no need for formalities. But his eyes couldn't hide seriousness. He smiled softly, quickly steering the conversation back to the main topic. We don't know when the demon summoning ritual will happen, and shouldn't we know more details about this plan? Receiving this request, Jumo squinted, the fan in his hand fluttering slightly, covering half his face, agreeing that he was right. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the area, kicking up dust and debris flying everywhere. Dia Mei waved his hand, the wind around him gathered, swirling, then gradually forming a giant map that appeared behind him. Now, I will explain everything. A while later, at Sapbo, the place was plunged into chaos. Monsters flooded the streets, roaring in fury. Ichi-na clasped her hands, a fierce purple magical energy swirling violently in her small palms. In just a moment, she unleashed that power straight at the disgusting creatures. Just that alone made them scream, clutch their throats, coughing as if burning from the inside, raising their hands, writhing as if begging for mercy. In a corner, Kangwoo and Seoa silently observed the situation. He stood still, cold eyes scanning the battlefield, watching two teammates sweeping through the enemies. A demon golem from the second hell layer, plus a fierce red monster with a snarling mouth trapped tightly by magical chains, writhing to escape, and a tiger-like creature from the third hell layer. Oh Kangwoo observed all, his brows slightly furrowed. How did the demon cult summon and control them? Down here, Yeonju was straining with all his might, gripping the chains on the monster, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly, "Hey, Kangwoo, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping us?" Yeonju's hoarse voice made him sigh, thinking, "Forget it, that doesn't matter now." Then he spoke instructions. "Koa, use the light's grace." She quickly obeyed the order. "Got it, Kangwoo, the grace of light." Immediately, the system announced, "Receive the grace of light. Your physical and magical resistance stats have increased by 300. Your unique demon power stat has increased by 3. Oh Kangwoo was delighted, watching the streaks of fortune spread across his body. Just as he thought, the effect of this grace is much stronger. My current demon power stat is 106. Kangwoo was excited, clenching his fist tightly, feeling the power surge inside him. Then I should try it right now. The power of Fire Jade, the power of the core. In an instant, fierce magical flames erupted, engulfing the monster in a firestorm. The creature roared in agony, its body twisting as it was burned bit by bit. Even Yeonju had to grit his teeth, focusing to create a shield to withstand the impact, feeling the scorching heat sweep over his skin. The power was terrifying, but then she suddenly hesitated, a thought flashing through her mind. Wait, this won't do. Yeonju's anger flared up again, shouting angrily, "Kangwoo, are you two out of your minds?" Hyumo just sat there with that face, only able to smile awkwardly. Meanwhile, Yeonju kept yelling. "Around here, there are people, so why did you use that move?" Not caring about the rage ahead, Kangwoo crossed his arms over his chest, smirking, feeling proud. "Huh. See, you're really useful for this mission." Seo stood beside him, eyes shining bright with excitement that she couldn't hide. "With this insane power, we're definitely gonna wipe out those monsters around the station." Kangwoo furrowed his brow slightly, but since earlier, he felt this weird unease creeping in. Suddenly, a sound echoed in his mind like a distant memory. Their plan goes like this. The image of Jumo standing in front of a map, tapping lightly on it with a fan in his hand. Right now, Sop Bozo is crawling with Majiao monsters. We're gonna split into two teams, Korean and Japanese. The Majiao have no intel on you guys, so your presence there will throw them into chaos. He skimmed over the map, stopping at 2 red-marked points. We'll use that confusion, and one person will infiltrate the ritual inside. Hearing this, Jiang Hyun squinted, curious. Jumo nodded slightly, without hesitation. "Of course. I'm not gonna dump such a dangerous task on you guys." He placed a hand on his chest, his voice hoarse but confident. "I'll take on this mission myself." Remembering the image of Jumo standing tall made Kangwoo even more annoyed as he crossed his arms and frowned, unable to hide his disgust. He says that, but he probably just wants to play the hero. When the hell is that Fujimoto guy gonna show up? On the other side, Yeonju was so pissed off at Kangwoo's cold shoulder that he was practically choking. "How dare you ignore me? You two just stand there and wait." Sensing trouble, COA anxiously tugged Kangwoo's arm to warn him. Kangwoo, Yeonju is coming this way." But he didn't care, lost deep in his endless thoughts. "We need to find out where the ritual is happening before that guy can stop it." Just as Yeonju clenched his fists, ready to take those two down, a massive explosion rocked the whole area, making her jump, nearly losing her pounding heart, eyes wide in shock as she stared at the towering black smoke. What the hell was that? Kangwoo looked up too, speechless inside. That Diuma guy sure knows how to make an entrance. Then he stepped into the red circle at his feet, deep in thought about whether to follow him. Red veins spread across the ground, radiating powerful dark energy. But then Sai was shocked, eyes wide as she looked into the distance. "Is that Dimu?" Yeonju muttered irritably. "He's late." Only Kangwoo stayed silent, eyes blazing red, veins bulging tensely on his face. The area was packed with demonic energy, making it hard to see clearly. Instantly, he activated his probing technique, the power of Quanvong. After scanning for a while, Kangwoo finally spotted Dima gliding past 7 monsters. There he is. Is that where the ritual's happening? But suddenly, Kangwoo's eyes flashed brilliantly, eerie blue light flaring up, sharp blades of energy tearing through the air, slicing the monsters, blocking his path. Just as I thought, weird as hell. It cut through each one, destroying them instantly. Even though we caused a lot of chaos, Kangwoo watched Dime glide through the monster corpses like a gust of wind, puzzled. So why haven't we seen a single Ma Jiao member? Seconds later, he grinned with delight. Ah, so that's how it is. COA behind him was confused by Kangwoo's wild gestures. What do you mean by that? Kangwoo and Yeonju were no exception. She crossed her arms impatiently. What are you talking about? Tell us already. Hanoi's not in a rush. Kangwoo calmly raised his hand, sweeping the surroundings. Judging by the amount of demonic energy here, this place has to be where the Ma Jiao are performing the summoning ritual. No time to waste. He clenched his fist, summoning his power, the force of heavenly might, then tightened his fist further, eyes blazing with killing intent, the power of destructive vacuum. Without hesitation, Kangwoo poured all his strength into a strike, smashing the ground hard, shock waves spreading, the earth cracking apart in chunks, making both of them scream in terror. Yeonju was caught off guard by this move, eyes wide with anger, yelling, "You crazy bastard! What the hell are you doing?" C gasped in shock, calling out Kangwoo's name after his self-destruct move. Yeonju hurried over, anxiously inspecting the huge crater just made, eyes filled with concern. "Are you okay?" Kangwoo hadn't answered yet. When COA cut in with a calm but firmer tone, Kangwoo's fine. Below, a masked figure stood frozen like stone after Kangwoo's earth-shattering strike. Two Ma Jiao henchmen immediately drew their weapons, on high alert. "Who are you?" The other one looked shocked. "How did you find us?" Seeing their panic, Kangwoo and his team looked down, all of them flashing sharp eyes in the darkness. A cruel smile slowly spread across his face. "Gotcha." A red mask rolled on the cold ground. Bloodstains scattered around, remnants of the recent battle. She rushed over, voice full of worry, seeing Kangwoo standing silently between two corpses. "Hey, Kangwoo! Kangwoo!" Yeonju also approached excitedly, eyes sparkling with delight. "So, you found the Ma Jiao's hideout. Let's go," she quickly added, unable to hide her eagerness. Kangwoo, I'm coming too." But suddenly, Kangwoo growled, making them freeze in place. "Neither of you is coming with me." He jerked his chin upward, referring to the ongoing battle. "There are still plenty of monsters up there. Someone has to distract them." The two glanced at each other, reluctantly admitting he had a point. That's true. But then Eat Na suddenly appeared on this side, in a voice full of worry. Kangwoo." Mr. Kangwoo turned to the girl with surprise. "What's wrong?" Ina pursed her lips, recalling the moment he lost control earlier. Seriously warning, "You can't be like last time again." Then, the girl raised her pinky finger, eyes full of expectation. "You promise me, okay?" That reminder made Mr. Kangwoo hesitate, unleashing his demonic power, silently calculating in his mind, "Probably this time I won't have to use it." Then he smiled and nodded in agreement. "All right then." As soon as he finished speaking, his feet slowly lifted off the ground. The next moment, Mr. Kangwoo activated his skill. Wings appeared behind him, the power of the sky. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward like an arrow. "I'm out of here." Scene shifts to two gatekeepers of the demon cult. They were freaking out seeing a shadow rushing toward them. "Who the hell is that?" the other shouted urgently. "Stop him now." At that moment, from inside Mr. Kangwoo's sleeve, a sharp blade flashed. He sliced past them, the sword cutting through the air, each strike dropping one of them. After clearing the entrance, Mr. Kangwoo glanced back at the pile of bodies at his feet, judging. They seem weaker than the demon cult members in Korea. The cultists trembled, raising their hands as if begging. "Boss, we can't let him get through here." This made him frown in doubt. Why are they risking their lives like this? While Mr. Kangwoo was deep in thought, a sound echoed. "Are these guys loyal knights or what?" Voices came from inside a chamber, flashing red light, cloaks fluttering, the Demon Queen logo glowing bright like LED signs. "Keep shouting. Everyone, the day has finally come when we worship our true God." Standing on a high platform, Akiyama Yi Dao raised his hand, dark energy swirling, charms surrounding Kwo Saki Yogi. His voice echoed like a hype man. "We don't need to crave what's on the other side of the screen anymore." His call made the demon cult below so hyped they roared like a disturbed beehive. "Our faith will transcend even this dimension." Below, every arm raised high, spirits blazing, he continued passionately. "Our target is Lilith, the demon queen of lust." The followers buzzed like they'd just gotten a spiritual boost. "Please give it your all." Cardinal Akiyama, even if it means death, shouted out, "We won't regret it." But amid the frenzy, someone standing at the back suddenly flinched. He darted his eyes, suddenly noticing a stranger behind Cardinal Akiyama. "There's an intruder." Meanwhile, Mr. Kangwoo stood to the side, warming his hands as if shooing them away. "You guys keep going." Looking at the oddly enthusiastic crowd, he was speechless. "Give me some time to think." In his head, guessing wildly, "Are these guys really demon cult members?" Mr. Kangwoo glanced at one of them. This guy smiled excitedly. "Leave it to us." He was confused. Since they're cultists, they should be full of greed and madness, yet they kept chanting non-stop. "Please continue the summoning ritual." Mr. Kangwoo glanced at the fanatics, his gaze stopping on the items hanging from their mirror bars. Actually, this wasn't much different from greed and madness at all. Then slow footsteps approached, each step thudding firmly on the ground. No one could just stand by and do nothing. Hearing this voice, Mr. Kangwoo looked up in surprise to listen. A love blossomed amid oppression and crisis. He gripped the red leather whip tightly, passionately. Such a love. Wouldn't it burn even fiercer? Behind the steel-willed followers, it sounded like they'd just witnessed the truth. No wonder he was the cardinal. The one leading the flock was the cardinal of the Japanese branch of the demon cult, Aki Ma Yi Dao. Seeing the ridiculousness of the cultists, Mr. Kangwoo frowned with hesitation hard to hide. You guys, you want to summon the demon queen of lust because, before he could finish, the guy jumped in, making Mr. Kangwoo curious. Aren't all men in this world craving lust? Aki Yi Dao paused, then imagined a demon queen so seductive he blushed with excitement. Oh, you want even more? That's what everyone wants. Hearing these annoying words, Mr. Kangwoo lowered his head, muttering as if questioning himself. Lust? Then he spoke again, full of irritation. You guys are craving lust again? Aki Amayidao laughed, proud as if just praised for his noble ideals. Exactly. Before he could finish, Mr. Kangwoo vanished from his spot, activated super speed power, charging at our faith. In a flash, his knee slammed straight into the guy's face. You guys! Mr. Kangwoo glared at Akimasa Ikidao, flying backward, rolling several times before headfirst hitting the ground. Are you only thinking with your lower half? The followers were stunned, eyes wide as if wanting to pop out, stammering. The cardinal, he defeated the leader with just one move. He continued, don't underestimate hell like that. Then Mr. Kangwoo recalled the true form of the demon queen of lust. Eyes wide, voice harsh. She's nothing like what you imagine. But the cultists didn't think much, only knowing the opponent was a target to eliminate, rushing in to stop him and protect the cardinal. Mr. Kangwoo didn't bother dodging, delivering a straight kick to the leader's face, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. The others charged in and were met with a powerful uppercut, each body collapsing like tattered scarecrows, blood splattering everywhere. Only two of the most loyal stood blocking Akiyama Ma Ikidao. He stubbornly shouted, don't stop, keep pushing forward. Akiyama Ikidao groaned as he got up, face swollen but still loud enough to shout, you guys are no match for him. He raised his hand to command, voice full of pride. Everyone, run now, I'll hold him here. As soon as he finished, the cult members immediately shook. Leader, we can't do that. Akima Iki took a deep breath, calming them with an incredible passion. Don't worry, even if my body falls here, our faith, our dreams, the followers were moved to tears. Some even sniffled, like they just heard a powerful speech, but Kangwoo felt nauseous, grimacing with disgust, crossing his arms as he looked at the fanatics in front of him. Nonsense to the max. You guys kidnap others to use as sacrifices, your faith is just ridiculous. Seeing his uncooperative attitude, Akima Iki got furious, clenching his fists tight, spitting everywhere. Don't insult our faith, but just a second later, he froze when Kangwoo stepped forward with cold eyes. Without hesitation, he activated all his powers at once. The power of the sword, the power of explosion, the power of destruction, and then he roared, throwing a devastating punch, channeling all his strength into the giant blade, charging straight ahead. If those beliefs mean that much to you, then go ahead and die for them. Akima Iki saw the attack coming, his face turning pale as he rushed forward. No way, he was aiming for the time-space crack. Because he couldn't dodge in time, he had to stand in the way. But the strike was too strong. It pierced right through his body, making him cough up blood, collapsing in pain. At the call of the fanatics, the Scarlet Leader, the cult screamed when they saw him fall to the ground. Leader? One of them gritted his teeth, furious. Damn it. Then that guy shouted, I'll fight him. The rest, take the leader. Before he finished, Kangwoo smirked. Killing intent flared up. A heavy pressure descended, darkness spreading behind him like a beast ready to pounce. All of you, get out of here now. They immediately bowed their heads. Dongthan said, yes, sir. The cult hurriedly carried Akima Iki away, not daring to look back even once. Kangwoo muttered, wings suddenly spreading wide behind him. I want to kill them all too, but he dashed toward the wide-open time gate. No time to waste on those crazies. Standing before the swirling crack, Kangwoo raised both hands, frowning, thinking, this is a bit dangerous. He focused all his power, gripping the edge of the space, trying to close it. As if combining energy from the demon crystal and divine power, he strained, pulling the two time fragments toward each other. The crack began to shrink, a sly smile spreading across his lips. All right, Kangwoo gripped tighter on both sides, the time-space crack closing. Just keep this up, but things weren't that easy. Suddenly, a black tentacle shot out from the demon crack. It slithered forward, gripping Kangwoo's arm tightly. Then a bunch of other tentacles poured out, clutching his arms, squeezing hard, like they wouldn't let go. His face paled, stiffening. That feeling, the tentacles twisted and pulled harder, trying to pry the crack open. A haunting voice echoed from the pitch-black void. I'm coming right now, my demon king. That disgusting voice sent chills down Kangwoo's spine, sweat pouring down. Don't come here. Kangwoo gritted his teeth, dodging the tentacles swinging from the crack. Damn it. Just one tentacle is enough to make me sick. Now there's a whole bunch. He tried his best. Even the demon crystal's power was running low. But he hesitated for a moment. He had to call the teleport gate. At that moment, the memory of Ekit Na's warning flashed in his mind. You shouldn't do it again. It'll be dangerous. Kangwoo frowned. True. He also recalled the terrifying moment when Lilith's tentacles caressed him. He really didn't want to meet Lilith again, but he also didn't want to risk his life to stop her. A dark, demonic energy rose from his body. Kangwoo roared, unleashing his power, sealing the gate tightly with the gluttonous power. Doing what he could was enough. A bunch of demonic teeth from his magic emerged, biting the tentacles, trying to hold onto the crack. Now, it was demon power. He just needed to absorb the demon power with the gluttonous power and transfer it to the demon crystal. The stone inside Kangwoo's body vibrated, growing stronger. The system announced the demon crystal was big enough to meet the conditions for the demon extreme delay. Data lines quickly appeared before his eyes. Demon extreme delay, initially becoming a demon god. Condition 1, demon power reaching 60% complete. Condition 2, perfect continuation of 3 or more powers complete. Condition 3, forming a demon crystal of a certain size complete. Then the stone inside Kangwoo shattered. All conditions to achieve demon extreme delay were fulfilled. At that moment, his body began to transform. The system shouted, "Your body is undergoing transformation." Kangwoo was annoyed. Why now of all times? He gritted his teeth, eyes glowing red, pupils turning black, a smirk curling on his lips. No, if it's come to this, I should take advantage of it. He squeezed tighter. If he focused all the demon power from the demon crystal into this crack, finally Kangwoo could seal the crack in his palm. Let's do this. But just as he finished, a massive force exploded from the crack, throwing him far away. Kangwoo fell to the ground, panting but secretly relieved it was sealed. Lilith was almost here. He vaguely looked at his hand. When the system rang out, transformation of Demon Extreme Delay was complete. All stats increased by 5 points. He realized this was Demon Extreme Delay. Huh? Besides feeling the demon power from the demon crystal spreading through his body, he didn't notice much change. Then a new notification popped up, startling Kangwoo. Because of the extreme demon delay achievement, the 6th superpower trait was fully ignited, feeling like power was exploding inside. Kangwoo immediately jumped up, full of excitement. Awesome, the 6th superpower has always been a mystery, and I finally unlocked it. The info reads as follows. The 6th superpower, Demon Sealed Rank S effect, can create equipment with the trait to absorb power from outside the gene mold itself. The more power used in the crafting process, the stronger the equipment becomes. However, to create legendary level equipment or higher, you need to add materials of that rank. You can only make one piece of equipment with the demon sealed trait, and if you make another, the previous one will be destroyed. Skimming through a bunch, Kangwoo wondered, legendary level or higher. He closed his eyes, recalling the high-level gear he owned. Materials of the same rank means I need at least some legendary materials to start. But right now, I only have legendary level equipment. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Wait a minute. Oh Kangwoo turned to look at Kosaki Yo, still unconscious on the stone slab, mumbling legendary equipment. Then Kangwoo placed his hand on the stand, slowly stood up and looked at her thoughtfully. Did the Heavenly Witch mention that I could craft legendary equipment using the godly form power? Right after, memories of Jumo's eye skill came back. That must be it, because the equipment used by world-class hunters was created by it. While Kangwoo was still mumbling, a sudden explosion rang out. So I should take her outside immediately. Just then, floating legs appeared with a calm voice. So the summoning ritual area is down here, not up there. And it's Fuji Motogamer. He smiled, flying in the air, curious. But what's going on here? He frowned, looking at Kangwoo. This doesn't seem like the Korean player's activity area, so what are you doing here? At that moment, Oh Kangwoo was carrying Kujosaki Yo, casually shrugging like it was nothing. He tilted his head and smirked. I'm here to rescue the kidnapped Heavenly Witch. Fujimoto Mo landed, eyes sharp with suspicion. You mean you left your area without notifying anyone? He was confused. Confirming their role isn't just a distraction? Me going to the basement doesn't mean I left my area, right? He squinted, voice a bit harsh. If so, before you could finish, Kangwoo stepped forward, cutting him off. There's no demon up there, so I came down here. Besides, I can't notify you with just some suspicious info. He sighed, shaking his head in frustration. I'm just trying to prove my contribution, not waste more time. Oh Kangwoo strode past Fujimotogamer. Well, I'll be going first. A smug smile flickered on his lips. No reason to care about that guy at all. Leaving, he muttered happily. I wonder if I can pay with some legendary equipment. 1, 2, or maybe 3 pieces? Suddenly a sound startled him. Fujimotodi Mo clenched a white orb, voice serious, emergency situation. He shouted like a disaster was about to fall. A cultist has infiltrated the Korean player faction. Fuji Motodi Mo casually accused, making Kangwoo freeze, still holding Kujosaki Yo in his arms, stunned. The guy has kidnapped a woman. Current location is the basement corridor, requesting immediate backup. Under the night sky, behind the cold iron door, beneath Tokyo, Kangwoo was now handcuffed, sitting on the exclusive player campsite. A voice explained, that was the mana restriction device. Kujosaki placed a fan over his mouth, looking amused. I used it to prevent you from escaping before the trial. Hearing this, Kangwoo looked up, shocked. Trial? He squinted smugly, confirming the trial was scheduled for tomorrow. Fujimoto Mo imagined him wearing the demon control mask at the trial. You cult rat. You kidnapped the witch to steal her power, then placed your hand on the door. Sarcastic. You can request a lawyer, but I doubt anyone here wants to defend you. Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo spoke up. Hey, I muttered 5 of them. This made Fujimotomo frown confused. What? Kangwoo gave a sinister smile. The number of mistakes you made? Kangwoo emphasized again. I've made 5 mistakes already. Fujimotomo sneered, raising an eyebrow in disdain. 5 times. Imagine that. Looking at Kangwoo like he pitied a man about to fall into hell. You're pathetic, only spouting useless words like that. You seem pretty relaxed, huh? Then slammed the door, not forgetting to throw back a line. Hope you stay that way when the trial starts. Kangwoo curled his lips. Trial? I gotta hurry. Back to the moment Kangwoo was captured. Yeonju was stunned. Kangwoo, what happened? Seoa shouted in panic. Kangwoo! After hearing Fujimotogam's accusation, Yeonju couldn't hold back his anger. What are you saying? He's a cult spy? No way it's him, he laughed. That's really surprising, huh? Fujimoto Mo calmly pulled Prime Minister Yamada, voice calm but full of implications. I don't believe it either. Until he kidnapped the witch, I never thought the cult's hand in Japan could reach another country. But I witnessed it myself, and Prime Minister Yamada saw it too. Meanwhile, Kangwoo smiled brightly, opposite to the tense atmosphere. But Yeonju couldn't hold his anger, raising his hand to activate a skill. That bastard! She tightened her grip on the weapon, stepping forward to threaten, keep babbling and see what happens. Seeing this, Oh Kangwoo quickly tried to calm her down. Yeonju, chill out, I'll be back. But she was still fired up, going crazy, yelling, how the hell can you come back? They just want to wipe you out right now. He kept reassuring her, calm down. Have I ever told everyone everything would be fine and then broken my promise? Hearing that, Yeonju's father stiffened and sighed. No, you haven't. Meanwhile, C looked worriedly at Oh Kangwoo. Are you really coming back? Oh Kangwoo nodded with a determined look. Of course. So everyone, wait here with Ina. And that was his promise. Reality pulled Oh Kangwoo back. He took a deep breath, thinking, I gotta get everything ready right now. Then his soul quietly slipped out of his body, dissolving into the night with magic power. The energy slipped through the bars, crawling out like a ghost. Fujimoto's first mistake outside. The magic condensed into swirling purple light, forming a shape. Seconds later, Oh Kangwoo's figure appeared, arms crossed, looking proud. The mana limiter device didn't work on him, because demon power and mana are basically totally different. Then, he took a deep breath and muttered, time to move on, time to use a bigger grudge to pay back an old debt. In that moment, Oh Kangwoo's figure blurred, purple wings spread wide, and in a blink, he soared across Tokyo's sky, ready to return lethal intent with lethal intent. The next day, at Tokyo Court, a crowd gathered, ready for the trial. Fujimoto sat in his seat, looking annoyed, clicking his tongue, not expecting the trial to be this late, hoping it would end soon. In his head, he was already imagining holding Yaki Yodi's hand walking down the aisle. Once this is over, I'll be the hero who saves the beauty. If I'm lucky, maybe I'll even get to marry her. Thinking that, he couldn't help but smirk triumphantly, eyes glancing toward the opposite side. Let's see. Over there, Oh Kangwoo's group was radiating murderous intent, looking like they wanted to tear someone apart, while he acted as if nothing was going on, bored enough to yawn lazily like he was just taking a stroll. They looked pretty pissed off. One day wasn't enough for them to do anything. Forget that side. Fujimoto dreamed of turning to the supreme position full of confidence. Of course, I've got everything ready and bribed the judge already. But something felt off, making Fujimoto dream narrow his eyes. Judge Okito, who had helped him a lot before, now looked pale, hands trembling. Fujimoto dream was puzzled. Why is he shaking so much? He doesn't seem well. Is that why the trial is late? At that moment, Hoaku Haitu tried to clear his throat, stammering like something was stuck in his throat. First, prosecutor, please present your testimony against defendant Oh Kangwoo. A four-eyed guy stood up, nodding seriously. Yes, the defendant is a Korean citizen who participated in the rescue. He pushed up his glasses, flipping through documents like reading a financial report. During the rescue, he went against the pre-arranged strategies and descended underground where the demon summoning ritual was happening to assist. After Zhao Mo arrived and defeated the demon sect, Oh kidnapped Kusosaki Yoji and tried to escape. As the accusation ended, a furious shout rang out. That bastard. What nonsense is this? It was Yeonjo's father. She slammed the table in anger, murderous aura flaring. Oh, Kangwoo kidnapped? Don't talk nonsense. Seeing this, those around hurried to hold her back. She still couldn't stand the blame and shouted louder, "Don't stop me." Hoaku Hai to ignored the chaos and continued. The defendant seems to have no defense lawyer. Right after that, Chitna Han quickly raised her hand. I want to be the defense lawyer. But he didn't even pay attention to the girl, looking straight at Oh Kangwoo. Do you have anything to say? Behind him, someone signaled Ina to be quiet. Oh Kangwoo just smiled and replied briefly, I'm not part of the demon sect. This straightforward answer stunned OAQ. Hi to, blinking repeatedly. Is that all? Oh Kangwoo didn't think much and answered, yes. Witnessing this genuine moment, Fujimoto D-Dream was so pleased he almost laughed. He just said that? This guy's dumber than I thought. On the judge's side, Hoaku Ho kept questioning, clearing her throat, maintaining a serious expression. Then, so, witness, please give your testimony. Hearing this, Fujimoto D's lips involuntarily curled up. This is victory, I've won this trial. Of course, how could I lose? Seconds later, he recalled his plan. Every detail perfect. The witnesses here are to support me. In memory, Fujimoto Jomer held the communication orb, pretending urgency. I'm underground. I need reinforcements. Anyone. His first witness was the most influential person in Japan. Thinking of his top-notch plan, he glanced at Prime Minister Gamada. The man was trembling fearfully, looking pale. Prime Minister Gamada? Why does he look so sick? Did the judge have problems yesterday? Fujimoto D looked at him and shrugged with a cold smile. They're probably just old. By the Prime Minister, he bowed his head, clenched his hands tightly, speaking hesitantly with concern. I want to reveal the truth that has been hidden for so long. According to these words, Fujimoto Dio narrowed his eyes, his heart skipping a beat. This isn't what was agreed upon. At that moment, Yamaha Da tried to hold his arm tightly, but kept calm, carefully reminding every word. All this time, I didn't dare to hold my head high and only kept it down, emphasizing each word in fear. Fujimoto Mo had threatened me. The words struck like lightning, and Fujimoto Dio was shocked, eyes wide open. What? That caused the whole courtroom to erupt in chaos. The whispers buzzed like a disturbed beehive. He accused the defendant of being part of the demon cult to cover up his own motives. But that wasn't all. Yamada kept speaking clearly, as if engraving his words into the air. Like me, Kangwoo was also a victim of Jomer's wicked schemes, which only fueled Fujimoto Jamor's rage until his blood boiled and he slammed his fist hard on the table. What nonsense is he spouting? Yet in an instant, Fujimoto Diamore jumped up, took a deep breath, and regained his composure. Prime Minister, what are you saying? Cover up motives? What do you mean? That extreme anger only strengthened Yamada's resolve to expose the truth. Suddenly, he shouted, his voice choking, Fujimoto Diamore. At that moment, the courtroom fell silent. Fujimoto Diamore froze, eyes wide open. When Mata hesitated to accuse him, revealing his true identity as a member of the demon cult, things weren't so easy to accept. Immediately, someone in the crowd staggered and grabbed a chair, growling, Prime Minister. At that moment, the reporters swarmed like wolves hunting for a scoop. Is it true? Did Fujimoto really save Kusosaki Y? In front of countless cameras, Yamada bowed his head, still gripping his arm tightly, confirming once again, Fujimoto was the one who devised the trap. I hid the truth because he threatened to use my family as sacrifices if I disobeyed him. That's not all. He then pointed toward Kangwoo, who was sitting there, explaining calmly that Kangwoo was actually the one who saved Kusosaki Y. Fujimoto spread false information to cover up the real location of the demon summoning ceremony. By now, he couldn't hold back and shouted loudly, Don't talk nonsense. Fujimoto scanned the faces that were turning pale, trying to justify his identity. Everyone, Prime Minister Yamada is trying to pin this on me. He's not in his right mind. How could someone working for the country like me be part of the demon cult? He doesn't have any proof either, but unfortunately for him, Yamada cut him off. There is proof, he said without hesitation, holding up a transparent bag. Inside was a dark red crystal. This stone had been infused with demon energy. Facing everyone in the courtroom, he gritted his teeth and emphasized each word. Demon crystal. Then Yamada nodded toward Fujimoto. As everyone knows, demon crystals can only be created and used by members of the demon cult. This was found in Fujio's private residence. Hearing this, he stiffened like a slab of pork thrown into the fridge. Demon crystal? That's serious. His mind spun wildly. If I had a stone like that, I'd use it to frame Kangwoo. Why keep it at home? We can't let this go on, Fujimoto Jor quickly retorted, ignoring the fact that his house was searched without permission. Where's your proof that the stone was at my place? He waved his hand, trying to control the situation. This is just a one-sided accusation. Suddenly, a pair of women's shoes stepped up to the witness stand, and a sweet voice spoke up. Nice to meet you. A girl in traditional Chinese attire gently tucked her hair behind her ear, calm but sharp. I'm the investigator in charge of the Fujimoto case. I'm Treo Soen. At that moment, the courtroom atmosphere tensed abruptly amid murmurs. She was from the 10,000 Sword Sect. Why was Treo Soen here? After her introduction, Treo Soen signaled to someone behind her. The Prime Minister requested help from the 10,000 Sword Sect to reveal the truth about Jom. That's why we investigated Fujimoto's residence early this morning. A metal box was opened, releasing a dark aura. Treo Soen crossed her arms, her cold gaze fixed on him as a series of items radiating ominous demon energy were displayed. She declared firmly, "We have found evidence proving Fujimoto belongs to the demon cult. Everyone can see the demon crystals and the demon-infused items we discovered at his place." With that, she and the gathered evidence quickly confirmed the claim. On behalf of the 10,000 Sword Sect, I swear to tell only the truth. Fujimoto Diomore is a member of the demon cult. He, overhearing Treo Soen's ironclad words, scoffed. Then, like a madman, he slammed his hand on his forehead and shouted, "Ridiculous." But deep inside, he felt like he was burning alive. If this kept up, he'd be branded a cult member with no defense. Moments later, he tilted his head, eyes sharp as a blade. "What if you stay calm?" Fujimoto kept arguing. "I told you, these are one-sided accusations. Isn't this part of the 10,000 Sword Sect's plan to control Japan?" His mind raced with calculations, thinking, I have to buy time. With his plan set, he silently plotted how to safely get out of there. But a figure cloaked in a hood interrupted his fury. "Mr. Fujimoto." She slowly pulled down her hood, frowning sadly. "Give it up. This is Kuzosaki Y. The Kuzosaki Y." Hearing that voice, the reporters gasped, recognizing Kuzosaki Y, the girl beside him looking confused. "I heard she was in the hospital, so why is she here?" Kuzosaki Y no longer wanted to stay silent. She stood straight, turned around, her face expressionless. "I'm the main character in this case. I came here to say a few words. The moment Kangwoo saved me, I vaguely heard his voice. Although I don't remember all the details of that day, I'm certain of one thing. Fujimoto was not the one who saved me. The Korean player was the one who saved me." After finishing, Kuzosaki Y bowed respectfully. "I sincerely apologize. The kidnapping was my fault, so I want to apologize to everyone for causing worry." They panicked, warming their hands. "It's not her fault. That's right. The ones to blame are those Thukma cult guys like Ju, who now stand with arms crossed, chin raised toward Oakuhito. Your Honor, everything seems pretty clear now. Why don't you just arrest Fujioto?" He was so focused on watching Da Mama that he forgot the situation, jolting when he heard his name. "I get it now." Hoakuhito didn't hesitate, banging the gavel repeatedly. "I ordered the arrest and investigation of Fujimoto." Hearing that, he was speechless. What the hell? Not only did he fail to harm anyone, now he's the one under suspicion. Prime Minister Yamada, YJ, and even Treo. So, are you trying to pin this on me? But looking at Oh Kangwoo, another thought flashed in my mind. This definitely isn't a coincidence. There's definitely someone behind this. He imagined Oh Kangwoo's face twisting into a wicked smile, silently guessing that all of this was planned and happened within just one day. Realizing the truth behind it, Fujimotorimo unleashed his power, stirring a wild wind. "Don't make me laugh." The wind swirled around him, lifting his body up. Then he let out a yell, twisting straight up into the air, breaking the door and escaping. "Don't make me laugh." This caused the crowd to erupt in chaos. Dioma escaped. Catch him. Even Yeonju couldn't hold back, bursting into anger, shouting, "That bastard." The third sister, furious, clenched her fists tightly, turning to shout, "Hey Kangwoo, we should chase after him too." But when she turned back, Kangwoo's figure had vanished, leaving behind only a shattered pair of handcuffs somewhere. Scene shifts to the peaceful Tokyo sky, stars twinkling as if nothing happened. Streetlights flicker among the rushing crowd. At that moment, suddenly a strong wind swept by, carrying a shadow gliding through the night. It turned out to be Fujiotumer making a stealthy escape. He gritted his teeth, face twisted with anger. Damn it, where the hell did I go wrong?" he kept thinking, unaware of a streak of light rushing dangerously close. Still, he thought he could get out of Japan. Before he could escape his thoughts, the streak of light exploded, engulfing him in blazing fire. At the same time, Kangwoo stood there, hands clasped behind his back, calmly watching the body spin and tumble a few times before crashing to the ground. Fujimoto Demo lay flat, face down on the ground, breathing ragged, body aching all over. "Who dares?" A slow voice echoed, pulling Fujimoto Demo out of his rage. Finally, he understood. Following the voice, he struggled to stand, body still recovering from the brutal hit moments ago. The bastard opposite him, Kangwoo, stood there, a fireball spinning in his palm, muttering that he had made 5 mistakes. The flame in Kangwoo's hand flared up, unleashing a fierce energy that spiraled straight into the center of the fireball, locking his gaze on Fujimoto Jomer. "Do you get it now?" At this moment, Fujimoto still gritted his teeth, voice rising. Don't make me laugh. Maybe I rushed the plan and overlooked some things. His sharp eyes scanned the opponent, objecting but unable to name all 5 mistakes. Kangwoo cut him off, lips curling with amusement. First, on your palm, a fireball blazes, its bright red reflecting in confident eyes. Magic suppression devices don't work on me, so you can't lock me down. With that, he clenched his fist. The flame flickered out, leaving only a few glowing embers before vanishing. Second, in a blink, a red stone appeared, dark light spreading from inside like a ghostly lamp. The demon crystal you thought only the cult could create. I can make it too. Fujimoto witnessed this and was utterly shocked, breath-catching as he realized something. Don't say the thing found in my house before he could finish. Kangwoo casually continued. Third, you chose way too ordinary people as judges and witnesses. Like a reminder, Fujimoto froze, images of Yamada and Okito flashing in his mind, their faces pale and hands trembling so badly they couldn't stand. Of course, ordinary people don't have the endurance skills. They can't accept the truth. He shouted, "What did you do to Prime Minister Yamada and Judge Okuhito?" Faced with this anger, Oh Kangwoo barely cared, just calmly stepped forward, eyes gliding over Fujimoto with a look of indifference, as if sizing up a naive fool. Relying on ordinary people was a stupid choice. He clicked his tongue, muttering as if blaming himself for using intimidation powers instead of other skills. Before he could react, Kangwoo continued. Fourth, you thought I was an unknown player with no backup. At that moment, memories of Van Kiem Montreo Min flashed in his mind. A calm voice echoed inside. Later, I promised to help you at least once. Under the name of Van Kiem Mon. Thanks to that promise, Min got Treo So En to search his house. Saying this, Kangwoo pressed hard on Fujimoto-jam's shoulder wound, causing blood to ooze, soaking the layer. Fifth, if you thought about exploiting me, a wicked smile spread across his lips, eyes sharp as daggers piercing Fujimoto. Shouldn't you have realized the difference between a dog and a demon? Every word cut deep into his pride. Those are your 5 mistakes. I can't stand it any longer. Fujimoto-jam immediately leapt high, energy swirling in his palm, blue light spiraling out in terrifying bursts of pressure. I will kill you. Fujimoto screamed, then poured all his power. He threw a direct blast of energy at Kangwoo, like a raging fury unleashed. I'm gonna tear you apart. Facing this sudden outburst, Kangwoo didn't flinch at all. He just stood there, listening to every scream filled with bitter hatred, making your death even more painful. Just like that, an explosion shook the heart of Tokyo, shockwaves spreading wide, sweeping away everything in their path. Meanwhile, Fujimoto was laughing triumphantly, his breath heavy in his chest. I should have done this from the start. But before he could enjoy it for more than a few seconds, a heavy sound echoed through the dust, sending chills down his spine. The smoke gradually cleared to reveal a figure still standing firm. I had high hopes for you. Kangwoo stood beneath a shield, protecting his defensive power, magical light flickering on the barrier's surface, a mocking smirk on his lips. But you really disappointed me. Those words echoed through the desolate space, cold as a knife cutting into Fujimoto's pride. Disappointed? He nodded without hesitation. Yeah, the idea you picked wasn't bad. Fujimo clenched his fists tight, teeth grinding. What did you just say? Kangwoo opposite him didn't answer right away. He stretched his shoulders, slowly twisting his wrist, each joint cracking as his tendons loosened. On the surface, he looked pretty good, but he was quietly controlling everyone. Usually, I kinda like guys like you, but then Kangwoo put on a bored expression. You really disappointed me. Your mask came off way too easily. Kangwoo kept taunting. Your ideas and schemes are pretty good, but you're kinda dumb. If you hadn't made so many mistakes, you'd probably be winning right now. Fujimoto raised both hands above his head, energy swirling, muttering in frustration at being underestimated, making him furious. The pent-up power exploded. You dumbass! That bastard! He shouted, unleashing a massive tornado straight at Kangwoo. How dare you judge me? His eyes blazed, breath ragged, waiting for the moment his opponent would be crushed, when a soft laugh sounded behind him. Kangwoo slipped back, his tone dripping with mockery, that kind of cursing when you run out of words. Such predictable reactions are boring. Then Fujimoto clenched his fists tight, fierce energy swirling around his arm. Kangwoo watched him charge, a smirk curling his lips. This is getting interesting. Yeah, that's better. Without hesitation, they both lunged at each other. But Kangwoo didn't forget to mock that pathetic effort. Look at you two. Fists colliding, energy tearing through the space around them. They kept moving from the ground, spinning and soaring into the air, each strike slicing through the wind. They wrapped around each other like a raging storm, spiraling straight up to the tower's peak. When they reached the top, they separated, standing face to face in a moment of intense tension. Kangwoo crossed his arms, voice casual. Hey, do you know any good sushi spots? After this, I want to grab sushi with you. Then he glanced at Fujimoto, expression totally relaxed. I'm in Japan, gotta take advantage of the chance. He was breathing hard, furious to the point of choking. You! Up above, swirling tornadoes roared like wild beasts ready to pounce. He shouted, "Just how long are you going to keep mocking me?" Both hands spread wide. Wild winds screamed behind him, loud and fierce. "How long do you plan to keep taunting me?" The roar echoed, while vortexes shrieked, charging at Kangwoo like deadly arrows. "I'll kill you. Forget about a slow, painful death." His voice dropped, full of hatred. "I'll give you the worst death possible." Kangwoo chuckled. "Looks like you're really pissed now." Facing his fierce attack, Kangwoo didn't flinch. One light step, his figure glided like the wind, easily dodging everything. My bad. You're better than all the enemies I've faced." His smile never faded amid the chaos. Kangwoo stayed like an outsider, relaxed and full of challenge. "I'll take you out for sushi after this." In a blink, Kangwoo teleported like the wind, appearing behind Fujimotomer. Hands clasped, swinging over his head, aimed straight at his opponent. "Let's end this." But at that moment, Fujimoto Xiaomo's eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant blue light, like a sacred flame. Kangwoo was startled, sensing the rising power. Quickly glancing back, a massive beam of light tore through space, crashing down hard, and Kangwoo slammed into the ground, dust billowing everywhere. He sat down amid the smoke, coughing a few times, looking up cautiously. "I never thought I'd live this long," he muttered, staring toward the imposing giant figure appearing behind Fujimotorium, surrounded by a powerful energy aura. To see a god, Fujimoto placed his hand on it, his eye glowing, feeling the surging power, teeth clenched, mind calculating every second. "I can only maintain Susanoo for 1 minute. I have to kill him within that time." The next second, Fujimoto gave the order, "Susanoo, kill that bastard." A voice echoed from the void. "Don't rush into fighting yet," Susanoo observed Kangwoo, assessing his power. "I understand now." He nodded. "So, you're the creature mentioned." Kangwoo stood up, dusting off his clothes, face calm. "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying." Long hesitated. "Should I use the translation power or not?" Susanoo raised his arm high, the sea demon's power granted to him. According to Su, the sky darkened, a sharp blade slowly forming from the air. The immense power of the giant weapon appeared from the void, roaring. "Now I'll test its power." Kangwoo showed no worry, dark spiritual energy quickly gathering in his palm. The power of the dark spear, a pitch-black spear appeared. A magical aura radiated from the spear's blade. He silently calculated. After the power split, the boost still wasn't enough. It still wouldn't be enough. Every step Kangwoo stomped on the ground, deep cracks formed. He needed something even stronger. A twisted smile slowly appeared on his lips, eyes burning red like fire in the dark night, filled with danger. If that's the case, then Fujimoto Dioma, standing opposite, a cold, triumphant laugh echoed. His eyes radiated arrogance, as if victory was already in his hands. "That's the price you pay for showing off too much. Today, you're going to die." The words rang out harshly, as if nothing could stop them. No one could save you. But Fuj Dioto Dime glanced toward the raging whirlwind, his arrogance fading, replaced by a hint of confusion. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. Why was it intensifying like that? Just as it spiraled higher, a sharp black spear, like a knife, appeared through the space. Don't tell me that wind. Kangwoo focused on unleashing the latent power inside his body. The power of storms. Kangwoo kept going relentlessly, boosting his strength. The power of the black spear, the power of splitting, the power of earthquakes, the power of storms. He smirked slightly, feeling each wave of power spreading, adding this power at the last moment. Not bad at all. Susanoo watched Oh Kangwoo's purple swirling spear blade, eyes full of acknowledgement. "So, that's the power of demonic energy. Good." He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, without hesitation, without warning, raised his weapon high. "Come at me." Kangwoo immediately leapt from his spot, like a lightning bolt exploding from the darkness. "I told you." He charged, swinging the black spear with destructive force, directly attacking Susanoo's sword. "I don't understand what you're saying." The two weapons clashed fiercely, a wave of energy rippling as they met. An explosion roared, light flared violently, a powerful beam shining from the tower's peak, bright enough to light up the surrounding space like the sun in the dead of night. Yeonju looked up in shock. That light was beside Echidna, who was being held by COA, lips moving as she called Kangwoo's name. Meanwhile, Kangwoo stood amid the energy storm, gritting his teeth, trying to suppress the pain. "Damn it, am I still not strong enough to face a god? I'm getting more and more wounded." He glanced down at the wounds on his body, surprised to see his blood wasn't normal blood, but black blood. Moments later, Kangwoo recalled his transformation, reasoning demonic energy had merged with his blood when he gained the demon body, right? Unlike normal demonic energy, it condensed like energy from a demon crystal. A twisted smile spread across Kangwoo's lips as he calculated. With demonic energy flowing in his blood, the black blood from all his wounds gathering and flying out like a whirlwind, like a shield, boosting his power until it exploded. Shusonu watched this scene, a surprised sound escaping him, his body rising, but his voice remained cold and echoing. Just as I thought, the prophecy was not wrong. Kangwoo didn't waste time, swinging the black spear through Shusunu's body, a fatal strike that made the god vanish instantly, as if he had never existed. A beam of light fell hard from the sky onto the tower, a dry, cracked hand reaching out weakly, barely whispering, "Help!" It was Fujimoto Jomer, with a ravaged, aged body, quickly fading like a snapped string, gasping for breath. Damn, didn't expect Susonu to drain his life and magic to death. He crawled forward, his heart full of worry, thinking he could fight back with the power boosted by the eye. But now, if it weren't for Yoje restoring his strength, he'd be dead already. Kangwoo hovered in the air, a mocking look flashing over Fuji Jomer. Seems like summoning a god comes at a heavy price, huh? But just as he shouted, a flame burst forward. The bastard Kangwoo only looked at his burnt, blackened hand, coldly questioning, "You still don't realize what's going on?" With that, he landed on the ground, looking at Fudiotome screaming in pain. "You shouldn't have killed innocent people. If you hadn't interfered, I would have gotten a mythic grade item by now, and you'd have saved the country. Wouldn't that have been better?" Kangwoo bent down, voice without mercy. "Since things turned out this way, at least I'll take your mythic grade item." Fujimoto Diyama panicked, reaching out to Kangwoo's hand. "Wait, if you take it now, I'll die. You need a mythic grade item? I'll ask Yoi, and you'll get more than one." Tears streamed down his face, begging in despair. "You need this eye? When you meet Yo, I'll give it to you. You don't want to see me anymore? I promise I won't show up in front of you again. So please." Oh Kangwoo held the pupil in his hand, eyes full of delight. "All right, I'll make good use of this." Hearing that, he sneered. "Sorry I can't go eat sushi with you." Fudimojdimo's face crumbled, cursing. "You bastard. Even before your body completely turned to sand, you still blame me. Till the very end, you plan to make a joke out of me, huh?" At the same time, the system notification sounded. "This item has been claimed by another station. You cannot use it." Oh Kangwoo looked at it, disappointment clear on his face so it couldn't be used. Kangwoo closed his eyes, the image of the god Jayuma summoned flashing in his mind. Zanu, if the system weakens, will gods like him appear? Maybe he's not fully recovered at peak state, but didn't expect him to be this strong even weakened. He sighed, balling it up in his hand, muttering, "If the gods show up in their true forms, how the hell am I supposed to fight them?" Oh Kangwoo jolted as the data popped up again. Demon Spirit. The second step to becoming a demon god. Status 1. Status 2. Demon Spirit. Demon God. He stashed the item he just grabbed into his jacket pocket. According to the message, he had to become a god himself to fight the other gods. That's seriously annoying. Oh Kangwoo lazily glanced back and shrugged. "Can I turn back now?" Without paying much attention, he jumped onto the railing, turned around, and said, "Hey, you two, head out now, and don't forget to clean up after yourselves." So on and Treo Min. Stepping out, the old man stroked his chin thoughtfully for a long moment. So what that guy showed us that day wasn't even his full power? He watched her, eyes sharp. That massive strength seemed to come from effort and experience rather than talent. But he's damn good. If you want, I'll arrange a marriage for you. So-on shook her head softly. "Dad, I'm heading back to China today," Treo Min said, slightly surprised. "Why so soon?" She leaned on the railing, her tone calm. "I want to train." Then, So-on slowly observed the distant figure, a slight smirk on her lips. "If he has no martial talent, then I just need to fill in what he's missing, right?" She squinted, her interest mixed with a hint of challenge. And now, watching that figure fly toward the group, she sighed softly. Sneaking in might be a bit tough. Oh Kangwoo just landed as Dad, Yeonju, rushed over, annoyed. "Oh Kangwoo, where the hell have you been?" He pouted, arms crossed. "I came to handle things." She was so pissed her face turned red. "If you're going somewhere, at least tell us." Unable to hold back her frustration, she kept grilling him. "Also, you knew that Zhao Mo from the Shuma sect from the start, right? Why didn't you tell us?" Oh Kangwoo turned his head away, dodging. "When I went underground, I realized he was thinking to himself. Actually, he never went with them from the start," then shrugged and added, "Anyway, everything's still going as planned, right?" Dad Yeonju heard that, and his blood boiled. "What?" Anger flared up. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to charge, but that wasn't the point. Sia quickly placed a hand on her shoulder, soothing. "Yeonju, calm down." Just like Oh Kangwoo said, everything's back to normal now. C lowered her head, eyes flickering with unease, but just glanced at Oh Kangwoo and continued, making him pause briefly. "We're just worried things won't go well." He looked at Sai's tightly pressed lips, her lashes trembling with tears. She looked sad. "If I don't answer properly, it'll be bad." "Sai, if that's the case, then fine." Oh Kangwoo suddenly rushed over and wrapped his arms around her. "My love?" Pulling her close, he whispered tenderly. "My love, I'm back now. Kay blushed, embarrassed, and didn't react in time. Oh Kangwoo, Ina was pinned down, flailing her hands wildly. Calling for Oh Kangwoo's help? I'm stuck. He remained calm, voice full of anticipation. He just wanted to get back soon and eat the kimchi stew she made. Seoa chuckled softly, a gentle scolding in her tone. Oh Kangwoo, you're something else. Oh Kangwoo continued his playful whining. My love, you'll put lots of meat and sausage in it, right? She happily agreed. I'll add noodles too. Let's head back quickly. Dad Yeonju stood nearby, veins twitching. Oh Kangwoo, that bastard, is he trying to sneak away like that? Meanwhile, Ina was still mercilessly pinned down, struggling like a sticky rice cake. See Oh Kangwoo couldn't breathe. Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo's face changed color. There were things he didn't understand, and C blushed awkwardly, gently pushing him away. Oh Kangwoo, you can let go now. The image of Kusosaki Y testifying in court flashed through his mind, leaving him silent and not hearing her words. Why did Kusosaki Yozi help me? I didn't use any power or threaten her. Then memories suddenly surfaced. The moment I carried her away unconscious, she said she woke up when I saved her, but there's no way I didn't notice. A whole thought passed through Oh Kangwoo's frown. Does she have some grudge against Demo? Just then, Dad Yeonju suddenly pinched his cheek, pulling him back to reality. Hey, kimchi stew's good, but since we're in Japan, we gotta go eat sushi. She frowned, gripping tighter. Family order. Follow me. I know a great place. The two kept hugging. How long are you gonna keep that up? Oh Kangwoo cried out in pain. Hey, let me go. Ichi-na, pinned between them, seemed revived, coughing and gasping. Bishwa-on couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. This is the first time I've seen Dad Yeonju like this. She blushed, voice annoyed and uncontrollable. Everyone shut up. Follow me. Meanwhile, the little girl on the side was crying loudly and complaining. CA is really mean. From afar, a sound rang out they didn't recognize. Soon's subordinate stood there, hand on chest, bowing politely. Miss, I will take you back. Kusosaki Y turned around, eyes gentle with a soft smile. Thank you. She squinted, her gaze still lingering on Oh Kangwoo's group. Let's go. Now, regret welled up inside her. I can only watch him from afar. Oh Kangwoo was happily with his friends. Hey, let me go. But Dad Yeonju couldn't shake the growing discomfort. Didn't want to leave here. She turned without hesitation. Don't worry, I'll visit you soon. The shadow reflected was no longer Yo, but Lilith. The one silently helping Oh Kangwoo was Lilith, the one who carried deep memories for him, Lord Demon King. 1 week later, at the apartment complex, sparkling lights shone down on the building. Oh Kangwoo happily raised his hand, face bright like the sun. Finally home. Ichi-na beside him couldn't help but cheer loudly. Meanwhile, Dad Yeonju staggered tiredly, voice barely audible. I'm going back to my apartment to rest, CA shouted enthusiastically. Yeonju just swayed, waving his hand like a machine. Yeonju, be careful on your way back. After saying that, C glanced over worriedly. She looked pretty exhausted. Oh Kangwoo didn't pay much attention, just shrugged, which was understandable. He frowned, watching closely. Was she really struggling back in Japan? In Oh Kangwoo's mind, the image of the press conference they held together popped up. The news that he and Chio Min had dealt with the demon cultist Jomer was widely announced. Whether he was truly part of the demon cult or not, Japan had lost a hero. The reporter's questions felt like sharp knives, forcing her to grit her teeth. And it wasn't hard to see why so many people in Japan hated Korea. Her uncontrollable anger flared up, and she launched a furious counterattack that made Min rush in to stop her. Please, calm down. I'll take the spotlight since I'm the center of this case, but thanks to Yeonju, she took the criticism and bore it for me. As the representative, Oh Kangwoo stood aside, smiling, quietly praising. In things like this, she was pretty thoughtful. Ah saw him standing still, then stepped forward, calling out, Oh Kangwoo, let's head back. He turned gently and advised, You go ahead. I still have some business to take care of. Sai looked at him with a puzzled expression. You still have business? 8-Na tugged his sleeve, curious. Oh, Kangwoo, where are you going? Can I come with you? He nodded at the girl. You can come along. We're heading somewhere pretty quiet. 8-Na nodded, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. A quiet place? Then she asked, surprised. Why are we going there? He put his hand in his jacket pocket, mumbling, It's nothing important. Then Oh Kangwoo pulled out Fujimotori's dream eye, studying it carefully for a moment. I just want to create a weapon. A dazzling light shone down, covering a lush green meadow that looked like it stepped out of a dream. A pair of steady feet landed on this land. Oh Kangwoo and Ichi-na quickly descended together. Both raised their hands to shield their eyes from the blinding light, looking around. He smiled softly. This place will do. He scratched his face, opened the system, frowning. Let's check the skills again, huh? The display showed the 6th awakening trait, the creativity of demon art at the S rank level. The effect allows you to create weapons using the power of an ability. The more abilities you use during weapon creation, the stronger the item. To create a weapon of mythic rank or higher, you must use a material of equivalent level. You can create an item using the creativity of demon art. If you do it too often, your old items will break. Oh Kangwoo stroked his chin. Looking at the info, the more abilities used, the stronger the weapon. Huh? He recalled his fight with Suanu, where he used Gung Lia in the previous match. Now he could only use 4 abilities at once. Images of upgrading weapons from B to 8, then 16 flashed in his mind. When using 2 abilities simultaneously, the demon power required doesn't just double, but increases exponentially. Adding another ability means 2 require 4 times the demon power. 4 abilities need 16 times. He squinted, deep in thought. Since he wasn't fighting now, if he focused only on using abilities, he could probably use 5 at once. A clear voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Ina looked up, eyes wide with curiosity. Can I help with anything? He was startled, smiled, then instructed, help me make sure no monsters or people come near. I want to focus. The girl happily agreed immediately. Okay. Itna cheerfully hummed. I'll set up a barrier. Oh, Kangwoo muttered. First, let's practice a bit, huh? Raising his hand in front of him, he considered starting with what he knew best. Instantly, a mysterious purple energy burst around him, surging fiercely. The creativity of demon art. The system announced, you have used the creativity of demon art. Magical lines rose from the earth, gathering and swirling toward Oh Kangwoo, forming a massive energy mass, a purple orb gradually taking shape, with a glowing red core igniting inside. The system guided that a furnace had been created. To make a high-level weapon, insert a material of matching quality. Without hesitation, Kangwoo reached out to touch the energy mass. The system showed no materials used yet. The weapon created can reach the highest rank of mythic. He continuously infused the necessary nutrients into it. Dark Wound ability, Hellfire ability, Fission ability. Gazjun, a weapon formed in Oh Kangwoo's hand, blazing red like hellfire. The system also announced, congratulations, you have successfully created the unique Gazjun. Oh Kangwoo looked at the brand new spear in his hand, eyes deep in thought. This isn't as strong as what I could create using abilities, but it definitely contains the power of those abilities. He turned his head, his gaze stopping on a rock behind him, where a deep red crack suddenly appeared on the surface. In an instant, Gazjun pierced through it without any resistance, turning back to observe the scene before him, shattered rock pieces falling heavily, leaving a gaping hole amid the dust cloud. He muttered thoughtfully, it contains about 20% of the original ability's power. Gripping the spear tightly, Oh Kangwoo pondered. The missing ability power can be supplemented by body enhancement abilities, so it's not bad. But a clear voice suddenly rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Chi-na, coughing through gray smoke and dust, still tried to approach. What kind of weapon are you trying to create? Oh Kangwoo immediately shook his head. I'm not sure yet. He recalled KIMCHI Ho-on and his weapon, feeling a flicker of doubt. Should I take this chance to create a main weapon like C? Doing so would mean I couldn't swap weapons or change fighting styles. Suddenly Ina shouted out, oh dang, the girl excitedly suggested. What if I made a weapon that could change its shape? That idea kept echoing in his mind, gripping him tight all through the long night. A weapon that could change shape. At this moment, Sai was brought here too. Sai, it's your turn now. She nodded, clutching the staff firmly with determined eyes. Yes, the stone atop the staff instantly blazed bright. At her call, the grace of light, Kangwoo pulled out his eye. Thanks to the rage of the giant white clan, his current demonic power was at 116. This time, he calculated while channeling a swirling mass of purple energy, making the surrounding space tremble in waves. The creation of demonic art, the system display, a material taken from a mythic-grade weapon. Not stopping there, Kangwoo kept pouring in spirit energy plus fire, adding the storm power he had just used. And Akitna's words echoed in his mind. If it's a weapon that can change shape, then you can switch up moves depending on the situation. Kangwoo gritted his teeth, his eyes darkened, pupils glowing red like hot coals. I'll add this power too. The transformation power. The system kept signaling. You have used 5 powers. A message popped up. You have met all the conditions. Within 10 seconds, a mythic-grade weapon will be created. Veins bulging on his forehead, demonic power boiling in his veins. 10 seconds. I just need to hold on for 10 seconds. The system started counting down. 10. Kangwoo maintained the swirling energy like crashing waves, absorbing every bit of demonic power, but the number on the screen shrank to 9. He clenched his teeth. Can I really only reach mythic grade? The image of Shu So-nu suddenly flashed in his head as the numbers kept dropping. 7, 6. Mythic grade items have some limits, but they can summon, even gods. The system continued counting. 5, 4. From what Kangwoo knew, such a weapon is very powerful, but if I gather enough fragments, can I create something like the space rift I made when using the hell weapon of the Great Engineer? No time to wait. Time keeps slipping away. 3, 2. He hurriedly raised his hand high, eyes blazing red, full of determination. If so, Kangwoo's hand moved swiftly, drawing complex magical runes. One power still isn't enough. His face darkened, both hands slicing through the air, creating a new skill from the shadows. Sharp teeth faintly appeared, not yet the hunting power. The system vibrated, hunting power added. Instantly, the transformation energy surged, the destructive force exploding stronger by multiples. The space shook. System notification. Conditions have changed. A transcendent grade weapon is being created. COA gripped the staff tighter, worry clear in his eyes. Kangwoo quickly raised his hand to shield his forehead, but the voice calling him was swallowed by dazzling light. Suddenly, a fierce burst of light exploded, blinding the entire space. After a moment, the light gradually dimmed, shrinking like waves after a storm. Kangwoo stood firm, breathing heavily, while Si and Ina remained silent, eyes fixed upward, not a word spoken. He lifted his head, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. Before him was a giant orb with black shimmering patterns, translucent like crystal. He quietly wondered if this was a transcendent grade item. The system rang out clearly and firmly. You have successfully created the key of the transcendent sea demon power. Kangwoo stepped closer to the orb, eyes full of awe as data appeared before him. You have reached the pinnacle of demonic art creation. Your demonic power stat has increased by 2. You can no longer use the demonic art creation. He paused, resting his hand on it, feeling uncertain inside. So the demonic art creation was given to me so I could make this? When Kangwoo's hand touched the orb's blinding light, the system immediately notified the engraving was complete. The content displayed on the screen glued his eyes to the item info. Item name, key of the sea demon power, transcendent grade, engraving complete, classification, development. It will grow stronger each time a certain condition is met. Basic effects, unique stat, +3, resilience, transformation still locked, special effects still locked. Kangwoo was stunned, unable to believe what he just saw. The orb's development type seemed to understand him, continuing to show more explanation. Effect 1, resilience. Cannot be destroyed by any physical, magical, or mental attack. Effect 2, transformation. It can transform into any registered weapon, a skill that can use 34% of the power of any weapon created by the power. Kangwoo slightly frowned, intrigued. Registered weapons are skills? Then he channeled spirit energy into the orb, commanding it to transform. Immediately, fierce wind whipped up and the orb turned into a long spear with mysterious purple glow in his hand. Done. Kangwoo held it high, observing, not bad at all, the power is quite similar to the spear I once made. He swung the spear hard downward, then ordered it to transform into magic heavy sword. Instantly, the spear morphed into a blazing red blade, like a roaring flame. Seeing this, Kangwoo thoughtfully examined the transformation speed, wondering if it could match the speed he used with the demon crystal. His eyes sparkled, lips curling into a smile. Finally, transformation gung-nia. However, a moment later, the blade remained unchanged. The system immediately displayed a new notification. In its current state, it can only transform into weapons created by up to 4 powers. Kangwoo paused slightly, but wasn't surprised. Just as I thought, gung-nia is a bit too much right now. This isn't the final form yet. While Oh Kangwoo was still lost in thought, it kept evolving even further. Really something to look forward to. Si-ah spoke up, startling him. Oh Kangwoo. She stepped closer, curious. Is making the weapon going smoothly? Oh Kangwoo waved his hand. Yeah, got it. He raised his hand to show off the sparkling jewelry on his finger. He could freely change its shape like this. Suddenly, Koa's face darkened, looking terrified. A ring? Not noticing the shift in atmosphere, he casually fiddled with the item. This shape is probably the easiest to carry around. Oh Kangwoo laughed out loud, his voice echoing under the night sky. Now let's head back. 1 week later, in a brightly lit apartment building, Oh Kangwoo frowned, staring intently at the system. Your current rank has been restricted. He was annoyed, unable to remove it. Oh Kangwoo sat on the bed, sighed, and retracted his weapon. I thought the Sea Demon Force key was the key to lifting the rank restriction, so I tried combining many powers and transforming it. But as I suspected, I was just wasting time. Looking at the sparkling ring on his hand, his eyes deep in thought, I have to level up and acquire another trait, like the creativity of demon art. Then I can weaken the seal of the Sea Demon Force. Oh Kangwoo closed his eyes, raised his hand to his nose, pondering. I've struggled a lot to remove the rank restriction. If this keeps up, should I give up leveling up and find another way to develop? In his mind appeared a vast map of Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, China. A special area made him pause. Now that I think about it, Yeonju said traces of the demon cult were found in Russia. Should I ask them to summon a few demons for a test? Whatever. In a country this huge, how could I find the demon cult? Suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. I've been so focused on the restriction that I haven't eaten anything. He licked his lips hungrily and stood up to eat. As he eagerly thought about delicious food, an image suddenly popped into his head. A pot full of writhing tentacles in CR's kimchi stew. That's all. Oh Kangwoo, startled and shouted. Like someone poked me? Echidna suddenly asked worriedly. Oh Kangwoo, what's wrong? He calmed down. Looking again, it was still just a normal pot of stew. Forcing a smile, nothing. I just misread it. Coincidentally, there's also octopus in kimchi stew. He bowed his head, clasped his hands, imagining the angel sea holding the pot of stew with a gentle smile. For a moment, I mistook the kimchi stew for those scary tentacles of Lilith's repentance. Oh, Kangwoo noticed a neat stack of suitcases by the chair, furrowing his brows in confusion. Now that I think about it, where's Koa? Also, what's with the luggage? Ina stepped forward calmly and replied. Koa arrived at an A-level gate in Inchi with Tessa, Sion, and Un already here. The girl quickly pointed at the pile of stuff. The luggage and octopus were brought here last night by Yeonju. He was surprised. Yeonju. The girl nodded, recounting the situation. Last night, watching her struggle to carry the suitcases, he was curious. Yeonju, why did you bring all the luggage here? Yeonju hurriedly answered. Eoj sent some items and $30 million, so I brought them here. Ka widened his eyes at $30 million. Then Yeonju relayed the request from Kosaki or someone. I want to apologize for the trouble caused. If you need help, just contact me anytime. I'll be glad to assist you. Oh Kangwoo, no matter what it is. She told me to say that. Yeonju continued, but then froze, shocked enough to almost bite his tongue. Seems like she really likes that crazy Oh Kangwoo. Lucky, didn't expect even the princess to like him. Ko-A suddenly changed her tone, cold as a winter wind sweeping through. Really lucky, huh? Yeonju stammered. C's expression blinked, innocent voice. Huh? What's wrong with my expression? Meanwhile, the person holding her hand suddenly trembled, face drained of blood. After hearing everything, Oh Kangwoo turned to look at the pile of luggage, eyes wide in astonishment. $30 million. I did save her, but this is way too much money. It's like I got rewarded with a whole house for saving someone from drowning. Oh, Kangwoo frowned, staring at the pile as if it could explain why she sent octopus to him. Weird. Suddenly, a sound cut through his thoughts. The excited news anchor announced breaking news. The first visit of the Righteous Sword, Alex Bond. The Righteous Sword, a world-class celebrity. Alex B will visit South Korea, he continued dramatically. Alex B said he's here to visit KIMCHI, who became world famous thanks to help during the Ga Isu accident. Echidna Na flopped into a chair begging, Oh, Kangwoo, can I watch TV? As he heard the news, he immediately pulled out his phone, thoughtful. He's here to meet Sion Un. Should I find out who he is? Okang quickly scrolled through his phone screen. The Righteous Sword Alex Bond, 29 years old, British, world-famous celebrity. Videos of him rescuing people flooded social media. He's a world-famous hero, known for always swinging his sword for the weak. According to online info, 2 months ago after the Ga Isu accident, he revealed he had been fighting the demon cult for a long time. 1 month ago, after the demon cult's activities were discovered in Europe, he attacked their base and stopped their actions. Surprisingly, no one died in that attack. Oh Kangwoo clicked his tongue, judging. Simply put, he's good to everyone and weak because he lets his enemies live. Seems like he'd get along well with Sion Un. That's why he's coming to South Korea to meet Sion Un? Oh, Kangwoo frowned, imagining Sion Un leaning into Alex, the veins twitching on his forehead. Without hesitation, he threw on his jacket and strode straight to the door. Ina, you said C already arrived at the Grade A gate in Inchi, right? The girl nodded. Yeah. Kangwoo, where are you headed? His face darkened, voice low like thunder. Going to hunt the golden sun, the girl said excitedly. Can I come along? Sounds fun. I want to go too. Sunlight poured through the cafe window, sparkling like shards of gold. Kang Tae waved enthusiastically, calling Kangwoo over here. Kangwoo stepped in with a faint smile. You just keep hunting. That's fine. He laughed heartily. You said you'd come, so how could we just leave? We're thinking about quitting too. Kangwoo slumped into a chair, eyes scanning. Why? Because of Alex Bond? Kang Tae hesitated. Yeah, you know about it? We only heard because some players recognized Sion. Then mentioning him, Kangwoo raised an eyebrow, glanced sideways uninterested, looking at Siho-on, whose face lit up, grinning slyly like a cat caught stealing. What's with that expression? Looks gross. He tilted his head and asked, something wrong? Siho-on scratched his face shyly, unable to hide his excitement. Man, I just can't believe it. Didn't expect the Sword of Justice to come to Korea just to meet me. Kangwoo eyed him suspiciously. You like him that much? Siho-on's eyes sparkled like he'd found treasure. Of course, he's the Sword of Justice, a sword raised to protect the weak. How cool is that? Kangwoo curled his lip, thinking, What's so cool about a sword of justice? He spoke with disdain. Anyway, is your level up still going smoothly? Hearing that, Xiaoon immediately replied. Yeah, he announced. I've reached level 60. Kangwoo froze, eyes wide as if hearing earth-shattering news. What? He confirmed in shock. What about the rank restriction order? Taeso turned to explain with excitement. I heard Xiaoan isn't affected by those orders. Taeso and I also managed to lift those restrictions. Eun angrily flushed red and shouted, That's a scam! A scam! The girl yelled furiously. Meanwhile, Siho-on just scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Besides, since Siho-on cleared everything before I could cast any spells, I'm the only one still stuck around level 50 here. He's the only one not bound by the rank restriction order. Kangwoo crossed his arms, feeling annoyed upon hearing that, scowling. I'm struggling with that too, but he's not under any restrictions? Damn talented bastard. Siho-on quickly changed the subject, easing the tense atmosphere. By the way, what should I do now? Should I head to the airport to meet Alex? Just as Kangwoo was about to reply, a figure appeared by the glass door, startling him. No need. The door opened, light flooding in like a wave, illuminating the space. Siho-on immediately stood up, a smile bright as the rising sun on his lips. He's the sword of justice? A voice rang out, deep and confident, followed by a cheerful laugh. Nice to meet you. You're Van Longsword, right? I'm Kim Siho-on. He nodded in confirmation. Yes, I'm Kim Si-hoon. Kangwoo glanced over, eyes cold but clearly impressed. A world-class reputation is no joke. He carefully observed the blue energy enveloping Alex's entire body. A dignified aura showed in every step, and the stable magic maintained. Kangwoo glanced down at the sword hanging at his side. Of course, he wasn't sure if that was all he had or if he was hiding something. Not entirely sure either. Alex approached Kangwoo's group, placed a hand on his chest, bowed respectfully. Nice to meet you. Then he looked up, confidently introducing himself. I'm Alex Bond. Kangwoo raised an eyebrow, internally rating this guy stronger than Fuji Motogam. Bond shook hands with Shoan, smiling warmly. It's an honor to meet a Korean hero like you. This made him pause briefly. The honor's mine. Then he replied excitedly. Even more honored. Kangwoo bit his lip, eyes glossy as if about to cry. Kim Si-on clenched his fists, so angry he trembled watching Sioan wag his tail at Bond like a kid running off with another guy. You never said that to me before. Can't stand it? Kangwoo's face darkened as he jerked his chin. So what's a world-class reputation doing here? Bond looked surprised, while Siho-on happily introduced, but Kangwoo just curled his lip and turned away, sulking. This is Kangwoo. To me, he's like a brother. He laughed, as if just understanding the universe's truth, the brotherhood everyone talks about in the news. Huh? Otan turned to the others sitting nearby, all smiling brightly. Looks like those beautiful ladies over there are also Van Longsword's teammates. Just as he was about to continue, a cold, dark wind suddenly blew from nowhere, freezing his whole body stiff. If you don't mind, could you introduce Kangwoo cut in, sharp aura bursting out like a hungry tiger? It's a pain in the ass. Why exactly did you come here to meet Siho-on? He quickly sat down, forcing a smile. Too bad. I wanted to be friends with your teammate. Well, I get why you're still cautious. I haven't told you guys the real target yet. Siho-on hesitated, then quietly called out, Oh Kangwoo. But he immediately shook his head, objecting without hesitation. That bastard is trying to flirt with C. He frowned, face serious. Sion, I have something to ask. He suddenly emphasized each word, pressure so intense, Oh Kangwoo and Si-hoon both jerked back. How do you know about the existence of the Guardians? He paused briefly, recalling Sion's story about choosing Guardians to boost damage for the Thorn system. Guardians are those chosen by the system to save the world. He gaped in shock, confirming, You're one of them too, he affirmed. It seems those beautiful ladies over there are also teammates of Van Long Kiem. He was about to continue when suddenly he felt a cold, ominous wind blow from nowhere, freezing his whole body stiff. If you don't mind, can you introduce yourself? Oh Kangwoo cut in sharply, his aura bursting out like a hungry tiger. He was really annoying. Why did you come here to meet Siho-on? He quickly sat down, forcing a smile. Too bad. I wanted to be friends with your teammate. Humph. Now I get why you're still so cautious. I haven't told you guys my real goal yet. Siho-on hesitated, then quietly called out, Mr. Kangwoo, but he immediately shook his head and retorted without hesitation. That bastard is deliberately trying to flirt with C. B frowned, his expression turning serious. Sion, I have something to ask. He suddenly emphasized each word, the pressure so intense that both Oh Kangwoo and Si-hoon flinched simultaneously. How do you know about the existence of the Guardians? He paused briefly, recalling the story Sion once told about choosing Guardians to increase the system's damage output. Guardians are those chosen by the system to save the world. He gaped in shock, confirming that he was also B, affirming it. Yeah, I'm a protector too, Kangwoo realized silently. So, there's more than one protector. He tilted his head, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, voice dripping with sarcasm. If we ignore how you know Si-Ho-On is a protector, did you come here because you want to save the world with the other protectors? He nodded seriously. Yeah, something like that. Bon, serious, words full of weight. I want to recruit Si-Ho-On into the protector squad. Kangwoo raised an eyebrow, hand on his chin. The protector. He raised his hand proudly, like he was promoting a global brand. We're not famous yet, but I guarantee the protectors are humanity's hope. Then he dropped his ace card. And if you join the next line, it cuts straight into Sio's heart like a knife. You'll never have to feel hopeless again. Bon kept his sharp gaze, like someone who's seen right through you. I saw your expression in the video at Ga Isu. When you had to kill monsters, you were scared, helpless, and sad. I get it. After all, those monsters were innocent people. He clenched his fist tightly, voice firm, but if you're stronger, you can save them all. Bon painted a hopeful picture. If you're strong enough to capture them without hurting them, we can find a way to bring them back to normal. Si-Ho-On squinted, curious. Strong enough to capture them without hurting them? How? B recalled the moment he received the blessing from the Saintess. We protectors have a way to boost our power. I got stronger thanks to that method, he continued with confident excitement. Because of that, I was able to fight the British demon cult on my own. Kangwoo raised an eyebrow, hearing the mocking laughter of Yomo and Akiyama ringing in his ear. Makes sense. Even a world-class fighter can't take on an entire demon cult alone. Otherwise, Joe wouldn't have asked for help from Korean players. He turned to look at him. Sion being stronger is good for me too. Meanwhile, Bon kept pushing like a passionate insurance salesman. Sion, we need you. We need a protector to protect everyone. He swallowed hard, hesitation clear on his face. Will you join us? After a moment of doubt, Si-Ho-On took a deep breath and looked up. Dong, yes, I will. Bon sighed, each heavy step echoing down the empty alley, looking dejected. Like a dog just denied food by its owner, surprised to be rejected, but then his eyes sparked with determination. But I'll still convince him. Kangwoo silently followed behind, half his face hidden in shadow, muttering, stubborn bastard. Recalling the moment in the cafe, Bon looked straight at C, voice sincere. Will you join us? C. Ho-On hesitated, mouth opening to answer, but at that moment, a purple aura crept around his feet. I. Just as he firmly spoke, about to say he'd join the group, his heart was suddenly gripped by a demon. Kangwoo smiled wickedly, like a demon gently stroking a puppet in his hands. You really think they can save everyone? Isn't Alex just trying to trick you? Si-Ho-On opened his mouth, but his eyes were now bloodshot red. We'll join. The system displayed. The Demon Envoy power has been activated. You have successfully manipulated your Demon Envoy's actions. He bowed his head in refusal. Sorry, I can't decide yet. Tio blinked, confused, saying. Si-Ho-On. Alex hesitated, fingers clenched so tight they turned white, forcing a smile. It's okay. I was planning to stay in Korea anyway. If you change your mind, call me. Kangwoo watched the scene, lips curling slightly. This is satisfying. Good thing I prepared ahead. From the shadows, he continued hiding, watching Alex. It's fine that Sai respects Alex, but he can't share his crazy ideals. He's a pure knight, wanting to save everyone. Kangwoo, determined. If he wants to survive, Si-Ho-On's sword will be stained. I can't let those two meet. Alex suddenly spun around, eyes scanning quickly. Who's there? Kangwoo startled, heart skipping a beat. Have I been spotted? But at that moment, a shadow jumped down from the wall. The demon cult member charged straight at him, screaming like a madman. Die. Alex B's long, sharp claws, covered in demonic energy, swung fiercely. Alex immediately drew his sword, the blade's light flashing like lightning in the dark. He roared, delivering a powerful strike. Pay for interfering with our plan. Alex blocked the strike, sword clashing with claws, sparks flying. You've been following me all the way from England? Before the words finished, the weapon swung again, counterattacking with a cold slash. Give it up, he hissed. Furious, this time I'll send you back to where you belong. They both charged at each other, sword and claws clashing, creating wild streaks of light and shadow in the night. Kangwoo crouched in a distant corner, observing. This time he studied the demon cult member, quickly guessing he was one of the European cult members, the place he attacked a month ago. His gaze shifted to Alex. Clearly this guy had been attacked by them several times already. A streak of blood splattered in the air. He shook his head, clicking his tongue. This will soon come to an end. Alex didn't have to exert much effort, still easily overpowering his opponent. The power gap was huge. Is that because he's a protector? He was panting, teeth clenched, full of hatred to kill. He shook his head, full of frustration, ending on a sadder note than me. But just as he thought it was over, Alex shouted, No. Alex was serious, sword still close to him. Every life is precious, and yours is no different. Then, Mr. Kangwoo's face slowly darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot. What the hell is this bastard talking about? He was passionately trying to convince him to leave the demon cult, to wash away his sins and start a new life. The demon cult guy scoffed. You're talking nonsense again. Meanwhile, Kangwoo's mind was filled with indignation. Was he crazy or what? So all this time, he just let them live like that? While he was still processing this, the demon cult guy secretly pulled out a deadly grenade from his shirt. But that was just the move of a loser, who only knew how to unleash a bunch of mass murderers and spout some lame warnings. Kangwoo didn't even bother listening, just let out a disdainful sigh and threw the grenade to the ground. He mocked him, telling him to pay for his sins and start a new life. A cloud of smoke rose, blocking the view. Alex started coughing uncontrollably, caught off guard. "I will avenge this humiliation," he shouted. When he noticed a civilian passing by and stopping, he didn't care, his face full of utter contempt. "You think just because you say stop, I'll stop?" Alex yelled, warning the girl in front of him to be careful. But it was too late. The demon cult guy charged in, slamming her against the wall with force. She clutched her shoulder, wincing in pain, looking around bitterly. Bad luck. Without waiting long, he slipped away, leaving behind Alex trembling as he moved toward the girl collapsed on the ground. "Just wait, Alex B." He knelt down, his hands shaking as they touched her bloodied face. Then he hugged her lifeless body, screaming miserably like the lead in a tragedy movie. How could this be? Why like this? Suddenly, a voice cut through the sorrow. "What the hell are you doing?" Alex jolted, looking up. Kangwoo stood there, tilting his head curiously, wondering why Alex didn't kill the demon cult guy when they faced off. He stepped closer, his sharp gaze piercing Alex's soul. "If you had done that, this girl wouldn't be dead. This is your fault. Doing this is basically you killing her yourself." Kangwoo raised his hand to his forehead, closed his eyes, and sighed, as if witnessing something unbearable. "Every life is precious, even if it's a member of the demon cult. His life is a life too. I can't risk killing him. That stupid ideal of yours already killed an innocent person. And yet you still spout that nonsense?" Alex blinked, his face innocent. "What are you saying? An innocent person is dead?" He slowly opened his eyes wide, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. "What?" Just as he spoke, the color of the girl in his arms slowly faded away. "Sure, I lost to a demon cult member, but there's no injury at all." Alex smiled and shrugged. Now all that's left in his hands is an empty set of clothes lying limp on the ground. "Look, there's nothing here." At that moment, Kangwoo's lips curled slightly, wickedly, shifting from disgust to helplessness, then to amusement. Kangwoo felt both amused and a bit entertained. He thought silently, "I knew this guy was a little crazy, but I didn't expect him to be this nuts." Meanwhile, Alex sighed with regret. "Lost a demon cult member, huh? That's embarrassing." Without hesitation, Kangwoo crossed his arms and slowly spoke. "Hey, let me ask you something." He quickly looked up and answered, "Yes." Kangwoo smirked, his deep red eyes flashing coldly. "So you have no intention of letting C go, right?" Alex Sir sat up, nodding without hesitation. Of course, there aren't many protectors anyway. Hearing this, Kangwoo almost burst out laughing, but before he could speak, Alex continued seriously to an unbelievable degree. "I get that you treat Sion like family, but this is really important for international relations and humanity." He clenched his fist, full of determination. Si-Ho-On needs to keep developing. He's destined to save many lives. Alex turned his back, striding away, waving his hand like nothing important just happened. "All right, I'm off." As he walked away, he casually tossed back a line. "Oh Kangwoo, you try convincing Si-Ho-On too." Kangwoo stood still, eyes following Alex's retreating figure, repeating that last sentence in his head. "Destined to save many lives, huh?" He turned his head to look at the pile of clothes still on the ground. Disgusting. That's just nonsense. He just wants to turn Si-Ho-On into someone like himself. In his mind, he imagined Si-Ho-On and Alex fighting side by side, feeling a bit annoyed. "I've used my power to force him to refuse before, but as long as Sion respects Alex, I can't force those two apart. This might be an opportunity." Kangwoo seemed to have come up with a brilliant plan, grinning. He said, "Si-Ho-On needs to keep developing, right?" He squinted, thinking, "Yeah, that's right." Without hesitation, Kangwoo released a burst of energy to follow Alex, feeling amused inside. I should help him with that idea. In the sparkling night light of the apartment building, Alex sat quietly on a chair, the soft light highlighting his face, revealing a pensive expression. He silently recalled Kangwoo's question earlier, the suspicious accusations. "Why didn't you kill that demon cult guy when you caught him? If you had, this woman wouldn't have died." Alex closed his eyes, clicking his tongue, silently defending himself. This might be a bit hard for him to understand. He's not a protector, so how could he easily understand the belief that he has to save everyone? His hands clenched tightly, eyes opening with determination, as if he had decided not to give up. But Kangwoo would understand soon enough. "I'll keep persuading him." Suddenly, a scream echoed through the quiet space, startling Alex. He sat up abruptly, eyes staring out the window, trying to make out the sound of a woman screaming. Where was it coming from? The voice grew clearer and clearer. "Someone, help me." Alex quickly assessed the situation, no doubt about it. On the rooftop, above the wall, under the starry night sky, a shadow shot up from the ground, flying up like lightning. Without hesitation, Alex jumped up and landed, shouting loudly, "Stop right there!" He glanced around anxiously. Hope nothing bad is happening. He looked up, his eyes catching sight of someone standing in front of him, arms spread wide as if welcoming him. "Who are you?" The voice rang out, gentle but full of arrogance. "So you're the Sword of Justice. Impressive. You came fast." "Oh, Kangwoo with that clever disguise, standing there like an excited cultist. It's only been a few hours and we meet again. Aren't you happy? Stop frowning already." Alex's eyes darted around searching. "You're probably not tired yet either. Where's that woman?" Oh Kangwoo smiled, lightly adjusting her mask. "Her?" Then she threw her head back, imitating a trembling female voice. "Help me. Someone? Please help me. The Sword of Justice is trying to kill me." Alex frowned angrily, his gaze sharp and cold. "You tricked me?" Oh Kangwoo laughed, full of contempt. "People always say fools are the ones who get fooled." Suddenly, he stepped forward curiously. "Right, I have something to ask you." He was annoyed, indifferent. "What is it?" Oh Kangwoo looked at Alex with clear mockery, making him flinch. "I remember, while escaping, I killed a woman." The image of Alex clutching the girl's body, his pale face, suddenly flooded his mind. That moment couldn't be erased. Oh Kangwoo didn't miss the chance, continuing to provoke, making him furious, veins bulging on his face. "Even if I killed someone, you're not planning to kill me, right?" Alex quickly regained his composure, coldly denying. "I don't know what you're talking about. It was just the two of us in that alley." Oh Kangwoo burst out laughing, pointing at him. "Look at this. Some bastard calling himself the Sword of Justice, ignoring the dead." His tone was cold, dripping with disdain. "What kind of crazy person calls this bastard a hero?" Alex was too angry, his hand immediately touching his weapon. "If what you say is true," Alex drew his sword, the light reflecting off the blade cold as his anger. "Then from now until the end of my life, I'll make you pay." Oh Kangwoo still wore a proud expression, his cold hands clenched into sharp claws. "So, in the end, you really don't plan to kill me?" He paused, eyes piercing through Alex's thoughts, then asked curiously, "Is not killing me really that important?" He gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his weapon, enunciating each word. "Someone like you wouldn't understand." A faint symbol appeared behind Alex, representing the faith he desperately clung to, the belief in the nobility of saving lives. Oh Kangwoo shook his head, as if finding it ridiculously funny. "Monkey's faith, don't talk nonsense, just bring it on." He clicked his tongue, stomping hard on the cracked ground. Then Alex charged forward, like a predator lunging at its prey. There was no other choice. His sword didn't hesitate, stabbing decisively and coldly toward Oh Kangwoo. But he wasn't afraid, just smiling softly, fingers pointing at his own neck, a gesture like a taunt. Alex immediately realized his arm swiftly shifted the sword's direction in an instant, striking hard to the side. He gritted his teeth, anger exploding inside his chest. "Damn it, I deliberately changed my attack direction with my hand," he yelled furiously. "What a stupid move is that?" Just as Alex let his guard down, Oh Kangwoo bent down, a swift, light move like lightning. "I knew you'd do that." He clenched his fist tightly and struck hard into his stomach. "You're the one!" The powerful punch sent Alex flying backward, his body bouncing like a ball, unable to control his balance. That stupid move. He opened his eyes wide in horror, shocked. Alex was stunned when he saw blazing red orbs shooting from Oh Kangwoo's hands toward him. Fire! A terrifying explosion roared. The world seemed to collapse in thick smoke. Alex quickly retreated, skillfully escaping the burning smoke, his face still blank with disbelief, wondering inside, since when did he have that power? He looked at Oh Kangwoo, rising, wielding the sword overhead, half doubtful. He must be that cult member I met during the day. In just one day, he's gotten this strong. While continuing the fight, he quickly calculated he had to redirect his weapon to the side first. But at that moment, a move from Oh Kangwoo shocked Alex. He quickly withdrew his weapon, leaving him no time to react. Alex gritted his teeth, trying to restrain his attack speed. "I have to change direction." This exposed a clear weakness, giving him the chance to close in. "What are you doing?" Oh Kangwoo quickly took advantage, counterattacking him. "Is this some kind of joke?" The powerful punch caught him off guard, and he fell backward to the ground. He screamed in pain, as if torn apart inside. He was too strong, like a completely different person. That strange feeling, a shock in his mind, made him stop and think. Wait, a completely different person. Suddenly, Alex looked at the mask. A vague suspicion flared in his mind. Only one method could make someone suddenly stronger in the cult. Alex frowned, trying to calm himself after that powerful punch. "You bastard," he growled, his eyes flashing with anger and suspicion. "Is he a demon?" Kangwoo just silently stared at him with cold red eyes, showing no emotion at all. Light burst fiercely from both their weapons, each dazzling streak slicing through the night. Every time Alex's sword clashed with Oh Kangwoo's blade-sharp strike, sparks flew wildly like fireworks in the dark sky. Alex darted in sharp diagonal slashes, his shining sword swinging hard, each step closing in on his opponent. The demon tool surrendered to the blinding force. Kangwoo sighed softly, refusing to back down, just raising his hand sideways to block the attack with a solid guard. Even knowing he was a demon, he didn't kill him, only wanting to capture him. He lifted his head and looked at him with a face full of disgust, but guessed this bastard had no right to be a guardian. Rewinding time back to that late afternoon, the orange-red sunlight stretched shadows across the old walls of the demon cult. After escaping Alex's grasp, KIMCHI collapsed behind a mottled wall, breathing heavily, thinking he was safe after running this far. But before he could catch his breath, the wall next to him suddenly exploded. He didn't panic, just calmly spoke as if chatting. "Stop attacking, let me recover first." He stood up angrily, fingers stretching out, turning into long, sharp claws glowing with a dim red hue. "Alex, you're persistent today." But when the smoke clears, the person standing before him is completely unfamiliar. Kangwoo stepped out, coughing dryly, somewhat displeased. "Why hide in a place like this?" He frowned, surprise flickering across his face. "Who are you?" Before the other could answer, he sneered, as if he'd already figured it out. "You must be a member of the Guardian team." Hands in pockets, Kangwoo casually walked forward with a calm gaze like he was strolling in a park. "You know the Guardian team is top-notch. I have some questions." The demon sneered, raising his hand defiantly. "You think I'd just spill the beans?" He smiled slightly. And at that moment, the ring on his hand suddenly flashed. Transformation skill? Of course not. Dark red armor quickly covered his right arm, turning into sharp gloves with long claws of sealing power. That's why Kangwoo's eyes glowed, deadly intent burning around him, combined with super speed strength. "I have to make you want to talk." A powerful punch slammed straight into the demon's stomach, sending him flying back, blood spurting from his mouth. He grinned, blood dripping from the corner of his lips, but his face still full of defiance. Just a fool, though. Once inside the range, before finishing his sentence, his face suddenly froze. "I will kill the demon force myself." The demon looked down, Kangwoo's hand digging deep into his chest, draining his magic mercilessly. "What?" He tilted his head, observing him, hissing, gently asking like chatting. "So, ready to talk now?" The demon struggled to keep his last bit of pride. "Stop making a fool of yourself." Before he could finish, a punch exploded right in his face. "You think I'd speak just because you're serious?" Kangwoo tilted his head and nodded. He eagerly poured dense black magic straight into his body. Power of domination, no need to say more. However, the system announced. The target's soul resisted the domination power. He closed his eyes and sighed, just wanting to keep things simple, but no luck. The demon struggled, eyes bloodshot, staring at the arm still embedded in his chest. Suddenly furious, Kangwoo channeled hellfire power into his body, temperature soaring as if burning his soul, making him let out a chilling scream. Then he pulled his hand out decisively, dragging along some broken teeth and a trail of dark red blood. The demon collapsed, trembling all over, screaming. Kangwoo gently waved his hand, wiping the blood off his fingertips. "Not ready to talk yet?" Kangwoo saw no answer, so he pressed further. "Or should I try once more?" He panicked, tears uncontrollable, desperately saying, "Sir, I'll tell you everything." He dropped one leg down, staring straight into his face. "Good, tell me everything about the Guardian." He tried to stay calm, curious. "Why aren't you better than me?" Kangwoo smiled, fingers lightly stroking the flames burning on his hand. "What? Want to try again?" He panicked, shaking his head quickly. "Sir, I'll talk." The demon was relieved, imagining the number of people in that organization. "From what I know, the Guardian is a collective called the Protectors, at most 10 people, led by an extremely powerful woman who can locate guardians. That's all I know." Kangwoo listened to the demon's words, closing his eyes, a flash of Alex's image appearing in his mind. So, that ability must be how Alex found Kim Seo. With that power, he could track Sion multiple times. The conversation dragged on until the sun slowly set, light fading through the window. "What about the other Guardian's abilities?" he answered. "Besides Alex, I don't know anything else." The demon kept his head down, afraid to look Kangwoo in the eye. "That's all I know. Will you let me live?" He crossed his arms, nodding, but Kangwoo grinned slyly, as if considering a deal. "A deal where both sides have something to trade? I might let you live." The demon looked at him with a fearful, almost shattered expression. Seeing this, Kangwoo probed further. "But what do you have for me?" "Can't wait anymore." He spoke. "Nothing? Then I guess I have to kill you." He gasped, missing several teeth from the earlier punch, tears streaming down, desperately screaming in despair. "Hold on, I'll spill everything." I saw the cult guy's eyes sparkle like he was about to be saved. He started rambling nonstop. Every word he said felt like a desperate plea for survival. Mr. Kangwoo sat there, silent with his eyes closed, a slight smirk playing on his lips, like he was enjoying a hilarious show. After a long while, when the cult guy had spilled all he knew, He stood up. I don't know much more, but damn, this info ain't bad. He hoped there was still a way out, urgently asking, so, you gonna let me go? Kangwoo looked a bit surprised, then sneered, like mocking him. Why would I do that? You got any more info for me? He froze, his face twisting with confusion. What? Kangwoo ignored him and continued. By the way, thanks. The cult guy laughed in despair, feeling like he'd been played from the start. You planned this all along, didn't you? And when his pupils dilated, reflecting Kangwoo's raised hand, a hellfire burst fiercely. He screamed in rage. The demon's fire blazed wildly, burning down the whole house, leaving only the silhouette of one person in cult robes. Mr. Kangwoo held the mask, thinking, I got what I wanted. He smiled slyly, like savoring the moment. Let's get started. Back in reality, he still walked lazily, no rush as Alex attacked, knowing he could follow the plan thanks to that cult guy, and he knew exactly what kind of person that dude was now. He raised both hands high, making him jump. All right, stop right there. Kangwoo flicked Alex's sword away, so damn boring. Facing a guy who wanted to die, he immediately grabbed his neck tight with one hand. In a flash, Alex struggled, coughing dry. Trying to pry Kangwoo's hand off his neck? Let go, he grumbled. You're such a mess. Mr. Kangwoo's eyes turned icy cold, his mind flashing to Min. The world rankings are for the dumbest fools on earth, huh? Besides Xiao Min, who else is a normal world-ranked player? He looked at Alex, gripping his arm tight, gritting his teeth, trying to fight back. Surely, he had a reason not to kill. Maybe it's some tear-jerking story if turned into a movie? His words cut sharp like knives, each sentence making Alex even more pissed. But so what? Will the world disappear if you close your eyes, or will everything vanish if you turn away? Kangwoo kept mocking. You're trying to use your power to pretend none of this happened, like the innocent corpse you disposed of today? He grilled every word with a smirk. Kangwoo smiled, satisfied, eyes gleaming with mischief. Swearing now, huh? Looking more human already. Come and get it. Little Kangwoo won't let Alex have a moment's peace. He kept going with sarcastic lines. What you're doing is just self-serving. You only care about your own gain. The guy got pissed but couldn't do anything. You, Alex, he yelled, using all his strength to resist. What do you know? He didn't care and squeezed harder. Enough of this. Time to let the main act take the stage. While the guy was confused by his words, a terrible explosion happened nearby. Si Ho-on appeared from the thick dust, holding his sword with a worried face. Alex, you okay? He panted, explaining. Suddenly, a monster cut in. Kangwoo saw Si Ho-on had arrived, then turned and changed tone. All right, you speak, who am I? Then started a grand introduction. Without hesitation, I am Death and Apocalypse, father of the angry, and the very wrath itself. He placed his hand on his chest, eyes glowing red, a proud smile on his face. I am Satan. Kim Si Ho-on couldn't believe what he just heard, but couldn't hold back and spoke up. Satan, you're a demon too? Kangwoo kept his stance, one hand squeezing Alex's neck tight, the other shrugging lightly, basically saying yes. He tightened his grip on Alex's neck, challenging, but does that even matter? Kim Si Ho-on lost his cool, shouting tensely, Stop! Kangwoo burst out laughing, teasing Kim Si Ho-on like he was enjoying the moment. You look so awkward. Is this guy important to you? He tensed up, hands gripping his sword tight. I'm not telling you, quietly calling Kangwoo's name. While he was at home, he got an urgent call from Kangwoo. Alex is under demon attack. I'm busy and can't come. You have to go now, he hurriedly asked, extremely worried. Kangwoo, are you okay? A soft cough came from the other side of the phone, trying to reassure Kim Si Ho-on, though his voice sounded tired. I'm fine, hurry up. Those words only made him more anxious, calling Kangwoo non-stop. Kangwoo Ho-on stood there, eyes watching Alex thrash in panic, desperately calling Kim Si Ho-on. His mind was a total mess because he was also under demon attack and couldn't help. He had to defeat an opponent who could overpower Alex B. He knew this was impossible to just stand still. He quickly jumped out of position, but in that moment, the shadow of a huge dragon appeared faintly behind Kim Si Ho-on. Blue Dragon's swordsmanship, Blue Dragon's wrath. He thought he had to stop that demon. However, Kangwoo casually raised one arm, easily blocking his attack without moving a muscle. He teased with a sarcastic tone. Is that all you got? You're too weak. Kim Si Ho-on gritted his teeth, anger and disappointment flooding him. I'm weak, he fumed. Raising his weapon high above his head, the phantom dragon behind roared wildly. I know that too. Blue Dragon swordsmanship with compressed power. He swung again. Blue Dragon slash. But with just a slight movement, Oh Kangwoo used a small amount of magic power to break the attack, easily pushing Kim Si Ho-on hard into the wall. You're surrounded by that purple magic energy, he muttered. I just don't get it, he muttered, his eyes flashing red with sarcasm. You must feel the difference between our strengths. The guy kept advancing. A whirlwind of battle stirred inside him, but Oh Kangwoo mocked him. What's the point of resisting? He continuously blocked Kim Si Ho-on's attacks. He kept probing. Isn't Alex B a stranger to you? The guy was so angry that the veins on his face bulged like ropes. Saving a stranger is weird or what? Kangwoo sneered mockingly. You should call it stupid. Inside, he quietly rejoiced. Yeah, good job. Kangwoo watched the fight with interest, a sly smile spreading across his face as he created a magic barrier. Damn. Yeah, this is what real fighting looks like. KIMCHI is way better than Alex. He observed the guy's sword strikes, breaking through defenses without hesitation, evaluating every move, the sword sharp and deadly, nothing but killing intent. He kept an eye on the sword slicing through his mask, realizing that instead of using sword skills to defeat the opponent, Oh Kangwoo stomped hard on the ground, releasing a powerful burst of energy. Of course, if you had to fight Alex right now, you'd definitely lose. As expected, his aura flared up, pushing KIMCHI away, but that was just a difference in basic technique. His magic quickly transformed into sharp spikes flying toward the guy. A level 60 player, KIMCHI vanished in a flash, dodging all attacks, impossible to hit a level 100 person. Or maybe me, the one with superior stats. The guy refused to lose, trying to sneak an attack from behind, but couldn't escape the magic's sharp reflexes. KIMCHI is going to get stronger. Kangwoo fought while thinking to himself. Heaven had gifted him talent and power, and on top of that, he had a passion for martial arts. KIMCHI launched a series of moves, his body like a clone, each sword cutting through the air toward Oh Kangwoo. He had a great master, Sword Emperor Treo Min. He raised his head without moving, as if everything was too slow, except one thing. The guy didn't flinch and kept charging forward, quickly closing the distance KIMCHI needed. But then, in a moment, he suddenly froze, startled by something unexpected. Kangwoo stretched out his big hand toward him, no time to dodge. His hand clenched tightly around KIMCHI's face with no sound, just a powerful force. He threw KIMCHI like a puppet into the wall. No mercy would be given. KIMCHI screamed in pain, blood gushing from his mouth, limbs losing all strength. Kangwoo stood there, watching him with satisfaction, teasing him. You tried, but no matter how hard you try, that's all you got. He kept provoking. You mad? Looks like you've lost all your calm, huh? KIMCHI gritted his teeth, clutching his face, growling through clenched jaws. Damn it, shut up. He was annoyed, knowing he couldn't win, just wanting to end it. But instead of ending it like KIMCHI wanted, Kangwoo continued with surprise. I'm not killing you. His hand tightened around Alexer's neck, suddenly glowing red, energy radiating fiercely, like it wanted to crush everything. Why would I end something this interesting? KIMCHI shouted. What are you doing? Alex's whole body seemed about to explode, his neck so red it looked like blood was about to spill from his mouth. Oh Kangwoo doesn't care. I like you. Your rage and hatred scare me, they excite me. He made the veins on Alex's body look twisted, as if his life was draining away, trying to call out KIMCHI's name, while Kangwoo kept rambling. I'm impressed by your will and fighting spirit. Kangwoo didn't stop. Then at the same time, Alexer's head exploded right in front of KIMCHI. When he finished his last sentence, Alex's shattered image left KIMCHI stunned. Not knowing what to do, his body trembling, he stammered softly. Ah, ah. Then, in uncontrollable anger, KIMCHI jumped up, charging at Kangwoo. He screamed, unable to think clearly, with only one goal, revenge on that bastard. But just as he took a step forward, his body wobbled and suddenly collapsed to the ground. KIMCHI looked up, eyes full of hatred. Damn it. Unable to think because of the last attack. Kangwoo stood opposite, excited. Yeah, that look, eyes full of hatred and resentment. That's the desire that leads to life. He tried to open his eyes, but everything around blurred. Meanwhile, Kangwoo began his speech. That rage and hatred will become your motivation. Keep struggling, reflecting, and remember me. He emphasized every word before the guy closed his eyes. I am death and the apocalypse. I am rage and hatred. I am the demon swallowing anger and growing stronger. Humanity uses hatred as fuel to evolve. Then he closed his eyes. Darkness enveloped him, but he could still hear Kangwoo's terrifying laughter and his powerful final words. Kill me! Kangwoo looked at the unconscious KIMCHI, breathed a sigh of relief, finally passed out. He removed his mask, talking to himself, but felt a wave of nausea. Why does that damn demon talk like this? Imitating his way of speaking gives me goosebumps. He glanced at the guy, silently hoping this would be the motivation KIMCHI needed, something he's been missing. He studied his face, hoping for the future, pushing himself to remember the moment KIMCHI was beaten to a pulp, gasping on the ground, and KIMCHI was sealed, his limbs tightly bound in prison. After KIMCHI and KIMCHI were kidnapped, nothing pushed KIMCHI to improve. Kangwoo pondered the mysterious Elixir organization, endless doubts swirling in his mind. Now that we don't know if the Guardians are allies or enemies, Kim Si-hoon needs to be pushed to get stronger. The remaining Guardians are like Alex. He looked at Alex's corpse, his determination unshaken. He has to kill the enemy himself. Muttering to himself, the system appeared, and he thought, I have to quickly remove this damn level cap and get stronger. Data flashing rapidly like a stuck record. Now that you're free, you've defeated a Guardian. The system energy used to limit your level has weakened. Your level cap has increased to 69. Applying the experience you've accumulated, you've gained 10 levels. You've awakened for the 7th time. Moreover, the most important stats update. Your stats have increased. Strength plus 11, dexterity plus 9, stamina plus 8, clarity plus 4. This shocked him like a freak. The condition to remove the restriction is to kill a Guardian. No wonder it wasn't revealed. Oh Kangwoo paused, eyes flashing with surprise as he read the info carefully. Wait, the level cap is 69? I thought after removing the 59 cap, there'd be no restrictions until 89. His face suddenly darkened as he spun around. But I have a new level cap at 69, and the condition to remove it is to kill a Guardian? Sweat started beading on his forehead. When he cast a calculating glance at Kim Si-hoon, meaning Oh Kangwoo glared evilly, suddenly wondering if he could kill a Guardian to remove the level cap. The smile on his lips lost all humanity, directed at the unconscious Kim Si-hoon on the ground. So that brutal idea flashed in his mind. I just need to kill them? A tense, suffocating silence enveloped them both, but Oh Kangwoo quickly regained his composure and shook his head. Probably not. Then he decisively threw his cloak to the ground, saying that would be a very stupid choice. The tough confrontation before made him think more cautiously. I don't know what kind of beings will invade Earth, so there's no need to reduce the number of Guardians. If Alex hadn't negatively affected Kim Si-hoon, I would have spared him already. Moments later, Oh Kangwoo focused intently on studying the system panel. Alright, let's see what the 7th awakening attribute I just got is. He lightly touched the screen to check. Soul Collector. This attribute's level now. The info displayed includes Kangwoo level 69, 7th stage pseudo-awakening, early stage pseudo-awakening attributes, hunting power level. Most of the attribute's power is sealed. 2nd stage pseudo-awakening attribute, unsatisfied hunger, level C. 3rd stage pseudo-awakening attribute, demon craving mana, level A. 4th stage pseudo-awakening attribute, demon force ruler, level A. 5th stage pseudo-awakening attribute, summon demon beast, level A, unusable. 7th stage pseudo-awakening attribute, soul collector, level S. Stamina 54, physique 45, strength dexterity 49, demon force unique stat 113, cunning 37. Continuing to explore details through the 7th stage pseudo-awakening attribute system panel, soul collector, level S. Attribute effect, linked to hunting power. You can fully absorb demon souls and increase the quality of your souls. The stronger the demon soul, the higher the effect. Oh Kangwoo was briefly surprised by this info. It's an attribute linked to hunting power? Then he closed his eyes, carefully imagining it in his mind. Hunting power absorbs vitality, demon force, and even the target's power. It also devours souls, but it only gnaws and swallows a bit, so it's not very effective. Now it adds the ability to fully absorb souls? Oh Kangwoo's eyes immediately glanced in one direction as if recalling something. And at that moment, a new system panel appeared. Demon Soul, the 2nd step to becoming a demon god. Condition 1, Condition 2, making him carefully reason. Demon Soul, I don't know what these two conditions are, but they seem related to the 7th stage awakening attribute. Oh Kangwoo suddenly recalled the previous awakening process. At first, Min wondered if the 6th stage awakening attribute, the creativity of demon art, had anything to do with extreme demon force, but then, connecting it with the moment I saw that strange orb, like the key to the demon force, something only someone who can wield 6 types of powers at once can obtain. The soul collector is probably also related to the demon soul. Suddenly, Kangwoo licked his lips with a hint of excitement, thinking he just needs to hunt a few demons and check it out himself. Suddenly he thought of someone. Looks like I'll have to bother Father Undo for now. Over here, she's lying on the bed, groaning. I pushed myself too hard. Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Back over here. Kangwoo closed his eyes, focused, and tried to channel energy into his hand. Up to this point, the attribute remained stable, and a shimmering red liquid gradually appeared. After the 7th awakening, the seal of the 10,000 demon core weakened. The space around where Kangwoo stood completely transformed. I can use the Heavenly Dragon Mind technique to condense the demon force in front of me, so this should be enough. Kangwoo furrowed his brow slightly. Sweat began pouring down his forehead, and streams of demon force started moving toward his face. Now that I've completed the extreme demon force body, I can absorb everything so fast, it's like I've become a Dantian myself. Even the ground beneath his feet was soon surrounded by demon force. Maybe because the deepest part was still sealed, but the quality of the demon force was still very poor. Kangwoo eyed the source of the energy with some caution. If I keep absorbing the demon force from the 10,000 demon core like this, my whole body will be motionless absorbing demon force, while secretly guessing my entire body will become the 10,000 demon core. I feel like I can summon demon force from the abyss. Kangwoo stayed firm in place, while countless 10,000 demon cores bared their jagged teeth and approached. Just a little more, just a bit more. At that moment, sharp teeth were waiting right above his head, while he still hadn't reacted. I just need to expand the 10,000 demon core a bit more. Then his eyes suddenly opened, trying to regain composure. No. A moment later, Kangwoo clenched his fist tightly, instantly shattering the illusion of the 10,000 demon core. Stop here. After struggling for a while, he wiped sweat from his forehead and felt strange. Not understanding why today, he kept getting caught up in these temptations. The system panel appeared again. You have converted demon force from the 10,000 demon core into your demon force stat. Your unique demon force stat has increased by 8. Though a bit tired, he still looked satisfied. Oh, an increase of 8? Looks like I've unlocked quite a bit. While still pondering, he suddenly noticed, what's this demon force stat? Then he looked at the system panel skillfully. 49 dexterity, 120 unique demon force, 37 cunning. The full stats were stamina 54, dexterity 49, constitution 45, unique demon force 113, willpower cunning 37. Glancing over, Kangwoo silently compared it to before. When I checked the status window, the demon force stat was 113, but it increased by 8, so shouldn't it be 121? He crossed his arms, looking puzzled. Why is it 120? While he was still wondering, the cloak behind him suddenly radiated a fierce aura. Could it be that Kangwoo just noticed something unusual and checked it himself? The system panel's rage continued, displaying, your stat has reached 120. The quality and effectiveness of the stat have greatly increased. Stat bonuses from legendary or lower tier equipment will no longer apply once the stat exceeds 120. Instinctively, he looked at the outfit he was wearing inside and felt a bit disappointed. So once the stat reaches this level, equipment bonuses no longer add on? Why was such important information only revealed now? If that's the case, this legendary equipment is basically useless now. The hand pulling the hem of his shirt immediately froze, when Kangwoo suddenly realized, wait, this info is only just being revealed now. The eyes hidden behind his hair showed no emotion, but the corners of his mouth curled up confidently. Ah, so that's how it is. He looked at the corpse lying on the ground while reasoning, it's not that no one revealed it, but because they couldn't. After all, probably no one has ever raised their stat to 120 before. Even world-class elites only get this strong, so it's understandable no one has reached this level yet. Soon, a fierce flame erupted, mixed with Kangwoo's cold voice. Should I head back already? He adjusted his appearance. After just erasing his traces, I've been back on Earth for half a year, so it took me 6 months to reach this level. Kangwoo's gaze suddenly lifted, feeling a surge of emotion. Half a year staring into the vast void with countless twinkling stars, silently admiring, it's been quite a while. Scene shifts to a few days later, at the Red Rose Association. With morning sunlight shining into the training room, 2 streams of fighting energy collided, producing sharp cracking sounds. KIMCHI Ho-on launched a series of rapid attacks, but they were easily blocked by Treo Min. Through his seasoned eyes, he still sensed a clear difference in KIMCHI Ho-on. Then the sword in his hand was struck and flew up, clattering to the ground. Treo Min coldly said, let's stop here for today. But KIMCHI Ho-on firmly replied, I can still go on. Hearing that, he smiled faintly. He can still keep going, hesitating and mocking. With that body, he was exhausted and panting nonstop, but still stubborn. I have to. Then Doong's cold eyes looked toward Treo Min and declared he had become stronger. This expression truly made him take notice. That fierce gaze was enough to make any fighter's blood boil. His martial arts were progressing rapidly, but along with the thoughts in his head, Treo Muin glanced in one direction, feeling a bit worried. On this side, Mr. Kangwoo was leisurely moving through the levels, and he took the chance to ask, hey, I'm planning to go hunting with Van Long Kiem. Is that cool? He suddenly raised his voice, guessing, hunting monsters? Are you planning to go to the S-Rank gate with guns? But that's not what Treo Min wants. He wants to head to Shanghai. This answer surprised Oh Kangwoo for a moment. Shanghai, this made him vaguely recall that the gate he had encountered wasn't that S-Rank gate like the one in Hokai City. Wasn't it too early? He then explained that just training alone wasn't very effective anymore. I think it's better if he fights leveling monsters and gains real combat experience. Not stopping there, Treo Min also suggested, I'm even considering not bringing any communication devices. Now understanding the plan, he nodded in agreement. So you want to do closed-off training. At the same time, he thought to himself, hunting, huh? glancing over at Kim Si-ho-on, exhausted, leaning on his knees. Oh Kangwoo carefully considered Muin's training method. It might be the best way to help Kim Si-ho-on improve. He wants more power. Hunting will help more than training. Then he slowly approached the thought in his head, maybe I should give him a little more motivation. At that moment, this action caught Kim Si-ho-on by surprise. Hey! At this moment, Oh Kangwoo suddenly hugged him tightly and passionately called out to Si-ho-on, then got emotional and blamed himself. Because I was too weak, Alex B had to die. This made Kim Si-ho-on panic as well. No, it's not like that. It's all because I was too weak. Seeing the other party completely off guard, Oh Kangwoo continued to plead. Kim Si-ho-on, let's try our best to become stronger. We have to avenge his death. Then he dropped the killer line. I think that's exactly what Alex wanted. Hearing these sappy words really moved him to the point his eyes welled up. Hey, then he firmly said, I understand now. I will definitely become stronger. But that's not all. Kim Si-ho-on also promised Kangwoo that he would personally avenge Alex. Hearing this, he immediately changed his expression. Just as expected on this side, Treo Muin, witnessing this sappy scene, couldn't help but laugh. What a warm, brotherly bond. A few days later on a clear morning, Kim Si-ho-on went with Treo Muin to Shanghai. Mr. Kangwoo was exhausted, lying deeply on a chair, while I had nothing to do, feeling disappointed. To use the Soul Collector attribute, you have to have demons. But I still haven't found any cult members. Suddenly, the phone rang. While he was lost in thought, hoping Yeonju found something. Just as he mentioned Cao Cao, Cao Cao called, Hello, Yeonju? What's up? Did you find the cult members? The voice on the other end urged anxiously. Oh Kangwoo, quickly turn on the TV. Seconds later, he reluctantly complied, still wondering. TV? For what? Are they showing up on TV? This made Yeonju a bit annoyed. Just turn it on. Oh Kangwoo's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Yeonju's voice continued steadily in his ear. The cult revealed important information about conducting a large-scale demon summoning. Images of the demons displayed on the screen left Oh Kangwoo stunned and speechless. In addition, Yeonju also provided more info. Not only that, it seems they summoned a huge number of demons. Seeing no reaction from him, she raised her voice. Hey, Oh Kangwoo, are you listening to me? On this side, a sly smile appeared on his face, feeling a floating joy inside. It was time. Oh Kangwoo's eyes stared intently at the TV, drooling with desire, silently shouting, Let's feast big time. The voice on the other end was still urgent from Yeonju. Hello. The next day at the Red Rose Council, Yeonju was focused on handling piles of paperwork. Suddenly, a noise caught her attention. She greeted proactively when she saw Mr. Kangwoo. You're here? Han Seo Nega shyly bowed behind her. Yeonju sniffed. Did someone smell something? Oh Kangwoo didn't hesitate, going straight to the point. I heard it on the news, but what exactly happened? Then he sighed softly, recalling the chaotic scene elsewhere. The surrounding offices are in chaos now. The urgent voices still echoed in his head, contacting China to confirm the cult's location immediately. Where's the countermeasure meeting? On the plane. Gather the planes first. Yeonju lowered her voice. You know, a large-scale attack is happening in Vladivostok. On this side, Ina was still happily browsing the bookshelf. While Oh Kangwoo continued to inquire, Are they that many? She honestly shared. We still don't have exact numbers. But thinking about the demons, Yeonju sighed deeply. Probably at least hundreds of demons attacking along with an unbelievable number of monsters. This info really stunned him so much he covered his mouth and muttered a million. But actually, he was overly happy. Oh, cult. I'm so proud of you all. How did you know I needed demons and offered such a feast yourselves? Trying to control his expression, Oh Kangwoo looked worried. Is there a lot of damage? She answered. Luckily, not many deaths. But the problem was seeing Yeonju hesitate. Oh Kangwoo immediately guessed the monsters would keep moving. Is that right? Confirmed immediately. Yeah, that's right. Seconds later, Yeonju promptly explained the demon's direction with worry. The monsters are moving fast toward the Manchu fields. If they head to China, it's fine. But if they change course to South Korea, a big battle will happen. Hearing this, Oh Kangwoo felt troubled. Since North Korea collapsed on the disaster day, they will definitely enter South Korea immediately. Then asked, what about China? Just as he wondered, seconds later Yeonju answered. They already asked the Alliance and us first. They want to end everything at Manchu Fields before the damage grows. But what Oh Kangwoo cared about was whether they had made a decision yet. Here Yeonju sighed heavily. There's a strategy meeting in Haben, so they want all councils to join. Now we're gathering at the plane, preparing to fly to Haben. Most councils have left. Then her eyes sharpened, glancing in one direction. So, I also want to ask your opinion. Want to hesitate a bit, Yeonju emphasized with Ina. The girl here was absorbed in books, suddenly paused when hearing her name. Yeonju also took the chance to ask if the two of them would be okay. What about Kiem Long and the others? Hearing this, Oh Kangwoo calmly answered instead. Kim Si-ho-on is training in secret now, and I don't intend to call anyone else. His hand gently placed on his chest as he slowly spoke. even if there are demons and dangers, as the one in charge. Saying this, suddenly a proud smile appeared on Mr. Kangwoo's lips, confidently declaring, "Then I alone am enough, right?" This attitude immediately left Yeonju speechless. Fair enough, though it's a bit troublesome in a way. Very soon, they arrived at Bin China, the player support center. Oh Kangwoo led the way, observing around and exclaiming, "It's cleaner inside than I thought." Then he softened his tone and chatted with So-on. Walking ahead, "I didn't think you'd be our guide, so thanks. You helped Fujimoto Mo last time." Seeing Oh Kangwoo speak, she lightly touched her finger to her lips in a playful way. "After all, it's my promise," he asked. "I heard you're training Treomin privately. You must be really busy now, huh?" Mentioning this made So-on sigh deeply and respond weakly. "Very busy indeed, especially when I have to teach the lessons my dad assigned to him." Her eyes suddenly became unusually uneasy. "But Uncle worries me more. Because Dad isn't here, Uncle took his place in the meeting." Oh Kangwoo raised his voice in surprise. "Uncle?" The solemn demeanor of that person made her shiver. "That's right. Have you heard of the demon sword Ma-on? He's not very famous because my dad's shadow is too big, but he's also the deputy sect leader of Thien Diamon and among the top fighters in China. However, Uncle isn't very fond of Korea." Hearing this, Oh Kangwoo sneered. "Wow, things are going pretty smoothly, huh?" This comment immediately drained her energy, and she replied in a whiny voice, "All right, that's a relief." Behind Yeonju, it seemed like someone noticed something and shouted. Up ahead, a commotion appeared. At that moment, one of two people was being blocked, angrily shouting, "Call me over here. Why won't you let me in?" This voice made Yeonjo vaguely recognize the person, and once sure, he called out, "What, Dong-hoon Roy?" Annoyed by being called like that while angry, she glared and snapped, "What do I look like to you?" This person belongs to the Sana Guild, leader Dong-hoon Roy, and the young guy next to her belongs to the Oe Guild, leader Trio Min. Her suspicious gaze softened immediately after seeing the person behind. Her tone then became gentler. "Is that really Yeonju? You arrived way too early." Min Dee's dad beside her shyly spoke. "Hello, Red Rose Guild leader." Seeing the two still here, Yeonju wondered, "Why don't you go inside?" Then Dong-hoon Roy took the chance to openly badmouth and said, "They've all lost their minds. Everyone comes here, but they say we can't join the meeting and have to wait until they call us." Just hearing that made Yeonju upset. "What?" Then she didn't hold back and scolded the tall man blocking the door. "Are you crazy? Move aside." He glared down fiercely. "Ma-on, he's in the middle of a meeting. You can't go in. When the meeting ends, I'll notify you. If you don't obey orders," then Ma-on hesitated for a moment, then coldly warned, "We'll reconsider the China-Korea alliance, you know." This made Yeonju furious, rolling up her sleeves ready to confront that bastard. But immediately So-on smiled brightly and stopped Yeonju. "Wait a moment." In an instant, her eyes turned fierce and asked him, "What's your deal? They came to help stop the demon invasion?" "Move aside." Then he threatened back. "If Dad knew about this," he arrogantly interrupted, his face full of pride. "When Moojin isn't here, Ma-on's orders are top priority." But the next second, a sarcastic voice came from behind. "Is that so?" Making So-on surprised. "Mr. Kangwoo," then apologetically said, "Sorry, I'll contact Dad immediately if there's an emergency." But Oh Kangwoo wasn't really concerned about that and just stepped in front of him. "Nah, it's fine." The distance was close enough for him to nudge the other, but Oh Kangwoo still kept a polite attitude and tried to understand. "So we really can't go in?" But he stubbornly refused to give way. "Ma-on told me not to let you in." When the meeting ends, seeing that gentle methods didn't work anymore, his face gradually darkened, then questioned, "So what if we just go in anyway?" At this point, hearing that, he replied in a deep voice, "Then immediately gather your courage and punch straight at Kangwoo, so I can take you to the hospital right away." At the same time, the meeting room door exploded open. Inside, chaos erupted as a red-haired gang leader shouted in shock, "What the hell is that?" The terrifying aura made another gang leader extremely confused. "What the hell is going on?" Through the thick smoke, a pair of feet slowly stepped in, accompanied by a deep voice saying, "Excuse me." Kangwoo knocked out the guard and boldly led the group inside. "Is this the meeting room?" Someone immediately jumped up from their seat with a furious voice. "Who else is here?" The bald guy rushed forward at lightning speed and shouted loudly, "How dare you interrupt this serious meeting?" But Oh Kangwoo, the boss, blocked him with just one hand. "Bald guy, huh?" Seconds later, he slammed the bald guy straight to the ground. "Stay right there, okay?" This one move was enough to show the massive power gap, leaving everyone stunned. Just moments ago, the bald guy was all talk, but now he was trembling on the floor, mocked by Kangwoo. "Oh, I guess he's got nothing left to lose, huh? Especially since he's bald." Then he casually stepped over the two crushed bodies piled on top of each other. "Hey man, what do you think you're doing?" At that moment, the muscular body of the bald guy had become a meat cushion for Kangwoo to sit on, crossing his legs, acting friendly like nothing had ever happened. Let's continue the meeting, everyone. At that moment, Ma'an closed his eyes and listened carefully to him. Hwajik, the support team you requested, has also arrived, so we should just keep the meeting going, right? Then he said coldly, too many people just mess things up. But Kangwoo immediately mocked him with zero respect. Cut the old proverbs from Ong Leung Nyut somewhere and look at everyone's attitude. He couldn't help but open his eyes. Really rude. Kangwoo continued to respond with his ruthless attitude. Rude, huh? My head's kinda pounding because of an old man like you. Alright, while we're at it, I'll say a few things about Ma'an himself. He then warned seriously. What are you talking about? Kangwoo spoke while holding a pen to illustrate vividly. An older brother with outstanding talent and a younger brother who was equally gifted. And then the younger brother spent his whole life obsessed with the shadow of the older brother, knowing he could never surpass him. Then he took a pen as an example and continued the story full of hidden meaning. But after that, an opportunity came. When the older brother wasn't around and a monster army was looming, the younger brother tried to make a big move to prove he wasn't inferior to his brother. At this point, that pen was immediately thrown straight at the map behind Ma'an. Kangwoo then slowly emphasized, so he looked at the pen stuck firmly among some dots and spoke with contempt. That younger brother would be preparing backup forces behind the scenes. So, the older brother couldn't complete his job well. Then Kangwoo laughed scornfully, saying a loser trying to escape his brother's shadow. Facing his mockery, Ma'an showed no emotion all along. Even though Kangwoo asserted firmly that this was Ma'an's true nature, it seemed this key statement had crossed his limit. Ma'an gritted his teeth, furious. You! Then he exploded with rage, shouting loudly, what do you know to talk nonsense there? But that didn't shut Kangwoo up. All right, I knew you'd say that. Seconds later, he gestured, no backbone. Your joy or anger is way too obvious. With a smirk, extremely arrogant, he challenged, all right, stop holding back your anger. Come here. At that moment, Ma'an finally got so worked up that his whole body radiated killing intent. After hearing Kangwoo's words, Trun said, what are you waiting for? Don't waste time like that. Under the blazing sunlight, 3 groups of people gathered neatly in the yard. Yeonju held a megaphone in one hand, frowning, looking very anxious and worried. Behind Kangwoo, curious, hey, why so tense? That's not like you at all. That instantly made Yeonju angry, shouting, isn't it your fault? The more she thought about the past, the more annoyed she got. If you hadn't said those things earlier, recalling Kangwoo's arrogant challenge to Ma'an that day. All right, now it's time for you to blow off steam. Come on. That made Ma'an jump out of his seat immediately. After hearing him keep nagging, come on, watch. It'll only take a moment. Along with the illusion of a fierce beast, he grabbed the sword and aimed it straight at him. Kangwoo, that arrogant brat of yours, and yet you stay so calm. Looking at Ma'an, he boldly threatened, I'll beat you until you can't even open your mouth. He rolled his eyes, gritting his teeth, but suddenly stopped. I will kill you. A pen slammed straight into his forehead with a cold voice. Too noisy. The force from that strike made him fall flat on the ground, shocking everyone. Meanwhile, Kangwoo still smiled warmly. Okay, just do it like that. Though it looked that way on the surface, every word he said was full of deadly intent. Now we can't be on the same team anymore, so just fight, but operate independently. Looking at Ma'an rolling his eyes, missing some teeth, lying unconscious on the ground, Kangwoo got even more interested and declared sarcastically, all right then, everyone for themselves. Back to reality. Yeonju rushed over, grabbing his collar, trying to hold back her emotions. If you've got the authority to give orders like that. Seconds later, Kangwoo could only smile wryly at her sudden outburst. Why don't you just give the orders yourself? Why hand it to me? How could I? Yeonju pointed at the Oh gang and shouted, can you really order those guys around? Over there, Chamin was cheering on his teammates. Do it like that. But he shamelessly tried to make excuses. If someone causes trouble, someone else cleans it up. She scolded him mercilessly. You jerk. You caused the mess, so you give the orders. Dung Hoon, the whip wielder of the Sonata gang, was also fired up hearing their conversation. So cute, so noisy, Yeonju said helplessly. I can't. This time he twisted back. Why not? You give great orders. Ho Rang from the Hwagang Legion sighed heavily at the scene. Meanwhile, Kangwoo tried to quickly dodge, I've got other things to do. But that only made her angrier. In war, what else is there besides fighting? Kangwoo just smiled wryly and stayed silent. That's a secret, feeling a bit shy inside, thinking he couldn't say he was going to eat demon meat. Just then, a thunderous scream rang out. Here we come! From afar, vague black shapes appeared, unclear what they were. As they got closer, everyone was shocked to realize it was a horde of fierce monsters charging toward them. The sheer number was enough to make everyone hesitate. Why so many? It's like going back to last year, that disastrous day. No way. Even if we all charge, we can't beat them. Just as she said that, someone shouted loudly, let's charge together. Seeing the tension like a tightrope, Yeonju took the initiative to encourage everyone through a handheld loudspeaker. This time is different from that disaster day. We now have the power to fight the monsters. We'll divide the tasks one by one. Mages, prepare your spells, block the attacks, then fall back to the rear. Her words gave the warriors a bit of hope, but that hope only lasted a few seconds before their faces darkened in confusion because of Yeonju's awkwardness. Next, we'll form a V-shaped formation to lure the beasts inside. Then, in this critical moment, Ho-Rang spoke up to help. Yeonju, if you say it like that, no one will understand. This made her so embarrassed she blushed. Kangwoo clapped enthusiastically from behind, a sudden idea flashing in his mind. Yeonju stepped forward slowly. I'm not really cut out for giving orders. Then he handed the loudspeaker to Mr. Handi. How about you take over? This made her feel a bit relieved, and she immediately smiled brightly. I won't give orders anymore, so I can speak more freely. The pressure was lifted. She proudly walked among the group of warriors, boosting their morale. Don't overthink it. Just treat this like an EF hunting event, she joked, to lighten the mood. This will be our chance to get a huge amount of EF. This encouragement finally worked. The warriors began to laugh and chat happily. An EF hunting event? She was right. Level up time. Yeonju got pumped. Excitedly, he rallied the troops. Hey everyone, is there anyone here who's not from our side? After observing, Ho-Rang sighed inwardly. Damn. And she said she couldn't do it. His eyes focused on her with admiration, just a few words, and she eased the players' worries and boosted their morale, so he could breathe easy. No need to give orders. Meanwhile, the thorny chains were summoned by Yeonju. While she clicked her tongue softly, whatever, just remember the 3 rules when fighting, she declared boldly. First rule, no one gets hurt. Second, no one dies. Yeonju suddenly surged forward, not forgetting to growl. And third, all the EF will be mine. Then the monsters of all grotesque shapes bared their jagged teeth and charged, their blood-red eyes fierce, glowing with a strange mark. It turned out they were controlled by someone behind the scenes. He silently thought to himself, from the usual movements of these monsters, he didn't need to observe further. This person was the Dark Messenger Antonovich. He was somewhat reassured about the battle. Now everything was clear. Moments later, he cautiously speculated about the network protecting Earth. The Thorn system guarding this planet was something the demon cult had been desperately trying to destroy, and now it was weakening. This also meant their power would increase. The more he thought about it, the more Antonovich felt thrilled inside. The time for their official action was not far off. Just then, a huge foot stepped closer with a booming voice. That man didn't even bother to look back at the 2-horned demon, but just reminded him, now's not the time for you to reveal yourself. I'm the youngest 5th-level hell demon, the guy asked anxiously. How much longer do I have to keep hiding from them? Thinking about the monsters fighting outside made him restless. Can't I just show up and kill a few humans? My subordinates are suffering a lot. Then he clenched his teeth, declaring with determination, I, the youngest, will prove humans are just humans. As soon as he said that, Antonovich doused him with cold water. Leave that for later. This confused the youngest, who shouted, What do you mean? Ignoring the fierce reaction, he calmly replied, We have other things to do. At this moment, Antonovich held a piece of paper with a picture of Kangwoo, speaking with amusement. There's someone we need to meet. Then he began telling a story. Long ago, the cult leader Akimasa Iki executed a demon with summoning powers like mine in Japan. After hearing they were attacked, I received the faith of a believer, the pupil bearing the eye mark that made him acknowledge it, and it was quite interesting. The ruthless gaze of Kangwoo was etched deeply in Antonovich's mind, a look full of madness and death. It was what saved a mage, punished the demon cult. None of that mattered to him. He had only one goal. When I looked into his eyes, I felt it. He was the same kind of person as me. He rambled on, glancing up at the black energy he created, hovering above his head. What he wanted, what he craved, I knew it all. Then I came up with the idea to bring him into the demon cult. That hand made of dark energy immediately slammed down in Antonovich's excitement. And now I hear he's joining this battle. Just wait a little longer, and we'll meet him soon. The youngest. After hearing his rambling, he bared his sharp, jagged teeth. He tried to suppress his anger and warned, You're crossing the line. I've heard you say that since you summoned me. I'm a demon, not human. Don't boss me around. Hearing this, Antonovich immediately humbled himself, soothing, My apologies, but don't act rashly. But that didn't stop the youngest from being furious. Eating humans was also a rash act. After all, you're just human. My youngest's warning made him hastily back down. You're not like that. A moment later, he showed genuine concern. I just don't want you to do something stupid and end up turning into a demon cult traitor. My pen heard that and raised his voice even more. What do you mean? Then he raised his hand with sharp claws, his voice full of anger. After that, you dare to force my youngest demon to obey you in the 5th layer? While he was yelling curses, his hand suddenly froze from a burst of power. What a crazy guy. My youngest looked blankly at Antonito's dark energy. What is this black aura surrounding him now? A moment later, he was horrified to find sharp claws digging into his head. Before, he was arrogant and superior. Now he had to bow his head to Antonito. He calmly kept reading, his voice steady as he said, My pen then arrogantly questioned, Are you ready to obey me yet? Held firmly, with his head pressed to the ground. He glared at him. He stubbornly refused to submit, and instead cursed. What a miserable human. Hearing that, Antoncito calmly closed his book and warned in a deep voice, That's unfortunate. As soon as he finished, black blood splattered everywhere. The other monsters, startled, jumped back. Hearing his voice, I believe Antoncito's face must have shown a ruthless expression, and he coldly said, You will always follow my orders. Then the fierce monsters charged, but suddenly beams of light flashed, slashing at them. Yeonju had just unleashed his power, charging forward with fierce momentum. One monster suddenly swung its claws at her. Luckily, Hwa-on appeared just in time and took it down. Yeonju remembered to keep an escape route open. Hearing the reminder, she blushed and shyly replied, I know, seriously, which made Hwa-on laugh. We came here to help, so don't be mad like that. Hyun-woo, standing behind, also exclaimed, Yeonju, you run way too fast. A moment later he frowned and glanced into the distance, but what caught his eye was a group of monsters waiting ahead. It wasn't over yet. Seeing that, Hwa-on couldn't help but tease. If Mr. Kangwoo was here, we'd be more confident. Yeonju blushed even more and shouted, Who needs that rotten guy doing shady stuff? But unexpectedly, he was silently behind the two of them, forcing a weak smile. I'm still here. You know, Oh Kangwoo, like a wandering ghost, silently surveyed the situation. Now he thought the players here were mostly fine. He quietly assessed the fighting team. Sia and the Sana group were supporting pretty well. Looking at the battle situation, Kangwoo noticed that Red Rose, Hwagang, and On were quite effective at killing monsters. If this continued, they had a chance to win, but there was still an obstacle that made him purse his lips. The problem was, recalling earlier, Oh Kangwoo doubted whether these hundreds of demons were summoned by the demon cult. Why hadn't they made a move yet? Why? Could it be their goal wasn't to start a fight? He wondered. So, what exactly are they aiming for? Then Oh Kangwoo called out to Ina. The girl replied, Yes, you ordered me to go to the Saj group to protect Aaron. Oh, she confidently assured. Got it. I promise no one will touch the CEO's hair. Red marks appeared on the ground, making the girl suspicious. Didn't you say we had to wait for the demons to show up? Hearing her question, Oh Kangwoo answered. The plan changed. Then, where Oh Kangwoo stood, suddenly a dark hand emerged from the ground, making the girl jump. What is that? The hand kept drawing obscure symbols, making Ina worried. Oh Kangwoo looked and suddenly understood, sensing demonic power. So I was wondering where it came from? At that moment, the other side clearly wrote, I want to talk. Oh Kangwoo immediately understood. So, this is an invitation to a party? This made him even more excited, and he instantly smirked. Over at Antonio V, he was stroking his beard, deep in thought, looking puzzled. Has he received my message yet? The great demon beside Antonito was also curious. So what should we do now? Who should we kill? Pity. He chuckled with amusement. Don't be so impatient. After this battle, you'll officially meet him. That carefree attitude really annoyed him, showing clear irritation. We still have to stand here and wait? We're demons. Demons should live in blood and flesh. He immediately glanced sharply to warn him. I told you not to be impatient. Don't you understand? The great demon was startled by that cold, merciless gaze. He dared not delay and immediately knelt down. Please forgive me. I sincerely apologize. Human. Seeing this, Antonovich showed mercy. All right. He glanced at the remaining demons and reminded them. Anyone want to step out? They all trembled. Sir, human, we will obey and stay put. They all obeyed at once, making him stroke his beard thoughtfully. After pondering, most of the demons were controlled by fear. I just need to call him out and talk privately, so how to separate them properly. Antonovich thought about CA's appearance and started calculating. The easiest way now is to take a hostage. I think they said there's a woman living with him, so capturing her might work. Thinking quickly, he immediately decided. So today, before executing the plan, something felt off, making Antonito V turn his head, and even the great demon was puzzled. What's going on? The human looked into the distance, thinking, wait, he's coming here. At that moment, a flash of light streaked by, making Anton Seedovich panic. How did he find my location? But it's okay, very fast. That thing swept past them, causing a massive shockwave. If he refused my request, then just kill him already. Amid the thick smoke, Kangwoo's voice rang out, straightforward, unlike Haifong. He asked bluntly, So you want to talk? Hearing that familiar tone, Anton Sedo V suddenly looked curious. You speak Russian? Kangwoo just clicked his tongue and answered casually, acting like it was no big deal. After finishing, he glanced into the distance. First looking this way, Kangwoo assessed the monsters lurking around. These were all low-level demons, 5th layer of hell, or maybe lower. possibly the 6th layer. None of them knew who he was. Ignoring those lame demon lords, Kangwoo wanted to get to the main point now. What exactly did this guy want to say? Seeing his straightforward attitude, Antonovich admitted honestly, I want to make a deal with you. You've awakened the demon's special privilege, right? As soon as he said that, Kangwoo curiously asked back. The privilege was instantly acknowledged by the other side. Yes, the exclusive privilege only the demon cult can grant. Then Anton Seedov started preaching, saying humans will eventually die. No matter how much wealth you gather or how many lovers you have, no matter how strong you are, you can't escape death. Not only that, he blindly praised demons. But demons are different, because they're not limited by lifespan. At most, they just crave or need to eat. Hearing this, Kangwoo understood. So, what exactly are you saying? Antonito V snapped sharply, answering decisively. The demon cult has the power to turn humans into demons. His next words actually made him laugh out loud. I know you pretty well. What you want is power, supreme authority, and eternal life. Even now, Anton Antonovich kept tempting him. Kangwoo, think about it. Why would a powerful guy like you sacrifice yourself to those ordinary humans? You could become a transcendent true demon, breaking free from the chains of life and death. I can grant your body strength and eternal life. At this moment, he reached out his hand, implying, so do you want to join us or not? In response to his plea, Kangwoo didn't hold back. Screw all of you, he mocked. You say you know me well? Anton Antonovich didn't hesitate and confirmed. Exactly. You look full of hunger and thirst for power. We're very alike. Only I can understand that. Hearing his confident assertions, Kangwoo finally burst out laughing loudly. He clutched his stomach, laughing in a terrifying way. Not only that, Kangwoo's words scared the demons. He's really funny. Look at you guys. You probably don't even know who I am. He kept mocking Antonito V relentlessly. You understand me? You'll grant me eternal strength and immortality? You'll turn me into a demon? Like he was getting more hyped. Kangwoo laughed even louder. Ridiculous. Then he flipped his attitude faster than flipping a rice paper and coldly questioned him. How dare you lie and say you know me? Murderous intent flashed in Kangwoo's eyes. You old bastard. You don't know shit about me. Anton Antonovich, caught in that stare, immediately froze stiff. Without holding back, Kangwoo unleashed his power. The ground cracked and shattered, the earth splitting apart. Dodge! Accompanied by the scream of the great demon falling, echoing. Witnessing this outburst, the demons panicked. While Anton Seedov stepped back, he couldn't believe this. His mood suddenly shocked, eyes wide open. The ground on this side kept trembling. Yeonju also sensed the disturbance and shouted, What's causing this tremor? From that direction, Bak-hee-on Kangwoo was also puzzled. But the next moment, Yeonju's eyes widened in extreme shock as he saw the strange scene ahead and shouted loudly, What the hell is that freak? But quickly, in his mind, she realized what was happening. That bastard. Earlier he said he had other business, which made Yeonju even more worried. Kangwoo, are you okay? Meanwhile, beside Antonito V, he was also staring wide-eyed, doubting reality. The sight of the cracked ground and blazing magma below was making him sweat cold. Is this the power of a low-level human? At this moment, Antonito V panicked, recalling he heard world-level players often change the terrain around them during fights. He glanced far away, but that was just a figure of speech. Seeing the scene before him, Antonovich couldn't help but worry, never having seen anyone turn flat land into mountains, rocks falling, magma, even volcanic plateaus like that. Seeing this, Antonovich came up with an idea. Besides the monsters on this side, Kangwoo was looking down from above, holding something up before his eyes. From this moment, he began to worry. That was the power he possessed. That's not important. In Antonovich's hand was a book he already had, the Nightmare Tome. He reassured himself, as long as he still had this demonic magic power, even if he was a world-level player, he could easily catch him. After thinking for a while, Antonovich suddenly turned and glared at the demons. What are you all standing there for? He shouted orders loudly. Don't you want a bloody fight? Kill him! What are you waiting for? As soon as he finished, one jumped up, followed by the others. They charged forward, laughing loudly. Finally time to play. Die. You humans. Seeing that swarm of punks rushing in all at once, old Kangwoo didn't even bother to care, just let out a long sigh. He squinted, looking down on them all. Damn. Watching those demons charge like they'd been starved for lifetimes, he could already guess the next move in this attack. Glancing around, Kangwoo observed Antonito V mumbling some nonsense about changing the terrain, thinking it was just a pointless show. It won't affect this battle at all. That's probably what he was thinking. Seeing that, Kangwoo just laughed, a wicked grin spreading. No way that's real. Ignite. As soon as he spoke, the lava below started boiling fiercely. Suddenly, a demon got wiped out in the molten rock. Seconds later, Kangwoo casually snapped his fingers, his voice booming. instantly commanding the earth and rocks to crack and collapse. Countless chunks of earth and stone fell, dragging demons down with them. Just like that, in waves, they were swallowed by the lava. Now, chaos reigned with rocks and molten fire everywhere. Anton Sidoviec's demons could only be drowned, writhing in pain, begging for mercy, but one demon shoved another down. "Get lost, weakling!" Another demon from the crowd charged forward, introducing himself. "I'm a 6th level hell demon, Kung." He was smug, bragging about himself. "I've got 4 arms, like 4 weapons," not letting Kangwoo open his mouth to babble more. Kangwoo just flicked his sword casually, wiping out that whole demon gang. But he didn't stop there. Another demon, fed up with life, spoke up. "I'm Sita, king of 6th level hell, and here's another demon who doesn't value his pathetic life but still rushes in. I come from 5th level hell with 2 others." Kangwoo lightly swung his hand, simultaneously activating his power in his palm. He unleashed a shockwave of energy that sent the demon horde flying like feathers. But those weaklings, Kangwoo coldly glanced into the distance, looking at the crowd below with pure disgust. "Still got this many?" Then a big but dumb demon tried crawling up, looking for death. Kangwoo thought, maybe he's sending demons not meant for battle now. Now, reducing their numbers is what matters. Things were almost clear. Kangwoo grabbed his weapon, deciding that if that's the case, he had a plan for himself. He'd use the power of the sword as his base. The sword plunged straight into the ground. From there, Kangwoo unleashed a massive move, combining it with 4 other powers. Quickly, he released his energy over a wide area. The demon climbing up was still dazed, looking around. Before it could react, its body was shredded. What kind of power was that? Just like that, countless other demons were wiped out. The scene instantly turned chaotic, screams and cries echoing everywhere. "Run! Save me!" At that moment, the demon suddenly remembered it had heard this before. It pieced things together, rage rising. Darkness covered the ground, thousands of blades and talismans surrounding the battlefield between humans and the 7th Hell Prince in 9th level Hell. By then, Kangwoo had created a black vortex with a plan, thinking they'd try to escape. Watching Kangwoo unleash his power, the demon realized the story about the Demon King wiping out Bigu's army in one breath was true. But that wasn't the whole truth. Kangwoo coldly laughed. "No way I'm losing my precious stats." Seeing his terrifying expression, the demon panicked, realizing why the Demon King, Hell's incarnation, was here. In the dim twilight darkness, Antonovich was struggling just as much. Damn it, who the hell was that monster? He remembered losing his arm while trying to finish chanting the first spell. Seconds later, Antonovich thought of the sword slashing and cutting his waist. While chanting the second spell, he looked up, thinking it was just coincidence. Looking at him, observing his expression, Antonovich understood he saw him smiling while staring, clutching his book tight, feeling like a storm crashing in the East Sea. He'd never felt such terrifying fear, not even with previous magic forms that stressed him out. Right, this is just a dream. No way such an entity could exist. But just as he was lost in that illusion, Antonovich was hit from behind, violently. At the same time, a foot with sharp claws stepped forward. After the brutal strike from behind, Antonovich collapsed, eyes wide, mouth agape, still refusing to believe the truth. This is just a nightmare. Still trapped in his own illusion when Kangwoo's voice rang out, scaring Antonovich. "I told you, don't act like you know me. Someone who doesn't even know what kimchi tastes like dares to act like they know everything. Do you even know what kimchi is?" He tried to rally his spirit, sitting up, desperately denying this wasn't real. Seeing Antonovich looking like he'd lost his soul, Kangwoo got curious. "What did you say?" Ignoring Kangwoo's questions, Antonito V cast magic on his book. "Right, once I kill you, I'll escape this nightmare." Saying that, he unleashed dark power, shouting, "Die!" After that blow, Antonovich was still shaken, doubting if he'd actually killed him. But the brutal truth came next. Kangwoo's voice echoed again. "What did you say? Already killed him?" As soon as he finished, sharp claws spread open. Kangwoo, not even a hair harmed, stood among the evil spirits with a cold smile. "Now's not the time for you to talk about death." Seeing him alive and standing firm, the demon dared not say another word, only knew to hurriedly beg for mercy. "Please spare my life." Upon hearing that, Kangwoo was pleased. "That's more like it. You should have said that from the start." Then he didn't hesitate to share old stories with Antonovich. But surely he had heard countless words like that before. That old man had accumulated so much demonic power, he must have slaughtered countless lives, right? He asked a question that made the man's face darken. "So, have you ever spared anyone's life?" At that, Kangwoo burst out laughing. "Damn, didn't expect I'd be so much like you in this way, huh? You said earlier that we're alike, didn't you? I gotta admit, that's true to some extent." Antonovici struggled even harder. "Please." But Kangwoo still smiled brightly like a flower, sincere to the very last second. "Honestly, I've never spared anyone before. Then, in the pitch-black night, the sound of swallowing began to echo. A thunderous rumble sounded, rocks falling down into the boiling lava below. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, flashing past the mountain peak. At that moment, Kangwoo was still enjoying the feeling of leveling up his power. The Soul Reaper had been activated, absorbing 237 demon souls. His foot stomped down along with the system notification. The Soul Reaper effect was now in play. He smiled slightly as the system sound continued. A profession can be upgraded by absorbing souls. You have a hint about the first condition of the demon consciousness. Then the system popped up a report. Demonic power increased by 4. Seeing that, he looked satisfied and exclaimed, "What a feast!" Back to the system, Kangwoo stared intently. In his mind, Mum calculated that he had just had an amazing feast with it. So what's next? What else is there? Demon consciousness, the second condition to become a demon god. The system screen still clearly reminded him, demon consciousness, the second condition to become a demon god. Condition 1, profession soul upgrade completed. At the same time, Kangwoo suddenly realized he knew it. This had something to do with the seventh awakening. He squinted, muttering to himself, not sure how many more demon souls he needed to collect, but collecting them wouldn't be too difficult. Moments later, he happily tapped a spot on the screen. Why not check the demonic power points now? Let's see how much it's increased. He directly monitored his stats. Right, I've reached 120 points since the last time I checked. Kangwoo felt a bit nostalgic. From the time he had 116 points without a cloak, to now 120, that's only a 4-point increase? This thing is really trash in the legendary tier. Should I even be happy about it? He touched his chest, reassuring himself. Ignoring the numbers, it also said his soul rank had increased. Kangwoo sensed the demonic power throughout his body, checking if anything had changed. Yet the result surprised him a bit. No noticeable change, but if there was, a moment later he opened his eyes wide, looking ahead and realized the seal above the demon gate was weakening. Step by step, Kangwoo moved forward. I've never gotten weaker after awakening before, but now I definitely am weaker, even if just a little. Still, the demonic power deep inside remains intact. The Soul Reaper effect is way better than I thought. Then, he reached out to test it, right? If it blocks leveling up, it must be stronger. Immediately after, a shadow flashed by. Now, Kangwoo gathered the power into his right palm, turning demonic power into points. His hand clenched tighter, and the system notified him. Demonic power increased by 1, making him extremely satisfied this was it. Clenched in his palm, Kangwoo was thrilled to see the increase from 120 to 121, just 1 point difference, but he could feel a significant amount of demonic power. I guess this thing is hard to increase exponentially, but its effect won't be much worse. Moments later, a pair of wings appeared behind him. This was truly an unexpected gain. Kangwoo immediately flew up, concluding the battle with the demons would end soon. I should head back. When he opened his eyes again, he exclaimed, "Oh man, below Kangwoo, the rocks and molten lava have mixed together. I guess I still need to fix this place a bit." Countless monster corpses lay still on the ground. The battle against the monsters in Manchia was over. With the player's victory, everyone was thrilled. Finally done, Kangwoo thought. My seventh awakening, how long has it been since I had new powers? At that time, the news was broadcast on TV, marking the first major battle since the disaster. This news attracted a lot of attention. Everyone in the city was glued to their screens. It was obvious the whole world was focused on it. Even Tessa and Choi Eun-bi, watching from home, were happy about these events. South Korea's situation began to improve. Debris from the battlefield had fallen to the ground, because the first clash with the demon cult, which had thrown the world into chaos, was suppressed and stopped. No wonder the whole world was celebrating. The scene shifted to a landslide area. Sometime later, a strange gate suddenly appeared. Similar to Hokkaido, another low-level gate had opened. At this time, Oh Kangwoo and Ina were also at Vladivostok Speed Gate Station. Although he had arrived, he couldn't help but feel bored. Just coming here was insanely difficult. Seeing a familiar figure, Yeonju, with a spring in his mouth, clicked and asked, "Hey Kangwoo, where have you been wandering off alone?" Facing her grumpiness, he lazily stretched and replied just to humor her, "I'm just going to take care of a few demons." Hearing that, Yeonju's dad suddenly flew into a rage, angrily saying, "Just you alone? There are at least nearly 100 of them." Right after she interrupted, Kangwoo proudly patted his chest, boasting exactly 237. That number actually shocked Yeonju's dad a bit, but he quickly regained his composure. How is that possible? Ah, forget it. I won't bother you. Ignoring the number of those punks, Kangwoo didn't forget to bring up the main topic. So, what about China? Yeonju frowned and recounted that Treo Muin left without saying a word. Maybe she was seriously injured. So-on apologized for that. At this point, Oh Kangwoo stepped closer to her and said, "More importantly, Yeonju, I have a request." This surprised her into blurting out, "What?" Kangwoo got straight to the point. "When you get back to Korea, I want you to immediately check for any signs of the demon cult moving elsewhere. instead of Russia. Hearing this, Yeonju found it strange. Will they take action? But they suffered serious losses too. If you're wondering, I'll be honest, I don't know. But it's better to be careful. This rare maturity from Kangwoo instantly made Yeonju blush. If that's the case, it's a bit. But this time we handled a big problem when we returned. Then Yeonju cleared his throat. He asked if he wanted to go to the internet cafe. Just then, someone loudly called out, ruining their salty conversation. Ichiatna beamed, her face full of pride. I've protected the CEO, just like you said. Kangwoo praised her without holding back. Good job. Everything went smoothly, right? Yeonju, did you want to say something earlier? In this awkward situation, she had to dodge. Never mind. It's not that important. Before leaving, he didn't forget to warn. Because I'll stay behind to pretend to be Verladi Vosurtok on the way back. So when you're ready, come back to Korea immediately. But Yeonju hesitated. Verladi Vosurtok? Isn't that the source of this demon cult incident? Are you looking for traces of the demon cult? If so, I want to come too. Kangwoo's next answer made Aitna. No, I just want to try summoning one more time. As soon as he finished, the girl pretended to be pitiful, her eyes welling up, speaking in a choked voice. Oh, Kangwoo, are you planning to abandon me? He quickly denied. No, not at all, but I'm a little sad right now. The CEO comforted her. Don't worry. You know Kangwoo's tastes, right? But if he summons someone stronger than me, then seeing those two like that, Kangwoo reconsidered his plan to summon alone, but in the end, he had to bring this kid along to help her calm down. Then the girl whined, Oh Kangwoo, let me come with you, make you compromise. All right. Kangwoo stepped toward the magic circle, glancing around at the current situation. There was a complex magic circle drawn here, but he didn't see anything remarkable. Maybe it's just a normal magic circle the demon cult uses to summon a large portal. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared at several moments like this. Then he immediately summoned the power of understanding, causing several eyes to appear behind him. With this powerful ability, Kangwoo began assessing his surroundings, using the power of understanding, which allows him to analyze a specific target, but it couldn't analyze the entire magic circle. Can humans do this? He closed his eyes briefly, but it didn't matter much. After all, he didn't intend to stop summoning demons anyway. Thinking it through, Kangwoo softly said, Let's enter the gate. The girl excitedly agreed. Okay. Suddenly, the stone pillar shook, and a monster abruptly appeared. It fiercely bared its fangs and claws at Ina. The girl raised her tiny fist. Don't think she's easy to bully just because she's small. Ina's fist quickly grew larger, moving away from Echidna, one side attacking the monster, the other shouting loudly, Old Kangwoo, take down the monster! After finishing, the girl got even more excited. Kangwoo, I did really well, didn't I? He felt like the kid looked happier now. Then Kangwoo turned back. Anyway, she was doing a great job protecting him. He looked toward the shrine center, cheering himself on, telling himself to get to work. At the same time, the system announced the creation of a necessary crack for summoning. At this moment, Kangwoo stretched out both hands to pull. No matter what demon was summoned, a tremendous power opened, and he was the root of that summoning power. So, rather than power, the most important thing was to obey orders. But he also started considering options, though it'd be better if it was strong too. Among the ancient, intelligent demons, he would choose either or Vus. Although he hadn't met them before, Howen should be fine. Kangwoo opened his eyes wide, eagerly waiting, nervously telling himself, Let's go. How? Once again, the system continued to announce that due to the influence of the first-class Demon Gate's demonic energy, a deeper crack would be created. The announcement vanished quickly, followed by the spatial crack glowing more clearly. Because of the weakening in System G, it couldn't stop the crack from outer space. Amid the chaos, another announcement came. A space gate connecting to the Aaron O continent had opened. In less than 5 seconds, the system finished the announcement. Demon summoning successful. A demon master then appeared at the gate. Its identity and information were also revealed. The Demon King of Aaron O, Valza AAL Class Sir, had been registered for summoning on this side. Yeonju smiled warmly in response. I told you. No need to be so formal. We're the same age. Even though she said that, he still had no intention of changing. Hurriedly explained again. For me, talking like this is already pretty comfortable. Are you planning to go back to the guild? Mentioning this, Yeonju couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, too much stuff going on. Somehow she suddenly felt worried about him. Anyway, will Kangwoo be okay? Seeing her so anxious, Yeonju could confidently say, Man, you were born to worry about others. She also informed the CEO, who just went to summon him. According to Yeonju's guess, do you think he's going to confront the Demon King or something? And it turned out to be true. Right in front of Kangwoo now was the Demon King. The dark spiritual energy from the Demon King kept radiating around, engulfing the space here. Facing him, he suddenly felt a wave of anxiety and wondered where his peace of mind had gone. According to what Kangwoo had imagined before, isn't this the moment when an impressive monster would appear? What's with that look? Not only was he confused, but even the Demon King was. Where am I? Seeing him so dazed, Kangwoo took the initiative to say, things are a bit complicated. Introduce yourself first. His words successfully caught his attention. Introduce myself? Interesting. As the Demon King introduced himself, the special-shaped ring on his neck began to glow. I am the Nightmare Messenger of Aaron. Oh, the aura of death radiated thickly from him, the king of the dead, a master of magic. And with this appearance and power, no one else. I am the Demon King Valzal. Kangwoo was still a bit unfamiliar with this character. Why does he talk like that? The Demon King Valzal was annoyed, but beside Ina, she was amazed, exclaiming Vaza. That expression from the little girl told him, you know this name? She hesitated to answer. Yes. From what was known, he was a very powerful lich from the northern continent, the land of the dead. The people of that continent called him Demon King Valzal. He didn't expect to be so famous. He responded with amusement. Oh, you know me? Then this will be easier. He stepped forward toward the two of them, not forgetting to ask. Let me ask again. Where am I? Is this the Aran continent? Kangwoo, standing opposite, heard his question and explained. This is not the Aran continent. Oh, I summoned you. Valzal really found what he just said hard to believe. You summoned me? Kangwoo confirmed again. Yes, I needed a summoning object. In his words, he guessed, you intend to use me, Demon King Valzal, as your ally? Kangwoo had to praise his intelligence. Well, roughly like that, you catch on fast. As soon as he finished speaking, Valzal's mouth suddenly twisted into a weird, sinister smile. The next moment, he stood there laughing wildly, like a madman, continuously muttering, interesting, very interesting, making Kangwoo think Valzal's mind was unstable. If the summoned being was mentally unstable, things would get tough. Actually, the reason behind that strange laugh wasn't madness as he thought, but anger. Vaza roared loudly. How dare you? He shouted while unleashing a huge amount of power, as if warning them. A human who dares to use me as an ally? Even when Valzal went crazy like that, Kangwoo's expression didn't change, calmly facing him. Ah, actually, I'm not human. Explaining that would be a bit complicated, but anyway, yes, I want to use you as my ally. Then his eyes instantly turned ice cold, adding, if you are loyal to me, I swear to repay that loyalty. Kangwoo clearly understood he also had to follow some hellish laws. Recalling moments with Backer, Kangwoo once thought before, sometimes I find Backer's excessive loyalty annoying, but he seemed very excited to carry me on his back. I will take you safely. Not only Backer made Kangwoo tired, but Lilith wasn't any better, yelling before realizing she was yelling. Seeing Lilith had invaded his bathroom, the frequency she clung to him was enough to haunt him forever. Little Demon King, although both of them somewhat annoyed Kangwoo, he still rewarded their loyalty appropriately and trusted them. And the reason he did so was because of his role as a monarch. At this moment, Valzal slammed his staff on the ground, his voice full of contempt. Hearing those words, loyal dragon, you humans have lost all sense of fear. He seemed impatient, quickly summoning magic circles. Humans who don't fear are perfect punching bags. Rise up. At his command, a group of skeletons in armor appeared. The summoned being was showing hostility toward its master. The contract's effect was weakening. Valzal's powerful army now surrounded the two of them. Combined with the weakening summoning object, forced commands couldn't be used. The scene looked terrifying indeed. But Kangwoo only cared about, so nothing like before is going to happen? Valzal now was like the Lord of the Dead. He raised his staff, ordering them all to act. See, feel it, tremble in fear. Hearing his bold words, Demon Kangwoo just gently snapped his fingers. This is my opponent. Demon King Valzal then directly activated his shockwave power, causing his army to shatter. Even Viza himself didn't expect this scene. He had to admit that an ordinary human actually had quite a bit of power. Seeing him fight back, he decided to use the orb on his staff. However, with this orb, the army I summon is much stronger than before. Can you withstand the Death Knights? The Death Knights strictly obeyed his orders, charging forward on horseback. My knights, kill those pathetic, worthless humans. He really knows how to surprise me. Death Knights. This time, Oh Kangwoo decided to fall back, but this is a chance for the girl to show off. Should I hand them over for you to handle? He called Ichi-na. Do you want to face them? The girl showed no fear and immediately accepted the mission. Yes, I will face them. Her expression changed instantly. The innocent look was completely gone. It's rare I get a chance to show off. Oh Kangwoo will praise me. Ina, with whirlwind-like power, swept toward Vala's knights. She transformed into a beast form, her body growing huge. Unfazed, the knights fiercely swung their swords, but just a light headbutt from her was enough to turn them into dust. Her appearance left Valza Alk utterly shocked. So, turns out you're not a complete idiot who doesn't know up from down, but still just a common rookie. Even now, he still sneered loudly. Pathetic. How can a human who can't move me make me move myself? He hadn't even finished speaking when Kangwoo disappeared. Vala, I'll make you despair right at the stage you've reached. The only sound was his voice behind him. Let's fix your way of talking first. Kangwoo had somehow closed in to attack, referring to himself in the third person. Damn it. Although his sword could reach, it couldn't touch Vala. That's why he was so cocky. A surprise attack. Good, but too bad. Visa had prepared defenses beforehand, even boasting that not even the hero Dai No could easily pierce his shield. But that arrogance didn't last long, because if Valza had been just a few seconds slower, he would have been stabbed by him. Then Visa would have panicked, realizing someone pierced his shield. While he was still confused about what just happened, how could a human have such power? Kangwoo, using speed power, faced Val and San with ease, and Oh Kangwoo's choice of words made him even angrier. I can't let my summoned creature do that. A demon lord like him can't accept being called that. He shouted, who the hell are you to call me a summoned creature? Kangwoo's sharp spear showed no sign of stopping. Over here, Valza's attempts to fight back seemed useless. Still, I have to praise Valza's speed. He's fast. Come here. Valza started sweating from fear. Damn it, I can't beat him. Out of options, Valza reached for his necklace, forced to use it. I didn't expect to use this here. The moment he activated the item, a dark whirlwind appeared. There, the contender for eternal power from the deepest abyss revealed itself. Watching this, Kangwoo just sneered, feeling that crack looked dangerous, its energy release similar to when Shuso Nu descended. But the moment he heard that voice, Kangwoo's eyes showed genuine surprise. Who dares? The voice's owner was another demon, daring to summon him, a demon from the ninth hell. His fierce face and bulky body made few dare to touch him, and he was the guardian of destruction, the escort of annihilation. He glanced toward the distant fight. Is my opponent that demon dragon? Valzaza quickly explained. Oh, great existence of the demon realm. Hearing that, he looked at him with curiosity. So, who is my opponent? Without hesitation, Valza pointed at him. The human controlling that demon dragon, sir. Please kill that enemy. Hearing human, the ninth hell demon grew curious. The human who could control a demon dragon, the one he wanted to see, was none other than Oh Kangwoo, standing there above all. His giant hands slammed the ground. Looking closer, he suddenly sensed something was off. The moment he met a familiar face, his eyes lit up with excitement. Isn't this the demon lord? The fierce look vanished completely, replaced by a polite greeting. Kangwoo, come, long time no see. Demon lord, I thought you were a stranger, but it's family. Kangwoo greeted him back. Yeah, long time no see. And so, the only one confused here was Valza al-K. It seemed like there would be an earth-shattering clash, but it turned into a reunion instead. Kangwoo didn't expect this either, awkwardly asking, so, how have you been lately? Who would think this guy is a demon with that expression? He looks so friendly. Hell is still the same as before. The relationship between Kangwoo and him seemed very close. The Deathwind Guard didn't hesitate to spill the tea to him, saying that actually, the demons have been kinda restless lately. Oh Kangwoo heard that and quickly asked, the demons, huh? Then the guy explained it clearly. Yeah, Halcyon and those ancient demons are trying to expand their territory. That info was totally fresh. So those ancient demons are making moves now? From what the guy reported, Oh Kangwoo started guessing that the ancient demons would form and live within their own domain. And usually they never step outside of it. Now that I'm not there anymore, are they aiming for my stronghold spot? The Deathwind Guard added that Balak is investigating the specific cause. Seeing those two chatting like that, Valjac couldn't hold back and blurted out his question. Hey Deathwind Guard, what are you doing? He still looked anxious, urging the guy to kill him quickly, and even spat out some insults toward Oh Kangwoo. Stuff like calling him a weak and pathetic human, and the consequence of running his mouth was a fist from the Deathwind Guard. That punch sent Valza flying straight back, slamming hard into the wall. His body ached horribly because of it. VLZAH was about to speak up when he got directly warned by the guy. Weak and pathetic, you dried-up skeleton. Watch your mouth. The Deathwind Guard Dong Dak declared firmly. This guy is my master and the king of hell. Suddenly, a strange vanishing effect appeared on the guy's shoulder. Seeing the mark spreading, Oh Kangwoo got worried. What's going on? The Deathwind Guard guessed maybe the summoning time was up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to flash a mischievous smile. See ya. Well, I'm off then. Your Majesty, I'll send your regards to Backer. Oh Kangwoo totally didn't welcome that idea, waving his hand to refuse quickly. Nah, just tell him never to come here. Oh Kangwoo's last thought about the guy before he disappeared completely was that the Deathwind Guard always tries to act cute in front of him but gets scolded by Baler a lot, and he still hasn't changed a bit. After the heart-to-heart with the Deathwind Guard, Oh Kangwoo's gaze shifted to Vala. Seeing him suddenly kneel down like that, he couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing? Maybe after that warning from the Deathwind Guard, Valzazak's attitude had changed. Great Demon King, the loyalty of the summoned creature has increased. And he's not shy about spitting out some cheesy lines. The moment I met you, I knew you were the master of the demon realm, which surprised him at how fast Valk flipped his attitude. Hey, cut the crap. He just kept babbling on. I never thought you'd let a lowlife like me serve under you. Visa AK. I'm so moved I want to cry. Man, this guy's so cheesy. Oh Kangwoo didn't want to expose how a skeleton could cry, so he just joked back, enough with the cheese. But seriously, I gotta clear something up. How the hell can you summon demons from the ninth hell? VLZAAL quickly lifted his head and answered, the ninth hell? Oh, you mean the demon realm? As he spoke, he pulled out a ring. I can do that thanks to this ancient artifact called the blood of the evil god. This is the first time you've heard about it, right? The evil god? Who's that? After that punch, he finally understood. That's Lucifer, the evil god. He's the origin of all demons on the Aran continent. The moment Oh Kangwoo heard that name, his expression showed clear boredom. Skeptical about Lucifer, huh? Lucifer the Proud is the name of one of the 7 great wonders in hell. Is that just a coincidence? Even though Vizal said that, he still felt something was off. It couldn't be that simple. When the path to Earth opens, demons use a hellish tool. As long as the tool holding their soul remains intact, they can resurrect from it. That was a possibility he considered. If one of those hellish tools made it to the Arano continent, just like how I got to Earth, maybe Lucifer has resurrected and is called the evil god. This also posed a challenge for Oh Kangwoo himself. If Lucifer has fully regained his old power, it would be really hard to defeat him. But at this moment, that worry quickly faded, because now I can use the Soul Reaper to absorb souls. The 7th Super Awakening trait, the Soul Reaper Class S, links with the power of gluttony, completely absorbing demon souls and leveling up your own soul. The stronger the demon soul you absorb, the bigger the effect. If I absorb the soul of one of the 7 great wonders hiding inside those hellish tools, just thinking about it made Oh Kangwoo unable to hold back the hunger inside him. Just like he had done before, I'll be able to devour them and get stronger. Then he used him to investigate further. So, is Lucifer currently in Aran O? Valza could only say, I'm not sure either. Oh Kangwoo couldn't help but ask, you don't know? I thought Lucifer was ruling Aran Ho. A voice suddenly echoed from behind, answering his question. The evil god is currently missing. Curious, Oh Kangwoo turned around to check. He's gone? Oh, it's Aitna. The girl came back after the battle, her face full of hurt. She complained loudly. If the battle's over, you should have told me. You forgot about me, didn't you? Making him helpless. No way! Oh Kangwoo had to rush to pick her up. Gently coax her, or the little girl might just throw a tantrum right here. I don't like you anymore. All right, I'm sorry. Even so, while soothing the kid, he didn't forget to ask about what happened earlier. If you've calmed down, can you continue telling me about the unfinished story? Aitna calmly recounted. Ah, yes, this is an ancient legend. Back then, a circle was created in the sky to stop the actions of the evil god, and the archangels descended from the heavens to this place. Hearing this, Kangwoo leaned in to ask more. An ancient legend? Archangels. Do you know how long Lucifer has been on this Aran O continent? She shook her head again. I'm not sure either. I only know it happened a very long time ago. From the little info she shared, Kangwoo thought the timeline didn't quite add up. Clearly, comparing to what had happened before, he had only returned to Earth for half a year. Even if a hellish artifact accidentally got pulled to Aran O, it couldn't have been that long. Ignoring that doubt, he focused on investigating Ina further. Whatever, the timeline being off doesn't really matter. The important thing is Lucifer's rebirth on the Aran O continent. Are there still archangels? The girl wiped her tears and said clearly, no. After fighting each other, both they and the evil gods disappeared, but knowing that much was enough. So, that's how it is. After the inquiry, Kangwoo planned to carry the girl away but suddenly remembered everything was over. So let's go. Hey Valk, do you have any magic to hide your body? Coincidentally, he had exactly what Kangwoo wanted. Of course I do. Vaza here. Before he could say more, his ability to blend into shadows and rule the night was met with a hard tap from Kangwoo as a reminder. The hit made him want to cave his head in. He screamed in pain. My skull! Kangwoo warned coldly. I already told you not to talk like that. Suddenly, he asked an unrelated question. Oh, right. Can you eat? For a skeleton like Visa, the answer was obviously no, but he could still do it. But why do you ask? In response to his question, Kangwoo's face lit up with excitement, shouting, Great, let's go. Now we're gonna eat some kimchi stew. Time flew by. 3 months later, on a sunny blue day, Kangwoo lay stretched out on the bed, his mind tangled with thoughts. In the past 3 months, he and others had traveled the world to stop the cult and find a legendary item to replace his broken coat, but both missions failed. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Without comparison, there's no pain. Others had gained more than him. The first person he envied was Yeonju, who finally broke through the 9th awakening stage barrier called the talent endpoint and reached the 10th awakening stage. Now she could be called a world-class talent. Not only her, but both Hoa-an and Guo also reached the 9th awakening stage. The rest of the team wasn't far behind. He didn't even need to mention Tessa or COA anymore. Those two were already very talented. They had broken the effort endpoint barrier and surpassed the 7th awakening stage to enter the 8th awakening stage. The sorceress Eun-bi had also grown stronger and easily passed the effort endpoint. What worried Kangwoo was their unbelievable growth speed, but growing that fast had its downsides. Eun-bi once threw a tantrum just because the two of them planned to hunt monsters alone. While his level was lower than theirs, he wanted to level up too. Leveling up was necessary anyway. Thinking about them, he really wondered how strong Si-Hoan had become. Lost in thought, a voice called from the door, pulling him back. Oh Kangwoo, are you still awake? Kangwoo heard the call and quickly got up. Yeah, come in. It was Si-Ko coming to see if he was free. Kangwoo smiled and replied, I can always make time for you. But suddenly, for some unknown reason, his smile faded. Seeing her standing there with a bunch of awkward expressions, Kangwoo couldn't help but wonder. CA, what's wrong? She blushed, shyly hesitating to speak. Her body was so tense that her lips were unconsciously pressed tight, and her hands clenched without her realizing. Sayo quickly closed Kangwoo's door. Acting so vague only made him more confused. What's going on? C slowly approached the bed and softly said, Recently, I reached the 8th awakening stage. Kangwoo obviously knew that. Yeah, I know. She didn't even dare face him directly, just turned her back and added, Since then, something very strange has happened. As he pressed for more details about the strange event, COA suddenly took off her shirt. The moment the shirt was thrown hard onto the bed startled Kangwoo, who quickly covered his eyes with one hand and waved the other to stop her. COA, why did you suddenly take off your clothes? Wait, this is progressing way too fast. Kangwoo thought he was overthinking. Co just wanted to show him the strange pattern appearing on her back. Kangwoo's eyes fixed on her smooth, pale back. Feeling stared at like that, C grew even more embarrassed. Don't stare at me like that. Facing such beauty, Kangwoo had to calm himself down and get past the beauty trap. Stay calm, he repeated in his head. COA came here for help and was already struggling with her own thoughts. How could I stand it now? Hearing her call out, Oh Kangwoo like that. Even if her body is beautiful, seeing you stay silent like this, COA repeated once more. Oh Kangwoo, only now are you truly waking up. In awkward situations like this, just flash a confident smile. Ah, sorry. My eyes suddenly got a bit blurry. What's your power after your 8th awakening stage? Sioa carefully recounted, It's called the Wings of Light, right? Oh Kangwoo asked further, slowly reaching his hands toward her back. Besides this mark, has your body changed in any other way? Ka was still responding quite normally. I don't feel any difference, so you don't need to worry. But the moment we touched flesh, she flinched. Oh Kangwoo also corrected C's earlier words. You should be the one worried. His eyes gently closed, seriously sensing. Let's see, have I seen this before? Little did he know how nervous COA was at that moment. Oh Kangwoo's mind was fully focused on finding an explanation for this phenomenon. The angel's wings mark. This mark reminded him of a story he had heard before. I've heard about the heavenly realm's powers before. After careful consideration, Oh Kangwoo decisively used it. If so, then the protective power. Through this power, he created another mark on Koei's back, meaning this could monitor her health status and protect her in dangerous situations. Using it made him hesitate a lot. I don't want to use it because it consumes a lot of mana. But right now, it's the only thing I can do. The first step is temporarily complete. Oh Kangwoo just wanted to remind her of one thing. If anything feels strange, please tell me. Sai didn't quite understand his meaning, quickly turning back to ask, What? Facing you with such a serious expression. Oh Kangwoo repeated, telling him, even if it's something normal, like having a nightmare or whatever, okay? Seeing that worried look on his face, COA suddenly felt an indescribable emotion. All right then. Does he really care about me that much? His eyes gradually softened because of that. I know I shouldn't let emotions control me, but Oh Kangwoo, COA's brother, hasn't even reached the part where he confesses yet, and Aitna already cut in. Sai, you're here? The sudden appearance of the girl startled both of them, but because she was still sleepy, she didn't initially notice the awkward atmosphere. Luckily, before she could ask more, he quickly threw a blanket over her. Oh Kangwoo wiped sweat nervously and replied, It's nothing, and Koa was just as tense. Chitna, do you need something? It turned out the reason she was wandering around looking for her was because Sioa was hungry. After hearing that, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but quickly responded, Wait a moment, I'll make breakfast. While the three of them were enjoying a warm atmosphere like a real young family, Oh Kangwoo's gaze suddenly focused on the nanny nearby. The nanny he was watching was none other than Valza, who had been here for 3 months now. He looked like he was really enjoying his job. Remembering that time 3 months ago, when he first arrived, I fed him stewed kimchi. After that, Visa expressed a special fondness for this dish, a truly wonderful meal. Please teach me how to cook it. He asked Sioa to teach him how to cook and stay here as a helper. The only thing that made Oh Kangwoo raise an eyebrow was, who lets him wear a pink apron with a bunny on it? Just then, Suddenly, the doorbell rang, sparking everyone's curiosity. Oh Kangwoo quickly stood up to open the door, boldly guessing that only Yeonju would come at this hour. The owner of the doorbell greeted them proactively. Long time no see. Oh Kangwoo, it's Yeonju. You can't hide your surprise, huh? When did you get back? Sia beside him quickly invited. Want an apple? His appearance made Oh Kangwoo even more amazed. Just standing here. But Oh Kangwoo could also feel it. Looks like that training really worked. His aura is much stronger than before. Suddenly, tears filled Sihoan Long's eyes. He called out his name in a choked voice. Oh Kangwoo. The next second, he rushed forward and hugged him tightly, like they hadn't met for 1,000 years. I missed you so much. This way of showing affection made Oh Kangwoo embarrassed for him. Hey, let go of me right now. Don't you know shame? Siho, you really know what's going on. I heard there was a battle while I was gone, right? Watching them act all lovey-dovey like that, Chitna couldn't help but remind them, you're indulging Sioa's childishness. Her eyes quickly glanced sideways as if looking for an ally. That's right, Sister Sia. Who would have expected to see that jealous, hateful face of hers? I want to hug him too. I want to hug him too. Itna was shocked by the scene. Sister Sia, calm down. You're still holding a knife. Hearing the mention of a knife, Si Hoan's eyes filled with caution, spinning around to look at Sia, his hand already ready to draw his sword and push him aside. Oh, Kangwoo, step back. You don't even understand what's going on, and you don't see him anymore. What? A monster? It turned out Sion had seen Valk and thought he was the enemy, daring to invade Oh Kangwoo's house. Seeing someone charging at him with a sword, his demon king nature flared up again. How could a human... His dodging speed really hasn't diminished. The reason he fought back fiercely wasn't because he feared death, but because someone dared to block him. Visa K is great at folding clothes. After a moment of hesitation, Kangwoo finally started to piece together the story. Wait a minute, if those two fought, Seo, on battling Valza Alk, the whole neighborhood would turn into chaos, and this house would get wrecked. But worse than that, I wouldn't be able to eat the kimchi stew C made anymore. Just thinking about it, Kangwoo couldn't help but shout loudly. Those two crazies stopped immediately, and a blinding light burst out from their room. At that moment, Sihoan looked as sour as a lemon. Standing before him, all he could do was bow his head and admit his fault. Honestly, he didn't know what else to do in this situation. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was your pet. Kangwoo wasn't one to hold grudges, so he waved his hand and said, It's okay. Nothing serious happened anyway. And Valza really did look like a monster, so he casually asked him, Oh, your training camp ended already? Sihoan scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. Not yet. I haven't reached my goal. Hearing that, Kangwoo had to admit the kid was ambitious. But if that's the case, why'd you come back? Not because you missed me, right? To him, Sion showed no distance and honestly shared, Actually, while I was training, someone came looking for me. Hearing this, Kangwoo quickly asked, Who came looking for you? Sihoan said it was a group of people wearing white masks. Kangwoo somewhat guessed they were the bodyguards. He didn't seem surprised when Kangwoo said that. Sure enough, he knew them. The important thing Sion wanted to mention was that, yes, the bodyguards came looking for me, and I think one of them might be someone you know. Kangwoo raised an eyebrow, curious. Someone you know? As soon as he heard that name, Kangwoo's eyes showed clear astonishment. Gyekin Mike Kubin, you've probably heard of him, right? And indeed, he had. He knew about this character, considered the strongest American in the world, but no one knew she was a fake bodyguard, meaning she deliberately hid that fact. If that's true, she might be way stronger than he thought. Even though she was powerful, Kangwoo just found it interesting. Hearing that, Sihoan quickly asked, What do you mean? Kangwoo smiled and changed the subject. Nothing much. So what happened next? Mentioning this, Sion's eyes couldn't hide his pride. I got invited to join the bodyguard team, but that's not all. I said I needed to hear your opinion. Then she said, I also want to meet you and give you a way to contact me. Kangwoo really didn't expect that part, a way to contact her. While saying this, Sihoan pulled out an item, which was also why he called Kangwoo up to the roof. Seeing it, Kangwoo couldn't help but grimace. What is this thing? Sihoan then explained, I'll clear that up for you. Just wait a sec. He placed it down, and as soon as it touched the surface, it automatically opened. But that wasn't all. From such a small object, it gradually grew bigger, creating a special space portal. The scene made him feel like he was in a sci-fi movie. Then Kangwoo quickly turned to ask more. Passing through this portal leads to the fake bodyguard's place? Sihoan only repeated what he'd been told. According to her, yes. Before stepping through, Kangwoo just hoped the fake bodyguards weren't like Alex B. Kangwoo began taking the first steps toward it, thinking, Whatever, I'm not going alone. Sihoan's coming too. Let's see what happens. After walking a bit, they heard a welcoming voice. The white-haired girl sitting in front of them spoke up. Nice to meet you. She calmly introduced herself as the commander of the fake bodyguards and said everyone could call her Guy. Kangwoo, and Kim Seo slowly approached her table. The name Guy A felt somewhat familiar. In his mind, Kangwoo seemed to realize she shared the same name as the Guy A system that sealed the 100,000 demon cores. It didn't seem like a coincidence. His gaze didn't just stop at her, but also at the guy beside her. Oh, she's the commander, right? The person standing next to her must be the strongest player in G. Mike Kuban. Didn't expect the commander to act personally. The presence of both made Kangwoo wonder if Kim Si-hoan was really that important. At the same time, he considered another possibility. Could it be that they desperately need help? Opposite Guy A, she took the initiative to start a conversation. Gyekin told me you're the sworn brother of bodyguard Kim Seon. Okay, hearing that, Kangwoo responded calmly, yes, I am the sworn brother of Kim Si-ho. The relationship between them made her admit sworn siblings are rare these days. Every time Kangwoo was mentioned, Kim Si-hoan got more excited than usual. He didn't hesitate to declare to the whole world, to me, he's even more important than family. Hearing this, Kangwoo felt embarrassed. Suddenly cocky, he didn't care about the looks he got. His voice full of pride as he said to Guy A, I care about and admire him more than my blood brothers. His excitement made her laugh. Bodyguard Kim Si-ho, you really are passionate, but sensing Guy A might have misunderstood, he quickly waved his hand to correct, no, not that much. Seeing Kim Si-ho flustered like that, she added, I understand you have a beautiful and pure soul. Her next words made Kim Si-ho pause. I know you're always ready to fight for your ideals, even if it means burning your soul. As she spoke, Guy reached out toward the two as a gesture of sincerity. I know the hardships you're going through, the pain and suffering you endure, and I want to emphasize one thing. I am your ally. I want to help with your wish. Saying this, Gyubin quickly grabbed her hand beside him, then gently guided Kim Si-ho in this direction. Guy A realized she had taken the wrong way and smiled as she replied, thank you. Gyubin watched how Guy A acted, feeling even more dissatisfied with her. Despite her blind eyes and having to move in a wheelchair, unlike a congenital disability, he could tell just by looking that the current Guy A system had lost its power. If she linked with the system, her state could be understood as... Listening to her, it seemed she was very self-conscious about her own flaws. Even with this disgusting disabled body, I still want to help you. Is that possible? Kim Si-hoan completely disagreed with how Guy described herself like that. He was disgustingly agitated. That's not true, but Kangwoo calmly stopped him from the side. Let's get to the main point. Kangwoo, on his behalf, asked for clarification. I know you want to recruit Kim Si-hoan into the fake bodyguard group. If that's what you want, why not explain your goal and the current situation to us? I'm being straightforward because I can't let Kim Si-hoan join an organization with shady motives. Of course, Guy A has no such intention, right? Yes, you're right. As the two sat down, she went straight to the point. First, please have a seat. I'll explain everything thoroughly. Have you heard of it? She began by mentioning something called the Guy A system. Kangwoo was a bit startled, not expecting her to be so blunt. Guy A's way of working surprised him, so she was straightforward. She really linked with the Guy A system. Should I ask more? Before Kangwoo could speak, Kim Si-hoan quickly spoke up. When I awakened as a bodyguard, I received a message saying I was chosen to be added to the Guy system. Guy, are you behind this? His question pleased him greatly. Good one. Kim Si-hoan, huh? Guy's headshake was the clearest answer to his question. I didn't send it. Maybe I should explain more about the Guy system. Kim Si-on, Kangwoo asked politely. Do you believe in other worlds? He replied respectfully. Other worlds like in fantasy stories? That's exactly what Guy wanted to mention. That's right. The hellish creatures summoned by the demon cult all come from other worlds. Moreover, not just hell, there are many dimensions connected together. The gates everyone knows are the paths between spaces. What Guy A wants to emphasize here is that you can think of the Guy A system as a shield protecting Earth from alien invaders. Hearing her say this, Kangwoo suddenly recalled his own encounter with that thing. One word, painful as hell. Just as Kangwoo was about to ask more, then Guy A he was interrupted again. But this time the interrupter was her. I belong to the Guy A system. How to describe it? An incarnation, a representative, or a piece of the puzzle. Afraid they'd think too far, Guy A quickly added, I'm not some great being. Although I can move a bit thanks to the system's influence, to do so, I have to use a lot of power, and what I can do is limited. In her words, Kim Si-hoan guessed it was influence. Explaining it simply to them might be hard. When the demon cult event happened in Korea, I intervened in the system and sent you a message. Kim Si-hoan quickly recalled that detail. Don't tell me the message I got then was from you. Mentioning this, Guy A's voice couldn't hide a hint of regret. Unfortunately, that's all I could do. Meanwhile, Kangwoo began to think differently about her. The incarnation of the Guy A system. I wonder if she can break the seal on the 100,000 demon cores, but it seems she doesn't have that ability. Kim Si-ho-on wondered again, does the fake bodyguard want to replace the Guy A system to defeat creatures from other worlds? His guess was completely correct. That's right, Kangwoo. From start to finish, he sat quietly listening, only his thoughts constantly changing. Their goal wasn't as crazy as Alex B's. Should I go back? The details Guy A gave successfully caught his attention. We fake bodyguards also have another goal. Kangwoo was eager to know what it was. Guy A took the chance to be honest with them. Our ultimate goal is. When she said this, although they couldn't see her eyes, they silently felt the determination in them. To kill the demon in the prophecy. Kangwoo didn't expect their goal to be so big. What? The demon in the prophecy? Kangwoo doubted her words, but Guy A did not. That's right. 5 years ago, on the day of the disaster, I received a prophecy. Guy A also revealed some information to them. I learned that in the near future, the demon in the prophecy will descend to Earth. This was the first time he heard that. The demon in the prophecy, to be clear, is the king of hell. Hearing Guy A, Kangwoo thought she was talking about him. Him? But I am the king of hell. Guy A's even voice still echoed in his ears. He will destroy this world and bury Earth in darkness. At this point, Kangwoo's face showed clear panic. Wait, don't tell me it's this side. Guy A continued evenly. The demon in the prophecy will be the Lord of the Demon Sea and 666 different powers. Bodyguards, gather your strength and confront him. Finally, she concluded, that's the prophecy I received. Kangwoo's mouth unknowingly curved into a faint smile. The next moment, it shifted into a painfully forced grimace. Damn it, that's me, the demon in the prophecy. To make it more believable, Guy A ordered him. I know these words sound hard to believe. Gay Mike Kubin, show them. All they saw was him responding, then gently reaching out his hand. Yeah. An image of Earth instantly appeared before their eyes. Kim Si-ho-on stared at it in confusion. Then she explained, this is the current data of the Guy A system protecting Earth. His first impression upon seeing it was, damn, the data looks terrible. Kangwoo, though a bit awkward, still asked, is there no way to fix it? According to her explanation, the Guy A system has self-repair capabilities, but it's not working right now. I believe if we defeat the demon in the prophecy, everything will return to normal. Then Kim Si-ho-on suddenly raised another question. Need to clarify, there's something I want to ask. Your condition is because the Guy system is deteriorating fast, gear. Mike Cuban answered his question. Yes, the guy's condition is worsening. Since she's directly linked to the GA system, she seemed unwilling for him to reveal that, and signaled to stop. GAS Mike Cuban. On the other hand, Giek Cuban felt there was no need to hide this. Even after hearing him say that, she still couldn't let go of the burden inside. But the reason Kim Si-ho-on asked was because he really wanted to know if there's a way for her to recover. Despite her stopping him, Gay Mike Cuban insisted on speaking. There is. Gia A tried to change the subject. Gia Mike Cuban, no need to share irrelevant info like that, but he skillfully steered the conversation away. The reason doesn't matter, right? As long as the final goal is the same. He gently placed her hand on his forehead as if to forgive. Before saying this, our biggest problem was killing the demon in the prophecy. After all, that demon is why the Guy A system is malfunctioning. Watching this scene between them, Kangwoo just wanted to shout, no, I'm the demon in the prophecy. Kim Si-ho-on, of course, didn't know this truth, so continued, what do we need to prepare before the demon appears? Gae Subin's eyes instantly filled with coldness, and he replied harshly, man. The next words from him really made Kangwoo uneasy. The demon in the prophecy is already on Earth, and Kim Si-ho-on was completely caught up in that story he has appeared. Not only that, Gi Mike Kubin could even detail the time he showed up. More precisely, he appeared 9 months ago. On the 22nd day of the month, we've been investigating changes since then, making Kangwoo sweat nervously as he listened. Man, isn't that the day I met the CEO? They even pinpointed the day. Kangwoo was already thinking of ways to hide this secret, because he knew he wasn't even a real guardian. If they realized he was unusually strong, they'd get suspicious. Suddenly, Kim Si-ho-on jumped up, slammed his hand on the table, showing fierce determination. I should do it. His face gradually darkened. I get it. So that's how it is. Seeing Kim Si-ho-on so fired up only scared Kangwoo more. What's going on? Kim Si-ho-on? But the next thing he said actually saved him. Satan, he's the demon in the prophecy. Kangwoo's eyebrows relaxed because of that. Huh? Wait, Satan. Kim Si-ho-on firmly believed that 3 months ago, after Kangwoo called me, telling me Alex B was ambushed, I immediately ran to the hotel rooftop. There, I saw Satan controlling Alex B. The story he just told really helped him come up with a plan to hide his origins. If things go this way, both Guy A and Gay S.M. Cuban had no doubts and immediately believed it, eagerly asking, he was controlled by Satan, so the reason we lost contact with him is because where is Alex B now? The final outcome made Gaia cry with sorrow after hearing it. Unfortunately, Alex B didn't survive. Kim Si-ho-on added, Satan wants to eliminate guardians who threaten him. He provoked me after killing Alex B. Before he could finish, Kangwoo jumped up, shouted, "Is that true? Ask KIMCHI for the full story. He killed Alex Bon and provoked me. Though I didn't want to, I have to admit it. Yes, that's right." After that, his anger surged even more. How dare he? Kangwoo's rage made the surrounding space tremble violently. Is he nearby? How dare he? Only guardians allowed in the organization. Seeing Kangwoo act like that for the first time, Kim Si-ho-on felt a bit uneasy. "Hey man." Guy A also spoke up worriedly. "Well, that's the rule." But he didn't want to hear her further and cut her off. Rules. In this emergency, we don't have time to care about stuff like that. The reason Kangwoo had to make such a big deal was because if he did nothing, they'd find out he's the demon in the prophecy. Because of that, Kangwoo made a very important decision. "I also want to join the fake guardians." He seemed to have planned all his escape routes. If things have come to this, and the one to take the blame for Kangwoo is none other than poor Satan, I'll pin it all on Satan. "Thanks, Kim Si-ho-un." His enthusiasm was quickly cut off by Guy A. "Kangwoo, wait a minute. She first wants to ask you a question." "Guardian." Kim Si-ho-on, "Did you see what Satan looked like back then?" Kim Si-ho-on didn't try to hide, and immediately recounted what he remembered. "It was dark then, so I couldn't see clearly, but he definitely wore the demon cult's mask. Considering that, Satan is very likely connected to the demon cult. If that's the case, she wants to know if you realize just how strong Satan really is. From what happened back then, Satan caught Alex B without taking any damage at all. After that, I tried to attack him but only managed to land one hit." Hearing this, Guy clearly showed his amazement at his strength. It's unbelievable that he could catch Alex B's bodyguard so easily. Kim Si-ho-on added another detail. "Oh, according to a passerby at the time, they heard a female voice on the rooftop." As soon as he mentioned this, both Guy A and GA Mike Kubin showed strange expressions. Oh, judging by their attitudes, Kim Si-ho-on seemed to sense something. "Do you know what happened?" Guy A hesitated, but then confirmed that his guess was right. Guy A really knew something. Last year, Alex B's bodyguard was assigned to head to the battleground against the demon sect. At the end of that fierce battle, he successfully stabbed a woman through the heart with a sword. The unexpected part was that she was Alex Bond's girlfriend, and the demon sect had brainwashed her. Stabbing his own lover was truly a shock to him. After that, Alex B's bodyguard blamed himself and focused on capturing the enemy without killing them. That became his weakness and psychological trauma. What worries Guy the most is that as a bodyguard, your life is constantly at risk, but I never expected Satan to exploit Alex B's bodyguard's psychological trauma to kill him. The more I talk, even a kind person like Guy A can't help but feel outraged. I can never forgive him. Kim Si-ho-on shared this feeling with her. Satan and the demon sect, exploiting others' psychological trauma is unforgivable. The one behind it all, Kangwoo, also conveniently blamed Satan. That's right, I never thought he would exploit someone else's psychological trauma like that. Satan is truly a bastard. Saying that, Guy A immediately ordered him. "Gye dai se mikubin, please bring it here." "Yes." Hearing her mention something to bring out, Kangwoo raised his eyebrows in curiosity. It turned out Guy A personally prepared this box. "At our first meeting, we have something to give you." Inside the box were 2 masks. The idea is that most of the time, bodyguards have to operate secretly, so we usually wear masks while working. Since Kim Si-ho-on joined the bodyguard squad, this is the gift she prepared for him. To put it dramatically, this mask is the symbol of the bodyguard squad, but there was still some hesitation. "Before I give you this, bodyguard Kim Si-ho-on Guy A wants to confirm one thing with you. Can you lend me your strength to expel the demons in the prophecy and protect the world?" Her question made Kim Si-ho-on fall into deep thought. The next moment, he took the mask and firmly replied, "Of course I can." The moment he put on the mask was also the moment he was welcomed into the bodyguard squad. "Thank you." Suddenly, Kim Si-ho-on's eyes instantly changed as he looked at Kangwoo. Facing that look from him, he couldn't help but worry. What's wrong with Kim Si-ho-on? He seemed to have returned to normal now. "Oh, Kangwoo." The reason for his earlier expressions was because the new power he absorbed must be the way Alex B used to become stronger. "Hey, I just put on this mask, and already I feel way stronger." Guy A, this is pride. Showing off that it's not just a mask with a lame design, that was Kim Si-ho-on's work. Next, Kangwoo gave the other mask to him. Guy A also spoke up to explain, "You're right, under these circumstances, we can't follow the rule that only bodyguards can become protectors. That said, the reason I accepted you into the bodyguard squad isn't because we're desperate. The reason I decided to recruit Kangwoo is because you care about bodyguard Kim Si-ho-on with a sincere heart, and you truly got angry for him. Those are the 2 biggest reasons I made this decision. Although you're not a bodyguard, your righteous heart is enough for us to call you a protector." Kangwoo can now openly accept this, not forgetting to emphasize one thing. Kim Si-ho-on is my precious little brother. Knowing the demons in the prophecy are targeting the bodyguard, I can't just stand by and watch. After saying this, their brotherly bond grew even stronger. Kangwoo was even praised by Guy A. Truly, bodyguard Kim Si-ho-on has a great big brother. Just like Kim Si-ho-on, she also wanted to ask him one question. So, Kangwoo, will you lend us your strength to punish the demons in the prophecy and protect the world? Without hesitation, Kangwoo confidently replied, "Of course I will." The moment he put on that mask, Kangwoo's body suddenly released an extremely powerful aura. You have become a member of the bodyguard squad. Activating Guy A's blessing, your stats suddenly spike, causing your demon power to surge. Activating the demon power ruler ability, increasing your control over demon power. This blessing is even stronger for players chosen as bodyguards. Since you are not a bodyguard, the blessing's effect is reduced. Geekin beside him sensed this strong energy and showed clear amazement in his eyes. He's not a bodyguard, so he can't receive the full effect. Yet his energy increased this much? His rewards don't seem to be ending. All stats increased by 1 point. Seeing Kangwoo getting stronger and stronger, his mood was extremely excited. Just look at that rising demon power. If I can't hide my demon power using the demon ruler ability right now, all my demon power will reveal who I am immediately. Just recently, Kangwoo imagined the scenario where I had recovered so much energy already and was confident enough to easily fight someone like the Destroyer Guard. Guy A always praised others just like she usually does. "Oh, Kangwoo, I can say you're really strong, just from this energy source alone," he politely replied. "Ah yes, thank you." Having those two join made Guy A very happy. "Anyway, welcome to the Guard Corps. I will contact you later to inform you about your mission. Good luck." So, at this first step, Kangwoo's plan was a complete success. Yes, thank you. The spatial circle opened once again. After finishing things with Guy A, Kangwoo and Kim Si-ho-on quickly headed back. Stepping out, he couldn't help but yawn deeply from exhaustion. Already, is it dinner time? Time flies like a dog jumping over a fence. Kim Si-ho-on was as polite as always, even going so far as to say thanks. "Thanks for coming with me." Kangwoo made him want to kick him right then. "Shut up. It's thanks to you that I got into the Guard Corps, so I'm the one who should be saying thanks here." After completing the mission, the item immediately closed. Then he suddenly called Kangwoo's name again. "Oh Kangwoo," which startled him a bit. "What's up?" Kim Si-ho-on had just picked it up and shared, "I feel like today I got a new goal." Kangwoo looked at him with curious eyes. "A new goal?" "Yes." It turned out Kim Si-ho-on had a crush on some girl. "Today, I started to love someone." Before he could finish, Kangwoo seemed to guess something. What? Could it be? Kangwoo's guess was right. The person Kim Si-ho-on had a crush on was Guy A. Looking at her, a fragile girl who firmly overcame everything, even when facing poverty and hardship. Just thinking of her figure, Kim Si-ho-on couldn't help but feel nostalgic. I will never forget that image. His eyes looked toward the connection with Guy A, full of determination. From the first time I met her, I knew my destiny was to protect her. Kim Si-ho-on didn't realize how much these words made Kangwoo uneasy, so I'm definitely going to end Satan. Kangwoo was already tense. Kim Si-ho-on enthusiastically asked, "You agree, right? She can't walk or see," making Kangwoo realize this trip made him cold all over. He squeezed himself tight. All the blame was put on Satan by Kim Si-ho-on, saying it was all because Satan came to this world. He destroyed Guy A's system and killed a guard, ignoring Kim Si-ho-on's words. He was busy worrying about himself now, but he couldn't stay stuck in hell forever. Kim Si-ho-on had his own goal, and Kangwoo had his too, right? "I've been there for 10,000 years. How much longer do I have to stay? Do you want to try living with Lilith for 10,000 years? Kim Si-ho-on's attitude was very determined, and that made him very angry. He had never felt like this in his life before. Because of one crush, Kim Si-ho-on swore, "I want to protect her," and put a smile on her face. No other answer. Kangwoo could only support him. "If that person is you, then I'm totally relieved." He never thought he'd hear Kim Si-ho-on invite him to kill Satan. "We can kill the demon in the prophecy together, protect Guy A, and the world." Kangwoo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but since he was in, he might as well shake hands first and figure it out later. "I don't know either." Yes, it sounded noble, but Kangwoo didn't say how they would actually do it. "Let's protect this world from Satan together." Kangwoo deeply believed, "But I'm sure everything will work out." Back at home, Guy A was cooking kimchi soup and was shocked to hear the news. "What?" she exclaimed, because she had prepared food, but he couldn't eat it. Kim Si-ho-on locked himself in to train again. Too bad. The kimchi soup today is really good. It would have been great if he ate before leaving. Her eyes were glued to the steaming pot. Meanwhile, he was lost in a stream of thoughts. Yeah, Kim Si-ho-on is right. His hands held the spoon to taste but couldn't pull away. The demon in the prophecy grows stronger. When I met him in the 9th hell, recalling that moment, he wanted to ask him one question. "Satan, what exactly are you plotting?" That dirty, despicable demon. This was Kangwoo's personal opinion. Gatan back then didn't hide anything, bluntly saying, "Wanna know? Then I'll tell you." He didn't expect its ambition to be so big. Not stopping after taking over the ninth hell, Satan didn't just want hell but also the human world. "My next target is Earth, and then the next Earth after that. Plus, after talking with Guy A few minutes ago, he had the info. To do that, he not only destroyed Guy A's system protecting Earth, his mind wasn't thinking much now. The girl just wanted to enjoy that soup, wanted to eat. Before she could even touch the spoon, Kangwoo had already scooped it up and drank it all, causing KIMCHI Hoan's first love to end up like that. Kangwoo's unconscious action showed he was extremely angry. He swore they couldn't let Satan run wild. Only when he heard someone call, "Oh Kangwoo," did his thoughts get even more mixed up. "I'm going to grab that kimchi soup. You are Earth, taken from Satan's hands, and I will protect it." China threw a tantrum when he was snatched away. Oh man, the kimchi stew's all gone. Seeing the girl crying like that, I don't know why, but it kinda made me chuckle a bit. Alright, let me make some more. At that moment, Kangwoo, with a dark, grim expression, spoke up. "I want to join the escort squad too." It had been a week since he joined, and he couldn't help but think back on everything he'd seen these past few days. The superhuman started training with Treo Min. A lot had happened recently, making Kangwoo even more pensive. Dr. Du had investigated the demon cult. That doctor carried a big box and said these were additional reports about the demon cult. She just saw a box of documents and suddenly screamed in panic. "There's more, and about my request." In the large waiting hall, a woman's voice rang out. "Long time no see, Kangwoo." As he stepped forward, he heard the call and quickly responded. "Nice to see you again." Kangwoo glanced around suspiciously, then spoke with doubt. "After all, this place isn't like before." Guy A, standing opposite, explained, "That's right. Last time I brought you to what's called the guest room." She paused slightly, then continued, "And this is where I stay. The place around here is spacious and airy, with a big skylight above letting in sunlight." Her tone was proud, adding, "It's basically the escort squad's headquarters." Guy A sat in a big chair. I laughed and said, "This place is called the escort squad's hall." She looked at him and confirmed, "I'll be here if you need me." Kangwoo pulled out a chair to sit, then asked, "Alright, so why did you want to see me?" As he mentioned it, Guy A spoke up, "I want to talk to you about your first mission." Hearing that, Kangwoo couldn't help but feel excited inside. Finally, it's here. But he's the type whose inside and outside don't match. Kangwoo's face darkened, and cautiously he asked, "What kind of mission is it?" Thinking about it, she helplessly closed her eyes and replied tiredly, "The Guy A system has been weakening lately." Hearing this, he was a bit puzzled and asked, "Hasn't it always been like that?" Guy seemed really troubled by this. "It's never been this fast before. I think there's another reason for this." Kangwoo sat there, growing more confused. "Another reason?" Seeing his confusion, she hinted, "Do you remember when I explained that the Guy A system is a defense mechanism?" Kangwoo quickly recalled the image of the model resembling the universe. He replied, "Yeah, I remember." As soon as he finished, she added, "The Guy A system seals the power of creatures from other worlds. However, the system is weakening." She paused briefly, then continued, "We can understand that the Demon Lord is breaking its own seal." Every word she said made Kangwoo's face turn pale, chills running down his spine. "They've discovered this much already?" Guy A sat opposite Kangwoo and bluntly said, "I'm sure this is the demon cult's doing." Hearing that, he screamed inside, "I knew it. I trust those demon cult guys." Not wanting Kangwoo to overthink, she kept talking rapidly. "I've received info that clues about the demon cult were found in a city in Korea called Daegu. That's why you were called here." Kangwoo's head was a total mess as he pondered. "Korea? I thought the demon cult in Korea was destroyed after B. Kang-hun died." He awkwardly asked, "All right, should I leave right now?" Gaye looked at Kangwoo, smiled, and said, "Yeah, should I call other escort squads to help you out? Because this is a lot for you to handle alone." She seemed relieved to let go of some worries and said, "Well, I'm sure they have their own areas to watch over. I'll try to handle this on my own." Finally, Gaye declared with full confidence, "All right, I trust you." At that moment, on a small rooftop, Kangwoo rubbed his sore neck, silently hypnotizing himself. "Please do your best. Others will just get in the way of my interrogation if they come along." Right then, the door opened, revealing a blue head. Ina poked her head out, chewing food and wondering, "Kangwoo, you want to see me?" He asked gently. "Yeah, you're eating?" Ina didn't hesitate and rushed to Kangwoo, showing off her food. "Yes, that's right." The girl was very happy, chatting nonstop. Valza Alk has made a lot of delicious dishes. After he learned how to cook, Kangwoo heard this and forced a smile, saying, "Come here, you've got sauce on your face." "Really? That's awesome." At the same time, Valza Alk appeared and spoke. "Did you call me, master?" He was wiping his face, not paying much attention to the shadow, and responded casually. Suddenly, Kangwoo paused, frowned, and called Valk, but he appeared wearing a cute pink outfit. Kangwoo looked at Valza Zahu, hesitating. "Is that what you have to wear to learn cooking from CA? Where the hell did you get that?" He took a plate of food and shyly touched his cheek. The cooking world is endless. Valza Alk stepped closer to the two and gently asked, "Anyway, why did you want to see me?" Turning toward here. "Want some more?" Kangwoo put his hands in his jacket pockets with a slightly awkward tone. "Ah, it's nothing much." He couldn't help but smile happily and added, "I just thought you guys must be really bored being held back like this." At that moment, a mask that Guy had given earlier appeared in Kangwoo's hand, along with his next announcement. "We have a mission now." Next, Mr. Kangwoo said, "Let's move our bodies." At this moment, Echidna was only focused on that mask, her eyes shining brightly, silently amazed. "That mask is so cool." Daegu. Recent reports said that because of the appearance of 3 A-level gates on Disaster Day, the city has become like bozo wax in Japan. Mr. Kangwoo looked at the Milky Way in front of him, growing more thoughtful. Because of the lack of demon energy near the gates, he chose the one he felt had the most demon energy. The three of them with their 3 masks looked really cute, still paying close attention and quietly happy, thinking, "I have a cool mask too." Meanwhile, Mr. Kangwoo looked at the scene before him, increasingly convinced that he was right, but when his eyes glanced at a strange object with an ugly beast shape beyond words, he exclaimed, "Besides, what the hell is that?" Then the 3 of them walked down the path under the protection of a shield. But there was a problem. It was starting to crack. While admiring and asking, "What is that?" Mr. Kangwoo kept speculating. The space around it was breaking like glass, and he felt it was expanding. He stared at the crack for a moment before slowly saying, "I knew it." Then, Mr. Kangwoo was very confident. There was no way they would just leave it here without protection. Just as he finished speaking, a horde of monsters appeared beyond the shield. Seeing their eyes shining as if they wanted to eat the 3 of them alive made him think even more. Usually, monsters get powered up by mana stones, but he could sense more demon energy from these guys. Usually, Mr. Kangwoo's bright red pupils always tracked them, feeling like they were more demons than ordinary monsters. At that moment, a cautious voice rang out, "Who are you guys?" A figure wearing a black cloak casually stood behind the monsters and spoke. Not the Hwagang army. Could it be the Red Rose Society? Then Balak Dongtran revealed his face. With his scary purple hand, his lips curled up with disdain as he said, "Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Balak Dongtran doesn't care and just orders the monsters. I just need to kill all the intruders." As the giant monster charged, Mr. Kangwoo smiled and looked back, saying, "Echidna, can you handle this?" The girl confidently placed her hands on her hips. "Leave it to me." Then Echidna took a deep breath, and the next second, she counterattacked with a terrifying scream. Echidna's special move was incredibly powerful. She actually knocked the monster away. VLZA nearby was also heavily affected and complained, "Oh man." Then he pulled out a yellow power orb and said, "Those are my precious undead." A purple aura intertwined through the broken body of the monster. After a while, a horrifying event happened. Each monster then stepped forward. Controlled by strings, Valza gave orders, "Go, my child." The berserk golem, coldly adding, "To stimulate the golem, kill those lowly beasts craving life." Right after, the fierce punch of the berserk golem injured the monsters on the other side. Balak Dong Chan was horrified and shouted, "What the hell is that?" His eyes widened in fear because the berserk golem was about to punch him. Facing it, Balak Dong Chan quickly raised his purple arm to block. Damn it. He was struggling and panicking, shouting, "Kodiso, Hanlaso, kill that bastard." Suddenly, a mysterious blue light appeared. That blue light suddenly wrapped tightly around the berserk golem. Even Valza above was a bit shocked. He shouted, "Oh!" Quick as lightning, the blue light struck Valza. Meanwhile, Mr. Kangwoo down below was thinking he had suspected when he heard the name Kodiso Han Lasso, but looking at the monster's body that hit Valza, he couldn't help but feel troubled. The black scales spread around its flesh like armor. Then, Mr. Kangwoo observed each cell on Kojer Haner's body and assessed the acid flowing from its mouth. A strange and terrifying figure of Kojer Han La. Sharp teeth with long claws caught Mr. Kangwoo's attention. He stood still for a moment before silently confirming it was really Kodiso Hanlaso. At that moment, Mr. Kangwoo also spoke, saying, "Don't tell me these guys brought demons from the 8th layer of hell here." A scream of terror echoed everywhere. Mr. Kangwoo down below remained calm, saying, "Kill the rest with Valza Alk." The girl obeyed. "All right," and he slowly stepped forward, saying, "Demons like you don't give me much demon energy." Still, Mr. Kangwoo fearlessly lifted his foot and stomped straight on Kodiso Hanlaso. Its sharp claws looked both scary and slimy. A powerful sword strike smashed Kodiso Hanlaso's body to pieces. Just like that, Mr. Kangwoo smirked and said, "But now, you look worth it." Suddenly, a blue force hit the ground, creating a small crater from the previous strike. Kodiso Hanla aimed at Mr. Kangwoo but missed. It then started spinning its power around. After a while, he was surrounded by blue light. Mr. Kangwoo couldn't help but laugh. Why do you keep running around like a crazy person? In a flash, something mysterious appeared from behind, rushing toward him. At that moment, it suddenly spoke up, but very clearly, so you could tell exactly what it was aiming for. At the same time, the Hanla Sur flag appeared right behind Kangwoo. And of course, he had already been on guard and dodged, because they knew all the characteristics of the Hanla Sur flag's frayed edges. Then he smirked. After that, he grabbed the fringe with some force and lifted it up. The Hanla Sur flag seemed to sense the bad situation and screamed loudly. He grabbed the fringe, spun it around, and exclaimed, "What the hell is this bug?" Kangwoo paused for a moment, then threw it far away with all his strength before shouting, "How dare you bare your teeth at a human?" From his position, the Hanla Sur flag smashed into quite a few rocks, finally hitting Bak Dong Tran. As soon as he saw it losing, he angrily shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" The Hanla Sur flag. Kangwoo looked at him with deep thoughts in his heart. Now that I think about it, right in front of me is Bak Dong Tran, fully covered, yelling at the Hanla Sur flag with all his might. The flag struggled to stand up and fight back. He couldn't help but wonder. Looking at the scene unfolding before him, this guy isn't that strong. So why can he command the Hanla Sur flag? Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo had an idea. Let's see. Right after, his eyes widened. Instantly, the power of the level 63 Kan Du Bak awakened. 7th awakened, 1st awakened, 2nd awakened, 3rd awakened, 4th awakened, 5th awakened. The more he looked at him in this state, the more Kangwoo was puzzled. A level 6 player and a 7th awakened. Even if he had demon power, he was still too weak to control the Hanla Sur flag. At this moment, Oh Kangwoo noticed Bak Dong Tran's purple arm. So he controlled it with that magic ring? Looking at the magic ring imprinted on Bak Dong Tran's hand, then at the magic ring on the trembling face of the Hanla Sur flag, he became even more certain. Yeah, seeing the Hanla Sur flag twitch like that under the command, I don't need to dig any deeper. Thinking this made Kangwoo smirk. With this power gap, the image of the Hanla Sur flag facing him, matching his thoughts, it won't become fully strong. At this time, Bak Dong Chan saw the Hanla Sur flag bare its teeth at him, trembling in fear, shouting, "What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing the magic ring fading, Kangwoo thought something. It seems there's a time limit on forcing commands. The most scared person now was Bak Dong Tran, who was in full panic, screaming, "Hanla Sur flag, listen to me." While Bak Dong Chan was scared trying to control the Hanla Sur flag, this couldn't happen. But he didn't notice. A dark power was slowly approaching from behind. Just as Bak Dong Tran tried to control the Hanla Sur flag again. "Damn it, listen to me." A drop of blood appeared. A silence quickly passed. His eyes looked bewildered, as if he couldn't believe it. Oh Kangwoo just watched, but Bak Dong Tran was truly terrified. He shouted, "My hand! My magic ring!" Kangwoo nearby withdrew the dark power that had eaten his hand. He looked completely innocent and said, "Oh man, looks like the magic ring summoning time is up." Bak Dong Tran was still arrogant and proud, yelling, "Don't say such nonsense. How could a magic ring made by a demon disciple have a time limit?" Kangwoo could only sigh and reply, "All right, say whatever you want. I still have something to tease you about. More importantly, do you know the characteristics of the Hanla Sur flag?" Bak Dong Chan's face turned pale as he fearfully asked again. "What?" He was panicked, but seeing Kangwoo's twisted smile made him furious and yelled loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He didn't care much and replied casually, "Really?" Kangwoo stared at him for a while before speaking. "You really don't know?" Seeing his mysterious attitude made Bak Dong Tran even more frantic. "What do you mean?" The bastard Kangwoo suddenly silently thought about how the small Hanla Sur flag could disable its prey. Seeing it moving closer, Bak Dong Chan couldn't help but be scared. Stepping back while frantically shouting, "Stay away!" Kangwoo silently watched nearby with terrifying thoughts in his head. Attack the prey's genitals first. Next was the head. His thoughts were interrupted by the pitiful screams of Bak Dong Tran. "Don't do that." Then came the tragic screams and the horrifying scene unfolding before him. Those two combined made Kangwoo shiver a bit. Oh man, Bak Dong Chan now only had a trembling, resentful voice. The ruthless Hanla Sur flag. It stepped out with its mouth full of blood. Seeing the Hanla Sur flag about to do something next, Kangwoo slashed at it. "All right, that's enough." After killing the Hanla Sur flag, he glanced around and silently guessed. Looking toward Ina and Valza, he saw they had defeated the monsters. The girl now shouted from the top of her lungs, "You're looking pretty clean." Seeing them so happy, he silently decided, "Looks like that side is done too, so let's get started." Kangwoo sat on the Hanla Sur flag's body and spoke to him. "You said your name is Bak Dong Chan, right? Wait, it's my fault." He seemed like he wanted to rub salt and chili on his wound as he slowly said, "From now on, Bak Dong Chan will fit better, right?" Seeing him like this, as if his soul was somewhere else, Kangwoo got a little freaked out and called out, "Hey, wait, wake up." Seeing no reaction from him, Kangwoo sighed in frustration. What a pain. Then Kangwoo poked his finger on Bok Dong-cha's forehead to activate the focus power. To make it clear, he explained a bit about the focus power, a strength that reduces pain and boosts concentration like taking a sedative. Then came the thoughts comparing the two powers of Kangwoo. Unlike the power of rage, which grants strength but makes people lose their minds, this is a purely beneficial power. After a while, Kangwoo's pointing finger gently pushed his head back, but in this situation, there was no other choice. Suddenly, Bok Dong-tran seemed awakened and jolted awake. Kangwoo silently watched him struggling to step back. This bastard needs to wake up, or I can't interrogate him. Suddenly, Bok Dong-chan's eyes accidentally caught sight of the hand of Kodiso Han Lasso and couldn't hide his shock. How could you handle Chan Lasso? His tone now was full of fear. Who the hell are you? Kangwoo could only feel helpless, thinking, you don't recognize me? Not even after seeing this mask? You don't even know there's a time limit on using the magic ring, so you're just a useless punk. Then Kangwoo gently took off his mask, asking confusedly, since when did the demon sect start operating again in Korea? Seems like wearing the mask is pointless. His face was pale and stammering. Seeing Bok Dong-chan hesitate like that, he sighed deeply, then placed his hand on his forehead and said with a sigh, forget about that. Seeing your reaction, I already know the result. Looks like you've been sealed with a curse that you'll die if you talk about the demon sect. Hearing this, Bok Dong-tran couldn't believe it and asked again, how do you know that? But Kangwoo didn't answer and just got to work. At that moment, the power of conquering every cell in Bok Dong-tran's body seemed clear to Kangwoo. So this is the seal? It seems directly connected to the soul. It's not as effective as the power of conquest, but a seal linked to the soul? Impressive. Inside there were screams of pain. Please spare me. He immediately formed a seal with Bok Dong-tran's cells. These demon bastards use demonic energy to create seals linked to others' souls and control them. At that moment, a system notification appeared. You have successfully turned player Bok Dong-chan into an ally. After everything was done, Kangwoo released his grip and said, now I've broken the seal. A red aura slowly flew into Bok Dong-cha's head. After Kangwoo's words, tell me everything you know, he looked dazed as if hypnotized. After Cardinal Bitch Kang Hyun died, there was a power vacuum in the Korean branch of the demon sect. Every word he spoke shocked Kangwoo more. The sect had been closely watching Korea, so they sent a demon apostle to hold the new branch. That made Kangwoo very curious. They were watching Korea closely? Why? His suspicion grew. But immediately Bok Dong-chan answered, with the government collapsing at the gates of Cap, so it's easier for them to operate, right? His voice started to tremble. I don't know why, but the demon sect does see Korea as an important area. Kangwoo then pointed behind himself, asking, so does that have anything to do with bringing those black pods back to the gate? He quickly replied, no. The reason for planting the cracked seeds has nothing to do with Korea. Hearing this made Kangwoo even more suspicious. Nothing to do with it? Then besides the sect seeing Korea as important, planting cracked seeds in the gate, and the recent rapid weakening of the GA system only leads to one conclusion. Looking at Bok Dong-chan in front of him, he nodded, guessing the plan isn't just happening in Korea, which would explain why they sent Bok Dong-chan to Daegu as a disposable pawn. That's the worst-case scenario, but at least there's some relief. Kangwoo stepped closer to the protective shield's gap with the thought that this plan might be carried out on a global scale. If so, we could get help from the escort corps. Then remembering those people, he became even more certain there are many others we can get help from. Kangwoo's steps stopped right before the gap, and he said, do you know exactly where the cracked seeds were planted? Bok Dong-tran, still tense, replied, I don't know that. The next moment, Kangwoo gently placed his hand on the gap, asking, then do you know who created the cracked seeds? Hearing that, he answered, I don't know that either. Kangwoo could only helplessly think after Bok Dong-tran's answer, a lowlife like you wouldn't know that info. Suddenly, Kangwoo's red pupils changed to green, along with his determined words, then I'll have to investigate it myself. At that moment, many eyes appeared behind him, watching his clairvoyance power. According to the information, the clairvoyance power has been partially successfully used. You have learned how to handle the cracked seed of Kangwoo, which has its own thoughts and can reason independently. Unlike the previous summoning of the magic circle, this one only succeeded partially, so it didn't help much. Suddenly, he saw something that triggered a warning in his mind. Wait, hold on. Does the cracked seed have the ability to weaken the system's power? He gripped the loophole tighter with a bold thought. If he integrated this effect into his body, then a pink light would wrap around Kangwoo's entire body. After a while, he raised his other hand and stared at it, feeling every bit of it. This feeling was Kangwoo thinking about something, clenching his hand tightly, silently shouting inside. That's right. He started closing his eyes tightly and slowly, sensed everything around him. Although it was only for a brief moment, the seal of the Demon Realm Palace magic had weakened. Like with the Soul Stealer, Kangwoo spoke in a tone full of respect. Dear Demon Sect, not only did you send me those Demon Realm magic seals, but you also sent me the cracked seeds. There's a reason why Bachkang Hyun and the others obey the Demon Sect. Hail the Demon Sect! Hail! Then from afar, Bakdong Chan suddenly shouted, Will you spare me? Having just received good news, his attitude softened. That's right, because you gave me some useful information, I will let you live. I'm someone who repays kindness. Pausing briefly, Kangwoo gently said, I will also remove the curse. His words were like a royal decree, making him joyfully respond, Thank you. Just as the curse was lifted, something strange happened. Suddenly, Bakdong Tran clutched his chest, screaming in pain. But Kangwoo, standing beside him, seemed to remember something and lightly tapped his own head, saying, that's right, while he's writhing in pain. I'm still calmly explaining. I also placed the power of concentration on you. That must hurt a lot, huh? I can't just stand by when someone's in trouble. Kangwoo then unleashed that dark power and stepped closer to him. Yeah. So, his tone was very casual as he spoke. I can't just stand still watching someone who helped me suffer. But his action was quite different. A stab right into the stomach made Bakdong Chan vomit blood. He trembled in disbelief, cursing the bastard. Bakdong Tran looked at the man with no expression on his face, feeling frustrated. You said you'd spare me. Kangwoo was silent for a long moment before slowly replying. I'm sure you're very sad about dying, when you've been like a scarecrow for the demon sect your whole life. He even looked righteous, crying bitterly while holding back tears. I will avenge you. I will never forget your name, Bakdong Tran. After a while, in front of the corpse of Kurdi Sir Han La Sir, looking at the system board displayed in front of him, your demon power status increased by 12 points. Kangwoo was a bit surprised inside. Huh? Only that much? Kurdi Sir Han La Sir isn't enough? He slipped his hand into his jacket pocket, thinking silently, well, the status is still high at the moment. Better than nothing. The important thing isn't the growth from that. Kangwoo took out a jade, his face full of excitement. More importantly, he quickly explained the function of the orb, the bodyguard group's locator device. He could contact them, even if he was inside the gate or outside the world. He looked at the orb and guessed for a while. I think they made it because they didn't want what happened to Alex B to happen again. After a long pause, Oh Kangwoo called out, Can you hear me? Immediately, the hologram of Guy A appeared, replying, Yes, I can hear you. Do you need help with your mission? Hearing that, Kangwoo quickly reported, Sir, I have completed the mission, and more importantly, he paused slightly before carefully transmitting the message. I have learned some important information. After hearing his words, Guy A replied, The cracked seed? I understand. I will gather everyone in the bodyguard group to focus on eliminating the cracked seeds. Hearing that, he shook his head in disagreement. Sir, you shouldn't do that. Then, Kangwoo proposed some ideas, suggesting she should gather them all in one place instead. He also had some reasoning inside. It would be crazy to destroy all those valuable things. Guy A hesitated a bit, then said, Gather them together? But if we do that, we'll still have cracked seeds in our world. Kangwoo looked over there, seeing her confused. Do you know what this is? Interesting. Seeing that, he smiled lightly and said, You don't need to worry about that. I have checked the cracked seeds in the 2 different gates. They can't function if they've been uprooted. Hearing that, Guy A didn't understand and asked with a puzzled tone, But why do we have to collect them instead of destroying them? Shouldn't we just destroy them to be safe? Kangwoo understood her doubt and explained, It's better if we want to prevent cases like this. Guy A still seemed unclear and stubbornly asked more. Then why? Before she could finish, Kangwoo interrupted. You have to look at the bigger picture. Then he asked Guy A question. Have you looked at the information the demon sect has? She immediately recalled the image she saw earlier. Of course, she said, but it's all very complicated. Then Kangwoo immediately took that point to explain to Guy. Then it would be better if we had these things to study them. Otherwise, we'll never get the upper hand. She thought for a long moment before forcing herself to speak. I get it. You just taught me something new again. After discussing together, Guy A gave you a confirmation. All right, we'll gather them all up. Hearing this decision, Kangwoo was very happy. Thank you. Then I'll be moving on. Seeing the spatial path appear right in front of him, he said that part of the escort's job was now done. Approaching the spatial path, now that I'm out of the gate, I can call. While thinking this, Kangwoo suddenly received a phone call. Yeonju? He quickly picked up, speaking cheerfully. Hello, I was about to call you. As soon as Yeonju answered, he grumbled angrily. Hey, why couldn't I call you? There's a problem happening here. Kangwoo didn't understand much and felt a bit clueless listening to her words. Huh? Yeonju saw his confusion and quickly explained. Traces of the demon cult have been found again in Korea. What's going on? So that's the cause. Kangwoo calmly added to her. You mean in Daegu? I just handled that. Hearing this made Yeonju jump, shouting loudly. What? Really? How? Realizing he got worked up, She took a breath and calmly continued the conversation. Anyway, why did you call me? Kangwoo, hearing this, remembered something and spoke up. There's something I want to ask you. Yeonju sounded annoyed and complained. I feel like you only call me when you need something from me. What is it? Kangwoo didn't care about her words and quickly explained, I can't explain the details, but there are some things with cross marks on top of them inside the gate. I need you to collect them. Then, he laid out his arrangements. Inform the Huagang Army and the Heaven and Earth Gate in China. Yeonju searched and answered while on the phone. All right, is that all? Kangwoo suddenly remembered something and shouted in panic. Oh, and Japan too. Before he could finish, she cut him off. I'm hanging up now. On this side, he could only helplessly say, oh man. After that call, Kangwoo's face turned a bit pale, remembering he should have asked Kuzosaki-ya first. But I didn't want to ask her after that octopus incident. Even though I didn't want to, the situation was too serious, so I had to bite the bullet. She's too good a card to use for this situation. Kangwoo had just dialed her number, and before it even rang, the other end picked up. Kuzosaki-y is listening. Hearing her voice, he was shocked. How did she pick up so fast? I didn't even hear the ring. Though surprised, Kangwoo quickly replied, Hello, Miss Y. Looks like this is the first time I've called you recently. Also, before I could finish, she interrupted. All right, I get it. It's already a quiet evening, Kangwoo's voice softly echoed. Anyway, I'm calling because time flows slowly. Now, inside the spatial path after explaining to her, Kangwoo began his request. I want you to collect those cracked seeds planted inside the gate. The other end heard this and said, Got it. Can I ask you something? Seeing Kuzosaki-y agree so quickly, Kangwoo happily responded. Of course. After Kangwoo's permission, Kuzosaki-y brought up the demon cult. Do you know which demon they worship? I've researched them but found nothing. At this point, Kangwoo's eyes showed clear caution, silently thinking it's better if fewer people know about Satan, fewer will suspect him. Thinking is doing. He quickly told Kuzosaki-y a demon's name. It's the demon lord Satan. Hearing the name, she muttered Satan. Then he added, yes, that's the demon they serve. After Kangwoo stopped speaking, Kosaki-y slowly thought, then replied, I understand, so I'll collect those cracked seeds as you requested. Hearing this from Y, Oh Kangwoo happily said, thank you. Suddenly, Yodi seemed to remember something and spoke up. Right, actually, I have one more question if you don't mind, Kangwoo calmly replied. Of course not. Kuzosaki-y then explained a bit more. This is just a personal question. A lightning bolt struck near where Kuzosaki-y was. At the same time, her voice softly echoed, Are you interested in the Exa-nu mythology? Oh Kangwoo answered completely casually. Sir-nu? I don't know about it. But why? Kuzosaki-y twisted her hair mysteriously and hinted, I've researched it. Because of the hot fam skill I have, and I want to ask your opinion because I find it quite interesting. He didn't believe her and responded indifferently. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. In an instant, Kuzosaki-y's expression suddenly turned strange when those words escaped Kangwoo's mouth. Yet he on the other end didn't notice and answered nonchalantly. Then I think it's better if we talk about it in the next conversation. Just thinking about that image before makes me sick. I don't want to see a god full of slime, but now that I know those mythological gods really exist, I need to know more about them. Suddenly, Kuzosaki-y on the other end let out a creepy laugh. Then I'll call you back later. Kangwoo couldn't help but feel scared and forced a smile. All right, his whole body chilled as he reasoned. What a strange woman, that octopus gift, and that weird smile too. His thoughts dragged on until the call ended. Anyway, I've already thrown the net. Everything's done. Mr. Kangwoo just smiled and calculated. Now all I have to do is wait. Time flies like a dog running through the fields. 10 days later, at the guard hall, Guy A and Kim Si-ho-on were sitting there, alert. As soon as they saw him, Kim Si-ho-on immediately spoke up to check in. You're here. Guy A beside him also chimed in. Hello, Kangwoo. He stepped forward and started asking for information. That's right. How's the situation looking? Guy A quickly explained. As you can see, the guard layer is weakening as the seeds get planted, but if we just let it happen like this, things will get worse. Kangwoo asked suspiciously. It's getting worse? How come? Guy A's next words denied that. He's really lucky. The system stabilized 3 days ago, so you can finally breathe easy. That's great. We can't let our guard down, she warned right after. But we were able to minimize the damage thanks to you. Hearing the praise, Kangwoo smiled shyly and replied, Of course. Also, where did you put those cracked seeds? That's why I'm here. Guy A immediately responded, saying they're at Guy S, please. Then he beside her seemed to get the hint and bent down to pick her up. Guy S handled this like a daily routine, saying, Guy, please follow me. Being carried away, Guy explained to the two of them. Before we get to where the cracked seeds are stored, I'll give you both a quick rundown of how the guard hall operates. Last time I told you the guard hall is the center of the guard group, right? If you want, you can get anywhere related to the guards from here. Every word from Guy A echoed throughout the room. You can return to where you came through the gate you used to get here. She said that with a proud tone. or you can go to the dorms of the 2 training centers we have for the guards. You can also hit the waiting room. Guy A was basically turning herself into a tour guide. There are also gates here that can take you to Japan, China, or Russia, where the demon cult uses to summon monsters. Finally, she sealed it with, "Where we're headed is Guy A." She paused a bit to build suspense, then said, "A gate that leads us to where the cracked seeds are stored." The 4 of them stepped through that gate, but then she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly warned, "Right, a last-minute warning. Be careful not to get blinded by the dazzling light." In front of them, the blinding light made Kangwoo a little panicked. After a while of adjusting, Guy A's voice came back. "It's morning here now," Kangwoo helplessly thought to himself. "You should have said that before we stepped in." It doesn't matter to her, huh? She kept introducing this new place to everyone. Anyway, this is the secret seed vault of the guard group. Seeing Kangwoo's amazed look, Guy announced. At this moment, Kim Si-ho-on beside him couldn't help but exclaim, "Awesome." Looking at the scene before him, he grew suspicious and asked, "Isn't Gzan Canyon too famous a place to have a secret vault?" Guy A, being carried like she understood perfectly, replied, "Visitors only see a small part of it. They can't come here." Then she smiled happily and announced, "Now we're going to the secret vault." A while later, they were walking down a trail. Of course, Guy A was still being carried, but that was as good as it got. While moving along, suddenly Guy S's steps stopped. He turned his head slightly to look at Kangwoo and said, "We're here." Kim Si-ho-on looked at the scenery ahead, growing more suspicious. "All I see are cliffs." Hearing that, Guy A suddenly burst out laughing. Then she called out, "Guard Jia Kat Huen, is that you?" Immediately, a door appeared suddenly along with a voice. "Guy A, you're here." Seeing the 2 amazed, she explained, "This is Jia Kat Huyen's illusion magic. No one else around here can do this." Hearing that, Kangwoo realized, this is an illusion. Kim Si-ho-on couldn't help but marvel, saying, "That's amazing, right?" While they were still a bit shocked, footsteps sounded. A long-haired guy stepped forward slowly and spoke. "You 2 must be the new ones, Mr. Oh and Mr. Kim." He clasped his hands together and greeted formally. "Nice to meet you." His handsome face appeared, with purple hair and white irises, introducing himself. "I am Jia Kat Huyen." After some time, Jia Kat Huyen led everyone inside. "Today, you're protected by one of my magical techniques. Wandering around carelessly is dangerous because you could be attacked by the defense system." The steward glanced back to explain to the 2. As for the cracked seed research, Kat Huyen is supervising it. He walked ahead, forcing a smile. "But we haven't made any significant progress yet." Then Jia Kat Huyen led them to a door marked with the number 4 and began explaining, "All right, here I'll continue introducing the purpose of this room. This is where we gather the cracked seeds we've been talking about." At this point, Kangwoo suddenly asked how many seeds were stored inside. Jia Kat Huyen thought for a moment before answering, "I've never been in, so I'm not sure exactly. But I can estimate, probably at least 100 seeds." Hearing that number, Kangwoo's eyes lit up brightly as he excitedly thought, "Over 100 already? Oh my god." Feeling like I went a bit too far, he covered his mouth, silently reminding himself, "Dude, now's not the time." Kim Si-ho, on beside him, also spoke up. "By the way, is there any chance the demon cult will attack?" At this question from him, Jia Kat Huyen seemed to agree strongly. He smirked and replied, "Why not? Just the cracked seed alone is enough for them to hunt us down." Right after, Kim Si-ho-on shared his deduction. "So that means this place is dangerous." Before he finished, Jia Kat Huyen's confident voice rang out. "No worries," he told everyone firmly. "My magic isn't something you can easily get past. Even if the opponent is a demon fairy," Gaiso quickly explained to the 2. "It might sound arrogant, but you can trust him. He's not great at direct combat, but his magic is truly extraordinary." Hearing the compliment, Jia Kat Huyen smiled back. "That's just from his perspective. My magic isn't actually that bad in real fights." While Oh Kangwoo was mysteriously smiling, Jia Kat Huyen didn't notice and kept talking. "I really hope the demon fairy attacks, so I can prove my fighting skills." Right after Jia Kat Huyen finished, Oh Kangwoo seemed very pleased and spoke up. "Seeing him so confident makes me feel really reassured. I think that makes things even safer." Guy A also agreed with Oh Kangwoo. "Yeah, let's head back." So, at the first escape point, Oh Kangwoo's group appeared at Bohang Port. Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo raised his hand and called out. He suddenly came up with an idea and proposed to them, "By the time we get back, it'll probably be mealtime. How about we eat at my place?" Guy A was a bit shocked and let out a laugh. Kim Si-ho, on there, couldn't hide his doubt and stammered, "You mean your house?" Faced with this enthusiastic invite, she hesitated and said, "I want to go, but..." Oh Kangwoo seemed to know something and smiled, saying, "I get your situation, but sometimes doing this is good. It's just one meal." Still hesitating and can't decide, Guy A looked up at him and asked what we should do. Guy, hearing that, just smiled and suggested, "Once in a while it's fine. right? She still looked confused and stammered, but Guy seemed to understand her feelings and earnestly advised. It's not like we're going to a stranger's house. We're just having a meal at a fellow guard's place. What's the harm? As leaders, we should know the living environment of our members, right? Seeing him use this trick, she puffed her cheeks, thinking it was a cheap move. Guy then hugged her tightly and said, "Oh, you're so adorable. Come on." Seeing the two so happy, Oh Kangwoo took charge and declared, "Then it's settled. By the way, Guy S has been helping Guy A all day. Are you okay?" He heard and replied, "Ah, I'm fine." But Oh Kangwoo looked worried and suggested, "How can that be? You don't know what might happen. You have to save your strength, right?" Oh Kangwoo paused, then after a moment said to let Kim Si-ho on take over. Now it's his turn to carry Guy A. Both looked embarrassed and screamed loudly. Kim Si-ho-on panicked but couldn't put her down, so she just blushed. "Hey, isn't Guy A's wheelchair in the guard lobby?" Hearing that, she quickly shouted, "Right, Guy, stop laughing." While everyone was distracted looking the other way, Oh Kangwoo dropped a strange object. Then he calmly walked over and said, "Let's go." Just like that, Oh Kangwoo naturally pushed him into the space corridor. Kim Si-on, she's really upset she couldn't treat that kimchi die last time. He was also helpless and called out, "Bro." Oh Kangwoo kept chatting while walking. "Guy A, I know I shouldn't say this, but the meal at our place was awesome. At Jia Cat Huyen's place right now, he's studying the cracked seed and looks frustrated. Can't decode it at all." Jia Cat Huyen tiredly rubbed his head. "It's amazing the demon cult can create something like this." In the room full of samples, Jia Cat Huyen secretly sighed with relief. "Well, luckily we have plenty of samples." But suddenly he remembered Oh Kangwoo and guessed, "Right?" They said the newcomer joined. Oh Kangwoo suggested gathering the seeds, but he looked suspicious. He didn't understand why Guy A let someone who's not a guard join. Right after, Jia Cat Huyen thought of something and shouted in panic. Well, since he came up with the idea, it's not totally stupid. He quickly cast his spell. "What's going on?" Jia Cat Huyen wanted to use stronger measures and thought, "Let's try magic to handle this." Suddenly, an explosion appeared before his eyes. His face turned pale, trembling inside. No way. A terrifying scene was unfolding right in front of him. The cracked seeds were gathering dark energy, making him guess. Such fierce energy. Could it be a demonic image appearing? Jia Cat Huyen shivered and called out, "Satan." Those blazing red eyes staring this way made him even more scared. How did Satan get here? Suddenly, Jia Cat Huyen realized something and silently warned himself. We just made eye contact, and immediately Jia Cat Huyen was blasted backward. A heavy thud came from where he was. Jia Cat Huyen's face was pale and greenish, silently confirming he not only recognized my magic but can break it just with his eyes. Is that even possible? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, grinding his teeth in deep thought. Man, we don't have time to just sit here in despair. Jia Cat Huyen started to calm himself down, realizing he was too shocked to notice before. He stood up and looked around the lab room, drawing more conclusions. But clearly, he hadn't detected any other source of power when scanning the area with magic. That meant Satan attacked the bunker alone. If I play my cards right, I can take down that demon prince right here. He quickly dashed out of the room, cautiously scanning his surroundings. I can control countless magic spells installed all over the bunker. Jia Cat Huyen opened another door, revealing a room. From here, the control room, he stepped closer to the chair in the center, falling into deep contemplation. The first magic headgear looked incompatible at first glance, but they were optimized specifically for the spells. Jia Cat Huyen suddenly recalled his past. The old fossils who kicked him out of the family would never understand. He told himself, "Let's get started." Right after, Jia Cat Huyen sat down and operated, upgrading the defense system to level 2. Yet Jia Cat Huyen still felt something was off, so he said, "Not enough. Upgrade to level 4 immediately." Understood. The defense system was adjusted to level 4. He put on the glasses and hurriedly asked the system, "Where is Satan right now?" Instantly, a series of system displays analyzed the data before him. At that moment, Satan was outside, smirking arrogantly. So he already destroyed the entrance? Seeing Satan's expression, Jia Cat Huyen couldn't help but mock him. "You're just out for a stroll." His smile grew even more menacing. Nearby, Jia Cat Huyen's voice grew increasingly irritated, pretending to be relaxed and casual. Facing the situation, Jia Cat Huyen sat in the control room, seemingly unafraid, also smirking. "Fine, let's see how long you keep that carefree attitude." Jia Cat Huyen's long fingers skillfully tapped away. "You may be called the Demon Prince, King of Hell, or whatever monster you want, but here, I'm the king." Right after, the system announced activation of the defense system. Many magic circles appeared along with his words, but right here, in the next second, a system panel popped up, executing intruder elimination. Jia Cat Huyen's confident voice echoed as blue smoke appeared in the white space. At least here, many magic circles appeared in the air with blue smoke. The system announced the start of the intruder elimination protocol. The Demon King stood before the magic circles, wearing a cloak, his voice full of authority. The magic circles began charging energy. From them, small flames flared up, growing larger and rushing straight toward Oh Kangwoo. A purple smoke burst up, surrounding him, protecting him from those powerful fire spells. The magic circles shifted energy into ice form. Sharp ice chunks shot toward Oh Kangwoo from behind. The ice shards and fire spells attacked the Demon King simultaneously. After the explosive clash of the two magics, behind the white smoke appeared a purple shield. With ice patches stuck on it, Oh Kangwoo remained safe after that fierce attack. His eyes glowed red, sharp, and fierce. He suddenly realized he was standing on a large magic circle. From beneath the ground, a large rock thrust upward, pushing him higher. Oh Kangwoo smirked wickedly, lifted one leg, and with just one kick from the Demon King, the rock sank down. He shattered the big rock with a single stomp. Somewhere else, a person sat watching the screen monitoring Oh Kangwoo. Jia Cat Huyen's face was full of panic, sweat pouring down, thinking there's no way his spell was on this side. Oh Kangwoo kept walking. Jia Cat Huyen thought that had to be Oh Kangwoo. Two glowing red eyes, a wicked smile exhaling smoke, forming a terrifying demon face. Jia Cat Huyen was extremely alarmed, the demon in the prophecy. Satan Gat Huyen inside was trying to figure out how to counter Kangwoo. He set the defense level to 5. The system lights signaled the defense level change to 5. Jia Cat Huyen's hands moved swiftly, resetting the defense system. All right, you want me to go all out? Oh Kangwoo calmly walked among the magic circles. From beneath the magic circles appeared something unclear, wearing helmets from those pillars, forming monsters. Oh Kangwoo was surrounded by monsters created from the magic circles. Jia Cat Huyen's face was drenched in sweat, his eyes furious, teeth clenched, his nose bleeding. He thought he had already used too many spells, but if he didn't push this hard, he couldn't deal with that monster. The huge monsters raised their arms, slamming hard down on Oh Kangwoo. Die! Oh Kangwoo gently raised his hand, radiating an immense energy around him. Oh Kangwoo crossed his hands above his head, forming an X. That energy burst out, knocking back all the monsters Jia Cat Huyen had created. Jia Cat Huyen in the control room was very worried and quickly set up another defense system, now setting defense level to 6. He calculated in his head. While the guy was already exhausted fighting the golem, the escort team would have a harder time. The system announced adjustment to defense level 6. The magic circles continued charging energy around him. The golems had been defeated and lay on the ground. Jia Cat Huyen shouted loudly, firing from the magic circle a massive and powerful beam of light. There's no way he can dodge this. The light grew stronger and faster, rushing toward Kangwoo with a pointed shape. He calmly brought both hands in front of his chest, forming an X shape. Kangwoo gently swept his hands to his sides, and the beams of light split off in different directions. This shocked Jia Cat Huyen deeply. The beams flew elsewhere, causing massive explosions. Jia Cat Huyen clutched his chest, trembling uncontrollably. This was insane. Was I really that stupid to think I could handle the demon from the prophecy on my own? Jia Cat Huyen was bleeding from his nose and mouth but remained determined. Damn it, I can't give up here. Jia Cat Huyen recalled his past, trying to gain recognition from those dumb elder lords who kicked him out. He set the protection level to 7, unleashing a powerful beam of light to thank Miss Gaie for accepting him. The 4 pillars in the system room glowed fiercely. The system also announced that protection mode was set to the highest level. Jia Cat Huyen struggled to hold on. I will never quit. With cold eyes, Jia Cat Huyen shouted loudly, if that's not enough, then I'll put my very life into this. Activating the protective sword, a mysterious blue smoke swirled around him. I don't think I've enjoyed myself enough yet. Suddenly, the system screen flickered, startling Jia Cat Huyen. Where was that voice coming from? From inside the system screen, an arm appeared, reaching straight toward Jia Cat Huyen. What the hell? That arm grabbed his neck tightly, making him spit out blood. The smoke cleared, revealing none other than Kangwoo standing before him. Kangwoo smiled wickedly, his voice dripping with contempt. You really think you can stop me with those toys? Jia Cat Huyen struggled to break free from the chokehold. Kangwoo didn't let go. I am death. I am the end. Jia Cat Huyen's body trembled, his eyes rolling back. Kangwoo continued his words. I am the father of all rage and fury. Remember this. The mortal named Kangwoo declared with a demonic face, I am Satan. At another location, Guy S was holding Guy A in his arms, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, I left immediately after the emergency call, but it seems it was already too late. All 4 people standing before the cave were destroyed. Guy A asked Guy S, what's the situation? Jia Cat Huyen bowed before them. I'm sorry, Miss Guy A. You're being carried, but you might be quite weak. The Hoa Cat Huyen guard's face was full of sorrow as he bowed respectfully. I failed to protect the seed from Satan. He glanced up. Because of that, I have a question. Jia Cat Huyen looked toward Kangwoo and KIMCHI Ho-on. Where have you two been until now? KIMCHI Ho-on started to explain. Before we could speak, Guy S interrupted. I understand your suspicion, But these two have been with us from the start. Guy A added, that's right, they're not the type to do something like that. Jia Kat Huen's eyes showed slight regret as he looked at the two of them for wrongly blaming them. Kangwoo smiled, thinking to himself, things are going better than I thought. Kangwoo recalled what he had done. The power of the clone had done its job well. He remembered the memories because clones could only perform simple actions like eating or talking. There was a limitation that the real body had to move if you wanted to use the power. I had to sneak around, but everything went pretty well, and everyone's reaction was good too. Jia caught Huen's face full of guilt as he apologized to the two of them. Kim Si-hoon, I'm sorry for doubting you both. On Kangwoo's hand was a dazzling ring. He thought, yeah, on the way back I'll cancel the clone power spell too. Kangwoo smiled softly, his face highlighting his delicate beauty. Don't worry, I totally get why you thought that way, Kangwoo thought to himself. Anyway, the perfect disguise is complete. No one will believe I'm Satan, even though I really am not. Kim Si-hoon stammered. Wait a minute. Kim Si-hoon asked Jia Kat Huen. What happened? And the cracked seeds that were guarded? Jia Kat Huen's face was sad and trembling. I'm sorry. Jia Kat Huen bowed. I couldn't protect a single cracked seed. Everyone there was shocked. Only Kangwoo smiled wickedly. Everyone there was buzzing. Did he move with that many seeds? Not one or two, but did he take about 10,000 cracked seeds? Everyone was worried. Only Kangwoo gently licked his lips. Those cracked seeds taste damn good. Recalling the earlier scene, the Demon King was flying midair, surrounded by blue smoke. The absorbed seeds would generate demonic power. Deep inside, the system announced, the wind of 10,000 demon cores has weakened. Your demonic power has increased by 3. Kangwoo thought, my demonic power has increased by 3 points. Guy A suddenly spoke, I'm sorry, it's all because I lacked ability. Hearing this, Kangwoo suddenly paid attention. He looked over and saw Guy A clasping her hands and smiling. Because I lowered my guard, the cracked seeds that everyone tried to collect. Kangwoo interrupted, this isn't just my fault. Guy A has her own mistakes too. Hearing that, Guy A was quite surprised. Kangwoo stood solemnly. The most important thing is what we learn from these mistakes. Am I right? Kangwoo spoke as he walked. Although Satan has weakened through the space-time realms, he's still strong and ruthless enough to exploit Alex B's obsession and kill him. Not only that, he always wants us to lower our guard. Everyone there listened to Kangwoo say, that's why we need to be stronger. Everyone? After hearing Kangwoo speak, everyone had to think, we shouldn't make the same mistakes we've made before. Suddenly, a blazing red scene appeared. Kangwoo raised his hand high as he spoke. He clenched his fist tightly. Let's protect this world together. We will stop your evil. Legend says that the Demon King VLZAAL Ken is truly the strongest demon in the underworld. He is the symbol of terror over the land he rules, and he overwhelms the hero members. But back to reality, all those stories the Demon King Val Z in a pink apron is sitting folding clothes, looking super cute. But how much longer does he have to endure this humiliation? The Demon King Valiza's eyes flashed with a light. That's right, I won't make any more mistakes. Valza stood up and ran off. Valza ran toward the door and shouted loudly, Master. Valza opened the door and rushed in. I tried to hold it in, but I just can't anymore. Today, I'm definitely going to tell you. Kangwoo looked toward the door. Oh Valza Aalk, eyes full of determination. He said, how many times do I have to tell you to turn everything inside out before putting it in the washing machine? Master, you probably don't realize how important this is to the person folding clothes, right? Kangwoo could only rub his head. Huh? Ah, I'm sorry. Valzal got angry. From now on, please be more careful, Valzalk. After settling that, he immediately switched back to a cheerful mood. Now, I'll have an easier time doing laundry. Kangwoo was stunned, not understanding what just happened. Yeonju laughed so hard he shook, unable to keep his mouth shut. This was already hilarious. When a zombie wears a pink apron, who would expect him to tell his master to put socks into the washing machine properly? Kangwoo looked at Yeonju and said, let's get back to the discussion. Yeonju laughed until tears came out, trying to stay calm. All right, I'll let that slide. Yeonju shared his opinions. First, I tried to investigate those demon cult disciples, but they haven't moved at all. Anyway, I'll keep investigating. Kangwoo nodded. So, no significant progress yet? Kangwoo pondered deeply. Although the damage has been reduced, the undeniable truth is that the Guy A system has weakened. But if their goal is to weaken the system, they must have taken some action by now, right? Yeonju interrupted Kangwoo's thoughts. He said the devil, from the prophecy, Satan, has taken human form. Do you have any description of his appearance? Yeonju gave his opinion. Since the demon cult disciples are silent, I'll continue investigating his form. Hearing this, Kangwoo suddenly startled. Kangwoo nervously replied, that probably doesn't matter. Anyway, Satan would hide among the demon cult disciples. No way Satan would hide in Korea. Yeonju stood up. Well, that's true. That's all I wanted to ask. Now I have to go. Kangwoo raised his hand to say goodbye. Undo. Keep investigating the demon cult. When we find them, finding Satan will be easier. Yeonju pulled his hood down. Okay, Yeonju suddenly paused, then turned at the door and said to Kangwoo, honestly, your development has become abnormal and quite suspicious since what you did last year was completely unknown. Yeonju gave Kangwoo a cold look. Isn't it easier to understand if you are the devil from the prophecy? Hearing that, Kangwoo's face panicked, sweating profusely. What? Yeonju laughed loudly. Haha, are you serious? I'm just kidding. Yeonju finished speaking and stepped outside. Thanks to you, I got a good laugh. Now I'm going back to work. Kangwoo was still worried. That really scared me, because I didn't expect that. I couldn't control my expression. How do you know about my business? Damn it. The orb on the table suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Kangwoo went over to check. Huh? Kangwoo picked it up to examine. Oh, what happened? Kangwoo suddenly realized something. What? In a peaceful space, this strange phenomenon was detected in the Jia system. The system announced an S-rank event. Kangwoo stepped out from the white gate. Kim Si-hoon turned back and called Hung. Kangwoo stepped forward and asked, where is that strange phenomenon? Everyone said here. Kangwoo was a bit startled. A green trace appeared in the air. That space crack, I think I've seen it somewhere before. The crack gradually widened. Wait, don't tell me a light appeared from inside the crack that surprised everyone. Kim Si-hoon and Ji Dae-sir held weapons standing in front of Gai-A to protect her. Inside the crack, a foot stepped out. Something was coming out. Stepping out from the crack was Prince A Nan. He spoke some language no one understood. Prince Aya Nang kept speaking in that unknown language. Kim Si-hoon didn't understand what he was saying, slightly turning his head back. What language is that? Aya Nang touched his chest. Do you understand what I'm saying? Everyone there asked who he was. Aya Nan smiled and said, my name is Zhou. Aya Nan. I am the third prince of the Aa Nan Empire. Gai-A suddenly spoke. Huh? Where is the Aa Nan Empire? Kangwoo thought about that bastard. Kangwoo remembered that he was the hero who ran away when he summoned I-Chi-Na. Damn it. I didn't expect him to come here. A Nan walked over to them. The Anan Empire is a country in. Oh no, Kangwoo didn't care about what he said. For now, just pretend you don't know anything. Gai-A wondered, where the hell is this place anyway? Hey, Anan. His eyes lit up brightly. So that's you. Hey, Anan. Knelt down on one knee in front of Gai-A. The goddess from another world that T mentioned was Gai-A. So, she's the embodiment of her. Anan the prince's kneeling action surprised everyone there. He reached out a hand toward Gai-A. I think you could call this our destiny. Gai placed her hand on top of Anan's. I came here to see you. Witnessing this, Kim Si-hoon's face darkened. Kim Si-hoon stared blankly at the two of them. I don't really get it. Who are you? Kangwoo stood behind Gai-A wearing a mask. Thinking silently, damn, I almost got exposed if I had put on the mask a bit later. Gai-A continued. So where exactly is the Aaron O continent? Kangwoo stood behind, his expression serious. That bastard will definitely recognize my face. I can't keep wearing this mask forever. Kangwoo closed his eyes, deep in thought. Aaron O continent, huh? What the hell is he crawling here for? Gai-sir stood with arms crossed. Are you the hero of the Aaron A continent? Kim Si-hoon, holding the sword hilt with one hand. A world where different races coexist. Kangwoo ignored their words, only thinking endlessly, unable to guess the purpose of crossing the spatial dimension. Gai-A looked at the one kneeling before her. Hey Dino, why did you come to Earth? Dino An gently replied, the reason I came here is Dino imagined zombies and monsters to destroy the Demon Lord Valzal, who fled into this spatial dimension. It's Demon Lord Valza? Hearing that it's to destroy the Demon Lord, Gai-A anxiously asked again, what about Demon Lord Vahak? Oh Kangwoo was a bit startled. This guy's crazy. Among the people around me, surely no one hasn't seen Vaza. Oh Kangwoo recalled the scene at home. But luckily, except for Hanso Ah, no one knew the name Valza was at home. Most thought he was just a low-ranking nameless skeleton. Honestly, who would think a guy wearing pink rags is a demon lord? Oh Kangwoo stood behind Gai-A, silently thinking it's enough to hide Valza as much as possible for now. J.A. Nan gently explained, T-Gi said Demon Lord Valza sold his soul to the otherworldly demon to cross this spatial dimension. Gai-A, expression calm. Otherworldly demon? Kangwoo behind the mask, his face turning pale with worry. I heard it's the leader of all demons, a supreme demon carrying the demon sea. Oh Kangwoo was nervous. How could he even know about my existence? Kangwoo had been silent but now opened his mouth to say something. But he thought even if Dino Anan named him as the demon here, he probably wouldn't be suspected right away. But from the start, I can't show any signs, so he won't be able to track me down. Kangwoo's words surprised everyone. Is it Satan? Kangwoo was trying to shift suspicion to someone else. It had to be Satan. Only then would I be safe. Kim Si-hoon agreed. Yeah, I think that's Satan. Gai-A couldn't stay calm hearing Satan. No one else could do such a thing. No. Anan looked surprised. The name of the demon carrying the demon sea is Satan? Kim Si-hoon, face full of resentment, clenched his fist. I can't be sure, but if it's the pinnacle of demons, it can only be Satan. Kangwoo felt a bit happy hearing that. Good, just like that. J.A. Nan placed both hands on his knees. Indeed, meeting you Guy A today is destiny. J.A. Nan bowed respectfully. Alone, I can't defeat the Demon Lord, but if I join forces with you, Guy A, we can destroy him. J.A. Nan looked at Guy, and was the disciple of the hero T.G.I.Un. Suddenly, a golden light appeared. I want to protect you, Guy. Guy A was silent for a moment, then said, Yes. Dano Nan stood up, a golden light radiating around him, surprising everyone nearby. Guy A reacted. Feeling this, Guy A smiled softly. Ah, so that's it. Kim Si-ho-on looked confused. What's going on? Guy A happily said. Should I call it a revelation? The will of Lord Tgi-un that the hero Dino mentioned has been passed to me. Guy A looked up to the sky. Lord Tgi-un asked me to join forces with hero Dino Anan to destroy the demons on Earth. Guy A said to Dino Anan, Destiny? I'm not sure, but maybe meeting you Jay is a lucky thing. Hearing that, Jiado Anan placed his hand on his chest with a smiling face. This isn't luck, it's our destiny. Guy A and Dino Anan happily laughed and joked together. Kangwoo stood behind, wondering what to do with that guy now. Kangwoo crossed his arms, recalling the past, silently thinking that he's definitely the disciple of the god and an ally of Jia. Unlike that crazy Alex B, killing him won't be easy. But I can't wear this mask all day either. Kangwoo saw Kim Si-ho-on's gloomy face. Kangwoo suddenly smiled wickedly. Kangwoo remembered the miserable scene of Dino Anan. Where's that female mage who went with him last time? Dino Anan lay on the ground in pain. Someone beside Dino Anan had tears streaming down, begging Kangwoo, please spare his life. Joe Kangwoo thought about that scene and wondered why he dared to flirt with Kim Si-ho-on's first love so soon after arriving. Kangwoo's face was extremely sinister. There's no other way then. Jo A-nan glanced up at Kangwoo, who was still thinking. This isn't because I'm afraid J-no A-nan will recognize my identity, but if I just stand still like this, I'm not worthy to be his brother. This is for Kim Si-ho-on, so I have to do it. J A-nan and Jia A are still chatting happily with each other. What is Oh Kangwoo doing? Gay A asks who the person standing behind is. It seems like he's not the female deity's disciple. Guy A cheerfully introduces. Oh, this guy just joined the protection team recently. He's not chosen by the deity as a bodyguard, but his sense of justice beats everyone else. Joe Anan greets him warmly. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Joe. Kangwoo puts on his earphones. Because of his love for Kim Si-ho-on, even if his body gets tainted, so what? Kangwoo responds warmly to the greeting. Nice to meet you. I'm Kangwoo. Though I seem friendly on the outside, inside I think differently. Kim Si-ho-on, just trust your brother. That guy will be punished. Scene shifts to the training room inside the protection hall. Kim Si-ho-on looks around, surprised there's a place like this inside the protection hall. Guy A happily replies, lately Kim Si-ho-on has mostly been active at the gates, so you probably haven't visited here yet. Kangwoo stretches to listen to Kim Si-ho-on's question, but is he okay? If we act together with the guy called Dainoa Anan, Kangwoo answers gently. He's fine. Dino himself asked for help, so it's all good. Recalling a bit of the past, Jan says, then starting tomorrow, we'll begin tracking Valza immediately. If Valza has become Satan's henchman, then through him it's easy to reach Satan. Guy A lowers his head slightly, sadly saying, I'm sorry, it's a bit embarrassing to say this. But honestly, right now we don't even have a way to track the demon Vala, let alone the devil cult he leads. Jan doesn't blame Guy A and says it's okay. Even if we can't trace the devil cult, as long as it's Vala, I have a way. Hearing this, Guy A suddenly gets startled. Could it really be true? Dino Anan shines under the sunset. Yes, once every day at the moment the sky turns golden, I receive a revelation from Lord T. Joe. It tells me where Valza is and what he's doing. GA stands nearby with arms crossed. Wow, you have that kind of power? Guy A cheerfully says, if used well, we can analyze the entire force of the devil cult. Everyone starts chatting excitedly. Then in the next few days, we'll analyze the revelation info to get a clear picture of the devil cult and Valza. But is there a safe place here to avoid disturbances when receiving the revelation? Guy A suggests. Then why don't you temporarily stay at the protection hall? That's where I live. Guy A introduces his place. There are plenty of empty rooms, so it won't be inconvenient at all. Hearing that, Jan gently replies, then I'll follow that suggestion. Kangwoo stays silent. He told me to let them be alone until the revelation comes. A long flame appears in Kangwoo's hand. And one more thing. I want to try an experiment. Everyone asks, what experiment? In Kangwoo's hand appears a flaming sword, the magical transforming sword Gam. Now we'll see if we're strong enough to face Satan. Kangwoo continues. Meanwhile, Kim Si-ho-on looks uneasy watching Dai No and An. I've felt how important it is to be chosen by the deity. Kangwoo notices Kim Si-ho-on looks down. Kim Si-ho-on, you don't have to feel insecure at all. You also carry the soul of the war god. If Dai No can do it, so can you. Encouraged by Kangwoo, Kim Si-ho-on brightens up. Yeah, you're right. Kangwoo slings the sword over his shoulder and looks at Kim Si-ho-on. Now that I think about it, this might be the first time we're training together. Kim Si-ho-on just laughs. Haha, that's true. Kangwoo turns to Jia. Jia A. Step back with Jide S and check if Kim Si-on feels the same sensation as when Dino received the revelation from Lord T Ji-un. Guy A happily agrees. So that's why I was called here. I get it, Kangwoo smiles. Actually, it's not because of that. The reason I called those two here is just to separate them from Dino-an. Kangwoo is wearing earphones, a tool that can communicate with summoned beasts at a distance using only the mind, designed to use Valzok's invention. Valzok also wears the same earphones. Kangwoo calls Valza mentally. Valzok respectfully responds, yes. After confirming the connection, all right, Kangwoo and Kim Si-ho-on start training. Kim Si-ho-on darts toward Kangwoo like lightning. Let's get started. Meanwhile, Daino-a-nan sits cross-legged, surrounded by a golden glow. Daino-a-nan chants as the energy from Lord Tgin floods his body, about to see the revelation. Suddenly, Daino-a-nan is startled. The image he sees is a little girl trapped in a metal cage hanging in the air, struck by lightning bolts. The cloaked leader laughs. Ha ha ha! Scream louder, so he can hear you. Inside the metal cage, a tiny girl with tearful eyes is crying out loud. The demon laughs, seeing this. Heh, heh, through the revelation, you're probably seeing where I am, right? The girl inside the cage keeps begging. Ah, it hurts. Help me. Lightning strikes the metal cage like divine punishment. J.A. Nan angrily slams the table and stands up. Valza, what the hell are you doing? Valhak laughs happily, seeing Daino-a-nan so angry. You think just having the protection of the deity means you can stand against me? You think meeting those who serve Guy A will change anything? Have you forgotten who I am? J.A. Nan's face was full of anger, grinding his teeth. Valza shouted loudly, I am the Demon King, Valza. If you want to save that girl, then come here alone. Valza turned around wearing a cute pink apron. Hey, hero, the cage is already on the ground. Valza is holding the baby in his arms. Valza! The baby girl had chubby cheeks, showing an unwilling expression. So uncomfortable. It was unexpected that the baby was actually Valza's incarnation. Valza was desperately trying to soothe her. Hang in there a little longer. He's almost here. She's pouting. I don't like him. A light appeared in the night sky. VZH kept soothing her but didn't show it. Got it? A lightning-fast beam shot straight down from the night sky. If he suspects even one thing, our plan will be completely ruined. That golden light flew straight in front of Valza. Behind the smoke appeared Jannan with a face full of resentment. He had arrived. J-Nan grimaced, looking at the scene. Ina shouted loudly, Look, she's in Valza's arms. Ina's eyes were wet with tears as Valza held her. He laughed loudly. Joe, do you want to save this baby girl or not? In the sparkling, teary eyes reflected the image of Noeon, Anan. Why are you just standing there? Didn't you want to kill me? J-Nan clenched his teeth. Valza, get away from the girl. Val laughed scornfully. So pathetic. Why are you so angry over such a tiny life? Jo-Anan gripped his sword tightly, pointing it at Vala. You bastard. On the Valk side, a magic circle appeared. Valza cast a spell, the undead army. From the magic circle appeared many zombies. Countless armored zombies appeared. Death Knights, tear apart the survivors and drink their blood. Write those civilians off with your sword. The zombies roared at the command. They quickly charged toward Daino-a-nan. Kill my enemy. Daino-a-nan stood firm. How dare you? Jo-Anan was furious, tightening his grip on the sword. Taking a hostage who is such a tiny little girl, she looks like she could break in half just by your touch. Daino-nan was lightning fast. Charge up, I will never forgive you. Wherever Daino-a-nan passed exploded. In front of Daino-a-nan appeared zombie soldier holding a sword charging at him. Daino-nan swung his sword, cutting two zombies into pieces. Visa stood outside watching Daino-a-nan fight, laughing loudly. I never imagined I'd get involved with him in another world. 8Na saw the situation and worried. Zaalk, can you handle him alone? Need my help? Valk heard and gave a wry smile. Who do you think I am? I'm the one who made Arano tremble. 8Na glanced up. Can you win or not? Valza looked at Daino-a-nan slashing through his undead army. If it was in the past, I could win easily. But now it's not that simple. After all, he's still a hero blessed by Tijia. If you weren't the hostage, this fight would have ended long ago. Valza used magic to turn his staff into a beam of light running along the ground. I've also received power from my master, and now I can attack him alone. Jo-Anan stepped toward Valak. From the ground, a hand appeared. The hand grabbed Daino-a-nan's leg, making him startled. So you don't need to get involved. Two zombie soldiers jumped down, heading toward Daino-a-nan. Damn it, blood splattered everywhere. A night-shrouded scene, unless something abnormal happens. A mysterious voice unknown to anyone. My child, wake up. Jo-Anan lay motionless, naked. On a rock, Daino-an lay with eyes closed, barely breathing. Ti-gyeon, I'm sorry. I think I made a mistake. Vidaza even gained more power, becoming Satan's minion. The mysterious figure responded to Dai Noe, Nan's words. How can you say the will to save your baby girl is a mistake? Flashback to the past, a big fire broke out. Dai No, a Nan was kneeling before the fire. Once again, I couldn't protect countless innocent people last time, and this time it's a fragile little girl, a shining golden feather in the air. The mysterious figure said, the first time we met, you told me you wanted to save everyone. I want to live for those weaker. Appeared T. Gion lifting the rock where Dai No A Nan lay. Don't you think falling here would be a huge disgrace? T still motivating Dai No A Nan, you still have a chance to save that baby girl. Dai No A Nan slowly opened his eyes. Two zombie soldiers suddenly startled. T Jiayon told Dai No A Nan, although the price is very high, for my child, I must do it. Above, a golden beam shone strongly down on Dai No A Nan. I will give you my power. A pair of golden wings spread out. Dai No A Nan flew into the sky with shining wings, giving you faith in the light. VLZAALK began to worry. Finally, something abnormal happened. What a pain. Looking at the image of Dai No, a Nan in the sky, Visa started thinking. His wounds had fully healed, and he showed a terrifying golden power. He just received the power of grace and awakened like a hero. Half of Joanne's body was covered by smoke. Well, no matter how you look at it, this is definitely a bad sign. Suddenly, Jaeon Nan disappeared right in front of Valza, making him a bit panicked. Where did he go? Valza looked around. Was he still here? The explosive rope appeared behind him and slashed Valak away. The explosive rope hugged Ichina with one hand and shouted loudly at Valal. John gently told Ta to calm down. Jaenon held Ichina with one hand, tears falling as he smiled softly. I thought I wouldn't be able to protect you. Isn't the blessing of grace amazing? Na, with an angry face, glanced up at the explosive rope. Anan, how dare you touch me with your filthy hands? Many words echoed in Ichina's head. So annoying. So annoying. So annoying. Aitna's gaze gradually changed. I should kill Visa, communicating through thoughts. Calm down. You'll cause trouble for the master if our identities get exposed. Itna nodded. Thank you for saving me, Jae-nan reassured. Ichina. Visa ran off toward the canyon. The rope was untied. Please wait here. I'll go deal with him and come back. Saying that, the explosive rope Anan quickly flew away. Ina watched the explosive rope Anan leave while adjusting the communication device. Ina pressed the device. Kangwoo, can you hear me? On the cliff, multiple explosions happened in succession. Valzok was beaten and covered in wounds. Valzok lay on the ground, looking up at the explosive rope A-Nan flying above. The explosive rope A-Nan was also exhausted, eyes slowly closing. The power I borrowed from Grace is pretty unstable. Have I reached my limit already? Jan was thinking he should end this quickly, when suddenly Kangwoo below shouted loudly. A Nan explosive rope looked down. Kangwoo shouted from below, why did you come here alone? An gently landed. I'm sorry, Vaza took a hostage and called me out, so I didn't have time to call you. Kangwoo was surprised. Zahal took a hostage? Yeah. The wings on the explosive rope, Anan's shoulders disappeared. Everything is settled now. Thanks to the blessing of Grace, I was able to protect that little girl. Oh Kangwoo asked Jo Anan, are you okay? Is there anything I can help with? J.A. placed his hand gently on his head. I can't hear T's voice anymore. Has the power run out? I thought everything would be fine. Kangwoo arrived to help, and we just need to finish off that evil Demon King. J.A. responded to Kangwoo's inquiry. Then can I ask you for a favor? J.A. turned his head toward Valak. The little girl that Valza kidnapped might be nearby while I handle things here. J.A. looked exhausted but still tried to tell Kangwoo to take care of the girl. Before the explosive rope Anan could finish speaking, Kangwoo stabbed straight into the explosive rope Nan from behind, leaving him stunned. Ah, explosive rope. Anan looked dazed, turning to look at Kangwoo. Kangwoo? Kangwoo began to remove his mask. Truly, a troublesome guy. Kangwoo brushed his hair back, revealing a sinister face. Go play hero in another story. The sound of swords clashing repeatedly rang out. KIMCHI Ho-on and Kangwoo were fiercely fighting. Both held their weapons firmly. KIMCHI Ho-on lunged forward, striking hard, but Kangwoo reacted in time, quickly raising his sword to block the blow. Immediately after, he swung the sword with force, pushing KIMCHI Ho-on back. Luckily, although KIMCHI Ho-on was countered and knocked back, he had prepared beforehand and managed to escape. Next, KIMCHI Ho-on gathered energy around his sword, his gaze and movements extremely serious. He summoned an illusion dragon made of energy. Even though it was in the air, he could still unleash such immense power. Kangwoo didn't let himself lose, pulling his sword back a bit, ready to meet the attack. KIMCHI Ho-on and the illusion dragon charged quickly. He then unleashed his power straight at Kangwoo. Even though the dragon wasn't real, it still kicked up dust all over the arena floor. A huge explosion sounded, smoke billowing, blocking all sight. It seemed like it could injure Kangwoo, but he shot out bright red arrows from the smoke everywhere. Kim Si-ho-on raised his sword just in time to block the attack, but arrows still grazed past the sword and slashed across his face, causing some bleeding and scratches. This shocked him greatly. Kim Si-ho-on landed amid the swirling smoke, while Oh Kangwoo stood calmly, holding a sword wrapped in red energy, thinking to himself, I only intended to duel him to separate him from the rope, but maybe he's already surpassed the limit. Oh Kangwoo analyzed the source of power and energy radiating from the opponent. If he keeps developing at this rate, he'll be strong enough to face the 7th Hell King. Even though Kim Si-ho-on was injured, his face remained determined, exclaiming, As I thought, you're really strong. Kangwoo grinned wickedly. Let's see where Kim Si-ho-on's current limit really is. As soon as Kangwoo finished thinking, he used the Divine Storm skill. Instantly, purple energy like a whirlwind wrapped around his sword. His face was full of excitement. Just as he was looking forward to the next move, a voice came through the earpiece. Kangwoo, can you hear me? Kangwoo relaxed his face and glanced at the earpiece. Huh? Ichina, what's going on? The voice on the other side continued. Kangwoo, what should I do? Valza is being chased by the explosive rope. He might die. Kangwoo focused, listening carefully to what the other side was saying. So some of the force on the sword dissipated, leaving Kim Si-ho-on standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what was happening. Oh Kangwoo muttered to himself as a way to answer. Vza is being chased? I'll go check it out. You just wait here. Oh Kangwoo stood still, using his tracking skill to get a clearer picture. For now, I'll use my surveillance power to see through the eyes of the creature I summoned. Through that, he could clearly see Dai-No standing opposite, holding the sword in his hand. He found it strange, really strange. And Liza had already grown stronger through the contract with him. So that power of his should have made a significant difference in strength. How could he still lose to that hero guy? Just then, the sword was slammed hard into the ground, and the area beneath exploded with a bang, throwing everyone nearby backward, but Dai-No remained intact, making Oh Kangwoo sense something was off. Huh? Without giving those guys a chance to rest, Jino, with sharp eyes, quickly dashed forward, attacking at an incredible speed. Yeah, what the hell is this? What did that hero guy do to get so strong so fast? Itna was also confused. I don't know. Suddenly there's light. He's stronger. Oh Kangwoo could clearly see Dai-No swinging the sword relentlessly at Valza. Every strike carried immense power, but Valza still managed to dodge all of them unharmed. Still, it left Kangwoo utterly shocked. That hero guy must have awakened because he was blessed by a god. Itna asked, What's going on? What should we do? Should I help him? Kangwoo quickly made a decision. No, just stay put until I get there. At this rate, we might lose Vielza. The situation is extremely tense right now, but when I saw the cute rabbit pattern on Valza's shirt, Kangwoo was speechless. Why the hell is he wearing that into battle? Kangwoo thought this was a dangerous gamble, but he had no other choice left. Then he withdrew his energy. Kim Si-ho, across from him, also noticed. Kangwoo calmly smiled. I think by now, we've probably received the revelation. Let's end this one on one fight here and go listen to the revelation. Kim Si-ho was startled. Ah, it's this late already? Gae agreed. Let's go. Go die. So, standing nearby, smiled and nodded. Yes. Kangwoo and Kim Si-ho turned and left first. Kim Si-ho suddenly stopped. Huh? He wondered. Where did Jeno go? Kangwoo pretended to be clueless. Is there something over there? Seeing a footprint pressed into the ground made Kim Si-ho feel strange. This looks like he used some kind of vibration footwork to move quickly somewhere, Kangwoo continued. Wait, if that's the case, he just pointed at the indentation. Although Kangwoo was the one behind this incident, he remained calm, pretending. Yeah, damn it. Valza or the cult must have lured him somehow. He cursed once, then stomped his foot hard, using his super speed skill to dash off as fast as possible. Kim Si-ho panicked. Kangwoo, even Guy A felt something weird. What's going on? Kangwoo shouted. I'm going ahead. Kim Si-on, you go with Guy A. Outwardly worried, but inside, Kangwoo felt calm and relieved. That old trick really worked. Back to the present. Oh Kangwoo pulled the sword out of Joe's body. Almost lost Valza for real. Then he spoke again. Ah, but I don't think I or anyone else would read this armor and think you're the main character. The sword pulled out caused Dai-No pain, collapsing onto the ground, one hand supporting himself, the other covering the wound on his body. Asterisk. Cough cough asterisk. Dai-No really couldn't believe it. Kangwoo. Why? At that moment, Ina ran out, cutting off his words. Oh Kangwoo saw that. His eyes widened even more. Dai-No shouted loudly, Kid, no, he's dangerous. Don't get near that demon bastard. Itna looked at Dai-No with disdain, retorting, What? Kangwoo is way better than him. Unlike her attitude toward Dai-No, the girl was very close. Oh Kangwoo, oh Kangwoo. I feel so guilty because earlier he pretended to be friendly with me. Punish him. This shocked Dai-No. Finally, Ina continued, Guy and Kim Si-on will arrive soon. You need to leave before that. Joe didn't hear any of this. His eyes fixed on Kangwoo's retreating back, his face darkening. Is this a nightmare? No, maybe I'm mistaken. Kangwoo's next words struck directly at his self-justifying thoughts. Vizok, you too. How's Zeno's wound? Valza chuckled. Heh, not light, but I can still move. Joe suddenly snapped awake, mumbling that name in his head. Vaza. He shouted, don't be stubborn. Go with Itna. VLZAALK nodded clearly. Dano's master was shocked. Are they all comrades? Even that girl. Watching these people casually chatting and walking around, Dano suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, only one person could use Valza to do something like this. He turned around, struggling to ask, are you Satan? Kangwoo stayed calm. What are you talking about? He reached out and touched the mask. You're confusing me with the evil demon trying to drag the globe into destruction. Isn't that a bit much? He spoke while removing the mask. Seeing this, Dano was even more shocked, unable to believe his eyes. You're the master of the demon dragon? He shouted loudly upon confirming who the other was. Oh Kangwoo smirked, looking at Dano like he was an idiot. You're really slow to catch on. Dano completely collapsed, then went crazy, shouting loudly, questioning. Demon, have you been toying with me all this time? He said as he drew his sword. But at that moment, blood gushed from his mouth. His whole body stiffened. His eyebrows furrowed. Dino collapsed to the ground, spewing hot blood and coughing harshly. Kangwoo also sat down to watch the show. Tiska, with a body full of holes like that, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Kangwoo placed his hand right on the wounded spot. You're being punished for trying to live too comfortably. Mr. Kangwoo continued with a slightly regretful tone. I mean no harm to you, but the situation is too complicated. Maybe there was a better way, but now it's too late, he said while supporting Jen's body. You understand my situation, you said. Even though Joe was trembling, he still didn't forget to curse. You bastard. Kangwoo ignored the energy signals surrounding him anyway. Sorry about that. No, I'll remember you. Just then, Kim Si-ho-on and the others arrived. Kim Si-ho-on called out, Kangwoo, have you found Dino yet? Before he could finish, Kangwoo's terrified scream stunned everyone. Kim Si-ho-on's face turned pale. Kangwoo pretended to tremble, clutching Dino's corpse, shouting, damn it, damn it, damn it. Gaia could only listen and grow more terrified. What happened? Kangwoo looked up at the sky, yelling loudly, OTGI on Gaia. If you can hear me, please answer. Why did Joe's life have to end like this? Why? Why the hell? Hearing Kangwoo's loud, accusatory scream made Gaia tense up, covering her mouth. How could something like this happen? Daesir looked on speechless, only able to call Gaia's name. Kim Si-ho-on clearly saw Joe's corpse and was stunned, his face pale, eyes wide in disbelief. Kangwoo continued, my fault, I'm sorry. If I hadn't insisted on a duel and arrived late. Gaia didn't know the truth and shook her head. It's not your fault. Kim Si-ho-on felt the same, quietly calling, Mr. Kangwoo. But at this moment, Kangwoo felt calm inside. Yeah, where they couldn't see, Kangwoo smiled wickedly, a disdainful look on his face. It's not my responsibility. When there's someone else to blame, Kangwoo continued. Satan, the one who used dirty tricks to lure and kill Dino. The little doll shaped like Dino lay snug in his arms, just like Satan's plan. Kangwoo went on, how could it be my responsibility? Anyway, I need to end this, he spoke. The light was gradually opening. At that moment, Gaia called Gaia S. Gaia S understood and gently put Gaia down. We've lost another hero. Kangwoo nodded. Yeah, Gaia S helped Gaia closer to him, but Kangwoo said it's not over yet. Gaia placed her hand on his shoulder, looking up at the sky. I can't see it, but I know the stars of infinity are lighting up the darkness above, like the stars you and all the guardians are looking at in the night sky. Gaia comforted, as long as there are heroes trying to protect the world, the light won't fade. The light isn't out yet. Kangwoo was speechless, grimacing, thinking to himself, that really is a killer line. Sounds so cheesy, but now he knew how to play along, pretending to shed a tear. Yeah, you're right, Gaia. The light isn't out yet. Then he clenched his fist, lifted his head, face full of determination. Sir, we can't let it die out. Inside, Kangwoo realized. Ah, that's it. Gaia nodded. Yeah, I trust you, Kangwoo. Kim Si-ho-on covered his face, sobbing continuously. Kangwoo. Kangwoo silently breathed a sigh of relief. Now there's no risk of his identity being exposed, and the trust the Guardians have in him is at its peak. Man, this is just the payoff for all the good things I've done. Kangwoo continued to move himself emotionally. We need to hold a funeral for Dino and return. Before he finished, suddenly the sword emitted golden energy and flew into the air. The sword shot out golden rays, attracting everyone's attention. A voice came from the sword. So who exactly is it? The figure of a giant appeared, pointing the sword at them, shouting loudly, who dares harm my child? The system repeatedly notified Kangwoo. The hero god TGI-un was furious. TGI-un pointed directly at him, questioning, I'm asking you, who killed my child? That shocked Kangwoo deeply. Sir, this isn't right at all. he wondered anxiously. I checked the link between TGI, and Joe was already cut off then. Remember when Kangwoo even went so far as to cry out, TGI, guy. Hey, if you can hear me, please answer. Why did Joe have to go through this? He thought confusedly that he said it to provoke them, but did he really appear? Guy A nervously spoke. TGIN, please calm down. She still angrily asked, Guy A's child, do you know who killed my child? Kangwoo suddenly had an idea. His eyes lit up, seeing, wait, doesn't he know who killed Dino? Kangwoo stared at TGIN, who was scolding while searching for his child. He doesn't know exactly what happened? Then I've avoided the worst-case scenario, he carefully guessed. And if that's true, Kangwoo quickly knelt down. Sir, Valza K killed Joe. TGI immediately denied it. Impossible. If it was him, I would know. Kangwoo quickly changed his answer. Then the killer of Dino as Kangwoo forced out a tear and said, Satan, it's definitely that demon. He smirked inwardly, thinking he could use this. TGIN lowered his voice. I get it. She bent down and asked again, did that demon take my child's life? TGIN clenched her teeth, biting down hard on the word Satan. She growled out in anger. TGIN's fury was directed straight at Satan. Kangwoo saw this and inwardly cheered. Satan's trick seemed to be working pretty well. TGIN spoke again. My child, Guy A. She stared at him and asked, is it true that you fought that demon? Kangwoo confidently replied, of course, it's our duty to defeat Satan. TGIN was still a bit doubtful. Can I trust you? Guy A then spoke up to vouch for him. Kangwoo might be more deserving of the hero title than anyone I know. He was the most grief-stricken and the first to act when Dino died. Hearing that, TGIN lowered her voice to ask, oh child who mourned my child, what is your name? Kangwoo quickly answered, Kangwoo? She held out the sacred sword in front of him, saying, then take Dino's sword. Kangwoo, that sword is called Den Len. It's a holy relic that holds my power. TGIN promised, I will give you all my strength, even if it costs me my life. The system immediately issued a warning. Warning, the system detected the intervention of the hero god TGIN. No further actions allowed. Suddenly, TGIN was struck by a bolt of lightning. The others screamed in horror. TGIN! Kangwoo was also shocked. I don't know what the system is, but maybe even the gods can't interfere too much. More importantly, TGIN gave me power, even risking her life. Kangwoo loudly spoke words to encourage TGIN. TGIN. We can't lose a hero like you, a great god sacrificing herself for mortals? No way. She clenched her teeth, full of determination, shouting, Sir, I have made up my mind to achieve the goal. Kangwoo chuckled quietly. I knew it. The more you say no, the more stubborn you get. Sure enough, TGIN handed Denlen to him and said, you deserve this power because you were the first to mourn my child. Take this power before I disappear. Kangwoo pretended to shed a few tears. If this is what you want, he silently cheered. Too kind. Kangwoo took the sword, then boldly declared, I swear in the name of Guy A, I promise I won't let Joe's death be in vain. After the power merged into his body, Kangwoo fiercely proclaimed, and I will save this world by killing Satan and his minions. Valalk. The system immediately notified. You have received the blessing of the hero god, it continued reporting. The hero god TGIN died due to excessive interference with the system. Before fading away, she left a message. Kangwoo, use my power. Seeing this, everyone panicked and shouted loudly, TGIN. She closed her eyes as if giving up. I can feel every part of you through this connection. Mind, effort, determination, and even immense demonic power. Then TGIN opened her eyes wide in horror. Huh? Wait. Demonic power? She anxiously scanned the surrounding space. This dark energy, this is the demon sea. TGIN looked up at the one before her. You, she questioned in disbelief. Kangwoo, are you the master of the demon sea? Kangwoo just smiled lightly. Ironically, both you and Jino realized it too late. TGIN angrily shouted, you bastard! You're the one who killed my child. Sir, did I really give power to a demon like you? Kangwoo curled his lips with contempt. Did anyone force you to choose me? You foolishly gave yourself up. He summoned countless demon hands to grab her and said, don't be too sad. I will kill Satan as promised. TGIN still struggled weakly. She shouted loudly, if you're not Satan, then TGIN will threaten again. I have to tell Guy A about this. Kangwoo didn't care and just urged, tell Guy A to go screw himself. Give me the rest of the power. TGIN's eyes gradually darkened. You. The sword in Kangwoo's hand suddenly trembled, its power starting to fight back. The others panicked and called out, Kangwoo! Kangwoo! Kangwoo is being tortured to death, damn it. It hurts so much, like she's amplifying the energy so I can't take it. Is this her last struggle? He looked helplessly at the sword. Damn it, it's so different from the energies I've handled before. I can't control it. Kangwoo came up with an idea. Then I'll use the gluttonous power technique. Bite and swallow it. I just need to force it. The system displayed a warning. Demonic mana addiction is active. This mana stream contains other energies. It cannot be stably converted into demonic power. Will you proceed with the conversion? Still, Kangwoo insisted on using it. I don't care, just do it, the system responded. The hero god TGI-Un's energy is being converted into demonic power. It continued to expel what cannot be converted. At the same time, Kangwoo let out a roar. All the energy escaped. Gi Che saw this and wanted to rush forward. Kangwoo quickly held him back. Gie, don't go near him, Gie asked confusedly. Why? Kim Si-hoon firmly confirmed that he is transforming now. Kim Si-hoon seriously analyzed. Expelling black blood to remove toxins from the body is one of the symptoms. If anyone touches him now, it could cause irreversible damage. Meanwhile, Kangwoo was silently cursing in pain. My blood is already black and it hurts like hell. At least there should be a healing spell or something. Guy A worriedly spoke. Can't we do anything? Like casting a healing spell, for example? Kim Si-hoon immediately objected, saying the wounds on his body were from his body regenerating, so the healing spell was unnecessary. Hearing that, Oh Kangwoo was furious, wanting to scream but powerless. You bastard. You're dead wrong. Kim Si-hoon clenched his fists and said, we can't do anything but cheer him on. Gujar, though uneasy, accepted it. I get it. He can only beg helplessly, the healing spell, begging you guys. But even until his consciousness faded, Oh Kangwoo found no comfort at all. Damn it, not long after, the system kept sending notifications. The demon power attribute increased by 4. Deeper paths in the 10,000 Demon Palace have been unlocked. You must complete all conditions of the demon consciousness to activate. You have reached the current stat limit. Stats will only increase after completing the first condition of the demon consciousness, or when the level cap is unlocked. A few days later, in a mountain alley, space suddenly cracked open, a bird's foot with sharp claws stretched out. 3 fierce bird monsters stepped out. Ka looked around a bit, then spoke. This must be the Earth, Lucifer mentioned. Before them were endless mountain ranges, below a silver river glittering under the moonlight. After assessing a bit, Ka said, I can sense the energy of the TGI on this Earth. He must be dead. Hanun clicked his tongue softly. A lowly god like him dying. I don't care. Fenk nodded in agreement. I agree. But the important thing is who killed him. Do you plan to find the culprit? Ka scooped up some dirt and replied, I heard this world has children of Guy. Surely they know something. Hanso eagerly asked, Can we kill them? He clapped his hands and said, They're children of a rival god. Killing them is no problem. Fenker was a bit worried. Isn't Guy a high-ranking god? Ka sneered. That's sarcasm. Are you scared of the power of a god who's alive now but dead then? Fenker immediately denied it, but Keika urged on. Then let's go. Hanso flew while commenting. If they managed to kill TGI, that's pretty impressive. He smirked and added, if it wasn't impressive, we wouldn't be hunting them down. In Keika's mind appeared a fierce, demonic figure. Satan will be a huge help to Lucifer's plan. It's been a week since the umbilical cord died in the hands of the evil Sat Tang. The escort team has pushed aside their grief to carry out their mission. The escort team's main task is to investigate the demon cult, eliminate monsters passing through the gate, and save lives worldwide. Currently, Kangwoo is sitting down talking with Ger. She asked, You want me to go to South America? Kangwoo wondered. That place has already been taken over by monsters. Are there still people living there? Ger painfully nodded. Yes, there are. Ger recounted, the natives there are frequently attacked by monsters. Although they sent reports to America asking for help, there are too many natives living far apart, so there aren't enough forces. She continued, That's why I want you. Kangwoo and Kim Si-hoon were assigned to lead the natives to safety. Kangwoo pondered silently, This doesn't sound too exciting for me, but I have no other choice. He was a bit annoyed, cursing silently. Because the demon cult hasn't acted, I have nothing else to do. Since my development has stalled, I at least need to complete the demon consciousness growth conditions. But since there are no demons nearby, should I have let that old commander in Manchuria live? As he thought further, it's possible those monster attacks there were the demon cult's doing. I need to check it out, Kangwoo finally agreed. All right, I'll take the mission. Ger immediately thanked him. Thank you, Kangwoo. Since this is an official meeting, she continued, we'll prepare a flight for you. Then she requested something from Kangwoo. The escort Kim Si-hoon has seemed weak lately, so please check if he has any problems. Hearing that, Kangwoo was a bit stunned. At this time, Kim Si-hoon was locked in the training room. The system announced the start of Level 2 training. Kim Si-hoon held his sword standing amid thick smoke. Soon after, the system began Level 3 training. Countless simulated monsters were summoned, aggressively attacking him. Kim Si-hoon jumped quickly, while thinking to himself. He spun continuously, slashing the monsters. But Kim Si-hoon wasn't happy at all. He felt disgusted with himself. He suddenly recalled the night his mother held him tight and kept repeating, Sorry, Mom's sorry. Mom's sorry for giving birth to me in this world. Kim Si-hun was deeply pained, blaming himself, hating himself for not being able to reject those words. He had cried bitterly in his mother's arms back then. Of course, he didn't think she still had those thoughts. No, maybe she didn't even remember those words. Now Kim Si-hun fought monsters while blaming himself, but this isn't what I achieved. These aren't results I made with my own hands. I was saved by Kangwoo. He has a big ambition. I want to be like Kangwoo. I want to save those drowning and suffering like I did in the past. Then I can confidently ignore the unpleasant words I once heard. Kim Si-hun's hand gripping the sword suddenly froze, but even after defeating the monsters, he still doubted he could become like him. Kim Si-hun recalled the previous battle, right when John was killed by Saw. The feeling he got seeing that corpse was relief. He felt a bit uneasy thinking about Gare and John. I was really worried looking at those two. I was jealous. Kim Si-hun silently cursed himself. But even so, did I really feel relieved at someone else's death? I'm truly shallow and selfish. Right at that moment, the system popped up a notification. You've passed level 3. It quickly added, training complete. Kim Si-hun stood frozen, staring into the void, wondering how someone like him could become like this. He was still brooding when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. Kim Si-hun. Kim Si-hun was a bit startled when he saw him. Oku, why are you here? He calmly replied, I have something to tell you. Oku smiled and suggested, should we go somewhere more comfortable? After chatting for a while on the rooftop, Mr. Gu nodded, understanding that was why he was so harsh on himself to overcome past trauma, right? Oku continued, and you feel disgusted with yourself for feeling relieved when a rival disappeared? Kim Si-hun bowed his head, full of guilt. Yes, I can't take that lightly. He honestly expressed that he wanted to become a savior like him and overcome his crisis. But someone shallow and selfish like me will never become someone like you. Mr. Gu felt a bit uneasy, thinking, shallow and selfish? If it were me, I'd have jumped on John's corpse laughing my head off. Kid, you're funny. Anyway, calling me a savior? What a fool, Kangwoo sighed regretfully. To be useful to others and overcome your past trauma, that's the mindset of a clueless errand runner who knows nothing about the world. I myself will never understand that flawed thinking. He raised his hand and gently patted Kim Si-hun's head. But I've also become pretty soft. Oku proudly praised himself silently. It was only for a moment, but I comforted Kim Si-hun. When he was patted on the head, he froze and called Oku. Lost in his own pride, Oku ruffled Kim Si-hun's hair wildly, abandoning understanding and calculating benefits for a kind heart. Kim Si-hun blushed deeply and shouted, "What are you doing?" Oku sighed, "But this isn't a bad feeling." Then he turned around and waved at Kim Si-hun. "Let's go," he asked curiously. "Where to?" He just calmly replied, "To save people." The team quickly headed to Venezuela, South America. The locals there were very worried. A baby was crying loudly in pain. A gentle hand touched the baby's belly. A bright golden light appeared, soothing the baby's pain. She held the baby and then told the parents, "I've healed the baby's wounds. You can take him now." Watching the happy mother and child hugging, Taesu happily praised, "Her healing ability is really impressive." Ka smiled modestly. "It's such a relief because at least I can do this." They both looked toward the tent's entrance and said to each other, "Looks like Kim Si-hun has arrived." "Yeah, I think so too." Kim Si-hun scratched his head shyly as he entered, embarrassed by their words. "Isn't that our hero?" Kim Si-hun shyly spoke up. "Too embarrassing. I told you both not to call me that anymore." Sue laughed teasingly. "You've saved hundreds of people these past few days. If you're not a hero, then who is?" Kim Si-hun humbly replied, "I only guide the locals easily, thanks to everyone's help." He thought if anything happened, those on the forest's edge fighting monsters to protect the migrants were the true heroes, along with Minujin. The two were currently busy fighting monsters. Mujin wiped his sword and asked his daughter, "Where to now?" She softly replied, "Wait a moment," her eyes still glued to the map. Members of the Warang Guild, Wazon, Hingu, and the Red Rose Guild Yeonju also joined forces to eliminate monsters. The organization had gathered these people, working hard to find clues about recent demon cult activities. Oku asked from his back, "Have you seen any signs of the demon cult recently?" It carefully observed the surroundings and replied, "Not a trace." Mr. Gu was a bit disappointed, wondering if they should search north. Kim Si-hun thought Oku and the others were the real heroes. Taesu clenched his fist, encouraging him, "You're one of them." He could only laugh awkwardly, beating the drum, "But I think the American forces will join us tomorrow. Has anyone contacted Oku or anyone else?" Just then, a strange voice called Kim Si-hun. He immediately turned his head. Sure, it was the village chief's voice. What's going on? But when he saw what was before him, Kim Si-hun's eyes darkened. The village chief ran toward him in panic, behind his head a purple energy orb. The village chief was chased in sheer terror, screaming in pain. "Kim Si-hun, save me." Before he finished, the purple orb sucked the chief's body inside. Kim Si-hun froze, unsure how to react. Finally, Kim Si-hun regained his composure and ran forward quickly. He shouted loudly, "No way, there are 3 purple orbs attacking me." Kim Si-hun quickly realized, but he was completely unprepared. An energy explosion occurred. Rocks and earth scattered everywhere. Kim Si-hun hurriedly asked everyone, "Is everyone okay?" At that moment, a strange voice spoke up. "Is that a human?" The other side replied, "I think so. I can sense the divine energy in him." Kim Si-hun looked at the newcomers in shock and exclaimed, "You're the bird monster group," led by the core, gradually revealing themselves through the thick smoke. Kim Si-hun panicked and asked, "Demons?" After the shock, the villagers all suffered. They rose from the smoky haze. The people here were crying out in pain. "Ah, I can't see anything. It hurts so much." 3 huge eagles in red and green majestically soared across the sky. The villagers, seeing them, panicked and shouted, "Monster, help me!" Kim Si-hun stood in front, drawing his sword with one hand. He looked up at the sky and thought the energy he felt from them was exactly like before. Kim Si-hun remembered the masked guy with that creepy smile, then thought further about the troubling energy he sensed from Satang. "If that's the case, these people," Kim Si-hun said. "Demons?" The red eagle spoke up. "Oh ho, I guess you're also one of Gare's kind." Koa and Tu anxiously asked, "Kim Si-hun, are you okay?" Seeing his teammates suddenly rush over, he worriedly turned and said, "Everyone, you shouldn't come here." In front of the 3 of them, the eagle held a black energy orb with purple light in its hand. It said, "We can find G's current location if we just catch him." The eagle said that, "Then we don't need the rest." After saying that, it threw the orb straight ahead. The eerie purple light gradually approached Seo, making her body stiffen. Not knowing what to do, she could only watch the orb helplessly. Kim Si-hun stomped hard on the ground and stepped forward. He drew his sword and directly cut the orb in half, causing a massive explosion, making Seo and Tiu suffer as well. He shouted, "Ah!" Kim Si-hun turned around quickly and said, "Seo, Tiu, get the villagers out of here." Seo and Tiu looked up at Kim Si-hun with some hesitation. That thing, Kim Si-hun's face was tense as he looked at his opponent and said, "They're demons. I'll buy some time. So join the American forces." Tae angrily shouted, "How can you do that alone?" Koa, understanding, she grabbed Tiu's big hand and said, "Yeah, we'll evacuate the villagers and come back with others." After saying that, she grabbed Teo's hand and ran while shouting, "We'll evacuate together. Everyone, follow me. If you're still physically okay, take care of the injured and bring them along." Tae looked at Seo with a confused gaze and said, "Sister-in-law hasn't run far when the yellow eagle flashed like lightning toward the 2 of them." Seo and Tae raised their claws and said, "Idiots. Do you think we'll let you go?" The yellow eagle looked with a fierce glare at the 2 fleeing prey and said, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Unfortunately, its attack was quickly blocked by Kim Si-hun. He swung his sword, scraping the ground in front of the yellow eagle. Kim Si-hun looked up, frowning as if preparing to swing his sword again to attack the yellow eagle. He said, "Your opponent is me." The yellow-feathered eagle was furious after being pushed back, so it created numerous black orbs and launched them forward, not forgetting to laugh smugly. Haha. On the other side, Kim Si-hun fought hard, blocking every attack from the eagle. He looked at the prey in a completely passive stance. The hawk said, "Struggle a little more, Gare's kind." The situation was grim as Kim Si-hun was grazed by those orbs, injuring his arms and legs. The yellow eagle flew in midair, growling. That was the full power of Gare's kind in the field. Kim Si-hun, on the ground, was seriously injured, gripping his sword tightly, and collapsed to the ground. The yellow eagle looked down at Kim Si-hun. Irony, where did your fighting spirit go earlier? Kim Si-hun's face showed exhaustion, sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He thought he knew. Kim Si-hun looked toward the remaining red and green eagles, thinking he couldn't fight them. The green eagle crossed its arms and said, "What should we do with those who escaped?" The red eagle coldly replied, "They don't matter. We only need Gare's kind." Kim Si-hun recalled the smiles and happy tears the villagers gave him. "Thank you. Truly. Without you, we would have all died." Kim Si-hun silently thought he had no plan, nor any intention of being a hero. Then he remembered the admiring words from the villagers. "You're our hero. If you need help, just tell us. I want to be like you when I grow up." Kim Si-hun thought it would be better if the kid admired heroes on the screen instead. He recalled when he was little, his mother held him and sobbed, "I'm sorry for bringing you into this world." He thought he was still a coward enduring his own crisis, a pathetic guy who couldn't even behave properly, a fool who couldn't rise from his painful past. The eagle's hand began forming another energy orb. It said slyly, "Click, click, interesting." Kim Si-hun stared straight at the yellow eagle's hand, thinking it wasn't that he didn't understand. The eagle raised its arm high, the energy orb growing larger, radiating terrifying power. It said, "Can you withstand this too?" Kim Si-hun was still resisting. He looked up, thinking his thoughts were really strange. The yellow eagle's eyes were fierce as it waved its hand down. "All right, struggle with all you've got until you die." The red and green eagles stood aside watching the battle. The green eagle said, "If that kind dies, what will you do?" The red eagle raised its hand to its face, showing clear disappointment, and said, Han Ba, that energy orb containing terrible destruction is falling. Kim Si-hun gripped his sword tightly, trying to stand up. Yes, I had one chance. Both of his hands lifted the sword up, staring at the orb hurtling down. I wasn't sure if I could pull it off. Facing the terrifying destruction rushing closer, Kim Si-hun smiled, gripping the sword tightly with both hands before swinging it. He thought he wanted to be like Kangwoo. Kim Si-hun held the sword ready to strike, closed his eyes, remembered Kangwoo, and silently wondered who he really was and what kind of person he had been in the past. All I knew was that he saved my life when I seemed doomed to just thrash around in this mud pit of mine. Kim Si-hun opened his eyes. The black pupils vanished, replaced by a glowing blue light. He thought, so I won't run away. Kim Si-hun told himself, then swung the sword, creating a long, straight slash cutting the orb in half. That slash seemed harmless at first, but instantly transformed into a massive, powerful sword strike. The system announced, you have received the inherited power, Dragon Saint's first slash. Shocked, one wing and Hampa's arm were pierced through by Kim Si-hun's sword. He blurted out, too much. Hampa then felt a sharp pain shooting from his arm and wing, his eyes wide open. There was a golden glow mixed with surprise and pain. Before he could even process what was happening, Kim Si-hun grabbed his sword and charged forward. The two giant eagles screamed. Han dodged. Han thought casually, I can't even feel that my arm was cut off. Han touched his other arm to his shoulder, thinking how humiliating it was to experience something like this in front of my brothers. Frozen for a moment, he quickly used his remaining arm to shove Kim Si-hun away. He thought, don't make me look ridiculous, he hissed angrily. How dare a human? Kim Si-hun didn't give up, charging crazily. With powerful sword strikes, Hanpa thought he was faster than a human. Hanpa dodged Kim Si-hun's relentless attacks while thinking, that human's sword was slow. I could clearly see its movement, and it was weak enough to easily counterattack. Watching Kim Si-hun wildly thrust the sword straight ahead, he wondered why he was losing. Hanba was caught off guard, only able to stand and watch the sword before him, thinking, am I really going to die at the hands of a human? In his eyes, filled with extreme confusion, the sword he underestimated was reflected, rushing straight at him. He thought to himself, then an angry voice shouted, you stupid bastard. The blue eagle charged behind Kim Si-hun, attacking him from behind, causing Kim Si-hun immense pain. Kim Si-hun was blasted away. HP suddenly spoke, Phoenix. Phoenix looked at Hanpa and shouted, what the hell are you doing fighting a mere human? Hanba? Phoenix said to Hanba, heal him, you pathetic fool. Hanba showed a flicker of fear but stayed silent. Hanba flew away, leaving Phoenix and Kim Si-hun sitting on the ground. Phoenix landed, pinning Kim Si-hun's leg with his foot. I guess even if you're just a kin of a dying god, she's still a high-level deity. Kim Si-hun screamed loudly, looking extremely pained. Phoenix's face darkened like a burnt pot. He raised a finger, creating countless small energy orbs, saying, how dare a human? Those orbs flew through Kim Si-hun's body, forcing him to cry out in pain. Not only that, his legs were pierced by many orbs as well. Kim Si-hun was tortured by Phoenix, writhing in agony like having a seizure. Hanpa turned to Hanpa and said, Phoenix has lost it. When he dies, you'll be tasked with finding Gear's incarnation. Hanpa bowed respectfully from behind and said, it's over. On the other side, Venix H went mad, creating countless energy orbs around him, all aimed at the dying Kim Si-hun below. Kim Si-hun told himself, pathetic. Kim Si-hun's gaze gradually lost consciousness. I don't want to die, he hoarsely whispered. Kangwoo. Kim Si-hun thought that's why he desperately wished to be saved. Countless orbs flew down toward Kim Si-hun. It's over, Kim Si-hun thought. Even though I swore not to run away, the ending didn't change. Kim Si-hun kept taking every hit with no defense at all. He recalled when he saw someone turn to stone, and the moment he screamed in pain as his comrades died before his eyes, and even now, he was about to be humiliated as his strength drained away. Despite being attacked, Kim Si-hun's consciousness grew hazy, thinking he couldn't do anything in the end. Then a familiar figure flashed by. A heavy shock happened behind the three Eagle brothers. Even they didn't expect it. Phoenix turned back. What was that? A tear rolled down Kim Si-hun's eye. On the other side, fighting raged fiercely. Smoke filled the air, blocking most of the view. From afar, a shadowy figure said, "Who told you to fight alone, huh, you damn idiot?" Gu's eyes were terrifying as he spoke, his low voice sending chills down spines. Those wounds were so severe that it was a miracle he was still alive. Blood flowed from his body, staining the ground. Seeing those wounds didn't make me sad or angry. I felt nothing. Kim Si-hoan lay on the ground, blood smeared all over his mouth, his entire body covered with wounds, big and small. That was all Kim Si-hoan was worth to me. I respected Kim Si-hoan, but now he slowly stepped closer, one step at a time, approaching him. Three beasts stood there. He walked forward while saying, Why did he tell others to run away while he stayed behind to fight these guys? He wondered. Even if he dies, my plan won't change. He doesn't matter. Then, he stepped over to where KIMCHI Hoan was lying and asked, "What? Are you trying to act all cool or something?" The two beasts standing on either side look like they're sweating right now. I turned him into a subordinate so I could use him later. He's like a pawn to me, that's all. He's lying on the ground, breathing a little unevenly, and said, "So why are you getting cocky just because people started calling you a hero? He was never worth more than that, simply because I almost lost a pawn." At that moment, he stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar, and he picked himself up. At this moment, his breathing was a bit labored as he said, "Damn, I'm not weak enough to go crazy over this." He was shouting right in his face, "If you can't win, then just run away afterward." That stupid bastard. So what? The more he spoke, the more intense Kangwoo became, his eyes shifting slightly. "Didn't you say you were going to save everyone? Didn't you say you'd overcome your past crisis? Stuff like this doesn't make me angry," he continued. "Is this your method? Acting tough and then dying? Who's gonna remember you?" Just then, that blue-furred beast put its hand on its face and said, "That's enough, human. If you don't want to die, then get lost." After hearing that, the beast spoke up. He decisively slashed off the beast's head with one sword strike. The other two beasts were shocked by this. "Fendix, I'm still talking here," he said slowly. Right after the slash, a gleam appeared on the sword tip reflecting the sunlight. He glanced up and said, "Shut your damn beaks." The bird-brained creatures started using magic to stitch their wounds with regenerative power. That power helped KIMCHI Hoan partially heal his injuries. He lay below and said, "Brother, I'm sorry." He didn't turn to him, but instead turned around to speak. "We'll talk later," he continued. "For now, rest." Saying that, Oh Kangwoo rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. I tried to hold it back, but couldn't." He gritted his teeth and said, "This is so damn frustrating." Right then, he stomped hard on the blue-furred beast's corpse and shouted. The birds were stunned and said, "Damn it," the red bird thought. "Did he just take down that beast with one hit? That human? Could he be?" Meanwhile, in a castle, Lord Lucifer, the red bird, entered, knelt respectfully, and said, "The gate to earth is ready." A black bird named Lucifer sat arrogantly on a throne and said, "Good." Then suddenly, it put on a serious face and said, "Lord Lucifer." It continued sharing its concerns with the black bird. Could the Satan down on earth be a fake? Maybe someone's impersonating him. I've never seen Satan myself, so I probably can't tell who's real or fake. The other asked, "So can you tell me Satan's identifying features?" After hearing that, he said, "No sane person would impersonate that guy, but fine, I'll tell you." Then he shared Satan's traits. While speaking, he imagined Satan always hiding his identity behind a red mask and a black cloak, acting with wildly crazy instincts, so be careful around him. He continued, "If you ever encounter him, the first thing to do is check his eye color." As he spoke, he pointed to the eyes. The other hesitated and asked, "His eye color?" Lord Satan and a few special beings have black irises with white sclera, but when extremely excited or angry, their eyes turn pitch black. If you see him and his eyes turn black, don't look back. Run for your life. As the warning ended, he suddenly looked up, his eyes turning red with darkness surrounding them. The other thought, "No way. Could that be Satan?" At that moment, an attack came flying, and the red bird died. The other was still wondering if he was one of those rare demons that look like Satan. The bird was still thinking it would defeat him first and then ask his identity. While pondering, Oh Kangwoo lunged close to its talons. As he stomped hard, it tried to dodge but didn't expect such speed, an incredible speed. It angrily shouted, "How dare you!" But he still charged at it to attack. It tried to block his attack. This orb contained power directly transferred from Lord Lucifer. It was a force that could crush everything around. It was called destruction. Could he really block Lucifer's power with bare hands? It was shocked he could withstand the attack. Right then, he counterattacked. The orb echoed in the air, and it was stunned. "Damn bastard." He gently raised his hand, and the orb burst, flying into something, piercing through the body with a terrifying, massive force. He turned his face back and said, "Your turn will come soon." The red bird panicked and screamed. "Tersa," it continued. "Didn't I tell you to get down?" Not paying attention, he quickly attacked it. With just a light touch, it was thrown flat on the ground. "I'm sorry, please spare me," he calmly asked. "What is 1000 minus 7? The bird was surprised and asked, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Before it could react, he stabbed something straight into its chest, blood gushing out. Kangwoo slowly said, "Don't worry, I won't ask too much." He started repeating the question. "What is 1000 minus 7? Terrified, it cried, 993, he said again. Next, it was confused and said, "What?" Suddenly, something came crashing down from above, and it screamed in fear. 986, 986, he said calmly. "Go on." It kept subtracting 7 and answered, 979. Each time it answered, it was hit by magic, either with feathers or slashes. 832, 419, 272, until finally, it screamed. The last answer was 6. By then, both its wings had been cut off. Hearing the answer, he calmly said, "Good." He still kept his hand on its head and said, "So, that means we've practiced enough, right?" Tears streamed down as he spoke. "Huh? What do you mean?" he began to ask. "Now the real deal is just starting. The two equations bx0 and qx0 have 7 and 9 as their respective real roots. Then the sets x, y, bx plus q0 and qx0, where x and y are real numbers, form an infinite set." The more he spoke, the more his smile lost humanity. If SBX, XY is a subset of A, then the number of elements in B, NB, depends on B and Q. Find the largest root of NB. As soon as the question was asked, tears streamed down again as he shouted. At that moment, 2 trembling hands were raised, KIMCHI ho on, mentally alert, and the bloodstains and wounds on his body vanished. Then he said, "Wow, that was a valuable period of time." He sat up, pondering, almost losing control due to the messy thoughts in his head. For a demon constantly influenced by desire and emotion, such troubles are extremely dangerous. Oh Kangwoo held up a mirror, thinking. The anger exploding when fighting those shadow demons was intense. At least the whites of his eyes had returned, so I'll be fine. He thought of an image, recalling that Satan was somewhat like him. There was something similar to the demon immortal, truly pathetic. He leisurely walked on the ground, moving toward the golden bird lying on the ground. Anyway, he stepped on it and said, "You can't sleep here," he continued. "Who are you guys? Are you Lucifer's real subordinates?" The golden bird asked in panic. "How do you know that?" Thinking back, I saw a demon I never met before, using Lucifer's power to create new minions, right? That means Lucifer has regained his original power. Sending them down to Earth means he's given up fighting the angels and is now targeting Earth. This is truly a tough problem, that thought continued. He asked, "What's your purpose here?" He pointed behind him, looking completely calm. "I can't say," it said. Then he asked, "Do you want to end up like that guy?" The red bird answered with a trembling voice. At that moment, a shout echoed, and the golden bird also trembled, shouting, "We came to Earth to find Satan." Hearing that, he was a bit shocked and said, "What?" Oh Kangwoo thought silently. "Is Satan really on Earth?" Hanfa's face changed as he hurriedly replied, "I'll tell you. The reason we came to Earth is to find Satan." Kangwoo was stunned. "What? Satan really on Earth?" He stomped hard on Hanfa's body. "Hey, you?" Kangwoo asked coldly. "You came here because of Satan?" It fearfully recounted, "Yes. Recently the hero TGI On was destroyed by Satan from this world. Lord Lucifer ordered us to find him and demanded cooperation." Hearing that, he sighed in relief, realizing they were talking about him. "I thought Satan was really on Earth and got scared." Suddenly, Kangwoo was startled inside. Wait, Satan on Earth? The one who killed Alex's guard. In his mind, he recalled a scene, the one who killed Titan's disciple. Almost forgot. Now Kangwoo lifted his foot off Hanfa, probing. "Anyway, how much do you know about Satan?" It shook its head, stammering. "I don't know much. Just that he's creating a clan in this world to increase power and is fighting Gaia. That's all." He covered his face, smirking slyly. "You don't know anything? Then I'll take advantage of this." The ring on Kangwoo's finger flashed, activating a skill. The ruler of magic power released a fierce evil aura from him, and Kangwoo laughed mockingly. "It's not that you know little, you know nothing at all." Even in Hanfa's confused gaze, he sarcastically said, trying to find Satan in front of him as a joke. What's he scared of? Hanfa was full of life doubts. Is this man Satan? No way. Why would Satan protect Gaia's people and attack us? He was sure in his heart. He's clearly just a human. Suddenly, Kang Yu's finger stretched out right before Hanfa's eyes. "I'll take your useless eyes now." As soon as he finished, he acted swiftly, catching him off guard and gouging out his eyes. Hanfa screamed in pain, clutching his lost eye in panic, terrifying magic touching his flesh, wild behavior, and the red mask. "You're Satan." So stupid not to recognize the prince and attack him. Hanfa was speechless in panic. Satan Kangwoo now wore the red mask, smirking. "Now do you get it? Lucifer sent a cooperation request to me? What does he want?" Hanfa hurriedly revealed the truth. He said, "You'd understand if I mentioned taking over the magic sea." He thought, "Taking over the magic sea? That bastard wants me?" Kangwoo grinned wickedly. He also wondered, hasn't Lucifer been beaten enough? Doesn't he know who I am? Recalling some old events, after declaring war on the seventh prince, I suffered countless losses, but in the end, I was the victor, not because I was strong enough to defeat them. If strength alone mattered, I couldn't have beaten them. Kangwoo suddenly squeezed Hanfa's neck tightly. "That useless Lucifer, what the hell does he know?" He sat down, his tone full of sarcasm. "Why do you think I founded the demon cult?" His eyes flashed deep red, his face glowing with mad arrogance. The magic sea is now in my hands. Absorbing it all is just a matter of time. Then he suddenly asked, Lucifer is in I know, right? Han Fa So struggled as his throat was squeezed. Yes. Kang Kangwoo relaxed his grip on his neck and said, Good, I'm sick of this world already. I thought I'd spare Han Fa So, but you suddenly flung your hand away, knocking him backward. Han Fa So struggled on the ground, trembling as he tried to push himself up. At that moment, Kang Kangwoo stepped forward, his tone indifferent as he ordered Lucifer. I will personally lead the clan and the demon cult there, he hurriedly pleaded. Lord Satan, please don't. In his hand, a sphere of demonic energy gathered, signaling to that Lucifer guy. Then Kang Kangwoo crushed it, a powerful aura radiating outward like rolling waves. He declared, each word heavy and firm, that Satan Kang Kangwoo would declare war on Lucifer, and they would have to tear each other apart. Moments later, the world-linking door opened, and before entering, Han Fa So warned, You will regret this. Annoyed, he threatened, How much longer do you want to stall? Should I tear off your other arm so you'll get lost faster? He hurried inside. Before the door fully closed, Han Fa So shouted loudly, Satan and the demon cult, you'll soon regret what you've done. Even if there's only a crack, his voice still echoed out. Kang Kangwoo laughed with savage satisfaction. Go spread the word. His hand gathered a stream of dark, scheming energy. Even if one escaped, Satan's message had been sent, so now I can enjoy the rewards. At this moment, Kang Kangwoo activated the power of greed. Shadows at his feet turned into thick, dark, demonic energy. Dense like coagulated blood, countless phantom fangs gleaming as they surged out, rushing toward the corpse of the red bird, devouring it in endless frenzy. At the same time, Kang Kangwoo activated his skill. The death demon's power exploded and spread, advancing toward Phonic to swallow it whole. Kang Kangwoo opened the system screen and sighed. How much more do I need to collect to meet the demon soul evolution requirement? The system displayed notifications showing the first condition for demon soul evolution was met, with magic power rising to 130. The system's level cap weakened due to evolution. The level cap rose to 79, reaching the 8th stage in the awakening process. Hearing this, he was stunned in surprise. It continued to display that the path deeper inside had opened. The 10,000 Demon Palace had expanded, absorbing additional souls from skills. The Death God also expanded its path further. Kang Kangwoo's eyes shone brightly with delight. Thanks to absorbing high-level demon souls, I finally met the condition. He quickly skimmed the info. Let's see what the 8th awakening stage will be. The screen showed the 8th awakening stage. Unknown for now, the 8th awakening stage will be revealed when your magic power reaches 130. Kang Kangwoo was puzzled. This had happened at the 6th stage, and now it repeated. Finally, he closed the system, muttering that at least the level cap had been raised. Kang Kangwoo silently calculated, the level cap I thought could only increase by defeating the clan's guardians was now expanded by completing the demon soul condition, a huge victory. Now I need to focus on raising magic power to 130. I can do that while waiting for Lucifer to take the bait. He could predict one thing. Lucifer wouldn't sit still knowing the sea of magic power he craved was in Satan's hands. Once Lucifer acts, the demon cult will have to shift too, and I just need to profit by relying on the guardian's name. But sometimes Kang Kangwoo hesitated. The only problem is when Lucifer discovers the truth, but he didn't see it as too serious or worrisome, because Lucifer still believed Satan was the one who destroyed TGI-On. Kang Kangwoo silently felt grateful. Thank you, hero god TGI-On. He looked up at the blue sky, silently delivering a speech. You prepared for your own death. You gave all your strength so I could take revenge for the fallen hero disciple. Even in your last breath, you sent a prophecy about the demon god Satan. Who dares deny you're a hero when you sacrificed until the very last moment? Kang Kangwoo's eyes suddenly welled with tears of emotion. I will never forget your sacrifice. You are the true hero. Long live TGI-On. His eyes slowly opened. Through his gaze, he smiled at the one who just woke up. You're awake? Kim Si-hun gasped in surprise, then was jolted fully awake by pain. Kang Kangwoo reminded him, Don't move. You're not fully recovered yet. Resurrection magic can heal wounds, but it can't restore fatigue, buildup, or internal organ damage. Wait a bit, Kang Kangwoo scolded. Then why did you rush into battle like an idiot? You should have waited for a chance to retreat before holding the enemy back. He fell silent, bowing his head. Kang Kangwoo spoke again. What if I hadn't met the truck? Kim Si-hun got flustered again, but Kang Kangwoo cut him off. You're just trying to impress everyone by throwing yourself in alone to lighten the mood. I'm teasing, so stop blaming yourself to act like the biggest victim. Kim Si-hun blushed deeply. Kang Kangwoo teased him, and he stammered to explain. You're different today. Kang Kangwoo smiled brightly and asked back, Am I? Just then, the truck group arrived. Kang Kangwoo, are you okay? Kang Kangwoo was surprised. G-Day S Guy A. She asked worriedly. Kang Kangwoo, I heard demons attacked Si-ho-on. Is he okay? Kangwoo shook his head to reassure her. Luckily, his wounds have improved. I've also eliminated them. But why are you here, Gaye? The truck squatted beside Si-Ho-on, concerned. Si-Ho-on, are you okay? Min stepped forward and explained. I contacted her because I found traces of the demon cult before hearing about the longsword attack. He was suspicious. Traces? He glanced behind. The thing you're trying to gather. Ah, it's here, Min described. It's stuck in a place that looks like an altar. So Kane carried that thing over all pouty. Too heavy. Kangwoo looked and guessed. Is that a cracked seed? After a quick look, Kangwoo concluded, seeing no dust stuck on it, it must have been planted recently. No way would So-on hang it up and clean it on the way here. She kept acting all spoiled. Please help me. Kang-hai was lost in thought. Ignoring the bright eyes, So-on kept shooting at him. That means a member of the demon cult nearby planted the cracked seed. Hoa-oh concluded the monsters near the altar were more aggressive than usual. Yeonju expressed that it seemed the cracked seed was causing the chaos and attacks. Meanwhile, So-la was treating Si-Ho-on's wounds. He gritted his teeth and spoke. If that's the case, they've already attacked the village. Gaye agreed. I think so too. Bodyguard Kim Si-Ho-on said. Only Kangwoo thought differently inside. Sir, the demons we just fought aren't connected, but the cracked seed, the monsters, and the summoning altar aren't something Lucifer's minions could handle. The demon cult has started moving. At this moment, Yeonju couldn't hold back and snatched the item from So-on's hands. I'll carry it, Hoa-on reminded. Considering there's more than one summoning altar, a large-scale summoning ritual might be about to happen, just like before. Kangwoo couldn't help but shed tears and curse. Damn it! His face was drenched in tears like rain, his hands clenched tightly. Damn it! Demon cult! Where the hell have you been hiding all this time? Kangwoo's heart was deeply moved. While I'm struggling to raise my magic power to 130, you guys thoughtfully prepared a 3-course feast like this for me? He clasped his hands in a praying gesture. I know you'll never disappoint me. This isn't the time to praise those bastards. The trash that jerk left behind, what could be better than them constantly handing out favors, like the Great Demon Cult has done? Kangwoo's eyes sparkled like a worshipper. The ones I must serve are the Demon Cult. Great as the Demon Cult leader, he was lost in his own world, nodding repeatedly. I must worship them. All his expressions were caught by Yeonju's eyes, making her purse her lips in disgust. Again. Guy A suddenly felt worried for no reason. The dark cult, Guy So, is showing concern. So what do? Should we head straight to the summoning altar? She hesitated, but bodyguard Kim Si-Ho-on quickly reassured, I'm fine. Guy A kept hesitating. You're too reckless. Si-Ho-on was also embarrassed by the situation. Guy then spoke up. If anything, we should take more time to analyze the enemy's strategy and request aid from other nations. Kangwoo urged quickly. Guy A, if we give them time, things will get worse. We have to attack as fast as possible. But she still wasn't decisive. I know, but I'm worried, he went on to comfort. I know what you're afraid of. You fear we'll die at the hands of demons like Joe and Alex did. Kangwoo's face was full of determination. But if we fear death, we won't be able to protect anyone. Hearing that, Guy A felt a subtle, indescribable feeling inside. He continued adding salt to the wound with a sarcastic tone. Of course I'm not stupid enough to rush to death blinded by justice. Meanwhile, Kangwoo quietly activated his Lord of Magic Power ability. A blazing golden sword appeared in his hand. The demons are truly powerful enemies, but they're not invincible. One thing we realized after interacting with them, Kangwoo's posture became proud under the twilight, his whole being radiating magic power as he spoke passionately. The longer time passes, the heavier the damage, but there are still people alive here, even if just a few. Even if it's only a handful, we must protect them. His eyes shone with bright faith. With lives, numbers don't matter. After speaking, even Kangwoo had to admire himself. That was a top-notch line. Looking at the stunned faces staring at him, he silently praised. I'm really awesome. Even I have to admit it. Oh man, what if everyone falls for me? I'm just too cool. Kangwoo tried to hold back laughter. They're moved, right? Please don't underestimate me. If anyone laughs here, I'll die of embarrassment. After his touching speech, Gaye also relaxed and smiled. I get it now. Turns out I'm just a coward. Kangwoo smiled brightly. Great, it worked. She became determined and said, You're right. We are the bodyguards. We have to protect the world. We can't protect anyone if we're afraid of death. Kangwoo silently appreciated. Thanks for not laughing at me, Guy A. Then Kangwoo suggested, let's head to the place where the summoning altar was detected right now. Treomin, lead the way. He immediately turned and walked ahead. Suddenly, Yeonju hugged the cracked seed tightly, stepping quickly toward him, softly calling out. When Kangwoo was curious about what she intended to do, Yeonju looked up, her face pale and lips trembling. I feel like throwing up. Then she turned and clicked her tongue in disgust. Please don't overdo it. The dark night in the deep forest. The faint moonlight filtered through the leaves. The wind softly brushed by, carrying the rustling sound of leaves like whispers of the night shadows. From the bushes, a group of demons emerged with a disdainful tone. Humans will taste fresh blood after a long time. Move aside, they're my prey. A many-eyed demon halted his magic power and shouted, "Come on, you despicable mortals. The Lord of the Eighth Hellfire, A.D.Ra. So Jech." Before finishing his sentence, a slash tore through the air. A gleaming sword blade struck down on him as fast as lightning. Kangwoo looked up, his eyes cold as ice, without a flicker of emotion. He scanned them, assessing that the summoned demons this time were completely different from before. The remaining demons were stunned, gaping, with torn clothes and bruises. What the hell is going on? Kangwoo glanced quickly and recognized these demons were at least from the 7th layer of hell, some even from the 8th. He smirked with a hint of excitement. "You guys are pretty good, you adorable bastards." The masked group panicked, hurriedly signaling to contact their others immediately. At this moment, Kangwoo stood alone amidst the swarm of demons charging at him. Ola couldn't help but worry. Kangwoo, Muin beside him couldn't hold back his amazement. Was this guy even human? Si-Ho-On laughed, saying he was blessed by the hero god Tgi-On and became his disciple. He watched Kangwoo slaughter relentlessly with suspicion. "Is that really the power of a god?" he asserted. "That's right." Yeonju stepped forward, his bracelet glowing. "I'll explain later." She seriously reminded them, "Now we have to do our part too." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Got it." In a hidden corner, a child was being silenced by a shady man, eyes wide with terror and filled with tears, a scream stuck in his throat. The man hid behind a tree, watching Yeonju's direction. Long muttered curses softly. Damn it, how did they find a place like this?" The shady man saw her silhouette clearly and panicked. They weren't nobodies. They were the Red Rose Guild leaders. Seemingly sensing his presence, Yeonju glared fiercely, enunciating each word. "Hey, come out here if you don't want to die." The shady man, terrified, quickly dropped the child and turned to run. His figure was clearly visible in her sight. Blood chains shot from behind, lashing at the shady man, quickly binding him tightly. His mask fell off, and a painful scream echoed. At that moment, another man near a tree hurriedly tried to escape. Yeonju snorted coldly. "Where do you think you're running? I was about to throw the chains again. There's still one more." Suddenly, Kangwoo appeared to stop her. "Wait," Yeonju questioned. "Why?" He took the child and moved closer. "Wait a moment." Kangwoo analyzed. "Even if we do nothing, he'll call reinforcements, so no need for us to reveal ourselves." She doubted. "So you want to use him as bait?" Just then, a loud, hate-filled scream rang out. "Why, you guys?" On the other side, Guy A stepped forward, confronting the people lying bound on the ground. "Why do you obey the orders of an evil like Satan?" She couldn't hold back, sobbing. When the bomb exploded, killing Alex and the sacrifices, so many innocent people, "What exactly do you want?" Guy A kept repeating. "Why? Why?" Guy so comforted her by patting her shoulder. "Calm down, Guy A." Suddenly, someone in the group spoke up. "Obey Satan? What are you talking about?" He seemed confused. "Talking about Alex. You mean the Justice Swordsman who attacked our European base months ago? If so, the Dark Cult has long stopped searching for him because they couldn't find the bomb's trail." "That name? I've never heard of him." Hearing this, Guy A frowned in disbelief. "Impossible," the man continued. "Looks like you want revenge for them," he expressed. "And I know you don't believe us, but the Dark Cult has nothing to do with that." Before he finished, a sharp sword flashed straight at him. Suddenly, Kangwoo swung his sword, beheading the man cleanly, his eyes burning with furious rage. "How dare you blaspheme us?" Another man watching was terrified. "What are you doing?" Kangwoo pointed his sword at him, questioning. "You think I don't know you killed my son with that bomb?" The man tried to negotiate. "So tell me clearly about the bomb," but Kangwoo didn't let him speak, silencing him with a sword strike. "You guys are scum unworthy of being heard." A powerful strike hit where they knelt, light flashing. "Feel the judgment of the light." Guy A was briefly shocked, murmuring, "If he mentions it, the son of Tgi-On?" Kangwoo on the other side pretended to be furious. "You bastards dare." He glanced back at Guy. "Guy's son?" She nodded in confirmation. "Yes, Tgi-On's son." Kangwoo warned, "Don't be swayed by their words. Don't seek answers from demons." Guy A was embarrassed. "I'm sorry." His golden steel sword still pointed at the fallen enemies, emphasizing, "We must not listen to demons. They use sweet words to seduce you." Guy A expressed confusion. "I understand, but Tgi-On, I thought you were gone last time. How come?" Kangwoo felt uneasy, quickly making an excuse. "Well, to be honest, my divine nature was erased. Now I'm just an empty shell without godly power." His inner self trembled. "Take it easy." Then Kangwoo suddenly clenched his fist. "I don't have many chances left to enter this guy's body, but I have to say this before things get worse." The hero spirit encouraged, "Don't be fooled by demons. Heroes, Once you start listening to them, your mind gets corrupted. Don't stare into the abyss, or the abyss will stare back at you. At that moment, Kangwoo's pupils returned to normal, as if waking from a daze. He looked around, acting genuinely like an Oscar-winning actor. What just happened? Si-Ho-On explained. TGI-On just entered him. He acted surprised. What? I thought TGI-On was dead, he recounted. His body was destroyed, but he still remains inside him. Hearing this, Kangwoo glanced down at his hand. Got it. He's still inside me. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, that was close. I thought they'd ask the dark cult directly. Thanks to TGI-On, I'm alive. Silently, Kangwoo cursed. Those damn dark cult bastards have no shame. I almost believed it. When do they obey Satan? Who are Alex and the bomb? God, outsiders would think the dark cult lost them. Guy A breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. So TGI-Un has been watching us all along, and I didn't even notice. Kangwoo suddenly looked up and called out, Guy A, I'm seriously warning you. Now's not the time to get emotional. Because all around where they stood, countless red eyes were staring intently. Si-Ho-On gripped his sword tightly, staying alert, while Kangwoo gave a slight, secretive smile. Perfect timing. Without hesitation, he leapt and vanished in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the demons were still mocking and sneering, those dumb fools demanding backup but couldn't even take down a single pathetic human. Feel the fear before the demons. The weaklings. In an instant, Kangwoo charged into the demons, his sword strokes sharp and decisive, slicing through them cleanly. I just called in the order. He licked his lips lightly, a twisted, sleazy look flashing across his face. Oh man, this place is delicious. From now on, I'm gonna be a regular here. The atmosphere tensed as panicked voices echoed around. Stop that monster. The demon sect leader wondered what the hell was going on. As Kangwoo advanced, he noticed the hell demons were completely wiped out. Not only that, the demon sect leader realized it wasn't just that one monster, but there were more than one world-level powerhouses around. And damn, there were 4 of those bastards. They handled the monsters so efficiently, each one was taken down one by one. He assessed the situation as extremely dangerous. If the summoning ritual continued, their lord would be interrupted. We absolutely cannot let that happen. That's why the demon sect leader shouted, trying to hold on a little longer. However, right then, Kangwoo appeared before him with a mocking grin. Not much time left, he said, still pushing. You gonna give in? I dare you. What do you think will happen if I do what you want? And with just one punch, the demon sect leader was sent flying, crashing hard against a huge tree trunk some distance away. Kangwoo stepped forward, sneering. No one's watching anymore. So, spill it. What are you waiting for? Despite the pain, he still dared to challenge. You think I'll confess? Suddenly, Kangwoo asked, You joined the demon sect because you want immortality, right? He listed the things the demon sect leader desired. You want to become immortal, don't you? The power of fear. But what does all that matter if you die right here? Kangwoo pressed relentlessly. Loyalty? Worshipping demons? What's the point anymore? And finally, don't you want to live? These words seemed to drain the demon sect leader's soul. Kangwoo continued, I promise and give hope, just tell me the truth, and I swear I'll spare your life. I swear on the name of the hero god, TGI-Un. The demon sect leader hesitated. TGI-Un, Kangwoo explained, is the name of the god I serve. He recalled, I've heard of that name before. The guardian gods always ruin our plans. That monster is one of them. The demon sect leader chuckled quietly. Typical hero blessed by a soft-hearted god, which means I still have a chance to survive. A hero breaking an oath sworn on a god's name. So he knelt down. I'll confess. In his mind, the demon sect leader still thought, it will never exist. That's why. He smiled, hearing him say that. The ritual we prepared is at midnight. A corner of the forest lights up with small, glowing spots. Purple-haired one focuses on chanting the spell to perform the ritual, then a wave of light forms, enveloping everyone standing nearby. The old master didn't hold back praise. Amazing. Not only does it heal wounds, it also relieves accumulated fatigue and mental pressure from fighting. His eyes gleamed with excitement, feeling the path ahead is better. Kangwoo was curious. Since when could you use this magic? Meanwhile, the blue-haired one gradually woke up. I feel like I just woke up from a long sleep, she answered, thanks to a power I gained after awakening to level 8. Suddenly remembering something important, the purple-haired one asked, Kangwoo, you must be exhausted. I'll chant it again, he replied. Thanks. The pink-haired one signaled something else. He happily realized after surpassing the 120 mark, the stats of the Orla's muscles no longer increased like the black pearl armor. I thought it wouldn't be useful in battle, but looks like I underestimated it. The effect is really impressive. She was annoyed, thinking what's so special about her, Kangwoo recalled earlier. Even the guilt from breaking the oath just now was healed. You think I shouldn't have killed him at first? He confessed. I planned to keep that promise, but then I thought, if only he died, No one would know. I broke the oath. How could I resist that temptation? Kangwoo was excited. That was the moment of enlightenment. The pink-haired one wondered, anyway, is everything over now? She said she hasn't felt anything lately. Looks like it's all done. Just like with Ox, the demon aura disappeared this time. He recounted, I saw it. Not long after they died, their bodies were covered in black smoke and vanished. The blonde one was suspicious. Really? Strange. That didn't happen when I killed demons before. The blue-haired one guessed, maybe it depends on the type of demon. We still know very little about them. The blonde agreed. That's true. Meanwhile, Kangwoo was deep in thought. He had absorbed all the demons that appeared but was still a bit short of reaching 130 stats. But does it matter? He thought silently. Usually, I have to wait for Lucy Fur to summon high-level demons. But things have changed. Because just now that demon sect leader was kind enough to reveal, he clearly said the ritual we're preparing is the Nine Heavens. The blue-haired one suddenly babbled nonstop. A demon from the Nine Heavens hell is about to be summoned right here. Kangwoo was startled. What? What do you mean? She explained. The goddess Guy personally gave me the mission. Wait, I'll share it with you guys. Inside him, confusion swirled. No way. At the same time, the system announced the special rank 5 mission had begun, stopping the summoning ritual of the Nine Heavens hell demon. No reward. Sorry, my children. This is all I can do right now. Kangwoo screamed silently. Damn it, you cheating goddess. Then he told himself, I planned to absorb that summoned Nine Heavens demon to reach 130 stats, but you ruined my perfect plan. Kangwoo reported back. The summoning ritual is not finished yet, the blue-haired one instructed. We have to stop the summoning ritual of the Nine Heavens hell demon. The pink-haired one doubted. I mean, look at Kangwoo. Do we really have to stop the ritual? Kangwoo cursed silently. Damn it. I have to figure out how to let the ritual complete. Meanwhile, she objected. No way. Even with the power of Lord TGI on Kangwoo, we're not sure he can face the Nine Heavens demon. Stopping the summoning is simpler and safer, he thought. Why has she suddenly gotten so annoyingly smart? The blue-haired suggested. First, let's find where they're preparing the ritual. Kangwoo guessed. I have a feeling that place might be here. Anyway, the best thing I can do now is to reveal there's a place where I sense a dark power, thanks to the power of Lord TGI. While thinking silently, let's buy as much time as possible. 30 minutes later, everyone was anxious. Are we there yet? Kangwoo dodged. We're almost there. They started to get suspicious. Kangwoo, if this keeps up, the summoning ritual will be done. Are you sure this is the right direction? We're almost there. Kangwoo cursed silently. Damn it. His mind screamed. Playing the game of leading them in circles in the forest only works a few times. My reputation will be ruined. Maybe all this stalling so far will be for nothing. Just then, a pillar appeared before Kangwoo. He was secretly relieved. We've arrived. I'll lead the way to that pillar. As he approached, Kangwoo noticed something unusual. He silently assessed the dark aura was at least at the level of a demon general. He also guessed that those bastards really did it. Immediately, he advanced to stop them, shouting, Halt! The cultists panicked. Damn it, there's an intruder. They've tracked us here, Kangwoo warned. Your evil scheme ends here, he thought silently. To be safe, I'll wear a mask and hide my demonic aura while observing quietly. Good, let me see what the hell you're summoning. The teammates just arrived too. Looks like we're late. They mocked. You're late, slaves of the gods, the cultists cheered. He has descended. You will die in excruciating pain, Dongthan shouted loudly. Worship him. Worship him. He is the demon general of the Nine Heavens hell, the destroyer lord of Balak. He looked around strangely. So, this is Earth? Then he wondered, who are you? The leader respectfully said, We are loyal followers of you, my lord. The mortals craving eternity glanced at the strange faces of Balak, focusing on Kangwoo in the distance. Not understanding why he only stared intently at him, Kangwoo was worried. No way. Then Balak spoke, surprisingly saying, Finally, I get to meet you again, my king. Also expressing that he heard from the death guards, I have missed you deeply. The mortals were stunned, Demon King. Then Balak knelt down coldly. My Demon King, I, Balak, have returned to pledge my full loyalty to you, he shouted. My Demon King, not only that, he also wept. I miss you so much. He awkwardly looked at his teammates. Sure, something's wrong here. Kangwoo stammered. I don't know anything about this demon. While Balak kept crying out. My Demon King, he thought. Damn it. Kangwoo hurried to explain. I haven't even said anything yet and that freak already. And Balak kept yelling, My lord. Inside he screamed, Why now of all times? Kangwoo recalled, If it was just like last time with Dungot and me alone, it wouldn't be a big deal. Seeing the scrutinizing looks from his teammates, he was confused and thought, But the problem is, since I came to Earth, everyone I consider teammates is around here. All the trust I built with spectacular performances. Will the hero title be lost in this moment? Oh Kangwoo admitted this was his mistake. He should have anticipated this when they said they would summon a demon from Gukgyeon. But even so, this is ridiculous. Now he worried, sweating, trying to find a way. Gukgyeon Hell is full of demons. Even though the forces of the Grand Dukes have fallen, there are still more than 100,000 demons. While Oh Kangwoo was extremely confused, Balak kept sobbing pitifully. My lord, he wondered, but why? Among all those demons? Oh Kangwoo tried to manage. Damn it, how do I explain this to Bak? He whispered to him. That idiot doesn't understand lip reading. He thought silently. Writing it down for him wouldn't be fast enough. Now there's no time for that. I just have to deny as strongly as possible. So Oh Kangwoo decided to go all in. Everyone, this is just a scheme by that demon scum. Whether I'm the Demon King or not, how would that demon recognize me when I'm wearing a mask? The blue-haired agreed. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, he is wearing a mask. He also considered, it's strange how it suddenly called you Demon King and praised you to the skies. So it's just a dirty demon's trick. He quickly joined in. Exactly, I was freaked out too. The blue-haired guessed, who wouldn't be shocked if a demon suddenly knelt down calling you Demon King? Kangwoo agreed. That's right, I don't know what that demon's plan is, but I'm innocent, he teased. Maybe that demon doesn't even know my name. If we ask, he quickly stopped. Wait, let's see what reason that demon is pretending for. The cultists also spoke up. Lord Balak, why did you call that saint a demon king? You're wrong. They are Gaia's guardian spirits. They all resisted together. That person is not a demon king. They are the biggest obstacle in our grand plan. Please punish those deceitful false gods. This made Oh Kangwoo thrilled. That's right, you guys are good. Please get the hint. I mean, you've known me for a long time too. You must realize this is really strange, right? They said, Lord Dongthan Balak, please stay calm, please stand up. He also silently prayed. I mean, I know you're always dumb, but just this once, I'm begging you, please. Balak. Meanwhile, he started getting angry. How dare you attack the cult again? How dare you insult him? They doubted, Lord Balak. Why did you attack us? Could it be a mistake? Balak angrily repeated. You said he is not a demon king but a saint. They confirmed, yes sir, he must be one of Gaia's servants. He was furious. How dare you insult me? They were scared. Lord Balak shouted, I put my hopes on you, demon servants. He was stunned. Wait, right? Now, he went crazy, continuously attacking the cult. Balak yelled furiously, You fools, listen carefully, he once again affirmed. The one you just saw is the true demon king ruling the hell of Gukgyeon, and he kept talking non-stop. You have fought with the Grand Dukes, rulers of all inner demons. Oh Kangwoo screamed. Stop! I said stop! Damn it! Balak even directly called that guy the Demon King of Oh Kangwoo. He was devastated, cursing, You bastard! The old master was confused. What the hell is this? So On was also puzzled. Oh Kangwoo, what's going on? So Lat was confused. Oh Kangwoo, Lord Si-hun was also shaken. How did that demon know this guy's name? Oh Kangwoo, Yeonju was suspicious. Could he be? Inside, Oh Kangwoo shouted, That crazy Balak, how dare you say my name? Damn it, what should I do now? Damn it. At this moment, the cult also spoke up. At this point, they began to call out, Oh dark power, grant me the power to rule demons. The members chanted in unison, Oh dark power, grant me the power to rule demons. Oh dark power, grant me the power to command demons. Around him, the summoning magic circles began to change. He vaguely asked, What are you doing? At this time, Balak was gradually being tightened by the magic circle. He realized that Steel Ring was the dark magic circle that once controlled Kodi So Hollow So. I thought it could only control monsters. However, there was one thing Oh Kangwoo doubted, but Balak is a demon even I in the past couldn't force. How could the cult do this? Meanwhile, he was angry. How dare you control me? Balak sneered. You think you can control me? Chant the spell, complete the incantation. Damn it, hurry up and keep chanting. He cursed silently. Damn it, you should have just stayed still. Because Oh Kangwoo knew the more resistance, the stronger the backlash, it could be deadly. And he decided, damn it, at least I have to take him down first. But his eyes gradually changed. Then he whipped straight at Oh Kangwoo. He was stunned, thinking, even after blocking the blow, he still took heavy damage. This crazy muscle pig. And he wondered, how do I take him down now? What does that look in his eyes mean? Meanwhile, Balak was confused. Did I harm my master? Then he muttered. If I hurt him, Oh Kangwoo doubted, the power gathering in his hand. Don't tell me that crazy guy would rather blow his own head off than be forced to attack me. Inside, he was extremely confused. Damn it, I have to stop him right now. But Oh Kangwoo also knew that if he acted now, there would be no way to explain it anymore. It would be like openly admitting he was involved with Balak. In this urgent situation, he had to consider. The situation was getting more and more complicated. There was only one way to solve it. Oh Kangwoo gritted his teeth and decided to abandon Balak. If he committed suicide, he could blame the cult's conspiracy, saying it was just a dirty sabotage and try to cover it up. But he remembered when Balak fully supported him. But sometimes Balak suffered unreasonable beatings from Kangwoo too many times. But to make me hesitate, Kangwoo kept cursing. Damn it. Tears fell, but his mouth kept cursing. Damn it! Finally, Kangwoo stepped forward, shouting Balak's name, meanwhile constantly cursing, "You idiot, useless," and he used a heavenly power attack straight on him. "You stupid pig," Balak snapped awake for a moment. "Master," Kangwoo said, "that circle will disappear in a few minutes. Stop talking nonsense." He hesitated. But Kangwoo shouted, "Since when do you dare question my orders?" Balak immediately sobered up. "Please forgive me." Kangwoo thought, no matter how strong Balak is, in his current state, he could still hold him back for a few minutes. He quietly considered, if he tapped deeper into his mana source and used a technique, he could even take him down, but there was no need. Because Kangwoo realized Balak was not going all out now, he was resisting the magic circle while restraining himself in the fight with him. He felt at this level, he could handle it. Kangwoo began attacking more fiercely and slashed straight into the evil cult members. They cried out, "Save me!" After a while, the atmosphere gradually changed. The traces of the cult's summoning magic on him also faded. They had been dealt with, bodies lying scattered on the ground. After finishing, Balak hurriedly knelt down. He pleaded, "My Demon King, please behead the traitor who dared raise weapons against his master." When deciding to save Balak, Kangwoo already knew clearly. Now there's no way to deny it anymore. Things have gone too far to clean up. A hesitant voice spoke up. Kangwoo himself decided to ask straight out, "What was that conversation just now? He also called you Kangwoo." I thought about it, but there's still one way to turn this situation around. Even though I know it's not a perfect solution, nor a meticulous plan, it's just a gamble, a crazy move based entirely on the trust I've built all this time. That's why Kangwoo spoke up. "Looks like we can't hide it anymore now." He admitted, "Yeah, I'm the Demon King of the Abyss, or to be clearer, I used to be the Demon King." Gaie couldn't believe his ears and stammered, Kangwoo, what are you saying? Even Kim Si-hoon can't believe the person standing in front of him is the Demon King. You used to be the Demon King? Kangwoo stared at his own hand. Now all he could say was two words. Sorry, I plan to tell everyone someday." But it ended up like this. His eyes showed pain, helplessly looking at his hand radiating dark magic power. "Yeah, I used to be the Demon King ruling hell, nullifying skills, wielding demonic authority." Gaie sensed the strong magic power and spoke up, feeling the aura, then clung tightly to Ji-Dae's chest. She held Gaie with one arm and raised her sword defensively with the other. Kim Si-hoon and Undu were also in defensive stances, but she still wanted to ask Kangwoo one thing. "Don't tell me you've been lying to us all along," because she felt an even more terrifying pressure than a demon. Everyone on Kim Si-hoon's side formed a line, surrounding him. He stood alone behind, reluctantly facing them. Bitterly, he thought this reaction was understandable. He carefully studied each fearful face, some guilty, some unwilling. Thoughts raced through his mind. My grandfather expected everyone to be even more cautious. This reaction is still acceptable. He tightened his grip. In that case, I can use that plan. Gaie, though scared, still tried to ask to clear her doubts. "I still don't quite get what you mean when you say you used to be the Demon King, and how a mere mortal like you could become the ruler of hell. I'll explain from the start, so no one, including Guy, has to wonder for long." He slowly recalled and began telling the story. 5 years ago, on the day the world changed, I was sucked into a portal to another dimension and fell into hell. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. "What?" His voice continued. "I don't know why I fell into hell, whether it was coincidence or someone's scheme. I'm not sure, but what's certain is that day I fell into hell." He recalled how desperate he was then, sitting on a pile of corpses of monsters thousands of times bigger than him. At that time, I was just a weak human, not even a player. I struggled desperately to survive there. Out of necessity, I had to absorb the magic power there to keep living. During that time, I accepted the hell's magic into my body. Gaie guessed the meaning after. Then, he became a demon, he admitted. "Yeah, after becoming a demon, I kept fighting to survive for a long time." Undu was curious. "A long time? What do you mean?" "Only 5 years have passed since the world changed," he said. "Earth time may have only passed a few years, but in hell, time flows much faster, so much that it's incomparable." The question came again. "Exactly how long were you in hell to say that?" He answered straightforwardly, 10,000 years. The number 10,000 years slipped out casually, shocking everyone. "What? You didn't hear wrong." His voice carried an invisible weight. "I was trapped in hell for 10,000 years. His blunt statement left everyone stunned and speechless. Balak poked his head out from behind him and spoke. "That's right. The Demon King endured 10,000 years from the first to the 9th hell." Not wanting him to reveal too much, Kangwoo shouted at Balak, covering his mouth as if he knew he was at fault, and Balak bowed his head. Yes, sir. Though he scolded him, deep down he was very pleased with that comment. It had been a long time since this guy said something useful. That statement took everyone from one shock to another. They just stood still like statues, and he saw their faces. Now he knew he had succeeded. To carry out that plan, I need proof that I was in hell for 10,000 years. And just in time, Bach stepped forward as a witness. Undu found the story hard to believe and asked again, "Is it really true? You were in hell for 10,000 years and became the ruler of hell?" He didn't hesitate to confirm he had been. "Yes, I was." "So, you're not anymore?" That question came out, and he knew he had completely baited everyone successfully. He smiled lightly, bit his lip, and said, "Now it's time to add some spice." He told the story with a gloomy expression. "Yeah. After I fell into hell the year before, right on the day the world changed, I spent 10,000 years there and became the Demon King, ruling the abyss of hell." In his mind, he thought, but what happened after that is what really matters. There's only one way to solve this situation. He looked up, eyes firm, and the central figure of that plan is Satan, a cruel demon. At least before the rebellion started, a little demon grinned amid the sea of fire. A real lie. They say a perfect lie is 99% truth and only 1% falsehood. Because a lie based on the truth is 50 times more convincing than a complete fabrication. He started thinking, from now on, I'll mix 1% deceit into 99% truth. Everyone was shocked. "Satan? You mean Satan actually came from hell?" He continued telling the story. "In the depths of hell, there exist incredibly powerful demons called Grand Dukes. I fought them in hell and held them back." Tgin spoke up. "He held them back. That's right, because they were targeting Earth." The image of San appeared with blood-red eyes, suddenly turning back with a terrifying smile. Among them, the most ambitious demon aiming for Earth was the demon lord Satan. The question echoed, "So you became the Demon King just to stop the Grand Dukes from invading Earth?" He shook his head. "No, it wasn't for some noble goal. I was just trying to survive." And then one day, I unknowingly sat on that throne. A delicious dish popped into his mind, making his mouth water uncontrollably. But even so, I couldn't just sit still when they threatened the world where I was born and raised. Even after all these years, memories of Earth remain crystal clear in me. Guy A's question snapped him back, but the fact that the Grand Dukes eventually reached Earth meant, wiping his mouth quickly, he replied, "Yes, you're thinking in the right direction. Now it's time to add a little emotion." Thinking that, he clenched his fists. It seemed like the acting world had wasted a talent. He squeezed his hands tightly, furrowed his brows, acting like a failure. "I was defeated by Satan." The story gradually reached its climax. No matter how much I resisted, I couldn't defeat the one who awakened the Demon Sea and possessed 666 powers. Satan stole my power and took the Demon King's throne. After that, he united all the forces of hell and opened a huge rift. Through that rift, he led the Grand Dukes to Earth, and I chased Satan to Earth to stop him. At this point, he noticed confusion spreading across everyone's faces. Seeing Guy looking heartbroken, he thought maybe everyone was really confused, unable to imagine that Satan and he were the same person. Until now, I've built a solid case to deny that. He turned his face away more decisively. But even though Satan and I are two different beings, it's definitely not easy for people to believe someone like Kangwoo Yu is a demon. So now I have to create a flow to steer things in the right direction. Thinking that, his sharp gaze locked onto Kim Si-hun's eyes, activating the power of conquest. Kim Si-hun went stiff, his eyes glazing over. Control over the summoner was successfully established. Suddenly, Kim Si-hun spoke, drawing everyone's eyes to him. "I believe what Kang Yu says," Guy A muttered. Kim Si-hun, the guardian. Then he quickly turned to Guy. "Guy A, please think about everything Kang Yu has done so far. If he really belonged to the demons, would he risk his life fighting for us?" She hesitated. But Seol Ah also spoke up. "I believe in Lord Kang Yu too. When I first met him, when Lord Kang Yu was way too excited about the kimchi stew, I really thought he was a very strange person." Seola imagined the first time Kang Yu ate the kimchi stew. He ate it with tears streaming down his cheeks, which made her recall and feel heartbroken. "But now I understand. He must have endured a long, lonely time in hell all by himself, right?" Her voice trembled. 10,000 years of loneliness like that? He said it's okay because since meeting me, he no longer feels alone. In his mind, he thought he never expected Seola to stand up for him too, as he gradually moved forward. Anyway, thanks to Seola, the situation has already changed enough. Now it's time to make another sharp turn. His voice rang out again. "No matter the reason, the truth is I've been lying to Guy A. And everyone else, until now, Lord Kang Yu." From that day, he grabbed Guy's wrist. "I will leave the Guardians." Then he handed the mask back to her, bowing his head before Guy. "From now on, I will never appear before everyone again." Hearing this, everyone reacted fiercely. "Kang Yu, don't talk nonsense. You bastard. Do you know how much I've invested in you?" What is Lord Kangwoo saying? Gaie looked at the mask in her hand. Lord Kangwoo, a thought appeared in her mind. Can we really trust him? Gaie gradually recalled past images. Honestly, we haven't known each other long, only a few months. But in that time, we've learned so much about the man named Kangwoo Yu. Hi, Satan, the one who killed Alex Nam to Kim Si-hun. He's the angriest person. He awakened the Guardians from their apathy when he saw the weapon warehouse destroyed by Satan. He always gave us sharp advice, meaningful advice whenever we were almost hopeless. He was the first to realize danger was coming to Geldi and truly cried when he died. And even now, he's still fighting to stop the evil cult's plot. Someone like that, Guy A slammed the mask against his chest. Lord Kangwoo, how could we ever doubt you? Her words carried trust. We believe in you. Whether you're a demon or a demon king, it doesn't matter. Those words stunned him, never expecting everyone to place such faith in him. Guy A thought silently, and he is also the one chosen by the heroic god Tgi-un. Guy A always believed Tgi-un must have known his identity before granting him his power, but he still remains within him, and that can only mean one thing. No darkness can hide the true light he carries. A sincere statement from Guy A echoed. Please, Lord Kangwoo, stay with the Guardians. We need you. I think they recognized the true light when Guy A handed over the mask along with those sincere words. After thinking it over, he smiled and accepted putting the mask back on, saying, Thank you for trusting me. As soon as he put on the mask, a powerful light radiated from him. Born in darkness but becoming the light. That light startled everyone. A hero, even in the form of a demon, still dedicates himself more than anyone else to protect this world. Indeed, he spoke with great confidence. I will save this world along with the Guardians, no matter what happens. The hero of light. Balak bowed his head in remorse. My apologies, sir. He spoke as if blaming himself. I never expected the Demon King to call himself the hero of light. Or is he planning to stab humanity in the back? A young man sat seriously, arms crossed. Don't talk nonsense, you idiot. He gently recounted the appearance of Lucifer's followers, the demon cult, and the Balak incident. Several days have passed since the storm ended in South America. Two men in black cloaks quickly fled. When they saw Balak defeated, the demon cult immediately escaped, and the monsters under control returned to normal. GA held a walkie-talkie sternly. The U.S. military and GA evacuated the indigenous people and began building a recovery base in Venezuela, the nearest stable area. We handed over the aftermath to them and returned to South Korea. Lord Kangwoo was deep in thought on the way back, barely speaking to anyone. Even if people say they trust me, it's not easy to act like before, he continued to ponder. This will take time to heal. What people need now isn't faith in me, but time to accept the truth that they're standing alongside a demon. Lord Kangwoo recalled Kang Trang's house. I bought Balak a building near my apartment as a place to live and explained the goals and current situation. Balak's eyes blazed as he shouted, A great being like the Demon King is going to protect weak humans like this? He remembered and confirmed it was his reaction. Then, Lord Kangwoo turned to ask, Anyway, now that we've clarified things, it's my turn to ask, during my absence, was there anything unusual in hell? Just as Balak was about to explain everything, a subordinate tried to report something. A terrifying face appeared in Kangwoo's thoughts. It seemed like some kind of conspiracy. He glanced aside and thought, Amon, the traitor, who left Satan's side and joined ours. He's not physically strong, but his magical knowledge is exceptional. Lord Kangwoo's eyes hardened. He even helped open the rift to Earth using a hellish artifact. He immediately asked, What do you mean by saying he's plotting something? Balak answered frankly, Since your majesty arrived on Earth, he's been holed up studying and hasn't gone outside. But Kangwoo immediately countered, He's always been like that. Balak didn't back down and asserted firmly, but this time was different. He recalled standing before the door emitting purple light. Since then, the subordinate has never seen his face even once. We tried to force the door open, but a massive barrier blocked us. Hearing this, Kangwoo asked again, Could that bastard have betrayed us? Balak agreed, but always offered explanations. I'm not sure, but the ancient beast started acting strange since he went into hiding. We even detected Behem's movements. Hearing this, Kangwoo jumped. Behem acting? A terrifying monster appeared. Behem, the strongest among the ancient beasts and their father, one of the 7 great dukes. Kangwoo was silent. Throughout my years in hell, it never moved even once. He reached for a glass of water on the table and continued, What about the others? Dung got the impression they were investigating too. Balak quickly explained. Dunkt and Aken are investigating but haven't found the exact cause yet. Kangwoo sighed worriedly. I only took him in because of the rift. I never really trusted him. What a headache. I should have killed him back then. Now, I can't even return to hell, nor do I want to. The only thing left is to get stronger. He slowly raised the glass to his lips. At least things here won't get more complicated, that's a relief. But then, Bach spoke up, more importantly, Your Majesty. He looked around. Where's the water? Kangwoo looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Then he calmly drank the water. Lil must be in hell. Balak jumped up and declared, making Kangwoo spit water in shock. Lil arrived on Earth before you did, he continued with Kangwoo's stunned face. She shamelessly bragged that finally the Demon King summoned her. Kangwoo was utterly shocked. What? His face was drenched in water. What the hell did you just say? The glass was empty along with his scolding words. Damn it, that sly fox is acting all lovey-dovey now. Balak worriedly glanced over. Your Majesty, please don't let Lil Lit seduce you and lose control. Kangwoo painfully grabbed his head and shouted, Shut up! Hearing that, he lowered his voice. Sorry. He hugged his head, face darkening. I told you to shut up, you bastard. Kangwoo seemed to fall into despair. He recalled himself from the past, memories flooding back. Kangwoo opened his injured eyes slightly. As he lifted the blanket, a terrifying face gradually appeared. A scar etched into his mind, memories, emotions, feelings he couldn't escape or forget. Something pink quickly shot out, approaching Kangwoo. Right after that, they grabbed his arm. That feeling. Oh, Kang, you helplessly cried. That feeling. That feeling. Terrifying memories flooded back, making him extremely scared as he covered his mouth. Oh, Kangwoo was so scared he spat blood. Lilith was really on Earth. He anxiously recalled that if she came here, it had to be then. Now YT's actions finally made sense. A girl with a gentle face also appeared when he was accused of being a demon cult follower. She wasn't on Fujimoto's side but chose him instead. She easily agreed to every request. Then, huge, terrifying squid tentacles appeared. The squid gift she sent him. It was all because Lilith was inside her body. But right after, he suddenly changed his attitude to extreme excitement. Wait a minute. Lilith is inside Kuzosaki's body? That means the turtle tentacle gang that visited Tom is gone. Isn't that Kangwoo's luck? Kangwoo immediately grabbed his phone and called Kuzosaki since this was great news. He stood up waiting for the other side to answer. She didn't pick up, so he gave up. Then Oh Kangwoo turned his back and said, I have to go ahead a bit. Stay here. Balak immediately offered to go with him. If you have business, I'll accompany you. But Oh Kangwoo refused, saying with his current state it would only make things worse. Balak enthusiastically pulled out a small device. If anything happens, I'll call you, so wear this in your ear. Suddenly, pink wings started growing. Kuzosaki Y was in Tokyo, living in the palace where the Japanese emperor resides. Oh, Kangwoo stepped outside and slowly flew up, wielding the power of the sky. Not long after, he departed from there. The fresh Tokyo morning saw a pink light streak from the sky and land. Oh, Kangwoo landed before two men, making them clutch their swords in fear and step back. Who are you? He bluntly introduced himself. I'm OU, the one who saved Miss Yodi from the demon cult a few months ago. I'm here to see Kosaki Y. The man seemed clueless and asked again. Oh, you. Yo Jin-D suddenly appeared, patting the man's shoulder. Please step aside. The man shouted back. Captain Y too. He quickly stepped forward and said, I know this guy. Everyone continue patrolling. The two men bowed. Yes, sir. Oh, Kangwoo was curious. And you're OU, right? I heard you're involved in the Joe case, traveling with Chun So-an and Miss Yoi. Y Tushin-Jae put his hand on his chest, showing friendliness. No need for formalities. I'm Yosin, one of the guardian spirits. I've heard a lot about you from the goddess Jia, but this is our first face-to-face, he seemed to realize and replied. Oh, so you're also a guardian spirit. More importantly, is Kuzosaki Yite currently in the palace? Y Tusindi reached into his pocket, about to pull something out. Actually, there's something I need to tell you. He held out a black letter and said, she only left a letter asking us to deliver it if OU looked for her. Then Yosindi continued, startling, OU, Kuzosaki Yodi has been missing for about a month. He anxiously asked again. Missing? Oh, Kangchang-yu gently opened the envelope. You don't know where she went? Y Tushindi's troops searched the whole country but found no clues. Oh, Kangyu pulled out the letter inside and asked, why didn't you contact me sooner? Y Tushin-D explained clearly. She said, if we contacted you earlier or opened the letter ourselves, the letter would burn and disappear. I don't know how, but we didn't dare take the risk. He held the letter, deeply puzzled. What exactly was she planning that made her leave a letter that would vanish? The letter's content was addressed to the Demon King, the beloved of the god. Surely by now you've realized who your subordinate really is. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come looking for Kuzosaki Y. Oh, Kangyu read carefully and pondered. Tch, sharp as always, but since when did I learn Korean? He continued reading. First, although your subordinate came to Earth by borrowing this human body, I apologize for hiding this identity. Oh, Kang, you, clenched his teeth reading this. Right. Why would she say ugly? The gentle, graceful girl crying alongside words describing a filthy, disgusting, vile human form. Your subordinate lacks the courage to appear before you, my king, but he angrily muttered. What? Ugly? Disgusting? Don't mess with me. Then the image of the girl intently studying something appeared again. Your subordinate wants to abandon this disgusting body and find a way to return to the form you once loved. Oh Kangwoo helplessly thought, please don't do that. Suddenly, the next lines made him furious. Luckily, your subordinate met people who know how to control magic very well, the demon cult. They said they could help your subordinate restore the original form. Oh, Kangwoo's eyes exploded. What did she just say? He kept reading. Has your heart not moved yet? Your honorable demon king, your subordinate just thinking about meeting you again feels like breaking apart. At this point, Oh Kangwoo clenched the paper and trembled violently. Why? Why? His hands shook uncontrollably. Wait, didn't I hear this cult worships Satan as a demon king? Your subordinate will join the demon cult and spread the true demon king's fame. Oh Kangwoo read the last words, and your subordinate will regain the original form and return to you. My king, my honorable demon king, please wait a little longer. At the end of the letter was a kiss from Lilith to you. Reading that, he went crazy, shouted loudly, then decisively tore the letter apart. Seeing this, Y2CMD was stunned. What the hell? Suddenly, Oh Kangwoo grabbed his collar and yelled, why me? Tears streamed down his face. Why is this happening to me? Y2CMD was terrified. Sorry, but Oh Kangwoo just kept crying and whining. Damn it, what the hell did I do wrong, God? Y2CMD gently tried to comfort him. Lord Kangwoo, please calm down. But he didn't listen and kept crying recklessly, then cursed harshly. Oh Kangwoo bitterly said, what exactly did I do wrong? Yi too was shocked, panic clearly showing on his face. Kangwoo, what's wrong with you? Yi, to anxiously pressed. What's in the letter anyway? But Kangwoo seemed not to hear. He muttered quietly, leaving Yi to confused. What? His voice was soft but full of authority. Play the entire case footage from the area near where Kuzosaki Yozi disappeared. Let me see it. Yi, to try to explain, we've already watched the whole video. Kangwoo frowned. His gaze was icy. He growled, I said play the entire case footage for me. Suddenly, Yi Tu's legs buckled. He felt an invisible heavy pressure pressing down, pinning him to the ground. This pressure, Yi to thought, just that force alone, made his hands tremble. His face turned almost pale, and his breathing became difficult. Yi Tu looked up, his body trembling involuntarily. This was the power of a hero carrying the strength of the hero god TGI on. An overwhelming sense of panic surged inside Yi Tu. I've heard of Guy I, but he really is as strong as a monster. I don't dare hesitate for a second. Yi Tu immediately agreed. I'll lead the way. Not long after, Kangwoo was led into the observation building's central area. Yi To took him to a large room and softly said, this is where you enter inside. Pale blue light from hundreds of screens shines down on them. Yi To introduced the Japanese Emperor's palace surveillance room. Yi To pointed to a huge camera monitor in front of them where Yo's image appeared, and continued, and these videos are from the time Kokosaki disappeared 1 month ago. Kangwoo silently marveled. Lucky that she still kept her human form then. He thought it wouldn't be easy for her to return to her original shape, so there was still hope. Kangwoo focused on watching the camera. Yo was jumping out of the building. He gritted his teeth determinedly. Even if it meant risking his life, he had to trace the clues about Lilith. While intently watching, suddenly Kangwoo exclaimed, wait, on the camera, she's talking to some mysterious person. That figure is fully covered. The face is completely unclear. Kangwoo questioned, is that person Yi To? Quickly, Yi To replied, we investigated his identity. He looked embarrassed, but as you can see, his face is fully covered in the video, so we couldn't trace anything. Kangwoo was surprised. A flash of suspicion lit up, his face covered in the video. Could it be that all the following videos are like that too? Yi To suddenly looked flustered. Kangwoo then suggested, I think you should keep watching. In the footage, the two suddenly disappeared. Yi To told Kangwoo. After that, we couldn't find any trace of Kokosaki Yo or those two. He guessed, we think he has the power to distort vision and teleport. But Kangwoo shook his head in denial, thinking, no, that's not that guy's power. His expression grew serious. That was clearly Lilith's illusion skill, and that disappearance wasn't teleportation but hiding the body from others' sight. Her openly using those powers meant she intended to use that skill publicly. Kangwoo closed his eyes, nerves taut as a string. I have to find her quickly, not because I want to stop her from returning to that disgusting original form, though I really want to prevent that from happening. He recalled what Lil Lai once said. Right. You said the cult worships Satan as their demon king, right? The followers will join the cult and spread the word about who the true demon king is? Kangwoo frowned, deep in thought. The biggest problem is that she will spread news of her existence within the cult. Lilith's goal is to make them abandon Satan and submit under her. Many questions swirled in Kangwoo's mind. I don't know who leads this cult, but it's almost impossible. They must have spent thousands of years building it. There's no way they'd easily give everything to some vague entity called Demon King. Just one word from Lilith about a vague entity like a Demon King. Kangwoo worried. The problem is Lilith is very skilled. She built a powerful force under her command, opposing the 7 princes. If the cult starts worshipping her like Balak did, everything will really go to hell. He suspiciously asked again, is there no information about that guy? Yi too replied, there's one notable thing about him. Rewind the video a bit. Kangwoo was surprised. What? Yi. To point it at the screen. Look closely here, Kangwoo exclaimed. A scar. Yi. Too confirmed. Yes. So we're focusing on investigating people with a large scar on their chest. Kangwoo looked up, standing tall like a mountain, quickly deducing. Wait, it must be a cult member with a big scar on the chest and someone who can access Lilith. Only one person fits all those conditions, he muttered. A cult member who contacted Lilith. Kangwoo called Yi too, asking him to please investigate this man's whereabouts, firmly believing it was him. In a dark space, Lilith was walking, passing two demons kneeling on the ground. Demon Cardinal Akiyama was waiting and immediately spoke respectfully. Everything is finally ready. Yes, Lady Lilith. Lilith smiled approvingly. Well done. Cardinal Akiyama laughed heartily. No problem. I'll do anything to bring you back to your original form. Lilith smiled mysteriously. What exactly is the method, I wonder? Akiyama immediately responded with a passionate tone. We're going to create a huge water rift connecting to the ninth hell. He described the process, then absorb all the magic power from there at once and use other information on her soul to reconstruct the body. Lilith was surprised. Can that really be done? He seemed extremely delighted. Heh, thanks to the great knowledge left by the predecessors, I was able to do it. Since the Gaia A system has weakened, we can do even more. She squinted and asked, is one of those predecessors Satan? Akiyama's expression turned serious. I'm sorry, I don't know much about that. Information about the predecessors is top secret in the cult. Lilith raised her hand to stroke her face, showing regret. I see. That's really unfortunate. Akiyama laughed. But once you restore your original form, you'll be able to meet them soon. Lucky you, whoever they are. I really want to meet them too. Then Lilith seriously asked, is the thing I asked you to do earlier finished yet? Akiyama looked really scared of her. If it's that thing, it's already in progress. But does the Demon King really exist? Lilith sat down on the coffin with a suggestive tone. According to the cult, it has to be the prince who maintains the balance of the 9 hells. Heh, you'll find out soon enough. She leaned back comfortably. If everything's ready, let's get started. Akiyama's voice was full of excitement. The moment you can restore your original form has finally come. Lilith extended a wriggling tentacle to touch Akiyama's chin. Her eyes were enchanting, and then he promised her a worthy reward. Akiyama's eyes gleamed with lust and obsession as he stared at Lilith. Finally, the moment has come. He was secretly thrilled. She's already this beautiful. He looked at Lilith and dreamed, not knowing how stunning she would be when she returned to her original form. Akiyama proudly shouted loudly, his voice echoing, our long-held dream is finally about to come true. Akiyama excitedly raised his hand and shouted, let's fly together for this dream! In another open space, clouds covered the sky, swords sliced swiftly through the air. Kangwoo was panting, a burning hope rising in his heart. Hope I'm not too late, he quietly cheered. I found him. White stepped forward and shared the investigation info. His full name is Akimasa Ikiao. He disappeared a few years ago, and after investigating nationwide, a witness said they sold him a ship. Hearing that, Kangwoo was very surprised. Sold a ship? He confirmed. Yes. He bought a luxury yacht worth billions of yen and left with dozens of people. Kangwoo looked curious. Do you know where he went? Wait to thought for a moment and revealed, based on the travel route, he's heading to Sapbo. Immediately, Kangwoo put everything aside and set off. His face was thoughtful. Sapbu was the guy who tried to summon Lilith before. He recalled the face twitching with disgust. That pervert said summoning Lilith was every man's dream. I should have killed him back then. Sweat poured down. Kangwoo cursed silently. Damn it, I can't stand those tentacles anymore. No way. Thinking back, he felt terrified again. I've endured nearly 1,000 years of horror because of them. Am I supposed to suffer again now? Kangwoo gritted his teeth. Don't even dream about it. I worked so hard to escape that hell. Kangwoo spread his wings wide and dashed forward, determination firm. I will stop Lilith from descending to the mortal world at all costs. In a dark room, a group was performing a strange ritual, aiming to summon a super lust demon. Akimasa Ikiao knelt down, and the man chanted Nasata Nadarasa like a spell. He was triumphant, thinking controlling airborne demonic power usually requires advanced skills, but this is easier than I thought. Must be thanks to the knowledge from the Vaisang. In this world, there are countless demon species, and even great beings leading the demon cult. Their knowledge spans thousands of years, truly beyond imagination. Akimasa Ikiao raised both hands toward the light, performing the ritual with unshakable faith. Summon the demon, pull the soul into the body, and fuse them, even weaken the Gaia system. These are truly miraculous knowledges. He doubted, is the Demon King really greater than them, as Lady Lilith said? According to Lady Lilith's request, it's to spread the existence of the true Demon King. Because of that, someone asked me to secretly distribute the hell books in the demon cult. I haven't read it yet, but I heard it records a demon king greater than the Visang. The ritual was still ongoing. That didn't matter anymore. While Lilith lay inside the magic circle created by the ritual, Akimasa Ikiao happily thought about what reward Lady Lilith would give him. Would she pat my head and say I did well, or stomp on me with her mighty foot? He was lost in thought when suddenly, someone in the crowd collapsed. Akimasa Ikio panicked and looked back to see a figure lying flat on the ground, asking, "What's going on?" Someone quickly noticed the demonic power the rift was sucking was abnormal. Based on the magic circle's shape, the rift's state was abnormal. It was out of control. The rift was running wild. Akimasa Ikiao hurried to reassure. "Everyone, don't panic. Even he is surprised." The rift suddenly went wild. He reminded everyone to focus. If the rift runs wild, a huge amount of demonic power will pour in immediately, and anything could happen. Everyone shouted loudly, calling Akimasa Ikiao Cardinal, "You must stop the ritual and leave immediately. If the rift runs wild, this place will collapse." But in that moment, he seemed even more determined. The ritual was almost complete. Normally, I would stop and run away. But with the reward of the super rare color I've been dreaming of right in front of me, you want me to give up because it's life-threatening? No way, I'm ignoring everyone's warnings. Akiyama Yidao shouted loudly, "You guys run away. I'll perform the ritual alone." Someone said, "Scarlet, what are you talking about?" He said, "We've waited too long for this dream. There have been too many sacrifices, and we've endured bitter failures. If I give my life to fulfill our dream, what's there to regret?" Akiyama Ikidao yelled loudly, "I will keep moving forward for our dream." Near the end of the ritual, many people fell one by one. "We entrust the dream to you, Scarlet." When there was no one left, Akimasa Ikidao was still there, continuing the ritual. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a promise of an impossible dream, when suddenly there was a collapse from above. It turned out to be Kangwoo falling down to the ritual site. He shouted, "You bastards, stop right now." Just as he thought it wasn't too late, Kangwoo was shocked by the ritual performed on Lilith. Akimasa Ikidao turned back angrily and asked Kangwoo who he was. He was the one who had interrupted the ritual last time. The magic circle had already formed. White tentacles wrapped around Lai Kangwoo, worried the summoning was almost complete. Feeling uneasy, Kangwoo immediately thought and came up with a plan. First, he had to block the crack. With the power of gluttony, Kangwoo rushed to the crack. Akiyama Yidao shouted, "You're trying to interfere again?" Kangwoo yelled, "Help me, this crazy bastard." He strongly opposed. "No, I have to complete the ritual." Kangwoo was furious at the crazy bastard. "If you keep going, the ritual and everything will be destroyed." Akiyama Yidao screamed, "I don't care. As long as it's for her, even if I die, I won't regret it." Kangwoo frowned. "You perverted lunatic. Can't you stop? If you die, there won't be any super rare queen or anything left." Akiyama Yidao hesitated. A perverted lunatic? A delusional, perverted freak? A loser who's never even held a girl's hand since childhood? Kangwoo saw him misunderstanding and frantically defended himself. "I'm not that bad, you bastard." Yi Chao raised both hands toward the crack. "I won't give up. Even if it's delusion, even if it's a hopeless dream, I won't abandon my faith." Kangwoo was horrified by his reckless action. This lunatic was making the crack go out of control. He shouted loudly, "Stop! I said stop!" From the crack of darkness, countless giant white tribe limbs appeared. Akiyama Yi Kidao was burning with determination. "Today, my resolve will transcend space." Kangwoo panicked and tried to explain. "No." Lilith hesitated and sang a phrase. Kangwoo shouted, "The power of gluttony. I always feel guilty toward Lilith, then the power of iron wall with her. The one who always gave me unwavering love. I always treated coldly just because of her fierce appearance. The power of heavenly force." Kangwoo rushed toward the crack where Lilith was transforming. Because of guilt, I even suggested a truce. But even then, I never could take the initiative to approach. Becoming a demon doesn't mean my basic human instincts have changed. The tentacles appeared more and thicker. Kangwoo told himself, "Tentacles are really no good, no way. And now I have to live with tentacles on Earth? Absolutely not." That's why Kangwoo used almost all his demonic power on the crack. At all costs, I have to close this crack. Meanwhile, Aki Yi Dao looked stunned watching Kangwoo struggle. He was surprised. What the hell? Using pure force to suppress the crack's explosion, even the Grand Duke of the Nine Hells couldn't do that. Is that guy really human? Whatever, not my problem anymore. Kangwoo suddenly lost all strength, his chest heaving heavily. The guy standing beside mocked, "No matter how much you struggle, it's already too late." The orb echoed with cracking sounds, a lonely light shining from the crack. Just as Akiyami Mii Dao shouted the ritual was successful, the orb shattered, rays of light shooting out in all directions. Aki Yidao faced the orb excitedly and said, "Lady Lilith, please reveal yourself before your loyal servant." Then suddenly he froze. Lilith stepped out of the orb, revealing legs full of killing intent. A haunting voice echoed, "Thank you, useless human." for yielding. Now I can reclaim my true form. Aki Yi Yiki Dao collapsed to the ground in confusion. Oh Kangwoo helplessly said, I told you to stop, you bastard. He looked at Lilith with fear. Is this the true form of the super rare queen? Lilith's haunting voice echoed. Looks like you're captivated by my beauty. After all, you've only seen ugly human women, so it's understandable you'd be like this. Lilith lightly raised a tentacle, praising Aki Yami Mi Dao. I want to reward you, but my king is watching, so I can't. After finishing, Lilith stabbed the tentacle through him, killing him on the spot. Then Lilith stepped lightly toward Oh Kangwoo, softly calling, Your Majesty, my love. Oh Kangwoo panicked and shouted, Don't come near me. Lilith sneered. Oh, what did you say, Your Majesty? Oh Kangwoo forced a silly smile and stammered, It's been a long time, haven't seen you. Deep down, I'm still thinking, please spare me. It turned out Lilith's true form was a super rare octopus-like queen with many tentacles, horns on one side, many red spots, and sharp eyes that made Oh Kangwoo silently scream for help. Lilith was touched and shy, though the god knows, the king always remembers me. Lilith apologizes for not coming sooner. Oh Kangwoo's inner king was screaming, I never remembered you at all. She ran up, but now, rest assured, the king simultaneously embraced him tightly, expressing, Lilith had discarded that disgusting form and returned to her true shape. Oh Kangwoo turned pale, thinking, please turn back into a human form. Thinking what to say, he asked, can't you turn back into a human? Lai felt shy. He wasn't like that. It was just that the deity felt embarrassed to let the king see such a terrifying form. She even confessed that to live among humans, her true form would only be a burden, so she prepared the ability to transform into a human shape. He immediately agreed. Yeah, living here with a demon's form would be way too inconvenient. Unexpectedly, Lai was so self-adoring that indeed, her true form was too beautiful for humans to handle, and being too beautiful could also be a burden. Oh Kangwoo thought to himself, I don't quite get it. But basically Lilith wants to blend into the human world, so she turned into a human form. Not only that, he also secretly guessed that if he seduced her the right way, so Oh Kangwoo played along. Right, you're right. Oh Kangwoo also said humans could never handle your beauty, and I don't want a swarm of flies buzzing around you. She teased. Gato today, the king really is adorable. Suddenly, he grabbed her waist tightly and called out, Lilith. Oh Kangwoo whispered gently into her ear, Lilith, I don't want anyone to see your true form. Lilith blushed deeply. The king, he repeated once more, so please always keep that human form. She immediately refused. But that human form was ugly. She didn't want to give up, kept trying to seduce. What I care about isn't appearance, but the person who is Lilith. Looks don't matter. Instantly, Lilith was immersed in happiness. My king, she agreed. I understand. Even if it's a disgusting form, if that's your will, I will live in human form. Inside, he was delighted. Finally, I'm free from those cursed tentacles. No more waking up startled in the middle of the night. Meanwhile, Lilith expressed that she was worried the king wouldn't like it, so now she really felt relieved. However, Oh Kangwoo was too happy too soon when she continued wrapping her tentacles around him and said, actually, because humans call my human form a beauty, I wondered if the standards of beauty between humans and demons differ. At the same time, Lilith was very happy because, in the end, the king actually liked my true form. She even mentioned, don't worry, I will only transform back to my true form when I'm alone with you, my king. And right now, we are alone. His mind panicked. Wait, it's come to this, Oh Kangwoo. Might as well be honest. Wait, Lilith, I'm serious. You look better in human form. I hate tentacles. Right now, you just look like a disgusting monster. But Lilith didn't listen. Oh God, what's there to be shy about, king? But don't worry, I won't run away. She once again invited her beloved king and seduced, we will be together forever. Seeing the wriggling tentacles, he screamed in horror. At that moment, the system announced the magic power refinement process of the rift was complete. Also, it informed that your magic attribute reached 130. The 8th trait after awakening has blossomed, and Oh Kangwoo was quite surprised. Magic power 130. Last time I gave up because of trifles, magic recovered, and thanks to that, magic survived. My mind is now much clearer and calmer. Thrown away by Lilith, feeling pitiful, calling the king. He ordered first to transform back into human form. Also, secretly thinking this ridiculous act with Lilith ends here. She voiced objection. But Oh Kangwoo coldly cut her off. Lilith, don't make me say it again. Lee reluctantly obeyed. Yes, king. He silently cursed. Instead of witnessing such a disgusting scene, let's check the 8th trait after awakening. And surprisingly, Oh Kangwoo received the power of a Grand Duke, and he doubted inside. The power of the 7 Grand Dukes, including Satan, was sealed deep in the abyss of the 10,000 demons battlefield. Even when I was the Lord of the 9 Hells, that was still a place I couldn't reach, yet now I can use that power. Kang Kangwoo thought, judging by the activation conditions, it seems the Soul Reaper trait can apply to Grand Dukes too. It's very likely the Grand Duke's soul is related to the second condition, to become a demonic spirit. The problem now is I need the soul of a Grand Duke. Just then, she interrupted his thoughts. My king, I have completed the transformation. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, truly happy. The ideal case is to prevent her from transforming back into demon form, but this is enough. But Lilith was disappointed, thinking, with this disgusting look, I can't seduce the king. At that moment, Kang Kangwoo suddenly remembered. What about Kokosaki Yodi, really? She reported that she has completely controlled her consciousness, so she is sleeping soundly. He asked, can you wake her up? Lilith said yes, if you order. Kang Kangwoo wondered about Kosaki Yoji's abilities. She should have the power to borrow strength from another world. She hesitated. I'm not sure about that. Right now I can't use that power. He guessed so. This is her unique ability, so that's it. I hope to use that power to summon the soul of a Grand Duke, but I have to postpone it. Kang Kangwoo spoke. So for now, tell me what happened since you joined the demon cult. Lilai was embarrassed, so Kang Kangwoo tried to guess. You're unhappy because the demon cult worships other demons instead of worshipping you. So you tried to insert my name into their doctrine. She apologized. Sorry, I didn't know the relationship between you and the demon cult, yet I was stupid enough to provide information to the enemy. After knowing the reason, he gave orders. For now, return to Japan and think quietly. The great demons, the leaders of the demon cult, Kang Kangwoo recalled last time they tried to summon and control Bach, an entity even I found unpredictable. Now they want to turn Ye Di's body into a vessel compatible with Lilith. The great demons, the leaders of the demon cult, Kang Kangwoo recalled the last time they tried to summon and control Bach, an entity even I find unpredictable, and now they want to turn Yodi's body into a vessel compatible with Lilith. That made him restless. Even though the demon sect had thrived for 1,000 years, could they have done all that just with human knowledge? What exactly were they? Kang Kangwoo asked further. Yet the sect still didn't know anything about my true identity. Lee hesitated, not entirely sure, saying we had already started spreading the Hell Book within the sect. He doubted. What exactly was that Hell Book? She explained. It was a rough record of the 1,000-year war in the 9 Hells. They still believed the 7 great dukes ruled Hell. Kang Kangwoo realized, so you can't distribute that book openly, Lilith confirmed. That's right, they worship the great dukes like gods. Spotting a weakness, he asked, so is there still hope? Exactly where are they distributing that book? She replied, that place is where Kang Kangwoo was guided to find. He was quite surprised. The outskirts of the Middle East are hard to track down, hiding somewhere like that. Kang Kangwoo sensed the power of the Overseer. He felt the goal was to sneak quietly into the demon sect's base. He needed to confirm how widespread the Hell Book was, and maybe they had info he didn't expect. Kang Kangwoo wondered, a demon here? At most just a demon rank in the 9 Hells. No surprise if the demon world appears in the demon sect, but those demons sitting with humans and even holding meetings? Sensing something off, he told himself to check this out. After a while, Kang Kangwoo wondered, what's this? Like an old spy movie. Do I really have to crawl through the ventilation? But he reminded himself, whatever. Below the classroom, voices echoed. I never thought this world, Earth, would have humans able to use magic. Da Kin praised them, saying their level far surpassed other mages on the Noah continent, and most of the demon world probably couldn't stand against them. The evil sect guy retorted, Sir, that's not true. Compared to Lucifer's minions, they're just mosquitoes. Kang Kangwoo guessed silently. I heard they're Lucifer's minions from Noah, but why are they at the demon sect's base? He corrected the words. The day Lucifer surpassed the Duke level and reached divinity, let's call that day the Dark God. The evil sect guy bowed, apologizing but also suspicious. But why are the Dark God's minions? Those said to be from another world, here, Da Kin said. We came to question the crimes your sect leader committed. The evil sect guy was shocked. What? He emphasized. We know everything from Mr. Hanfa, so you're not pretending to be clueless, right? He stammered. Please spare us, we know nothing. That answer made Da Kin furious. He was enraged. How dare they deny it? Not only that, Da Kin also asserted that your master Satan killed Mr. Phoenixer and Mr. Manhwa. You think we don't know? The evil sect guy was shocked. What, you said Satan? After hearing the story, he guessed they came to question Satan, but Lucifer sending minions meant something else, that he wanted to avoid a fight with Satan. Kang Kangwoo understood well. In the demon world, all talks are wrapped in blood and slaughter. Yet Lucifer, who was attacked by Satan first, wanted to settle things by negotiation. Only 2 possibilities. 1, he believed he couldn't defeat Satan, the Ma Si holder, but that was unlikely, because Lucifer would rather fight to the death for the Ma Si than give it up. So the other possibility was, he was in a desperate situation, unable to focus on Satan. What troubled him was not knowing what was happening. Maybe it was the archangels he once fought, or maybe even God himself, but that no longer mattered. What mattered was that even after being beaten, he still chose dialogue. That meant he was desperate. Lucifer was feeling the pressure. And if so, the evil sect guy was still clueless. I don't understand what you're saying. The one we serve is not Satan. The one we serve is right then. The meeting was cut off as a strange magical aura appeared above them. What was he suspicious about? A voice spoke. What are Lucifer's dogs doing here? Dakin jumped. He thought to himself, the magic pressure was suffocating the flesh. Could it be understanding that thought? He didn't hesitate to admit, I must confirm that I am the demon sect leader. I am Satan. The demons below became cautious hearing him introduce himself. He is Satan. Dakin immediately turned and ordered. What are you doing? Kneel down. He bowed respectfully before Satan. This lowly slave salutes your highness. I am Dakin, descendant of Lucifer. Then Satan also spoke, asking, Dakin, why did you come to Earth? I think I conveyed my will to you through Hanfa. Dakin hesitated to answer. About that, he suddenly raised a black orb with both hands. Dakin carefully continued. Lucifer wants to talk to you. Satan suddenly smiled and stepped forward to speak. Lucifer wants to talk to me? He awkwardly replied. Yes. Satan gently touched the black orb. A conversation, huh? Then the next second, he suddenly crushed it in front of Dakin. Dakin was shocked and shouted, Your Highness Satan, what are you doing? Satan just laughed aloud. The whole room suddenly shook with Satan's laughter. A conversation? He wants to talk? In front of the demons, he kept laughing non-stop. So funny. The two red-masked guys nearby were also watching intently. Truly entertained, Satan suddenly transformed into a strange black sword. Dakin, still confused, asked, Your Highness Satan, why are you holding a weapon? He ruthlessly pointed the tip of his sword at Dakin's face. Listen carefully. Under terrifying pressure, Dakin's head vanished in an instant. Satan laughed coldly and growled, The demon clan doesn't do this thing called talking. The two demons behind Dane suddenly snapped awake, and the entire negotiation room instantly fell into silence. A few seconds later, one of the two wearing red masks suddenly stood up. What? The subordinate demons shouted in dissatisfaction. What's going on? Satan, they bared their teeth and continued yelling. We came because of Prince Lucifer. Before they finished, a red streak flashed through their bodies. Didn't I just say? Satan smiled calmly and repeated, The demon clan doesn't need to talk. Suddenly, someone whispered, asking why. Hearing the voice, he turned his head to look. A demon was sitting on the ground staring at him. Why are you so hostile to us? Satan muttered unconsciously. Why? He answered casually. Does the demon clan need a reason to start a war? Right after that, Satan burst out laughing. A conversation among demons is utterly ridiculous. That's the kind of thinking only weaklings like Lucifer come up with. The man angrily warned, Don't insult Prince Lucifer. Suddenly, Satan stretched out a hand, then proved that he was not weak. A purple magical aura instantly grabbed the man's neck. We were born to kill, living in bloodlust. Satan lifted the man up with one hand. Tell Lucifer. He leaned in close, threatening. If he doesn't have the courage to come to this world himself, then he'd better sit tight. The demon suddenly spoke again. You don't understand his situation. Satan laughed and replied, You're right. I don't know what he's going through, nor do I care. He glared and continued. But I'm sure of one thing. He's desperate. This is a perfect chance for me to seize his soul. The man panicked and shouted, Wait, now's not the time for internal fighting. Don't you know the heavens are acting to wipe out the entire demon clan? Satan squinted, listening to every word he said. After the Aran continent, the next place will be here. Do you want to self-destruct and get burned by the heavens too? He thought silently. Sure enough, the heavens. He smirked, spoke sarcastically. The heavens. You're pushed to the point of surrendering to trash like that? The demon immediately shouted, They're not trash. You should know that. How weakened is the 9 hells after the war with Demon King Oh Kangwoo? He continued yelling that the heavens have been building their forces for a longer war. Before he finished, Satan suddenly grabbed his neck tightly and cut him off. The Demon King died by my hand, he gloomily continued. And I've also taken Ma. The heavenly forces can't touch me. Tell Lucifer this. Stop trembling before the angels. Come meet me. Satan smiled wickedly and said, Tell him to fight me, Satan, and reclaim Ma if he can. You guys choose your own path of destruction. But as he laughed madly, he turned his head. Listen carefully. Lucifer's descendant San ruthlessly threw that demon against the wall. The demon clan doesn't do this thing called cooperation. The demon cult members quietly crawled on the ground, intending to escape. Satan stepped closer and asked, Where are you going? One of the three asked back, Are you really San? He casually raised his hand to touch his mask. Before that, his mask instantly turned white. I have a few questions. The cult members immediately shouted, That mask is a bodyguard? You tricked us? One of them stood up with contempt. I won't answer for a guy on the gay side. The one wearing the white mask calmly spoke, You don't have the right to choose whether to answer or not. While he monologued, the other two turned their heads to look at the tragic scene behind. Thinking back, I don't need both of you talking. Behind the mask, He was smiling with eyes squinted. Who will speak now? A moment later, Satan, or rather Kangwoo, spoke up. So you don't know how far the Hell Bible has spread? The two cult members took turns replying, yes, because its content is too absurd. I think it's only passed around like a story for entertainment at other headquarters. He crossed his arms, thinking, so I've learned 3 things. Lucifer's face and the heaven's representative face have appeared. First, Lucifer is currently confronting heavenly forces, a purple book covered in cobwebs. Second, the Hell Bible hasn't been widely circulated and is only seen as a novel on that green land where a red head popped up. Third, there's a meeting point in China of the demon cult, very likely their main headquarters. Kangwoo thought silently. Looks like I've gathered enough info. Then he asked again, how many followers are at this base? The 2 cult members immediately answered, this is just a small base, about 50 people, and we've never participated in summoning demons before. One of the 2 suddenly bowed and declared, I will surrender, as long as you let me live. The other wisely promised, I will also accept the law's judgment. He pondered deeply, because now I'm a member of the bodyguard, I can't kill recklessly anymore, can't trample human rights just for the hero title of the light. Kangwoo suddenly sighed. But whatever, I'll treat you guys as humanely as possible. A dagger instantly appeared in his hand. One of the 2 cult members saw it and muttered, humanely means as Kangwoo threw the dagger in front of the 2. I'll spare one of you. I only need one for the final task. So, between you 2, he continued with the 2 stunned looks, go kill each other. Whoever wins lives, the 2 cult members begged loudly. How could a hero of the light do such a thing? You just said you'd treat us humanely. Kangwoo then growled. Hey, he continued, I'm giving you guys a chance. Now it's not about having a choice. The long-haired demon sect guy glanced sideways at his short-haired partner, who silently shot him a look back. Then, both of them reached out simultaneously toward the dagger. One of them successfully grabbed the handle and without hesitation spun around to stab the other to death. The remaining one refused to back down and immediately threw a punch. Damn it, those 2 kept exchanging blows non-stop. The long-haired guy punched again, still tried to speak up. You can't move like that. The short-haired guy, despite being grabbed by the hair, still criticized, you fight like crap. Suddenly, a voice full of amusement rang out amid the fight. Not bad. Both demon sect guys froze at that tone. Well done. Kangwoo, sitting nearby, also stopped and asked, why not keep fighting? Those guys turned to sneer. You damn corrupted bastard. Claiming to be the light but spawning trash like you? Hearing that, Kangwoo whispered to himself, I'm only giving you 2 a chance to live based on your abilities. How could I be more humane than that? He curled his lip in dissatisfaction, sensing something was off. Kangwoo glared at them, mocking, sounds like someone might actually think I'm trash. The building started shaking violently, debris from the skyscrapers crumbling and falling. Even the secret underground chamber couldn't escape the tremors. 2 subordinates inside panicked, shouting, what's going on? Is there an explosion underground? One of them recalled the demons who appeared at the branch a few hours ago and guessed, could it be them? Still confused, he wondered why the demons would attack them. Then another coughed harshly and warned, everyone run! This place is about to collapse. Recognizing the person in front, he called out to the chief supervisor, but the chief ignored him and urgently said, it's an ambush. Lucifer's minions are attacking the demon sect. The 2 comrades looked stunned and asked, Lucifer's minions? Why are they targeting us? Time was running out. The chief supervisor ignored the questions and ordered, this isn't over yet. Hurry up, escape and report back to the demon sect. Just as he spoke, demons from the brown continent were about to appear on Earth. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Seconds later, he collapsed face down on the floor. The 2 subordinates panicked, shouting, Chief Supervisor! Seeing no response, they looked at each other, unsure what to do. But soon, their brains kicked in, and they ran off shouting, it's war. Lucifer's minions had declared war on the demon sect, alerting other branches. The chief supervisor, pale and worried, suddenly heard a voice. Well done. A man dressed all in black slowly approached and commented, turns out you have more acting skills than I thought. The chief supervisor struggled to speak and promised. The young man with black hair calmly replied, of course, I'll keep my word. The chief supervisor then made a request. Then help me get out of here. Kangwoo was surprised and asked, why should I do that? Hearing this, the man's face turned pale and asked, what? The surroundings began collapsing. The chief supervisor angrily shouted, you promised to let me live, right? I even killed trusted aides and pretended to be an idiot just for that promise. Kangwoo stepped forward to explain, living and getting out alive are 2 different things. Escape on your own. Then he casually added, I'll wait outside. The chief supervisor, boiling with rage, secretly planned, damn it, I knew it would come to this. So I have to use this? Thinking that, he pulled out a magic stone. It was known as a refined magic crystal. It boosts explosive power, but if uncontrolled, the wild energy turns the user into a monster. His hand trembled as he raised the magic stone to his mouth to calm himself. Normally, I would never use this, but now is not the time to hesitate. I'll survive at all costs. As he thought, I'll live and take revenge on that bastard, Kangwoo suddenly turned and spoke, startling him. It's been a long time since I've met someone like you. Without hesitation, Kangwoo snatched the magic stone, amusedly judging, I knew you wouldn't die quietly, so I waited to see what you'd pull out, and it's not bad. The chief supervisor cried out in despair. No, don't. Suddenly, a purple aura surrounded the boy. Looking at the stone, he honestly said, this won't help much now, but it's better than nothing. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, thanks, I'll put it to good use. The words made the man tremble with anger and shout, you? He fell into total despair and yelled as a huge rock fell. Damn demon, go rot in hell. On the surface, a huge crater appeared, looking desolate. Kangwoo gently tossed the magic stone into his mouth, chewing while slightly disappointed. But I guess it won't be very effective. After a moment of thought, he assessed the situation and decided he had to hunt down a Grand Duke himself. Recalling the system board, he calculated, the Grand Duke's soul is the key to unlocking the second condition to become a demon god. After long thought, he was determined, but now there was only one way to get the Grand Duke's soul. In his imagination, a figure with huge wings and golden eyes appeared. Only one Grand Duke was confirmed to have resurrected Lucifer. He had to bring him into this world. At the same time, Kangwoo remembered the demon he calculated in his head. The seed had been sown. Through Hanfa, he spread the news that the demon sect still existed and that Satan controlled the sea of magic power. The demon's name was slowly waking up. Just as he predicted, the guy who had passed out was probably awake now, reporting today's events to Lucifer. Because of this, the conflict between the demon cult and Lucifer would reach its peak. Sitting atop the skyscraper, he silently guessed that Lucifer would strike to eliminate Satan with a Grand Duke. That was an unforgivable humiliation. He would clash fiercely with Satan and the demon cult. That would be the moment I'd launch a surprise attack, take his head, and claim his soul. But suddenly, he felt a worry. The problem was Lucifer's power. Even if he was exhausted after fighting the demon cult, there was no guarantee he could win 100%. Thinking about the opponent he was about to face, Kangwoo hesitated, thinking Lucifer was one of the strongest Grand Dukes, on par with Satan. A one-on-one fight wouldn't be simple. Then he thought about his teammates and made an assumption. If Bach and Lilith helped, it would be totally doable. After a long moment of contemplation, he stood up and concluded in his mind. Either way, he couldn't just sit around waiting for Lucifer to come. He had to keep hunting demons, steadily building his strength. The young man's eyes sharpened as he thought of a plan to do so. He had to find the demon cult's contact point in China. Looking down into the huge pit, Kangwoo thought with frustration, but China was vast. Even knowing the general location, it still took him half a day to find the exact spot. In such a huge country, finding all the demon cult's contact points alone was nearly impossible. Two faces appeared in his mind. Then he thought, even with help from the Heavenly Sword Sect's authority, it was hopeless. To heal everything, they'd have to mobilize the whole world. Even if the Protector had ties to top leaders like YJ or Cheomegan in other countries, they didn't have the authority to command them like subordinates. Suddenly, Kangwoo pulled out a strangely shaped egg and spoke. Looks like I'll have to use a few tricks. The scene shifts to a huge palace, but there was only a luxurious table and chairs right in the center. A woman sitting on the chair spoke softly. A summit meeting, you mean? The young man immediately replied, yes, exactly. But Kangwoo added, leaders of countries around the world gathering to discuss the demon cult. Guy A listened nervously and concluded it wouldn't be an easy discussion. In the silent space, the two kept exchanging words. No matter how urgent, each country had its own internal affairs. Even organizing a summit made it hard to expect any strong change. Kangwoo sat across, accepting the truth, thinking it wouldn't be easy as predicted. Suddenly, the woman opposite spoke, but Guy A's face was full of excitement, affirming no one would dare refuse a proposal from the hero of light. We'll try to push it forward. Hearing that, Kangwoo gave a helpless, forced smile and replied, yes, thank you. At the same time, he wondered, has she always been like this? The next moment, his gaze grew worried and thoughtful. So far, things were going smoother than he thought, but there was only one variable that worried him. In his mind, he imagined the target getting hammered. If the demon cult was overwhelmingly stronger than Lucifer's forces, there were still many uncertainties about the demon cult's true strength, especially the demon's face. In the worst case, he could lose Lucifer's soul right before his eyes. But pushing all speculation aside, Kangwoo quietly smiled to himself, thinking it was probably just needless worry. In the cold night with snowstorms, his thoughts echoed. Could the demon cult really be stronger than a Grand Duke? At that moment, in a pitch-dark ice cave where nothing could be seen, a pair of feet quietly approached. Inside the ice cave was a large, slightly dark orb. The mysterious figure stepped into the center. Suddenly, he knelt and spoke respectfully. The disciple of Demon Julia presents the demon's face. The large orb suddenly asked, "What's going on?" No need to waste time, the cloaked one has already reported. There have been many big and small incidents within the sect. The god has reported. The orb's voice was cold. "Speak." The mysterious figure immediately responded. "First, the face of fire is about to awaken. I will convey the message, so he can act according to the plan right after awakening." The orb's voice sounded pleased. "Good." Next, the mysterious figure continued reporting. "The summoning of Balak failed. We can't control him precisely." The voice replied, "It's okay. With the Demon King gone, we don't expect anyone to fully control him. Just causing a little chaos is enough," the mysterious figure said with some worry. But it seems he was defeated by Jia's followers, so the result might not be as expected. The orb's voice immediately sounded surprised. Balak was defeated? Even if chosen by the god, no human can resist that kind of monster. The mysterious figure revealed half his face, smiling. "Looks like the god needs to prepare defenses more. Actually, a favorable opportunity will surely come soon." The woman with blue eyes smiled wickedly and respectfully affirmed, "Then the god will personally act." The orb immediately replied, "I will entrust it to you. Anything else?" She answered, "There is still one more report." The voice on the other side of the orb sounded a bit impatient. "Worth hearing?" She immediately reported. According to survivors from the Middle East branch, the attackers were Lucifer's henchmen from the Noah continent. Upon hearing that name, the other side exclaimed, "What?" as if not believing what they heard. Then they guessed, there must be some misunderstanding. Lucifer wouldn't act so rashly. If he sends an envoy, don't provoke them. Try to persuade them to return. She then spoke, obeying the order. "Understood." "Over there?" she added. "Anyway, the most important thing is to awaken me and speed up the plan." She bowed to accept the mission. "Understood." The deity will notify the China branch to quickly awaken the country's true face. The atmosphere grew even darker as she spoke, everything unfolding according to the will of the Lord, Satan. At the Central Conference Hall in Washington, USA, where the party to strengthen ties between world leaders was held, in a corner, Say gently helped Kangwoo adjust his crooked tie. Her voice was gentle. "Brother Kangwoo, your tie is crooked." Kangwoo, dressed in a tight suit, looking sharp like a gentleman, softly said, "Thanks." COO looked at him with admiration. He looked way more handsome in this outfit. He scratched his head shyly. "Compared to Si-hun, I'm just a nobody." She was surprised. "What are you talking about? That's totally not true." Just then, Chiat-na approached, also awkward in her party dress. Kangwoo feels uncomfortable wearing these kinds of clothes. COO looked at the two modestly and said, "You two look even better than me. These outfits suit you well. This is my first time wearing stuff like this. I feel so shy." Chiat-na immediately brightened up hearing that. "Really? So do I look good?" Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Undu entered with a cheerful face looking at the three of them. "Right, I heard Undu will enter the hall with us. So-o and Chiat-na. Are you two ready?" She turned to Yu, surprised. "It's almost our turn." "Kangwoo, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to go with the fake bodyguards?" He calmly said, "The fake bodyguards enter last, so I'm waiting." Undu warned ahead. "Is that so? By the way, when you enter the hall, it's going to be chaotic. Seems like everyone's waiting for you. You two go in first." Chiat-na and Seo waved goodbye. "Brother Kangwoo, see you later." Kangwoo frowned slightly. "Why me?" Undu immediately explained. "To be exact, it's you, the one Haklong Kim Si-hun values more than his own brother." She worriedly gave more advice. "Anyway, don't slack off just because this is a friendly party. I'm heading in first." He frowned thoughtfully. Seems like they still care, which is good. Kangwoo sank into thoughts about the summit to destroy the demon cult led by the demon lord Satan, a grand gathering of world leaders under the Light Guardian's chairmanship. Moreover, he thought, contrary to worries, the world leaders were ready to agree to hold the summit. So today, one day before the summit, the leaders gathered in Washington, United States, for a party to strengthen relations. As they entered, two middle-aged men, one fat and one skinny, noticed them. They were the rumored ones. Kangwoo politely bowed to greet the woman in front. "Yes, nice to meet you." He silently assessed this group, the way they cleared the path when she approached, and how they glanced around her. Kangwoo looked at her, and the four mysterious men closely following her, confirming it was an organized approach. Julia wore a seductive outfit showing off her cleavage, a vest draped over her shoulder. She shyly held a designer bag looking at him, voice hinting, "I just noticed there's a separate VIP room in the hall." Kangwoo didn't reply but thought about the familiar scent he smelled from her. Then she took the initiative. "Brother Kangwoo, I have something private to discuss with you. Can you spare me a moment?" Kangwoo smiled, amused. "Of course," but inwardly thought, "This bastard is interesting." Julia led him into a private room, with several bottles of premium liquor and a plate of fruit already on the table. She sweetly invited, "Brother Kangwoo, Have some. In the VIP room, besides the two of them, there were many other distinguished guests. Julia showed care, attentively serving Kangwoo. How is it? Tasty, right? Brother Kangwoo, you eat well. Try this too. Seeing his intoxicated expression, Julia sipped her wine, inwardly despising him, even worse than the rumors. Her mind kept calculating. Although Kangwoo wasn't the one Gaye chose, nor Kim Si-hun's sworn brother, he was recognized for talent, skill, and sense of justice. A light guardian. Heard Gaye trusted him more than her own brother, but it seemed she was blind because she clearly couldn't judge people properly. Meanwhile, Kangwoo was continuously offered drinks and fruit by a girl and a young man. Eat some fruit too. Outside, he enthusiastically responded, his face slightly flushed, obediently letting the girl feed him fruit. Julia smiled smugly. I think I can use this name to win over Hak Long and cause cracks in the Light Guardians. But the fact that Hak Long values a trash like this more than his own brother, I have no hope left. Maybe I never needed to use the scent from the start. Julia still sat alone in a corner, holding a glass of wine, eyes always watching him. Ta shook his head. You're wrong. Although he seemed carefree, he was strong enough to defeat 3 lackeys. Can't underestimate him. To be safe, it's best to add more scent. She smugly approved her plan. The special scent spreading in the room contained narcotics made from dark magic. This scent made people crave physical desire when in contact with a demon's body. Its effect was so strong that even devout believers or long-time monks couldn't resist and would collapse before lust. Julia felt very confident. She and her accomplices had taken antidotes beforehand, so they were immune to the scent. If Lon got too strong at once, he might notice and leave, so she would start gently first. Thinking so, she stepped forward, sweetly asked, Brother Kangwoo, do you like younger girls? Kangwoo looked surprised, a bit embarrassed. What did you just say? Excuse me, he hesitated. But I don't know if I deserve this kind of treatment. Julia persuaded. Lately, you've been struggling against the demon cult, right? This is the kind of rest a hero deserves. She smiled sympathetically. If you feel like they're too much trouble, I'll tell them to leave. The girl beside her immediately acted spoiled. Does your brother not like us? The young boy next to her wasn't any less. I really like you, big brother. Kangwoo's expression was both shy and pleased. Suddenly, he looked up at Julia and asked, but didn't you say you had something private to talk about? Julia was silently surprised. At least he hadn't forgotten that. She quickly dodged skillfully. But it's nothing too important. I just really admire Kangwoo and wanted to chat once. Kangwoo looked excited. Admire me? Julia deliberately spoke loudly. Just the fact that you joined the Light Guard for your little brother is enough to make me admire you. What about everyone else? Everyone around immediately chimed in. Of course, Kangwoo's story really touched us. A brave hero fighting on the front lines for his little brother. We truly respect that. Kangwoo laughed heartily, his face full of gratitude. Being treated like this, I can't just sit still. Then he picked up a bottle of wine and said, This is a fine wine I plan to share with my comrades after the party, but with everyone's dedication to world peace, I can't keep it to myself. The guests looked shy but pleased. You don't have to be so thoughtful. How did you know I like wine? Kangwoo chuckled inwardly. Too easy. It's boring. Is that all? Is this the full strength of the Light Guard? Then he stood up and handed Julia a glass. Miss Julia, please have a drink. She politely replied softly, Thank you. But inwardly she looked down on him. No matter how you look at it, he didn't seem like someone who could threaten the demon cult's big plans. The cup was quickly filled. Julia silently mocked. It seemed Satan had overestimated that third-rate guy. Well, it had to be after all. He was soundly defeated by the master of Bach, the Demon King. She continued, thinking about Satan. Satan always avoided mentioning hell, whether he was the Demon King fighting 7 great dukes or his 2 close aides, the third-rate guy and Lilith. It was as if he had some obsession. Julia didn't care much about what Satan left behind. That Demon King only left something called the Demon Sea and said he burned everything before disappearing behind a wall of fire. She looked at Kangwoo's extremely happy face, feeling reassured. Anyway, no need to worry about someone who's disappeared. Focus on the plan first. Now, everyone, raise your glasses. Kangwoo stood up, holding his glass, speaking excitedly. To the destruction of the demon cult and world peace, everyone enthusiastically responded by downing their glasses. After a while, Julia's chubby companion started feeling the buzz of the alcohol. 2 others also eagerly drank glass after glass. Julia closed her eyes, lifted her glass to sip, smiling with satisfaction. For a pathetic guy, his taste wasn't bad. Meanwhile, Kangwoo kept laughing loudly. Truly a joyful day. His face flushed, holding the glass. A bit of wine still clinging to the corner of his mouth, he excitedly said, Since we're all gathered like this, I have urgent news to share. Everyone immediately grew curious. What is it? Hearing that, I, Kangwoo, am very curious. The girl and boy from before also stared intently at him. Kangwoo smiled mysteriously. Then Julia hinted to the 2. Everyone else, please go outside. I'll call you back later. They immediately agreed. Yes, ma'am. Kangwoo glanced at Julia, silently judging. Though not sober, he was cautious about who was listening. It must be something very important. Kangyu's face suddenly turned serious. What I'm about to say must not be revealed to anyone. Someone immediately agreed. Of course, no one keeps secrets better than us. He hesitated, speaking vaguely. Actually, this only drew more attention. They raised their eyebrows, perked their ears, paying close attention. Kangyu continued coldly. Inside the wine you just drank, he smiled slyly. His cold eyes uttered two poisonous words. At that moment, the sound of shattering glass rang out, sparkling shards flying, mixing with the spilled dark red wine. Julia sat on the chair, her hand trembling slightly. The glass at her feet shattered, red stains spreading on the floor. She looked up fearfully and asked, "What did you say?" Julia's face drained of all color. She trembled, repeating what he just said. Kangwoo calmly explained, "It's not exactly poison, but similar." At the luxurious banquet table, all eyes turned to Kangwoo. He arrogantly said, "From now on, everyone must receive the antidote from me regularly, or you'll writhe in pain and die." However, half believing, half doubting, they still didn't believe him. "You're joking, right?" Amon spoke up, thinking Kangwoo had a sense of humor. Amon frowned and scolded Kangwoo. "You're still young, huh? You like jokes and stuff like this a lot, huh?" Kangwoo snapped his fingers. Amonthe's face twisted, purple veins bulging on his face. Amonthi collapsed onto the table, screaming miserably, causing everyone around to panic. "Are you okay, Lord Amontiti?" The poison spreading through his body caused him pain. His face turned pale purple, veins bulging, looking terrifying from the poison. He screamed in extreme pain. Everyone around the banquet gradually grew fearful, wondering what was happening. Someone turned to Kangwoo angrily and asked, "Did you do this?" Immediately stopping, Kangwoo snapped his fingers once more, explaining, "I just activated the toxin inside your bodies. From now on, once a week, if you don't take the medicine I provide, you'll keep convulsing like that and die." Kangwoo snapped his fingers a second time, restoring Amon Phi to normal. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down after a fierce poisoning. Kangwoo calmly asked everyone again, "Got it?" One of them stood up, angrily cursing Kangwoo. "Do you know what you just did? This is a crime, even an international crime. The Light Guardians intend to declare war on the whole world, right?" Kangwoo said patiently, "I just want to solve everything as peacefully as possible." Everyone rose in anger, criticizing him all at once. Kangwoo, you're crazy, aren't you? We'll make you pay. You'll be held responsible, damn it, for withdrawing the aid we promised the Light Guardians. Those who call themselves humanity's hope act like this. Some even say Kangwoo is part of the demon cult. That person must be from the demon cult. Hearing this, he just sighed, and suddenly Kangwoo's murderous aura began to fill the room. "You all talk too much." The power of fear rose, making everyone in the room fall silent. His soft words echoed lightly. So many things to say, huh? But they still made others tremble and freeze, silently telling themselves 3 times not to look back. Kangwoo arrogantly stepped onto the dining table, proudly saying, "If I tell you to strip, then strip." He rubbed his fingertips. "If you object, then go die." Just then, Julia spoke up. "I misjudged you, Kangwoo. I thought you were someone truly for justice and world peace, someone more upright than anyone else." But deep inside, she was confused why Huang wasn't working. "A demon's desire should be an irresistible ambition for anyone," she said. "Why are you acting so irrationally?" Julia frowned. Could it be? Kangwoo found it ridiculous. "Oh my god. If you want to seduce someone, at least be subtle. Don't you see you're blatantly exploiting others?" Julia worriedly guessed. Is he resisting desire through sheer willpower? Kangwoo even joked, "If you really want to seduce someone, at least offer a pot of golden broth." Julia wondered if the Light Guardians really had monsters like that. Worried, she placed her hand on her chest, wondering if she should summon her demonic aura to suppress him. But if she did, the other Guardians sensing the aura would join in. Then at that moment, someone rushed toward Kangwoo. He shouted, "You bastard!" and charged to attack Kangwoo. "Die." Then he raised his fist at him. But before he could do anything, Kangwoo caught his hand. "Wait, who taught you to say things like that?" Although different nationalities and species, they all spoke the same. His hand fell back, pulling the other's hand. Then Kangwoo raised his hand and threw him toward the dining table. He landed painfully, sprawled on the table, and everyone around stepped back to avoid the mess. Kangwoo held his hand tightly, saying, "But at first, I didn't intend to go this far. Whatever the situation, as long as there's support, I don't care." The guy lying on the table shouted, "Let go! Let go!" Kangwoo gripped his hand tighter, using more force, but thinking it over, he squeezed his hand hard, making him scream in pain. "If I give in this time, I'll have to always follow your wishes, right?" "Yeah, that's fine. I get to play with you and enjoy good food," Kangwoo continued. "But if that's the case, the screen time for those nameless bastards' lines will only get longer." The guy shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know who you just messed with?" Kangwoo released his hand, frowning, saying, Look, who allowed some nobody to have such long lines? Kang Kangwoo annoyedly said that if you were in the studio, you'd waste at least 12 panels because of you. Because of you, 12 panels meant for C in a dress couldn't appear? Got it? The guy was still crying and wondering in his head, who is C? Suddenly, he stood up. All right, I've explained enough reasons, haven't I? Julia flinched. She frowned and asked, so, what do you want? At the conference, Eamon stood on stage, holding a paper and reading. According to the unanimous resolution of the 47 countries attending the conference, we will immediately provide comprehensive aid to the Light Guardians. Eamon's face was pale, but he tried to declare, first, France will send a special task force of 30 mounted Napoleon knights to support the Light Guardians. Under the stands, a group dressed in Chinese-style clothes. According to the resolution, China will send Treo Min and Treo Sozun, along with 217 masters from the Thon Kiem Monday. Japan will send Kao Ra Y and her entire escort team. Next is the Korean group, sending 13 members of the Red Rose Society, Yeonju, and both Hwagang teams. Kang Kangwoo smirked. They will send 10 million EO and 17 special agents from Task Force C. He thought to himself they were really contributing a lot to world peace. Amon was still speaking, and Kang Kangwoo silently marveled. Who wouldn't be moved by such a spirit of sacrifice? On stage, Amon Thi was tearing up as he spoke. In England, the Knights of the Round Table would, Kang Kangwoo thought. See? Even those who were poisoned were so touched they cried with gratitude. Sitting on the main stage was Gaye. Thank you all. I sincerely appreciate everyone for making this difficult decision. She placed her hand on her chest, tears welling in her eyes. I won't arrogantly claim responsibility for every life sent out. I won't say such arrogant words. However, I promise that no one will have to sacrifice themselves meaninglessly. Gaye continued. The world is in danger. Monsters keep pouring out non-stop from the gates. And Satan, along with the demon sect, are still waiting for the chance to destroy this world. This is going to be a brutal battle, but not a single drop of our blood will be wasted. It doesn't matter how many of us there are or how strong they are. Our blood will spill and become light that pierces the darkness, like tiny fireflies gathering in the black night. We will stand side by side, tear this darkness apart. Everyone was moved and applauded enthusiastically. He marveled at those epic words. Si-ho leaned down to talk to Jia. His aura was full of pride and overwhelming power, even though she was still recovering. Completely different from the hesitant Si-hun from before. Kang Kangwoo shook his head, smiling helplessly. That guy would cling on to survive no matter what. Exolat, walking with Kang Kangwoo while carrying a little girl, softly said, I smell strong alcohol and rose perfume on you, Kang Kangwoo. Mr. Kang Kangwoo? The woman quietly asked. Can you explain? Gentle but very sharp, Kang Kangwoo nervously wiped sweat and replied, Of course. Night fell, and only a few rooms at the headquarters were still lit. Julia came out and got into a taxi. She closed the door and said, To Dulesser Airport. The driver responded clearly. She bit her lip in frustration. There was definitely something off about that guy. She recalled the recent party. A political faction had worked hard just to break the Light Guard. Yet they snatched the network built over many years with a cheap trick, poisoning the wine and forcing the antidote. Sitting in the taxi, Julia held her stomach, trying to reuse the political faction that had been turned into puppets of the Light Guard, and also to detoxify herself. First, I have to make the antidote myself. Tibetan branch, one of the 5 biggest branches, I will go there to start preparing the antidote. Good. I have to go anyway because of the fire chi matter. The car kept speeding down the road. Lilith asked Kang Kangwoo if she could just go like that. Inside the room, Kang Kangwoo replied, It's fine. I purposely let her go. Lilith wondered. When did you know she was from the demon cult? From the first time I met her, Lilith asked again. Did you sense the demonic aura? When the subordinates checked the guest list from the party, there was no feeling at all. Kang Kangwoo explained, You can't see it with just your eyes. The demon cult hides the demonic aura inside their hearts to completely conceal it. Lyell LH said, But how did the Demon King detect it? Kang Kangwoo answered it was thanks to the scent. He used a fragrance that ignites desire like the instinct of a demon. Only the demon cult can make such a scent, and I can't confuse that feeling with anything else. Those who accept demonic aura to survive in hell and endure the destructive, bloodthirsty desires that the demon body brings. The destruction and bloodthirst of the demon body. The terrifying thirst when all desires blaze up. I've been controlling it every day until now. Lilith noticed the blood streak on Kang Kangwoo's hand. Is that your blood? Let me wipe it for you. Kang Kangwoo was surprised and didn't ask why there was blood. Lilith playfully said, I can guess. We don't need to manage the people you poisoned, right? The Demon King wouldn't use a clumsy trick to poison, right? Kang Kangwoo was pleased, thinking just as expected. Lilith is very sensitive about these things. If it were Bandu so, I'd have to explain all night. Suddenly Lilai spoke up with a comment. Hey, that human named Julia is pretty dumb. She shyly covered half her face. Sweet traps don't work on Mr. Kang Kangwoo. Who else but me can satisfy Mr. Kang Kangwoo's body? Kang Kangwoo frowned, thinking, that's not it. Damn it. Kang Kangwoo reminded Lilith. Now that we've got cooperation from the countries, it's time to start preparing. Lilith respectfully replied, yes, sir. She stood up, grabbed her skirt, and bowed. Everything follows the Demon King's orders. Mist hovered over the mountains. On a mountain in the Tibetan demon cult headquarters territory, inside a magic circle, the old wizard was concentrating on casting a spell for Julia. The old wizard helplessly said, there's nothing, Julia asked in disbelief. What? The old man honestly replied, I used dark magic, regular magic, and modern medical techniques, but couldn't detect any trace of magic. Julia grew more confused and shouted, what? The old man gave a brief conclusion, saying, in other words, the body is fine. Julia tilted her head suspiciously and hesitated to ask again. No poison? The old wizard saw she was still doubtful, so he explained more thoroughly. I thought it might be a parasite, so I checked carefully, but found nothing abnormal. Julia was half convinced, half doubtful, her mind in chaos, thinking it couldn't be. He clearly said he poisoned me with a toxin that would kill me in 1 week without the antidote. While thinking, she vaguely recalled what Kang Kangwoo said at the party, along with Amante's reaction after drinking the wine and being poisoned, evidenced by Emanue's nightmare that made him scream and writhe in pain. Yet there was no sign of poison in the wine. The more she thought, the more confused she became. But after piecing things together for a while, Julia suddenly woke up, realizing, wait, that guy is just a normal person, not a player. A weakling who could convulse just from magical pressure. Why did I so easily believe his story about the poison? It seemed his overly confident attitude, those eyes full of faith, the poisoned wine trick hit her psychology. At that moment, Julia turned to the old wizard and asked, what about the bottle of wine I brought? The old man cleared his throat and handed the bottle to Julia. She opened the bottle, thinking to herself she wasn't sure. But the bottle of wine Mr. Kang Kangwoo left in the VIP room, the answer must be here. The strong scent of wine spread outside. Julia sniffed the wine aroma. Her eyes widened in shock as she said, the scent is coming from another side. Guy A sat upright on the chair, worried, and asked, preparing for war? Kang Kangwoo, sitting across from her, replied, yes, because we have received aid from the world leaders, so we have to prepare for war with the demon sect. Guy A asked again with curiosity, but we still don't know where they are. Kangwoo's ringed finger tapped rhythmically on the table. Brother Trochnich said at least they had identified one of their bases, Tibet. The mountainous region of Tibet is the headquarters of the demon sect in China. Saying this, he gave a faint smile. On the other side, Julia looked shocked, staring at the wine man, wondering about the scent of blood. The shocking news spread worldwide, with countless articles flooding the internet, gaining massive attention from the community. The number of countries attending the summit was the largest since the apocalypse, 47 countries. The surprising result was that politicians chose world peace over national interests. The world united as one. World leaders announced a global alliance led by the United States under the name Light Guardians. 6 years ago, on the day of the apocalypse, half the world disappeared due to the monster invasion. There were giant mutated snakes, and more bizarre mutant creatures appeared, attacking and driving out humans. Even though millions were massacred, a global alliance supported by nations could not be formed. The Human Protection Alliance, Light Guardians, consists of 3 representatives, Guy S., Jia, and Kim Si-yoon. The official leader of the Light Guardians is Guy S. Mubin. The second in command and her advisor is Sword Dragon Kim Seon. The nomination of Sword Dragon caused much controversy. Although he was a rising star, his abilities had not yet been proven as a world-class ranked player. In the office of a famous star, being interviewed by 2 reporters, the argument peaked when a world-ranked player challenged Kim Seon, world-ranked Jason Ham. He always carried his scepter, acting arrogant and cocky. But when his scepter shattered, the battle between Kim Seon and John was broadcast worldwide. There, Kim Seon completely dominated John and won. While Kim Si-hoon remained unharmed, John Ham was defeated, lying unconscious on the floor with the scepter in Natan's hand. And so, Kim Si-hoon's name spread worldwide along with the Light Guardians, who had been hiding behind masks to silently protect the world, now officially debuted under the name Light Guardians, broadcast live on TV. The host was announcing hot news to viewers with the headline, Sword Dragon defeats John. Watching the news on TV, an astonished voice exclaimed, unbelievable, Xeola suddenly exclaimed. The news was full of stories about Seo and the Light Guardians. Si-hoon was like a star out of reach. Hearing that, Kang Kangwoo beside her encouraged her. She was also a guardian at that time. Xela shyly said, in agreement. Players from each country joined under the Light Guardians banner, divided into teams based on skill and position. Training began in groups, consisting of 4 main teams. Xeola was assigned to Kim Si-hoon's team, the Van Lang team, along with familiar players like Hansa, Taesu, Yeonju, and Bichhwayan. Most of her close acquaintances joined this guild. The random name Van Lang was actually given by Kim Si-hoon himself. Sounds cool, right? At that time, Kim Si-hoon teased them like that. Since the official debut, we have developed at a lightning pace. When Kangwoo asked Hansala about the training, she happily and nostalgically replied, remembering those days conquering dungeons, now the whole world knows about the Light Guardians, so there's no need to limit the number of guardians anymore. At this moment, Eat Nai Ah was unhappy, puffing her cheeks childishly and whining, wishing they would stop replaying the same news because all the anime she wanted to watch got delayed. So annoying. Hearing that, Kangwoo smiled helplessly, thinking she had become addicted to anime lately. Suddenly remembering something, he kindly asked, since she didn't look well, "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Guy A, who had been absent-mindedly nodding, didn't know when she had drifted off, while Aitna sat on her lap mumbling about the last episode. Awakened by Kangwoo's call, Guy A hurriedly answered, "Nothing's wrong," she said sadly, feeling like Guy S and CO were so busy they didn't have time to rest, so she wondered if it was okay for her to be so idle. Seeing her worry too much, Kangwoo encouraged her spirit. "It's okay, we didn't join to relax anyway," but in his heart, he couldn't help but think, Guy A started staying with us after the Light Guardians debut. When the Light Guardians were announced, we deliberately hid our existence in Gia's. Only GER mostly appeared publicly as the representative. We hide for different reasons. I'm the wild card and also the strongest force. He is someone who can't control his own soul, switching between good and evil. And Guy A is our biggest weakness. She is gentle, soft, and somewhat fragile. Thanks to others being too busy, we are enjoying a relatively free life. Guy A's voice pulled Kangwoo's mind back to the present. She asked curiously, "By the way, did you investigate the demon sect's headquarters in Tibet?" Kangwoo honestly replied, "Yes, just a few days ago I went there. I only observed from afar, but the scale is exactly as we predicted. I think there are at least 5,000 demon sect members there. Considering the number of demons summoned there, this number will increase." That day was just his superficial observation without any solid information, but Kangwoo could confidently say that it was the biggest headquarters among all the demon cult bases we had ever discovered. Girl A, holding little brother Chiit-na, who was dozing in her arms, anxiously asked him, "Is this really going to be a real war? You said you wouldn't fight in this battle, right?" Kangwoo replied, "Even if I join, I won't be on the front lines." Hearing that, Girl A felt a mix of tension and worry, sighing deeply. Seeing her expression, Kangwoo reluctantly gave a brief explanation. She might think it's cold, but it's necessary. Deep down, he understood clearly and had his own plans. If he went to the front lines, the battle would be easier, and the Light Guard's casualties would be noticeably reduced. However, thinking about it, Kangwoo stopped pondering and directly told Girl A. She could see it too. When talking to politicians worldwide, they weren't worried about the demon sect at all. The players recruited into the Light Guard felt the same. They didn't care or worry about it. All thanks to what we've done, the public doesn't sense any threat from the demon sect. But because of that, they've never experienced bloodshed and lack vigilance toward the demon sect. They're always carefree, chatting, tossing weapons around carelessly, with zero caution. At this rate, they'll be overconfident and self-destruct. Only when this real war happens will they realize how strong and terrifying the demon sect and demons truly are. Even if it costs blood, flesh, and bones, this war must go on. It will be a lesson deeply engraved in their minds. Though saying that, Girl A still couldn't ease her worry. Suddenly, Kangwoo stood up and spoke in a low voice. "Of course, I'm not doing this just to wake them up. There are many other ways to make them realize. But we don't know what might appear in the future, and there's no guarantee I alone can stop everything. What if Lucifer shows up, bringing other dangers? Players can't just stand by and watch. So players must get stronger to protect the current peace." After saying that, there was one thing Kangwoo only dared to think inside, not speak out loud. To fight the demon lords, we need at least 30 world-class players to cause any significant damage to a demon lord. It has to be at that level. He stepped forward, took Girl A's hand, and gently called her. Zio La saw this and immediately darkened his face, glaring at them. Kangwoo calmly asked, "Hey, you once said our spilled blood would light up the darkness." Though she didn't understand what he was about to say, she still answered with a yes. Kangwoo looked straight into her eyes, seriously saying, "This war will prove those words." Girl A vaguely understood his intention and said nothing more. 2 months later, the chaotic war broke out as planned. The players remained carefree, unaware of the danger of this battle, happily chatting. "Hey, 500,000 dollars for each demon sect head. Just one fanatic and they pay that much? How do they even know our location? Block them with spears on both sides and fight." The clash of weapons never stopped. Suddenly, 2 demons swooped down from above, roaring, "I'm bored of this mountain range already," scaring everyone. Below, the fierce battle continued, with explosions and screams everywhere. Kangwoo took Girl A to stand on a nearby mountaintop to observe the situation below. Girl A nervously said, "It's starting." Kangwoo nodded, confirming it had to start. He watched the battle seriously. Though his mouth was tough, inside he couldn't help but worry for everyone. The teams who completed basic training began the ambush plan to block the demon sect's stronghold in China. 10,000 players from all over the world, all elites among elites. With awakening level 7 or higher, he couldn't just stand and watch. Thinking that, he used magic where he stood, causing the ground to shake and change color. He had activated the power of greed. Watching the battle get fiercer, he quietly and confidently said, "They're all fighting. This bloodshed won't be wasted, because the Light Guard will grow stronger from their blood. More and more demons are appearing, all for a better future, for world peace, to make the monsters disappear. Humanity will take one step further." Then, the system's voice kept ringing. Kangwoo seemed to have his soul changed. He wickedly forced himself not to laugh. He tried hard to convince himself. The players were risking their lives fighting demons, and his heart felt like it was burning just because he could only watch. It was heartbreaking to see monsters tearing apart players, Kangwoo mockingly thought, so painful it made him want to cry, unable to stop tears flowing from his mouth. Now, Kangwoo had completely lost control. His eyes were blazing red like blood. Seeing the bloody scene before him, he laughed crazily with delight. The blonde guy tightly held his severed arm, stammering and trembling. "No way." The guy with the headband had his right leg cut right behind him. "I heard those demons couldn't even beat the Light Guard." In front of them, fierce demons bared their teeth, cracking their fingers. Aren't demons always weaker? What are they doing in a holy war like this? A few minutes ago, those two were still confidently charging in, demanding to fight and kill. Killing demons pays more, right? They're just easy kids. Let's kill them first. They charged in, so I thought they had some skill. How dare these mortals underestimate demons like that? That pissed off the demon to madness. He angrily swung his fist, wanting to crush them in rage. "You've insulted me beyond forgiveness." As soon as he finished, a clean slash cut across the demon's body. The rescued guys cheered joyfully. Sword Dragon. Kim Si-hun stepped on the demon's corpse and landed in front of them. "It's Sword Dragon. He's here. We're saved." The blonde guy was about to open his mouth to say some flattering words. So John's victory wasn't just luck after all. But before he could finish his sentence, the other guy roughly grabbed him by the collar and coldly ordered, "Get lost." For a moment, it scared him stiff. "Sorry." Kim Si-hun angrily threw him straight to the ground. "I already told you. No fighting demons without the captain's orders. I don't need a bunch of idiots who can't follow a simple command like that. No mercy. When you get back, leave the Light Guard." The blonde's face instantly turned grim. "If I get kicked out, do I have to pay back all the money I got under the Light Guard's name?" He immediately begged for mercy. "Please, give me one more chance." His teammates hurriedly knelt down too. "I didn't expect demons to be this strong." Kim Si-hun still turned his back coldly. He thought to himself, "You were right." His teeth clenched so hard it looked like they might bleed. "Thanks to you, everything has gone smoothly so far. Humanity has become as fragile as flowers in a greenhouse." The image of San flashed in his mind, like those who still haven't overcome the horror of that day. Just like me. Kim Si-hun was determined, but we can't stay weak forever. Then he turned back and shouted, "Everyone, stick close to your captain." In the distance, Kangwoo silently observed, hearing him command. To fight demons strictly in teams made him admit the guy was better than he thought. He smiled. "I thought he'd soften up and blame himself when he saw the weak get killed, but looks like I worried for nothing." Guy A next to him sighed in relief. "It seems Lord Si-hoan is leading them well. Hopefully, this battle will wake them up." In a way, this fight is a cleansing ritual. Even if they're scared of the demon's power, this is how they pick players who can survive and fight to the end. Kangwoo shifted his toes. "We've achieved our goal, waking them up to the danger. I was mentally prepared for this, but just standing by and watching still sucks." As he left, she suspiciously called out, "Lord Kangwoo, just say it briefly. I'll think it over so I don't have to overthink." Suddenly, the comm device in his ear beeped. Kangwoo smirked. "You guys ready? Let's proceed with the plan," he asked the other end. "How do we deal with the remaining cultists?" The demon chuckled harshly. "Why even ask?" He slyly said, "Use demons to kill demons. Respond to killing intent with even stronger killing intent." Kangwoo's fiery red eyes lit up with excitement. "Wipe them out." The booming, boiling voice of Dung Nam kept echoing. Somewhere, muffled muttering kept rising. "Ra-dot-so, ra-dot-so." Julia Vi-over sat like a ghost in the maze, lips constantly moving. "Ga-so ra-jiat so na-so tanada ra-jiat-so." The energy from the maze kept pouring into the center, the muttering growing louder. "Got-so da-dot-so na-so tanada rat-so. Da-da-so da-so na-so tanada rat-so." Sweat drenched her face. At this point, there was no other way. A few hours ago, someone suddenly called her back. Julia Vi-over's subordinate urgently reported an enemy attack inside the facility. Julia Vi-over couldn't believe it. "You mean someone broke in?" Staring at the magic mirror, she frowned. "Impossible. Even the Light Guard alone couldn't break through the main gate." Julia View Over's eyes trembled in the mirror, but it was someone familiar. That was Julia View Over, unable to believe her eyes. Banjiak? Wasn't he killed by the light guard before? She thought, this is bad. I don't know who that kid and the skull guy next to him are, but his use of demonic energy proves there's another force besides the light guard. Julia Veal Over shouted at her subordinates. Damn it, call all teams deployed outside back immediately. The subordinate hesitated. But if we do that, the light guard will isolate us immediately. Idiot. We're under attack inside. The subordinate trembled. I'll do it now. Alone again, Julia V. Over stared at the mirror. Banjiak was a monster that even the entire Tibet branch couldn't hold back. No matter what, we have to request backup from the bigger branches. Suddenly, a scream broke out. Stop him! Stop him! She worried. What's going on? She hurriedly contacted headquarters. The demon cultist Julia View Over reported the Tibet branch was just attacked, requesting backup. The other end scolded harshly. Backup? Don't be ridiculous. We're under attack too. Julia View Over asked again. Attacked by the light guard? The other side cursed again. Light guard my ass. The shocking news is this. Lucifer's followers are attacking. She was stunned. Lucifer's followers attacking? Julia View Over recalled. I heard Lucifer is caught up in war with the heavens, so he can't act now, she shouted. Who dares attack Lucifer's messenger? The other side was just as frantic. Damn it, we didn't do anything. They opened the gate themselves and attacked without warning. Sweat poured down her face. If we didn't provoke them first, are they going mad because of the war? Could they want to wipe us out too? Has Banjiak sided with Lucifer? A laugh burst out. If so, Lucifer attacking the cult too. Julia View Over suddenly laughed madly, crushing the crystal ball into shards. Banjiak and Lucifer. Julia Veal Over gritted her teeth in rage. How dare they mess with the cult? There's only one reason Lucifer would attack the cult even in the middle of a war. She firmly concluded it was the magical origin the cult holds. At this point, there's no room left for compromise with Lucifer. Words carried a fiery rage, and all that remained now was war. Streams of demonic energy hovered in the air. Julia Veal Over gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it, it's because we weren't fully prepared. The demonic energy was violently fluctuating. She sat in the middle of the matrix, struggling to maintain it. Normally, I wouldn't gamble on such a dangerous bet. Gadatsa, dajir na sa tada. Julia Veal Over looked up, but it no longer mattered. The crack at the center of the matrix grew clearer. The most important thing now was to awaken the divine statue before us. The wind blew softly, hitting her face. As long as that was done, all problems would be solved. Julia Viver was stunned by the scene. The fire god statue, master of the flames. The matrix exploded into many pieces, revealing a giant figure, the greedy Grand Duke M. She was about to introduce the demon's disciple when Julia Mamon cut in with a sharp voice. What is this? You dare wake me before the time? Julia Veal Over hurriedly knelt down. Sorry, fire god statue. The summoning ritual isn't complete yet, but because we were attacked from outside, he didn't care much. Anyway, that giant hand reached out. You dare force me to wake up? Julia Veal Over barely managed to say 2 words before it grabbed her and squeezed tight. Feeling the scorching heat, she begged in fear, please spare my life. M didn't care. He burned her whole body to vent his anger. You rotten humans. Because of you, the foundation I've built up for 100 years has all vanished. Despite the prey screaming and struggling, he only cared about one thing. What do you intend to do about this? You turned my long wait into zero? His cruel and cunning smile appeared. With a loud thud, he released her and threw her to the ground. I'll spare you this time. Seems like you're quite something. Now, Mamon asked. So, who attacked? Judging by your face, you can't say anything. Forget it. I'll go see myself. As he walked, he cursed nonstop. Damn it, my precious time to recover. I'll have to be sealed for another 100 years. Maybe that still wasn't enough to calm his anger. Such a pain in the ass. Maybe I should just kill you? Julia Viver shivered miserably. Luckily, he just sighed. All right, just because of a lowly human? I don't need to piss off that crazy Matan. Flames blazed around his bulky figure. After being out for so long, he had to move a bit. A savage laugh sent chills down spines. The dazzling light of weapons filled the whole mountain. Demons from everywhere were attacking humans. Kim Si-hun tightened his grip on his sword. In a flash, all 3 demons were torn to pieces. His brows furrowed slightly, instinct telling Kim Si-hun something was wrong. His eyes scanned the fierce battlefield. Indeed, the Light Guardians were killing demons. The demons were still there, but their numbers were dropping too fast. Just as Kim Si-hun noticed something suspicious, a massive pressure suddenly hit, as if they were moving in groups. He wondered, this energy wasn't just his. The whole battlefield was crushed under it. Kim Si-hun looked up toward the source of the terrifying energy and recognized the demonic aura. His hands trembled for no clear reason. This was no ordinary demonic energy. Horrific memories flooded Kim Si-hun's mind. I recognized it the first time I met his subordinate Valash, but high-level demons were on a whole different level. Rage surged. He clenched his teeth. Among all demons I know, only one can emit this level of demonic energy, Satan. He was deep inside his soul, Kim Si-hun, understood clearly. I know I shouldn't do this, but maybe anger pushed me somewhat. Gye, I leave everyone to you, Gye replied. All right, he dashed off. But the demons hadn't realized anything yet. The unease inside was screaming. His figure flew like the wind across the demon-filled battlefield. Yang Min had to get there, his sword gleaming like the burning obsession in Kim Si-hun's heart. Right now, demon corpses lay scattered near the hot lava lake. Screams for help echoed everywhere. Help me! A demon glared at Balash, mercilessly slaughtering his kind. What the hell? Why is Balash here? When his ankle was grabbed by Suktu, the survival instinct kicked in. I have to run. But Suktu pulled him up. Balash laughed harshly. You can't escape. The demon screamed in despair. Let me go. No one said anything about a monster like that being here. With one punch, Balach left a hole in that demon's body. Stupid noisy fool. Balach turned and asked, anyone else want to run? His companion laughed. My minions will hold them back. We've planned this long ago, and even if a few escape, it's no big deal, because they have an escape route they can use. Demon corpses spread everywhere. They think it's the exit, guarded by my greatest death knight. One of the most dangerous demons had been waiting early on. Even many demons from the 9 hells couldn't defeat him. Ina came running, panting. I won't let any escape. Seeing her battered look, Balach advised, Tio Long, no need to push so hard. China wiped sweat, firmly said, I'm not pushing. Balach crossed his arms and smiled. If this is how I can help him, then I have to. He's already perfect. Doesn't need anyone's help. The girl shook her head. But Oh Kangwoo was weakened by the sealing system. A sly laugh came from him, then he burst out laughing. Right. He said his power was sealed by some system, right? Itna froze. And Lach, are you okay? I don't know how Oh Kangwoo was back then, but right now, while the girl is still worried, he is clearly much weaker. He rubbed that big hand vigorously through the hair. Don't worry, little dragon, he said ambiguously, while the girl was just confused. You still don't know who he really is or what he can do, but the time will come when you realize it. The bubbling voice of lava interrupted the conversation, reminding that, little dragon, you said you're the daughter of Ma Long Kaga, so, right? Locke was about to ask more, when suddenly the lava surface exploded into pieces. So, could it be you? He turned his head back, a giant figure landed, causing a significant shockwave. Locke quickly grabbed China so she wouldn't get blown away, stammering as he looked at the newcomer. Who are you? Locke was surprised. Ma'am Monday? The chubby demon chuckled. So it's you, Ga? Locke mocked. This is getting more interesting than I thought. Didn't expect to meet a stray dog in this world. Locke rarely stayed silent, just staring at him and thinking. Mammon, though ranked below Satan and Lucifer, is still one of the 7 great dukes. He stepped forward, speaking to the 2 demons behind him. Skeleton, little dragon, run now. He knew clearly that as rookies in the Demon King's army, you 2 aren't bad, but facing a great duke is totally pointless. What we need now is, he just said that, when he called him over. Oh Kangwoo's figure tore through space, slowly approaching. No need. Oh Kangwoo casually shoved his hands in his pockets and walked forward while the subordinates were stunned. Demon King. He whispered, trying to look like he was doing okay, a decent opponent, but inside he was screaming nonstop. Mon, what the hell is this? I just came to pick up demon corpses, he silently complained. I thought a big branch of the demon cult would have something valuable, but I didn't expect to meet a great duke. While the demon was stunned, what the hell is going on? Sighing in frustration, I guess if Lucifer is resurrected, the other great dukes will revive too. But I didn't expect the place to be here. Oh Kangwoo barely finished guessing when Mammon shouted, cutting off his thoughts. How are you still alive? He was confused, pointing at him. I saw it clearly. Why are you still here? This makes no sense. The other side was just as confused. What's wrong with him? His words made Oh Kangwoo's face darken. Weren't you completely destroyed already? Damn it, Oh Kangwoo cursed silently. Why are you killing innocent people now? When he shouted, you were erased by the system. Why? Why are you still alive? The monster finally understood. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his lips. These bastards thought I was dead. The old story is truly special. When I fell into the crack with the hellish evil object and landed on Earth, I collided with the Gaia system, and the 10 demon power tusks inside me were sealed. But the Great Duke probably sensed my power vanish and misunderstood that I was completely destroyed. Because my soul was trapped in the hellish evil object, most sensations were blocked. A smug laugh quietly echoed. I can take advantage of this, Oh Kangwoo growled arrogantly. You really think I'm dead? Stupid. Just that was enough to scare Mammon into retreating in panic. Don't come closer. Without beating around the bush, Oh Kangwoo spoke with unexpected goodwill. Let's get to the point. Submit to me. Mammon was momentarily confused. What? You want me to submit to you? Oh Kangwoo continued. Aren't you afraid of the 9 hells? Every word he said hit the mark. The sky was blood red, the land dry and barren, just destroyed air. Any smart being would know what to choose. But compared to that place, this planet is beautiful. Haven't you ever wanted to take it, twist it, dirty it however you want? Kangwoo's proposal was undeniably a delicious treat for any demon. Mammon's face showed a convincing smile. Don't you want to rule this world with me? Meanwhile, inside he was talking to himself. Forget it. Mammon hesitated, hand slightly reaching out. Kangwoo actually had a good chance of success. Judging by his expression, he was clearly half shaken. Kangwoo's inner self laughed heartily. If he realizes he's weakened, he will definitely betray, so I can't fully tame him. I'll just use him to a certain limit, then swallow him with my power absorption. While still enjoying himself, the space around suddenly shook violently. Rocks on the cave ceiling fell, coincidentally aiming straight at KH. He quickly raised his hand and immediately unleashed a wave power move. The rock fragments scattered, a sudden roar sounded, then a loud laugh. At this moment, Kangwoo realized he had revealed his weakness. Damn it. Mammon swayed his body. The power I felt from that ability. His voice grew louder with excitement. Demon King. The slanted eyes of the demon shone brightly. You've weakened, haven't you? Kangwoo frowned, thinking, damn it. He anxiously looked around. The negotiation failed. Kangwoo looked at the rising lava, thinking. Moreover, the lava kept surging. It seemed the demonic energy was continuously agitating the volcano. He looked toward the end of the path where Mammon stood blocking, where the demonic energy leaked out, probably the deepest part of this path. Kangwoo imagined if the demonic energy kept rampaging, if this rebellious demonic energy wasn't stopped, the volcano would erupt, its scale comparable to a major natural disaster. He thought of the worst-case scenario that could happen. Even outside, the light guardians and demons were clashing. In that situation, if the volcano erupted, both sides would be completely wiped out. Kangwoo was determined. This battle was meant for the Light Guardians to grow, not to die in vain. He ordered, Banlok, you lead the kids to the end of the tunnel and stop that demonic aura. Banlok replied in surprise. But the opponent Kangwoo continued, let me handle this here. Banlok nodded obediently. Understood, sir. He and the other two quickly carried out the orders. Everything would go according to the Demon King's plan. The three Bak, Ina, and that skeleton passed through Mammon sneered, thinking those small fries could be caught later. He smiled and continued. Meanwhile, his hands began to transform. They swelled up, and his body grew abnormally large. Mammon smugly said, Demon King, that monster is so weak. That's right. What I saw back then was no lie. He looked at Kangwoo and added, that means now is the chance to get the Demon Sea, right? Mammon laughed wickedly. Kangwoo spoke up. Don't smirk like that, you damn pig. Mammon froze at that, while Kangwoo looked calm, hands in his pockets, radiating a massive aura of dominance. He asked, you still haven't had enough after getting hit like that? Kangwoo took a running leap. Then he charged straight at Mammon generated 3 fireballs and hurled them at Kangwoo. Kangwoo focused power in his right hand and delivered a powerful punch to Mammon. That punch pierced through Mammon's spell like a drill. Power exploded, and Mammon immediately burst apart. However, he was still alive and quickly launched 3 fireballs to attack Kangwoo. The fireballs were about to hit him. Kangwoo immediately used his spear power. Wings appeared, helping him fly backward. He took to the air to dodge the attacks. Mammon somehow appeared right behind Kangwoo. He quickly turned around, clenched his fist, and simultaneously used 2 techniques, Heavenly Power Punch, Triple Power Punch, and Kangwoo's spell, Breaking the Sky. He directly confronted Mammon. 2 waves of power radiated immense dominance. Mammon's hands trembled as Kangwoo punched through them. Mammon's layers of fat flew everywhere. Mammon grinned evilly. Kangwoo noticed the fat and sensed something, but he couldn't dodge in time. A layer of fat fell on him. He used his hand to block it. That fat acted like acid, corroding his sleeve and injuring Kangwoo's hand. He gritted his teeth looking at his hand. His left arm was useless now. Kangwoo glanced at Mammon, who was already regenerating the arm he had lost earlier. So, it really had healed? Before, it was hard to deal with because of that regenerative body. Kangwoo thought that continuing a draining fight like this would be disadvantageous. He used his power to create a huge spear. Just the spear god Gungnea alone wasn't enough. Kangwoo focused power into the spear. He needed to deliver a stronger blow. Ice destruction power. Ice power. Mammon was a bit surprised to see the snow and amazed by the snowstorm before him. Kangwoo struggled a bit, using multiple powers simultaneously, as he had felt when creating the Demon Sea key. Using 6 powers at once overloaded his control of the demonic aura. Kangwoo's eyes gradually turned black. At this point, Kangwoo decided to give up control and pour everything into releasing a single, massive power blast. Mammon was shocked. Kangwoo held the Long Yu So spear. Mammon jumped up, laughing. What are you gonna do with that short, dull spear? Kangwoo planted his feet firmly, held the spear, got ready, then thrust the long Yuso spear toward Mam Monday. Mam Mon arrogantly raised both hands to block, thinking it was just a small attack, but he had seriously underestimated Kangwoo. The spear turned into a gigantic ice block, ice crystals flying everywhere, and Mam Mon was frozen solid. Kangwoo gasped for breath. He sat down hard, thinking, damn, did I use too much demonic aura? Even standing is a struggle. He thought further, if this were a normal Grand Duke demon, that last blow would have been fatal. Mam Mon cast a spell, Hell of Infinity, melting Kangwoo's ice. He thought, dealing with a Grand Duke wielding Hell of Infinity was not enough. Mam Mon sneered, almost froze to death. He threw a huge fireball at Kangwoo. The fireball hit the ground, smoke rising. Mam Mon laughed gleefully, saying, Demon C is mine now. He continued boasting. Even Satan or Lucifer couldn't get the Demon C, but it's fallen into my hands. What he didn't know was KIMCHI had climbed onto his back without him noticing. KIMCHI was stunned. Kangwoo was trapped inside Mam Mon's fireball. KIMCHI spoke up. Mam Mon snorted disdainfully. Huh? What's this? How did a human get here? He didn't even bother to turn around and waved him off. KIMCHI was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Go away, I'm busy now. He raised his sword. Mam Mon was drooling with excitement and ignored the human behind him. Well then, let's see about absorbing the Demon King's power. With a swish, his filthy hand was suddenly severed. He looked down at his empty wrist, growling at the attacker. Who do you think you are? KIMCHI radiated murderous intent, pointing his sword and shouting, You dare touch him with your filthy hand? You filthy fatty, Mam Mon shouted back. Brother, what did you say? Then he burst out laughing, ignoring KIMCHI's attack. He had lived long enough to see everything. A bug like that is just a human, and he's the Demon King's brother? Those attacks didn't seem to faze the human demon at all. Right now, I'm not in the mood to fight. Step aside, damn it. The more you mess with him, the angrier he gets, and he needs to recover, not be bothered. KIMCHI kept recklessly throwing one move after another, completely unaware. Mam Mon was losing patience. Even though most of his power was sealed, this was truly the Demon King's final strike. Maybe because he failed to control it. Even though he didn't die from a single blow, his regeneration ability clearly weakened. To restore his power, he had to absorb the Demon King's demonic energy, but those damn bugs kept blocking him non-stop. His intact hand flared up with hot flames, so damn frustrating, really frustrating. With just a flick of his wrist, KIMCHI was slammed away by the demon. Step back. The human groaned in pain. When he came to, KIMCHI was stunned, raising his sword. The Igu Ao sword had melted away in one strike. He frowned, staring at the demon before him. Damn it, overwhelming. This demon in front of him was completely different from any demon he'd ever fought. With injuries all over, even breathing hurt KIMCHI, his body trembling and breath uneven. Can I win? Or should I run? But I can't just leave him behind to escape. He tried to think of the Heavenly Wind one-strike technique he'd figured out when facing Han Fa. If it's that skill, could it damage him? Even with a broken sword, KIMCHI didn't back down. There was no time to hesitate. Mam Mon threw another fiery punch. How about you step aside? Facing an advanced attack, he focused all his strength. Remember that feeling. His hands clenched tightly and raised up. The slash tore through the demon's move. Heavenly Wind, one strike. Even he gasped in surprise. Didn't expect a human to block my attack. KIMCHI still didn't dare relax. He quickly moved to seize the chance. Damn, maybe because the sword melted. Heavenly Wind, one strike only breaks the attack? Then attacking where he has no hand would be hard to counter. Mam Mon just calmly snapped his fingers, eyes wide. KIMCHI froze, his hand and fierce flames aimed straight at him. The sword was broken and finally dropped to the ground. KIMCHI collapsed, clutching his shoulder, smoke rising as he screamed miserably. Mam Mon laughed triumphantly. Unlike you, I can regenerate. He slowly stepped forward, or rather, he slid past him as if KIMCHI was invisible. When I told you to step aside, wouldn't that have been better? KIMCHI flinched hearing his laugh, curling up obediently while watching him absorb the Demon King's power. Using his intact hand, he grabbed the sword blade on the ground, spit sharply, and decisively stabbed the demon's foot. His gaze was strangely determined. Even though breathing was tough, KIMCHI growled a warning that darkened the demon's face before bursting into laughter. You really pissed me off. Mam Mon spun around and slapped him hard in the face. You're a more annoying human than I thought. KIMCHI's whole body fell backward, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The demon sighed for no clear reason. Looks like you can't hold a sword anymore. He stomped hard on KIMCHI's intact arm with his giant foot. KIMCHI's scream pierced the sky along with fierce flames. When the demon lifted his foot, that arm was completely ruined. Seeing his work, Mam Mon laughed. I told you to step aside, but you just had to curl up. He turned greedily. All right, now for the real Demon King. The pain from his foot stopped him again. KIMCHI bit down hard, refusing to let go. I said, You can't pass. He truly didn't care about his life, blocking him. You won't touch my brother. Damn bastard. Mammon laughed wildly. His giant arms swung again. You just want to die already, right? One strike came down, bones shattering with the ground cracking loudly. Kim Si-hun couldn't even let out a groan, mouth agape from the pain. Not stopping, the demon launched a second strike, a third, then countless punches like pounding meat. Should have said this from the start. When he stopped, Kim Si-hun's whole body was soaked in red. Then we didn't waste each other's time. Flames gathered on his fist. Come on, just like you wanted. The power suddenly pierced through the rock that had been still all this time. Before Mon could finish, his wrist was tightly grabbed. This time I'll send you off for good. The demon looked down at the demonic energy squeezing his belly. What the hell is this now? A strong pull yanked his chest and whole body back. His fat body slammed hard into the solid rock. He was terrified. What is this? A gloomy voice from inside the rock spoke. Mon, why are you doing this? He trembled with fear. Demon King, how can you move? I clearly locked you in the Hellgate. His hand was piercing through his own body. You ask why I can do it? Slowly pushing open the hidden door inside. The second gate of the 10,000 Demons Hall. The rock imprisoning Oh Kangwoo instantly shattered. His words were cold as a blade. Others might do that, Oh Kangwoo muttered under his breath. Bech Kang, hi Unun, old Ma-chan, Julia, they don't know, so it's fine. Mon grew more terrified. What did you say? This crazy monster. Get out, he whispered in a deep voice. But you're different. You know who I am. His giant body was suddenly lifted, scaring the demon stiff. You know what I can do? Hick. Kangwoo slowly squeezed his chubby neck from behind. Then why are you doing this? He looked more like a demon than the trembling demon himself. Stop curling up like that. Answer me. Right now, Mon is completely silent out of fear. Kangwoo, with bloodshot eyes, repeats again. Why are you fighting me? Mon screams in terror. Get lost. Immediately, he controls the flames to slash across Kangwoo's body. Mon pants heavily as he watches him fall to the ground. Seeing something strange on his body, he anxiously thinks about the body made of black slime. Witnessing the monstrous mouths sprouting out, he instantly panics, guessing that this form might confirm his worst fears. The next moment, they all fly up at Monday. He immediately trembles and shouts, "Don't come near!" Those mouths quickly bite into his arms and legs, multiplying and covering his entire body. Once those mouths latch on, they tear the flesh mercilessly, leaving nothing behind. Those nightmare mouths refuse to die. Mammon gathers the flames in his hands, then decisively cuts off his own arms and legs. After that, he slumps to the ground, cursing, damn it, damn it. Suddenly, he notices the body in front of him, sees Kangwoo slowly crawling closer, and Mammon panics terribly, desperately begging for mercy. Wait, I was wrong. I will obey the Demon King, serve under you. But the next second, he unleashes a huge flame attack to burn Kangwoo completely. Only after seeing him burn to ashes does he feel relieved. The 9 Hells weapon is forged from the essence of the 9 layers of hell. On Mon's face is full of pride, thinking even a great Duke-level demon would have their soul vanish if hit head-on. A weakened Demon King is even easier to destroy. Suddenly, admiring voices echo nearby. From the flames, other demons fly out, speaking with joyful concern. Great Duke, you have finally awakened. Hearing this, he suspiciously asks, "Who are you guys?" A blue-skinned demon steps forward and respectfully replies, "We are demons from the 8th layer of hell. After being summoned here, we've been waiting for the day you, Great Duke, would be reborn," another demon flatteringly adds. "Right now, the battle against the humans is turning unfavorable, so we came to borrow your power, Great Duke." Mammon dismisses them without any courtesy. Get lost. Those things don't matter now. Then, while observing and staying alert, he worries. No matter how many times that Demon King dies, he always comes back to life. He must never let his guard down. He looks at the burning lava, doubting and speculating inwardly, but he can no longer sense any trace of the Demon King's aura. Is he really dead? Here. Mammon laughs wildly with joy. That damn Demon King, always acting all high and mighty. You ask why I fought you? Because you're as weak as a slug now. He excitedly vents his feelings. You said the humans are causing chaos? What a pain. But whatever. I'm in a good mood, so I'll help lead the way. Yet the demon opposite him looks scared and blurts out, "Yes, Lord Monday." He notices blood flowing from Mammon's eyes, nose, and mouth, and points out in horror. On Lord Mammon's face now. Hearing this, he dazedly looks down at his hand. What is this? Blood. Immediately, Mammon spits out a large mouthful of blood, causing 2 demons to panic and ask urgently, "Lord Mammon, the bleeding won't stop." Within seconds, a strange liquid spreads everywhere, covering the demons there. What is this? We're getting swallowed? They instantly panic and beg. "Lord Mammon, please stop." But Mammon is equally horrified now. This isn't my blood. On the other side, the demons bitten by those mouths moan endlessly. Help, Lord Mon, they cry, while he desperately realizes this isn't just blood. The answer is crystal clear in his mind, it's the Demon King's essence. At the same time, a shadow gradually appears, filled with anger and questioning. Why did you do this? Kangwoo's deep voice demands. Why did you fight me? Immediately, Mon can't hold back and attacks him again. He attacks while screaming madly. Why? Why won't you die? Why? 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 He curses in fear. Die, die, please just die. Suddenly, those black mouths fly fast toward him. This forces him to pause his attack and raise his hands to create a protective shield. Then he swings his arms, controlling the flames to destroy them. This is the Nine Hells weapon, you bastard. Mammon arrogantly boasts. Even you, in this weakened state, can't break through it. But before he finishes, he falls silent as many images of Kangwoo appear in front of him. The power of the sword, the power of speed, the power of the sky, the power of the oath. In a flash, each body carrying different strength completely surrounds Monday. He is stunned, speechless. Then he trembles and groans. Blood on Mammon's body flows more and more. Satan, he can't move, only desperately repents. We were wrong. The next moment, a barrage of attacks hits him. This monster is a demon among demons. The mouths once again bite and tear him hell within hell, predator of predators. They gradually cover his face, making Mammon only able to blankly think, we are doomed. He hopelessly closes his eyes. His last thought is helpless fear, unable to win. This is the end of the demon who failed for the second time, Monday. In this space now remains only a thick black liquid mass, and a few seconds later, it completely disappears. Its master casually concludes there won't be a third time. In some dark space, those demonic mouths appear again, with an overwhelming feeling of exhaustion, helplessness, and delirium. They clung to Kangwoo, giving him a weird feeling, like sleep paralysis, like his body was being pulled down, and honestly, that wasn't so bad. Suddenly, he smiled and whispered, not this again. Right after that, Kangwoo didn't hold back and punched the nearest mouth. Annoyed, he cursed, these guys actually dare to eat people. Not only that, he shot a cold glare at the others, threatening them. Back in hell, those who like to bite recklessly got a harsh lesson from me. Instantly, they all backed off in fear. For now, they retreated, but it was only a matter of time before they came back to attack. In his current abnormal state, escaping these guys alone and climbing up was impossible. Kangwoo glanced behind him, his mind filled with confusing thoughts. Come to think of it, why does every time I push myself too hard, I get pulled here? The deepest part of the 10,000 Demons Hall, a mysterious land even I hadn't set foot in before. He pondered deeply. The abyss? It seems like something down there is calling me. Thinking that, Kangwoo didn't hesitate and jumped down. Well, might as well pay a visit, right? The mouths saw this and hurried to chase after him. Watching them like that, he thought with amusement, now you guys realize it's too late to chase me. Behind him, Kangwoo called out loudly, hello, I'm here by invitation. The distance between him and it grew closer, so he put on a polite tone and begged, Kangwoo, may I come in? The next moment, Kangwoo passed through the barrier, looked around, and guessed with surprise, this is the abyss. Suddenly, something flashed in his eyes. Demon drill. What's that crack? It suddenly spoke calmly. Why did you come here so early? Kangwoo froze in shock. No, that's not a crack. The more he observed, the more serious he became. His body trembled, goosebumps rising all over, feeling like he was facing an unstoppable existence. Like seeing it fully open its eyes, Kangwoo confirmed in horror. Staring at what was before him, he thought carefully, even my golden age self before being sealed by the thorn system couldn't resist this guy. Just his presence alone couldn't compare to TGIN. Suddenly it spoke confusingly. Isn't it too soon to fulfill the prophecy? Hearing that, he responded suspiciously. What do you mean? But right after, he quickly switched topics. Who are you anyway? Who are you inside me? Seeing this, the eye slowly answered, I am it, solemnly explaining. The source and root of all demons, the ancestor of devils, the creator of the 9 hells. To put it simply, the eye declared in a deep voice, you can call me the demon god. After hearing this, Kangwoo thought seriously, I'm on the path to becoming a demon god, but I've only met half the conditions, and the demon god suddenly shows up? Immediately, he coldly questioned, source or root, I know that well. Why are you inside my body? The demon god pondered and asked back. You don't know? He answered confusedly. How could I know? I've eaten all kinds of stuff, but I have no memory of eating a god. Gi-un disappeared on his own. Immediately, it laughed joyfully. Of course you can't remember, because I've been reigning inside you even before you fell into hell. Feeling the aura around him, Kangwoo cautiously considered, what kind of demonic energy is this? Outside, he looked puzzled and asked, what nonsense is this? Before you came to hell? Before he finished, the demon god interrupted and took over the story. A normal person? An unknown nobody? The power to devour? I'm talking about a power that fits someone obsessed with eating like you. Do you think a normal human could have such power? And even use the powers of countless demons you've eaten? Even keeping your human self intact is strange. Don't you see that? Hearing this, Kang Kangwoo was stunned and glanced at the mouths nearby. Maybe it's because this is the power I had and used since falling into hell, so I never found it strange. Hell is a dangerous place. Take one of these powers with you. Because I thought it was a starting power, like a privilege from another world. At this moment, the demon god lowered its gaze to him. Hey human, do you remember your mother's face? Do you remember who gave birth to you? Kang Kangwoo asked suspiciously, but he wasn't given time to think. The demon god slowly continued. Let me rephrase the question. Do you really think you have a mother? It looked down at the young man, speaking solemnly. No life is self-born. Every life has an origin. Even demons are born from seeds of demonic energy. Then, the demon god calmly guided Kang Kangwoo to think deeper. But haven't you ever found it strange? Why don't you have parents? What makes you different from other kids? The more Kang Kangwoo listened, the more dazed he became. Facing the demon god, it kept speaking. The answer is simple. From the start, you were one. From the start, you were never normal. Its tone was full of enchantment ringing in his ears. Surely you've sensed it vaguely. While others date and work hard to build relationships, according to its voice, Kang Kangwoo recalled every memory. Until the day you fell into hell, you couldn't build any relationship because of the loneliness you felt inside. The demon god transformed into a white-haired boy, then approached him and said, Come on, now you should understand, right? How lost in existence you really are, it declared with an excited pressure. But Kang Kangwoo suddenly burst out laughing loudly. He commented without any politeness, saying he's lived for more than 10,000 years and has never encountered something like this. Then he turned around and cursed. Why the hell are you dragging other people's parents into this insult? The demon god was stunned and speechless. What did you say? Kang Kangwoo glared angrily at him, mocking. Whether their parents exist or not has nothing to do with you. The bastard heard that and the demon god awkwardly tried to explain. No, that's not what I meant. But he didn't stop and kept criticizing. Whether their friends exist or not, what business is it of yours? Seeing the situation going south, he reluctantly softened his tone to explain. Wait, I didn't mean to let you finish. He waved his hand dismissively. Just kidding, I get the gist. Kang Kangwoo turned back to look at the eye, calmly pointing out. So it's the same old trope, huh? The Fang hinted at the final boss. He casually exposed the demon god's plan. No need to look closely to know the deal. Later on, that bastard will sneak out and say, everything that happened so far was part of my plan. Now hand over your body, right? Right? Seeing you shut up like a clam proves it's true. From the moment you babbled nonsense about secret lineage, I knew it right away. A teasing smile spread across Kang Kangwoo's face. What, you think I'd be shocked and cry my eyes out because I have no parents? Do I need to act like that? Am I not human? Want me to prove it? Obviously, he guessed right. The demon god was so pissed he couldn't say a word. Kang Kangwoo decisively broke in with a sarcastic comeback. Rotten nature from the egg. He faced the eye without fear and declared, If you're so brave, why don't you do it yourself? You've been hiding and sneaking around all this time, now suddenly crawling out to show off. Then he raised his middle finger and insulted. Damn it, Kang Kangwoo dares to challenge and show off. I've kept this body's purity for 10,000 years. What right do you have to desire this body? The demon god angrily snapped. You next second enraged? He cursed the insolent bastard and simultaneously unleashed his power to attack him. Over there, Kang Kangwoo just smiled and stood still. Then a bunch of sharp spikes stabbed into him, piercing his arms all over. In the next moments, the attacks kept hitting Kang Kangwoo. Seeing him cough up blood, the demon god finally felt satisfied and spoke. A pathetic human, not knowing his place but daring to act recklessly. Yet Kang Kangwoo suddenly smiled smugly, sure of one thing, only to hear him excitedly say, Hey, god over there, do you know your place now? The demon god asked in surprise. What? He looked straight at the eye, confidently stating, To be honest, I don't know your situation or what plan you're cooking up, nor how it's progressing, but I know one thing for sure. Without me, your plan won't succeed. Meanwhile, he was quietly pondering. This mysterious existence is really powerful, worthy of the title God. Hearing this, the demon god immediately coldly mocked. What do you know anyway? He interrupted bluntly. I said I don't know. The only thing I know is my heart tells me this guy can't kill me. Making this conclusion, Kang Kangwoo laughed happily and said, You need me? Right? Instantly, the demon god fell silent. Seeing this, he slowly spoke. You said you've been following me from the start, talking on one side while thinking on the other. Power isn't the issue. Kang Kangwoo clenched his fist and shattered its power. So, my falling into hell and gaining this so-called devouring power was also your plan. He calmly considered. The key was the stance of both sides. He waved his hand to disperse the spikes and then casually said, You didn't do all that without a reason or purpose, right? Kangwoo flew down close to the demon god, his tone firm as a wall. Your goal is clear. You want to get out of here, right? He gradually approached the eye, calmly stating, I don't know why you're stuck here, but to get out, you need me, don't you? It asked in surprise. Why aren't you afraid? Demon god Tran Tru spoke up. Kangwoo cut him off decisively. How many times do I have to say I don't know you, you idiot? He confidently judged inside. And even if you're some kind of demon god, don't think you can use me. Thinking of the demons he defeated, Kangwoo smugly thought, You've been inside me for 10,000 years, you must have seen it all. He arrogantly imagined how those evil demons ended up. Finally, he stepped on the eye, proudly saying, Stop acting all dangerous and cocky, make your choice. Kangwoo arrogantly gave the ultimatum, either send me back. A cruel smile spread on his face as he said the rest, or die here with me. And inside, he was fearless. Sure that now you'll end up the same. Sometime later, Kangwoo was lying in some room. Opening his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling, he muttered confusedly. A strange ceiling. Next to the bed, Yodi gently cared. Are you awake? The Demon King asked suspiciously. She held her face and sighed. The after effects of opening the gate must still be serious. As soon as she finished, Kangwoo screamed in pain. Right after, he stiffened and collapsed onto the bed. At that moment, Wai slowly explained, This is the China branch of the Light Guard. She carefully detailed, A man named Treo Min prepared a private room for us. Hearing this, Kangwoo immediately asked curiously, How many days has it been? Yodi respectfully replied, The war ended about a week ago. Then he continued to inquire, What's the current situation? She responded very patiently. The casualty count of the Light Guards was 769 people. Hearing that, he sighed with relief, thinking fewer died than expected. He thought at least 1,000 would be lost. Seeing this, Yodi immediately softened her tone to explain that the demons had turned back to attack inside the branch halfway through. After learning the situation, Kangwoo immediately showed concern for his subordinates. What about the others? She quickly reported. Banloch, you used your body to suppress the demonic energy and got seriously injured, but he recovered quickly and is already training. Seeing that, he couldn't help but exclaim, That's so Banloch. After reporting his condition, she moved on to another person, KIMCHI. The god managed to save him from the jaws of death, but he still hasn't regained consciousness. Thinking of Si-hun, Yodi sighed and clarified, Among Kangwoo's acquaintances, he's the most seriously injured. After explaining everyone's situation, she then remembered a recent event and reported immediately. There's one more thing I need to report. I heard Lucifer's forces clashed with the demon sect. Kangwoo asked in surprise. How do you know that? Without hesitation, Yodi recounted the scene from before when Banloch was attacked. A girl named Leah contacted other branches to request reinforcements. At that time, I overheard the call and learned about it. Hearing this, he pondered and pointed out, So that means while we were attacking the demon sect, Lucifer's forces were attacking other branches? Her tone was full of certainty as she replied, That's right. Kangwoo thought deeply, unsure whether to call it lucky or not at this point. Then, curious, he asked if she only knew the call's content. Yodi laughed and answered, No, I traced back the communication logs and found the locations of about 5 other branches. Among them, one seems to be a large branch gathering thousands of people, like the Tibetan branch. Hearing that, he was pleased and thought to himself, Lilith really works well. Then he reached out to praise her. Good job. Immediately, Yodi pressed her face against his hand, happily asking, What's next for us? Are we going to use the Light Guards to attack the other branches? Kangwoo denied and gave a different order. No, on the contrary, contact Lucifer's forces. He coldly laid out the plan, giving them information about the demon sect branches we just found. Hearing that, she smiled with satisfaction and accepted the order. As expected of the Demon King, I understand. Then she worriedly expressed, But I've been really worried since you haven't woken up. Kangwoo was surprised and assessed. You don't seem like you would be. Hearing that, Yodi quickly earnestly revealed her feelings. I was very, very worried. Then she sadly explained further. To the point that every night I knock out all the guards outside your room and sneak in to stay by your side. Just hearing that, Kangwoo was horrified and blurted out, What crazy thing are you doing? Before he could react further, Yodi excitedly whispered this loneliness. In a flash, her body transformed into a demon form and wrapped around Kangwoo, whining. This sadness on the bed made him panic and stammer. Wait. I'm the patient here. But a tentacle slid into his mouth, blocking his voice beside him. Lilith kept mumbling. This wound, Kangwoo was hung up by her and couldn't resist. Below, Lilith's face flushed as she expressed, I want to heal by sleeping with you. Then night fell again. Another petal dropped to the ground, and Kangwoo's loud scream echoed from the room.